In this endless desert, death is the only constant. A man traveled through this cruel world and, after 20 years, became a massive, powerful ogre. After years of fighting and huddling together, the man finally became the chief of the tribe. He built a customs hall with the beauties of various tribes he had robbed and planned to build a grand blueprint of Ogre Service Area. Just as the man was filled with confidence and ambition, thunder suddenly boomed under the clear sky. Without warning, the entire population of Blue Star parachuted into the desert, carrying a treasure chest system with them. The entire human race was thrown into this barren land, where they had to struggle to survive against the indigenous forces and the harsh environment. A virtual panel suddenly popped up in a man's mind, and the world channel was frantically scrolling. He was completely stunned, and before he could say anything, a mechanical female voice sounded indifferently in his mind. Bound target detected. Ogre? Uninstall. Immediately. Right now. The strongest ogre system vanished at the speed of light, leaving behind only a tattered gourmet guide as a breakup fee. The man froze in place, watching the new humans developing crazily with the help of plugins. He had only one thought in his mind. Is this system playing tricks on me? After the dog system uninstalled itself, Gorkin no longer had the mood to pay attention to the world channel that was as noisy as a boiling pot. The endless desert is vast and boundless. At least Gorkin has never heard of anyone ever reaching its borders. This is a cruel world where the strong prey on the weak, and countless races exist. Those who can survive in this land are all ruthless and merciless. Rain falls only once every few years in this desert, and all living things depend on the scattered oases for survival. Oases represent life and water, the most basic and most important resource. All the oases had already been completely divided up, so where would there be any extra water left for the Blue Star people who were being sent in? Gorkin knew that within a day and a half, this once densely populated world channel would be 80% deserted. As for the so-called treasure chest, not to mention the 50-50 chance of danger and resources within it, even if you luckily found the treasure chest and successfully opened it, would it likely yield water? Gorkin was no stranger to this kind of novel. He had read many similar plots before crossing over. He had no intention of catching up with his fellow countrymen from Blue Star. Gorkin's way of traveling through time was that his soul directly entered his mother's belly. Except for the fact that his soul came from Blue Star, Gorkin was a native ogre in other aspects. The extreme scarcity of resources led to violence even among members of the same tribe, and the largest power was a city-state. Only those within each tribe or city-state were considered insiders. All other creatures were either enemies or food. Because of this, Gorkin's ogre tribe was able to run rampant within 100 miles. Ogres were not particular about meat or vegetables. They would eat anything and gained weight easily. Adult ogres typically exceed 5 meters in height, possessing thick skin and flesh, making them extremely resilient. Aside from wizards, ogres are generally simple-minded. Gorkin is an exception, possessing the soul of a great resentful being from Blue Star. In the remnants left after the dog system was uninstalled, Gorkin found a piece of information: Ogre's Food Guide. Every time a dish was made, a corresponding picture would be recorded in the guide. The Ogre's Gourmet Guide collects diners' approval points for food. The higher the approval points, the richer the rewards. However, the reward only lasts for one meal. Once exceeded, it will expire. Each dish can only receive one reward. Honestly, this thing is a leftover broken system from uninstallation. It's kind of rubbish. Gorkin could only helplessly complain about it. Looking at the entire endless desert, being able to have enough food and drink in this ghost place is already a luxury. So what's the point of talking about delicious food? As a Blue Star soul from Dragon Country, Gorkin naturally knew a lot about culinary recipes. But now, the entire tribe only had one large pot, which they could only occasionally boil a pot of soup. They usually ate whatever was available, and when they did have meat, it was just a simple barbecue. Dragon Country has a wide variety of cuisines, including stir-frying, frying, stewing, braising, grilling, braising, flattening, and grilling. But in the current situation, which one can do it? Gorkin looked at his weapon, a thigh bone from an unknown giant beast. He didn't even have a kitchen knife. Delicious food? Forget delicious food. Gorkin walked out of the shack in frustration. The screams outside had stopped. After all, he was just an ordinary human. How could he possibly withstand the ogre's beating? Several ogres rushed to scatter the human caravan's goods on the ground, and were about to stuff anything edible into their mouths. Hey, what are you doing? Gorkin raised his eyebrows and shouted at these fools. Some of these ogres had one eye, and some had two, and their eyeballs were extremely huge. At this moment, they looked at each other, and finally their eyes all turned to their chief. Gorkin stepped forward, raised his bone hammer, and struck one of the beasts head on. I've told you countless times that goods must be sorted and organized. Want to eat? Get out of here and eat it yourself. Gorkin stopped the fools from stuffing the unfortunate human into the vat, the only cooking pot in the tribe, and Gorkin was counting on it for his meals. There's everything in the endless desert, so why bother eating that? Adudu. The ogres, led by Nu, grumbled as they tossed the human out like garbage. Being beaten up by Gorkin every day actually makes him feel good. Don't think that Gorkin can become a chief. It is all because his mother is an ogre wizard and the woman of the previous chief. Ogres always speak with their fists, and if Gorkin weren't a skilled fighter, he wouldn't have been able to hold onto his position. And Wrath is the tribe's strongest fighter besides Gorkin, and he's also been Gorkin's childhood friend since they were little. As for why Gorkin has a 3-character name and Rage, only one, that's because Rage is stupid. To be more precise, except for the ogre wizard, other ogres are quite stupid. The human merchant was dragged away, his fate sealed. The human merchant's caravan originally numbered nearly 20 people, a small one in the endless desert, but unfortunately, they encountered the ogres. The guards hired by the human merchants were brave and refused to surrender. Instead, they launched a counterattack against the warriors led by Nu. However, the more heroic the charge, the more tragic the consequences. In the end, only one female human remained in the caravan. Gorkin repeatedly emphasized that if they encountered hostages, they should not kill all of them, but should keep the females for Gorkin's review. Gorkin took a look at the woman. She looked okay. Amidst her terrified screams, he grabbed her and took her to the only decent building in the tribe. He pushed the door open and threw her inside. There's a newcomer here. Teach her some manners, Gorkin casually said, turning and leaving. This building was the fun house that Gorkin had built. The Fengxing Pavilion originally had 5 service staff, but now the number has increased to 6. Gorkin kept these alien females, not out of kindness, but for other reasons. The oasis occupied by the ogres was quite large, so raising a few females of a different species was no problem at all. Gorkin planned to build it into a place similar to the service area in his previous life. Here, no race is allowed to resort to violence, and they can enjoy the special services of females from all races. If they can offer the right price, they can even hire ogres as guards. This was originally intended to be a small-scale attempt, but unfortunately the human businessman was ignorant and ended up becoming the ogre's lunch. The caravan consisted of 3 camels, all heavily laden. Gorkin ordered the ogres of his tribe to unload the cargo and take the camels away. Gorkin had no intention of eating these camels. Although camels cannot serve as mounts for ogres, they're the ideal means of transportation for most races in the endless desert. Since we're building a desert service area, camels are naturally an essential resource. Gorkin silently thought, thanking the human caravan for their generous donation. Gorkin rummaged through the human caravan's cargo, his lips curling. The box was filled with dried meat, murky cans of water, and a few blocks of salt. Perhaps the most valuable item was the small bag of rice. This rice can only be produced in the depths of the oasis. Logically, it shouldn't be here at all, but there's no way around it. This isn't a scientific world. In a scientific world, there aren't any black dragons the size of small hills. Gorkin, a deep voice rang out, expressing its undisguised need. I'm hungry. Gorkin sighed and stood up helplessly. Okay, Mom, wait a minute. I'll get you something to eat. There is only one person in this tribe who can command the chief Gorkin, the only ogre magician, Gorkin's mother, Honey. Honey is an equally majestic ogre, holding a thick bone hammer as her weapon, which is also Honey's staff. Gorkin picked up the large vat in the center of the tribe and walked towards the oasis not far away. Gorkin had to fetch some water. The ogres didn't build their tribe directly in the oasis. They knew that if they lived directly by the water, the oasis would be completely destroyed in a month at most. That was great. This little oasis could also attract other creatures to come drink water, thus indirectly providing them with a source of food. Although not very smart, the ogre still understood the simple principle of sustainable development. Gorkin ignored the animals that were frightened and fled in all directions. He walked straight to the pool in the center of the oasis, scooped up half a jar of water, and then returned to the tribe the same way he came. Now that the tribe had plenty of food, there was no need to hunt these small creatures. Gorkin placed the water jar on the makeshift campfire and shouted, "Mom, light the fire." As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball the size of a human head flew from a distance and hit the pile of firewood. Sparks flew, and the dried desert thorns instantly burst into a blazing flame. This thorny plant grows in the Gobi Desert and is extremely drought-resistant, so it can be found everywhere. If you are lucky, it will even produce some small fruits to barely satisfy your hunger and thirst. Gorkin rummaged through the supplies left behind by the human caravan, picked up a handful of dried meat, threw it on the stone slab, swung his bone hammer, and smashed it down with a bang, smashing the dried meat into pieces. Gorkin picked up the stone slab and poured the minced meat into the pot, adding a piece of salt to season it. After thinking for a moment, Gorkin simply poured the small bag of precious rice into the pot as well. After stirring the pot a few times with the bone hammer, he let it sit and simmer. Taking advantage of this gap, Gorkin ran to the oasis and picked some leaves and grass leaves, brought them back to the camp, and prepared to sprinkle them into the porridge when it was almost done. Amidst Honey's impatient urging, Gorkin realized that the rice had fully blossomed, so he scattered the green leaves in. "Dinner!" Gorkin roared, and his mother Honey came over with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. "Let's call it rice and meat porridge." Honestly, Gorkin wasn't satisfied with this pot of porridge. Before crossing over, Gorkin was a serious Chinese chef, even though he was just a small restaurant chef, but he had worked in the kitchen for 7 or 8 years. If he had the conditions, he could have prepared a feast, but unfortunately, in this endless desert where no one lives, being well-fed and well-watered was the ultimate happiness. There was no trace of seasoning or anything like that. Gorkin's roar echoed throughout the tribe, and the ogres basking in the sun gradually emerged from the corners. Elsewhere, the door to the fun house was also pushed open. 6 women of different races came out. The new human girl carefully hid behind the other 5, looking uneasy. If the 5 seniors hadn't explained the treatment here to the human girl in advance, she would never have shown up at this time. These 5 people had been in the tribe for a while and gradually adapted to life. Gorkin had clearly forbidden this. As long as they didn't try to escape, no ogre was allowed to use violence against the staff of the Love Pavilion. After experiencing the initial panic and anxiety, they had long since given up the idea of escaping. After all, this is a safe haven for them. There's only one person in this tribe who's truly interested in them, Gorkin. The other ogres looked down on them. As for Gorkin, the amusement park was one thing, but looking at it was another. Although he had been an ogre since childhood, Gorkin still couldn't accept the appearance and figure of a female ogre. They only need to work to receive food, water, and personal security, which is already a very luxurious treatment in this world. As for dignity and shame, compared with food, drink, and life, it is not worth mentioning. From their initial fear, they now even felt a little grateful to Gorkin. Every time before coming to enjoy the service, the chief would go to the oasis to wash himself clean. What is this? This is respect. If possible, they even want to bring their friends and sisters. After all, in this world where the strong are respected, most women, and even some weak men, have a pitifully low status. As staff members of the customs house, they were each given a bowl of steaming hot rice and meat porridge. The ogre was not particular about food and took all kinds of animal skulls. But their tableware was provided by a kind passing caravan. This large vat of porridge was obviously not enough to fill the stomachs of all the ogres. They came more to satisfy their cravings. After all, in this desert, Gorkin was the only one who had the heart to cook. Gorkin also scooped a bowl, also using the skull of a giant beast. Gorkin took a long sip and smacked his lips. For someone from Blue Star, to say this thing tasted bad was an understatement. In the countryside of Dragon Country, a starving dog wouldn't touch it for 3 days. But in this endless desert, having meat, soup, salt, and rare rice is already a supreme enjoyment. Although ogres can eat anything, they prefer to eat something savory. For the staff at the customs house, this bowl of porridge was better than what they had eaten in their respective settlements in the past, where they had to save money to afford a few bites of this kind of food. But now, for Gorkin, these were just the spoils of his stretching hand game, and he didn't feel bad eating them. As he silently chewed his porridge, a string of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Approval value +2. Approval value +1. Approval value +2. Statistics completed. Current dish. Rice and minced meat porridge. Number of people consumed. 23. Harvested approval value. 36. Rewards being distributed. Dish, rice and minced pork porridge. Reward, spring water tank. Spring water tank. A 500L tank containing clear spring water, automatically replenished every morning, fragile, stored carefully, cannot be repaired. Chapter 4. This damn chief's life. This entire vat of food was mostly eaten by Gorkin and his mother, Honey. The other ogres were just there to taste it, expecting Gorkin to prepare enough for everyone. Dream on. After all, Gorkin was the most capable chieftain in the entire tribe, and his mother was a mage. How could Gorkin have the obligation to take care of everyone's food and drink? It was simply impossible. As for the girls who worked in the entertainment center, a big bowl for each of them was already quite considerate, but for the ogre's appetite, it was not even enough to fill his teeth. After eating and drinking, what's a full-grown, prime-aged, and bored ogre to do? Of course, go to the oasis to take a bath and relax. Gorkin yawned as he walked, shaking his strong body, and returned to the oasis, where Gorkin usually took a bath. At this time, several staff members of the Customs Museum had already seen the opportunity and hurried out of the house, neatly spreading huge animal skins on the ground. They skillfully spread out the animal skin, brought a large pillow, and placed it in the middle. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this. After everything was ready, these people knelt obediently on both sides of the animal skin, with professional smiles on their faces, waiting for the chief to come back after taking a bath and enjoy it. A new girl looked at this scene, completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. An old employee, also a human, quickly whispered a warning to her. Hurry up, kneel down. The chief will be here soon after taking a shower. Our job today is to serve Gorkin and give him a full body massage until he feels comfortable. You are a human, and you have pressed down many people, right? You don't need me to teach you how to do it, right? The old employee added in a low voice with a little impatience. The new girl walked over with her head lowered, knelt silently, and sat next to the 3 staff members with a look of uneasiness on her face. What should I do? She felt a little timid. After all, the gap between ogres and humans was too big, and the difficulty level was completely different. The succubus beside her chuckled, a hint of teasing and evil in her eyes. What's there to be afraid of? You'll learn it if you study it more. Don't be too nervous. The succubus moved closer and lowered her voice. As long as we satisfy the chief, we can eat well and sleep well. Don't mess it up for me. The new girl agreed in a low voice. I'll try my best. But her tone was obviously lacking in confidence, and she still seemed a little timid. Sitting opposite was an elf girl with a pure and elegant appearance, but now she comforted the newcomer. Don't be afraid, as long as you do it seriously. It's okay even if you were a little clumsy. Next to the elf was a drow. The 2 races were originally sworn enemies, but now they were on the same side. He nodded and said, yes, as long as we can serve him well. The chief has a good temper. As he was speaking, the door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Gorkin came back from washing, still dripping with water. He walked in and tore off his animal skin skirt. Gorkin lay down on the animal skin and closed his eyes. The waiters on both sides immediately started to massage his whole body according to their usual rhythm and techniques. Gorkin let out a long sigh, completely relaxed. This is what life is all about. Having enough to eat and drink, and 6 foreign girls taking turns massaging Gorkin. Who wouldn't envy such a life? Even though Gorkin was an ogre, ugly and large, he lived a life more comfortable than anyone else. Gorkin sighed in his heart. This is the treatment of a chief. Enjoying the different techniques and strengths brought by the 6 pairs of hands, Gorkin lazily opened the world channel, intending to see what miserable conditions other people on the blue planet were in. I saw a bunch of people complaining on the channel. One person said, I'm so thirsty. This desert is ridiculously huge. I've been walking for 2 hours and haven't seen anyone. It's all sand and thorns. Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you it's called Endless Desert? I told you the name means infinity. Someone complained immediately. Did you find any water? You're so clever. Another person retorted. I didn't find any water, but I did run into a local merchant caravan, all human, and they looked pretty normal, the person continued. Really? Can we communicate? Did you get any food? The chat room erupted in excitement. Oh, they're speaking Chinese, so communication is fine. As for the food, they're not human, they're animals. The man's tone suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? I'm a sophomore girl, surrounded by more than 30 men. Guess what happened? She said this, and the channel instantly became quiet. Gorkin read the conversation without saying anything, but his expression was a bit complicated. Gorkin knew that this place was not a civilized society, only the strong and the prey. 2 hours had already passed, and the girl probably wouldn't last much longer. In this world, resources were scarce, trust between races was non-existent, and water was lifeline. Gorkin couldn't help but reply, "So, what's going on with you?" The girl sneered, "Don't you have any images in your head? I'm lucky this channel relies on the mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the energy to type. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. Everyone remember this. In this place, don't trust anyone, whether they are natives or Blue Star people." The channel was silent for a few seconds, and no one responded. They were probably lost in their own thoughts. Gorkin had long been accustomed to this. After all, Gorkin had lived in this world for 20 years and had long known that what was being talked about here was not friendship, but survival and plunder. What kind of kinship? Don't be ridiculous. Aside from tribes, settlements, and cities, everyone else is an outsider. In this place, trusting no one is worse than trusting yourself. The girl didn't say anything, probably because she couldn't hold on any longer. There were over 30 strong and muscular natives, all of whom looked like warriors, completely different from the frail young men on Blue Star. The channel continued to get lively, and everyone began to share the surprises in the treasure chests. Some said that when they opened the white treasure chest, there were only 2 vegetarian buns, while others said that they only got a bottle of mineral water. "Damn, you're so lucky. I trade you some steamed buns for that water," someone immediately responded. "You're dreaming. I even fired a revolver, though it only has 5 bullets." Someone else shared a picture of something even rarer. "I envy you guys. I opened a can of Pishian bean paste." Someone posted a comment that made everyone in the channel burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. 3 seconds of sympathy, 1 minute of ridicule. The channel was filled with joy. At this moment, Gorkin's eyes lit up, and he said, "I have some oasis water here. How about I exchange a bowl for your Pishian bean paste?" The channel exploded. "You spawned an oasis? We're almost dying of thirst, and you still have water to exchange for seasoning. Brother O Huang, are you planning to make boiled pork slices? What's the point of exchanging that stuff?" Gorkin glanced at the 6 waiters who were massaging and grinned. "I only have 1 bowl of water. You decide if you want to exchange it or not. Don't try to raise the price. If you don't want to exchange it, you can keep it for laying eggs." Chapter 5. The first returning customer of the Ogre Service Area. As soon as Gorkin said this, the Blue Star man who sold Pishin to Banjiang was speechless. The water was in Gorkin's hands. He could change it if he wanted to, and it didn't matter if he didn't want to. Gorkin really wanted to eat bean paste, but it was just a want. If he really didn't give it to Gorkin, there would be no loss, but if the other party had no water, it would be a fatal matter. The daytime temperature in this desert is so high that it can make your head smoke. If you go without water for 2 days, you will collapse from dehydration, let alone survive. Gorkin had no interest in being a savior. Whoever died of thirst was their own business. He had been an ogre since birth and lacked the compassion of a Buddha. In this hellish place, good people's lives were short, and even the grass on their graves couldn't survive. If Gorkin foolishly tried to save others, he'd be truly tired of living. The other party understood what Gorkin meant and immediately sent a request through the trading channel. Soon the trading box popped up. Gorkin took a look, and sure enough, in the inventory opposite was the familiar red canned food packaging, which was the Pishian de Banjiang that Gorkin used to eat. Gorkin casually instructed one of the girls still massaging him to fill a bowl with oasis water, then continued to lie there motionless. The human bucket in the amusement park was too small for Gorkin, but it was enough to fill a bowl of water for a human. Soon, the bowl of water was in Gorkin's hands. The bowl was smaller than Gorkin's fingernail, and Gorkin felt like he was holding a toy. Gorkin thought for a moment and placed the water directly into the transaction column. After both parties confirmed, the transaction was successfully completed, and the can of bean paste also went into Gorkin's pocket. The can was small, but the familiar smell put Gorkin in a good mood. He tossed it aside, set the can aside, and continued to enjoy his massage with his eyes closed. Gathering all the ingredients for cooking wouldn't be easy, so he didn't rush. This little indulgence today was what mattered most. The 6 girls were almost exhausted, but Gorkin looked very comfortable, lying there as if he was soaking in a hot spring, with "This is life" written all over his face. Gorkin then posted a long-term seasoning order on the trading channel, then contentedly fell asleep, lying there until dusk. The sun had long since set, and the air in the pavilion had grown slightly cooler. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was called a door, but it was actually just a large gate made of thick brambles. It was sturdy, but the sound was so loud that it could shake the eardrums. Gorkin opened his eyes drowsily and shouted outside with a bit of irritability, "Who is it?" An angry voice came from outside the door, with an urgent tone. "The orc caravan is coming." Hearing this, Gorkin shuddered, turned over and sat up from the animal skin, grabbed the animal skin skirt to wrap himself, pushed the door open, and walked out of the house. There were more than a dozen ogres from the tribe standing outside. Each of them was big and strong, holding thick wooden sticks or big bones in their hands, and looked like they were ready to fight. Nu walked forward and handed Gorkin his own big bone hammer. It was Gorkin's main weapon, and no one dared to touch it. Gorkin took the bone hammer and asked, "Where is it?" Nu himself looked scary, with one eye in one corner of his eye, and he looked extremely ferocious. "Outside. We're almost there." There was no need for them to say much to each other. They were all ogres, so they naturally understood the meaning of these words. Gorkin and his tribe stood at the entrance. Their eyes narrowed as they watched the dust rising in the distance. Judging from their pace and direction, this group of merchants were clearly acquaintances. Any strangers wouldn't dare approach the ogre tribe rashly. In this desert, ogres were like flatheads on the grasslands. No one dared to mess with them, but they weren't completely unreasonable. As the distance got closer, the figure of the orc caravan gradually became clearer. There were about 50 people and a big Kodo beast pulling the cart. These orcs all have red skin, are over 2 meters and 5 feet tall, and have strong muscles. They look like a race that is not to be trifled with, and are also recognized as a fighting nation. "Hey, Gorkin!" someone in the group called out, a voice full of familiarity and trust. Gorkin recognized the man as Kashi from the bone-chewing tribe, a regular customer who had come to Gorkin to do business before. Gorkin returned the bone hammer to Nu and strode towards Kashi, patting him on the shoulder as he walked. "Kashi, you are such an honest man. You keep your word." Kashi smiled, his mouth wide open. "We orcs are trustworthy, especially when it comes to business. It's getting dark, and your tribe is nearby. I thought I'd take my brothers and stay here for a night and get some water." Gorkin grinned. "Of course, as long as you can bring supplies of equal value. You're always welcome at my gate." Kashi nodded and said, "Then we'll set up camp outside the city, get some water from the oasis, and hire an ogre to keep watch at night. What do you think about this?" Gorkin rubbed his fingers together with a smile. "Just borrowing water and accommodation? Then the price will be 1 gold coin. But you really don't want to hire guards? This place is not safe." Kashi shook his head. "We have enough people for this trip. We just want to spend the night in peace. The price of ogre guards is too high, so we won't hire them this time." Although Gorkin was disappointed, he didn't force it. After all, some business was better than no business at all. He'd do business with people he knew and take his time. Gorkin turned around and yelled at the ogres, "Get out! Don't scare the customers." He angrily obeyed the order and retreated with the rest of the tribe. Gorkin stood still, watching the orcs set up camp with a calm gaze. He couldn't act recklessly this time. If he really killed the customers and stole their goods, who would dare to come here again? His business would be completely ruined. Gorkin is not an ordinary ogre. There's a dragon's soul living in his body. Gorkin knows that in this desert, staying alive is a skill, and stability is more important than ruthlessness. Soon, the orc caravan set up camp on the outskirts, dug pits, and lit fires. After all, the desert was as cold as an ice cellar at night, and it was impossible to sleep without a fire. Thinking of the Blue Star people still struggling to survive in the desert, a thought flashed through Gorkin's mind. Can they survive tonight? However, this thought only lingered in Gorkin's mind for a moment, and Gorkin immediately shook it off. As a native, why should he worry about others? Chapter 6. Exotic Barbecue and Tiger Bone, an Awful Hot Pot. That evening, Gorkin prepared a simple barbecue. It all started when a lucky person found 3 boxes of barbecue seasoning in a treasure chest. Seeing Gorkin's purchase information on the trading channel, they immediately contacted him. The other party asked for something slightly more than the bean paste. Gorkin waded in, thought it was a good option, and agreed. He took out a bowl of oasis water and 2 flints, and in exchange for 3 boxes of fragrant barbecue seasoning, the deal was successfully concluded. It was clear he was a man of survival common sense, knowing that the most important things in the desert were water and fire, and that the temperature difference between day and night was no joke. Water quenched thirst, Flint made a campfire, and with thorns all around to burn, he'd probably be able to stay warm tonight. The ingredients weren't complicated either. Gorkin sent a few ogres to the oasis, bringing back a red tiger and 3 sandboars. Borrowing a battle axe from the orcs, they quickly processed the prey, bleeding, skinning, and gutting them in one go. After a while, Gorkin harvested a red tiger skin and 6 wild boar tusks. Not even the internal organs and bones were wasted, as they were all prepared for stewing. The meat was cut into small pieces, with some fat and some lean interlaced, and then inserted onto wooden sticks. Then, they were all inserted diagonally at the edge of the campfire and roasted one by one. The ingredients are very large, 1 tiger and 3 pigs, and the final skewers are more than 60, each 1 meter long, which is very tempting just by looking at it. Gorkin called out the 6 staff members from the restaurant and asked them to flip the grilled meat while he sprinkled the seasoning himself, controlling the rhythm of the flavor. The small box of barbecue ingredients was too small, so Gorkin simply poured it all into his rice bowl, actually a giant beast skull, which was more convenient to grab. As the seasoning was sprinkled, the aroma of barbecue quickly spread in the air, and the aroma of meat could be smelled even hundreds of meters away. It was really delicious and made people's mouths water. Honey also smelled the aroma and strode out, staring at the barbecue, as if she was about to pounce on it in the next second. Seeing her mother's attitude, Gorkin quickly stopped her. "Don't be impatient, Mom. It's not cooked yet. Wait a little longer. Hurry up, hurry up." Honey's saliva was almost dripping to the ground, and her face was full of "I want to eat." Soon, the campfire was full of ogres, standing so tightly together that not even the wind could get in. Gorkin directed the waiters to turn the skewers, while he sprinkled seasoning on the meat from time to time, without any carelessness. Soon, the first batch of 20 skewers was ready. Gorkin grabbed a few and handed them to his mother, Honey, who couldn't stop eating. You really don't need to be taught how to eat skewers. You learn it the moment you get the hang of it. The ogres were already eager to make a move, but no one dared to make the first move, relying entirely on Gorkin's expression. This was the power of authority. Gorkin asked the 6 girls to continue grilling. Then he picked one and gave the rest to New to distribute. As a result, the ogres fought directly for a few skewers. It was outrageous that a skewer of meat triggered a hand-to-hand fight. These barbecue ingredients come from Dragon Country, and they have a flavor the world has never seen before. One bite, and you're hooked. Who can resist? 3 boxes of just over 60 sticks is still too little, with just a hint of seasoning sprinkled on each stick. But for these guys who are used to eating raw meat, it's already a top-notch experience. Gorkin ignored them and took a bite himself. The aroma of the meat filled the air, and the flavors of the seasoning blended perfectly with the otherworldly meat, giving it a truly amazing texture. The 6 waiters at the restaurant watched eagerly as they flipped the meat, swallowing their saliva. Their faces were filled with the expression, "I want to eat this too." The ogres fighting over the skewers finally decided who was better. The best fighters got to eat first, while the losers, bruised and battered, could only stare blankly at the others biting into the meat. The impact of the seasoning was so great that the ogres' approval ratings soared, and every one of them wanted to kneel down and lick Gorkin's ass and call him daddy. The fragrance drifted far away, and even the orcs camped outside the tribe could smell it. They didn't know if the ogre was crazy, but the smell was too tempting. "Gorkin, what are you eating? Can you sell us some?" The orcs called out, their voices tinged with greed. Gorkin waved his hand and refused flatly. "No, there's not enough for us. We don't even have enough for ourselves." While selling it to the orcs could earn him some recognition, Gorkin wasn't a newcomer to Blue Star. He was a native and wasn't so desperate to survive on rewards. A recent traveler might have relied on this item for their lives, but not Gorkin. He longed for the long-missed barbecue. At this time, the pot of meat porridge was also stewed, exuding the rich aroma of offal mixed with meat and bones. Although the taste was strong, it was simply a delicacy in this place. Gorkin looked at his masterpiece and slapped his thigh. "All right, let's call it exotic barbecue and tiger bone and offal pot." The random name sounded quite appealing. Gorkin picked up a large bowl and filled it with meat porridge, then took a bite of the skewers and a sip of the broth, enjoying it like a god. Honey followed suit, picking up the meat and drinking the porridge at the same time, a look of satisfaction appearing on her fierce face. After Gorkin and Honey had finished their meals, the other ogres started fighting again, this time over the porridge, and the situation got out of hand again. It was only when Gorkin personally stepped in and set the order of mealtime that the ogres calmed down a bit and instantly became obedient. Without a chief to control them, these ogres could easily sustain internal injuries from the skewers alone, which was a real worry. This pot of meat porridge was quite large, with an average of 1 bowl per person and plenty left over. Gorkin looked at the ogre's greedy expressions, snorted coldly, and directly gave each person a bowl and a skewer, and the rest went to Gorkin. After more than 60 skewers were grilled, Gorkin looked at the 6 waiters still turning the grilled meat and felt a pang of relief. He also gave them a skewer and a bowl of porridge. The 6 of them happily ran to the restaurant with their large skewers and bowls of porridge. For the ogre, it was just a mouthful, but it was enough to fill them up. Statistics completed: current dishes: exotic barbecue, 26 people consumed, approval value 57, tiger bone and awful hot pot, 26 people consumed, approval value 43. Rewards being distributed. Dish: exotic barbecue, reward, 20 cubic meters of void cold storage. Void cold storage. Converts a building into a 20 cubic meter cold storage. No surviving items are allowed, but the food ingredients can be preserved in their original state. Dish: tiger bone and offal stew, reward, boning knife, automatically adapts to the user's body shape, incredibly sharp, and can remove bones like mud. Chapter 7. The first night of everyone's arrival. Ultimately, whether it was the cold storage or the kitchen knife, they were just icing on the cake. Compared to these, what Gorkin enjoyed more was a good night's sleep. Gorkin arranged an ogre to stand guard outside the orc camp, and then the entire tribe entered rest mode. After a day of hard work, everyone needed a rest. There was wind in the desert at night, making the flames of the campfire dance wildly. The crackling sound of firewood mixed with heavy snoring, and the whole camp seemed to be performing a strange symphony. The sky lit up with moonlight and stars, and the heat dissipated rapidly at night. As hot as the day was, the nights were as cold as they were, with frost even forming around the oasis. In this extreme temperature swing, without protection, it would be impossible to withstand it. The combination of cold and heat could easily lead to hypothermia and collapse. However, the natives had long been accustomed to this kind of weather. Having lived here for generations, they had seen all sorts of strange climates and had developed their own ways of surviving. Those who couldn't adapt had long since perished on the battlefield of evolution. Meanwhile, the Blue Star humans who had just been transported here were truly miserable. Gorkin didn't know exactly how many people had arrived in this world overnight, but looking at the seemingly endless amount of messages in the world chat channel, he knew it was inevitable. The first day was always the hardest. Gorkin himself was a homebody, rarely leaving the tribe, only traveling between the camp and the oasis. But the humans, scattered throughout the land, had already found a number of treasure chests. Some people get food, water, and weapons, but some people get some random stuff like little green books or something. If you're lucky, you can exchange them for some survival supplies, but if you're unlucky, you can only accept it. As the cool night wore on, the desert quickly grew colder, bitingly so. Most people were completely inexperienced and panicked. Worse still, some immediately felt their clothes were a nuisance and took them off when the daytime heat became unbearable. Some even threw them away on the spot, only to find themselves shivering in the cold at night. They couldn't find their clothes, and they were freezing. How could they have known the temperature fluctuations in this place could be so dramatic? At this moment, Gorkin was lying in the pavilion, enjoying the massage from 6 waiters, listening to the crackling of the fire, and fell into a sound sleep. The chat channel was abuzz with activity. Does anyone have extra clothes? Help! I'm freezing. I'm looking for a down jacket too. I really regretted taking off my coat during the day. Now I want to cry. I'm so stupid. I came here wearing a down jacket, but I threw it away because I felt hot. Now my autumn clothes and autumn pants are messy in the wind. Does anyone have a lighter? There are so many thorns. I want to light a fire. I have a shovel and have dug a hole in the sand slope. At least there is no wind. I also opened a treasure chest, but it turned out to be a swarm of bees. My teammates were stung and fell to the ground. This crappy treasure chest is really a ripoff. It's a 50-50 risk, and you may not be able to use what you open. Stop talking so much. I'd eat any shit you offer me right now. At least it's filling. Fuck, you're so cruel. I'm a second-generation rich kid, just starting out in life, and I've traveled to this damn place. I'm so angry I want to hit someone. Shut up. My company just went public, and I'm in my 50s. I've worked hard for half my life, and now you're here before I even start enjoying life. At this moment, Gorkin was sleeping comfortably. Someone added firewood to the bonfire and gave him a massage, so Gorkin didn't have to do anything at all. Ogres, for example, don't have the luxury of breakfast. They don't have the time. Even when awake, they don't get up, simply lying back and enjoying the waiter's care. As chieftain, Gorkin only has one workday. The moment a fight begins. Once Gorkin strikes, the others follow suit. Furthermore, Ogres don't believe in single combat. That's for fools. They only care about one word: gang fight. Gorkin continued to squint, open the world channel, and look through the chat history of last night. Looking at the speeches full of desire to survive, he felt a little emotional. Although many people were nearly crying from the cold last night, it seemed that most of them managed to hold on. The channel was still busy, with not much loss of people. The people of Blue Star who are scattered in the endless desert can only rely on the world channel to comfort each other, complain to each other, and vent their emotions. This has become their spiritual sustenance. To put it bluntly, if some people can smile like they've won the jackpot even when they find shit, it means they've completely accepted the harsh reality of anything is good enough. It's just that some people find treasure while others find monsters. Whatever comes out, you just have to accept it. As the sun gradually rose and the desert resumed its heat wave state, Gorkin slowly sat up, scratched his butt, and went out. Inside the pavilion, the sixth waiter who had just joined yesterday finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with an expression of it's finally over. Sisters, is it like this every day? Isn't he too energetic? Yesterday at noon, evening, and this morning, isn't he tired? A human girl next to her was rubbing her sore arm. It was obvious that she had been doing it for too long and her muscles were about to cramp. It's not often, usually every 1 or 2 days. 3 in a row like this is rare. The new waitress finally felt relieved after hearing this. Although this job was shameful, at least she didn't have to deal with it every day, so she could accept it. She was captured on the first day of her arrival and was the only one who survived the caravan. Now she has enough food to eat and sleep well, and only serves the chief. Thinking about it this way, it seems not unacceptable. Succubi and drow seem to be quite relaxed. Succubi and drow were dark races, so this little bit of work was nothing. They also had much more experience than the earthly races. Gorkin left the pavilion. The sun was already high in the sky, the heat rising, and even the air was beginning to distort. The orc caravan in the distance had already withdrawn. Although the supplies left by the orc caravan were worth 1 gold coin, which was not a small amount for humans, they were of little use to ogres. Gorkin casually pointed to a tribal member and asked him to move the supplies to a storage location, while he began to think, in which building should the void cold storage be placed? Unfortunately, after a round of exploration, Gorkin discovered that all the buildings were occupied and their structures were too simple to be worthy of a reward like the void cold storage. After thinking it over, Gorkin waved his hand and decided to let the guys in the tribe build a new one, which would be more convenient to use. Chapter 8. Looks like a rich guy, the ogre was surprisingly efficient in building a new hut. The roots of the thorns in the desert were deep and thick. As long as you picked the right shape, you could pull them up by the roots and stick them directly into the ground. The main trunk was formed into a circle and reinforced with thin branches. A small hut that could only accommodate an ogre lying flat was built, and the ceiling was acceptable. In order to make it more solid, Gorkin had the ogres pour some water on the roots of the thorns. These plants have strong vitality and can continue to grow after coming into contact with water, thus holding on to the sand. It's like a house built with living plants, but it's actually more stable. Only ogres could pull this off. Anyone else would have been stabbed and covered in blood. After all, ogres have thick skin and flesh, and the thorns of the thorns are not even an itch for them. Ogres have done this job so many times that weaving houses has almost become a traditional craft. Even though the ogres seemed lazy at ordinary times, they were quite organized when they really started fighting. It must be said that none of the races that survived in the desert were useless. The entire construction process took most of the day. New even specially made a door made of thornwood. Although it was simple, it looked decent. Gorkin asked the others to disperse, then activated the reward, the void cold storage. Gorkin's thoughts in his mind began to guide the ball of dark energy to slowly rotate. Gorkin's ability was like an instinct, requiring no instruction at all. He could use it directly. Gorkin cast the black energy over the new house, quickly completing the fusion. There was no visible change on the surface. The hut was still the same, but Gorkin knew that it had undergone a qualitative change, but others could not see it. The moment he pushed the door open, he was no longer in a room, but a deep void, like entering the universe, where time seemed frozen. This was a storage space only for inanimate objects, which would not decay or deteriorate. Furthermore, only Gorkin could see the entrance. Others who entered would not notice anything unusual. Gorkin first placed the spring water tank inside. The tank was about 1 cubic meter in size and could hold half a ton of water. If Gorkin had a larger tank, the storage capacity could be doubled. Crucially, this wasn't oasis water, but the spring water from the rewards. It was of higher quality and could even be traded for hard currency. Just as he was thinking about it, Honey came out and asked with a frown, "Gorkin, what are you doing? I feel a strange energy." "It's okay, Mom. I'm just trying out a little gadget." Gorkin fooled her. His mother had a high IQ, so if she couldn't explain it clearly, she might as well just ignore it. Honey didn't ask any more questions. After all, he was her own son, so Honey wasn't too worried. If Honey really cared about him, she wouldn't have let Gorkin mess around for so long. There were no updated food atlases that day. There were no new seasonings, and no one was looking for Gorkin to trade with, so Gorkin simply didn't cook, too lazy to do it. Anyway, the Blue Star people can't bear the food of ordinary ogres. After taking a bite, they might have to draw circles and dance the cha-cha on the sand dunes. As evening approached, Gorkin was basking in the shade, enjoying the less scorching sun, when he came running in angrily. "Oasis, we've been attacked," he roared, his face filled with murderous intent. Gorkin sat up with a jerk, picked up his bone hammer, and was about to strike. "Grab your weapons. Kill them." Gorkin picked up the weapon at the door, turned around, and said to Nu, "Blow the horn. Gather the people." Without further ado, he lifted the horn at his waist and thrust it into his mouth. A desolate blast echoed through the camp. Upon hearing the horn, the scattered ogres dropped their work and ran back, all armed. Nu is not only a good fighter, but also serves as a bugler. Although Nu doesn't know what a bugler is, as long as he can play it, it's fine. Gorkin didn't ask who specifically attacked the oasis. Gorkin knew that asking would not give him any clues. The description of ordinary ogres was too abstract, so he just went straight in. In this place, anyone who disturbs the oasis risks their life. Forget about who it is. Even if it's the Black Dragon, they'll have to fight first. To put it bluntly, dying in battle is worse than dying of thirst. At least it's more satisfying. The ogre's feet were naturally broad and thick, which did not affect their running in the desert at all, and they walked very fast. Before long, the 18 ogres in the tribe had gathered, including Gorkin, all of them fully armed and ferocious. Honey also came out, holding her drumstick, which was bigger than a person, and walked behind Gorkin and stood silently. Gorkin tore off the tattered battle flag and shouted, "Oasis! Way ag!" Although the other ogres didn't understand what he meant, they also shouted loudly, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Only 2 ogres were left to guard the gate, and the other 16 ogres rumbled towards the oasis in the sunset, raising large amounts of yellow sand under their feet. From a distance, Gorkin spotted the enemy, a group of dark-skinned gnolls, about 30 in number, each armed. The gnolls held meteor hammers and crossbows, howling shrilly, as if trying to scare off the oncoming ogres. Some of the gnolls' weapons even glowed green, a sign of poison. They looked like they were formidable. Gorkin narrowed his eyes, seeing something fishy. Gnolls had always been cowards, adept at taking advantage of the weak, never willing to confront ogres head-on. Why had they suddenly changed their ways this time? Sure enough, the next moment, a massive figure slowly emerged from behind the trees of the oasis. It was a one-eyed monster, roughly the same height and build as an ogre. It looked quite intimidating, but the one-eyed monster wasn't the main character. There was a chair on the one-eyed monster's shoulder, and a goblin with a pointed chin and monkey face was sitting on the chair. There were bottles and jars hanging all around, which was very fancy. Gorkin curled the corners of his mouth, and his eyes became clear. Only goblins can make the one-eyed monster obedient. It seems that this group of gnolls is indeed not here on their own. Cyclops are typically gluttons, possessing high combat power but low intelligence. They only act in an organized manner under the control of a shrewd race like the goblins. Goblins who employ Cyclops are typically wealthy individuals, and maintaining a Cyclops as a bodyguard is almost standard practice as a symbol of status and combat prowess. Goblins are either incredibly rich or incredibly poor, with very little in between. Just looking at the fancy bottles and jars this guy has, you can tell he's not broke. Gorkin licked the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, "He has a powerful background. It seems that I have to rob this goblin today." Chapter 9, The Second Guest. Just as Nu was about to rush forward, Gorkin raised his hand to stop Nu and took a few steps forward without a trace of fear on his face. As the second strongest fighter in the tribe after Honey, Gorkin didn't take this group of gnolls seriously at all, not to mention that there was a goblin standing opposite him. "Hey, goblin, what are you doing walking into our oasis with these jackals?" Gorkin stopped, his tone calm, yet commanding. Huh. The goblin across from him was stunned. He was about to pull out his potion bottle and start fighting, but he didn't expect the ogre to start a conversation first. "We're just passing by and want to replenish some water. Is that not okay?" Gary spoke cautiously. Although the conversation started, his hand did not leave the prop bag on his waist. "Ha ha ha, of course." Gorkin grinned, then handed the weapon back to New. "Would you like to come into my tribe and stay? It's getting dark. You don't want to sleep out in the wild, do you?" Jerry's eyes glared, and his guard grew even higher. Jerry had never seen such a polite ogre before. Could this guy be a wizard? Can I refuse? Or are you going to force me? Jerry subconsciously gripped the bottle tightly, ready to fight at any time. "Of course I can refuse," Gorkin nodded, "but dash." Hearing the word "but," Jerry's grip tightened, ready to throw the bottle away. But Gorkin continued, "But you'd better fill up your water as soon as possible and leave. Strangers are not welcome in our oasis. You and your jackals will have to spend the night in the desert." Gorkin said, "Of course, the stars will be with you. How romantic, isn't it? Or you can choose to be our guest. There'll be bonfires, ogres keeping watch, and delicious food you've never tasted before. Get a good night's sleep and be refreshed for your journey. Which one do you choose?" After all this talk, Jerry was stunned. Why did this routine sound so much like that goblin relative who specializes in scamming clients? To be honest, Jerry was a little hesitant. He knew that if a fight broke out, he would barely escape, and the gnolls would surely be annihilated. But the question was, could these ogres be trusted? Would they wait until midnight to make soup out of him? "You sound right, but why should I believe you?" Jerry decided to test the waters, his tone still unrelenting. Gorkin scratched his head. "I'm the tribal chieftain, and I'm planning to turn the oasis into a rest area for caravans. You're our second guest." Gorkin continued. "The first one was an orc who's been here twice. You goblins believe in building a business based on word of mouth, right? I won't do anything rash. Besides, we ogres always keep our word. If we say we'll eat you even if we smash you into mud. If we say we won't eat you, we'll wash it clean and not touch it. Fighting is fighting, but we don't joke about food." Jerry was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. Then he actually thought. It made sense. Indeed, ogres were a simple and brutal race, not playing dirty tricks, relying solely on fists. If they said they wouldn't eat, they probably meant it. Besides, if something really happened, Jerry would be able to escape. Jerry weighed the pros and cons and finally nodded. "Okay, I accept the invitation. But what's the price?" Hearing this, Gorkin smiled, clearly ready to charge. "Just asking for a place to stay. Half a gold coin a night. Want to hire an ogre for night watch? The starting price is 1 gold coin. Other services are extra, and the price list is clear." Jerry's face immediately turned green. Taking money out of the goblin's pocket was harder than killing him. But Jerry also knew that although the price was high, it was not unacceptable. Jerry nodded and agreed. "Deal." Gorkin clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Welcome, Jerry. I am Gorkin, chief of the tribe." Jerry responded politely. "Jerry, the alchemist of the Gold Coin Chamber of Commerce. These gnolls are just my little pets." Jerry and Gorkin stopped fighting and walked towards the tribe together. Although the ogres were a little disappointed that they didn't fight, at least it saved everyone trouble. Gorkin saved energy, Jerry avoided losses, and the werewolves were not beaten to pieces. A potential conflict was resolved by Gorkin with his words. What surprised Gorkin a little was that Jerry actually pulled out 2 tied-up people from the bushes. Judging from their attire, they were obviously the unlucky guys from Blue Star. The 2 men were drooling and unconscious, apparently drugged by Jerry. They were completely defenseless. In this state, even a local wouldn't be considered a fighting force, let alone a recent arrival from Blue Star. Gorkin looked at the 2 unfortunate guys who were tied up, clicked his tongue twice, and shook his head. How miserable. But Gorkin didn't intend to care. He was having a hard time living these days, so how could he have the mood to be a savior? It was already late when they returned to the tribe. The ogres had gradually dispersed, and Jerry and the gnolls were placed in the same place where the orcs had stayed the previous time. As the bonfire lit, Jerry was visibly more relaxed. At this time, Gorkin came over with a bowl of water, followed by the succubus girl. "Jerry, do you want to see it? I have some top-notch water here. It's so clean that you can even see your reflection in it." When Jerry saw the bowl of water, his eyes widened. How come this water is so clear? As an alchemist, Jerry knew too well the importance of water quality to potions. This level of purity could more than double the efficacy of the medicine. Jerry stared at the bowl of water, not even wanting to drink. His first reaction was, This must be incredibly potent for refining medicine. Even more shocking was the fact that this was actually an ogre tribe, and there were succubi here, and the succubi showed no sign of resistance. What on earth was this tribe doing? Haha, I used all my tricks to extract this water. Do you want it? Gorkin said, laughing as he stirred the water. Jerry's eyes rolled. Are you planning to sell it? Gorkin said, of course. Gorkin nodded. 2 glasses of water, only 5 gold coins worth of resources. How about that? Gary almost spit out his words. Only 5 gold coins worth of resources. Jerry had been prepared to bargain with Gorkin, but the price was lower than he'd expected. If Jerry had taken water of this quality to auction, he could easily have gotten 100 gold coins per glass. 5 gold coins was a lot, but it was nothing to an alchemist, especially someone like Jerry who could afford to hire a one-eyed monster. Although his money was small, his foundation was not weak. Deal. Jerry agreed without hesitation. The goblin, who had just been agonizing over the half a gold he'd paid for his accommodation, now paid without hesitation for a bit of good water. Value is the best way to persuade. Chapter 10. Watchdog in a slow-cooked beating. Gorkin, we can just kill these gnolls directly and then deal with a one-eyed monster. Then all the goblin stuff will become ours, right? What kind of business are you doing? Honey couldn't stand watching her son lying leisurely in the amusement park enjoying the service, so she came over to question Gorkin at night. Honey said, you're an ogre. How can we get involved with merchants? What's the point of setting up a service area? Gorkin didn't explain much. He just lay there lazily and said, Mom, I'm your son. Trust me. Just follow me. Oh. Honey turned and walked away. Although she didn't say it, she obviously agreed. Honey knew that her son was different from a young age. He was very smart and was completely different from other ogres who only knew how to fight and kill. But no matter how Gorkin thought about it, after all, he was the child of his own hand, and in the final analysis, he was still a mixed-race child. Half of Gorkin's bloodline came from Blue Star, and half came from the Endless Desert. To put it bluntly, he was a mixed race. Gorkin knew in his heart that he no longer wanted to live that primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, relying on robbery every day to survive. In the past, under the pressure of his father and the presence of other ogre mages, Gorkin had to put his ideas aside. Now it was different. He was the chief. The only remaining ogre mage in the tribe is his own mother, so no one can stop him from doing things. Furthermore, as a soul born in the Dragon Nation, he always has an obsession with growing something and building something. Although this desert is not suitable for farming, it is always possible to develop it. So Gorkin created the prototype of the Ogre Service Area. Of course, this plan is still in the hit and miss stage. It depends on whether the guests are interested and willing to cooperate. Like the orc before and the goblin who just left, those who are willing to cooperate will become guests. As for those who didn't appreciate his kindness, like certain human caravans, they didn't deserve to live. Ultimately, Gorkin's feelings for the Blue Star people had almost faded, leaving only a lingering attachment. That was why Gorkin watched helplessly as the 2 Blue Star people were tormented by the jackals. Gorkin was now a true native, a member of the ruthless cannibalism of the Endless Desert. This world is not friendly to the Blue Star people. Whether it is the environment or other creatures, it is a cruel test. Gorkin is lucky that he is not a newcomer. The next morning, Jerry was about to leave. Jerry's payment method was quite goblin-like. He gave a corrosive potion and the corresponding antidote. This thing turns into smoke when it hits the ground, and if inhaled, it will slowly corrode the internal organs. It sounds scary, but the effect is actually very limited, especially for ogres, and it may not even corrode the skin. However, it has a high deterrent effect on other races with weaker constitutions, and therefore alchemists often carry a few bottles with them as life-saving items. Thank you for the treat, Gorkin. I never thought that ogres would one day do business. This is really eye-opening for me. Jerry sat on the shoulder of the Cyclops and sighed as he was about to leave, with a look of genuine surprise on his face. And your high-quality water, if you still have it. I really want to buy some more. Gary said this with a hint of regret at the end. Obviously, he didn't expect that Gorkin would have such a rare water source again. Gorkin scratched the back of his head and said with a somewhat silly smile, well, I do have a little left. As long as you can afford it, I can sell it on. Really? Jerry's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight. Of course I want it. I'll take whatever you have. Gorkin grinned, thinking that this was a truly wealthy man, and quickly turned back to the tribe. A moment later, 6 waiters from the customs house came out, each carrying a bowl of clear spring water. Gorkin said, that's all. What do you exchange for? I don't accept gold coins, only resources. Gary wanted to throw gold coins directly, but he felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Most of the things he had on him were money, and the rest were potions. He really didn't bring much goods. After thinking for a while, Gary took out a bottle of purple potion and shook it in his hand. This is the Berserk potion. After drinking it, your attack power will be doubled and your speed will be doubled. It will last for half an hour. Can you do it? Gorkin showed a hint of hesitation. Of course, it was fake. 6 bowls of high-quality water. You're not quite there yet, are you? Besides, I don't just give you water whenever you want. Gorkin said with deliberate emphasis. I don't know when we can extract it next time. Hearing the words, next time, and extract, Jerry's heart suddenly became alarmed. This ogre tribe could actually refine high-quality water? Jerry immediately considered returning and gathering his men to steal the technology. But he quickly abandoned the idea. This place not only had an ogre mage, but also a group of incredibly powerful warriors. More importantly, refining water required the oasis's water source, which wasn't unlimited. Jerry stared at Gorkin for a few seconds before coming up with an idea. Then, I'll leave those 2 Blue Star people to you too. I was originally planning to use them for experiments as well. Gorkin glanced at the 2 bruised humans and said lazily, it's not impossible, but they're too skinny. They can't handle the food. Even the usually stingy Jerry couldn't help but nod. That's true. Why don't I keep another knoll? I can use it as a guard or as a food storage. Gorkin nodded and signaled the waiter to hand over 6 bowls of water to the goblins. Just like that, Jerry and his jackal army retreated, leaving behind only the 2 Blue Star people and the jackal that served as a guard dog. The hyena, realizing the situation was dire, tucked its tail between its legs and lay flat on the ground, belly turned out in submission. Gorkin, however, was in a good mood. He glanced at it and said, don't be afraid, little hyena. We won't eat you. From now on, you'll be a good guard dog for us. You won't be short of food or drink. The gnoll shuddered, nodding in resignation. He was soon chained to the tribe's gate, looking completely defeated. Then he looked at the 2 Blue Star people. One had an Asian face, his nationality unclear, while the other had blonde hair and blue eyes, clearly a Westerner. When Gorkin shifted his gaze over, the Asian man knelt down with a thud, supported his knees with his hands, and began to bow repeatedly, mumbling something incomprehensible. Although the effects of the drug hadn't worn off yet, and he couldn't understand what he was saying, Gorgon knew where he came from just by looking at his posture, and he sneered inwardly. You're living a low life, huh? Angry. Drag him out and give him a beating. Hearing the order, the angry man who was squatting and watching the excitement stood up immediately and punched the man without saying a word, making him roll his eyes. The blonde and blue-eyed guy next to him was so scared that his legs went weak on the spot and his pants were wet. Chapter 11: The Russians Who Can Build in the Wild. There's nothing to do today, the weather is calm, and I am enjoying the scenery at the pavilion. The potion taken by the goblin was quite potent, and the remaining blonde-haired and blue-eyed boy didn't regain the ability to speak until the afternoon. He was taken into the entertainment center and saw 6 people of different races serving the ferocious and huge ogre that had appeared in the morning. Gorkin squinted his eyes as he looked at him and came to a conclusion. This guy must have often walked outdoors before, wearing outdoor clothes. But at this moment, he was shaking like a sieve. He saw with his own eyes what happened to the man who was living a decent life. Except for the clothes, everything went into the stomachs of the big guys outside. What kind of world is this? Tell me, where did it come from? How did it end up in the hands of that goblin? Gorkin narrowed his eyes, enjoying the massage, and slowly opened his mouth. The man shuddered. Tell me about yourself in detail. If you make me repeat myself a second time, you will end up like that person. Gorkin didn't open his eyes, but what he said made the man feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. My name is Karloff. I'm from the polar bear country, maybe not in this world. I arrived here suddenly. When I was captured by that goblin, another person had already been captured. Do you have any special skills? Think carefully before answering. Gorkin's mind was stirred. From polar bears? From Russians? I can cook simple meals, set traps for hunting, and build houses. I've lived outdoors for a long time, so I have a lot of experience in survival. Gorkin opened his eyes. It sounds like it's worth it. You've got a chance to survive temporarily. Go build your own house first. If you do it well, you can live for a long time. If it's not done well, or if it's not practical, then I don't need to explain the consequences. I'm the chief of this tribe. I have the final say. Do you understand? Hearing that he could survive, Karlov nodded repeatedly. Gorkin is not a bloodthirsty ogre. Since this kid has the ability and he is free anyway, he might as well give it a try. Daily life? The main reason is that the ogres outside are only good at two things: eat, fight. It is really difficult to get them to do any work, and it is obviously not as convenient as these intelligent creatures. For Gorkin, people from Blue Star are more useful. After all, compared to the various races here who are fighting for life and death every day, the people of Blue Star have a kind of clear stupidity. But it doesn't matter. Just like the knoll at the entrance of the tribe, if it has no use of its own, it can only be treated as dinner. Signaling to the man that he could leave, Karlov hurried outside. That's right. When Karlov was about to leave, Gorkin suddenly spoke again, which scared him. You can try to leave secretly, but my place is the only oasis within 100 miles. Stay here. If you do well, you can survive. If you don't, you could die happily. If you manage to escape, dying of thirst is likely your worst fate. You're out. This time, Gorkin didn't call him, but closed his eyes and concentrated on enjoying the massage. This is not because he is too sanctimonious. He wants to use Karlov to rebuild all the houses in his tribe. At least the house should have a unified style, so that when guests come, it will look tidy instead of being messy like it is now, which doesn't look like a proper place. Once it is confirmed that the other party is a guest, he or she will generally not be included in the recipe. Except for special circumstances, the final right of interpretation belongs to Gorkin. To outsiders, it seemed that Gorkin had closed his eyes, but in fact, Gorkin had immersed his consciousness in the chat channel and trading channel. After more than a day, there were still people who wanted to exchange things with him. Karlov walked out of the pavilion, which was huge for him, and looked at the simple and rough ogre dens around him with a confused look. What if I'm captured by the ogre tribe? Should I run or not? Waiting online, urgent. After leaving a message on the World Channel, Karlov began looking for tools and materials. He did not forget his mission. With Gorkin's instructions, although the ogres would stare at Karlov with greedy eyes from time to time, they did not attack him again. Even after he left the ogre tribe, no one cared about him. Just as Gorkin said, if you run away, my people will at most lose a snack, but you will have to face all kinds of creatures and the cruel environment outside. People on the World Channel began to be attracted by his words. So anxious? Are you the legendary King Gigi? Ogre tribe? Karlov. Yes. One player who is doing well has passed away. I am fine for now because I can build a wilderness shelter. Karlov then briefly repeated Gorkin's words. In your case, if you're sure you're not lying and are truly skilled at field construction, I personally think you shouldn't run away. What the above person said is right. At least the ogres have their own oasis. If you do well, you will definitely not die of thirst or starvation. Are you crazy? Haven't you heard that this is a tribe of ogres? What if they go crazy one day, or if you don't do your job well and kill you? What difference does it make? Given our current situation, who can be sure that they will see the sun tomorrow? Really? Judging from what he said, this ogre chief is still very trustworthy. Staying is definitely the best option. Honestly, isn't there anyone who envies that gatekeeper Noel? As long as he keeps watch over the gate, he doesn't have to worry about 3 meals a day. In today's world, it's practically a stable job. Don't say anything. You're making me excited. How about sending me your location? I'm going to join the ogre too. How come you have a skill? What can you do? Does having a very flexible tongue count? After all, I was once known as the most skilled ventriloquist in the capital. From what he said about the ogre being huge, I guess your tongue is cramped, but he hasn't even noticed yet. The topic started to go off track, and Karlov was speechless, but he got the answer he wanted. They are right. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Can I build a simpler house for myself first? If the ogre chief is satisfied, even if I stay as a slave, at least I won't have to worry about food and water. Karlov stood at the entrance of the tribe and looked around. The ground was covered with desert thorns. There is no shortage of materials, but there's a lack of tools. Then he accidentally saw the small axe on the waist of the werewolf who was diligently guarding the gate with a crossbow, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 12 Broken Bowl? Mark, I haven't checked the trading channel for over a day, but there are still many people leaving messages to Gorkin wanting to exchange things. I don't know if it's because the density of treasure chests outside is so high, or because there are so many people, but countless people have opened things. But Gorkin was not sure whether he could see these treasure chests that only people on Blue Star could see. Logically speaking, although I'm a fool, my soul comes from Blue Star after all, otherwise I would not have this interface that only appears after all members have arrived. But why didn't I see any treasure chest? Most of those who can find Gorkin to exchange things are just sending messages with a try-it-out mentality, wanting to see if they can exchange their useless things for some daily necessities, including that stupid guy who opened the inflatable doll. People who can produce useful things will not trade with Gorkin, but there are still some lucky ones who can find the seasoning. For example, this one opened a big bag of dried chilies, about 10 pounds. The asking price was 10 bowls of water, plus a day's worth of food. Gorkin cut him in the waist with a knife. Add a piece of dried meat weighing about 1 pound to 5 bowls of water. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Keep it for yourself to wipe your butt. The other side agreed decisively. If it's a cold winter for everyone, then these peppers might actually be of some use. Unfortunately, this is a national desert. In addition to this, there are also people who sell a large bucket of commercial light soy sauce, and the price is the same weight of water. Gorkin, 1/3. Why don't you keep it for yourself and see if it quenches your thirst? The other side, you are so cruel. It's not your water. Why are you so stingy? Gorkin, mind your own business. Opposite. In the end, Gorkin got the big barrel of commercial light soy sauce. For ordinary people, it is the size of an ordinary oil barrel, 10 liters, but for Gorkin, it is much smaller. It's probably like an ordinary person holding a larger bottle of mineral water. As for the big jar outside, pouring these 10 liters of light soy sauce into it won't have much effect. The last thing that was useful to Gorkin was starch, and this lucky guy was given 5 pounds of cornstarch. Gorkin won it with 2 pounds of dried meat. The rest were just some random stuff, which Gorkin looked down upon and ignored. What does the Fiji cups and molds used by humans have to do with me, an ogre? You actually want to change the water with me? Gorkin scoffed. Karlov outside worked hard to build a house in order to survive. He swore this was the most attentive time he had ever put in. Not only is it the best shelter he has built during his years of survival in the wilderness, but it also takes into account the style of the ogres and builds the most practical house in the simplest way. Thanks to the desert thorns all over the ground outside, Karlov's construction progress is quite good. Of course, the sharp waste axes of the gnolls outside also played a significant role. When Gorkin came out in the evening, he was already putting the roof on his little shelter. He sat down at the door of his shack, his back leaning against the door frame, and watched Karlov busying around with his but sticking out from close range. The 6 employees of the Love Center, 3 on each side, massaged Gorkin's thighs. Although these thighs are thicker than their bodies, there is no need to worry about the strength. Gorkin had said at the time that except for the little Gorkin, the stronger the service, the better. After watching for a while, Gorkin confirmed that the guy was not lying. Every move he made in building the shelter was methodical, and although his men moved in a hurry, they were not panicked, and the construction of the shelter was progressing step by step. When the sun completely set, he was already at the top. By the time the ogres came to eat, he was already making simple furniture for himself. Gorkin didn't cook for himself today. He decided to gather some ingredients and cook a dish that he could remember from his previous life. Tonight's meal is meat soup cooked in a large vat. Although there is no seasoning, the ogres are not picky. When the ogres ate, their voices were like thunder, rough and violent. Even the noise made Karlov, who hadn't eaten for 2 days, feel hungry. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He trembled and sat a few meters away from the ogres. Chief, respected and powerful chief, I have built my own shelter. That is my house, you see. His words made all the ogres look over, and Karlov was so scared that his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. If he hadn't been unable to urinate after not drinking a drop of water for 2 days, he would have been scared to the point of incontinence by now. Gorkin, holding his meal, pushed away the clueless ogre and walked up to Karlov. Looking at the ogre chieftain who was 5 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than his entire body, Karlov squeezed out 2 drops of urine to show his respect. It was just that Gorkin didn't know. Otherwise, if he knew that this kid respected him so much, he would probably have an extra meal tonight. Good. Gorkin only said 2 words, but Karlov breathed a sigh of relief. My heart, which was almost jumping out of my throat, finally calmed down temporarily. Gorkin hooked his finger at a waiter at the love shop. Go and find him a fellow you can use to eat. He can save his life for the time being. The succubus quickly stood up and walked towards the pavilion. She remembered that there were still extra bowls there. Although it is not big, it is enough. The gnoll tied at the door showed an envious look. It hasn't eaten since it was tied there. The other ogres watched all this with one or a pair of wise eyes. Although I don't understand, it doesn't matter. The succubus came back soon. Instead of giving the bowl to Karlov directly, she held it above her head respectfully and stood in front of Gorkin. If it weren't for the huge height difference between them, she would even have planned to kneel down. Gorkin didn't think much about it. He stretched out 2 fingers to pick up the bowl and threw it in front of Karlov as if giving alms. The bowl, which was not very big to begin with, was even chipped by a small stone on the ground, leaving a small hole on the edge. This is your bowl. Keep it safe. It's your proof of survival here. Gorkin turned around and pointed at the broken bowl and said, "You bunch of idiots. Watch out. As long as he's carrying this bowl, he's not your food. Don't eat him. Do you understand?" "I do." A group of ogres stared at the broken bowl with wise eyes. They can't recognize people, but they have no problem remembering a bowl. "Hey, please mark his bowl and use it to verify its authenticity," Gorkin instructed, pointing at the succubus standing in front of him. "Yes, respected chief." The succubus readily agreed. Chapter 13, The Mission to Survive. Karlov held the broken bowl on the ground in his hands as if it were a treasure. "Thank you, great chief, for your kindness." After 2 days without a drop of water and being tortured by the extreme temperature of the endless desert and the poison of the goblins, he had long thrown away all his so-called righteousness, integrity, and shame. He saw clearly. Although his status was now equal to that of the gatekeeper, at least he no longer had to worry about his safety or food. He understood that the ogre chief in front of him had taken a fancy to his ability to build shelters, and as long as he still had value, he would not be eaten as food. Compared to those people in the World Channel who could die of thirst, starvation, freezing, or sunburn at any moment, I actually have no desires at all now. No, he hasn't eaten yet and wants to eat. Fortunately, Gorkin still remembered this incident and shook the bowl in his hand, and a stream of broth spilled out. Karlov quickly caught a bowl with his own, but at least 10 bowls were spilled into the sand, which made him feel very regretful. "Starting tomorrow, you need to tidy up all the huts in our tribe. I don't care whether you repair them or rebuild them. All I ask is, make this scattered tribe look a little more pleasing to the eye. Do you understand?" Gorkin looked down at Karlov and told him what to do next. "Understand. Please rest assured, powerful and benevolent Lord, I will do my best." Gorkin waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. If you do well, you eat. If you don't do well, you're the food. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, Gorkin took his meal and went to drink it. Karlov stood there in a daze. "Look, another one has been frightened by the great lord," the succubus said in a teasing tone, turning and heading towards the style pavilion. As I passed by him, I gently touched his shoulder. "Eat the food you need to eat, do the work you need to do, and don't have any unnecessary thoughts, and you can live safely here. At least, the ogres here always keep their word." Karlov reacted quickly. Thank you, sir, I understand." The succubus burst out laughing when she was called sir, which made Karlov's eyes almost pop out. "We are not adults. The only adults here are the ogres. That 2-headed ogre mage is the chief's mother. She is very intelligent and not as easy to fool as ordinary ogres. You'd better be careful." After the succubus finished speaking, she went straight back to the Amorous Feelings Pavilion. After finishing their meal, the other waiters looked at Karlov curiously, and then all went back. They don't know whether the chief will come tonight, so they need to conserve their energy. Karlov then found a quiet corner and carefully took a sip of the broth in the broken bowl. It had the stench of unknown meat and no seasoning, but Karlov still drank it in small sips as if it were a delicacy. In order to avoid waste, he would even hold each bite in his mouth for a while before swallowing it. He hadn't had a drop of water for 2 days, so this bowl of broth was like timely help to him. Although he didn't feel full after eating a bowl of meat soup, it was enough for him, a man who had lived in the wilderness for many years. He made a small shoulder bag for himself out of thorns and carefully placed the broken bowl inside to protect it. This will be proof that he can continue to live here and have water to drink and food to eat. And those ogres did, as the succubus said. When people saw him, they didn't look at him, but only at the bowl he was carrying. Karlov crawled into the small house he had built for himself during the day and lay down, and his heart finally settled down. Opening the World Channel, he typed a sentence. "I survived the ogre tribe and was given a bowl of broth. I haven't had a drop of water for 2 days. It's hard not to be grateful for this bowl of broth." Carlo's words directly ignited the entire World Channel. "Fuck, brother, what tribe did you say you were in? You survived the ogre tribe and even got a bowl of broth? What kind of lucky start did you, a damn European? What's wrong with Europeans? Eating your French fries." This reminds me of the female college student who fell into the hands of the human natives. I guess they're all blanched and dried now. "How did you survive, sir? Do you have any tricks?" Big brother, can you trade some water with your younger brother? He hasn't had any water in 2 days. Who are you looking down on? Big brother? Daddy, can your son exchange his newly opened pistol for water? Karlov gave a wry smile. Although I really want your gun, I can't even pee, let alone water. Karlov closed all the channels directly, ignored the private chat channel and trading channel where the numbers were jumping wildly, and closed his eyes. As a qualified wilderness survival enthusiast, he now knows that he needs to replenish his energy, especially when his energy intake is not too much. As the night deepened and the temperature continued to drop, Karlov was woken up by the cold. He was very glad that during the day, in order to satisfy the powerful ogre chief, he had built a very airtight shelter for display. He even left a small earth pit for the campfire and a small hole in the roof for ventilation. Firewood is desert thorns. It has a short growth cycle and spreads quickly. It is the most common thing in the endless desert. Karlov wrapped himself in clothes and tiptoed out of his house, took a little fire from the huge bonfire in the center of the tribe, and returned to his house. A huge one-eyed ogre was sleeping soundly beside the campfire and was not at all wary of Karlov's actions. However, the werewolf at the entrance of the tribe lit up his dark blue eyes and looked over vigilantly. It has not forgotten its responsibilities. Look at the gate. Although the ogre tribe has no gate. However, after seeing that it was Karlov, it did not make any unnecessary movements. The ogre chieftain had said in the evening that this human race had been given a chance to survive temporarily. After lighting a bonfire in his house, Karlov curled up and fell into a deep sleep. Being alert or something like that is no longer important. 2 days of intense mental stress have pushed him to his limit. Love whoever you want. At worst, you could just kill me. As the night deepened, the loud snoring from the ogre tribe became the only symphony in the vicinity. The hyena who was sleeping at the door suddenly stood up, raised a poisoned crossbow in his hand, and kept making threatening roars. Chapter 14, Kodo and Snacks. Woo 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 woof woof. GRR. A series of unique knoll cries resounded throughout the ogre tribe, shattering the ogre's sweet dreams. It was about to attack, but suddenly remembered that its current role was not combat, but a watchdog. Isn't it enough to just wake up the ogres? After all, my responsibility is just to guard the gate. There's not even a bone left. What's the point of playing with life? This is why the werewolf let out a series of cries. Roar! Nu, who was awakened, sat up suddenly and let out a deafening roar. It was this roar that saved the hyena's life. The tribe suddenly became lively. One after another, the ogres came out of their huts in a daze, holding their bone hammers with sleepy eyes. Gorkin was also awakened. He rubbed his big eyes and walked out. What's going on? Nu, go check it out. Jackals are timid by nature and would never wake up their group of ogres for no reason. There is definitely something going on. Thinking of this, Gorkin couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. It has been so many years, more than 20 years since I was born, and this is the first time I have encountered someone taking the initiative to break into the ogre tribe in the middle of the night. Really? So exciting. As a pure-blooded and native ogre, fighting is almost imprinted in his bones. Even the sperm shot by the ogres are more powerful than those of other races. With a roar in his mouth, he strode towards the entrance of the tribe. Seeing this, the knoll immediately hid aside with its tail between its legs. In the distance, the burly figure holding a battle axe was stunned. Nu, who was originally in a bad mood when he woke up, was also stunned when he saw that figure. Guessed? The visitor was the first returning customer of the ogre tribe, Kashnar. When the orc saw the gnolls appear at the gate of the ogre tribe, he almost launched a charge. Kashgar was still wondering, was the ogre tribe defeated by the gnolls? That's impossible. The ogre tribe can't be so weak, and the gnolls can't be so tough. Now that he saw Nu, Gorkin's top thug, Kashgar finally felt relieved. As long as Nu is there, Gorkin is there. As long as Gorkin is there, his mother is there. As long as his mother is there, the ogre tribe is there. Gorkin also heard Nu's voice. As one of the few ogres who could speak 2 words, Gorkin naturally knew what Nu meant. There are guests coming. After all, he grew up following me closely, so there's some tacit understanding between us. Gorkin also appeared at the door and was quite surprised to see Kashgar. Kash stood there alone, holding his battle axe in his hand. One of his thick fangs was even broken in his mouth. There were wounds of various sizes on his body, but he was no longer bleeding. He looked extremely embarrassed. Kashgar, my friend, what's the matter with you? In the endless desert, the The strong prey on the weak, and countless fights occur every day. The situation of this orc is also very common. Only, what Gorkin was more curious about was why this orc came to his doorstep. Was he planning to bring him benefits or divert trouble? I hope it's the former. If it's the latter, then Gorkin will have no choice but to give New and the others extra food with great reluctance. It's a pity for this first returning customer. Kashgar didn't expect that Gorkin had thought so much at this moment. In the orc's cognition, ogres, except for ogre mages, did not have so many thoughts. Gorkin, I'm here for help, the orc said in a deep voice, his face showing ferocity and murderous intent. Gorkin made a gesture as if he wanted to hear more. My caravan was attacked 200 kilometers away by a group of filthy centaurs. They attacked us in the dark, killed my people, and stole my goods. The orc roared murderously. So, Gorkin blinked. Gorkin, I'm here to hire your people. I'm going to crush those filthy bandits, chop off their heads, and take back my goods. I remember you hired this service, didn't you? It seems to be a good way to make money. A smile appeared on Gorkin's face, making him look ugly and terrifying. Of course, as long as you can afford the price, we will smash those stupid centaurs into pieces. But, Gorkin looked Kashgar up and down. You lost your goods. How will you pay me? Kashi gritted his teeth and said, if you take back the goods, 2/3 will be yours. Gorkin waved his hands repeatedly. You have to know that those goods are no longer yours. They belong to those bandits now. If we take them back, they will be our spoils, right? You can't pay us with our spoils. That's not right. Kashgar was stunned. It seems to make some sense. Only things that belong entirely to you can be used as payment, and we ogres do not accept credit. Gorkin shook his head, and the words he said were completely inconsistent with his ogre appearance. For a moment, Kashgar felt that he was not facing an ogre, but a cunning human. But if I go back like this, I will definitely be sent to the arena. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. My kodo can be given to you. Kashgar made Gorkin an offer he couldn't refuse. He knew that the ogre in front of him had been coveting his kodo beast for a long time. But this thing is only possessed by them, the orcs, and only they, the orcs, can tame it. Sure enough, Gorkin's eyes lit up. But the style of Kashgar painting has changed. If you want to cut him in as your reward, then I have another condition. Gorkin motioned for Kashgar to continue. Because this kodo is my main force in transporting goods. If I give it to you, I won't be able to continue delivering goods. So I need you to capture a few centaurs. I need them to transport goods. Also, you have to send me to my trading point. Gorkin wanted to agree immediately, but he still asked, where is your trading point? If it's too far, you'll have to pay extra. Not far, in Giant Sand City. Looking at Gorkin's confused eyes, Kashgar changed his words. It's about 400 kilometers from here. With an ogre's running speed, he can definitely run back and forth in 2 days. Only then did Gorkin feel relieved. Mom! Gorkin yelled over his shoulder. Here I come. Mother Honey came out with her big bone hammer in her hand, and the two heads of the two-headed ogre cursed each other without interrupting anyone. You take your tribe with you and ride on a kodo. By the way, take that puppy with you. He's been good today, so get a treat. Chapter 15 Walk. The werewolf never expected that just 2 vigilant calls from him would be considered a good performance by the powerful ogre chief. Even got extra food. The ogres were packing up, and the werewolves got their first meal of the day. A bone larger than its body, with visible pieces of flesh on it. There's also a bowl of murky oasis water. This made the gnoll shed tears of happiness. This scene was seen clearly by the waiters in the amusement park and Karlov, who were secretly watching the show through the crack in the door. The waiters at the brothel were fine, as they had already realized this. Their job is to serve the guests of the hotel well. But now there's only one guest, the chief. In this world, the chastity of the weak is as worthless as the sand in the endless desert. As long as I can eat enough, drink water, and live safely, those 1 or 2 holes are really not worth mentioning. Karlov understood it completely. The ogres that the succubus had mentioned before actually kept their word, and were able to do so to this extent. The gnoll was asked to be a watchdog, and he was recognized by the ogre chieftain for simply sounding the alarm, and was rewarded with meat, bones, and water. It turns out that as long as you do your job well, that's enough. The 2-headed ogre, Mage Honey, led the 9-headed ogres, led by Nu, and prepared with supplies. Gorkin looked towards Kashgar. My people are ready for battle. My mother will take action herself. What about Kashi, my friend, the kodo? Kashgar took out a small trumpet from his trouser pocket, put it to his lips, and blew it slowly. A rumbling sound was heard, and the huge figure of the Kodo beast came running towards this side from afar. Gorkin almost drooled as he looked at the huge body of the Kodo beast. The Kodo beast is similar to the rhinoceros on Earth in the previous life. It has two thick and sharp horns, one in front and one in the back. Combined with its huge size and tonnage, it is invincible when charging. The limbs of a Kodo beast are extremely strong, with long forelimbs and short hind limbs. Its shoulder height is similar to that of an ordinary ogre. If it is not completely enraged, its temperament is still very docile. Whether in combat or transportation, Kodo are the main force of the orc tribe. Kodo, not to mention anything else, just based on the physique of the Kodo, carrying an ogre is definitely not a problem. This is also the reason why Gorkin has always been coveting the Kodo beast. Gorkin has already decided that, until a better mount appears, this Kodo beast will be his and his mother's official mount, and will be allowed to roam freely in the oasis behind. Gorkin wanted to experience it now, but considering that his mother was going to war, he decided to let his mother ride with him. In Kashgar's painful eyes, Gorkin handed the reins of the Kodo beast to his mother Honey. "Mom, be safe." The head on Honey's left side asked in confusion, "Did you not sleep well?" The head on Honey's right explained, "He probably means that we should be more restrained and make it safer for those weak idiots outside." After 20 years, Gorkin has long been accustomed to his mother's way of speaking and her strange ability to understand. "Okay, just be careful not to let the little dog die. The dog has a very good nose and can lead you to our tribe." Honey turned over and rode on the back of the Kodo beast, which steadily bore all her weight. The head on Honey's left said, "Boys, let those idiots out there know the power of ogres." Honey's right head, wag. The nine-headed ogre, led by Nu, swung the bone hammer in his hand. Wag. They were frenzied and excited. Although Kashgar is a businessman, he is an orc after all. The atmosphere has been set to this point, and he subconsciously raised his battle axe and roared. Honey carried her large bone hammer and staff on her shoulder and held the Kodo beast's reins in one hand. The head on the left, "Lead the way." The head on the right, "Smash them." Kashgar didn't waste any words. He gave Gorkin an affirmative look and turned to run towards the group of centaur bandits. The Kodo followed with Honey on its back, followed by the ogres led by Nu, and finally a gnoll carrying a crossbow and meat bones. Gorkin waited until they were out of sight, then turned around and kicked the ogre who was following behind him to watch the fun in the butt. "What the hell are you looking at? If you can't sleep, go back and find a shed to make a baby." "A doo-doo." The ogre scratched his head like an idiot, turned around, knocked a female ogre in the tribe to the ground with a punch, and carried her back to the shed. The main focus is on being obedient. Gorkin was not surprised and turned to go to the customs hall. "I was woken up in the middle of the night and was a little angry." The 6 waiters at the Fengqing Pavilion were forced to work overtime to serve Gorkin and little Gorkin. Gorkin was not worried about the safety of his tribesmen. I'm not exaggerating, but ogres are similar to the bears on the blue planet in our previous life. You can gain weight by eating, and tonnage represents combat effectiveness. And the ogre, who eats everything except sand, also has a stomach strong enough to convert the mess that the ogre stuffs into his stomach into fat and muscle. Gorkin fell asleep in a daze from the massage and vaguely heard the 6 waiters muttering to each other. "Are you jealous? The brain is changed." Gorkin turned over, scratched his butt, and went to sleep. The 6 waiters looked at each other, covered their mouths, and laughed quietly. It really is. Aside from the ogre mage and the chieftain, the other ogres are no different from fools. Otherwise, the previous chief would not have drunk too much and brought a group of big men to fight the sleeping black dragon alone. The ending can be summed up in one word. The 6 waiters didn't know whether there was a god in this world. If anything, they devoutly hoped that the chief and his mother can live a long and healthy life, and it would be best if their own lives can continue like this. Apart from serving the chief every now and then, they don't have to do any work. They have food and water every day and will not be beaten. You have to know that they used to have heavy work every day in their respective tribes, and they had to allow those powerful males to vent their anger. Compared with today's life, the life before was hell. With prayers to the ogre tribe, the 6 waiters also fell into a deep sleep. Just as day was about to break, Cash, filled with anger, led the ogres on a 200-mile run, arriving at their previous base before dawn and launching an attack on the 30 centaur bandits. Honey raised her hand and cast a range of bloodthirst spell on the ogres. Even Kashgar benefited from this bonus. A trace of shock flashed through Kashgar's mind. No wonder the ogre tribe, having lost most of its combat power, can still run rampant within a radius of hundreds of miles. The ogre is very powerful in himself, but Gorkin's mother is the real scary one. Chapter 16. The Ogre Mercenaries' Debut. If Gorkin knew what the orc was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. The reason why their tribe was able to occupy this small oasis was because of their absolute strength. The reason why they can run rampant within a radius of 100 miles is that they have no suitable mounts. They usually stroll within a radius of 100 miles at most. The ogres are big and fat, so it takes them some time to run. But when they really start running, they are actually very fast and don't look particularly bloated. The fat on their bodies will carry them forward as they swing. A centaur has the body of a horse and the upper body of a human, with 4 hooves and 2 arms. The long-term harsh environment and frequent battles have made these centaurs and orcs like them, with their bodies covered in tendons and muscles without a trace of encumbrance. Centaur. If a centaur and an orc were to fight in close combat, the odds would be 60 to 40, with the orc taking 60 and the centaur taking 40. But if the centaurs were to charge, the split would be 60 to 40, with orcs accounting for 40 and centaurs for 60. Centaurs are good at using bows and arrows or javelins, and some are equipped with battle axes. Combined with their outstanding skills and abilities, the centaurs have become a notorious bandit race in the endless desert. Last night, they used their high-speed mobility to launch a surprise attack on the Bone-Chewer orc caravan. If Kashi had not cut off the goods tied to the Kodo beast and rode away on the Kodo beast, he would have died here. As a bandit, you must at least find out what forces are nearby, which ones you can fight, which ones you need to run away from after fighting, and which ones you cannot fight. The centaurs carrying the Bone-Chewer orc's battle flag also knew that it would take a day and a night for that tribe to reach here, even if they ran at their centaur speed. Even if the orc who escaped went back to get reinforcements, they would have already escaped. So they were very at ease, enjoying the goods of the Bone-Chewers here. The original plan was to leave the next morning, but unexpectedly, the orcs came back with reinforcements before dawn. It really caught them off guard. And when the ogre with flashing red light came running towards them from the darkness in the distance, the centaur was startled. How could it be an ogre? Or an ogre with an ogre mage joining the fight? The red light on the ogre's body is the ogre mage's specialty. Who in the entire endless desert doesn't know it? As the centaurs expected, what followed was a series of exploding fireballs that flew over the ogre's heads and hit their temporary camp. Under the cover of exploding fireballs, the 9-headed ogre rushed into the centaur camp, waving the big bone hammer in his hand. At this moment, the centaur leader also knew which tribe these ogres came from. It's not like they haven't seen other ogre tribes before, but only the ogres from the Dragon's Roost tribe shouted like this during a fight. Because there was a black dragon sleeping in the oasis, outsiders called that ogre tribe dragons nest ogres. But why did the ogres from the Longchi tribe suddenly appear here? Before he had time to think about it, he saw an especially strong ogre coming down with a huge bone hammer. Honey also joined the battle with a big bone hammer. She raised her hand and pointed directly into the air. A huge fireball exploded above the head of a centaur, directly stunning him. Then the big bone hammer came down, separating the centaurs. Karma. The back of a centaur is generally only 2 meters high, and the highest, including the upper body, is only 3 meters, while the average height of an ogre is 5 meters. The ogres had no protection at all, and just covered their crotches with a piece of rag. Even if the centaur's weapons could penetrate the ogre's thick hide, they could not penetrate the thick layer of fat. Ogres won't even shed blood. The battle was one-sided. If it weren't for Kashgar's pleading and asking for help, this group of ogres could have completely wiped out this group of centaur bandits. The head on Honey's left shook its head. Not happy. Not happy at all. The head of Honey's right nodded. That's right. Ogres never leave anyone alive. Angry, smash. Cash is obviously an orc who makes a living by fighting, but at this moment he seems so kind in front of the ogre. No. Gorkin and I have already agreed to leave a few centaurs to carry my goods. This is our contract. The head on Honey's left was furious. Stupid centaur. So weak. The head on Honey's right side spoke rationally. But since Gorkin said so, I'll leave these pieces of trash to you. Angry. Not smashing. The head on Honey's left. Smash it. The head on Honey's right. Get away. Angry. Kashgar wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt lucky that he finally had 5 centaurs left for himself. It's a pity that the leader was smashed to pieces by the angry ogre's bone hammer. The bloodthirsty effect disappeared, and the ogre sat down on the ground and ate the supplies they brought with them. All the tribesmen in Kashgar died, and he had to do the finishing work alone. They broke off the fangs of the tribesmen who died in the battle and collected them, buried their bodies on the spot, cut off the heads of the centaurs, made them into a long string, and threw them directly on the backs of the surviving centaurs. These 5 centaurs didn't even dare to fart, and just did what they were supposed to do. They could see clearly that if the orc had been slower in begging for mercy, they would have been smashed into pieces. About 1/3 of Kashgar's cargo was destroyed by the centaurs. After sorting out the remaining cargo and placing it all on the centaurs' backs, Kashgar continued on his way to his destination. Honey followed with the ogres. Gorkin told his mother about this mission, and they still needed to send Kashgar to the destination. Giant Sand City is a small city built by dwarves. There are probably less than 10,000 dwarves living here, and they have a team of 500 elite full-time warriors, and usually there are 1,000 militiamen responsible for auxiliary defense. When it comes to technology, the 3 races of dwarves, gnomes, and goblins each have their own strengths and weaknesses. They mastered the ability to extract iron powder from sand and then forge it into weapons and equipment. The purpose of this trip to Kashgar was to exchange some weapons. The orcs do not have this ability, so if they want steel weapons, they can only exchange them with the dwarves. Dwarves are only about 1.45 meters tall, but their strength is not inferior to that of orcs. They are also extremely strong and can draw strength from the earth at any time. If not for this, the dwarves would have been extinct long ago. When the dwarf militia saw the ogre approaching, they immediately sounded the alarm. 500 elite dwarf warriors lined up in armor, watching the approaching ogres vigilantly. In their right hands they held a battle axe or a war hammer, and in their left a musket of astonishing caliber. Upon seeing this, Kashgar quickly signaled loudly, negotiated and proved, which made the dwarves of Giant Sand City let down their guard a little. At the same time, I was full of doubts. When did the ogres start offering mercenary services? Chapter 17, The Ogre Who Keeps His Word Likes Friends Who Keep Their Word. Cash arrived at the dwarfs' Giant Sand City. After the transaction was completed, the ogre's mission was completed. Cash sold all 5 centaurs to the dwarves at the price of slaves, along with his own goods. Honey stretched out her hand, and the head on her left said, "Hand out the horn that controls the kodo." The head on Honey's right said, "Don't think I don't know." Kashgar took out the small trumpet with a painful look on his face. It was the same kodo he had summoned earlier. Once this horn is handed over, this kodo beast will no longer belong to him. Honey saw his hesitation, and the left side of his head opened its bloody mouth. No one could deceive an ogre. The head on the right then revealed a threatening look. Those dwarves, not even as tall as the ogre's knees, can't help you. Kashgar quickly calculated the gains and losses in his mind. Even if he turned against them now, the dwarves of Giant Sand City would not watch the ogres wreak havoc here. But this also completely offended the ogres of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Thinking of the cunning eyes of the ogre chief, he estimated that even if he avoided the territory of the dragon ogre in the future, he would still be hunted by him. And they will permanently lose the Ogre Service Area, a safe transit point. Although a kodo is precious, it is not worth the cost. At worst, you can use the profits from the voyage to buy another one in the tribe. Most importantly, his honor as an orc did not allow him to behave like a goblin. Thinking of this, Kashgar decisively threw the trumpet towards Honey. Honey reached out and caught the horn that controlled the kodo beast. The head on the left sneered and said, "You little orcs still have your own glory." The head on the right nodded. Ogres who keep their word appreciate friends who keep their word. Honey nodded to Cash and pulled the reins to control the kodo beast to go in the direction they came from. Nu led the knoll and the other ogres closely behind. Kashgar boarded the dwarf airship and headed towards his tribe. Excluding the transportation fee, all the guards were dead, and the weapons and armor they exchanged were only enough to buy a kodo. This trip to Kashgar was a complete loss of both the wife and the troops. This is the norm in the endless desert. Gorkin, who was in the tribe, watched Karlov leisurely renovating his chief's hut. Gorkin's requirements were that it should be big, spacious, and sturdy. Everyone should be able to tell at a glance that this is the chief's appearance. This request obviously put Karlov in a difficult position. It would take him a whole day to build a small hut for himself that could accommodate a normal person, let alone building a more majestic house for a giant ogre that was over 5 meters tall. However, thinking of the end of that little day, Karlov instantly became full of energy. Gorkin didn't mean to completely exploit him. After all, this little thing was less than 2 meters tall, and it would definitely be impossible to give this task entirely to him. So Gorkin arranged a female ogre to help this guy. If the task cannot be completed in this way, then this kid can only improve their food. My mother took the tribe out, and the tribe was suddenly half empty. The other ogres were bored and scratched their heads, watching Karlov busying around with an ogre like idiots. People in the Folk Customs Museum were also watching the fun. A human waiter gave Karlov a sympathetic look. He's so miserable. Survival is so difficult. The drow waiter lay on his side on the ground and rolled his eyes. You still feel like sympathizing with him? At least he's doing the physical labor, and we're the ones being fucked. Isn't it that only the chief is interested in us? For now, it seems that we only need to talk and don't need to serve others for the time being. Don't forget, we are a love shop. To put it nicely, we are waiters, and to put it bluntly, we are kun. When there are more customers coming in, we will suffer. What are you afraid of? You're talking as if you could just sit back and do nothing in your original place. Isn't that also work? That's right. There are so many races in this desert, and there are so many races here. Not every race can match up. You guys, you think too much. You could die tomorrow in this desert. Besides, it's only a matter of 3 or 5 minutes. What's there to worry about? That's true. Compared to being eaten, what is the difference between life at this moment and heaven? The key to survival is to use your body wisely. The chief's hut at Gorkin could not be repaired in a day. No, the current situation is that it can no longer be considered repaired, but rebuilt. Gorkin also told Karlov clearly. The chief's hut was the first official mission I gave him. If you do a good job, you'll have a feast. If you do a bad job, you'll have a feast. The hut was demolished, and Gorkin temporarily lived in the pavilion. Anyway, there are no customers now, and the brothel is not accepting customers, so I might as well enjoy myself first. No bath means the chief has no needs, and only needs a massage. The World Channel was still bustling, and the adaptability of the Blue Star people scattered in the endless desert was beyond Gorkin's expectations. Looking at their chat, they are still lively. It may also be that most people have at least opened a treasure chest, and even the lowest level white treasure chest is better than having nothing. It is also possible that those who did not open the treasure chest or open monsters that could not be defeated are all dead. Now the World Channel is full of people asking to exchange supplies. It seems that these people are doing well. The acquisition information that Gorkin posted on the trading channel is still there. Having not checked the trading channel for over a day, he received countless trade requests. Most of them are idiots who use those messy things to deal with themselves just to give it a try. But there were 2 who prescribed the seasoning, but Gorkin could not be contacted. The 2 transaction applications are for a 5-liter barrel of dark soy sauce and 2 packets of stewing spices. Each packet can stew about 10 kilograms of meat. It only adds up to 20 kilograms of meat. For an ogre, even with the soup, it would only make him feel half full. But Gorkin accepted everyone who came. What is it that doesn't accumulate little by little? Sooner or later, I will be able to gather the ingredients and prepare a table of delicious dishes for myself and my mother. Yes, I'll ask Karlov to find a way to make a set of tables and chairs that fit the ogre's body shape. If that doesn't work, I can see if I can entrust those races that can manufacture it to customize a set of exclusive kitchen utensils. As it was getting dark, the ogres who were on a mission returned. The knoll completed its task very well. It used its sensitive nose to help the ogres find their way home. And he brought back 13 miserable jackals who were in a miserable state with their tails between their legs. Chapter 18. New Knoll Patrol. Where did these little hyenas come from? Gorkin was not worried that his mother and the others would not be able to come back, but he was a little surprised that they brought back another group of werewolves. My mother is not a pushover, especially when the left side of her head is dominant. Great Chief, it was your humble watchdog who encountered this tribe. The original werewolf crawled at Gorkin's feet with his, but sticking up. The terrified gnolls followed suit and knelt down. Honey turned over and got off the kodo, handing the reins to New behind her. The head on the left said, "This is some dirty stuff." The head on the right said, "But your watchdog thought it would be good for you." "Yeah." Gorkin raised an eyebrow and ignored the kneeling gnoll. "Have someone take the kodo to the oasis behind, and make sure it's tied up properly." Gorkin ordered New. "Oh," with his big lips grinning, he turned over happily and sat on the back of the kodo beast, heading towards the oasis excitedly. The envy in the eyes of the other ogres materialized. Gorkin's eyelids twitched, and he was about to say that this was his and his mother's exclusive mount, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Forget it. Who would bother with an idiot? Gorkin, I'm hungry. The left side of my mother's head opened its bloody mouth. Yeah, I want to eat something good. Mom licked her tongue on the right side of her head. Okay, Mom, you've worked hard. Go take a rest first. I'll call you when I'm done. Honey nodded, holding her big drumstick, gave Karlov a strange look as he was busying around, and walked into her own shed. Only then did Gorkin sit down on the ground and look down at the jackals who were crawling on the ground in submission. You can still speak? I thought you were mute. The original Knoll trembled and said, The great chief said that I am a watchdog, and watchdogs don't need to speak. You're sensible. Tell me, since you were pretty good at guarding the door before, I'll give you this chance. Gorkin wanted to see what the little werewolf had to say. Great chief, it was actually the orcs who reminded me before. As the watchdog of our tribe, I allowed orcs who didn't belong to our tribe to get too close to the tribe before I realized that they were the lowly ones who were derelict in my duty. Just on the way back to the city, the team led by the powerful ogre mage encountered this dying group of gnolls, and I, a humble person, came up with a plan. I, in my humble opinion, thought that if we could subdue these filthy creatures and bring them back, we could form a watchdog team. Then we, the watchdogs, could expand our vigilance and patrol areas. If any unknown creature approaches, we watchdogs can also give timely warnings. Although I, a humble creature, believe that no creature would dare to approach a tribe ruled by a great chief, we, the watchdogs, must do our duty. The gnoll was cunning and brutal. He expressed his ideas with clear logic and kept praising Gorkin while belittling himself. Gorkin wasn't having any of it. If we talk about flattery, Gorkin lived in a country in his previous life that was very particular about social etiquette. It's a place where even Ho Jin has to stand up and toast. All the time, it's just these dry adjectives like powerful, great, humble, weak, nothing new at all. Even children on Blue Star wouldn't by this level of flattery. The short essays also include motherland, and teacher, and so on. It's much more exciting than this. But what it said does make some sense. It would be a good idea to form a team and have several patrol groups take turns patrolling. At least this would prevent those intelligent races from sneaking into the oasis to take advantage of the situation. And this guy is very skillful in speaking. It kept talking about our tribe, completely immersing itself in the story, which was quite interesting. It even looked down on the Wolfmen teams it picked up unless they were also recognized by Gorkin. That makes sense. Then stay. The rules are simple. Just be obedient and do your job well, and you'll have food to eat and water to drink. The gnolls were overjoyed to hear this, and immediately began to sing praises to the chief's glory and greatness. Gorkin waved his hand and said, Stop it. Shut up when you have nothing to do. If you disturb our rest, you will be dinner. The jackals quickly shut up and crawled on the ground, trembling. The jackal, who is only 1.5 meters tall, is as weak as a chicken in front of the 5-meter-tall ogre. Get lost. There's some leftover scraps from lunch over there. I'll give them to you bastards. Gorkin waved his hands as if swatting flies, signaling them to go away. The gnolls didn't dare to speak. They nodded and bowed, with their tails between their legs, and rushed towards the food scraps left by the ogres at noon. The great and terrible chief. The gnoll at the beginning looked at Gorkin pitifully. Gorkin found it funny, but the guy was indeed smart. From now on, you'll be their leader. Keep them under control and do your job well, or I will skin you alive. Thank you, great and terrible chief. The gnoll who was promoted to the captain of the watchdog team kowtowed to Gorkin in ecstasy. Roll. Hey, Captain Dog really rolled away, then walked up to the jackals who were snatching food with an arrogant and conceited manner, showing off his power. Gorkin was too lazy to pay attention to these bastards and turned around to prepare dinner. My mother took the lead in the mission and brought the Kodo back safely, so I have to express my gratitude to her. After finishing this meal, the seasoning that I had saved up with great difficulty was gone. But who can blame her for being his own mother? Gorkin walked towards the oasis, and after a while, he came back with a few fat sand turkeys in his hands. These guys know some simple fire magic and are extremely fat living in the oasis. The plucking task was directly handed over to Karlov. This guy was a human from Blue Star and was very good at doing this kind of work. Then Gorkin took out a boning knife from the space of the beautiful recipe book and chopped the processed sand turkeys into large pieces. It's a pity that there is no cooking wine or something to marinate it, which Gorkin feels is a bit regrettable. He placed his rice bowl, the skull of a giant beast, on the campfire as a wok. There's no way, the conditions are so poor. Put the chicken pieces in cold water and bring to a boil, then skim off the foam to remove the fishy smell. There is no oil, but does that bother the chef? The fat of the meat can be fried to produce oil. There was no onion, ginger, or garlic, so I simply left it out. I poured all the Pishian bean paste into the pot, stirred it up until it was fragrant, then put the chicken pieces in and added some dark soy sauce for color. After stir-frying twice, throw in a handful of dried chilies, add a small amount of water, and continue stir-frying. The fire was quite big, and the fragrance came out after a few minutes. "Mom!" Gorkin shouted as he held the freshly cooked spicy chicken. Chapter 19, The Ogre Feels Ajk. Honey strode out with big strides, raising a lot of dust. Gorkin quickly covered the plate of spicy chicken with his big hands. Scarcity makes things valuable. The amount of water and food used to exchange for seasoning is not much, but the seasoning is too little. This incomplete plate of spicy chicken is so delicious that you can't even make a second serving. If this is ruined by sand and dust, it would be a real waste of resources. Although these seasonings are basically technology and hard work in Dragon Country, Gorkin hasn't eaten them for 20 years. Sometimes he really wanted to eat a bowl of real blue star dongsamalitang, the kind with sesame sauce. Honey's 2 heads and 4 eyes stared at the spicy chicken in Gorkin's hand, and her saliva couldn't stop flowing. It's strange to say, where did Gorkin get so many strange and bizarre ways of eating these days? But Honey never asked. My son has grown up and is now a serious chief. It is normal for him to have some little secrets of his own. Compared to delicious food, these little secrets are not worth mentioning. The other ogres also came rumbling out, staring at the spicy chicken in Gorkin's hand with shining eyes. Gorkin was a little embarrassed. Although these sand turkeys are plump, they're definitely not enough for all the tribe members to eat. Besides, my mom and I can't just eat 1 or 2 pieces. Mom has 2 heads of her own. But looking at this group of idiots with their eyes wide open like a bunch of puppies, Gorkin finally softened his heart. Come on, line up, 1 piece each, and just taste it. Gorkin greeted. When it comes to eating, the guys who usually only know how to say a doo-doo are more sensible and smarter than each other. Almost immediately, they formed into long lines according to their usual strength. Anger naturally comes first. Gorkin signaled his mother to calm down and walked up to Nu. The one-eyed ogre with a towering horn gave a flattering smile. Gorkin rolled his eyes inwardly, picked a larger piece, and threw it into his bloody mouth. To be honest, this piece of meat is about the same size as his teeth and can really be considered as filling the gaps between his teeth. But they don't mind. Only after eating the food cooked by my own chief did I realize that what I had done before was just eating. And eating the food cooked by your own chief is called tasting delicious food. A delicious food that fills your teeth is still delicious, right? He gave the tribesmen a piece of spicy chicken and then drove them away. There was only half of the plate left. Gorkin didn't even have the mood to look at the series of recognition values that popped up in his mind. He had 1 head and his mother had 2 heads. In addition, Gorkin was too embarrassed to compete with his mother for the task to reward her for traveling hundreds of miles to complete the mission for him. But since she loved her own cubs, Honey only tasted a little from each head and left the rest to Gorkin. Gorkin just tasted it and then handed it back to his mother. How should I put it? The food I cook myself doesn't really appeal to me. And the taste is still far different from what Gorkin remembered. To sum up, this dish is not tasty because it lacks many ingredients. Seeing this, Honey didn't hesitate and cut the pill into 2 halves and stuffed them into the big mouths of her 2 heads. Gorkin sighed. I don't know when I'll be able to cook a meal that's not lacking in seasoning. There are so many strange and bizarre races in the endless desert, it would be a shame not to use them to cook. After making another large pot of broth, the ogres finally felt satisfied with their meal. After the hosts finished eating, it was the turn of the Folk Customs Hall staff, Karlov, and the watchdog team. Strictly speaking, they are part of the tribe, but are not recognized by the ogres. It was only because Chief Gorkin spoke that they would tolerate these little guys in their tribe. Gorkin called them a vassal race, or slaves. After eating and drinking his fill, Gorkin finally thought about what kind of reward he could get from this spicy chicken. Gorkin didn't even bother to look at how much recognition he had received and focused his attention directly on the final reward. Dish, spicy chicken, reward. OJBK weapon chapter, basic. OJBK weapon, basic. Passive power. As long as loyal members firmly believe that the weapon in their hands can play the corresponding role, then the weapon will play the corresponding role in their hands. Basic level, the effect is weak. Gorkin was shocked. Isn't this the famous Enshuancy? Although I often shout Wa'ag, that is the slogan of the Greenskins. How can I, an ogre, also have this ability. The only drawback is that this thing can only be used on weapons, and it has only a weak effect. The most important thing is to have an unwavering belief in this thing. If there is even a little doubt in your heart, it will not have any effect. Obviously, this effect has no effect on people with brains. But the ogre. Anger. The one-eyed ogre rumbled over. Gorkin solemnly picked up his big bone hammer and handed it to Nu. This is the weapon of me, the supreme chief of the tribe. Every strike will bring forth blazing flames. You are my most trusted tribesman, and the most powerful ogre in the tribe besides myself. I will give you this weapon that can strike with blazing flames. Nu, tell me, can you take on this responsibility? The man, whose brain was no bigger than a fingernail, widened his one eye in anger, and his blood boiled at Gorkin's words. He patted his chest heavily, indicating that he was always trustworthy. Gorkin solemnly handed over the big bone hammer that he had picked up from somewhere a long time ago to Nu. Go ahead and try to see if it's convenient for you. Huh, good. Nu took it with a serious face. Gorkin nodded. Ogre thinks Ajk. Although Nu didn't understand, he nodded Ajk. After saying that, he left in a hurry. He wanted to show off to his tribesmen and try out the power of the chief's weapon. Gorkin shrank his head. This thing is so easy to fool. It seems like this big bone stick was picked up by Nu for me. Then, something happened that shocked the tribe members present. I saw another ogre who was pulled up by Nu to fight and collided violently with Nu's bone hammer. Huge flames burst out from Nu's bone hammer and blasted towards the ogre. Ah! The ogre covered his face and ran towards the oasis. He stared at the big bone hammer in his hand with wide eyes and looked at the shocked looks of the tribesmen around him. He suddenly raised the big bone hammer. Chapter 20 caught. Mother Honey was extremely surprised, and her 2 heads and 4 eyes all revealed deep confusion. She was very good at fire magic, so she could naturally sense the fire element emerging from that ordinary bone hammer at that moment. The question is, how is this possible? Could it be that Nu will be the next ogre mage in the tribe? She turned her gaze towards Nu. This guy started celebrating by randomly picking up a female ogre. He even held the big bone hammer tightly while celebrating. Honey's 2 heads looked at each other. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Honey then turned her gaze to her son. Gorkin, what's going on? That's just an ordinary bone. Gorkin spread his hands. This is the power of belief. What belief? Speak clearly. Gorkin grinned and said, Ogre thinks Ajk. Honey felt that her son was also stupid. He turned around and went back to his shed. Gorkin was very satisfied with the effect. In this world, force is the basis for survival. Dwarves are fine, but how did gnomes and goblins, these weak races, survive in this endless desert? Isn't it because they are pursuing technology? Whether it is alchemy or potions, the ultimate goal is to increase strength. This thing is simply a forbidden zone for ogres. The ogre has reached this point entirely on his own, and now his tribe finally has the ability to advance in technology. And this ability becomes more useful the more your cerebellum shrinks. The ogre version of me thinks that Gorkin would like to be called the Eternal God, and Nu became the most arrogant kid in the tribe. Gorkin also said that you can use your own weapons as long as you think they are suitable, but the ogres didn't believe it. At this moment, they firmly believed that they did not have that ability at all if it was not given by the chief. The most powerful people in the tribe are the chief and the ogre magician. The ogres will firmly believe whatever these 2 people say. No consideration is given to whether it is reasonable or not. Gorkin didn't arrange everything. The reason for giving Fury weapons is very reasonable. He is the best fighter in the tribe besides himself and his mother, and he is also his childhood playmate. As for the other ogres, there were old ones and young ones, but none of them were strong enough to fight, and none of them made any contribution to the tribe. It certainly can't be given away for no reason. At least for now, I can't give it all away in one go. As time went by, there were no new guests coming to the tribe. No new enemies are coming. Which of the nearby races didn't know there was a pack of ogres here, who had nothing better to do than come here? The chief's hut in Gorkin is also being completed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has to be said that Karlov's construction ability is countless times stronger than that of the ogre. The ogre's requirements for himself are simple. Just having a place to live is enough. But Gorkin's requirements for Karlov were not so low. Gorkin gave Karlov a long-term task, requiring him to rebuild all the houses of the entire tribe. For this purpose, 2 ogres were specially mobilized to help him. Originally, no ogre was willing to listen to the command of a human. But after hearing their chief tell them about the rewards after completion, all the tribesmen except Mom and Nu began to sign up enthusiastically. There were even fights within the tribe. The rumbling sound of the battle scared the group of gnolls so much that they ran away with their tails between their legs. In the end, the two burly men with bruised faces and proud faces stood beside the trembling Karlov. He looked at the farce with disdain on his face, then walked proudly past the ogres, shaking his head and carrying a big bone hammer. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude made all the ogres hate him to the core. Gorkin was both amused and confused. I guess I was just as proud when I had the victory parade. This is a long-term task, and these two ogres certainly could not have imagined that it would take a very long time before they would be able to get the reward for this task. The next few days were uneventful as Gorkin waited for the completion of his new home. If it weren't for the countless messages on the World Channel, everything seemed to be the same as before. Under the leadership of their leader, the dog captain, the jackals formed 3 teams that patrol the area near the tribe continuously, and the oasis was their key area of vigilance. It doesn't matter to the magical beasts living here, but if any intelligent race dares to come, then these gnolls will definitely not allow it. Catch those who can beat them, warn those who can't, and if all else fails, run back and call for help. It's not that there is no gain. In the middle of the night, when the entire ogre world was sleeping, the patrolling werewolves brought back a man and 2 women. One of the gnolls was injured and limping, but everyone, including the injured hyena, was very excited. This is their victory and also their contribution to the tribe. In this endless desert, any city or tribe without contributing members has no value in existence. Captain Dog was smart. He didn't choose to wake up the ogres now. He had seen clearly when the orc had come before that these ogres were very grumpy when they woke up. Moreover, they only captured 2 human beings, which is not a big contribution. If we wake up those killers now, let alone any credit, we will be lucky to survive. After comforting the injured hyenas, they chose to wait quietly until dawn. At the same time, Captain Dog also rearranged the patrol team. This is the culture of this place. Once these exile guys are accepted by a tribe or gathering place, they will become members of the corresponding tribe or gathering place. They will naturally do their best for their tribe. After all, this is a fixed oasis tribe, and even being a slave is countless times better than being in exile outside. The next morning, Gorkin saw a man and 2 women trembling in fear, surrounded by a group of ogres. The ogres also began to have a little more recognition of the werewolves. After all, these guys avoided the ogres' night watch and caught 3 food items. The jackals also held their heads high and chests puffed out, as if they had won a battle. Good job, keep up the good work. Gorkin casually gave an encouraging remark, and the group of excited werewolves wagged their tails. Injured, Gorkin was a little surprised to see that the injured werewolf was among them. Although the gnolls in this world are a low-powered, intelligent race that is relative to other races in this world, this man and 2 women were obviously from Blue Star. How could they possibly cause harm to the gnolls who were armed with weapons and crossbows? This made Gorkin curious. Great chief, that human male must be a low-level magician. It was the one who injured me. The gnoll knelt on the ground and said humbly. Gorkin raised an eyebrow. Oh. Pointing to the oasis, he said, "Go to the oasis. You are allowed to hunt one prey." The jackals were overjoyed. They kowtowed to Gorkin and left happily. Chapter 21. Knocking. After sending the gnoll away, Gorkin turned his attention to the man and 2 women. The man had an unshaven beard and looked to be in his 30s. The 2 women looked very young. Looks to be in his early 20s. Compared with the human race in this world, the skin of the Blue Star people has become a little rougher after so many days, but it is still very tender. One of them looked like a college student, and a school logo could be vaguely seen on his jacket. Gorkin's opening remarks were simple. I want to die or live. Surrounded by a group of terrifying ogres, all of which were 5 meters tall, with arms thicker than themselves and fangs, the fact that these 3 people did not get scared to death was a sign of their strong mental strength. I want to live. I want to live, the man said tremblingly. The 2 women nodded repeatedly. When they were first surrounded by the ogres, none of the ogres could speak. The way they looked at them was simply drooling. This is the look you get when you look at food. The 2 women were already numb. After being met by this man, I thought I'd found a backer, but who would have thought that he would be arrested within 2 days? Want to live? No problem. Do you have any skills that can help my tribe? If so, you can survive for now. The man immediately said, I'm a magician. I'm useful. As he said this, he began to rub his hands together, and Gorkin watched him perform. 3 seconds later, a fireball as big as his fist appeared in his hand. He looked at Gorkin with expectation, as if seeking credit. Gorkin also looked at him. Then what? Manhwa? What is the problem? Logically speaking, shouldn't magicians be scarce? Gorkin stared. Just a fireball? Do you have other spells? Like a wall of fire, a pyroblast, or something like that? The man looked confused. What is that? He got his fireball from a green box, so how could he get firewall and fireblast? Gorkin looked at the fireball, which was like a small flame to him. It's hard to even light firewood with this thing in the tribe. I don't need a wizard who can't even take down a gnoll. Do you have any other skills? The man was confused. What kind of craft? Fireball magic was his reliance. He used his fireball magic to suppress the 2 women and had a great day. Gorkin was impatient. I mean, what did you do before you came to this world? What can you do? The man subconsciously said, car repairman. The 3 of them reacted and wondered how the other party knew about this. Gorkin nodded. A car mechanic. That's useless. Anger. Roar. Beat him. Nu Gao happily grabbed the man and extinguished the small fireball in his hand. The man's miserable struggle seemed particularly desolate. The 2 women were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. Even Karlov, who was busy building a house, was attracted and came over to take a look. Seeing the man's fate, Karlov felt extremely lucky because he was kept here because he knew how to build a house. As for leaving this man behind to help Karlov, Gorkin hadn't considered the idea. The contribution of inexperienced people helping out is worse than letting them play with anger. As an ogre born and raised in the endless desert, Shansi was dragged out as an ollie on the first day of his birth. It's not that difficult to survive in this hellhole, but it's better to live a good life. Then you must first learn to be cruel and give up your good person complex. Only idiots try to be good people. Seeing the 2 women so frightened, Gorkin smiled cruelly. You 2 are much luckier. Now I give you 2 choices. Or be beaten to death by the ogre. Or become a slave and enter my amorous hall to receive customers. Now choose. Life or death. Gorkin looked at the 2 women with indifference. One looks ordinary, while the other seems to have a good figure and appearance. If it were placed on Blue Star, it would probably be around 2,000. As expected, both of them chose to live. Anyway, I lost everything I should have lost the first time I was met by that man. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. At the beginning, there was some resistance and reluctance. But I didn't expect that guy to be such a jerk and not hurt at all. But it is quite tiring. After all, I still have to pretend. There are certainly people who can face death calmly, but there are not many, let alone being killed by an ogre. The 2 women, the older one is called Xiao Wan Hong and the younger one is called He Qingqing. Gorkin didn't give the 2 men any face. Come here, take him away, and teach him some manners. After greeting the waiters at the amusement park who were watching at the door, Gorkin turned and left. Just 2 girls, nothing to be surprised about. Gorkindu spoke, and the remaining ogres dispersed. They were a little disappointed that they couldn't eat it. After all, these 2 humans looked so young. One by one, they left, scratching their buttocks and itching. Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing's legs went limp, and they sat down on ground. The man is no longer alive. Generally speaking, unless Gorkin asked for a beating first, Nu would always act decisively. Sitting down next to him, Gorkin couldn't help but sigh as he watched Karlov working skillfully. Look, he didn't feel any pain under Nu's hands. Maybe he can return to his own world after death. He won't have to suffer in this hellish place. Speaking of this, Gorkin couldn't help but click his tongue. I'm still too kind. This is not good. What do you think? Gorkin looked down at Karlov, who was already covered in cold sweat. The chief's decision is the will of the tribe, and we should all obey it unconditionally. Gorkin raised his eyebrows. Even if I ask you to die? Mauzi gritted his teeth and forced his men to make no mistakes, and said sincerely, as long as the chief needs it. Gorkin opened his bloody mouth and laughed heartily. At this moment, he was like a prehistoric beast. That's a good point, but don't say such hypocritical things anymore. Just do your job well. You're still useful. Since you are so sensible, I will give you a piece of advice. Do your job well, and you won't have a single chance to make a mistake. Gorkin gave him a meaningful look, then turned and walked into the makeshift awning. Karlov wiped his face. My whole body is soaked with sweat. Scared. He understood that it was the ogre chief who was hitting him. To be honest, my mentality has indeed improved a lot in the past few days. Except for the chief and the chief's mother, The rest of these ogres have almost no IQ. In addition, he now had a sense of superiority since he could command 2 ogres to do work. This comes with knowledge and high intelligence. It has nothing to do with strength. Although these ogres could crush him to death with just 1 finger, he still felt in his heart that he had received higher education, and he looked down on these ogres. But I saw with my own eyes that man was beaten like a rag. He understood. There is no such thing as IQ in this world. The strong prey on the weak. Even on the blue planet, aren't there many cases of animals attacking humans? There's really nothing noble about human beings in this world. Chapter 22. School beauty can only be a slave. When Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing learned from the waiter of the brothel what they would face, they were devastated. The waiters have no intention of suppressing the newcomers. For them, the more females in the room, the better. The more females there are, the lower the possibility that it will be your turn if there are guests in the future. It will naturally be easier then. They didn't mind receiving customers, but the 2 newcomers found it a little hard to accept for a moment. It would be fine if the other party was human, but this world is obviously a multiracial world. How can I accept such a mess of races? The 2 people huddled in the corner in fear. The other waiters ignored them and went to find a place to rest. Sister Hong, what do you think? If we commit suicide, would it be better? Before He Qingqing came here, she had only had a few boyfriends at most, and she had never even experienced those messy things. In college, she had a lot of suitors following her. She had never seen such a scene. The people in this big house are also diverse, with people of all races. The 2 women from Blue Star naturally got together. Sui Sig. Xiao Wanhong smiled bitterly. Do you dare? If you dare, you should have committed suicide when you met that man before, and you wouldn't be. He Qingqing's face fell, but he's a man after all, and we're all from Blue Star. We've already talked about how terrifying the indigenous men here are on the World Channel before. So, how can I accept that? There's no need to worry about this now. Didn't you hear them say that there are no guests at all right now? Only the Ogre Chieftain will come. We just need to work with him to serve the Ogre Chieftain well. Xiao Wanhong is older, but not yet 30. She has had more fun than He Qingqing, the school belle. Ogre, that's too scary. That man just... He Qingqing shuddered when she thought of the monsters outside, some of which were at least 5 meters tall and had arms thicker than them. Especially those ogres, although they were all wearing leather skirts. That was too high for humans of the same height. Those of them who had to raise their heads to see their faces could just see through the tattered fig leaf. Thinking of that scene, He Qingqing swallowed her saliva. Sister Hong, I don't know if you saw that just now. That was too horrifying. He Qingqing's words made both of them shudder. It can really kill people. When on Blue Star, there were often interactions with cats and dogs, and at most with cows, horses, and lizards. The most outrageous one was with a motorcycle exhaust pipe, but these were all things that could be explained by science. These messy races out there have only appeared in novels. Although they often see people saying on the World Channel that they have encountered indigenous people, they have not seen a single intelligent indigenous person since they arrived. I didn't expect to see so many today. Ogres, gnolls, orcs, elves, drow, succubus. It's really an eye-opener. Speaking of which, that man outside must also be from Blue Star. How come he's alive and well? Xiao Wanhong was a little curious. There were too many chat messages in the World Channel every day, and they didn't see the experiences shared by Karlov. Blue Star? Is it your tribe? He was able to survive because he knew the craft of building houses. The chief gave him special permission. The succubus had sharp ears and heard what Xiao Wanhong said, and explained with a smile. As long as they can help share the pressure, they are family, so the old waiters also release their kindness. That's fine if you understand it that way. Xiao Wanhong hesitated. She hesitated as she looked at the succubus in front of her with its reverse-jointed hooves and horns. My name is Karen, but honestly, names don't really matter in a place like this. The succubus and orc waiters are probably the tallest among all the waiters, about 2 meters and 2 meters tall. Next are the elves and drow, who are about 2 meters tall. In fact, given the succubus's height, if Gorkin insisted on fighting, he could probably hold on based on the succubus's physique. But after the battle, Gorkin thought it would be better not to do this when there was no next succubus in his tribe. The strongest ones are the orc waiters. But Gorkin really was in the mood. I can't appreciate it. I really can't appreciate it. Normally, just getting a massage with everyone is the limit that Gorkin can accept. She was also the least treated among the waiters. However, in order to maintain the diversity of his own museum, Gorkin still kept her. Then, Is it possible for us to survive like him, relying on our skills instead of... He Ching's eyes lit up. No wonder the ogre chief asked what the man could do at the beginning. Karen smiled and said, "Then what can you do? Do you think you have any skills that would be appreciated by the chief and allow you to live a stable life?" He Ching's eyes froze. What could she do? She was just an ordinary college student studying business management. She was very good at shower one home. Then I can cook. I went to the kitchen very early. I am best at cooking. He Ching cast an envious look at Xiao Wan Hong. She only hated herself for not learning some practical skills, but instead indulging in the pursuit of those men every day. Practice? Karen smiled and shook her head. I advise you to stay here. At least here you're protected from the wind and sun, and you're provided with food and drink. If there are no guests, just serve the chief well and don't think about anything else. My two sisters, you have to learn to guide yourselves here. Don't be so nervous. If you really are going to die, there's no point in being afraid. Look at me. I was also very scared at the beginning, but now I'm also very happy all day long. If you can live a good life just by moving your hands, why not do it? Well, the chief is still very respectful to us in this matter. At least he took a clean bath. Besides that, we are relatively free in the tribe, and you shouldn't envy that man. One day, he might become an ogre's dinner once he's no longer useful. At least we don't have to worry about that. The hope in Xiao Wan Hong and He Ching's eyes gradually disappeared. There is no way to avoid the fate of receiving customers. Trembling with fear, at night Gorkin arrived. There is a new waiter, and he is from Blue Star. As a fellow countryman, he has to show his support. The school bell. He has no privileges here and can only be a slave in the amusement park. Especially the other party's frightened expression, Gorkin was happy to see it. Chapter 23. Returning Customers' Referrals. Gorkin didn't know what the two Blue Star women were thinking, nor did he care. His biggest ideal is to make his life more comfortable. Although the ogre is not an immortal species, he can still be considered an immortal species. He does not intend to spend the rest of his life in this environment. This goal is still relatively vague for Gorkin, and this service area is just an attempt for him. If it succeeds, that will be the best, but if it fails, it doesn't matter. However, the results seem to be quite encouraging at the moment. The third customer, or should I say the third wave of customers, came to the door. The dwarves from Giant Sand City are here. Soon after they entered the territory of the Dragon Roost Ogres, they were discovered by a patrolling group of gnolls. These dwarves were driving a steam tank with very wide tracks, and the huge roar and spewing steam could not hide their tracks. This was not something the gnolls could resist at all, and they came back with their tails between their legs to report the news as soon as they discovered it. Gorkin expressed a certain degree of attention to this. After all, steam tanks, such weapons of war, need to be treated with caution by ogres. 20 ogres stood in a very scattered position and surrounded the dwarves. This can greatly avoid the damage caused by the steam tank. After all, that thing has a short range, only 200 or 300 meters, and the shells fly slowly and have poor accuracy. It's fine for attacking, but if you want to hit a moving target, you need to be either extremely lucky or extremely unlucky. However, no fighting broke out. These more than 100 fully armed dwarves came to hire the ogres to do business. The orc merchant's experience before gave the dwarf a great shock and inspiration. The dwarves were also very surprised by the dragon's nest ogre style of doing what he said. On the return airship, Cash did not hide anything in response to the dwarf's questions. Orcs were generally straightforward, and since he thought the dragon-dwelling ogre was indeed worthy of close friendship, he praised Gorkin highly. You have to know that the Kodo was already in the hands of the ogre at that time, and you could get the small horn by killing him directly. But Gorkin didn't do that, and arranged for his mother, the two-headed ogre mage, to lead the team personally. Not only did she kill those stupid centaurs, but she also sent herself to the Giant Sand City. He said he only wanted the Kodo, and didn't even look at the goods. This is simply the conscience of the industry in the endless desert, okay? Others may not know, but he praised Kashgar very much. Kashgar was relieved. At least under the premise of a deal, the Dragon Ogre was the only person he could trust besides his own people when he went out. Kashgar's words deeply stimulated the dwarves of Giant Sand City. You only need to pay a small price to hire a trustworthy ogre. Is there anything more cost-effective than this? However, the giant sand dwarf did not completely believe what the orc said, so he drove out the only steam tank in the city. The wide tracks are enough for this steel giant to travel across the desert Gobi, especially since it is engraved with the light feather magic specially carved by the elven wizard. This reduced the weight of the steam tank by 1/5. Although these dwarves are short, they are also strong and sturdy, and can even fight against orcs in a battle of strength. Anyone who is doing business is a customer to Gorkin. Gorkin was the first to put away his weapon. We are always very welcoming to customers, and hiring is no problem, but Gorkin opened his bloody mouth. Now that you've heard what happened in Kashgar, let me be clear. Remuneration must be paid in advance, and the price will be determined based on the tasks required. We can guarantee that we will do what we say, but we have no precondition for cooperation. We can only pay you first. If you accept, then we will tell you your mission. If you don't accept, then leave our territory. The leading dwarf had a slightly grim expression on his face, but that was within expectations. The main reason is that the example of the orc merchant is too classic. The ogres are powerful, work efficiently, and have clear prices. They don't want more, and they won't accept less. In this way, putting all of these out in the open at least shows that the other party has no intention of robbing the robbers at that time. We need to hire at least 15 ogres to coordinate with our tanks and airships to defeat the Steamweedle Consortium. That despicable group of goblin slavers attacked our mining team. The leading dwarf climbed out of the command cabin of the steam tank. As expected of a dwarf who has mastered the iron-making process, his entire body is covered with fine iron armor. Looking at his own ogres, who only had a piece of rag as their lifeblood, Gorkin shed tears of envy. Of course, those dwarves weren't good guards, so they died, but we can't accept the large amount of iron or they looted. The Steamweedle Consortium is powerful. We are not sure of their strength, but we must let them know that the giant sand dwarves are not made of clay. Chief Longshi, this battle is quite dangerous. Please name your price. Gorkin made a quick decision. I want you to build 5 suits of armor according to the size of the ogre. The thicker and heavier the better. The dwarf leader turned around and left. Your mouth is as big as yours. It really is a bloody mouth. Chief Longshi, goodbye. Just pretend we were never here. Hey, look at you. You have to negotiate to do business. I quote a price, and you offer a price, right? Let's negotiate. Gorkin waved his hands repeatedly. Chief Longshi, would you mind looking at your own size? Even if you don't know how much iron a suit of armor requires, you should have an idea, right? The iron needed to make 5 sets of heavy full-body armor for you is enough for me to build another siege tank. Well, we dwarves always like to be straightforward. Either a full set of armor or 5 maces. You can choose. The dwarf leader directly threw out the bottom line of what he could accept. These dwarves are also hot-tempered beings, without so many tricks. Then let's get a full body armor, but I need you to build it first. Then I'll bring the most elite ogre warriors to rip the brains out of that damn consortium and stuff them up their asses. Gorkin made a decision immediately. Good. The dwarf leader took 2 steps forward and said, but we do have one condition. The ogre mages must participate in the battle. Of course, no problem. Once you agree to my terms, you will be my most valued client until the mission is completed. You will see an ogre mage wearing full iron armor appear on the battlefield. The contract has been concluded. I hope you will not betray the trust of Giant Sand City. The dwarf leader looked Gorkin up and down, memorizing his size. These ogres are of similar size. Whatever the ogre chieftain can wear, other ogres can also wear. Don't worry. The day you see the armor is the day the ogre goes to battle. Ogres always keep their word. Gorkin laughed with his mouth full of blood. Chapter 24. Departure to the Hot Sands Consortium. 10 days is nothing in this boundless desert Gobi world. Unless there are any accidents, most of the natives here have a long lifespan and no one will care about these 10 days. However, for the Blue Star people who need to open boxes to obtain supplies and treasures here, every day is torture. This treasure chest, which can only be seen by people from the Blue Planet, is very unfriendly to this world. It's no surprise what comes out of that thing. It's like the man who has been completely digested by anger and turned into poop actually developed the basic skills of fire magic, and there is no threshold. If time goes on, I really don't know what these humans can come up with. The World Channel is still very lively. After trying their best to overcome the initial difficulties and eliminating the weak and unlucky ones, the remaining people survived very tenaciously. They basically have some ability to protect themselves and even started to exchange supplies with each other in the trading channel. Gorkin, who often peeked at their conversations, discovered that the highest treasure these people showed was a blue treasure chest, which contained a shotgun that could be recharged with 5 bullets a day. Even now, there are not many people who prescribe seasonings. This made Gorkin very sad. This was so unfair to the natives. Why could only humans see the treasure chest? But fortunately, I could do it myself. During these 10 days, the 2 women from Blue Star gradually adapted to life here. Just like what the waiters who have been here all the time said, no ogre will harm them unless the chief gives the order. The only thing is that the ogres still look at them as if they were food. They shared their experiences on the World Channel and unexpectedly aroused the envy of many people. Ogre? Is it the kind you see in Western fantasy novels? The kind with 1 or 2 heads and a bloated belly? Sisters, you guys have literally reached the pinnacle of success. You don't have to work every day, you get 3 meals a day, and you can drink as much water as you want. While others are still searching for treasure chests and resources to survive, you've already cleared the level. What we're saying is, can we talk to the chief and not be so stubborn about the gender issue? I have some amazing skills with my mouth. I could even lick out a coin from rotten meat. Oh my God, I opened a bottle of mineral water and haven't finished it in 3 days, and you 2 have already started taking a shower. Please tell me your position. Although I'm not the school belle, I'm the class belle. I'm young, and I could be a boss or a chief. Faced with these messages or private messages, the 2 of them really didn't know whether being here was a good thing or a bad thing. He Ching, who is nearly 1.7 meters tall, is probably the difference between a doll and an adult in front of Gorkin. All I can say is, harmful. But after the novelty of Gorkin wore off, I still think succubus and elves are better. These 2 are evil and elegant, but they're different. 10 days later, the dwarves from Giant Sand City arrived as promised. A huge airship hung in the sky, with 3 huge bombs hanging under the pod and 3 cannons on each side. Behind the neatly arranged tanks on the ground were 100 fully armed dwarf warriors, each holding a battle axe or hammer and carrying a crude hunting rifle on their backs. Oh my God, they have both the army and the air force. Is this the strength of Giant Sand City? Gorkin was somewhat surprised, but not much. Since the ogres can make the dwarves of Giant Sand City spend such a huge price to hire them, they must have the corresponding strength. Those bombs and artillery fire would only cause minor injuries to the ogres unless they hit them right away. Once the ogres approached the steam tank, it would be impossible to lift it up, but if 3 ogres worked together to overturn it, it would not be a big problem. Who asked you to carve the light feather technique yourself? The dwarves worked together to remove the armor from the steam tank. The dwarf leader looked at Gorkin from a distance and said, "The armor is forged. The dwarf's promise is fulfilled. What about the ogre's promise?" Gorkin immediately asked his mother to go up and try it. But I didn't expect that my mother would reject it with both heads. The head on the left. I'm a mage, I don't need it. The head on the right. You are the chief, where's safety? Gorkin wanted to persuade his mother again, but he didn't expect his mother to become impatient. The head on the left. Stop talking nonsense. Just wear it if I tell you to. The head on the right. Don't make me slap you in front of others. Gorkin shrugged. What else could he do? He picked up the armor and began to put on himself. When the heavy armor covered Gorkin this time, leaving only his head exposed, a fierce aura swept over everyone present. The ogre already looks very scary, and with this armor, he is a definite killing weapon. Honey's 2 heads and 4 eyes showed a look of satisfaction, whether it is for Gorkin or for this set of armor. When a mother has something good, she will naturally think of her child first. The dwarves of Giant Sand City were also startled. They never expected that the ogre chieftain's load-bearing capacity would be so terrifying. The thickness of this heavy armor is comparable to their steam tanks, but unexpectedly, the ogre chief in front of them could wear it so easily. Now that the already powerful ogre has obtained this heavy armor, what else on this continent can threaten this guy? Gorkin was also very satisfied. Although it was a bit heavy, it was okay because Cash had contributed a Kodo beast. Chief Longchi, are you ready to fulfill your promise? The dwarf leader said solemnly. If the ogre doesn't keep his word, they will be in big trouble. Of course. My friend, I'll pack up some supplies and we'll be ready to go. Gorkin laughed loudly, obviously very satisfied with the dark heavy armor. The dwarves also breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight breaks out because the other party breaks their promise, even if we don't suffer any loss, both sides will suffer losses. He asked his bastards to get some food, and each ogre took several water bags made of animal skins. Nu also brought the Kodo beast over. Gorkin arranged for 5 ogres to stay behind to guard the gate, and he set off with a patrol of gnolls. He also gave orders to Karlov, telling him to speed up the process and let the 5 ogres cooperate with him temporarily. Karlov temporarily took command of the 5 ogres in building the chief's house. However, Gorkin's request was that he should move in after he came back, otherwise he would have extra meals. Karlov didn't want to take this task, but he had no choice. The dwarves of Giant Sand City led 15 ogres towards the territory of the Hot Sand Cartel. Chapter 25. You can say I'm bad, but you can't say I'm bad. The Steamweedle Cartel is a relatively well-known goblin organization in the vicinity. This is completely different from those wandering little brothers. Although they're all goblins, these guys are extremely rich. They are proficient in alchemy and potions and can extract everything that can be extracted from the sand. The originally yellowish sand was tossed around by them and finally turned into charcoal like slag. Like some kind of sewage, this sand is so dense that even the most adaptable gravel cockroaches cannot survive. But there's no denying these guys have something. They are good at emptying the last gold coin from their customers' pockets. If they encounter a customer who has no strength, then that customer is their commodity. Unfortunately, many tribes or cities are products of goblin technology, which makes nearby races love and hate them. If it weren't for this group of goblins that completely angered the dwarves of Giant Sand City, and if it weren't for the existence of the Gore Golden Dragon's habitat, the dwarves of Giant Sand City would not have been willing to spend all their money to defeat him. Along the way, the dwarves of Giant Sand City lead the way, the gnolls remember the route, and the ogres just follow. It took a full 10 days just to get to the territory of the Hot Sands group. But before the 5th day, if the Kodo had not brought enough dried meat, and if Gorkin had not brought the spring water tank, the ogres would have starved to death before reaching their destination. However, the spring water tank only contains half a ton of water every day, which can barely ensure the ogres' basic daily water intake. The ogres didn't care, as they couldn't die of thirst. In this land, anything that is not a matter of life or death is a small problem. When charred gravel began to appear on the ground, Gorkin knew that the battle was about to begin. Goblin excavators have started to appear here. These rough-looking and roaring people load the sand onto transport vehicles, which then pull the sand to the smelting furnace to start smelting. After finishing, pull the slag back and pour it down. The steam tank let out a deafening roar, and the ridiculously thick gun barrel rumbled, firing a shell at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Gorkin expected, the aim was poor, but it scared all the goblin excavators. The battle has begun. The goblin excavator is not just a tool. It is also a combat weapon. Although these excavators are as thin as children in front of the steam tanks, they are more than enough to fight against the dwarves. Chief of the Dragon Roost tribe. Seeing the goblins rushing up, the dwarf leader turned around and looked at the ogres behind the team. Angry, bring some people to let those green guys taste some of the cruelty of the ogres. Gorkin waved his hand behind him. Wah wah! With an angry roar, he waved his weapon and rushed towards the goblin excavators. All the ogres except my mother rushed forward howling. The goblins operating the excavators were dumbfounded. Damn it! How could there be an ogre? How could these short guys possibly tame the ogre? Run! No, Mom! The height of the goblin excavator is only 3 meters. It is a behemoth in front of the goblins who are even shorter than the dwarves, but in front of the ogres, it is just a large toy. The moment the angry bone hammer collided with the bucket of the goblin excavator, violent flames burst out and swept directly towards the goblin in the cab at the back. The goblin had no time to react and was half burned to death on the spot. Then the second angry hammer smashed the cab. He raised the big bone hammer in his hand and roared, Ajp! Although the other ogres did not fight as fast as Fury, they also quickly caught up with the goblin excavator and killed the goblins. The goblins were very confident, as their cabs were all open air and had no protection. Some ogres even fished out a goblin and stuffed it into their mouths. The scene was extremely bloody. The dwarves anticipated the ogres' devastating attack. But the attack of the big bone hammer, carrying blazing flames, really stunned the group of dwarves. This, could it be another ogre mage? The dwarf leader on the steam tank looked at Nu in shock as he returned carrying a huge bone hammer. A doo-doo. Nu gave the dwarf a strange look and returned behind Gorkin. He used the rag that covered his vitals to wipe the green bloodstains on the big bone hammer as if he was wiping a treasure. The dwarf leader was confused again. This IQ doesn't seem like it. The other ogres once again looked at Nu with envy. Even his big eyes couldn't hide the smug look in Nu's eyes. The dwarf leader looked inquiringly at Gorkin, who was sitting on the back of the Kodo beast. Gorkin waved his hands repeatedly. The ogre thinks our tribe's little tricks are not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning, ha ha. The dwarf didn't understand, but thought it was awesome. That thing looked like an ordinary big-boned stick with no enchantment on it, but it actually spewed out flames in the hands of an ordinary ogre. It's outrageous. Some goblin excavators were killed here, and the Hot Sands Consortium responded quickly. There was no way he wouldn't respond, because the dwarf airship had already begun to lower its altitude and bombard the city of the Hot Sands Consortium below. However, to be on the safe side, the airship did not descend too low. The goblins' flying monkeys are quite powerful. If they accidentally make a hole in the airship, it would be a huge loss. The battle between the dwarves of Giant Sand City and the goblins of the Steamweedle Cartel has officially begun. 100 dwarves, under the cover of steam tanks, showed the goblins of the Steamweedle Consortium what standard infantry tank coordination is. Even a picky person like Gorkin had to admit that these dwarves were worthy of being the elite troops of the Giant Sand City. The main force of the Hot Sand Consortium participating in the battle is a 7-meter-tall goblin mining machine. On the left is a huge bucket, and on the right is a high-speed rotating chainsaw. The third in command of the Hot Sand Consortium sits in the cab and is invincible. The goblin mining machine even took a shell from a steam tank, and its body only shook for a moment. Chief Longchi, please abide by our agreement and lend us a helping hand. The dwarf leader looked very solemn. Gorkin jumped off the Kodo's back, holding a large bone hammer. Ogres always keep their words. Kill those goblins. Walk. Gorkin grinned and began to charge towards the goblin mining machine. The scarlet light fell on him, making Gorkin's body seem even slightly larger. Mom, just go help kill the other goblins. I got my eye on this guy. Gorkin licked his lips, his face full of bloodlust. Among all the ogres of the Dragon's Roost tribe, Gorkin is young and has a bad heart, but that doesn't mean he is weak. This is the common understanding of all ogres, including his mother Honey. I would like to try to read 3 chapters a day for this book, and today I will give you the 3rd chapter. Chapter 26, You Are Awesome, Go. Ogre, the third in command of the Steamweedle group, was furious. How dare you, foolish ogre, interfere with the Steamweedle group's battle? Tell me your name, and the Steamweedle group will hunt you down and destroy you. Gorkin took the boning knife out of the recipe space. The boning knife, which adapts to the user's body shape, is 3 meters long in Gorkin's hand, and 3.5 meters, including the handle. With the boning knife in his left hand and the bone hammer in his right hand, he blocked the attacks of the goblin excavator respectively. Gorkin grinned. I am your biological father. With just one kick, he could force the goblin mining machine, which was 2 meters taller than him, to take 2 steps back. This is the difference between machinery and flesh. The goblin needed to steady his machine, and Gorkin had already raised the great bone hammer. Gorkin took 2 quick steps and jumped, smashing the cockpit of the goblin mining machine with a bone hammer. The goblin excavator completely stopped working, and green blood gushed out of it. Fighting. It's just so simple and unpretentious. What's with the 3-day and 3-night battle? How come it's a turn-based system? Bang, 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 bang. A large number of bullets attacked Gorkin, and the most they hit was a small white dot on Gorkin's armor. If you're lucky enough to get hit on Gorkin's face, it would be like a normal person being lightly pricked by a toothpick. Do you really think that the ogres, who have no technology and low IQ, have nothing to rely on? Whoever kills the most goblins gets my weapon. Gorkin roared, and the murderous light in the eyes of the ogres almost flashed. They charged forward despite the goblins' explosives, muskets, and various machines. If it weren't for Honey's blessing, which accelerated the ogre's wound recovery, there might have been casualties today. The tank role has been taken over by the ogres, and the dwarves under them are also not vague, following closely behind the ogres to finish off and assist. The dwarf's musket may not have as much damage as the goblins, but it is relatively stable. Moreover, for these goblins who have no special abilities, hitting their vital points is fatal enough. Honey gave all the ogres bloodlust. In addition to paying attention to which idiot was seriously injured, she fully demonstrated the horror of the 2-headed ogre. She has 2 heads. Her 2 heads can look in different directions, and she can release 2 skills at the same time. In addition to bloodlust and blessing, her best skill is fire magic. Her participation in the battle made everyone present know what a spell turret is. Even her magic power recovers faster with 2 heads than with 1. The battle went unexpectedly smoothly, even to the dwarf leader, who felt it was a little unreal. In order to increase its presence, the airship in the sky dropped 3 huge bombs directly into the city, causing great damage. In a few seconds, he broke down the goblin city gate. The walls were only 6 or 7 meters high, and the ogre could climb in directly. He opened the door just because he subconsciously disliked the thing. The ogres could crawl in, but the dwarves couldn't, so they rushed in through the gate. What followed was a massacre. The dwarves' goal is to secure the warehouses of their own people and the goblins, while the ogre's goal is to be well fed. The battle has reached this point, and there is no suspense anymore. The dwarf leader stood on the tank and looked at the ogre who was sitting on the Kodo beast next to him and even began to fall asleep, and he couldn't help but admire him. The combat power of the dragon roost ogres is truly astonishing. If it weren't for you, our giant sand city would probably still be facing off against the Steam Sand Consortium. It wouldn't be so easy to break in. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Kalber Giant Sand. I am very happy to fight alongside such a powerful tribe. Gorkin waved his hand and said, "Just call me Gorkin. You don't have to be too happy. After all, you're the one who paid us." Kalber smacked his lips in amazement. It's unbelievable that there's a tribe as trustworthy as the dragon habitat in this land. If I had known about this earlier, we might have established a cooperative relationship a long time ago. Our tribe used to be no different from other tribes. I only started doing this after my father died and became the chief. If you had come earlier, you might have been eaten. Gorkin was always kind to his ongoing sponsors. How could such a powerful ogre tribe chieftain die? There shouldn't be any threat nearby, right? Gorkin's words made Kalber curious. Why not? Guess why we are called the Dragon's Nest tribe? That's because there's a giant sleeping there for who knows how many years. Kalber suddenly choked up as he spoke and looked at Gorkin in disbelief. No way. Gorkin shrugged. That's what you think. Otherwise, we would have a tribe with 2 ogre mages by now. It's incredible. What is your father thinking? Not all ogre chieftains are as skilled in fighting and as intelligent as I am. Gorkin doesn't shy away from the fact that ogres have no brains, because any intelligent race knows that. Then have you never thought about revenge for your father? Kalber was curious. Gorkin looked down at him and said, "Do you want to think about what you said? Revenge? My mom told me that the black dragon slept there when her great-grandmother was still alive. Is this thing capable of revenge? How about I give you money and you go?" Kalber knew that he had asked a stupid question, so he shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. It is no exaggeration to say that in the time it takes for such an existence to sleep, countless races will rise and fall, and countless people will take revenge. Gorkin ignored the dwarf leader. "Just talking nonsense. You go ahead and be awesome." After a while, the goblins here ran away or died, and the city was completely taken over by the dwarves. The ogre was well-behaved and didn't take anything except some goblins. This is also what Gorkin asked for. We can be cruel and inhumane, but we must be trustworthy when doing business. Moreover, the ogres could not understand or appreciate the things of the goblins. The dwarves all breathed a sigh of relief. They had a great harvest this time. Not only did they rescue the tribesmen who had not been sold, they even obtained some slaves of other races. The goblin warehouses also have a lot of inventory, enough for the dwarves to use for a long time. The Steam Weedle cartel's slave hunting corps was still quite powerful. If it weren't for the fully armed Gorkin who killed their third-in-command, leaving them leaderless, the dwarves alone would never have been able to break in. Moreover, this is just the smallest city of the Hot Sands group, and the person here is also the third in command of their group. The dwarves looted and then hurriedly evacuated. They loaded their harvest onto the goblin transport vehicle, which was also tracked and could hold a lot of cargo. The dwarves were tall enough to sit in the cockpit. Gorkin also selected 4 female slaves, all of whom were of decent appearance. This should have been orders placed by a human city for the goblins. 3 female elves and 1 human woman. And you can tell at first glance that this woman is from Blue Star. Because she was frightened by the ogre, the first thing she blurted out was, "What the hell?" Chapter 27, Blue Safe. The dwarves were retreating, and Gorgon led the gnolls through the ruined city of the Steamweedle cartel. The cities in this kind of place are not at the same level as the cities on the blue planet before. The goblin buildings were extremely low, and their 3-story buildings were not as tall as Gorgon. The ogres collected a lot of corpses to eat on the road, but Gorkin threw them all away. There used to be a lot of goblins living here, and they had a lot of dried meat stored. There's also a small oasis here, and the water source was also replenished. There's food available, Why eat those dried chicken feathers from corpses? The dwarves looted everything else, leaving nothing for the goblins. The goblins' machinery was also looted by them. Even though the systems are different, a little modification can bring them a lot of improvements. Gorkin didn't care. The commission is to help break through here, and the reward has already been paid. Then everything we get after we break through will definitely belong to others. This Gorkin still doesn't matter. Every job has its own rules. The dwarves were extremely xenophobic and abandoned all the slaves except the dwarves. Except for the 4 slaves selected by Gorkin, the others were left to fend for themselves. More than 100 slaves were wailing here, hoping that the dwarves would take them away. It is much better to fall into the hands of dwarves than goblins. At least dwarves are an orderly race and don't have such evil ways of torturing people. But the dwarves ignored them, rescued their captured people, and left. The transaction was completed, and since it was not in the right place for both parties, they naturally parted ways. And no matter how trustworthy the ogres are, the dwarves, who have reaped great rewards, are still somewhat worried about being robbed. Their fighting power was too strong. The goblin mining machine that could compete with the siege tank was actually killed instantly by the ogre chief. If these ogres have any evil intentions, they will definitely be in trouble. The dwarves returned with a fully loaded cargo of captured goblin transport vehicles. Gorkin was stunned by what he saw. There's a fire home? Why are you so anxious? He shook his head and ignored the dwarves. The deal was over anyway. With the publicity from the dwarves of Giant Sand City, the reputation of his service area should be better than his own. Everything is difficult at the beginning, so Gorkin was no longer in a hurry. At least now I have a mount, fine iron armor, and an additional passive weapon technology from Ogre. How long has the ogre tribe been in his control? Even though his father has been on the throne for so many years and has remained the same, this progress is already very encouraging. At least Gorkin was quite satisfied. How many ambitious people have been buried in this endless desert Gobi? No matter what race you are, the important thing is to be content. An ogre who was selected and recognized as having killed the most enemies squeezed over with a flattering smile. Of course, this killing competition does not include anger. He has a weapon that can trigger fire damage, and he is the most powerful ogre besides Gorkin. Other members of the tribe cannot compare to him. You're full metal, right? Steel. The ogre named Steel patted his chest repeatedly to indicate that it was him. You kill the most? Gorkin was a little suspicious, but then he thought that the ogre was not a very smart person, and if it was fake, the other tribesmen would not agree. Seeing that Gorkin was a little unconvinced, Gang anxiously pointed at the tribesmen behind him who looked unwilling. Okay, come here. This is my weapon. Its attacks can deal fire damage, just like the one I have with New Try It. Gang rubbed his dirty hands on his body, his eyes full of excitement, but his face was a little pretending to be solemn. He took the big bone hammer handed to him by Gorkin and smashed it hard on the goblin hut next to him. Boom! The goblin hut collapsed with a loud bang, and a burst of fire instantly ignited it. Ajk! Steel raised the bone hammer high in his hand and showed it proudly to the other ogres. He snorted in anger and disdain, stroking his large bone hammer. Anyway, this is the first weapon the chief gave me. Yours is only the second. Roll. Gorkin impatiently kicked Steel on the butt. Gang nodded and bowed, carrying the big bone hammer, and ran to show off. Gorkin was still a little envious after all. As an intelligent being with a normal mind and soul, he couldn't be 100% sure that the weapon in his hand, which looked like an ordinary big bone stick, could produce flames. No matter how he mentally prepared himself, it didn't work. Because this characteristic must be believed sincerely, without the slightest doubt. Gorkin couldn't do it, and neither could Mother Honey. In a corner in the center of the Goblin City Square, a blue box caught Gorkin's attention. Go and see what's in that box. Gorkin asked the hyena who had been following him to go over and take a look. The werewolf obediently walked to the place Gorkin mentioned, and searched through all the boxes and cabinets, but couldn't find the box Gorkin mentioned. Gorkin's eyes widened as he saw the gnoll's body even pass right through the blue box. Great Chief, we don't know what box you were talking about. The gnoll knelt before Gorkin with his tail between his legs, his voice trembling. It's okay, just wait outside the city. Gorkin waved his hand and sent them away. The gnoll left obediently. Gorkin exclaimed in admiration. Could it be that this is the legendary treasure chest? No wonder the dwarves didn't see such a conspicuous treasure chest. Turns out, it's a privilege for us Blue Star people. Before, they called us natives one by one, but now when they see the treasure chest, they call us Blue Star people one by one. Gorkin took his double standards to the extreme. Gorkin rubbed his hands, walked to the front of the treasure chest, squatted down, pinched the lid of the treasure chest with 2 fingers, and lifted it up gently. A dazzling blue light shone through, and then a giant scorpion appeared behind the box and attacked directly towards Gorkin. Compared to humans, this millstone-sized scorpion is certainly a giant scorpion. But for the ogre chieftain, even the bullets of his musket are just toothpicks. What are you doing? Gorkin stared blankly at the cylindrical blue scorpion whose tail was stuck in the gap of his armor. Is it possible that there's only an idiot like you in my treasure chest? Then I'll be mad. Gorkin didn't bother with the little scorpion and stared at the treasure chest. Fortunately, there was a blueprint inside. Gently picking up the drawing with his hands, the corresponding introduction appeared in Gorkin's mind. Metal melting furnace, construction drawing. Quality blue. Introduction, fire smelting furnace. After use, it will generate an immovable metal smelting furnace. After inputting materials, it can refine the specified metal. Refinable, iron, copper, aluminum. Oh, Gorkin was overjoyed. Didn't this mean that his ogre tribe also had the ability to extract metal from sand? With such a harvest, he felt that the little scorpion that was still struggling to attack him looked much more handsome. Chapter 28. So damn civilized. The first treasure chest he encountered was of blue quality, and the treasures that came out were also very useful, which made Gorkin feel much happier. As for the dangers, the blue scorpion, the size of a millstone, is obviously poisonous. Both the 2 large pincers and the tail stinger are fatal to humans. The scorpion's hard shell is so hard that even an ordinary small caliber pistol cannot penetrate it. As a monster in the blue treasure chest, most people would probably not be able to open it, but take it. Moreover, the treasure chest is located in the square of this goblin city. Even if he had the ability to deal with this poisonous scorpion, he did not have the ability to enter the goblin city. After this incident, Gorkin also became curious. Why are there treasure chests in the goblin city, but not in my own tribe? In terms of strength, although his Dragon Rouge tribe only has 20 ogres, their combat power is powerful. It is impossible for them to not have even a treasure chest, right? Gorkin decided to go back and search through all the boxes and drawers. As for treasure chests, finding one is a good deal. Besides, my tribe is a forbidden area for the humans on Blue Star, so the quality of the treasure chest should at least be blue, right? Thinking of this, Gorkin became a little curious. On the way back, I saw the imprisoned slaves. They are relatively common races. The most common races in this desert are humans, orcs, trolls, and goblins. These 4 major races have excellent reproductive abilities and are the largest in number. As for others, such as elves, dwarves, and gnomes, their cities or tribes are much fewer and their populations are much smaller than those of the 4 major tribes. However, in this place where everyone fights for themselves, race is of little use. Each tribe or city is the most important. The rest can be regarded as enemies, even if they are of the same race. Most of these 100 slaves are humans and orcs, with a small number of trolls mixed in. As for the goblins, although the Steamweedle cartel is also a goblin city, they also look down on goblin slaves. There is no market for goblin slaves outside at all. It's not that goblins look down on other goblins, it's just that goblin slaves are not even wanted by dogs. These slaves were desperate. The goblins were driven away by the dwarves, who then left on their own, leaving only the ogres behind. This is worse than a goblin. However, their pitiful eyes made Gorkin's compassionate heart rekindle. That's all. Who made me a saint? Anger. Hey! He ran over angrily, holding the big bone hammer. Select 10 relatively capable slaves, with orcs or trolls being the priority, and humans not the best. Pointing at the slaves, Gorkin turned and prepared to leave. The rest, what? He asked angrily and stuttered. What about the rest, right? Gorkin put his hand under his neck and gestured. Play to your strengths, beat them up, and then you'll understand. Hurry up, we're getting ready to go home. Oh, he scratched his head angrily. It's so complicated, I think I need to grow my brain. He imitated Gorkin and stretched out his hand to gesture under his neck. What does it mean? Shrugging angrily. I can't figure it out. Choose the one that can fight. New selection criteria are very simple. Whoever is bigger and has bigger muscles will definitely be the best fighter. The 8 orcs and 2 trolls were the slaves chosen by anger. The 10 selected slaves were immediately pardoned. All the slaves heard what the ogre chieftain had just said, and naturally knew what the consequences would be if they were not chosen. The remaining slaves wailed and struggled, trying to prove their usefulness, but Nu refused to listen and didn't want to listen. In the tribe, he only obeys the chief and his mother. As for the others, even the emperor himself can't do anything about them. In Nu's worldview, Gorkin horny the Lord. In front of the 10 lucky ones, Nu walked into the slave cell with a cruel smile. Screams rang out one after another, and the 10 slaves trembled in fear. They are just stronger among these slaves, but to the ogres, they are still no different from chickens. Not to mention the other ogres around who were attracted by the screams. The 10 slaves who had regained their freedom did not dare to resist at all. The ogres were hoping they would rebel, so they could kill them regardless of the chief's orders. Build a fire grill, and these ogres will always have a good meal. The ogres of the Dragon Roost tribe finally set out on their return journey. This time there were 10 more slaves, 3 female elves, and a blue star woman. That team of gnolls was in charge of guarding it. Under normal circumstances, both orcs and trolls could easily crush these 4 gnolls to death, but they didn't dare. Not only is there an ogre chieftain in full body armor, but there's also a 2-headed ogre mage in charge. Only idiots would have other messed up ideas. Mother Honey was quite dissatisfied with bringing back 10 slaves. So, why did you bring back so much garbage? Right? Yes, son, we are not that rich. Gorkin said with a smile. Don't worry, I have a plan for the next step. I need a few slaves. The main reason is that the number of our people is too small, and their IQ is simply not enough to be entrusted with such an important task. Honey was a little surprised. So what are your plans? Right? What are you going to do? Gorkin, I plan to do some trade with those dwarves. I plan to build a furnace and smelt iron to exchange with them. When the time comes, we'll need those who can talk and fight to do the trading. The left side of Honey's head. Are you stupid? Honey's right head. The goblin's furnace has been taken away. Are you planning to chase them and take it back now? Honey was eager to try. She longed to see the dwarves rob each other. In her opinion, the dwarves could defeat them with just one charge. No, Mom. I have my own plans. It's just a furnace, right? I have something better. And Mom, we're businessmen now, so we need to be trustworthy. If more people come looking for us, we won't have to resort to robbing people and living on the side. So, don't always think about black eating black or something like that. We should be civilized. Gorkin said earnestly. Honey's 2 heads and 4 eyes looked at Gorkin, who was sitting on the back of a Kodo beast and peeling a female elf into cornstalks. If you only look at their height, the difference in body shape isn't as big as you might think. One is more than 5 meters tall, and the other is 2 meters tall, just like the difference between an adult and child. However, the huge difference in size makes the slender elf look more like a large doll. So fucking civilized. Honey felt too exhausted to complain. His son is good at everything, has lots of clever ideas, and is quite capable, but he has a special liking for these little ants. I really don't know why an ogre would like these weak races. Chapter 29 Reward. Is there anything wrong with appreciating beauty? Gorkin thinks it's right. Whether in the previous life or this life, this age is the time when we are most energetic and impulsive. As an ogre with a normal male soul from Blue Star, is it wrong to like appreciating beauty? If I can't come, can I come to anything else? Gorkin is a man who has sworn to be sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. So what if he has such a yellow hobby? You become a cannibal. The system has uninstalled itself, so you can't enjoy yourself anymore? Gorkin was unimpressed. The main feature is to do whatever you want. It took 10 days to get here, and on the way back, without the dwarves' bulky steam tanks, the speed was much faster. It only took 6 days to return to the tribe. The mission took 16 days, and we obtained a set of chieftain heavy armor, a smelting furnace blueprint, 10 slaves, and 4 culture hall slaves. Karlov also did a good job in the horde. Gorkin's chieftain's hut has been built, and now Karlov is trying to get him a large bed. Gorkin was very pleased with this, but Karlov looked a little bruised and battered at this moment. I asked Karlov, but the Russian guy hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. It was only when Gorkin was trying to get someone into the entertainment center that he learned the whole story from the waiter. It turned out that this guy was a little anxious in urging the 5 ogres to speed up the progress. But the ogre did not dare to disobey Gorkin's orders and could only speed up. But the ogre refused to accept his defeat and would beat him up every now and then for no reason. Of course, they're not stupid and they act with discretion. It will neither cause him any actual harm nor delay his construction of the house. After all, Gorkin didn't say to let this man die. and he was carrying that broken bowl, so the other ogres would never really hurt him no matter what. Well done. Looking at his own house, although it was made of desert thorns, it already had the style of Blue Star. The most important thing is that it is spacious enough, allowing air to flow where it should be ventilated and light to flow in where it should be lighted, and there's a campfire pit in the middle to provide him with warmth at night. There are also openings in the roof to allow the smoke to escape. It is countless times better than the hut built by the ogre himself. I'll give you a snack tonight. Gorkin was in a very happy mood. It's my honor to serve you. But Chief, your bed will have to wait for 2 more days. I'm working on it, Karlov said with a swollen mouth. At the same time, the stone in my heart fell to the ground. The other party was very satisfied and my life was saved. Well, okay. Your next task is to renovate my mother's house. The specifications should be the same as mine. You can choose 2 of the slaves outside to be under your command. Since this kid did a good job, Gorkin was generous with his reward and directly promoted him. Before, he had no other manpower and had to call on ogres to serve him. Now that he has slaves, how can a noble ogre continue to listen to a human? I won't let you down, Chief. Karlov smiled happily. Although any of those slaves' arms were thicker than his thighs, they were slaves after all. Although he was also a slave, he came here earlier than them and made more contributions than them. With the ogre backing him up, what was there for him to fear? Angry, take him to pick 2 slaves. They will be his for the time being. Gorkin shouted, signaling him to leave. Karlov happily followed New to select slaves. At first, the 2 ogres were staring at Gorkin from a distance. A-doo-doo. Seeing Gorkin preparing to lie down, he quickly spoke up. You too. Gorkin was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Weapons, right? Go get your weapons, and I'll modify them for you. The 2 ogres handed their huge bone hammers to Gorkin with a smile on their faces. Go away. I'll give it to you at dinner time. A-doo-doo. The 2 ogres walked away, looking back every few steps. Ha! Gorkin chuckled, then tossed the 2 large bone sticks aside. Come here, some girls, give me a massage. After shouting at the door, Gorkin turned around and went back to his house and lay directly on the sand. Native people don't care about this at all. After running around for more than half a month, he was really tired. A few minutes later, 6 waiters came in. That orc should be replaced by an elf. Seeing that the orc waiter from the beginning was also there, Gorkin waved his hand to signal for a replacement. The female orc walked away with a pout, somewhat reluctantly. Damn it, there used to be only 6 of them, no choice, but now there are 12 waiters. Among 5 humans and 4 elves, why should I leave this fair and tender one and choose a female orc with red skin and fangs? An elf walked in, one of the ones brought back this time. The 6 waiters pressed the shoulders, some pressed the arms, and some pressed the legs, each doing their own job. Gorkin lay there with his eyes closed for a while and then fell into a deep sleep. I slept for most of the day and the sun was about to set. Gorkin stood up refreshed, and the 6 waiters who had been waiting nearby awaited Gorkin's next instruction. What's your name again? Ka what? Gorkin looked at the succubus, but her name came to his lips, but he couldn't remember it. Master Chief, my name is Karen. Karen said respectfully, bowing her head slightly. Okay, I remember you were the first one to come to me. Yes, Chief. I was being hunted and mistakenly entered the territory of the Dragon Roost tribe. Thanks to the Chief's divine power, he killed the demons that were chasing me. Otherwise, Karen would have died long ago. In her conversation with Gorkin, Karen showed no trace of charm, but was completely respectful. Unlike other waiters, she was the first waiter and was willing to be a waiter. Yeah, not bad. Gorkin gave a rare compliment, then pointed at Karen and said, There are more waiters in the custom house now, and their skills vary. I'm a little dissatisfied. You are now temporarily in charge of the entire Fengqing Pavilion. Pass on your skills and make sure that all the waiter skills improve. The customs house is our tribe's only signature project besides the hired services. I'm handing it over to you. You have to shoulder this responsibility. Do you understand? Karen immediately knelt on the ground. I will definitely live up to the chief's high expectations. Good. Take them down and do a good job. Gorkin waved his hand, indicating that they could go out. Now that there are more and more members of all kinds in the tribe, it is necessary to establish a corresponding management level. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to manage. I can't eat it all by then. Now Karlov is responsible for the construction of the tribe's buildings. Karen is responsible for the cultural museum, and Captain Dog is responsible for patrolling. So we just need to find the corresponding person in charge. Chapter 30, Purple Treasure Chest. I haven't had time to collect seasonings recently, so there is no way to improve the food tonight. However, The supplies looted from the goblins were quite abundant, especially the food, which was more than enough. There was more than enough dried meat and water for the night. But not many people can participate. As the first class of the tribe, the ogres are naturally the protagonists. Those managers who were given rewards could also eat together. These three are Karen, Karlov, and Captain Dog. After that came the old waiters of the brothel and the jackals. They ate last, but were able to eat their fill. Finally, there are the new slaves and new waiters who joined today. They only got a few food scraps and a small amount of water. However, this is already very satisfactory for the slaves who have been tortured by the goblins. Especially the new woman from Blue Star. She is still preparing herself mentally. Gorkin was too lazy to care. He only cares that his shop grows bigger today, so that customers will have more choices in the future. As for where these waiters came from, Gorkin didn't care. After eating and drinking, Gorkin took out the two big bone hammers from his house and threw them to the two ogres. The two ogres didn't need any instruction. They picked up their weapons as if they were their own fathers. Gorkin didn't even say anything, but they could trigger the fire attack on their own. After Gang came back and showed off for a whole day, they couldn't wait any longer. After everyone left, Gorkin began to rummage through the tribe, trying to find treasure chest. First, I ruled out my own house. The house was demolished and rebuilt right under my nose, so it was impossible for a treasure chest to appear there. Gorkin began to rummage through the sheds of all the tribesmen. Finally, his hard work paid off, and he found a purple treasure chest in the corner of his mother's shed. This made Gorkin overjoyed, but also a little indignant. Why? I am the chief of the tribe. Why should the treasure chest be found in my mother's shed? Is this looking down on one's own strength? Gorkin had understood. In addition to being randomly refreshed outside, treasure chests will also appear regularly in indigenous tribes like this one in this world. Inequality is not low. Whether it is his own Dragon Nest tribe or the city of the Hot Sand Consortium, they can only be regarded as the guardians of the treasure chest. Broken. Gorkin felt a chill in his heart. Doesn't this mean that I have become an NPC? But fortunately, I also loaded the player system, so I can open the treasure chest myself. It's a purple treasure chest, one level higher than the blue one of the Steamweedle Consortium. This immense wealth has finally come to my Longshi tribe. Gorkin opened the purple treasure chest under his mother's puzzled eyes. An angry roar was heard, and my mother's 4 eyes suddenly turned red. She started to use the pyroblast technique to attack Gorkin. Oh my god, Mom! Gorkin was startled. Although he had to admit that he was the tribal chief, he really couldn't beat his mother. The redness in Honey's eyes on the left side of her head faded slightly. Gorkin! The redness in Honey's eyes on the right side of her head faded significantly. Why do you look so annoying tonight? The random right head glared at the left head. You almost threw that damn pyroblast at your son just now, you idiot. The head on the left didn't even care about the red eyes and started to spit out bullshit. If you hadn't started with such composure, would I have been able to cast pyroblast instantly? The head on the right side sighed silently. It's really enough to share a body with this idiot next to me every day. The left head was furious. The one next to you is the idiot. The one next to you is a big idiot. The head on the right side nodded helplessly. Okay, you win. Gorkin, are you okay? The head on Honey's right side asked with concern. It's okay, but what happened to you just now? I don't know what you did just now. Why did my eyes turn red in an instant? I even wanted to kill you. The left side of Honey's head shook, also very confused. Gorkin looked at the purple treasure chest at his feet, thoughtfully. It seems my mother is the guardian boss of this purple treasure chest. Interesting. If it weren't for Gorkin, I really can't imagine how those humans on Blue Star would have been able to get this purple treasure chest. Let's not talk about those ogres outside. Let's just talk about Mom Honey. How could the two-headed ogre mage's reputation be undeserved? This is a turret-type mage who is as good as the chief in close combat. Seeing that Gorkin was fine, Honey's two heads walked out while arguing with each other. It seems that my son has had some adventures here, so it would be better to leave him some space of his own. Honey didn't say it, but she knew it in her heart. Gorkin looked at his mother's back and smiled, who said that if the system uninstalls itself, it will no longer have plugins. Isn't such a reasonable mother who loves and protects her son, does not participate in any of her son's decisions, and has extremely strong fighting power her own plugin? To put it bluntly, even if all the ogres outside were dead, as long as my mother was here, the Dragon Roost tribe would still be able to run rampant. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Gorkin looked into the treasure chest. This is a purple treasure chest. The previous blue treasure chest directly gave the tribe the ability to smelt, so this higher-level treasure chest is even more worth looking forward to. The Rock of Loyalty. Quality, purple. Description: you and your absolutely loyal tribe members will receive the rock mark and have a rock pattern. Optional part. Stone brand. Passive effect can obtain a layer of magical skin composed of stone with a certain resistance to physical and magical damage. Please select the pattern part. Gorkin thought for a moment and said, the outside of the left arm. Generated it. The reward disappeared, and Gorkin raised his left arm and looked at it. A rock pattern similar to the tattoo appeared on it. The body can indeed feel a surge of energy filling the surface. It looks like it should be a rock skin effect. Just as Gore King Kong was about to leave, he saw that there was something else in the treasure chest. What the hell? One treasure chest, two things? I reached out and picked it up and saw that it was another drawing. Armor-breaking enchantment workbench. Quality, purple. Introduction. Generates a workbench that can add consumable armor-piercing effects to weapons. Now Gorkin was really grinning from ear to ear. The ogre's attack is originally a blunt force attack, and with the addition of an armor-piercing effect, how can it be tolerated? Even the poisoned crossbow bolts of the gnolls with the armor-piercing effect can cause damage to most unarmored or lightly armored units. This time I won so hard. Although it cannot directly make your life more comfortable, strong strength is the basis for a comfortable life. Isn't it? Chapter 31, Loyalty, Visualization, and Hierarchy. If this rock mark of loyalty is correct, I should have an additional ability to distinguish loyalty. Anyone who is 100 loyal to him will have this brand on his left arm. Since they are 100 loyal, they are naturally our own. And if you want to achieve your goals, you definitely can't rely solely on ogres. The Longchi tribe will eventually move towards racial diversity in the future. How to ensure and confirm the loyalty of other races is of utmost importance. With this, other creatures that are not dragon-dwelling ogres can also be entrusted with important tasks. Although I don't know how this brand can identify loyalty, if someone has the brand, then they're definitely absolutely loyal. After all, this is mentioned in the introduction above. It takes absolute loyalty to appear. Gorkin was satisfied. When I walked out of my mother's shed, I saw her raising her arms and observing the campfire. The left head saw Gorkin first. Gorkin, this is your doing, right? There is something unexpected about the right side of the head. Magic pattern? Not quite, but it's emitting energy fluctuations all the time, like the earth element. She felt the energy on her body's surface with great curiosity. It seems the defense has increased a bit. Gorkin was a little surprised. Why does my mom have one too? Isn't it said that you can only get this if you are absolutely loyal to me? How my mother treats me is the feeling of a mother for her son. Where does the loyalty come from? But it's also a good thing to be able to enhance my mother's defense. Gorkin was too lazy to delve into it. This is called the rock mark, and it provides a certain degree of protection against physical and magical damage. Gorkin explained briefly. Anyone who possesses this pattern can be completely trusted, regardless of their race. Honey was thoughtful. It seems that his son has got something extraordinary. All members of the tribe were gathered together and gathered in the center of the tribe. During this period, the Dragon Roost tribe was no longer the small tribe with only 20 ogres. All races gathered together, looking like the gathering of the Yamaguchi tribe in the previous life. Everyone looked at Gorkin in confusion, but Gorkin didn't say anything. He just kept walking around the tribe members and exploring. As expected, all ogres are branded. Among the waiters, only the succubus Karen has the mark. Without exception, the slaves and the people of Blue Star had no patterns on their left arms. However, there are a few jackals who have marks, including Captain Dog. This was beyond Gorkin's expectations. He also didn't expect that these little hyenas were so loyal to the tribe. Even the way he looked at the branded gnolls became kinder. Although these gnolls are useless, as long as they're absolutely loyal to me, I can just treat them as a few talking dogs. They're not a burden anyway, and can even guard the house. Gorkin stood in front of the bonfire, with his mother standing behind him. You can see for yourself. Gorkin raised his left arm, displaying the brand. This is the tribe's mark, a testimony of loyalty. It's a mark that can only be earned by being absolutely loyal to the tribe and the chief. The people below have no magic power, so naturally they cannot feel the magic fluctuations in their bodies. If Gorkin hadn't told them, the careless ogres wouldn't have known there was a brand on their arms. There were also some who noticed it but didn't say anything, like Karen. She noticed it immediately, but she didn't know what it was. Raise your left arms, those with the brand, and take 2 steps forward. All the branded members, including the ogre, stepped forward and stood by the campfire. Those who were left without the mark had pale faces. For example, Karloff. He was the only one among the 3 foreign administrators who was not branded. After all, it is definitely impossible to talk about absolute loyalty with a person from Blue Star who has avant-garde ideas. Very good. Gorkin first affirmed the members who had the brand. I am very happy with your loyalty. Especially you, little hyena. Your loyalty surprises me. Captain Dog quickly knelt down to show his submission. Stand up. I will take this opportunity tonight to temporarily announce the future class of our tribe. First of all, the tribe belongs to me and my mother. There's no need to say more. If you have any objections, you can come and tell me. I and my mother are the absolute rulers, followed by my ogre tribe. This is the first level. Secondly, there are those of you who are outsiders but have the brand. I now declare that you are officially members of the Dragon's Rest tribe. The tribe will not restrict your movements or freedom. You can proudly declare yourself a member of the Dragon's Rest tribe. You will also be protected by the tribe. But at the same time, you also need to make corresponding contributions. Except for ogres, the tribe does not support idle people. Next are those who don't have a brand, but have made contributions to the tribe. While you're still useful, the tribe will protect you, but if you are no longer useful, the tribe will not kill you. Expulsion is the greatest mercy for you. Finally, there are slaves. Having said that, Gorkin cast a grim gaze toward the slaves he had just brought back today. You are the lowest class in the tribe and could be eaten at any time. If you want to be promoted, you must either make a great contribution or offer your absolute loyalty and possess a brand. Otherwise, just tremble in constant fear. Finally, Gorkin turned his gaze to Karloff. You disappoint me, Karloff. The tribe is kind to you, and you are unable to offer your loyalty. Pray you remain useful, Karloff. Gorkin's cold gaze almost scared Karloff to death. Kalen, you are very good. As a member of the tribe, you can decide whether to accept guests except me. If you don't want to, then no one can force you. Gorkin became more and more satisfied with this succubus. She is beautiful, has a good figure, exotic looks, and has small horns. Loyalty is still so high now. Karen's eyes lit up, and she saluted solemnly. Thank you for the chief's gift. The chiefs will always be Karen's direction. Yeah, not bad, let's all go. Gorkin waved his hand. Except for the ogre, all the other members returned to their resting places with various thoughts in their minds. In the pavilion, Karen had her own seat and bed. She looked at the waiters standing in a row in front of her with a smile on her face. The chief is so good to us. Why can't he gain your loyalty? So disappointing. Karen felt that today was the happiest day of her life. Not only did he become the manager of the customs center, but he also obtained a brand and became a true member of the tribe, and he no longer had to receive customers. But the chief must be served well. Karen stretched out her long tongue and licked her charming lips. Chapter 32, Enchanting Workbench. In any case, the emergence of loyalty marks and clear channels for promotion have also given those foreign members of non-ogre races a sense of belonging. It also gave the slaves a tangible goal. At least this is a very stable tribe. There is plenty of food, a stable oasis, and powerful ogres. It is different from tribes or cities that occupy oases but need to face other races to rob them all the time. Everyone knew that there was an oasis here, but no race would come to steal it out of boredom. The notorious ogre is already trying to hide, so how could he possibly provoke someone? The next day, Gorkin found Karloff. Looking at the trembling Karloff, Gorkin shook his head in disdain. Don't worry, I won't eat you for the time being. He took Karloff to a relatively flat place outside the tribe and stopped, and took out the construction drawings of the metal smelting furnace. I will be building a smelting furnace here. I need you to build a protective wall as soon as possible. You can stop the other work at hand for the time being. Karloff looked confused, but still nodded subconsciously. Gorkin silently recited the command in his mind. A phantom of a smelting furnace appeared before his eyes, which only he could see. This phantom can adjust its direction according to his thoughts and can also choose its landing point. It's just like a game. Gorkin silently complained and chose this relatively flat location. A smelting furnace appeared out of nowhere, startling Karloff. This smelting furnace is as big as a basketball court and has a thick chimney that is 20 meters high. There's an entrance for adding minerals on the front, an entrance for adding fuel at the bottom, and an outlet for finished products on the side. Gorkin also received the corresponding message in his mind. He can remotely select the size of the finished product, and the shapes are limited to cuboid and cylinder. There is a heating device inside. You just need to ignite it normally and ensure that the flame is strong and long-lasting. Then it can work continuously. You may begin your work with the slaves assigned to you. Gorkin pointed to the smelting furnace. Karlov swallowed, frightened by the way the building was transformed. He had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure. Although he has never opened a box, he watches the chat on the World Channel every night and shares his experiences. He had seen people showing off their products on the World Channel, including similar architectural drawings. I thought about what the other party said before. Which world are you from? He felt that this chief might also be from Blue Star. At least he had the memories of Blue Star. For Karlov, this possibility is as high as 90. The other 10 was because he really wasn't sure how a Blue Star person could be so cruel. Even put people on the recipe. He didn't dare to ask and could only keep these doubts deep in his heart. Compared to being alive, these doubts seem insignificant. Gorkin patted his butt and returned to his house. He also had no intention of hiding the fact that he had the memories of the Blue Star people. If you guessed it, then guess it. What's the use of knowing it? Can you really use it to threaten me? A bone hammer will hit your brain in your chest. The furnace is too large, so it needs to be placed outside the tribe, but the armor-piercing enchantment workbench cannot be placed outside. He placed this thing in front of the door of his house. As the workbench materialized, the guy's full appearance was revealed. There was a table of about 10 square meters with something like a robotic arm extending from the side, flashing with silver light. Suck, suck, suck. Gorkin barked at the dog captain who was guarding the door. The dog captain crawled over and knelt at Gorkin's feet. Your humble servant greets you, great chief. Put your crossbow up there. Gorkin didn't bother to pay attention to him. He just wanted to test the enchanting effect of the workbench. Captain Dog didn't hesitate at all and put his crossbow on it. An idea came to Gorkin's mind. Is it enchanted? Gorkin said yes in his mind. I saw a brilliant silver light burst out from the front of the mechanical arm, and this light directly scanned the crossbow from front to back. Completed, available attacks May 5th. Looking at the confused Knoll, Gorkin signaled him that he could pick it up. Take it. This is the reward for your hard work during this period. This crossbow has been enchanted. You can use it to fire 5 armor-piercing crossbow bolts, and all the crossbow bolts you shoot will carry fire damage. The Knoll believed it without a doubt, and he excitedly picked up his broken crossbow. He knew that the weapons in the chief's hands all had special powers. Weren't the ordinary bone hammers of those ogre lords given the power of fire by the chief? Moreover, this time the chief performed the enchantment in front of him. The silver light was so dazzling that it looked very powerful. Try it. I need to see how powerful you can be with this weapon. Originally, I just wanted to talk about the armor-piercing effect, but Gorkin suddenly wanted to try whether the effect of Ojb could also work on the werewolves. Moreover, Captain Dog has the brand of loyalty, so he is half one of us. Gorkin found a set of leather armor for a human caravan guard from the warehouse where goods were stored and threw it on the ground. Emission. Captain Dog immediately cocked his rifle and pulled the trigger at the leather armor on the ground from a distance of about 20 meters. A sound of breaking air was heard. The crossbow arrow directly penetrated the leather armor and stuck in the sand below. Then, in an instant, a flame appeared and the entire crossbow arrow turned into a rocket. The scorching flame ignited the leather armor. Interesting. You really are the tribe's most loyal watchdog. Gorkin was quite satisfied with the result. A crossbow with armor-piercing and fire properties is enough to greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of these weak werewolves. Like the ogre's bone hammer, Gorkin still intends to give out this kind of enchantment slowly as a reward for meritorious service, unless there are special circumstances. Even dogs know that if something comes too easily, they won't cherish it. What you have worked hard for, even if it is just a piece of cake, will taste delicious. The Knoll ran off happily to show off. Although it is called a jackal, it looks no different from a dog standing up. After receiving the reward from its owner, the cat swung its tail and its butt followed suit. Next, Gorkin planned to smelt some iron and then go to trade with the giant sand city. At least arm those ogres who only know how to charge without thinking. Otherwise, these ogres would be killed one by one. But my mother and I cannot lead the team ourselves every time. However, it is a difficult problem to choose who will be the person in charge of smelting. My own people are all fools, and there are too few trustworthy and useful foreigners. For the first time, Gorkin felt that he had no one available to him. Chapter 33 came to the door. It takes time to find a trustworthy manager, But the smelting furnace still cannot be stopped. The worst that can happen is that I can watch it myself. At the beginning, all 3 camels contributed by the human race were put to good use. Karlov made 3 buckets out of thorns to haul sand from a distance. It cannot be dragged from around the tribe, otherwise it will cause the ground in the tribe to collapse. There were 8 slaves left, 2 trolls and 6 orcs. The trolls were left behind to add wood and pour sand into the furnace, while 6 orcs went out to collect thorns to use as firewood. This thing is everywhere out there and grows very fast, so there's no need to worry about fuel. When the thick chimney began to heat up, the sand in the furnace finally began to be consumed bit by bit. Sand was continuously poured in, but no iron was extracted at all. This made Gorkin a little confused. He chose to smelt iron, and the shape was a column. The sand has been poured several times, but there is still no movement at the shipping port. If the furnace wasn't working right now, Gorkin would have doubted whether this thing was real or fake. The fire burned from day to night, and the slaves worked overtime all night, and finally shipped the goods the next morning. A hot iron pole about 20 centimeters in diameter and about 1 meter long fell from the shipping port. The iron pillar is red hot and the temperature is extremely high. Gorkin was dumbfounded. That's it. It burned for a whole day and night, and it's gone? Fuck. Gorkin glared, but eventually he let the slaves take turns to rest. He didn't feel sad when the slaves died, but he felt sad when the 3 camels died. Having never smelted metal before, Gorkin didn't know whether the quantity and quality were good or bad. But it is a blue-quality smelting furnace after all, so the iron produced should be good. Gorkin plans to save up some money and then go to the giant sand city. He now felt a little regretful that he had let Nu kill all those slaves. Otherwise, the smelting furnace could work non-stop day and night. Gorkin now wants to go out and find a gathering place to get some slaves. However, plans never keep up with changes. Before Gorkin could implement his plan, uninvited guests arrived. The gnolls were the first to raise the alarm, and then all the ogres returned to the tribe. Gorkin put on his armor with a grim look on his face. Goblin, you're telling me that goblins have intruded into the territory of my dragons, nest ogres? Gorkin felt that he was too easy to talk to, which led to anyone daring to try to offend him. They're indeed goblins. They're driving huge machines, and some are riding one-eyed monsters. They look aggressive, and it's obvious they are here to cause trouble. Captain Dog no longer cared about being humble and immediately told everything he had seen and heard. Oh shit. Gorkin scratched his head angrily, took out a boning knife, and walked out. The ogres have gathered and are all waiting for orders from the chief. Gorkin spat fiercely. Even goblins dare to come to Dragon's Roost. We've lost all our face. Follow me and kill those damn goblins. Gorkin took the lead and walked towards the direction where the goblins came from. A deafening roar erupted from behind. Wah-ag! The ogre couldn't wait to follow his chief, carrying his weapon. Ogres are never afraid of fighting. They just feel it's not satisfying enough. The jackals also follow behind with crossbows and hand axes raised high, perfectly demonstrating the meaning of the phrase, a dog relying on the power of its master. The other members stood aside and watched this scene, not knowing what they were thinking. Karen walked past the group of slaves with her arms folded. If I were you, I would follow behind and be the first to rush forward. You cowards, are you planning to contribute with your lower bodies like us by staying here? The succubus has a pretty face, but her words are really awful. Both orcs and trolls are fighting races. How could they withstand such stimulation? The orcs looked at each other, patted their chests, and ran out roaring. So do trolls. However, compared to orcs, the trolls were not as good at close combat. They picked out a few straight thorn stems from the firewood pile, broke one end diagonally, and turned it into a simple javelin. The slaves also gathered their strength and decided to fight hard, determined to escape from their slave status. What's more, they were originally captured by the goblins, and when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. On the way, Gorkin already had a guess. It should be the sequelae caused by the dwarves hiring the bombing of a city of the Steamweedle cartel. After all, even the goblins in big cities wouldn't be so bored as to cause trouble for the ogres. Whether you can win or not is put aside. The main thing is that the gain does not outweigh the loss. The unique roar of the goblin machinery could be heard from afar, and Gorkin gave his mother a look. Honey waved her hand, and scarlet light enveloped each ogre. Bloodthirsty. All ogres have had their attack damage and attack speed increased. Gorkin rubbed his neck and rushed towards the goblin army with a grin. This group of goblins are obviously the elite troops used by the Steamweedle cartel to seek revenge. There are a lot of goblin mining machines, and they can only be regarded as supporting roles. One of the goblins operates a machine with duck feet. This machine has no head. Its head is covered by a miniature cannon. Goblin Gattle Cannon. The caliber of this thing looks very intimidating. There are more than 30 goblin machines, and together with the goblins carrying explosives or hunting rifles, there are hundreds of them. Among them is a goblin alchemist riding a one-eyed monster. It was a bunch of rough ogres who attacked our Steamweedle cartel city. Roar! Before the leading goblin could finish his arrogant words, Gorkin's roar overwhelmed the entire audience. He carried the more than 3-meter-long boning knife and rushed directly towards the goblin camp like a tank. Attack! The goblin gave orders in a shrill voice. Dense bullets and explosives attacked the ogres, but most of them were aimed at Gorkin. He looked so threatening in his heavy armor that all the goblins subconsciously focused their fire on him first. If the heavy armor made by the dwarves can even be penetrated by that kind of small hunting rifle, then the dwarves might as well hang themselves en masse. The Gattle Cannon opened fire. The 3 thick gun barrels began to rotate, and small shells spewed out. Honey took over the attack on the Gattle Cannon. She thrust the bone hammer into the ground, her hands beginning to burn, each head gathering its own magic. A fireball only takes 2 seconds in her hands. The Ogre Mage's fireball spell is not the same as the human's fireball spell before. An ogre's fireball is bigger than human's basketball. Honey attacked with both hands, throwing fireballs at the Gatling gun with her left and right hands alternately. The goblin also sensed the threat and quickly turned his fire on Honey. Boom, boom, boom. The shell hit Honey, but most of the damage was blocked by a layer of khaki energy film. There was a rustling sound, and some dirt was falling. It is the power of the rock mark that is exerting its power. Honey and the goblins, the 2-headed ogre mage and the Gatling gun. Mechanical turrets versus magic turrets. The ogres also rushed into the goblins' mechanical group. Chapter 34, Kill Them All. Kill you. Gorkin let the attack of the goblin mining machine fall on himself, and with a sharp move of his sword, he split the goblin in the cockpit in half. The high-speed rotating chainsaw of the goblin mining machine only produced countless sparks when it struck Gorkin's heavy armor before coming to an abrupt stop. Ha ha ha! The ogre chief's arrogant laughter even louder than the roar of the goblin machines. The ogres with fire weapons, led by Nu, acted as the main force, while the other ogres cooperated and faced their respective opponents. The goblin bombs that were originally able to cause damage to the ogres could only blow out some clods of earth. The ogres felt their spirits rise as they touched the brand on their left arms. Although I can't speak, I have an idea in my mind. Chief is awesome. The goblins were a little dumbfounded. This script is wrong. The force mobilized by their Hot Sands consortium this time is not small, so why are they still so passive? They longed for artillery support from their second-in-command, but they found that their second-in-command was the one who needed support. The 3-barrel Gatling gun lost in a firepower contest. It's outrageous. Not only did he lose, he was almost cooked. His shells did little damage to the enemy, and the enemy's fireballs burned him so hard that he screamed. Seeing how brave the ogres were, the gnolls followed them stealthily and shot their crossbows at them. If these poison crossbow arrows hit the goblins directly, they can cause considerable damage. The goblins are so dependent on their machines that they only have a wallet on them, especially the dog captain, who shot a burning armor-piercing arrow directly through a hole in a goblin who was shooting from behind and then set it on fire. Captain Dog smiled cruelly, secretly changed his position, and continued to shoot from behind. As a last resort, the 2 alchemists also joined the battle. The purple potion bottle smashed directly on the Cyclops' head. The one-eyed monster became violent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its entire body emitted a violent purple color. They directly pulled out the 2 sharp blades extending from their shoulders, one in each hand, and rushed towards the ogres with roars. The one-eyed monster fell into a state of rage and didn't recognize any of his relatives. The alchemist on the back smashed down bottles of different colors one after another, which not only boosted his own side, but also weakened the enemy. This is the trump card of these goblins. Gorkin twisted his neck and looked at the one-eyed monster who was as tall as himself, and went forward without any hesitation. Bang! The sharp blade fell directly on Gorkin's heavy armor and even penetrated it. But that's all. Gorkin also has the rock mark. Phew! Just like poking a watermelon, the boning knife pierced into the one-eyed monster's bloated belly without any hindrance. The description of the boning knife can be summed up in 4 words. Extremely sharp. Ha ha ha. Gorkin glanced at the Cyclops that was in a state of rage, then glanced at the goblin alchemist in the sedan chair carried on the Cyclops' shoulders and smiled mockingly. Then the hand holding the knife turned. The knife that was inserted vertically became horizontal. Gorkin exerted force with his hands and the alchemist's horrified eyes. Hot blood mixed with intestines gushed out from the one-eyed monster's stomach, and Gorkin was unable to dodge and was sprayed all over. Disembowel. The Cyclops seemed to have lost all his strength. He felt his knees, gasping for breath. He wailed and tried to stuff his intestines back in. Cyclops. Gorkin drew his knife and beheaded him with one blow. Blood gushed out from the headless neck like a fountain. Wah-ag. Gorkin was covered in blood, holding the Cyclops' head and roaring loudly. The memory of Blue Star had little effect on him. The cruel and bloodthirsty ogre chieftain is his true self. The blood all over his body became his stimulant and also ignited the blood of those slaves. Lochter. The orcs opened their arms, roared loudly, and charged towards the goblin machines. Without the machinery, they could even crush a goblin with just 2 fingers. This is also why wild goblins look down on even dogs. The trolls did not charge, but they could throw their javelins over 100 meters with great accuracy. Trolls are natural hunters. The advantage was on the Longchi tribe's side from beginning to end. The ogres were suppressing the goblins from beginning to end. Whether it's gnolls, orcs, or trolls, they're just extras. After all, orcs are a fighting race, and once they get close to you, the damage they cause is not small. That plump piece of tendon meat is not just for show. The goblin Gatling cannon, which was battling Honey's firepower, could no longer hold on. He controlled the machine and retreated repeatedly. Enough! Enough! We are not invaders. The goblin above screamed. Gorkin was stunned. Seh! He almost laughed out loud. Whoever kills that idiot first will be rewarded with a weapon. Gorkin roared, which immediately caused great excitement among the ogres. Even the slightly weaker female ogres killed the enemies at hand by exchanging injuries for injuries and rushed towards the Gat machine gun with roars. The 4-member flame weapon group, led by Nu, looked triumphantly at those tribesmen who were like mad dogs, and a sense of superiority suddenly surged in their hearts. Their fire always caught the goblins off guard. These 4 ogres, armed with flame weapons, were invincible. The stone mark greatly reduces the damage received by the ogres, which is also the source of their confidence. The second-in-command of the Hot Sands Consortium never expected that he would be killed in this way. Those goblins were dumbfounded. The Gatling gun itself is only about 5 or 6 meters high, about the same height as these ogres. They watched with their own eyes as their second-in-command was being bombarded by the ogres' machine guns at high speed, and they scrambled to be dragged out of the cockpit. The ogres even fought over their second-in-command. In the end, it turned out to be a female ogre holding up the second-in-command of the Hot Sands Consortium and roaring at Gorkin as if to seek credit. That's right, it's you. Gorkin was very satisfied with the enthusiasm of his family members. The other ogres took out their anger on the other goblin machines with gloomy faces. The battle is actually over. The Steam Sand Consortium was completely defeated. The only remaining goblin alchemist raised his hands high, and his one-eyed monster mount followed suit and raised his hands as well. We surrender, and we are willing to pay the ransom. He is very rich, and alchemical experiments are very expensive. Surrender? Gorkin's hideous and terrifying face was full of mockery. If you can't win, surrender. Is that a custom in this desert? He's already done with his chicken feathers. Gorkin slapped the alchemist off the back of the one-eyed monster. Fuck you. You dare to come to my territory and cause trouble? Hot Sand Consortium, right? I'm going to dig up your ancestors' graves tomorrow. When dealing with his enemies, Gorkin had no idea what mercy meant. Kill them all. Kill them all. Chapter 35. Of course we must kill them all. If these goblins were just passing through, Gorkin might consider sparing their lives. This can also squeeze out the maximum value. But these goblins are obviously here to cause trouble. That's the invader. There is no word prisoner in Gorkin's dictionary. If he wanted slaves, he could capture them or invade other tribes. Enemies who invade the territory are not eligible to become slaves. A one-eyed monster blessed with a potion might be okay in a one-on-one fight, but the ogres don't have that damn chivalrous spirit. They're just brainless, not stupid. Anyone who plays one-on-one is an idiot. The Hot Sand Cartel's army was inexplicably wiped out in the territory of the Dragon's Nest Ogres. All the goblins were smashed into pulp. The alchemist was left to the last by Gorkin. Tell me, what are you thinking? How dare you attack an ogre tribe led by an ogre mage? Gorkin was curious. The other party is the Hot Sands group. I was hired by them to capture one of their cities. It is normal for them to hate me. But where does their confidence come from? With these troops and firepower, it is enough to take over the giant sand city. How come they came here? We don't actually want to be your enemy. The goblin alchemist's face was filled with lingering fear. We found traces of dwarven bombs in our conquered city. The only people nearby who possess this power are the dwarves of Giant Sand City. The goblins who escaped said that ogres participated in the battle, so we thought of you. Your ogre tribe is the only one in this direction. We really don't want to be your enemy. We just want to understand the true nature of your relationship with those dwarves. What we really want to destroy is the Giant Sand City. Chief, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. The goblin alchemist pleaded repeatedly. All his people have died, his one-eyed monster has been slaughtered, he is scared out of his wits, and now just wants to save his life. You're bullshitting. Gorkin didn't believe the other party's nonsense at all. Don't you want to be our enemy? You guys were quite happy to fight us at the beginning, even though you didn't want to be our enemy. Now you say you don't want to be our enemy. Are you kidding me? At this point, Gorkin suddenly laughed. Tell me, if you had sent someone to talk to us, maybe we could have helped you take down Giant Sand City. But now, Giant Sand City has been wiped out without even seeing you. The goblin alchemist was stunned and stammered. Chief, what do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Gorkin had a gloating expression on his face. I've set up a service area, similar to a transit station. Any race can rest and replenish here as long as they pay something of corresponding value. We also provide mercenary services. The dwarves from Giant Sand City hired 15 of our ogres to easily take down your small city. Simply put, our relationship is purely one of employment for profit. We have nothing to do with each other after the mission is completed. If they can hire, you can hire too. Anyone can hire as long as they pay the price. Do you understand? The goblin alchemist was stunned. This. He regretted it so much. If I had known this earlier, I would have sent someone to ask in advance. With the fighting power displayed by this group of ogres, it would be a piece of cake to break through the Giant Sand City. Why did we lose our minds at that time? We were so afraid that the other party would kill us, so we came together with guns and live ammunition to be safe. If one person comes, he is a messenger. If an army comes, it is an invasion. The goblin alchemist was furious when he saw the second-in-command whose neck had been twisted off. You said you were crazy about your mother. Now everyone will be buried with you. Not only did all the fighters die, but so much machinery was also scrapped. The strength of the entire Hot Sand Consortium has shrunk by more than half. Damn it. Chief, we know we were wrong. Please give us a chance to live. We have money. Our Steamweedle Consortium has money. Not only can we redeem me, but we can also pay the exorbitant hiring fees and war reparations. Chief, think twice. Chief, don't look at my life as worthless. It only takes one finger to kill me. Why not use me to exchange for resources? Chief, the goblin alchemist fell to his knees and begged Gorkin with tears and snot to give him a chance to live. Gorkin sighed. Why are you doing this? You're an alchemist, after all, one of the best among the goblins. Why can't you have a little dignity? The goblin alchemist kowtowed repeatedly. Dignity? Can dignity save life? Besides, where does the dignity of the goblins come from? But unfortunately, I don't have the habit of leaving alive enemies who invade my territory. Besides, do you think that after such a fight, your Hot Sands group will let it go? Stop talking nonsense like, spare my life. A rare expression of compassion appeared on Gorkin's hideous and bloody face. Rest in peace. Be more careful in your next life. After saying this, Gorkin waved his hand. Chief, before the other party could finish speaking, he couldn't wait and hit him on the head with a bone hammer. Meat paste, grilled meat paste. Well done, everyone. Gorkin stood up and expressed his admiration to the jackals who seemed to be seeking credit. These timid guys also sneakily attacked many goblins with their poison arrows. As for you, Gorkin turned his gaze towards the slaves. Your fighting ability is good, but your courage is a little lacking. Go back and you can have a snack in the evening. Gorkin waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to go away, which was completely different from his attitude towards the werewolves. The gnolls took the initiative to surrender and join the battle at the first opportunity. Although weak, his attitude is very correct. Although these orc trolls have good combat power, they only joined the battle after their own tribes were almost defeated. This made Gorkin somewhat dissatisfied. Either you don't come, or you come early. If they could rush forward before the ogres joined the battle, Gorkin would have to look upon them with respect. As for now, who doesn't know how to fight when the wind is in their favor? He was even worse than the cowardly jackals. Gorkin didn't turn hostile because they had joined the battle in the end. Honey was a little impatient with Gorkin and the goblin's constant chatter. So, well, why not just kill him? You're being long-winded. Right? What's there to talk about with the invaders? A dead enemy is the best. As long as he's alive, there might be some changes. Gorkin, you've been talking too much nonsense. This is not good. Gorkin nodded repeatedly. But I was thinking, of course I know that villains die because they talk too much. But this is like playing landlord. You only have 2 kings and 1 3 left in your hand. What should you do? Of course it's open, and open again. In this case, the other person clearly isn't destined to be the protagonist, so talking too much might be risky, but cool. Chapter 36. Detailed description of power. Gorkin went to the oasis alone. He had to wash the blood off his body. Gorkin couldn't stand the sticky, fishy smell. The other ogres didn't care about this. They just patted their butts and returned to the tribe to do what they had to do. The gnolls watched as the slaves cleaned up the battlefield. Now the gnolls have also updated their equipment. They eliminated the crossbows and replaced them with the goblins' hunting rifles. Captain Dog also carried one on his back, and his main weapon was still the enchanted crossbow. This battle directly used up 5 enchanted attacks, but after all, there was still the fire attribute, which was given to him by the chief himself, so he was reluctant to change it. They also collected the remaining bombs. This time the harvest was quite fruitful. This is a high-quality goblin unit. Apart from anything else, most of those goblin mining machines are still usable. It's just that the cockpits of these things are very small and can only accommodate goblins. Even damaged machinery can be dismantled and melted into iron for use as material. A lot of bullets and bombs were also obtained. The only pity was that the goblin's Gatling cannon was broken, but the 3-barreled cannon was still usable. The werewolf excitedly commanded the slaves to try to dismantle the cannon. This thing is a weapon that can compete with the chief's mother, the powerful ogre chieftain, in terms of firepower. Captain Dog didn't know what he was excited about, but he felt very excited. With this weapon, the tribe's firepower has become even stronger. With slaves at his disposal, Gorkin no longer had to do these tasks himself. If those ogres did it, and he the chief didn't keep an eye on it, it would definitely mess up. After washing himself clean, Gorkin returned to the tribe refreshed. When passing by the customs hall, Gorkin waved inside and then returned to his house. After a while, 6 waiters came in, and when they saw Gorkin, they understood what he meant. Gorkin sighed deeply and closed his eyes comfortably. This is how the day goes. After dealing with the enemy with great satisfaction, he took a clean shower and had 6 waiters give him a massage to relax him. Now all I need is a cigar. It's a pity that I haven't found any oasis where tobacco can be grown. This made Gorkin feel like something was missing in his mouth. After a while, the succubus Karen walked in. Chief. Hey, Kalen. Gorkin raised his eyelids as a greeting. Together. The succubus took advantage of the situation and sat down. Aren't you supposed to stay in the amusement park? Why don't you go out for a walk? Looking at the deep brand on the succubus's arm, Gorkin became more relaxed about it. Ogres are human beings after all, so they always look upon members who are absolutely loyal to them differently. And I have to praise it. Succubus, so good. It's like Captain Dog. Before the brand appeared, no matter how much he talked, Gorkin still couldn't believe him. After being branded, Gorkin looked at him as if he had looked at the little yellow dog in his village in his previous life. It has to be said that this brand gave Gorkin great convenience. Whether it is Gorkin or other members, they can tell at a glance whether the other party is loyal or not. Otherwise, no matter how much you talk, if I look at your left arm, it's blank. Well, I'm sorry, you don't have a mark? You're not one of us. Just shut up and go away. It's so chaotic outside, it's still the safest in our tribe. The Steamweedle Consortium. The Steamweedle Consortium. Gorkin narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. The dwarves from Giant Sand City got a great advantage. I was originally going to cause trouble for them, but by some strange coincidence, I was able to rescue them. Gorkin's tone was a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything. I accepted the job, and I do have my part, so it's normal to be in trouble. With these goblin machines, I can reach a deal with the dwarves, but what can I get in return to make my life more comfortable? Gorkin closed his eyes and talked to himself, slowly clearing his mind. Everyone is working hard, whether they are natives or people from Blue Star. The only way out is to accept reality. Karen, however, took these words to heart and made her own plans. But she was not in a hurry. Work was the most important thing. Karen stood outside the tribe, looking at the busy slaves and the arrogant gnolls, and made a decision in her heart. She found Nu. This is the most powerful ogre besides the ogre mage and the chief. Lord Nu. A-do-do. Nu looked at the chick-like succubus with a puzzled look. If he hadn't known that this was the manager of the cultural center appointed by Gorkin and that he had the same mark as himself, he would have slapped him long ago. Lord Nu. The chief seems very unhappy. I think we need to help the chief resolve his problems. And you, Lord Nu, are the most powerful ogre next to our tribal chieftain. Karen spoke very slowly, fearing that the big fool wouldn't be able to hear or understand her. He might not have understood the rest of Nu's words, but he heard every word of the phrase, the strongest under the chief. Right. He patted his chest angrily, his only big eye filled with pride. Tell me in detail. Nu immediately became interested. The chieftain has been talking about the Steamweedle cartel all the time. It's obvious that he's very dissatisfied with the cartel. And this time we are the hired party, and our employer is the dwarves of Giant Sand City. But we were the only ones attacked. The dwarves were unharmed. Although our tribe is powerful and we annihilated all the invading goblins, we also helped the dwarves escape. The dwarves must pay the price for this. Lord Nu, the Lone Chi tribe's advantage should not be taken away so easily by them. Whether it's the Steamweedle Consortium or the Giant Sand City dwarves, they're all the same. The chief wants to live comfortably, so we want to clean up the garbage that makes the chief uncomfortable. Lord Nu, what do you think? He scratched his head angrily. Details. Tell me, the strongest. He looked at Karen with longing eyes. Karen. Well, she finally understood why the chief was so talkative sometimes. This is purely due to holding back. Except for his mother, everyone else in this tribe is a fucking idiot. The strongest Lord Nu. Let me put it this way. If you do this well, do you think the chief will give you more powerful weapons? By then, you'll be the only ogre in the entire tribe. Nu immediately clapped his hands. Dry. Chapter 37, finally someone to share the burden. But Karen still needs to think carefully about how to do it. She wants to maximize profits. Of course, she didn't do this simply because she had nothing better to do. Her loyalty to the chief is absolute, but she is not willing to be just a manager of a love museum. There are more and more members in the tribe now, and judging from the chief's attitude, there will probably be even more in the future. Then she also wanted to go up. She didn't want her only role to be to serve. That kind of life is ultimately unstable, and she really wanted to help the chief solve his problems. After working outside for most of the day, we finally collected all the spoils. In addition to the combat goblin machines, there are also 2 tracked vehicles loaded with goblin supplies and ammunition. Gorkin could only accept the gift from his old friend Hot Sand with tears in his eyes. The jackals can get into tracked vehicles, but they don't know how to drive them. And the goblin stuff. A race that advocates explosion and destruction. Their machines are all tailor-made for themselves. Even a goblin might not know how to operate the same mining machine. Gorkin kept all that could be saved and threw all the other machines into the furnace. Finally, Unity became a solid iron pillar. The 3-barrel machine gun was removed, but the feed port was broken. Sometimes Gorkin genuinely wondered. The technology tree in this world is really outrageous. Let's say he is advanced, but his tribe has remained the same for hundreds of years and doesn't even have a pair of underwear. To say that he is lagging behind, the airships and tanks of goblin technology, dwarf technology, and gnome technology have all appeared, and semi-mechas similar to the goblin mining machine and goblin gat cannon have also appeared. It's outrageous. Gorkin was quite envious of the firepower of this 3-barrel machine gun, and it was a pity that it broke down. However, thinking about his own ogre's OJBK technology, Gorkin felt that those brainless ones could give it a try. Angry, come here, Gorkin shouted while holding the empty 3-barrel machine gun. Hey, he ran over angrily, carrying his big bone hammer. Try this. I took it from the goblin's mecha. It has powerful firepower. It can even fight my mother. Handed the machine gun over. This machine gun needs to be mounted on a mecha, and even a player like Nu needs 2 hands to hold it firmly. Yes, it has the air of a tyrant. Pull that trigger. Yes, that trigger, and it will fire. You should have seen its power during the previous battle, right? It's like that. Go try it outside. Gorkin told Nu in a firm tone that the weapon was good. A do-do. With a pout, he reluctantly put down his precious bone hammer and left the tribe with a 3-barrel machine gun. Gorkin followed behind, and Karen and the dog captain were also very curious. Captain Dog was about to say that this thing was broken, but was immediately stopped by Karen's eyes. It's obvious that there are some evil forces in the tribe, so just watch quietly. Nu imitated the goblin before, pointed the barrel of the machine gun at the sand in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Zee-bang bang bang bang. The 3-barrel machine gun began to spin and spit out flames, even faster and faster. The sand in the distance was covered in flying dust, and the large caliber bullets were extremely powerful. That's outrageous. Gorkin couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. It really is a weakened version of what I was thinking. No matter whether the thing is good or bad, as long as the greenskins say, I think it is useful, then it must be useful. Karen and Captain Dog's eyes widened. There's no ammunition in those 3-barrel machine guns. How is this shell fired? The gnoll and the succubus looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Nu kept roaring excitedly, obviously very satisfied with the weapon. He released the trigger, turned, and ran to Gorkin. Want to? Angry want? Gorkin thought that only brainless people like you could use this thing. I want to play with it, but I can't. After all, it's broken and I can't fool myself. Just as he was about to agree, he saw Karen gently pull the rag wrapped around his dick. Huh, doesn't it end at noon? Gorkin looked down at Karen. Chief, are we going to make a deal with the dwarves? Karen asked an unrelated question. Yes, aren't the goods ready? Gorkin was distracted and thought of the pile of iron pillars outside the furnace. What do you want to exchange with them? This. What I really want to exchange for is their craftsmen, but they definitely won't give us any. Even if they give us the tools, we won't be able to use them. How about asking them to make ogre armor? Gorkin actually had a headache too. If I suddenly have to make a deal, I really don't know what to order. In other words, the tribe lacks everything and he wants everything. How about, if you trust me, I'll go with you? Karen probed. You are the chief of the tribe, after all. You can't handle all matters personally. Oh. Gorkin raised his eyebrows repeatedly. Finally, someone in the tribe has come to this realization. Gorkin is difficult. It's really difficult. There are only 2 normal people in the tribe, myself and my mother. The others are all hungry pigs who spend their days either eating, sleeping, or fighting. They can't be relied upon in any other way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone on missions myself and my mom the previous few times. If it weren't for these idiots in the tribe who I can't rely on, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Who doesn't know how comfortable it is to lie down in the tribe and let the waiters of the love center give you a massage? Which good person would be willing to go out for a stroll in the wind and sun for no reason? Now, someone finally takes the initiative to bring it up. Gorkin actually had tears in his eyes for a moment. It's not easy. Damn it, isn't the purpose of working hard to make yourself live a more comfortable life? It's okay if I don't go. I suddenly feel that guarding your customs house is just as important. Seeing Gorkin's strange expression, the succubus immediately changed her words. No. Gorkin immediately said, You go. It's you. Not only do you have to go, you have to lead the team. Finally, there was a member who was reliable, intelligent, and absolutely loyal, and offered to help share the burden. How could Gorkin let him go so easily? Except for me and my mom. You can choose any members you want. Leave it to you. Gorkin was overjoyed. He wasn't worried at all that the succubus had other intentions, even without considering the dazzling rock mark on her arm. Just say that the ogres only ever obey their own orders. Even if she was given the right to command the ogres, she could lose everything in an instant with just one word from him. This is Gorkin's confidence. Chapter 38, A Gentleman Dies for His Friend. Karen was a little confused by Gorkin's ridiculously straightforward attitude. Is this decentralization? What followed was an extreme feeling of being moved. Karen even wanted to cry. In the city that was previously full of succubi, she was not valued at all. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was sent out to be used as a urinal and used to form alliances. But here, the ogre who could easily crush the elite goblin troops let her take command. This recognition, really, if she didn't plan to continue serving the chief, she would even want to risk her life to make the chief happy. At this moment, Karen's loyalty skyrocketed, and her rock mark shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. She swore in her heart that she would do whatever it takes to make the chief and the Dragon Rouge tribe stand at the top of the desert. She would devote her entire life to making sure the chief lived the most comfortable life possible, so that whenever the chief took a fancy to a girl from a certain tribe, the tribe would eagerly send that girl to him. I will never let the chief down. Karen's serious expression surprised Gorkin. Relax, relax, it's not a big deal. Just change some back. I'm still waiting for your tongue. Gorkin grinned and gently tapped Karen's back. Also, anger. You follow Karen. This weapon is yours for the time being. If you complete the mission well, I'll give you this weapon. But if you, my grandson, drag us down, I'll take it back when we get back. Gorkin pointed at him and angrily warned him like an idiot. Rest assured, Nu put the 3-barrel machine gun on his shoulder and patted his chest solemnly. He remembered what the little succubus had said to him before, and combined with Gorkin's words, anger finally took over. He began to take this mission seriously. He had to take this mission seriously. At the same time, he began to reevaluate the importance of this succubus. Ha 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 ha! Gorkin laughed and walked towards his house. This was probably the most relaxed moment that Gorkin had ever laughed. Nu gave Karen a thumbs up solemnly. This succubus just said that she might get a better weapon, but she didn't expect it to come true so soon. He is indeed a guy who keeps his word. An ogre who keeps his word admires another who keeps his word. Karen nodded heavily. She vowed to do this first mission brilliantly and beautifully. After 2 days of preparation, Karen is ready to go. Kodo Beast became the main force of transportation. 3 camels simply cannot carry so many iron pillars, so the huge Kodo Beasts have to serve as the main transportation force. Gorkin agreed to the request to use Kodo without thinking twice. Anyway, I don't need to go out. I don't need a mount or anything. It would be better to pull it out and make use of its residual heat. This guy eats a lot. We can't just let it run free like this forever. Karen selected 10 ogres led by Nu, and she also brought Captain Dog's team. She said this was like finding a military supervisor for herself. The ogres are not very smart. With Gorkin's orders, they can only listen to themselves when they go out. But Captain Dog, who is loyal only to the chief, is no fool. This guy is insidious and cunning, but also very smart. He will tell Gorkin everything that happened. Gorkin said no. The brand on your arm is a bit glaring. If he couldn't even trust this, then he really didn't know who to trust. Karen set out with 10 ogres, a group of gnolls, a Kodo, and a heavy iron pillar. 3 days later, she arrived at Giant Sand City. Captain Dog had been here once before, and he remembered the way. Seeing the ogre appear, the dwarves of Giant Sand City immediately opened the city gates, but they did not act as if they were facing a great enemy as before. Kodo gnolls paired with ogres. This combination is only available with Dragon's Nest ogres. Soon, the dwarf leader appeared on the city wall. Ogres from the Dragon's Roost tribe. Our employment relationship has ended. What is your purpose here? Karen stood at the front of the team, head held high. I'm here to trade with the dwarves of Giant Sand City, under the orders of the great dragon's Rest Chieftain Gorkin, and we need an explanation from Giant Sand City. Karen's tone suddenly turned cold. Nu immediately took a step forward. At this moment, he was wearing Gorkin's heavy armor, carrying his big bone hammer on his back, and holding the 3-barrel machine gun installed on the mecha in both hands, aiming at the dwarf city wall. For dwarves, it is called a city wall because the average height of a dwarf is only about 1.4 meters, and the highest point of their city wall is only 6 meters. To the ogre, it was just a wall that was about the same height as himself. Goblin weapons. Dragon-dwelling ogres. What on earth do you mean? Dwarves and goblins often have friction, and this machine gun, which is obviously goblin style, naturally attracted the attention of the dwarves. Did you accept the employment of the goblins? The dwarf leader looked a little unhappy. Hire, Karen said with disdain. Those despicable goblins have no right to hire the great dragon's roost. Let me tell you, the pursuers from the Steam Sand Consortium have arrived here. They were looking for trouble with you, but they mistakenly entered the territory of our Dragon Roost tribe. Dwarf, we are hired by you to work for the Hot Sand Consortium. You must give us an explanation. Karen was eloquent and clear-minded, completely different from the ogres, and she directly threw the responsibility to the dwarves of Giant Sand City. Dwarves are also relatively straightforward creatures, and they actually felt that there was some truth in what they heard. What about the goblins? Karen pointed at the iron pillar on the Kodo Beast. Dead, their machinery smelted into pillars of iron. Karen's face lit up with pride as she spoke of this. The Longchi tribe possesses advanced smelting technology. If it weren't for your previous dealings with us and your considerable craftsmanship, how could they possibly trade iron of this purity with you? The dwarf leader was a little confused. Are you here to trade with us? or to tell us about the goblins. And who are you? Why would the Dragon Roost tribe let you, a succubus, make the decision? Does it matter who I am? What matters is that I represent the great chieftain Gorkin. The succubus was not intimidated. You know this ogre knew. He is the best fighter besides chieftain Gorkin. You must obey me during the mission. Do you want to try it? Karen raised her hand and immediately raised the triple-barrel machine gun, her eyes full of eagerness to try. He doesn't care whether you are a dwarf or a goblin, or whether there is a deal or not. As long as the person in charge says to fight, he will charge in even if he is the king. What on earth do you want to do? The dwarf leader had to look the charming succubus in front of him. Ha! The succubus smiled seductively. Chapter 39 Transaction. Is this how the dwarves from Giant Sand City plan to talk to us? The succubus sneered. Can you please stop cowering on the city walls like those cowardly goblins? The dwarf leader's face turned blue and red, and he jumped down from the city wall with gritted teeth. The other dwarves were on guard. The dwarf leader walked to a position more than 10 meters in front of the succubus with a serious expression. Succubus, what do you want to say? Karen crossed her arms and spoke in a flat tone. You hired our Dragon Roost ogres to cause trouble, and now we, the Dragon Roost, have to bear the goblins' revenge for no reason. Dwarf, you must give us the Dragon's Roost tribe an explanation. The dwarf leader gritted his teeth. But you are safe, aren't you? That's because we are strong. Karen snorted coldly. Those are elite goblins capable of easily destroying your giant sand city. Any other tribe would have been swept into the dustbin of history. If you don't offer a reasonable price, we'll go to the Steamweedle Cartel headquarters. Don't forget, the Steamweedle Cartel's goblins have 2 other cities. Tell us everything clearly. Do you think the goblins are willing to go to war with us, or accept our deal and settle accounts with you, the instigator? You! The dwarf leader was furious. Is this what Chieftain Gorkin meant? How can you, a succubus, represent Chieftain Gorkin? The chief said, I have the final say on this matter. These powerful ogres must obey me. The succubus didn't flinch. She pressed on, Dwarf, tell me your decision. The dwarf gritted his teeth and looked at the ogres who were eager to try. The 3-barrel machine gun was very intimidating. In terms of lethality, this thing is completely not on the same level as their tank shells. But the accuracy and firing rate of this thing are simply not comparable to those of their steam tank shells. If a real fight breaks out, this thing can kill their steam tanks. He never expected that the ogre would actually take this thing apart and hold it in his hand. How about making another set of identical heavy armor? The dwarf leader gritted his teeth and gave his answer. You're quite sincere, but 1 pair isn't enough. We need 3. This cannot be. Don't worry, dwarf. The succubus gently pointed to the large number of iron pillars on the Kodo beast. 1 is for you to give to our tribe, and the other 2 are for the deal with you. You can see for yourself whether our iron is worth 2 sets of armor. The dwarf's expression eased slightly. The iron used to create armor the size of an ogre is huge, and my heart is bleeding just to get 1 set as a reward. Fortunately, the succubus in front of me is not that unreasonable. He walked up to the Kodo, raised his head, and stood on tiptoe to try to get a good look at the iron, but the height difference was not something he could make up for by standing on tiptoe. It's a bit funny, but it's enough to see the quality of the iron. His expression was strange and a little surprised. He felt that the shock he had experienced in this moment was as much as the one he had experienced in the past month. The quality is top grade. How did you do it? The dwarf leader was a little unbelievable. When I visited your tribe before, I clearly didn't see any smelting furnaces. Moreover, even our giant sand city can't forge iron of this quality. A straightforward dwarf will not lie, and what is good is good. The succubus raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Don't worry about how we did it. We have our own great chieftain Gorkin. So this transaction isn't a loss for you, is it? The dwarf leader looked at the pile of iron and began to think rapidly in his mind. He estimated that with the existing iron materials in the city and these high-quality iron materials, at least 1/3 would still be left after the forging was completed. Logically speaking, such profit is a bit small, but the quality of these iron pillars is too high. Make a deal. Thinking of this, the dwarf leader immediately made a decision. Okay, now that we've finished our official business, let's talk about personal matters. The deal was done, and the succubus breathed a sigh of relief. Private matter? The dwarf leader was a little confused. Why? You're not just planning on waiting here for the Steam Sand Consortium headquarters to come and destroy you, are you? Karen squatted down and looked at the dwarf who was as tall as her waist. The goblins have suffered such a huge setback this time. They will definitely not give up. There's even a chance they'll choose to hire us. By the time the Steam Sands Consortium and us ogres join forces, how long can your giant sand city hold out? The succubus gently tapped the dwarf's chest, her tone full of seduction. Even though goblins are lowly, what does that have to do with us? We can accept employment from anyone if they can offer the right price. Since we've had 2 pleasant transactions together, I've told you this clearly. Now it's up to you, Giant Sand City, to make your choice. The dwarf leader's heart, which had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. Based on Chief Gorkin's character, what this succubus said is entirely possible. Dwarves won't sit still. The dwarf leader's face was filled with sternness. But we have to rely on you ogres to conquer even a small city of the Steamweedle cartel. We are powerless against the Steamweedle cartel headquarters. The dwarf leader felt a little bitter. Giant Sand City is just a small city with a population of less than 10,000 and only 500 full-time warriors. If it wasn't for the purpose of recovering their people and the looted materials, how could they possibly provoke the Hot Sands Consortium? But if they don't go, the dwarves of Giant Sand City will inevitably be labeled as cowards, and then the goblins will come to take advantage of them endlessly. And taking action has led to the current result. The goblins from the Hot Sands Consortium suffered a loss and will definitely seek revenge. The feud has been settled. Chief Gorkin is very dissatisfied with the goblins' previous actions. If you, the dwarves of Giant Sand City, wish to take action, we can participate. The succubus words ignited hope in the dwarf leader's heart. Are you really willing to intervene? No. Although I've only met Chief Gorkin once, I know he's a man who won't take action until he sees the rabbit. How could you possibly take action if there's no benefit? Of course, we don't have no requests. The succubus shook her head repeatedly. I don't want anything. Even a fool wouldn't do this. What are your conditions? The dwarf leader waited for the succubus lion to open its mouth. It has nothing to do with you dwarves. It's just that after we defeat the Steamweedle cartel, we will give priority to selecting slaves, and those goblin craftsmen will also belong to us. Of course, you're also responsible for the ogre supplies. The succubus revealed her true purpose. That's it. The dwarf leader couldn't believe it. Of course, but we have to wait until the 3 sets of armor are finished. After all, I also want to ensure that the ogres don't suffer any casualties. The succubus added, it all depends on you dwarves. The sooner you build it, the sooner the Steamweedle cartel will be destroyed. If you're slow to build and they catch up with you, we won't be able to help you. The dwarf leader nodded solemnly. Chapter 40. PUA yourself. The deal was done, and the dwarves relaxed their vigilance, rushing out of the city to receive the supplies. Karen and the ogres temporarily camped outside the city. The dwarves built a bonfire, dug a storm shelter for the ogres, and laid out food. As a city with a population of nearly 10,000, it is not a problem to provide food for 10 ogres for the time being. The most important thing is that ogres eat everything and are not picky at all. The dwarf leader hurried back and arranged for the craftsmen to urgently start making heavy armor for the ogre. The protective capability and manufacturing speed of the heavy armor are related to the safety of their giant sand city, so he has no choice but to pay attention to it. After the ogres had eaten and drunk their fill, they lay down to sleep. Karen sat on the ground, leaning against the dwarf city wall, swinging her legs leisurely. Why did you send dwarves to fight the Steamweedle cartel? Those goblins took a beating this time. If it were me, I probably wouldn't dare to provoke such a powerful enemy again. Captain Dog came over. Although the chief said he didn't need to monitor Karen, he was still a little curious. Not bad. Zyaguzzi also knows how to use his brain. Karen stared at the dog captain with a smile. Did you know that the chief has been talking about the Steamweedle cartel? I don't know. Captain Dog said as a matter of course. Yes, we were serving the chief at that time, so of course you didn't know. The succubus sat up. This little dog had the same rock mark as herself, and she was not afraid to waste time telling it. Although the chief didn't say it explicitly, I know that he is very dissatisfied with the Hot Sand Consortium. Also, from what I've observed, the chief wants to keep the smelting furnace running to produce a continuous supply of high-quality iron. As a result, there are not enough camels for transportation or slaves for gathering and working. Finally, when I asked the chief what he wanted to trade with the dwarves, the chief said that if we want craftsmen, the dwarves will definitely not agree. Then we can settle for the next best thing. Since the dwarf craftsman is not suitable for the time being, the goblin craftsman can be used as a makeshift. Captain Dog suddenly realized what was happening, and his mouth opened wide. Oh, I see. This is why you kept sending dwarves to attack the Steamweedle cartel headquarters and demanded that slaves and craftsmen be given priority. Considering what the succubus and the dwarf leader had said before, Captain Dog was filled with surprise. So, it's not the Steamweedle cartel that's looking to cause trouble for the dwarves, but you're plotting against the Steamweedle cartel. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would travel so far to the Steamweedle Corporation headquarters? Do you really think I have nothing better to do? The succubus smiled softly, showing her charm. As expected of a demon. Captain Dog clucked his tongue. It was you who wanted to attack the Steamweedle cartel, yet you claimed it was the Steamweedle cartel that wanted to attack the dwarves of Giant Sand City, dragging all of them aboard the warship. So cruel. Then Captain Dog asked the doubts in his mind. I don't understand. What exactly do you want to gain by going to such great lengths? You have the Mark of Stone, so you don't need to receive guests anymore. The tribe is so safe. Why are you going through all this trouble? The succubus was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, I want to do things for the chief. I want to prove that I'm not just a pretty face. I want more recognition. I want to get rid of this identity that could be discarded at any time. Don't you want to? Captain Dog, you're no less thoughtful than I am. Are you willing to just be a watchdog that only knows how to wag its tail? The gnoll gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat gloomy. What can I do if I don't want to? I'm just a guard dog. In terms of fighting ability, I'm not even at the bottom of the tribe. Besides guarding the door, what else can I do? Karen pointed at her own brand, then pointed at Captain Dog's brand, and said seriously, No, you're wrong. Except for the ogres, any outsiders in the tribe are no longer judged by their fighting ability, only by their loyalty. Any race that doesn't have a stigma here will not be reused or protected, no matter how capable they are. In other words, the Dragon Roost tribe, led by the chief, since the ogre, only considers the brand, not the race or ability. You and I are equal. That's why I'm telling you so much. Captain Dog, if we go by race, a demon like me is definitely more noble than a gnoll like you, right? But here, you have the brand, so we are equals. The chief wants to live a comfortable life, and that is our ultimate goal. We, the branded members, must do our utmost to clear any obstacles that stand in the way of the chief's comfort. And the chief will not treat us unfairly. That's what I want to say. Captain Dog was stunned by what he said, and a long-lost surge of blood filled his heart. Although I don't quite understand, I think you are right. You don't need to understand everything. You just need to know that those of us with the brand should stick together and serve the chief diligently. There are many things the chief didn't say explicitly, but we have to try to figure it out and understand it. The chief sees everything, no matter how much or how little you do. A solemn and sacred light appeared on the succubus's charming face. The gnoll opened his mouth wide and kept muttering in his heart. Wow, no wonder he can command ogres now. I might as well. I'm not as good as you. If Gorkin heard these words, he would be shocked and give a thumbs up. Is this considered pua to yourself? I didn't say anything. I just muttered a few words while lying down and enjoying myself. In this battle, I will allow the chief to have his own craftsmen, so that the furnace can run day and night, and the chief can forge whatever he wants. As for that Steam Sand Consortium, it's just bad luck for him. He has everything the chief wants. He can't blame anyone else. Also, I didn't completely fool the dwarves in Giant Sand City. Can you guarantee that the Steam Sand Consortium will completely swallow its anger? If they can tolerate this, then I'm afraid the Steam Sand Consortium will have no deterrent effect at all. The dwarves also understand this principle. Otherwise, how could they agree so readily? It's just what each of us needs. The succubus stretched out her palm, and a dark purple energy ball appeared in her hand. This battle is the perfect stage for both of us to showcase our abilities for the first time. Captain Dog, if you want to be extraordinary, then fight like hell. The succubus clenched her hands tightly, crushing the dark purple energy ball and releasing energy everywhere. Captain Dog's eyes widened. Okay, I thought you were just an ordinary succubus, but I didn't expect you to have such a skill. In the final analysis, I am the most ordinary. Chapter 41. My back teeth are all broken. Facts prove that people are forced to do things. So do the dwarves. Under the threat of the Steamweedle cartel, the dwarf craftsmen of Giant Sand City stopped all their work and devoted themselves to making armor for the ogres. They also knew that once the battle started, the ogres would be the main force, so they did not cut corners at all. They couldn't even lift the finished heavy armor. It took 5 days to create a set of ogre armor, and the remaining 5 days were used for travel. But now it only takes 8 days to make 3 sets of ogre armor. They even produced 3 additional rectangular shields for the ogres, each 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. These 3 sets of heavy armor were temporarily distributed to the other 3 ogres equipped with flame weapons. Together with Nu, they form a team of heavy armored ogres. He carried a big bone hammer on his back and held a 3-barrel machine gun in both hands. The other 3 ogres were wearing heavy armor, holding large bone hammers in their right hands and iron shields in their left hands. When the ogres were dressed, even the dwarves were shocked. It is no exaggeration to say that these 4 ogres can completely overturn their entire giant sand city. Newsweo looked at himself and his companions who were looking so majestic and said something rare. Good. The team set off. The dwarves assembled 200 elite soldiers and 500 militiamen and set out again in neat tanks and airships. There were also a large number of tracked vehicles accompanying them this time. It was filled with water, food, and ammunition for their troops and the ogres. The dwarves had invested heavily, as this was already half of their entire city's defense force. All this going back and forth was too much for the dwarves in Giant Sand City. The dwarf leader vowed to completely eliminate the threat of the Steamweedle cartel this time. The troops set out in a mighty force. Captain Dog seemed a little unhappy along the way. He and Karen were both sitting on the dwarven crawler. I said, "What's wrong with you? It's been so long. It's like your mother has died." The succubus's opening words were a powerful blow. The jackal lying on the supplies muttered, "My mother was eaten a long time ago." Then he sat up suddenly. "No, are you sick? You're a mage. Why don't you tell me? What kind of relationship do you, a succubus, have with a worthless gnoll like me? Isn't this a pure waste of emotion?" Karen rolled her eyes. "Who told you I was a mage? Technically, I'm a warlock. Besides, you didn't ask, so why are you so anxious?" The hyena's back teeth were almost broken. "I thought you were like me. One of us is a watchdog, the other is a bookseller. We're both miserable. I didn't expect you to be a sorcerer secretly. Bang, 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 you really deserve to die." Karen whipped the dog captain with her tail. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with being a warlock? Succubi are basically all warlocks. I only know 3 spells that can't even hurt an ogre. What's the point? Don't I still have to serve the chief to survive? You also know 3 spells. You actually know 3 spells." The dog captain lay down and turned his back to Karen. After spending so many days together, the succubus and the gnoll have become much more familiar with each other. "Don't you also have a flaming weapon given to you by the chief? You're the only one who has it, besides the ogres." "What do I say?" "Huh," the dog captain sneered. "I don't talk to the noble wizard." Karen rolled her eyes. "Idiot." It took 12 days for everyone to reach the Hot Sands cartel city that was initially breached. Goblins and slaves have already started cleaning up here, trying to resume production. The combined forces of Longxi and Jusha were so powerful that it was impossible to conceal their presence. The goblins began to gather in panic and prepare to evacuate. "How do you say that?" The dwarf leader, sitting on the steam tank, looked at Karen. "Kill them all. We can't let them go back and report." Karen turned serious as she got into the mood. "Lord Nu, you can take your people with you." Karen yelled. "Oh." Nu was wearing heavy armor, riding a kodo, holding a 3-barrel machine gun, and opening his bloody mouth. "Wah-ag! Wah-ag!" The other ogres roared and began to charge with a rumble. Leading the way was Fury, riding on a kodo beast. The kodo beast, which is similar to a large rhino, has an astonishingly fast straight-line speed once it gets up to speed. Bang, bang, bang. The 3-barrel machine gun rotates and continuously emits tongues of fire. "Go!" Karen muttered something, then gave a light shout. A magic circle emitting an evil aura appeared on the sand in front of her. A half-human-high hellhound appeared and rushed forward with a roar according to Karen's instructions. "Send the mountain goat knights forward and leave no one alive." The dwarf leader gave the order without giving in. 10 mountain goat knights began to charge, and the dwarf knights on their backs each carried a square hammer and a pistol in their left hand. They kept whistling and formed a sharp arrow formation to chase after them. There are only 20 mountain goat riders in Giant Sand City. These mountain goats have large, coiled horns and wide hooves, making them convenient for running wildly across the desert Gobi. Even these mountain goats have light plate armor hanging on their chests. The goblins and the slaves they brought with them were cleared out at a very fast speed. Blast all of those goblin machines and vehicles, the dwarf leader ordered. The rest of the dwarves began to disperse, and groups of 3 or 3 took the small mortars from the tracked vehicles and assembled them. It is very simple to put this kind of gun to use, but if you want to achieve the level of being able to hit whatever you point at, it will be very difficult. The dwarves of Giant Sand City did not master this technology and only achieved the ability to use it. The shells were thrown out and continued to explode among the remaining goblin machinery. In 5 minutes at most, we can clean up the battlefield and move on. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, the dwarf leader estimated the time and said to Karen, "All right, we need to fight quickly this time. We can't give the Steam Sand Consortium time to prepare. We have to catch them off guard." Karen looked out at the battlefield. This was a brand new experience and challenge for her. Before this, she was just a succubus who relied on her tongue to survive. And now, she can even directly participate in the life and death of a large goblin city. Really? So exciting. Compared to the ogres, the dwarves' combat seems a bit fancy. The ogres' attack methods are very simple and the most unsolvable. They rushed forward, the big bone hammers in their hands were synonymous with death. Their immense power could injure goblins and slaves if they touched them, or kill them if they touched them. The most dazzling thing is anger. He rode a Kodo beast, covered in heavy armor, and was more powerful than a steam tank. The 3-barrel machine gun in his hand shot the goblins to pieces. When Honey was attacked by Waterloo's 3-barrel machine gun, they realized how terrible the destructive power of goblin technology was. Chapter 42, Overwhelming. The goblins were strangled to death completely, leaving no survivors. In this desert, population is the most useless thing, and resources are the most important. The dragon-dwelling Giant Sand Alliance rushed into the second city of the Hot Sand Consortium at an extremely fast speed. It was this city that had previously sent troops to the Longchi tribe. Having lost its second-in-command and so many elite troops and machines, the Hot Sands Consortium suffered a huge loss. It was beyond the expectations of Karen and the dwarves of Giant Sand City. The Steam Weedle cartel did not gather its forces again to avenge its previous defeat. They lost a city and elite troops. Even though they still have the headquarters, it is still a serious blow. They need time to rebuild the machinery and retrain the drivers. Their bodies were too weak, and they simply could not survive in such a place relying on their physical strength. In order to ensure the stability of the second city, the Hot Sands Corporation mobilized some troops from its headquarters to suppress the second city and began a mass production mode, producing a large number of machines. It's a pity that the coalition forces of Longchi tribe and Jusha City arrived too quickly. When the heavily armored ogre charged forward with a roar and a triple-barrel machine gun, it was too late. The Hot Sands cartel's troop station in the second city sent out scouts and sounded the alarm, but they couldn't stop the enemy. They really couldn't. "Go ahead. Stop them." The commander of the Hot Sand Goblins roared in his Gat cannon and aimed at the most arrogant new. Other goblin excavators and lumberjacks began to attack. In a very short time, they entered into close combat mode. They discovered in despair that the attacks they were proud of were always absorbed by the ogre's constantly flashing ochre energy and transformed into clods of earth that fell down. The damage they inflicted on the ogres was minimal. The ogre's attack is outrageous. The big bone hammer smashed down on his head, and even though he dodged the cockpit, the mechanical arm used for attack was instantly deformed and ineffective on the spot. After all, the bone hammer is made of bone, and it is not strong enough in front of metal. Soon the ogre's bone hammer broke. They threw it away casually and picked up anything to use as a weapon. Even large chainsaws and buckets powered by steam and hydraulics can be wielded like the wind in the hands of ogres. The most outrageous thing is the 4 ogres wearing heavy armor, holding a big bone hammer in one hand and a big iron shield in the other. This is a solid iron shield. Coupled with the all-iron heavy armor and the rock mark, it suffered almost no damage after the battle. They had dismantled countless goblin machines into scrap metal. They were reluctant to use their large bone hammers that could produce fire, so they just used the large iron shields as weapons and beat them wildly while howling. He roared angrily and fired at the goblin's Gatling machine gun. Countless bullets landed on his body, splashing dense sparks. He didn't ride a Kodo, but just kept moving forward step by step under the enemy's firepower. Karen was really afraid that the chief's only mount would be killed here. If that happens, The chief will definitely be furious when he returns. It's hard to say whether the little contribution I have made can save my life by then. Damn it, why is the enemy's firepower so strong? The goblin pilot who was engaged in a fierce confrontation complained in a shrill voice. Go, hurry, and request support. We can't hold on here any longer. He turned around and shouted to the back, only to find that there was already chaos behind him. The frontal battlefield was carried by the ogres, and the dwarves of the giant sand city acted as the sixth, breaking in from a side. All the goblins were distracted by the invincible ogre in front of them. When the dwarf steam tank blasted down their sidewalls with a close-range shot, the goblins realized that their backs had been attacked. In the sky, the airship hovered in midair and continuously bombarded the ground. On the ground, steam tanks drove directly into the city, and 200 fully armed dwarves cooperated in a standard infantry tank coordinated street battle. The rest of the dwarves blocked all the intersections. Although they were militiamen, the damage of the hunting rifles in their hands would not be reduced because of their militia identity. The difference between the militia and those elite soldiers is not in their guns, but in their armor. 10 mortar groups, 3 in a group, continued to advance deeper into the city as the tanks advanced. Although the accuracy is touching, there is still no problem in bombarding the front of one's own troops. If they can't even do this, they shouldn't call themselves elite and should just go back to being ironworkers. All the dwarf leaders joined the battle, leaving only Karen and the dog captain standing on the back of the Kodo to watch the battle. With the ogre around, there's no shortage of damage for this slacking duo. Look, the goblins can't hold on any longer. Captain Dog looked out with some excitement in his eyes. If we really take down the Steamweedle cartel, it would be a great achievement. The chieftain will surely be delighted when we get back. Maybe. We've been out for so many days, and I don't know if the chief is worried. Karen was a little hesitant. Originally, it was just a deal with the dwarves, and the round trip would only take 5 days, but it has already lasted more than half a month. I hope the chieftain doesn't misunderstand me and runs away with the ogre. Karen thought to herself, licking her lips with her long tongue. I don't know what the chief is doing. I don't know if those waiters can give the chief a good massage. After being out for so long, she really missed the chief. The chief she was thinking about turned over in his bed, scratched his butt, let out a loud fart, and continued to snore. During this long period of time, Karlov also made a bed for him. An extra-large solid mat was woven from the main stems of thorns, filled with the tender shoots of desert thorns that only grow in the early morning, and then several layers of various animal skins were laid on it. He even made a pillow for Gorkin using the same technique, and also wrapped it in animal skins. After Gorkin lay down and experienced it for a while, he happily rewarded Karlov with a large piece of dried meat and allowed him to take a bath in the oasis. When Gorkin lay on his own bed, although the mattress woven from desert thorns was flattened, fortunately, it was wrapped firmly in animal skins and did not fall apart. Compared to sleeping on the sand, this is like a Simmons mattress for Gorkin. Gorkin, who had slept on the sand for 20 years, finally had a bed of his own. This made Gorkin tear up. Just for this, Gorkin decided secretly. Even if this Russian has never had the rock mark, he must be punished after his value has been squeezed out. Gorkin lay on his bed, enjoying the massage from waiters of various races, chewing dried meat, and watching all kinds of bragging and nonsense on the World Channel. For the first time, he felt that life was so wonderful. Although he was a little puzzled as to why Karen hadn't come back for so long after making a deal, he was no longer worried when he thought of the 10 ogres led by Nu. Compared to other ogres, Nu is a bit more intelligent. He has his own decisions. If Karen has any messy ideas, with his personality, he will definitely crush her to death. There's nothing to worry about. Chapter 43. The Desperate Heavy-Armored Ogre. The garrison of the Hot Sand Consortium's second city was completely silenced after fighting for less than half an hour. The driver of the Goblin Gat Cannon can be considered a real man. He never retreated a single step from beginning to end and kept fighting with Nu madly. His machine gun even has the ability to drop bombs at short distances. But he still lost. He was completely defenseless and was beaten into a pulp by Nuna's machine gun, which was approaching step by step under the artillery fire and firing directly at his face. The 10-centimeter thick heavy armor, coupled with the rock mark, cannot cause any effective damage to Nu unless there are specially made bullets or bombs with armor-piercing effects. If it were a weak goblin, one shot from such a machine gun would be enough to blow half of his body to pieces. God is fair to a certain extent. He gave the goblins flexible brains, ultimate money-making ability, and unconstrained creativity, but deprived them of their strong bodies. He gave the ogres an almost omnipotent stomach, gave them a tall stature, unparalleled strength and defense, but deprived them of their intelligence. Ogre mages are an anomaly, and there can't be a single ogre mage among 100,000 ogres. This also shows how powerful the Dragon Nest tribe was back then. The ogre tribe of less than 100 people actually has 2 ogre mages. To say that they are walking sideways is a bit restrained. The disadvantages were also obvious. The brainless father and the male ogre magician got drunk, causing the dragon-dwelling tribe to lose 2/3 of its members. This has directly led to the Longchi tribe now being able to only walk sideways. Let them lay down their weapons and kneel down in surrender. Karen walked towards the ceasefire battlefield step by step, swaying her slender waist. Nu was breathing heavily and staring at the remaining goblins with cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. The dwarf leader stood on the tank and waved his hand. Follow the instructions of our allies and make them all kneel down. The dwarves, with hammers in one hand and hunting rifles in the other, roughly forced the goblins to their knees on the sand. The thrilling battle made these dwarves fully aware of the terrifying combat power of the ogres. Are there any goblin craftsmen among the survivors? If so, please stand up. Karen stood in the center of the surviving goblins, with the hellhound standing beside her with its fangs bared. The goblins trembled, and no one dared to speak. No. Karen was a little disappointed. Then she waved her hand. They're useless then. Just kill them all. There was a glimmer of excitement and admiration in his angry eyes. A cruel ogre loves cruel company. He raised his hand and prepared to pull the trigger. The powerful firepower of the triple-barrel machine gun conquered the one-eyed ogre. The other ogres were also eager to try. Don't. I'm a craftsman. When a goblin saw this situation, he didn't care about anything else and quickly raised his hand. I think. Someone started, and soon another goblin raised his hand. Me too. Another goblin raised his hand as well. 3. Karen didn't think it was too little and pointed to the empty space next to her. You 3, get over there. The 3 goblins rolled and crawled towards that side. Master knew. The rest is useless, so get rid of it. The succubus left after saying this. Behind him, the cruel laughter of the ogres and the screams of the goblins continued to sound. A moment later, the dragon-dwelling giant sand alliance left here and headed towards the only remaining city in hot sand. The 3 goblin craftsmen were chained together and tied to the kodo. Next to it are the commonly used tools they found. The dwarves overturned the goblins' warehouse to resupply, replenishing the water and food to full capacity. The remaining houses and factories were blown up and then set on fire. The Steam Weedle Cartel's second city was reduced to ruins. Even if the Hot Sands Consortium is not completely destroyed later, it will take them a long time to restore the second and third cities and build machinery. That way they would never have the chance to cause trouble for the dwarves again. The only pity is that the slave camp here was hit by an aerial bomb from an airship, and the slaves were killed or maimed, making it no longer worth keeping them. Karen's idea of selecting high-value slaves would have to stay at Steam Weedle headquarters. 3 more days passed. The combined forces of the Dragon Roost and Giant Sand City arrived at the headquarters city of the Steam Sand Consortium. Unlike the previous 2 cities, the headquarters of the Steam Sand Consortium is incomparable to those 2 cities in terms of both the oasis within the city and the scale of the city. The goblin who had run back for help brought back the news. Now the combined forces faced a city ready for battle. Even the sand outside the city was littered with mines. The Hot Sand Consortium was furious. They suspended all operations, completely cleared the area outside the city, and filled every corner with explosives and mines. Various machines on the city walls were spewing thick smoke. There are also a large number of foreign mercenaries. This is the full strength of the Hot Sands Consortium. At this point, there is no room for maneuver for either side. The airship slowly raised its altitude, and the muzzle began to fire continuously downwards. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The goblins don't have flying vehicles, but they have anti-aircraft weapons, which are like simplified Katyusha rockets with bombs with lit fuses tied to them. These bombs were wrapped with large amounts of thin iron sheets. After flying high in the sky, the bomb exploded and iron pieces scattered everywhere, posing a great threat to the leather airship airbag. Seeing this, the airship had no choice but to continue climbing. On the city wall, the Goblin City defense cannons and Gatling guns also began firing. 3 fully armed ogres carrying large iron shields stood there like a city wall, allowing all kinds of artillery shells, bullets, and bombs to bombard them. Majestic and motionless, sand mines also pose a significant threat to the ogres. Any powerful defense has its weaknesses. The explosion from bottom to top made the ogre's crotch, which was only wrapped in a piece of rag, feel slightly cold. New had an outstanding talent in combat, and knew how to break the situation with just one glance. Bang 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 bang. The three-barrel machine gun began to rotate and continuously spit out fire, but not at the goblins, but at the mines on the ground. The endless artillery shells directly swept a channel in the sand. All the mines along the way were blown up, and the dense explosions splashed up countless sand and dust. If the people of Blue Star saw this scene, they would probably find it hard to imagine that this was a battle from a wild alien world. There's no fancy magic, no dazzling and colorful combat skills. The battles here are not primitive, but equally bloody. The ogre, holding an iron shield that was as thick as the armor of a Blue Star tank in World War II, rushed towards the goblin city along the passage cleared by the three-barrel machine gun. The steam tanks covered the mortar group behind them and continuously bombarded the goblins on the city walls. The original hunting rifle is not very accurate, but it is enough at a distance of 50 meters. The dwarfs' elite warriors gradually approached the city under the cover of the ogres. The goblins despairedly discovered that the machines they relied on and were proud of were completely defeated by the heavily armored ogres. What kind of ogre is this? Who gave them heavy armor and shields? The head of the Hot Sands Corporation roared on the city wall. Chapter 44, Why Should I Be Restrained with You? Go and move all my gold coins out. The leader pressed the cigar in his mouth hard against the top of the city wall and shouted to the goblins behind him. The goblins crawled away. In less than 3 minutes, baskets of gold coins were placed on the top of the city wall. The universal gold coins of Rexy City are all yours after you beat back those ogres. Hot Sand reached out and grabbed a handful of gold coins, stood up, and then let go. The dazzling gold coins fell with a crisp sound, attracting the attention of the large number of foreign mercenaries on the city wall. Rexy City is a very large city. They issued gold coins, and no one knows how wide the influence of this city is. But it is undeniable that the gold coins of Rexy City are the most effective currency besides barter. Those who are willing to accept the employment of the goblins are those who live on the edge of knife and hang their heads on their belts. Although the ogres are terrifying, the temptation of gold coins is also very tempting. Warriors of the Dirty Spear tribe, follow me. A troll with red hair on his head had a glint of greed in his eyes and shouted at his people behind him. Nearly 20 trolls were armed with several sharp javelins and had several throwing axes hanging from their waists. The other mercenaries were also eager to try, but when they saw someone taking the lead, they temporarily suppressed their greed and watched the trolls line up on the top of the city. It is called a city wall, but it is only 5 or 6 meters high, just like a dwarf's. For these trolls who are 2 meters tall, even with their backs hunched, it is not a city wall. For ogres, it's even less worth mentioning. If it's as tall as me, can be called a city wall? Warriors of the Dirty Spear tribe, you are all brave and skilled hunters. Don't be frightened by those mindless ogres. Use your strengths and aim at their eyes. The red-haired troll is boosting morale. Javelin. All the trolls, including him, drew a javelin from their backs. Prepare. The trolls' hunched bodies suddenly straightened backwards, and the javelins in their hands were like crossbows with fully drawn strings. Throw. The red-haired troll looked at the ogres who were very close and roared. The trolls' bodies, stretched backwards, suddenly bounced back, and their slender arms shot out their javelins like sharp arrows. They aimed for the ogre's eye. The two-eyed ogres may not be that easy to aim at, but the one-eyed ogres led by Nu are very easy to aim at. That huge eyeball is simply the best target. The javelin was so fast that Nu only had time to close his eyes. The khaki energy is overflowing, and the skin of the eyelids is still too tender compared to other parts of the body. Roar! The deafening roar of anger rang out. He stretched out his arms to protect his eyes, threw the machine gun to the ground, and pulled the javelin stuck in his eyelids directly out. Blood flowed from the corner of the huge eye. Karen, who was behind, felt her heart tremble. If the chief's closest childhood friend were to die here, he would be skinned and beaten to a pulp when he returned. Bring it here! He angrily snatched the ogre's big iron shield and drew out his big bone hammer. Waste! They are all trash. Thanks to the stone brand, the javelin pierced his eyelid, but not completely. Although he was bleeding, he did not lose his eyesight. Pain! He roared angrily, and the scenery he saw began to turn blood red. He held up his shield in his left hand and swung a big bone hammer in his right hand. Like a heavy tank, he rumbled against the attack from the wall and slammed into the goblin wall. Follow up, everyone! The dwarf leader swung his hammer, not caring about any losses. If they don't take advantage of this opportunity to attack, they will never be able to capture the city. The dwarf militia also began to advance step by step. They used a 3-stage shooting method, continuously firing at the goblins on the city walls. The airships in the sky also began to get angry. A sharp and long whistle sounded, and huge aerial bombs fell into the goblin city. The earth-shattering explosion frightened all the goblins. Stop slacking off and hurry up. If we let an ogre die here, no matter how great our achievements are, it will be useless. Karen patted the dog captain beside her, followed the troops, and began to exert force. I'm just a gnoll. If there were no mechanical goblins, I wouldn't be afraid of them. But what kind of battle is this? What's the point of me going up there? Captain Dog looked bewildered, looking at his own little arms and legs in confusion. Coward, you deserve to be a gatekeeper for the rest of your life. Karen glanced at him, summoned the hellhound directly, and then began to throw shadow arrows. Captain Dog was stunned, and his face began to flush. I fought for this opportunity. Since we're both from other tribes, and both have the rock mark, I'm willing to lend you a hand. If you don't dare, you'll just have to guard the gate from now on. Karen's words caused a storm of shock in Captain Dog's heart. He made up his mind, took out his crossbow, loaded the arrow, and quickly followed. Don't look down on me. The gnoll bared his dog mouth and showed a cruel smile. In terms of accuracy, we gnolls are their ancestors. The gnoll jumped out and shot an arrow directly. The crossbow arrow whizzed past and directly pierced the neck of a foreign mercenary on the wall. Then a violent flame broke out, directly igniting the foreigner's neck. The mercenary died, his neck ablaze from the inside out. It was a painful death. No one, except certain races, can survive having their necks completely set on fire. The gnolls weren't bragging. They are physically stronger than goblins, but not by much. However, they have outstanding talents in shooting and poison. This is also the reason why the goblin alchemist dared to confront Gorkin with a group of werewolves. The poisons of the goblins were all mixed with the strong toxins in his magic potion. Once the skin was broken, it would not be fatal, but it would most likely greatly reduce the ogre's combat effectiveness or even make it lose its combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Captain Dog still has his poisoned crossbow arrows, and combined with Gorkin's Ajk effect, his combat power is surprisingly acceptable. Oh, Captain Dog himself was surprised. That should still be a kobold, right? It was killed instantly? I didn't know I was so awesome. Captain Dog was greatly encouraged. The weapons were given to you by the chief, and the crossbow was given to you by your former master. What are you so proud of? Karen was speechless. No, you bitch. Why don't you know how to restrain yourself? I serve the chief. Why should I be restrained in front of a little dog like you? Grr. Captain Dog bared his teeth. Chapter 45. Dividing the Hot Sands Consortium. There is no chief leading the team, no ogre mage to provide support and assistance. The 10 ogres, led by Nu, looked somewhat embarrassed. The reason why there hasn't been much damage so far is entirely due to the rock marks on their arms. Whether it was physical, explosive, or magical attacks from sporadic spellcasters, most of them were blocked by this rock mark. In addition, Nu and the other 3 ogres were wearing heavy armor, and their protective capabilities basically reached the extreme. In the end, the gate of the Hot Sands group was breached. The goblins of the Steamweedle cartel are too busy to take care of themselves. When the mercenaries saw the city was broken, they began to evacuate in panic. The goblin leader screamed and commanded the city defense to resist the ogres and dwarf warriors who broke into the city. The mercenaries took advantage of the chaos to grab a handful of gold coins and fled in all directions. The goblin's palms were dripping with blood, but he was powerless to do anything. Isn't the reason why mercenaries are just mercenaries because they only care about money and have no bottom line at all? The bottom line is that in this desert, nothing is worth more than underwear. After being dragged into street fighting, the goblins, who were originally at a disadvantage, were put at a complete disadvantage. It collapsed. Especially the ogres whose eyes were attacked by the mercenaries went crazy. The mad ogre frantically swept away anything he saw in his path, whether it was a house, a factory, or a goblin machinery. All of them were smashed into pieces by the frenzied ogre. If the big bone hammer is broken, Just pick up the beams of the goblin building and use whatever one you have. Following the ogre, the formation was fully deployed. Using a gun at long range and a hammer at close range, the mountain goat rider chased the fleeing goblins. There was chaos in the city. This was also expected. The goblin leader took his remaining gold coins and his confidants and ran away in an armed tracked vehicle. He knew that his city was finished. But as long as he is still there, his money is still there, and his confidants are still there, then he still has a chance to make a comeback. His heart was bleeding just from losing 3 oasis cities. That's 3 oases. Even though the ogres are so powerful, they only have 1 oasis. He swore that once he recovered, he would bring a larger army to wipe out the ogres and dwarves here. Karen smiled coldly as she watched the convoy go away. Just a stray dog. She wasn't worried at all about what would happen if this guy ran away. Even if he found a way to reorganize the army, he would first recover and then expand it. The Longchi tribe suffered no losses and grew stronger. Besides, it's just delivering food. She sincerely hoped that this guy would bring people with him for revenge. This would be better than the chief crossing mountains and rivers to conquer them. Ms. Karen, could you please wake up those ogres a little? If they keep attacking us like this, our gains will be much less. The dwarf leader came up to Karen and suggested. Captain Dog smiled sinisterly. That's so easy to say, why don't you go? The dwarf leader sneered. This ogre is so terrifying, I dare not. Karen rolled her eyes. As the leader of the dwarves, you're countless times stronger than me, and you don't dare. How can you say I dare? The dwarf leader blinked. That's true, but you can't say that. In terms of strength, there's no difference between us two in front of the ogres. Didn't they obey your orders before? Karen snorted coldly. That was when they were in their normal state. Now, who let those idiots drive these killer gods crazy? Dwarf leader, I advise you to save yourself the trouble. Instead of wasting time, you might as well kill all those fleeing goblins. By the way, if you encounter craftsmen, please leave them to us. The same goes for the slaves. Don't kill them yet. We should choose them first. This was agreed upon before. The dwarf leader nodded heavily. Don't worry, we dwarves are the race that values contracts the most. Little ones, move. Kill those sharp-nosed, monkey-faced green rats once and for all. The dwarf leader climbed onto the steam tank, brandishing his warhammer. The dwarves howled and scattered in groups of 3. The ogres tore through the entire city and only stopped after completely releasing the violence in their hearts. He sat down on the ground and touched his eyes lightly. Pain! He looked fierce and snarling, with a hint of simplicity in his ferociousness. He didn't look like a killer who had just turned the goblin city upside down. Karen came closer. Lord Nu, you are truly too powerful. Without the chief, you led only 9 of your tribesmen and directly broke through the goblin headquarters, and none of your tribesmen were killed or injured. Your strength and victories will surely please the chief. Karen was flattering him from his side. When Nu heard this, his waist was no longer sore, his eyes no longer hurt, and his strength was restored. He patted his chest happily and then gave a thumbs up. I will go and select some slaves later. These slaves are to make the chief, the powerful Lord Nu, live more comfortably. Master Nu, you must control your people and don't treat them as snacks. There was some confusion in his angry eyes. Karen quickly said, I know that in the entire tribe, apart from the chief and his mother, only you, the powerful Lord Nu, have such prestige and strength. Don't you agree? Nu nodded solemnly and glanced at the 9-headed ogre with a dignified look. Anger can't be... Karen immediately applauded. Master Nu is amazing. I can tell from just one look at you. Nu grinned happily. Karen left contentedly. The dog captain followed behind him and whispered, Aren't you just kidding a fool? Karen glanced at him and said, But it works. How about you come? The dog captain immediately tucked his tail between his legs and said, You are the chief's designated manager of the customs house, and I am just a gatekeeper. You're capable, but I am not. You are such a mean woman. Karen snorted coldly. Succubus is also a demon. Have you ever seen a good demon? That makes sense. The dwarves have already picked out the surviving goblin craftsmen here, and all the remaining goblins have been executed by them. The fight with the Hot Sands group has come to this point. Wouldn't it be saintly if we didn't kill them? If Karen hadn't requested it in advance, they wouldn't even be willing to keep these goblin craftsmen. After all, they were part of the Hot Sands Consortium. It would be a terrible thing if they ended up causing trouble for themselves. The Hot Sands Consortium has quite a few slaves. The population of goblins in this city is not even as large as that of Giant Sand City, with only about 3,000, but there are more than 6,000 slaves. On average, each goblin has 1 or 2 slaves to use. Most of these slaves are humans and orcs, and there are also a few other strange races. But the only thing in common is that all these slaves are male, and all the female slaves were sold by the goblins. These male slaves were left behind to do manual labor. Of the thousands of slaves, only about half remained here, except for some who escaped during the chaos. Karen only picked out 300. Most of them were orcs as well, and there were a dozen or so Tauren. In Karen's eyes, the primary service group in the tribe is the ogres. Anything these ogres need will be heavy and bulky, so orcs, who are also known for their strength, will definitely be more useful than humans. Especially the Tauren, who are stronger than orcs. Karen thinks the chief will definitely like them. Karen packed up all the craftsmen, along with their tools, and crammed them all onto a crawler. The slaves had their hands tied with ropes and were strung together in a long line. The rest is up to you. Karen waved her hand calmly. The dwarves were delighted and began to frantically plunder anything the goblins could use. Materials, tools, minerals, gunpowder, machinery. Take away everything that can be taken away. What about the remaining slaves? The dwarf leader asked. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, just kill me. The succubus waved her hand calmly, her tone full of indifference. I have an immature idea. How about everyone listen? Captain Dog quietly pulled the succubus's clothes. Succubus. Chapter 46, What a Terrible Neighbor. Captain Dog complained. How come you kill people all the time? Who did you learn this from? Karen snorted coldly. I learned this from the chief. If you have any objections, go talk to the chief. The dog captain shrank his head. The chief is an ogre and looks down on these slaves. We are not the same. Wouldn't it be better to keep them and dig out their greatest value? What's the point of killing them all? They'll just be dried into jerky. Oomph. Karen snorted softly. That's interesting. Tell me what you think. The dwarf leader next to him was also quite curious. It was the first time he had seen such a strange gnoll. Captain Dog did not avoid the dwarf leader. It would be better if he let the other party know his next plan. Look, the leader of the Steam Sand Consortium has run away with his men, and there aren't that many slaves left, only around 2,000 or 3,000. These slaves aren't a big deal, but this wonderful oasis is a waste. The dog captain rubbed his paws and said, We can't leave such a good oasis to that runaway goblin to come back and make a comeback, right? Karen frowned. You have a point, but this place is too far away from our tribe. We can't manage it at all. The second city and the current headquarters are a bit far from us. But isn't there the previous third city? Captain Dog pointed in the direction they came from. It's definitely unrealistic to place all these slaves in our tribe, but the third city isn't far from our Dragon's Rest tribe. It only takes about 10 days to walk there. If we can have the goblins modify their tracked vehicles, we can reach there in 2 or 3 days. Karen reacted. Do you want to seize the Steamweedle cartel's oasis closest to us and have these slaves run it? Isn't that unrealistic? Can you guarantee that these slaves will be obedient? The dog captain immediately waved his hand and said, I definitely can't do it, but the ogres can. 1 or 2 heavily armored ogres can easily suppress these slaves. We have goblin craftsmen and a smelting furnace, so we can be self-sufficient. When the time comes, we can use that oasis to support our Dragon Roost tribe. The ogre's hunting range has also expanded, and there are more slaves available at any time. If the chief has any ideas, they can be implemented. If the chief doesn't need us, we can choose to destroy them later. What do you think? Captain Dog spoke of immature ideas, but it was obvious that he had already made a full plan. The dwarf leader next to him looked at the talkative gnoll in confusion. Really? This is the foundation of the Dragon Roost tribe. Bullshit. Is this still a werewolf? Isn't the Longshi tribe a tribe of ogres? It's okay if it's a succubus, but how can a werewolf as small as a wild dog have so many tricks? The dwarf leader felt a chill in his heart. Is the Dragon Roost tribe going to start expanding? The third hot sand oasis was a full 10 days journey from Longchi tribe, but my own giant sand city was only 3 days journey from Longchi tribe. Once the Dragon Nest tribe has evil intentions toward Giant Sand City, the dwarf leader looked at the ogres who had stopped going crazy and thought of the even more terrifying ogre chieftain. Can't stop. If that happens, the current Giant Sand City will definitely not be able to stop it. Karen and Captain Dog next to them had finished their conversation. Karen thought Captain Dog's suggestion was a good one. It would be better to make use of these slaves in the oasis than to leave them to other races or goblins. With the goblin tinker, those crawlers can also come in handy. Karen and the dwarves asked for several crawlers to carry the goblin craftsmen and their tools. As for the slaves, they all had their hands tied and followed on foot. The joint forces arrived with great fanfare and left with great force, leaving behind only the ruins of the Hot Sands Consortium. Whether it is Dragon's Roost or Giant Sand, the valuable parts of the Hot Sand Goblin headquarters will be completely divided up. The Lonchi tribe asked for craftsmen and slaves, and the Jusha tribe asked for materials and inventory resources. After the division was completed, the dwarf leader said goodbye to Karen and the dog captain. He controlled a small number of goblin drivers and a large number of goblin tracked vehicles. He now had a completely mobile force. He had to go back quickly to turn these resources into combat power and city defense. There's nothing I can do. The neighbors are just too damn scary. The Lonchi tribe had no choice but to move slowly due to the large number of slaves. The ogres were all arrogant, as if they had won a great victory. The slaves were terrified. Although life was hard when I was in the hands of the goblins, at least I knew what I wanted to do. This time it fell into the hands of the ogre. They couldn't imagine that they had any other value besides being a reserve of food. As for the rebellion, they dare not. Isn't the reason they became slaves because they couldn't defeat the slave-hunting group of the Hot Sands Consortium? This group of ogres even overturned the headquarters of the Steamweedle cartel. How could these slaves who had no food to eat every day be able to resist them? When they arrived at the ruins of the third city of the Hot Sands Consortium, Karen asked Captain Dog to go back in the crawler vehicle to report the news, while she herself and the ogres waited here for the chief's specific instructions. She originally wanted to go back by herself, but thinking that the ogres would not listen to Captain Dog at all, she had no choice but to wait here. Captain Dog returned to the tribe with a cart full of goblin engineers. It possesses its own fire weapons, so it is naturally not afraid of any bad intentions of these goblin craftsmen who have no weapons. With the presence of machines, the goblins are considered a powerful race. Without the machines, even the gnolls, who are basically at the lowest level, look down on them. When Captain Dog returned to the tribe, it was almost dark. From a distance, you can see a smelting furnace surrounded by a large thorn wall emitting heat waves and thick smoke. The news of his return had already been told to Gorkin by the patrolling gnolls. At this moment, Gorkin was sitting by the campfire waiting. As soon as the tracked vehicle stopped at the entrance of the tribe, Captain Dog rolled down from the passenger seat and ran towards Gorkin with his tail between his legs. "Chief, the all-powerful chief, your humblest watchdog has returned." After a quick sprint, Captain Dog slipped and knelt on the sand, leaving 2 long marks. He held Gorkin's toes and cried out. His voice sounded sad, and he cried. Gorkin kicked the dog captain out directly. "Great, you two are so nice." Gorkin's tone was neither happy nor sad, but gave Captain Dog a chill, and he almost peed his pants. "I asked you to make a deal with the dwarves. The journey would take 3 days, and the round trip would take 6 days. You were gone for a month. Little hyena, for the sake of the rock mark, I'll give you a chance to explain. If you can't satisfy me, you and the succubus will be the slaves' extra meal tonight." Captain Dog peed. He talked a lot outside, but here in Gorkin, he is really just a dog. Chapter 47. If you can't enjoy yourself, you are nothing but a chief. Captain Dog did not hide anything and revealed all the details of the operation. He even talked about his communication with the succubus Karen and their respective thoughts. He didn't dare to hide anything, and he wouldn't hide anything under the brand, because both he and Karen, although they have selfish motives, are absolutely wholeheartedly thinking about the tribe. Gorkin was a little confused when he heard this. "You two instigated Giant Sand City to completely wipe out the Hot Sand Consortium. Not only did they bring back nearly 100 goblin craftsmen, but they also brought back over 2,000 slaves?" Captain Dog knelt on the ground reverently. "That's right, great chieftain. Karen is now with Lord New and the other ogres at the same hot sand oasis where you personally led the expedition, awaiting your next instructions." Gorkin was a little confused. "Yes, you went out for a month this time and gained a lot. But I want to know, why are you doing this?" The dog captain raised his head and said with a firm look, "I will help you solve your problems, contribute to the tribe, let you live a life as you wish, and let the tribe stand at the top of the desert. Get the fuck out." Gorkin kicked the dog captain out. "You don't think I can't conquer those oases with my strength, do you?" Gorkin asked back. "You think I can't think of what you can think of? Go and see how many forces that span the oasis in this desert can survive for long. I just want to build a service area. How can you tell that I want to go down the path of hegemony? Fighting for supremacy is tiring. Okay. If you do this, how will my neighbors view me? How will I run my business? Gorkin sprayed wildly, scaring the dog captain so much that he peed again. Is this the goblin craftsman you were talking about? Gorkin pointed at the goblins, shivering on the crawlers. Yes, great chief. This is only a part. There's another part in the main force. The dog captain said with his tail between his legs. Let them get down and take them outside the tribe to be settled. There are materials outside. Have them modify this tracked vehicle and send it to me tomorrow morning. As for the two of you acting on your own, I'll settle the score with you later. Gorkin waved his hand to signal the dog captain to leave. Captain Dog was as if pardoned and quickly ordered the goblins to get off the car. He placed the goblin craftsman next to the smelting furnace. Since we are guarding the smelting furnace here, we don't have to worry about the temperature at night. The original orcs and trolls were working here and were a little curious when they saw this scene. Inside the thorn wall, there are piles of iron pillars. You all heard it. We only have one night. If the tracked vehicle is not modified by tomorrow morning. The dog captain's eyes were cold. I may not die, but you will die. After that, Captain Dog said to the orcs who were attracted over, according to the chief's order, you must also cooperate with the goblin craftsmen. All right. The gnolls smiled gleefully. They are the goblin craftsmen from the Steamweedle cartel headquarters. The orcs and trolls immediately began breathing heavily. The gnoll then turned to the goblin craftsmen and said, "There are slaves captured by your Steam Sands Consortium slave-catching group." The goblins immediately shrank their necks. The mission objective is clear. The goblin craftsmen cannot die. They must not disturb the chief's rest. The gnoll smiled and turned away. But after taking only 2 steps, Captain Dog finally showed an expression of surprise when he heard no movement behind him. Don't you want revenge? Both the orcs and the trolls continued with their work. That was all in the past. Now, these goblins, and we are all slaves of the chief. Completing the chief's mission is the most important thing. We are very angry and want to eat them alive, but the chief's mission is more important than anything else. An orc who looked the strongest said in a muffled voice. It was he who just reached out to stop the other slaves who wanted to take action. Oh, Captain Dog was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this orc slave would have such awareness. Interesting. Captain Dog turned and left. He vaguely saw a faint light flickering on the orc's left arm. Get to work. The strong orc glared at the goblins fiercely, then turned around and continued working. He really wanted to take revenge on these goblins, but it was impossible because they didn't know how to modify the equipment and could only rely on these goblins. After more than a month in Longchi tribe, he has already developed a sense of belonging here. Although their status here is the lowest and they also need to work, their life is completely different from their previous life with the goblins. Although they are slaves here, the ogres are lazy and will not torture them. It's different from those goblins with twisted personalities. He also began to understand why those gnolls and the succubus were able to obtain the mark. Ogre Horde. It looks scary, and it is indeed scary, but it also has its merits in some places. Fortunately, the goblins brought their own tools, and with the cooperation of the orc slaves, they managed to transform the tracked vehicle in one night. The next morning, Gorkin got up, had breakfast, and then staggered out with 2 waiters. He Ching, the school beauty of Blue Star, and Elf-Lit. Elves look elegant, and female elves have good figures and good looks. This Lit is considered the best among the elf waiters. He Ching has the advantage of having skin that is characteristic of the Blue Star people. She hides in the love center every day, away from the wind and sun, and she can take a bath every now and then, so she still maintains fair and smooth skin and face. As a qualified chief who seeks enjoyment. If you don't bring 2 waiters with you to give you a massage when you go out, what kind of chief are you? I didn't have this ability in my previous life on Blue Star, but now I've become the chief in this damn place. And I'm not allowed to enjoy myself? Then he chose a goblin craftsman as his driver, and Gorkin set off with 2 waiters and enough dried meat and water. The modified tracked vehicle had a wider and thicker rear bucket, and the goblins also made a large metal chair for Gorkin. The steam-powered tracked vehicle spewed out white mist and rumbled towards the oasis. Just as Captain Dog expected, the dwarves from Giant Sand City hired ogres to travel there on foot, which took them 10 days. Driving a tracked vehicle only took 3 days. Including the 3 days it took Captain Dog to go back and report the news. 6 days had passed since Karen arrived here with the ogres and slaves. During these 6 days, this place has been very busy and bustling with activity. Karen was in charge of the overall command, the ogres were the supervisors, and nearly 3,000 slaves of various races performed their duties and built a large number of sheds on the ruins of the Hot Sands Consortium. The materials left over by the dwarves also played a significant role. When Gorkin arrived, he saw neatly arranged sheds. Karen, the commander-in-chief, knelt at the outermost edge, waiting for Gorkin's decision. Chapter 48, There are no fools in the endless desert. The oasis, which had been bustling for 6 days, became quiet for the first time. Those ogres who were powerful enough to penetrate the Steam Sands headquarters now stood quietly at the entrance of the camp, welcoming their chief. Seeing the succubus who could previously control their life and death kneeling in front, the slaves knew that the existence that could truly decide their life and death. Here we come. Gorkin got out of the car and walked towards the oasis camp step by step. 2 waiters from the brothel followed closely behind him. It was fine. As a local elf, she had seen many races. He Ching was a little scared. Those various races with strange looks stimulated her little heart all the time. Various races such as orcs, tauren, centaurs, trolls, etc. The only thing they have in common is strength. These beings who can only be captured by the slave-catching group and become slaves are all like monsters in the eyes of He Ching, a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. Even the few humans inside were all big and strong. He Ching only took a glance and saw that 2 of the men were from Blue Star. Their clothes were too obvious. Reminiscing was impossible. With so many chats on the World Channel every day, she naturally knew that in this world, no one, whether the same tribe or fellow villagers, was as reliable as the ogre chieftain in front of her. At least she was only asked to use her tongue, and they only used their hands. So many slaves, all under the pressure of the ogre, were like lambs to be slaughtered. Karen looked at Gorkin walking towards her and knocked her head to the ground. Gorkin didn't even look at her and walked straight towards Nu. Looking at the dense scars on Nushin's armor and the scabbed wounds on his eyelids, Gorkin punched his chest hard. Good boy. How come even your eyeballs are injured? He gave a simple smile and scratched the back of his head. Gorkin patted Nu's shoulder, then looked at the various slaves and the sheds they had built. The speed is good. Go to the car and bring my chair over. Gorkin pointed at the modified tracked vehicle with his thumb. Nu ran over happily, took down the chair, and placed it behind Gorkin. Gorkin sat down, with Lit and He Ching standing on either side of him. Come here. Gorkin's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Karen knelt down and moved step by step to Gorkin's front. Gorkin stared coldly at the succubus kneeling in front of him. It was noon at this moment, but the succubus was sweating profusely and her heart sank to the bottom. I didn't realize it for so long. You're really ambitious. After a long pause, Gorkin spoke. I asked you to lead a team to trade with the dwarves of Giant Sand City, and you sent dwarves to fight the Hot Sand? What do you think, huh? Do you think that just because I gave you the temporary right to be in charge of trading with the dwarves, you can do whatever you want? A succubus, you dare to try to command ogres? You are very brave. Am I too lenient with you? Gorkin's words were merciless, but Karen felt relieved. According to Chief Chio's character, if he didn't kill me directly, then I still have a chance, and the harsher he scolds me, the greater my chance. Karen wouldn't dare. Karen trembled and buried her head deeply in the ground to express her absolute submission. Don't dare, Gorkin sneered. I believed it before it was released, but now, I don't dare to believe it. You are just a slave in a love house, but you are so brave. I'm really surprised by you. Look up and look at me. Gorkin drank it. Karen quickly raised his head, but he didn't dare to look directly into Gorkin's eyes. He could only look at Gorkin's chest with his brows lowered. Look, both of you, Gorkin said to the 2 waiters beside him. This is your companion from before. You can imagine she's the one who's not only a warlock, but she also persuaded the ogre and dwarf to come with her and bring the Steamweedle cartel to ruin. The 2 waitresses didn't have the courage to speak, as they didn't have the rock brand. You're hiding so well, succubus. If it weren't for the brand on your arm that's nearly blinding me, today would be your death. There was a deep murderous intent in Gorkin's tone. Kalen didn't mean to hide it. It's just that Karen's strength is only slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. In front of the powerful chief, she is no different from an ant. Kalen had only been serving the chief sincerely before this, without any other ulterior motives. It was only because the chief gave Karen this opportunity that Karen acted so presumptuously. Karen kowtowed repeatedly. Snort, get up. I will punish you later. Gorkin said nothing more, and after all, it was he who gave her the right. If you were able to convince the dwarves to lay the steaming sands on your own, then I give you a thumbs up and praise you for being awesome. But look at my people, who doesn't have any injuries. Leveraging the power of my people to negotiate terms with the dwarves is not a skill. Gorkin sat on a specially made chair with his horse and sword in his hands. And I also disagree with your subsequent actions. Gorkin waved his hand, and two waiters quickly massaged Gorkin's calves. Chief, Karen doesn't understand. Karen glanced at the two waitresses and found that there was nothing on their left arms, and she was immediately relieved. Since you and that idiot dog agreed to occupy this oasis, what did you do afterwards? You and the dwarves of Giant Sand City happily divided up the Steamweedle cartel, but you must know that you have already sent a message to those dwarves. What message? The succubus was a little confused. Didn't the chief say we should keep our word? Karen has done what she promised the dwarves, and both we and they have gained enough benefits. Is there something wrong with what Karen did? I always say it's right to keep my word, but that's my position as a neutral service area. Gorkin waved his hand. And if you're just making a deal with them, then of course you have to keep your word. If they proactively ask us to trade with you and take over hot sands together, that's perfectly normal. Because we're a neutral employee, whatever we do is normal. But it was you who first proposed a joint attack on steam sands. Do you really think that the dwarf leader is a fool, risking an entire city of nearly 10,000 people to fight you for steam sands? Can a fool manage Giant Sand City to such an extent? Karen was a little confused for a moment. It would have been fine if you had offered it, but you and that idiot dog left behind so many strong slaves and occupied this oasis. Believe it or not, go to Giant Sand City now and see for yourself. Those dwarves are definitely strengthening the city's defenses. They might even be developing weapons to fight against ogres. Since the time you separated, the Dragon Roost tribe is no longer the neutral Ogre Service Area. Do you think an expanding ogre tribe would let go of a dwarven oasis city only 3 days away? If it were you, would you believe it? Chapter 49, Karen's Punishment. Desperate heat ching. Karen never expected there to be this layer. But, Lord Chief, we really haven't thought about expanding. We just want to make the most of these slaves. You think so, but the dwarves of Giant Sand City don't think so. Gorkin snorted coldly. Believe it or not, every race that trades with the dwarves of Giant Sand City now knows that the Dragon's Rest ogres are about to expand. Karen didn't know that her desire to help the chief solve his problems and show her talents actually contained so many twists and turns. If you hadn't done this, the Longchi tribe would always be the neutral party, and as its reputation grew, there would be a steady stream of customers and business. But if you do this, regardless of whether the Longchi tribe is neutral or not, at least in the eyes of outsiders, the Longchi tribe is no longer neutral. Gorkin looked at Karen with a raised brow. You and that idiot have ruined my good plan, especially you. If you don't take the initiative, how can that idiot have the guts to do it? Tell me yourself. Should I punish you? Karen gritted her teeth. It's damn right. Karen really deserves to die. Heth. Gorkin looked down at her indifferently and said, when you return to the tribe, wash yourself and come to my house. Karen's body trembled violently, and then she gritted her teeth in despair. Yes. Neither she nor the two waiters would think that this was the same service as before. Otherwise, it cannot be called a punishment. When they thought of the terrifying little Gorkin, they felt a chill in their hearts and looked at Karen with some sympathy. This succubus was the first to gain the chief's attention and the first outsider to be able to move freely. But I didn't expect this would be the result. Karen took a deep breath and put the subsequent punishment aside. Chief, then, is there any way to remedy this? Gorkin stood up. Certainly. There are currently 2 solutions. A fire of hope ignited in Karen's heart. Chief, whether she was punished or died, it was the punishment she deserved. But if she really delayed the chief's plan, she would die with regret. The rock brand was not earned in vain. Oh, I don't even need to look to know that those dwarves are using the opponent's strength to their advantage. Look at my people. If it weren't for the rock mark, I'm afraid they would have been decimated long ago. If it weren't for my ogres, they wouldn't even be qualified to carry the shoes of the Steamweedle goblins. It's you who think you're taking advantage of the dwarves. Gorkin shook his head. This succubus and Knoll have some brains, which is considered good in the tribe, but not many. The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom in the previous life had already grown tired of these things 2,000 years ago. There are two ways to solve this problem. Or subdue those dwarfs. Or kill those dwarfs. No matter which one, as long as Giant Sand City is brought under the rule of the Dragon-Dwelling Tribe, it will be an internal matter of the Dragon-Dwelling Tribe and naturally cannot be considered as expansion. Then we can put the blame on the goblins from the Steam Sand Corporation, and the Dragon Roost Tribe will heroically kill those goblins. Wouldn't that be a good story? Is my power the power of the Dragon's Nest Ogre so easy to borrow? Gorkin opened his bloody mouth and laughed wildly. The ogres kept their word. Dividing up the hot sands was just the result. Those dwarves didn't offer corresponding compensation, so it wasn't a deal. Karen's eyes widened, her eyes filled with shock. Is this Chief Dragon Roost? Gorkin turned and looked at the group of slaves who were a mixture of various races. You weak slaves? The goblins have been slaughtered by the ogres. Now, I'm giving you a chance to escape from your slavery. Gorkin's eyes were full of ferocity and murderous intent. Follow my ogres and flatten the city of those dwarves. Those who survive will no longer be slaves. Those who kill the enemy bravely can be appointed to official positions. The cowardly will become food. You bunch of pathetic creatures, do you dare to play a big game with me? Gorkin stood in front of the slaves with his bloody mouth wide open, followed by 10 burly ogres. The armor covered with scars of battle spoke of the unrivaled ferocity of these ogres. Several orcs looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. This is an opportunity to risk your life. Loktar! They raised their hands and roared loudly. The other slaves were ignited. Those who were able to be left behind by the goblins were all strong and powerful slaves. Who among them didn't feel angry? Moo! The Minotaur, who was more powerful than the orcs, dug in the sand, his eyes slightly red. Ha ha ha! Gorkin laughed wildly. Karen, I'm telling you again, since the two sides are no longer harmonious, we must immediately find the other side's lair and choke them to death in the cesspool. Gorkin no longer had the kindness he had when discussing business in the past, and the ogre's ferocity, cruelty, and bloodthirstiness were fully displayed. Kalen, I still give you the command. You and Nu will lead the slaves and rush back to the Dragon's Rest tribe as quickly as possible. I'll be waiting for you in the tribe. Once the slaves arrive, the entire Longchi tribe will attack and capture Giant Sand City. Gorkin picked up a chair and put it on the tracked vehicle, then sat on it with 2 waiters. He Ching and the men mixed in with the slaves watched everything in shock. The alliance that had worked together to fight the Hot Sands group a few days ago was now fighting each other in the blink of an eye. The deaths of tens of thousands of lives added a tiny bit of nutrients to the desert. Gorkin sat on the tracked vehicle and smiled meaningfully. Welcome to the endless desert. He Ching's body trembled violently. He must be from Blue Star. He is definitely from the Blue Planet. He Ching was roaring madly in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it at all. This ogre is so brutal that there is no trace of any Blue Star person on him. Thinking of the building that appeared inexplicably in the camp, He Ching felt like she had discovered some shocking secret. This ogre can definitely see the treasure chest. He can also see the interface possessed by the people of Blue Star. After the storm in He Ching's heart, what followed was deep despair. There is no hope, really no hope. He has all the privileges that the Blue Star people have, and he is also a chieftain with the strength of an ogre. He Ching completely faced the reality. She began to try to convince herself to give up the so-called dignity, face and shame of Blue Star. The chance to survive could only lie in this ogre chieftain who possessed the soul of a Blue Star person. The tracked vehicle rumbled towards the Longchi tribe, followed by the slaves running wildly, raising a cloud of dust. He rode the Kodo beast with Karen in tow, and the ogres followed behind him. As soon as Gorkin arrived, he started the war again. Chapter 50, War with the Dwarves of Giant Sand City. This was the first full-scale war of the Longchi tribe. Gorkin didn't prepare much. He just found an excuse to convert the weapons of all the members of the tribe, except his mother, into weapons with flame effects, including those tribesmen led by Nu who lost their big bone hammers. These days, the goblins exclaimed in disbelief after learning about the treatment they receive here. In his eagerness to make a contribution, he actually used the steam device of the tracked vehicle to transform it into a simple stamping device. Those solid iron pillars are the best material. They made 2 simple iron hammers for the orc slaves, especially the iron pillars that have just been made, which are at high temperatures. The orcs can hammer them into the shape they want with great force. One by one, wide sheets of iron come out of the oven. The time was too short, and the goblins only had time to wrap the ogre's weapons with a layer of iron. Karen and Nu returned with the team. If Gorkin hadn't told them in advance, those gnolls would have been scared to death. After resting for a long time, Gorkin once again performed armor-breaking enchantment on the members who had weapons. He spent the whole day guarding the enchanting workbench at the door of his house. The tribe is also in chaos. This is the first time that there are so many people here. A few months ago, there were only 20 ogres and 6 amusement park attendants here. And now, there are nearly 3,000 strong slaves of various races gathered here. Gorkin shouted as he enchanted. Karen, take people and prepare 3 days of water and food. Karen hesitated. How about preparing more? Gorkin waved his hand and said, no need. 3 days is enough for the journey to Giant Sand. After 3 days, I will have dinner in Giant Sand City. Karen no longer hesitated. Yes, great chief. Gorkin can only use Karen now. Who made his own people so stupid? After finally making the ogres feel that their weapons were obj, Gorkin began to assemble his troops. His mother stood behind him, and the remaining 18 ogres stood in a mess at the front. Behind the ogres are slaves of various races. There were over 100 surviving goblin craftsmen brought back. It was impossible for them to participate in the battle, including the gnolls. Their combat power was too low, so they were all left behind to garrison. Gorkin also assigned several slaves who seemed less capable to stay behind to ensure the normal operation of the furnace, including cooperating with the goblins to make large tools. Looking at their empty left arms, Gorkin thought it would be better to leave an ogre behind to watch over the scene. The weakest one, recognized as the weakest, stand up. Gorkin's words made the 18 ogres' eyes widen. Except for the one holding the 3-barrel machine gun angrily and arrogantly, the other ogres all looked at each other with dissatisfaction. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. I'm talking to you, get out. Finally, the smallest female ogre stood up reluctantly. You stay and look after the house. The weapon is yours. Gorkin pointed to the flaming bone hammer in her hand. Although this thing will definitely work as long as they think it can, the chief's words are the source of their confidence that it can work. Others target Giant Sand City. Gorkin let his mother sit on the kodo, and he walked onto the crawler transporter. He brandished the boning knife, opened his bloody mouth, and his long fangs were extremely sharp. Set off. Wah-at. The ogres raised their weapons and roared. This was their cheer. The slaves, who had been shouting their own slogans, followed suit. A deafening walk echoed throughout the Dragon Roost tribe. Then a shivering goblin craftsman was picked up to drive the crawler vehicle, which spewed steam and moved towards the Giant Sand City. Honey followed behind on her kodo, followed by the ogres, and finally the slaves who were holding their breath and trying to carve out a future for themselves. Gorkin sat on a special chair, and Karen stood behind him. Chief, can those unarmed slaves defeat the fully armed dwarves? Gorkin said coldly. Most dwarves use hammers or axes. Aren't these ready-made weapons? If the ogres can't even take down their weapons after breaking through the gate, then they'll just die. The Dragon Rest tribe can accommodate them, but not trash. You're so weird, Karen. When did you become so soft-hearted? For a moment, Karen didn't know what to say. She was even a little confused. I am too soft-hearted? I want to get rid of all these slaves. Even in the chief's mouth, this is just a woman's kindness. Karen is a little overwhelmed. I learned all this from you, Chief. Just as Gorkin had expected. Since returning here, the dwarves of Giant Sand City have begun to make intensive preparations to strengthen the city's defenses. The materials and resources obtained by dividing up the hot sand goblins allowed the entire Giant Sand City to start operating fully. Anyway, these resources are given by the good goblin brother, so I don't feel bad about using them. At the same time, the dwarven elite troops and militia began to expand. Even with the ogres watching, the dwarves inevitably suffered casualties in the battle. But compared with the harvest, it seems insignificant. Thinking of the big iron shield he had made for the ogre, the dwarf leader wanted to slap himself in the face. He was scratching his head and had no idea how to break the 10-centimeter thick solid iron shield. Enchantment? The dwarf leader checked all the tribesmen and found that no one had this talent. They could only imitate the goblins, enlarging the caliber of the city defense artillery, increasing the weight of the shells, and tightening the density of the flames. The goblin airship began to fly in the sky day and night, keeping watch in the direction of the Dragon Roost tribe. All the dwarves in the entire giant sand city, from the elderly to children, except for the hungry young children, took action. When it comes to survival, no dwarf has any complaints. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, all the hard work is worth it. Bang! The goblin airship floating in the sky suddenly fired a flare, emitting black smoke. The black smoke was extremely dazzling in the cloudless sky at noon. Dong dong. The dwarf on the clock tower in the city immediately sounded the alarm when he saw the black smoke. The deep sound of the bell resounded throughout the giant sand city. The bronze dwarf leader's face turned pale, and his heart sank. Finally, it's here again. This was the alarm sound he had set, and if there were any other situation, the bell would only ring once. The 2 shots can only be fired after discovering that the ogres are heading towards the giant sand city. And now, they're coming. Everyone, get on the city wall. The dwarf leader swung his hammer and shouted loudly. The ogre is attacking. Dwarf. Chapter 51 Explosion. We are professionals. Chief, look. Karen noticed the dwarf airship emitting black smoke high in the sky and immediately pointed it out to Gorkin. Oh, giant sand dwarf is well prepared. Kalen, do you still think I'm exaggerating? The giant sand dwarves have been keeping an eye on us for a long time. Believe it or not, when we arrive, you will see that the city defenses are even more powerful than the last time you came. Karen lowered her face in shame. Chief, while you were happily leading your slaves to develop the oasis and build sheds, the dwarves were frantically using the Steamweedle Consortium's resources to reinforce their city walls and forge weapons, all for our Dragon's Nest tribe. Gorkin squinted his eyes at the airship in the sky and sneered. However, in the face of absolute strength, they can only delay time. Even the people at Steamweedle Base Camp lost. They just divided up Steamweedle's resources. How much can they improve? Inform them to halt their advance. Once everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, we will seize Giant Sand City in one fell swoop. Gorkin waved his hand, and Karen immediately went down a pass on the message. The Longchi tribe and the slaves, who had been marching quickly, finally stopped. Eat when you should eat, and drink water when you should drink water. Even the slaves were given enough water and food. Since he said that letting them join the war would give them a chance, Gorkin would not let them go to fight the fully armed dwarf city head-on with empty stomachs. The airship in the sky turned and flew towards the giant sand city. When the Longchi tribe had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to move on, the airship flew over from the sky and gradually lowered its altitude. Chief Gorkin, Giant Sand City claims to have no grudges against the Dragon's Nest tribe. What do you mean by this? The dwarf leader leaned out of the flying basket, holding a large loudspeaker, and shouted. Mom, expel. Gorkin said to Honey, who was riding on the Kodo beast beside him. Honey's left head. Let him taste the burning of fire. Honey's right head. Leave it to me. Honey placed her big bone hammer on the Kodo's back, opened her arms, and faced her palms towards the airship. The scorching fire elements gathered in her hands. Tada! A series of basketball-sized fireballs flew towards the pod high in the sky, like a machine gun. Ding, 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 ding. All that could be heard was the rapid sound of copper bells coming from the airship, and the airship began to rise rapidly. Speed up. No need to waste time talking to the dwarves. The ogres will lead the way, and we will directly break through the giant sand city. Gorkin ordered. Honey slapped the Kodo beast's head hard, and the Kodo beast started running wildly in pain. Wah-ack! He roared angrily, carrying a 3-barrel machine gun, and followed with his arms wide open. The entire Longchi tribe began to charge. The dwarf leader returned to Giant Sand City with a pale face. Crazy, crazy. Those damn ogres are crazy. All troops on alert. Once you spot an ogre, attack immediately without waiting for orders. Just now, those fireballs were almost flying onto his airship. There's only this one airship in the entire city. Although several large-caliber heavy guns were urgently built for the cannons on the city wall, the shells and barrels were too heavy and powerful, so he felt that he only had time to fire one shot. Boom! A city defense cannon roared first. The dwarf leader immediately looked outside the city. Dust rolled in, covering the sky and the sun. Except for those heavy artillery pieces, all other artillery pieces should fire immediately. The dwarf leader swung his hammer violently. Boom, 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 boom. The dense artillery fire will make the city walls feel the vibration. The violent explosion made Kodaman's eyes red. It went crazy. He lowered his head, pointed his 2 horns, one long and one short, forward, and increased his speed suddenly. Honey's left head, waha! Honey's right head, feel the cruelty. She sat on the Kodo beast, her hands constantly splashing red light behind her. Bloodthirst. Large-scale bloodthirstiness. Bloodlust. After being cast, it can make the target become fanatical, increase attack speed and movement speed, as well as a small amount of attack damage. The duration is related to the caster. The two heads laughed loudly, and then began to pour out endless flames. Firewall. The dwarves in the city area howled in pain. The magic flame was far superior to ordinary flames. Even though the dwarves were relatively more resistant to high temperatures, they could not withstand the constant burning. Most were stopped by the charging ogres. The heavily armored ogres, led by Nu, charged to the front line, and the shells were easily blocked by them. The other ogres didn't care. The stone mark that comes out of the purple box is very effective and can withstand most of the damage. Even without the stone's mark, these ordinary artillery shells would not be able to kill an ogre with one shot. Moreover, the accuracy of this muzzle-loading gun, which is loaded with prototype shells from the front, is really impressive. Gorkin waved his hand, and Karen immediately rushed out. When the entire army is on the offensive, she is no exception. Since she is not willing to be just a waiter manager, she must bear the corresponding risks. Then Gorkin turned his attention to the goblin pilot. Understand. Chief, I understand. The goblin craftsman who was acting as the driver shuddered and screamed. Then he asked Gorkin to get out of the car first, adjusted the direction of the tracked vehicle, and then stood under the car and gently pushed a button next to the steering wheel with a wooden stick. The steam-tracked vehicle started immediately and rushed towards the city gate. What are you doing? Gorkin picked up the goblin. Don't worry, Chief. We are experts in explosions. I only need to modify this car slightly to turn it into a huge bomb. The goblin tinkerer was frightened, but became excited when talking about explosions. When it comes to explosions, those dwarfs are way behind us. If it weren't for, The goblin was about to say that if it weren't for such a perverted ogre joining the battle, how could those dwarves have entered the hot sand? But when he thought about the fact that he was now a prisoner of the ogre, he immediately shut up. Snort. Gorkin casually threw the goblin craftsman aside, took out his boning knife, and rushed forward. Boom! As the entire Longchi tribe's army attacked, the super-large caliber heavy artillery also emitted a deafening roar. A huge cannonball hit the roaring slaves, charging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even bounced twice on the sand. The landing and bouncing positions were cleared instantly. Gorkin estimated that at least 100 slaves would be lost in this attack. But who cares? The angry three-barrel machine gun also began to roar, and countless bullets hit the dwarf city walls, making them unable to raise their heads. He is now becoming more and more proficient with this weapon. Chapter 52. Injury for injury, life for life. The battlefield was in chaos. Once the fighting gets intense, who cares about how many people died? Moreover, the number of humans among these slaves does not even account for 1%. All the rest are related to the beast. The ferocity in his bones was aroused, and he could charge forward even without losing an arm. What's more, the ogre leading the vanguard is too powerful, and such a big guy is on their side. The atmosphere immediately became lively. The dwarves then realized that they hadn't put in much effort to break into the hot sands. That three-barrel machine gun suppressed the firepower on a large section of their city wall. Boom! The steam-tracked vehicle, mixed in the dust, plunged straight into the dwarf city gate. The goblin was not bragging, and I don't know how he did it. I just saw that the crawler exploded with huge energy after hitting the door. The billowing white steam accompanied by the explosion submerged the entire area near the city gate. The dwarf above the city gate was instantly turned into a half-cooked state after being submerged in the billowing steam, and his body was festered beyond recognition. The goblins behind him jumped for joy when they saw this. Ah ha! Damn you dwarf rats! Blast you to death! The goblins were feeling great. Previously, these dwarves had followed the ogres and attacked their city. Now it was the ogres' turn to fight the dwarves. How could he not be happy? Gorkin was also a little surprised. This goblin may not be good at anything else, but he's a real genius when it comes to explosions and bombs. However, to the goblin's disappointment, the city gate did not collapse as expected. The dwarf leader secretly rejoiced upon seeing this. Thanks to the large amount of supplies from the Steamweedle cartel, otherwise we wouldn't have so many resources to strengthen the city gates. The dwarf leader had witnessed with his own eyes the ogre smashing the goblin gate with a huge bone hammer. After putting himself in the other's shoes, the dwarf leader decisively strengthened the defense of the city gate. "Mom, when you're in doubt, just call your mother," Gorkin shouted. "Who would play tough battle with you?" As a mother, she knew what Gorkin, the baby in her belly, meant as soon as he stuck out his butt. He picked up the big bone hammer and smashed it into the empty air at the city gate. Calm and flaming, a blazing fireball larger than a millstone smashed into the doorway before the horrified gaze of the dwarf leader. An explosion sounded, several times more violent than the previous explosion of the goblin crawler. The battlefield even fell silent for a moment. Honey was a little puzzled. "What's going on? Why does it feel like the fire blast is much more powerful today?" In fact, she subconsciously believed that her pyroblast technique could blow up the city gate. So this time the pyroblast technique had such an effect. If Honey released it with her bare hands, it might not have had this effect. Her big bone hammer can not only be used for smashing, but also serves as her magic wand. The subconscious determination triggered the ogre's Ojpk effect. The ogres felt overwhelmed. So how could a mere broken city gate withstand the ogre mage's calm fire blast? The city gate and the section of the city wall above it collapsed. "Ha ha ha! Everyone rush in!" Gorkin's wild laughter made the dwarf leader blush and turn pale. In close combat, who could defeat the ogre? "Guards, follow me and push forward." The dwarf leader jumped directly from the city wall. The other two dwarf guards also followed decisively. For Giant Sand City, the dwarf leader's body expanded rapidly like a balloon, and his body was filled with silver light. The same was true for his two personal guards. God descended to Earth. Among the nearly 10,000 dwarves in Giant Sand City, only these three can summon gods to descend to Earth. Dwarves are the spirits of the Earth. Forging, strength, and the descent of gods are the three things bestowed upon dwarves by the Earth. The gods' descent not only made the dwarves, whose average height was only about 1.45 meters, expand to 4 meters, but also gave them extremely high physical defense and magic resistance. The dwarf leader swung his hammer and charged directly at Gorkin. Gorkin grinned with a cruel smile and rushed forward with a boning knife in hand. But Gorkin wasn't one to resort to boning knives and sledgehammers. Exchange injury for injury. The sledgehammer hit Gorkin's bloated belly, and khaki energy scattered. "Fuck! It hurts so much!" Gorkin's eyes almost popped out his head in pain. He opened his mouth wide, bared his fangs, and stabbed his knife directly into the gap of the dwarf lord's helmet. The dwarf leader covered his face and stepped back 3 steps. The boning knife in Gorkin's hand brought out a stream of blood. "Dude!" Gorkin spat out a mouthful of blood, which seemed to be mixed with some fragments of internal organs, and grinned at the dwarf leader. "Hee. You're a lunatic." The dwarf leader's voice was filled with pain. The knife stabbed directly into his face. If it weren't for the gods descending to Earth, he would have died instantly. The scarlet light fell on Gorkin's body, and Gorkin's painful expression eased a lot on the spot. "You don't have to think about it to know that it is my mother's blessing." "Come again." Gorkin opened his mouth with a bloody look, his eyes filled with violence. The dwarf leader had a fight. At this moment, a dark purple energy fell on the dwarf leader. Bang! The hammer hit Gorkin's stomach again. Phew! The knife went straight into the dwarf leader's neck. This cut feels slightly smoother than the previous one. The succubus at the back swung her arms and threw a shadow arrow at the dwarf on the top of the city wall. Karen only knows 3 spells. Shadow Bolt, Cerberus, Corruption. It was she who cast a layer of corrosion on the dwarf leader just now, slightly weakening the defense of the dwarf leader who had descended from heaven like a god. Wow! Gorkin suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and large pieces of internal organs were vomited out. The dwarf leader covered his neck with his hands, widened his eyes, and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Gorkin lifted the rag around his waist and wiped the blood off the boning knife, laughing arrogantly. How could there be so many fancy moves, with you attacking me and me fighting with you being awesome and me being awesome? The ultimate goal of the battle is nothing more than a life and death struggle. The more complicated the moves, the longer the charging time, and the more miserable the death. This is the conclusion drawn by countless races in this desert with their lives. The scarlet light fell on Gorkin again. How many more can you hold out? Gorkin looked sarcastically at the dwarf leader who was half kneeling on the ground. Blood flowed from his armor and gathered on the ground like a stream. Why? We in Giant Sand City were customers of Longqi. The dwarf covered his neck, and the effect of the gods descending from heaven prevented him from dying on the spot. You're asking even though you already know the answer. Why did you send airships to keep an eye on us and build such a large artillery? The miserable plight of the dwarf leader not only did not arouse Gorkin's sympathy, but made him feel even more refreshed. Sympathizing with the enemy is also a taboo in this desert. Chapter 53. One person rebels, the whole family buries him. We just want to protect ourselves, and we don't pose any threat to your dragon's rest. Why? The dwarf leader's neck was pierced, his voice was hoarse, and he spat out a lot of blood every time he opened his mouth. You used our dragon rest tribe's tactics to capture hot sands, completely resolving your own crisis and gaining a vast amount of resources. Did you pay us a dragon rest? Gorkin's injuries recovered quickly with the two blessings. He reached out and patted the dwarf leader's helmet on the outside of his face, a gesture that was extremely insulting. His two bodyguards wanted to come to support, but they were stopped by the ogres and could not escape. Besides, as the lord of the city, don't you think it's ridiculous to ask such a question? Gorkin sneered. We are willing to compensate and pay for our previous actions. How about that? The dwarf leader could already feel the darkness beginning to appear in front of his eyes. Nothing. Gorkin looked at him indifferently, reached out and held his head, and turned him around to look at the giant sand city. We've breached the city walls, and my people are already inside. I can take whatever I want. Now you're talking about paying the bill. It's too late. The dwarf leader looked in despair at the dense crowds of slaves of various races who followed the ogres into the giant sand city. In a deep sense of powerlessness, an intense grief and indignation surged in his heart. Once street fighting breaks out, the giant sand dwarves will definitely die miserably. Although his own giant sand city has a population of nearly 10,000, it includes the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Only 1/3 of the young and strong people are truly capable of fighting. He had seen these slaves before. All of them were strong men, plus those ogres who were like human tanks. The dwarf leader cried out. What good will it do you to destroy the great sand? Do you need an oasis? Gorkin shook his head. No shortage. Then why do you have to kill them all? Edo. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and the dwarf leader felt hopeless. You, butcher, executioner. Thanks. Gorkin is cold and ruthless, and he is unyielding. I beg you, let my people go. Taking advantage of you was my idea. It has nothing to do with my people. The entire Longqi army broke into Jusha City. The dwarf leader wailed. His two personal guards, who were also able to summon gods from heaven, had already fallen to the ground. Honey rode the Kodo beast and came behind Gorkin, and Karen followed. The most difficult siege is over, and the ogres are invincible in street fighting. Hisaya. Gorkin let out a long sigh. It's not impossible to let you go. The dwarf leader's dead eyes suddenly lit up. That light is called hope. From today on, this is no longer Giant Sand City, and you are no longer giant sand dwarves, but dragon-dwelling dwarves. Your old, young, women and children can continue to live, but your young and strong warriors can only be slaves. Either accept this condition and let the dwarves inside lay down their weapons and kneel down and surrender. Either you reject this offer or you stay here with me and watch your giant sand city being massacred. As long as the oasis exists, a large population will gather here within a year. It really doesn't matter whether you dwarves survive or not. Gorgon was cruel, but he also gave the dwarf leader a chance to survive. Indeed, Gorkin himself was almost moved to tears by his own kindness. Okay, I accept. Tell your people to stop. The dwarf leader said through gritted teeth. Tisk. Gorkin smacked his lips. I'm happy with your choice, but your tone really annoys me, so I've decided to let them stop after 10 minutes. No. I am sorry. Mighty Chieftain Gorkin, we lost, please. Please ask your people to stop. The dwarf leader's defense was completely broken, and his face was wailing with blood and tears. Gorkin sneered. It would have been nice if this had happened earlier. If you surrender, you should show your surrender attitude. You're so arrogant. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, Chief Gorkin. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The dwarf chief knelt on both knees, then on one knee. He begged the ogre in front of him. Right, this is the attitude a loser should have. Mom, please go and tell those bastards to stop. Giant Sand City is our inherent asset now. Don't let those bastards ruin it all. By the way, treat this grandson. He has good fighting ability. Don't let him die. Honey's left head. Don't kill them all. Honey's right head. It's better to remove the grass at its roots. The dwarf leader begged for mercy. No, I really don't dare. You can rest assured that we really surrender. Gorkin nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I know what's going on. I have a plan. Honey's left head. Well, you have always had a lot of ideas since you were little. Honey's right head. Then I'll go and make them stop. After giving the dwarf leader a blessing photo, Honey jumped off the kodo and rumbled towards the city. With the blessing, the dwarf leader's wounds began to heal. A complete cure is impossible, but at least he won't die. The avatar effect ended, and he returned to the size of a normal dwarf. That's a pretty good skill. Gorkin felt a little envious. What the hell? I'm a chief after all. How come I don't have any skills at all? Even Karen knows 3. I'm so angry. It would be fine if the system uninstalled me, but I don't even have any skills. This world is so unfriendly to me. Gorkin was indignant. Stop pretending to be dead on the ground. Go tell your people to lay down their weapons and kneel down and surrender. If even one dwarf disobeys and resists, I will completely massacre the entire city. I'll only give you this one chance, Ogre. I mean what I say. Gorkin kicked the dwarf leader out and said coldly, Don't worry, Chief Gorkin. The dwarf leader ran towards the city. If it was a minute later, a large number of tribesmen would have died. Chief, will there be any trouble if we leave them here? Karen hesitated. That's fine. When the time comes, we can move all the old, weak, women, and children to our place. Then those dwarves won't be able to cause any trouble. Tell them, if one person rebels, the whole clan will be buried with him. It's reasonable. Gorkin sat down on the ground and rubbed his stomach. His stomach was still aching from the 2 hammer blows. Seeing this, Karen hurriedly helped to try to relieve Gorkin's pain, but Gorkin pushed her down her knees. Karen very sensibly lifted up the chief's only piece of rag. Call. Gorkin sighed. Chapter 54, Loyalty to the Mighty Chief. The dwarves of Giant Sand City surrendered. All the surviving dwarves, regardless of gender, age, or status, were gathered together and made to kneel on the sand outside the city. In this battle, 2/3 of the young and strong men of the giant sand dwarves were lost. The elite soldiers were basically lost, and there were not many militiamen left. That is, they surrendered quickly. The ogres and slave troops were fighting in the streets with the militia soldiers in the city and did not start a massacre. Otherwise, the civilians would also have been injured. Now all the combat forces of the Longxi tribe in the city have been withdrawn. The ogres were bored and were gnashing their teeth, lying on the sand in the sun. Compared to the ogres' comfort, the slaves seemed a little nervous. There is no doubt that the ogres were the main force in the previous battle. Although they were numerous, they were not the ones who played the decisive role. Gorkin staggered to the front of the slaves and looked at these slaves of various races who were injured but had a fierce aura. The casualties are not small. Gorkin took a quick look and found that the number of people had decreased by about 1/3, and now there should be only about 2,000 people. Although you are of no great use, your courage is commendable and your morale is useful. As for your status as slaves. Gorkin paused. All the slaves' hearts suddenly tightened after hearing Gorkin's words. They subconsciously looked up at the ogre chief with longing eyes. Heh! Seeing this, Gorkin grinned and revealed an ugly smile. It's free. Wow. The slaves instantly became excited and finally united into one sentence. Long live the chief. Gorkin waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. As I've said before, we Dragon's Nest ogres always keep our word. I believe this dwarf leader has a lot to say about this. The dwarf leader, kneeling in the front of the dwarves, lowered his head and accepted the whipping from the victor. Since you're no longer slaves, I'll tell you something. If you're willing to stay with me in the Longxi tribe, you can stay. If you're not, get a day's worth of food and water and get out. The slaves looked at each other. Some were excited, some were eager to try, and some remained motionless. The benefits of staying are obvious. This is an ogre tribe with a 2-headed ogre mage. Although they are few in number, they are powerful. The most important thing is that this tribe now owns 3 oases, including their own oasis. Now is definitely the time to use people, and the population will definitely expand in the future. Anyway, we have escaped the status of slaves, and if we perform well, we may be able to become managers or something. The most important point is that you don't have to worry about other cities or tribes coming to take advantage of you. No race wants to mess with an ogre. There are benefits to leaving. The races here are mixed, coming from various forces, and they're definitely not as harmonious as in their original cities or tribes where they can live with their own people. But what needs to be considered is how to use the food and water of the day to return to your original place. With only one day's supply, they couldn't even get out of the giant sand city. But no one dared to mention this to Gorkin, and they didn't even dare to think about it. In their opinion, this person who did what he said and was willing to provide a day's supplies had done the best. If you have any more requests, you will be shameless. Their minds raced as they weighed the pros and cons. After comparing, the benefits of staying here outweigh those of leaving. Almost immediately someone wanted to speak to Gorkin, but they found that an orc had already stepped forward while they were weighing the pros and cons. Powerful chief, I don't need to think about it. I am willing to stay and hope to become a part of the Dragon's Nest tribe. It was the orc who had stopped other slaves from taking revenge on the goblin craftsmen in the Dragon's Nest tribe. You are that. Gorkin felt that he looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he was. I was one of the 10 slaves you selected to bring back from your first attack on the Steamweedle Cartel City. The orc was burly and strong, with red skin all over his body, eyes like copper bells, 2 long braids hanging behind him, and a long beard on his chin. At this moment, he was holding a dwarf hammer in his hand. He knelt on one knee, pounded his right fist on his left chest, and spoke in a sincere tone. Mighty chief, thank you for giving me this honorable opportunity. I am willing to offer my loyalty to the Dragon Roost tribe. This. Gorkin noticed that a rock mark appeared on his left arm, which made Gorkin take a breath. The threshold for obtaining this thing, is it so low? Or is it easier to gain the loyalty of orcs? But no matter what, the introduction of Rockmark is not wrong. A satisfied smile appeared on Gorkin's face. Even as cruel as he is, he enjoys the feeling of being loyal to others. The other slaves who wanted to stay regretted that they acted too late. They knelt on one knee and expressed to Gorkin that they were also willing to stay and be loyal to him. Ah! Gorkin laughed loudly. Good. Very good. You. Gorkin pointed at the orc. What's your name? The orc shook his head. Now that I belong to the Dragon Roost tribe, my previous name is no longer important. I will call myself whatever the chief tells me to be. Interesting. Really interesting. Gorkin couldn't help but applaud him. This is said, it makes people feel so comfortable. All right, since you're a member of the Dragon's Nest, from now on you'll be called Nuya, and you'll be under my number 1 thug, Nu. The orc immediately bowed his head. Rathfong thanks the powerful chief for the name. Well, get up. The others who are willing to stay will be temporarily managed by you. As for how to manage them, it's up to you. Gorkin waved his hand cheerfully. Nuya's face was filled with irrepressible ecstasy and emotion. He knew that his bet was right and that he was really going to soar to the sky. Don't be too happy. I don't care how you manage it. I just want the results. I've given you this opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. If you can't manage it well, don't blame me for replacing you. Nuya immediately made a serious statement in the face of everyone else's jealous and crazy looks. Raging Fong swears on my soul and honor that I will never betray the chief's trust. Gorkin waved his hand and looked at the slaves who had not expressed their opinions. There weren't many people, probably less than 100. What he didn't expect was that those strong men who were obviously from Blue Star also chose to stay. Karen, take them to get food and water for the day, then let them go. After Karen nodded, she looked at angry Fong with envy, twisted her waist, and took the slaves who were unwilling to stay to the dwarf warehouse. She envied Nuya for being able to easily rise to the position of managing so many people, while she, despite all her scheming, still faced punishment. The others also wanted to slap themselves in the face. They thought that Nuya was lucky enough to get this position because he was the first to show loyalty, and they felt that if it were them, there would be no problem either. In fact, Gorkin saw the rock mark on Fury Fang's left arm. Otherwise, Gorkin still said the same thing. No matter how nice you say, sorry, you don't have a brand, so get out of here. Chapter 55, Blue Forging Hammer. After dealing with those slaves, no. Now, I'm a 3rd-class member of my own tribe. The 1st class is the Ogre tribe, the 2nd class is the Branded Outsiders, the 3rd class is the Ordinary members, and the 4th class is the slaves. Only then did Gorkin walk up to the dwarf leader. Your name is... what's your name? The dwarf leader pursed his lips and said, Chief, my name is Kalber Giant Sand. Now I should be called Kalber Dragon's Rest. Oh yes, you introduced me to it as a customer. Gorkin remembered, but it didn't matter. Who would remember an insignificant little character? but you're not yet qualified to put the words Longchi after your name. You, like your people, are now at the bottom of the dragon's nest tribe. Gorkin spoke so loudly that Kalber and the tribesmen behind him looked very unhappy. I still say the same thing. Anyone who refuses to obey, stand up. If only one person rebels, the entire clan will be buried with him. This iron rule will not change. Give up your fragile dignity. You should be grateful if I allow you to live as a slave. These words tore the dwarf's last bit of dignity to pieces. Pessimism and despair spread among these thousands of dwarves. In this desert, as a loser, you're treated like this. I am already showing my compassion, okay? If it were any other faction, they would at least eradicate it completely. But you don't have to be too pessimistic. I am kind-hearted and will still provide you with a path to advancement. Gorkin's next words caught the attention of all the dwarves. 2 roads. Gorkin held up 2 fingers. Or if you make great contributions to the tribe, you could be exempted from slavery. Or offer your absolute loyalty. Whoever does this will directly become a member of the second echelon. After that, Gorkin once again talked about the classes in the tribe. Kalber looked up at Gorkin and said, "Chief, we have surrendered and pledge our allegiance to you." No. Verbal allegiance is less effective than a fart. Gorkin pointed to the brand on the ogre's left arm and said, "See, that's proof of your absolute loyalty to me. If you truly and completely pledge your allegiance to me, it will naturally appear on your left arm as well. When that happens, we can talk about your loyalty." Kalber and his people never expected that the Dragon Nest tribe had such ability. So this is why the chief reused that succubus and the orc just now. Kalber sighed. You yourself have been the lord of the city. If he wasn't absolutely loyal, would you dare to use him? Understand, chief. The victors are the kings, and the losers are the bandits. We can't blame others. I just hope that the chief will do what he says and treat our women, children, and the elderly well. Kalber kowtowed heavily to Gorkin. The Dragon Roost tribe's creed is to keep our word. Gorkin smiled, ignored the dwarves, and walked into the city on his own. He wanted to verify his guess about the treasure chest. This giant sand city is a force that has occupied an oasis for a long time. There should be a treasure chest in the city, right? The most likely place for it to appear is Kalber's residence. It was simply a pipe dream for an ogre like him to enter the dwarf's house. But it doesn't matter if he can't get in, he can just tear down the house. Sure enough, Gorkin saw a blue treasure chest in Kalber's living room. Asha Forge Hammer. Quality blue. Introduction. A forging hammer with a very hard texture, adapting to the user's strength and size. Weapons forged with it possess a slight fire elemental attack, and armor possesses a slight fire elemental resistance. Watching the ordinary forging hammer suddenly grow larger after being picked up by Gorkin, it became the size that was most suitable for Gorkin. It seems that the contents of the treasure chest are related to its location. Gorkin pondered as he looked at the heavy, double-sided forging hammer held in one hand. A metal furnace was opened in the goblin tribe a while ago. The goblins are undoubtedly best at extracting the desired ingredient from sand. I found a stone brand and an enchanting workbench in my mom's shed. One can make loyalty visible, and the other can enhance combat power when combined with the OJBK effect. It's normal to find a forging hammer here. After all, this dwarf is an expert in forging. There is no doubt that this hammer can only play its greatest value in the hands of a dwarf, and the weapons and equipment forged with it can have magical effects. But in Gorkin's opinion, these dwarfs are not worthy now. We'll talk about it when you have a brand. And now I really lack a weapon. What Gorkin likes most about this hammer is its hardness. The boning knife is sharp, but does not fit his head-on style at all. Moreover, the boning knife is used as a kitchen knife here, and it is not good to use it in fighting all the time. Carrying the hammer on his shoulder, Gorkin tried to look for a second treasure chest. Unfortunately, it was not found. Instead, he ran into Karen, who was distributing supplies to slaves who were planning to leave. When they saw Gorkin, the slaves were also frightened. They thought Gorkin was here to silence them. Karen leaned over and greeted Gorkin. "How's it going?" "Chief, it's almost time. I was planning on getting them out of town." "Good." Gorkin stared at the slaves and asked, "Do you know what to say when you get out?" One clever slave seemed to remember why Karen had been scolded at the Zia Hot Sand Camp and quickly said, I know. The goblins from the Hot Sand Consortium have captured Giant Sand City, and the dwarves of Giant Sand City have asked for help from their powerful neighbor, the Dragon's Nest tribe." Seeing Gorkin's satisfied expression, the slave continued, "Chieftain of the Dragon's Rest tribe is a man of great integrity. He keeps his word. He deeply sympathizes with his neighbors' suffering and despises the steam weedle cartel's greed. He rose up in anger and not only resolved the great sand dwarfs crisis, but also led the dwarves in defeating the steam weedle cartel. The giant sand dwarves were impressed by the character and strength of the Dragon's Nest chief. They brought the giant Sand City dwarves to submit to the Dragon's Nest tribe and willingly became its vassal. Bang, bang, bang. Gorkin couldn't help but applaud. Good boy, the little story you just came up with is quite smooth. Karen, give him supplies for another day. Just say what you just said when you get out. Whoever dares to fabricate lies and slander me. Gorkin sneered. I have goblins and dwarves in my hands now. I'm going to blow that bastard up in my airship. Do you hear me? In short, if you do a good job, there's no reward, but if you spread rumors, you're doomed. I'll keep my word. Get out of here. Gorkin waved his hands as if to shoo away a fly. The nearly 100 slaves hurriedly left along the street. Chapter 56 Punishment, Reward, and Assignment. Looking at the city in front of him, Gorkin scratched his head. Karen and Nufong stood behind him. Compared to Nuya and Karen, he was still a little too reserved. As an orc, he is big and strong, but also has more thoughts than the average orc. Now he didn't dare to speak rashly. Chief, compared to Nuya, Karen spent the most time with Gorkin and was relatively more relaxed. She said cautiously, look at the situation now. Originally, I was guarding my own 1 acre and 3 mu of land, and my life was too carefree. It's all your fault and that stupid dog. If it weren't for you two, how could I have taken over 2 oases in a row? Now, there are over 1,000 slaves and several thousand more dwarves. What should we do? What do you think we should do? Gorkin knew his own worth, and he swore that his goal from the beginning was to open a service area to free his people from the life of robbing. He didn't have even the slightest desire to fight for supremacy, kill, or anything like that. Before traveling through time, he was just a pot stirrer. After traveling through time, he became an ogre who ate raw meat and drank blood for 20 years. It is easy to fight for hegemony, but it is difficult to govern. He's going to be a tyrant. It was too hasty. I had previously thought of bringing all the dwarves, women, children, and the elderly to the Dragon's Rest tribe as a means of control, but the Dragon's Rest tribe simply doesn't have enough space to accommodate so many dwarves. If we let them stay here, they'll pack up and run away the minute we leave. How about killing them all? Gorkin was rubbing his chin so hard that sparks were coming out. That's not in line with your character, Chief. Karen shrank her neck and heard the chief complaining to herself and Captain Dog. You really have the nerve to say. Gorkin rolled his eyes, looked at the succubus's enchanting figure, grabbed her, and walked quickly into the city. Karen was startled. Then her face turned pale as she thought of something. Punish. Is it finally coming? Whether it is the ogres, the dwarves, or the foreign troops led by Angry Fong, they're all outside the city, and the city is now empty. Gorkin found an open but sheltered place, which looked like a dwarf's forging table, and placed the succubus directly on it. I try my best, that's all. Honey's 2 heads looked at each other. My son has grown up. Really? After a while, Gorkin came out carrying the succubus that had been soaked in purple blood and turned purple. She had lost consciousness, was breathing in but not out, and was only 1 step away from dying. At this moment, she was covered in wounds and blood. The demon race's excellent physique prevented her from dying on the spot. Throwing the broken, doll-like succubus at Honey's feet, Gorkin stretched his muscles. Mom, let's see if there's any hope. Honey's left head. I really don't know why you like such a weak race. Honey's right head. But since you like it, then she can live. Scarlet light continued to flow into Karen's broken body, quickly repairing her. Well, Karen on the ground groaned in pain. Gorkin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This is a good thing. At least it means she has regained consciousness and feels the pain. Honey continued to release blessings, and it took her 10 minutes to rescue Karen from the hands of death. Honey's left head. It's so tiring. Why don't you just kill her? Honey's right head. It's not easy for this little thing. In response to his mother's complaints, Gorkin chuckled. Ogres don't care about face. Such activities in the tribe often occur in public. Karen woke up and her eyes flew open. Chief, I don't dare anymore. Karen really doesn't dare anymore. Please spare my life. Karen reacted and suddenly knelt on the ground and begged. Gorkin looked at Karen's still dazzling rock mark and nodded with satisfaction. I can't manage both the hot sand oasis and the giant sand oasis. You're smart enough to pick one to watch over for me. Gorkin's voice was still cold, but it startled Karen. Chief, you mean? She was a little bit incredulous. Your loyalty has been proven, and your mistakes have been punished. I'm clear about rewards and punishments, and the tribe is in need of personnel right now. Karen, seize this opportunity and don't let me down again. Gorkin had a blank expression on his face and was cold to the extreme. But Karen, who was almost killed, kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, great Chief. Then you'll take charge of Giant Sand City first. It's close to the tribe and doesn't need to be rebuilt. You must restore production here as soon as possible to supply the Dragon Roost tribe. Gorkin simply assigned the task directly. Mom, why don't you take a little trouble and take Fury Fong and the others to the third oasis of Steamweedle? I'm thinking of using that as a mining site for us, providing a steady supply of materials. Honey's left head. You always have your mother at your command. Honey's right head. But this is my only cub, so I can't help it. Gorkin chuckled. At critical moments, I still have to rely on my mother. Honey nodded and drove the Kodo towards the foreign troops of Angry Fong. Kalen, I'll leave you 3 ogres and all the dwarves, but I have to take Kalber and their cubs with me. I'm afraid ordinary ogres won't be able to defeat this old guy if I leave him here. There's no need to worry about Mom. With her here and Nuya, who's already been branded, everything is as stable as a rock. But things are a bit difficult for Karen. After all, there are too few people who possess the rock mark. In addition to restoring production and order here, you must also quickly build a vehicle capable of accommodating the ogres. I have a preliminary, half-baked idea for this. I'll call a meeting with the craftsmen to finalize it. Please rest assured, Chief, Karen will not have any problems again. Karen stated solemnly. Gorkin nodded and left. Karen waited until Gorkin left and clenched her fists tightly. Worth it. Although he was almost killed by the chief, it was a punishment for causing trouble to the chief, and he successfully became the manager of an oasis. This is a gift from the chief that was earned at the cost of his life. I must not let myself down, and I must not let the chief down. Return. It's really my honor. The succubus had an evil smile on her face, and the rock mark on her left arm was shining brightly. Chapter 57 Differences in Thought and Alternative Weapons. The remaining dwarf warriors were all disarmed. All the armor and weapons on his body were piled together. When the population increases, things become much more complicated. Gorkin wanted to return to his own territory, but was powerless. But it's impossible to do it by myself, not in this lifetime. Gorkin's goal has always been to make his life better and more comfortable. He enjoys life, not rights. He doesn't care about controlling the city oasis, as long as he controls the managers who control the oasis. He led the ogres to the pool in the oasis of Giant Sand City, lay comfortably in the shade, and gave Karen a task. Get those dwarves to move. Stop looking like they've lost their mother. It makes me sick. Gorkin said so. After cleaning herself up, Karen quickly put herself into the role of the city lord. As a succubus who was still alive after fighting with the ogre chief for 20 minutes, she acted decisively. Even excited. She never thought that she would become the master of a city so easily. She didn't even dare to dream like this when she was sleeping. What comes with it is pressure, deep pressure. She now felt that she had a preliminary understanding of the chief. There are only 2 reasons why I can get to the top. One is absolute loyalty. One is that the chief now has almost no one available. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared and able to seize them. It is almost impossible to go from a slave to a city lord in this desert. Karen stood in front of thousands of dwarves with high spirits. While the former dwarf leader and chief in front of him were discussing business on an equal footing, he was still just an ordinary waiter in a love hotel. To put it nicely, she is a waiter in a brothel, but to put it bluntly, isn't she just a Cohen? Although the chief said he was cruel. But ruthlessness is a necessary condition for a hegemon. Although the chief said he HS. But is there anything in this world that doesn't have HS? As a succubus, she knew it all too well. Although the chief is cruel, he is very kind to his people. As long as they don't make mistakes and complete the tasks assigned by the chief conscientiously, they can survive in the territory of this brutal chief. The most important thing is that the chief really does what he says and is clear about rewards and punishments. He is kind to his family, but cruel to others. He rewards those who have made contributions and punishes those who have made mistakes. He has high fighting power and excellent IQ. We do not consider race, but only loyalty, and we also select loyal people from other ethnic groups and entrust them with important tasks. This is simply the standard template of a local overlord. Chief, You said you don't want to fight for hegemony. Who believes it? It's just that your fellow tribesmen with no intelligence are holding you back. Karen touched her rock mark and made a decision in her heart. The chief always says that he wants to live a comfortable life, so I will give it my all to make sure that the chief lives the best and most comfortable life. For the chief, and for myself. If Gorkin knew what Karen was thinking, he would probably be speechless. These are the two different understandings of the word comfortable in two different worlds. All Gorkin wanted was to eat delicious food, sleep comfortably, and have various waiters give him massages. Just these three things, the more extreme the better. It would be best if he could live like this until he died without moving. And that's what the succubus Karen thinks. Being the greatest chief, exercising the greatest power, one word can decide the life and death of all the people in any oasis. This is also the common understanding of the intelligent races in the endless desert. In short, you were wrong. Karen took action. She led Kalber and all the agile dwarves to throw all the armor and equipment into the largest furnace in the giant sand city. Karen did not recover the weapons that were looted by foreign troops during the battle. Fury Fong and his team are going to the third oasis of hot sands, where they also need to be stationed. Without weapons, these warriors will have a much harder time. Although they have no brand, they are now third-class members of the Dragon Roost tribe and are the chief's private property. The blazing flames burned fiercely in the smelting furnace, melting all the armor and weapons into molten iron. On the other hand, a mold that is extremely large for a dwarf has also been completed. The mace is about 3 meters long, thick in front and thin in the back, with the thick part covered with thick and sharp teeth. Including Gorkin, Karen needs to prepare 20 such huge maces. Although Gorkin now has a forging hammer, it is still important to have a mace as a backup. The boiling molten iron is poured into the template and takes shape after cooling slightly. The mold can be opened after the temperature drops completely. Even for the Earth Spirit dwarves, it would take 2 people to lift a 3-meter-long mace. The dwarves carried the finished maces to show Gorkin if he was satisfied. Karen thoughtfully wrapped the handle of the mace with animal skin. Gorkin, who was enjoying the cool breeze, saw the dwarves coming with maces and stood up with interest. Drink! After holding the mace, Gorkin felt its weight and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This solid iron lump really has something to it. He swung the chi-raising mace casually, and suddenly there was a whimpering sound of tearing air. If we had this kind of weapon from the beginning, the previous siege would definitely have been much easier. The dwarves shrank their necks and dared not speak. A 3-meter-long solid iron mace, coupled with the ogre's terrifying strength. Their city wall is only 6 meters high. If the ogres had this weapon at the time, they would have surrendered long ago. What's the difference between this thing in the hands of an ogre and a battering ram for ordinary races? Okay, let's follow this standard. Gorkin was very satisfied. If there's any material left after crafting 20 of these weapons, we can make them into shields. It needs to be thick and solid, at least 10 centimeters thick. You can decide the shape as you wish. You can make it bigger if conditions permit. Naturally, the dwarves didn't dare to say anything. The materials used were all melted from the weapons and equipment of their soldiers, and even the soldiers who died in the battle were stripped clean. It's a shame, but there's nothing we can do about it. Gorkin waved his hand and asked them to leave. This is Karen's first task now. The previous battle damaged all the ogre's bone hammers. After all, it's just bones. No matter how strong they are, they can't withstand such a fight. These maces and shields are the first batch of replacement standard equipment that Gorkin has prepared for his people so far. With the racial effects of the ogre and OJBK, Gorkin also has some new ideas about weapons, but it still takes time to study and practice. If the test is successful, these weapons and equipment will be quickly retired and melted down. Nu, go and give this to my mother. Gorkin collapsed on the ground and ordered his younger brothers around. Oh, he scratched his head angrily, put the 3-barrel machine gun on his shoulder, picked up a mace in one hand and strode out of the city. Honey and those foreign troops haven't left yet, so it's still not too late to send them over. Chapter 58, Return to the Tribe. After staying here for another 3 days, Gorkin set out towards the Longchi tribe. After all, these dwarven weapons and equipment still did not provide the ogres with 20 complete sets of mace and shield combinations. But 20 maces are more than enough. The ogres were a little reluctant when the maces were distributed to them. They want the fire effect weapons from before. Gorkin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it. As long as you are determined in your heart, the weapon in your hand can have any effect you want. This is just the basic Ogre, and it is only the weapon chapter, and the effect is weak. If I really change it to green skin, I'd like to get the full version. Give you a pile of scrap metal, and you can turn it into a mecha. But there is no other way. You can only comfort your own fool yourself. Gorkin pretended to tinker with it again before these brainless ogres believed it. Who made them think that their chief was omnipotent? Nu carried a 3-barrel machine gun with a proud look on his face and held a mace in his hand. If the chief hadn't said that everyone should have one, and if he hadn't occasionally wanted to smash his enemies in close combat for fun, he wouldn't have wanted the mace. This kind of machine gun has strong firepower and high damage. This is the weapon that real men should use. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would carry the empty 3-barrel machine gun and walk around in front of other ogres, just to enjoy the envious looks of his people. They wanted it too, but it was gone. Previously, when they were leading the dwarves to fight the hot sand, they went berserk and smashed 2 Goblin Gatling machine guns to pieces. In the final analysis, it's their own fault. We went there in a modified crawler, but that thing got blown up by that stupid goblin craftsman. But Gorkin had no choice. He had to let others show it. He had no choice but to go back on the hull of the steam tank. That's right, the steam tank and the dwarf airship, the 2 treasures of the giant sand city, have all been preserved. While the steam tank is an offensive weapon, its defense seems somewhat stretched. Its guns were powerful, but they could not reach the dwarven walls. The dwarf airship is an all-in-one attack, defense, and reconnaissance ship, but with only 1 airship, it's a bit of a letdown. Everyone below has surrendered, so there is no point for the dwarves on the airship to persist. Gorkin wanted to take a ride on the dwarf airship, but the cabin below was customized for dwarves, and he couldn't get in at all. The weight is no problem, but the space is not. Kalber and more than 1,000 dwarven children, as well as a small number of female dwarves, were forcibly relocated to the Dragon's Roost. The 3 ogres and the remaining dwarves were left to Karen. If the dwarves had any weird ideas, the dwarf boy Gorkin would definitely roast them all on skewers and let his people eat them in front of him. I'm making it very clear. I'm just keeping some hostages. If you don't obey me and rebel, I'll kill you all without leaving a trace. Gorkin didn't have the time to play tricks with the dwarves, so he just laid his cards on the table. Don't say it, really don't say it. Such frankness made the dwarf feel a lot more at ease. At least I'm not so worried about these kids anymore. At least the chief allowed some female dwarves to go with them to take care of them. Looking at it this way, it's actually not bad. Gorkin didn't care what the dwarf thought. He just wanted to go back to his room and lie down on the bed Karlov had made for him. This damn dwarf steam tank has no shock absorption at all, and it made Gorkin want to vomit. After returning to the Dragon's Rest tribe, Gorkin rushed back to his house at lightning speed, leaving more than 1,000 dwarves looking at each other in bewilderment. That stupid dog. Take them to set up camp outside the tribe. Don't bother me before tomorrow morning. Now the only one with a brand and brains in the tribe is Captain Dog. Captain Dog also deserves half the credit for the current situation, but Gorkin hasn't figured out how to punish him yet. Just kill him. TSK, not really. If I don't punish her, the succubus will be half dead, and it will seem that my reward and punishment are not fair. This put Gorkin in a difficult position. I can't go up. Ogres can't. At least they shouldn't. As he was thinking, Gorkin fell asleep. Captain Dog was overjoyed as he received the mission without waiting for punishment. The dwarves were also a little confused. They never imagined that there would be a day in their life when they would be commanded by wild dogs of the desert like gnolls. Captain Dog's tail was raised to the sky. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking very proud. What are you all standing there for? It's still hours before dark. If you don't set up your camp properly, you'll all be freezing tonight. Not to mention the gnolls. Even the newly surrendered goblins looked at him with envy. This definitely made him feel very proud, and his chin almost tilted back to the back of his head. Especially you. The dog captain pointed at Kalber. I don't care what your previous status was. Once you're here, you're a 4th-class member. You're the only adult male dwarf among your group, so your job is even harder. Kalber took a deep breath and put on a smile. Don't worry. Snort. The dog captain wagged his tail, glared at him, and turned away. Come on, are you all just standing there like idiots, waiting for God to conjure up a camp for you? Kalber walked out silently with the female dwarves. Captain Dog is not as cruel as he looks. He deeply understands that these dwarves are only the 4th level of the tribe, but no one can predict when he will achieve great success and rise to prominence. In other words, although he is now in the 2nd class, in terms of contribution to the tribe, a gnoll like him is definitely not as good as a dwarf. In terms of combat power, The two sides are not at the same level at all, and these guys are natural blacksmiths. He deliberately divided the camps of these dwarves to the north side of the furnace. In this way, even if they did not have time to build camp before dark, they would not freeze to death in the inverted temperature at night. Of course, Captain Dog wasn't too cruel, but he didn't have good intentions either. The goblin camp and the dwarf camp are right next to each other. The goblin city was conquered by this group of dwarves and ogres. Not long after, the dwarf city was also conquered by the ogres. Looking at the dwarves who were squatting and picking up desert thorns to build a temporary camp, the goblin engineers laughed out loud, and their laughter was full of schadenfreude. Should let you seek the skin of a tiger. The goblin, who originally felt that he was quite miserable, suddenly became much calmer. The goblins have very high IQs, and this series of events was ultimately caused by these dwarfs. If they had not hired this group of ogres to attack their third city in the first place, there would not have been so much trouble later. As for the dwarven supplies they had looted first, they said nothing. In the desert, the strong prey on the weak. Isn't that normal? The ogres are strong, and they are weak, so now they are all slaves here. Isn't it normal? Chapter 59, Master of Agricultural College. Gorkin slept until noon the next day. He really did it, and would never get up unless he really couldn't hold it anymore. Even food and water had to be brought in by them. When they arrived at the Dragon's Nest Ogre's base camp, the dwarves were deliberately gentle, even though they were in a hurry to set up the camp, afraid of disturbing the terrifying chief sleeping inside. Before dark, they managed to build a dwarf camp so that the dwarf children would not suffer from the cold. The remaining ones that were not in time were placed next to the thorn wall of the smelting furnace. The smelting furnace that operated day and night could also provide a lot of heat. Kalber was also a little confused when he saw this unscientific smelting furnace. This thing is clearly not the goblin style. The goblin smelting furnace is very unstable, and the residue that comes out is gray-black. He secretly observed the smelting furnace and found that the residue that came out was not much different from the original sand. He was a little confused. Looking at the iron pillar materials neatly stacked on the side, the former dwarf leader, who considered himself knowledgeable, fell silent. Originally, I thought it was a reward given to the ogre by a city, or it was stolen, but I never expected that it was smelted by the ogre himself. Thinking of the mysterious marks engraved on his left arm, Kalber felt that he was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this tribe. The young dwarfs didn't know why they were suddenly put into such a simple environment, but the genes engraved in the bones of the creatures in the Death Desert made them quiet down for fear of causing trouble. Gorkin didn't care about them. The weak are eaten by the strong, which is an eternal truth in any world. And there's nothing to be pitiful about. When the Steamweedle cartel was attacked and the city was massacred, the dwarves didn't show any mercy. There are also a large number of young goblins inside. In the end, it also turned into a pile of bones. Colburn naturally knew this, so he had no complaints and was even quite satisfied. At least after they came here, the ogres here didn't even look at them. There was no intention of eating their cubs as snacks. As for the steam tanks parked not far from the door and the airships anchored on the ground, they're no longer the weapons of the dwarves, but the property of the dragon's nest. They could only look at these two huge objects and recall the glory of the giant sand city. Gorkin just lay there all the time, and when he woke up he would watch people in the World Channel chatting with each other about resources, or look to see if there were any seasonings that could be traded. He was disappointed that few people could prescribe seasonings these days. However, someone did offer Gorkin a packet of chili seeds. Gorkin was scratching his head. He definitely wants it, but he doesn't know how to grow it. That stupid dog, get in here. With a soft shout, the dog captain who was guarding the gate at the door came crawling in. Others can't hear it, but the gnolls, who are canine creatures, can definitely hear it. Gorkin was still lying half dead on the bed. Go, call Xiao Wan home, and he Ching from the customs house and their fellow villagers over. As you command, great chief. Captain Dog ran to the customs museum happily. In less than 3 minutes, 3 waiters from Blue Star walked in timidly. In the past, there were always other waiters accompanying them, but this was the first time that only their Blue Star waiters came. Xiao Wan home and He Ching are both regular customers, but it was the first time for Gorkin, the other waitress from Blue Star, to take a closer look at her. At first glance, they both looked to be in their 20s, but their temperament was very different from the other two. Xiao Wan Hong is just an ordinary woman in her late 20s who doesn't stand out in the crowd. He Ching is the school belle, tall but tender, with outstanding looks. The last one has a graceful figure, but is very elegant. Gorkin thinks she would look very charming in a cheongsam. Who among you three knows how to do farm work? If I give you a packet of chili seeds, can you grow them? Gorkin didn't think about it too much. After all, it was his own restaurant, and the most important thing now was business. The three of them looked at each other, and Ching shook her head first. I'm sorry, Chief. I studied business management. Gorkin rolled his eyes. What's the point of you learning that? How many people would hand things over to people like you who have no experience? Xiao Wanhong raised her hand hesitantly. Chief, when I was a child, I often went to the fields with my family, but I can't guarantee it. I'm afraid that if I delay the chief's business. Gorkin waved his hand and said, It's okay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if it's broken. Just remember to be more careful in your next life. Xiao Wanhong. Gorkin turned his gaze to the last blue star waiter. There are many things to pay attention to when growing peppers. The most basic thing is that they can't be planted repeatedly, they can't be planted on flat ground, and they can't be planted too densely. The most important thing is that there must be shade, which is a difficult condition to achieve. Chief, peppers are not very suitable for growing in this desert. A woman of temperament knows everything like the back of her hand. Xiao Wanhong and Ching. Gorkin sat up and leaned back on his oversized pillow with interest. Interesting, what's your name? The elegant woman was neither humble nor arrogant. It was obvious that she learned from Ching that Gorkin was also from Blue Star. Master Chief, my name is Chu Mai, and I'm a graduate student at Miaojiang Agricultural Science and Technology University. Okay, Dianthus chinensis, right? If I give you pepper seeds, can you grow them? The Gobi Desert doesn't have the conditions for that, but you can cultivate them in an oasis. If the soil quality of the oasis here is the same as that of Blue Star, I think it should be fine. The herb is quite elegant. Although the other party's body was huge and ferocious, when I thought that there was a human soul in his body, it suddenly didn't feel so scary. If Ching knew Chu Mai's idea, she would probably laugh. Look, this is a useful profession. Gorkin pointed at Ching and said, Look at what's the point of learning that. So what if you're a school beauty? How many years can you enjoy the youthful vibe? A good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. Ching shrank her neck and didn't dare to argue with Gorkin. Then I'll leave this matter to you. You can pick a few dwarf women to cooperate with you. If you need any tools, tell the goblin craftsmen at the door and have them make them for you. If you can achieve freedom for chili pepper in the future, I will remember your great achievement. Gorkin clapped his hands and agreed to the deal with the person in the trading channel. The other party wants a more powerful weapon, so Gorkin plans to ask the goblins to make 2 goblin bombs. Gorkin doesn't care who is hit by the explosion, as long as the power is great. Then, Chief, can I leave my position as a waiter? Chu Mai asked tentatively. She really couldn't accept herself becoming a waitress in a brothel. Haha. Gorkin laughed, then said decisively, No, even Karen can't do it, let alone you who haven't done anything yet. Gorkin lay down on the bed. The 3 of you, get up here and give me a massage, especially you, Chu Mai. Because you're still somewhat useful, this is the first and last time you act so impudently. If you do it again, you won't even be qualified to be a waiter. Chapter 60 faced the reality, this is not Blue Planet. Gorkin's implication for his punishment was clear. Aren't you elegant? Aren't you a man of great learning and elegance? I will do whatever it takes to humiliate you. Negotiate terms with me. In this world, only distinguished customers can negotiate terms with me when doing business. To put it nicely, you are a waiter, but to put it bluntly, aren't you just a slave? You're saying that I think highly of you and you're negotiating terms with me? Gorkin was grateful for the pepper seeds and didn't cause her any actual harm. Ching's eyes were somewhat resentful. Just do whatever the chief tells you to do. Why you have to negotiate terms with the chief? Now, if you do it well, you can get credit. But now, if you don't do it well, you will definitely die. And if you do it well, you won't get any credit. And it was you who negotiated the terms with the chief, and you've implicated both of us. Xiao Wanhong flexed her wrist and sighed. It's really unbearable for the 3 of us to do the workload that was originally for 6 people. Chu Mai listened to the complaints of his 2 fellow villagers and felt a surge of despair in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he felt nauseous. Seeing this, Ching and Xiao Wanhong hurriedly stopped her. Don't you dare, don't you dare. This is the chief's punishment for you. If you don't obey, you will die. I forgot to tell you, the chief's most notable quality is that he keeps his word. Chu Mai sat down on the ground. She felt wronged, sad, humiliated, unwilling, and disgusted. and she wished she could die right now. But she didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Although Xiao Wanhong and He Qingqing had some complaints, they felt sorry for Chumai when they saw her miserable condition, so they helped her up and returned to the pavilion. When the other waiters at the brothel saw them come back, they hurried over to help. For a long time, Chumai lay on his bunk, staring at the high ceiling with lifeless eyes. What? What? Xiao Wanhong had been standing by her side and didn't quite hear what she said, so she quickly put her ear close to Chumai's mouth. Why, they're all from Blue Star. Why is he? Simply a devil. Xiao Wanhong sighed and sat beside her. At least if you behave yourself here, you'll have enough food and clothing. Sister, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. The chief has been very tolerant toward us waiters. Put aside our perceptions as Blue Star people. Look at those natives. They're eager to serve the chief. Look at Karen, the succubus waitress, who has now become the lord of the city. Even though she's so outstanding, she can't escape the role of a waitress. Even if she doesn't have to receive customers, she still has to serve the chief. Believe it or not, if the chief doesn't let her serve, she will kneel down and beg him to give her a chance. Look at the billions of Blue Star people on the World Channel. Countless people are missing every day. Compared to them, we've only lost our dignity. Sister, listen to my advice. Don't worry about whether the chief is from Blue Star or not. The chief is the chief. He was born and raised in this desert. Sister and Qingqing don't know anything, and that's how things will be in the future. But you are different. The chief has given you this opportunity, so you must do your best. Every word of Xiao Wanhong's earnest words pierced Chumai's heart. Although she had been in the ivory tower of the school, spoiled by her parents and coaxed by her tutors, she was an adult now, and now she was in such a world, she had to force herself to accept reality. But I've already messed it up. I thought he would do the same as the Blue Star Man. Chumai was a little at a loss. Like a Blue Star Man? What kind? Boiling sheep? Two-faced turtle? Xiao Wanhong probably knew what Chumai was thinking. Chumai lowered his head and said nothing. Xiao Wanhong only felt waves of sadness and ridiculousness. The strong prey on the weak, the strong prey on the weak. Have you really been so flattered by capital that you've lost your sense of direction? Have you even lost the most basic ability to perceive and discern? On Blue Star, as long as you have money and power, you can have fun however you want, right? Men with money can keep women to play with, and women with money can keep a bunch of gigolos to play with. You have a master's degree, so does gender really matter? What matters is your ability. In this world, money isn't important, power isn't important, fists are what matter. If you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want. And Chief, so far, I haven't seen anyone who can pose a threat to him. Listen to my advice. If you want to live a good life, you have to face the reality. If the chief is happy, we are all happy. If the chief is unhappy, it is hard to say whether this customs house will still exist. Perhaps as you slowly accumulate more merits and offer your absolute loyalty to the chief, you can become like that succubus. Xiao Wanhong said everything she could say. They met by chance and were in the same situation. She was not a bad person and would definitely help if she could. But if Chumai really doesn't listen, then there's nothing she can do. After all, good advice cannot persuade a damned ghost. I will do this well, don't worry, Sister Hong. Although Chumai came from an ivory tower, he is not a fool. It's just loyalty, Sister Hong. I think this is too difficult for us Blue Star people. Xiao Wanhong had no choice but to accept this. Isn't she the same? She had no objection to serving the chief now, but it was just for survival. Loyalty is really too difficult for someone who has received a full 9 years of YW education. Let's do our best. Otherwise, unless we make great achievements, there's no chance of entering the 3rd level. The two remained silent. After a while, He Qingqing poked her head in from outside. Everyone, dinner will be served soon. Let's go out and line up first. The waiters who were originally lying down in groups of 3 or 4 to rest stood up and walked outside. Xiao Wan blushed and stood up. Let's go, let's eat first. Chumai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have no appetite at all. I never thought that this day would come. Chumai felt that his values and dignity were gradually disappearing. Chapter 61 rolled up. Since his mother was not around, Gorkin didn't have to cook for her. He really tried not to go out unless he could. The dwarves outside also took the time to repair and improve their camp. We will basically be here from now on, so we can't be careless. This move irritated Karloff. Although the houses built by the dwarves were of a different style, they were no worse than his. This gave Karlov a deep sense of crisis. Once I am useless, I won't be able to bear it even if the ogre chief doesn't eat me and expels me. There's no need to worry about food and drink here, and there are 2 strong orcs under his command. If you go out wandering, is that the life people live? For a moment, he and his teammates also accelerated their progress. He is now building a house for honey with the same specifications as the chief's hut, and it has now reached the stage of completing the roof. He planned to rebuild all the ogre sheds in the tribe in the coming time. Of course, there will be differences in specifications. Among them, Nu is the best fighter and the most favored by the chief. The specifications of his house are higher than those of other ogres, but lower than those of the chief's house. As for the others, they are basically treated equally. The chief had no intention of ranking the remaining 20 members of the tribe. Anyway, they're the highest class in the tribe. He consulted Gorkin about this matter, but Gorkin always cared about the results rather than the process. I only have one requirement. Neat, and damn neat. As for the rest, you can do it yourself. Karlov left happily. Originally, he was grumbling about not getting any salary or anything, and he also wanted to experience the local customs museum. But now that there were these dwarves, he wouldn't mention it at all. Rolled up. The dwarves looked at this somewhat hostile human in some confusion and couldn't help but murmur. Is he sick? Why is he staring at us like that? Look at the brand on his arm. He probably isn't from the 2nd level, but he can move freely. The 2 orcs there also listen to him. At least they're not 4th level like us. Forget it. Don't even look at him. We can't afford to offend him. No, he should be building houses for the 1st level ogres, right? We are building our own houses. We are all slaves of the ogres. Why would they hate us? I don't know. He's sick. Leave him alone and get back to work. The dwarves ignored Karlov. There was peace for 2 or 3 days, and the dwarves relaxed a little. The braver young dwarves even started playing in the camp. Seeing the dwarves working diligently, Karlov thought they were showing off and immediately quickened his movements again. Gorkin is in the house and cannot see this, but Captain Dog will report to Gorkin. This is how the title of lackey came about. Gorkin is taking a wait-and-see approach. It's going to give that kid a sense of crisis. He seems to have been a bit slack lately. Gorkin leaned back against the pillow, a piece of dried meat in his mouth. There was a jar of spring water next to him, and Gorkin would drink from it when he was thirsty. The only regret is that the jerky is a bit bland. It would be great if we could catch a blue star person who can make bacon or air-dried meat. What is that Shumai doing now? Gorkin didn't even raise his eyes. The dog captain knelt before Gorkin's bed and said respectfully, "She seems to have come to terms with reality. This morning, she approached me and wanted to see the oasis out back. I've arranged for the puppies down there to protect her." Gorkin snorted coldly. "She's sensible. Go call Kalber over, and also go to the goblins and ask them to choose the one with the best craftsmanship and have them come together." "Yes, Chief." Captain Dog respectfully left the chief's hut and then swaggered towards the foreign camp outside. After a while, Captain Dog brought Kolber to the door. "Chief, Kalber is here." "Well, let them in." The Gnoll's voice hesitated. "Chief, only Kalber has arrived." Gorkin's voice was filled with doubt. How dare those goblins disobey me when they are angry? If that were the case, Gorkin would have to look at them with a higher regard and then kill them. "Chief, they're unwilling to submit to each other, and they all think they're the most powerful." And then the fight started. There was something odd about the Gnoll's voice. "Gorkin." Then I heard the sound of getting up. This was the first time Gorkin actually left his room except to go to the bathroom. The tribe was so small that he could see the entrance to the tribe from the door of his house. The fight is quite intense. This aroused Gorkin's interest. "Go and take a look." Gorkin walked towards the door while chewing the dried meat. Captain Dog and Kalber looked at each other, then hurriedly followed. More than 100 goblins were jumping around and fighting in their own camp. Although no weapons were used, the dust was still flying. The growing noise also attracted the attention of other ogres in the tribe. The tradition of watching the fun seemed to work here as well, with the dwarves lying on their roofs watching the show from a distance. When he saw Gorkin coming out, he quickly hid. They were still very afraid of the brutal chief who destroyed their city. Seeing this, Captain Dog was about to go over and scold the goblins, but was kicked aside by Gorkin. "What are you doing?" "I'm watching right now." Gorkin rolled his eyes and watched the goblin noobs fighting each other with interest. The goblins have no weapons, but they have tools. However, even now, even after such a fight, no goblin is willing to use any weapon. Because Captain Dog told them at the beginning, "You are all the chief's private property now. Everything you have belongs to the chief, and everything you produce also belongs to the chief, including your lives. So even though they fought, they just wanted to win the title of the most skilled craftsman. They opened their shrill voices and started to curse at each other, drawing a circle with each other's mother as the origin and the ethnic group as the radius. Gorkin watched with great interest. At this moment, a goblin who was thrown out of the battle group fell flat on his face and jumped up suddenly. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. He spat out the sand in his mouth and was about to rush into the battle again. Suddenly, he seemed to see a wall out of the corner of his eye. He slowly raised his head and found that Gorkin was also looking down at him. The usually arrogant dog captain was standing at Gorkin's feet, looking at him with a strange look. Plop. His legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. The goblin screamed in despair at the top of his lungs. Chapter 62. The Goblins and Dwarves' First Quest. Today there will be 4 chapters, one more for all the Godfathers. I hope you can give me some suggestions. I will accept them humbly. Please don't criticize me. If his screams had worked, these goblins wouldn't be fighting like this. Shut up. Since you've been kicked out, you're eliminated. Get out of here. Captain Dog is worthy of being Gorkin's current lackey. He now knows what Gorkin is thinking. He whispered to the goblin that was beaten out. Upon hearing this, the goblin immediately stopped screaming, covered his mouth, and rolled to the side. As the goblins were beaten out one by one, they all saw the ogres who were now gathered in a circle watching them fight. If it weren't for the bruised goblin next to them making gestures, they would have been frightened to the point of foaming at the mouth. As the number of goblins on one side decreased, the goblin melee came to an end. Until there were only 2 goblins left confronting each other, they noticed the situation around them. He was so scared that he wanted to kneel down and admit his mistake. Hey, Gorkin was unhappy. We've already made it to the finals. Why did you stop? There are only 2 of us left, so we have to decide who's better, right? Keep hitting. Seeing that the 2 goblins were still trembling and dared not move, Gorkin was speechless. What a waste of effort. Are you still a race from the desert? What are you all looking at me for? Go get him. Go ahead. Super. You 2. Just you 2. Whoever wins will become the leader of the Dragon's Nest Goblins and will be promoted directly to the 3rd level. Gorkin was also annoyed when he saw the cowardly look of the 2 goblins. The other ogres also began to have opinions. For ogres, apart from the chief and food, even the emperor cannot stop them from fighting. After Gorkin said this, the 2 goblins were no longer sleepy. Even the other goblins' breathing became faster and their eyes turned red with envy. They secretly cursed themselves for not persisting longer. What if they could become the goblin leader directly? Although there are only a little over 100 goblins now, they can reproduce. Moreover, this directly entered the 3rd class, which immediately freed one from the status of slavery and gave them the right to move freely. Unfortunately, Gorkin will not give these losers chance. Let's fight. Since neither of you recognizes the other, it means that the difference in your skills is not that big. Then use your fists to prove yourselves. Gorkin clapped his hands, signaling that they could continue. The glances between the 2 goblins seemed to spark electric arcs, and they screamed and started wrestling with each other in an instant. Finally, the solo ended with a goblin covering his crotch with an incredulous look on his face. Dirty, really dirty, but I like it. Gorkin laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, what's your name? From now on, you will be the leader of the goblins of the Dragon's Rest tribe. The goblin first looked proudly at his fellow tribesman, who was wailing while covering his crotch, and then quickly showed a flattering smile. Respected and great chief, since I am now a member of the Dragon's Rest tribe, the old me of Steam Sand is dead. Now I am your most loyal servant, and I will call you whatever you say. Kitty, Gorkin said with a disdainful smile. Silly dog, look at this goblin's flattery skills, he's almost catching up with you. It's a pity that it's not true. Captain Dog also bared his teeth and looked at the goblin. Your flattery is worthless in front of the great chief. He raised his left arm and said, look, this is proof of loyalty. What you say can only move you. Who doesn't know the flexible moral bottom line of the goblins? The goblin nodded repeatedly, his attitude humble to the extreme. The great chief's eyes are as sharp as lightning. All right, since you said so, from now on you'll be called Coin. Gorkin was too lazy to listen to him. Goblin Coin was so grateful that he almost kowtowed to Gorkin. He has now entered the 3rd class. You 2 come with me. There's something to arrange. After saying this, Gorkin turned and walked towards his house. When he saw the two foolish tribesmen who were watching the fun, he became annoyed. What are you looking at? Your eyes are as big as cow eggs. Anyone, whether you're okay or not, just go back and have a baby for me. I'm putting it this way. Whoever gets pregnant, I'll make her a special meal. And there will be other rewards too. Gorkin rolled his eyes and drove away his foolish people. I have to say that Gorkin knows how to poke people's soft spots. Everything else is easy to say, but the most tempting thing is the meal he cooks himself. As for why only female ogres are rewarded, that's because there are few female ogres in the tribe, and everyone takes turns coming. So when a baby gets pregnant, who knows who the father is? As for why Gorkin's father was sure that Gorkin was his son, that was simply because both his father and mother were very strong. His father didn't dare to look for other female ogres, and his mother looked down on other male ogres. By accident, they created a desert version of monogamy. The male ogre cannot guarantee whether he is the father of the cub, but the female ogre can guarantee that she is the mother of the cub. So there's no place for those male ogres in this wave. However, the female ogres, who were usually knocked down by the male ogres and then carried back to the shed, took the initiative and began to choose the male ogres. Focus on taking the initiative. Gorkin ignored the chaos of those stupid roe deer and went straight back to his house. Captain Dog, Colbur, and Coin followed behind. Captain Dog walked in front. Steel Coin looked at Colbur proudly and followed Captain Dog. Colbur walked last with a wry smile. He is not the dwarf leader designated by the chief, but just a dwarf of the 4th level of Dragon's Habitat. Let Colbur and Steel Coin in, and Captain Dog was very tactful and lay down outside the door waiting. Come in too. Gorkin's voice made the dog captain so happy that his tail was almost wagging in circles. Colbur, if you can't be the first to offer your loyalty and receive the stone's mark, then once another dwarf gets the stone's mark first, you will be a slave. You are quite capable, but I value loyalty more. Gongbi, are you laughing at your mom? Why did I say he didn't say anything about you? Your mouth is almost grinning to your heels. If other goblins had possessed the stone mark before you, you would no longer be the leader of the Dragon's Roost goblins. Gongduan's expression froze on his face. As the race with the most flexible moral bottom line in the endless desert, the only thing that can make the goblins absolutely loyal is gold. This is also a huge challenge and problem for him. Okay, let's get back to the topic. The Dragon Roost tribe now has 3 oases. I want you to work together to develop a viable means of transportation that connects the 3 oases. It needs to be fast and have a large capacity. This is the first mission I'm giving you. If you complete it well, there will be a reward. If you don't, you'll have to figure it out for yourself. Anyway, you all know I'm no pushover. Chapter 63, Solo of Goblin Technology and Dwarven Technology. These words made the eyes of the dwarves and goblins light up. They looked at each other and saw the high fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Although they're now all slaves of Gorkin, this is also the norm in the endless desert. If there's one thing more important than being alive, is being alive. That is to live well. Even if they didn't want to, they had to admit that Gorkin had indeed implemented what he said. This is a cruel and cunning ogre chieftain who keeps his word. Master Chief, we goblins can handle this matter ourselves. Our goblin machinery is famous throughout the desert. Gombi quickly expressed his opinion. Colbur originally didn't want to show himself so quickly. He faced the reality, but it was only a few days before the city was captured, and the extreme change in his identity still seemed absolutely unrealistic to him. But seeing the goblin say this, he had to and must show himself. You know, there's so many dwarf cubs behind him, and other tribesmen are also working in the giant sand city. It should now be called Dragon's Habitat, Giant Sand. Indeed, Colbur rarely acknowledged the goblin's words, which surprised Gorkin and Steel Coin. But his subsequent words made Gongduan's green face turn dark. The goblin machinery's unparalleled explosive power is indeed famous throughout the endless desert. If you say so, I really have to admit it. Gongduan was so angry that he almost jumped up, and he screamed in a shrill voice. Hello, your own cannons can hit targets from 50 meters away? Besides piling up armor and making it thicker, what else do you dwarves have to offer? At least we won't leave our cockpit exposed and send our pilots to their deaths. Colbur curled his lips. You want to fight, shorty? Gongduan took out a wrench from his crotch and shouted. A faint silver light emanated from Colbur's body, and he raised his eyebrows as he looked at the arrogant goblin who was jumping up and down. The goblin wilted. He is not stupid. How could he not know that the dwarf god has come to Earth? I curse you, so that you won't earn a single gold coin. Gongduan put away the wrench angrily. Gorkin did not stop this farce. That's why he called all the goblins and dwarves together. The biggest fear in everything is competition from peers. Only through competition can we achieve perfection and progress. I'm going to tell you the truth. It might be harsh, but both of you should listen carefully. Gorkin clapped his hands to attract the attention of the two guys who were staring at each other and refusing to give in. I think the creations of you goblins and dwarves have their merits, but I am mostly dissatisfied. Kalber, your steam tank has thick armor, but it's too slow and its attack capability is limited. The gun reloads too slowly, and its accuracy is too poor. Steel Coin, those mechas you built back in Hot Sand, well, they were really high-tech. I don't understand how you did it, but to me, they were a bunch of crap. The explosive power of your goblin technology is strong. Gorkin thought of the stupid goblin craftsman who blew up his temporary vehicle when fighting the dwarves. He was speechless when he thought about it now. But you can't just focus on explosions. And if you can develop weapons like the Gatling gun, why don't you mass-produce them? What's the point of researching mechas and bombs that explode at the slightest hit? Gombi was so angry that he couldn't even raise his head. Although he was scared, since it involved his professional field, he couldn't help but defend the goblin technology. My Lord Chief, our goblin technology may seem invincible to you and your ogre people, but that's because you and your people are too powerful. If it were any other race, our most common goblin excavator would also be quite formidable. One goblin excavator could fight several orcs simultaneously without losing the upper hand. Not to mention these short guys. Steel Coin was indeed a goblin with a lot of tricks in his body. Although he refuted, he first praised Gorkin and his people. All right, I don't care about anything you two have. I'm not asking you to build any war weapons now. Come up with a concrete and feasible plan for me first. Also, choose a suitable location outside the tribe and build a docking station for the airship. The specifications should be based on the size of the ogre. You two also need to come up with a modification plan for that airship. My requirement is that it can accommodate ogres and equipment to enhance firepower and bombing capabilities. In short, it's big enough, fierce enough, and wok enough. Do you understand? Gorkin gave his final orders. The technologies of both of your races have their merits. I hope you can combine their strengths, discard their weaknesses, and complete the work well. Although we are of different races, I don't care about race. I only care about loyalty and ability. You two are now members of the Dragon Roost tribe. I want to see competition, but I don't want to see malicious competition. Do you understand? The dwarves and goblins knelt hurriedly. We will obey the will of the great chief. That's right. Take the airship, for example. It should have the armor of a dwarf, the firepower of a goblin, and a larger capacity. But forget about the goblin's instability. I don't want to fall from the sky while I'm sitting here. All right, that's all I have to say. You can figure out the process yourself. My requirement is to connect the 3 oases so that resources can be supplied to each other. Then Gorkin took a sip of water and waved his hand. If you have nothing else to do, go out. Silly dog, just continue to do your job. Gorkin was referring to the work of the overseer, who made it so that none of the dwarves and goblins had the mark of rock. Gorkin is broad-minded but not stupid. He is only looking at the rock mark now. That, Mr. Chief. Captain Dog raised his hand tentatively. What's up? Gorkin looked at the knoll in confusion. Hee. The dog captain gave a servile smile. Chief, we now have a tribe with 3 oases. Isn't it time for us to have our own flag or symbol? When the time comes, we'll stab it into the oasis and let every living creature know that this is the Dragon's Nest tribe led by the great chieftain Gorkin. As soon as Captain Dog finished speaking, Kalber was stunned, and he regretted so much that he almost scratched his skin with his hands. Yes, why didn't I think of this simple and flattering method? Gondwan's face was full of regret. Even Gorkin was slightly startled. Don't tell me. Ha ha, you little dog is quite interesting. Gorkin laughed. Since you said so, then come up with a design. You're such a cunning little dog. If I'm not satisfied with the design, I'll be furious. The gnoll smiled obsequiously and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 64, The Dog's Plan. As he retreated from the chief's house, the gnoll glanced at the dwarf and goblin with a haughty and meaningful look. I told you, your flattery is crude and ineffective and will only make the chief laugh. Gondwan looked embarrassed. When you abandon your foolish pride and offer your absolute loyalty to the chief, then you'll be able to truly integrate into the Dragon Roost tribe. Gnolls look down on any member of the Dragon's Roost tribe who is not branded. The chief also said that we are now members of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Moreover, our roots and our children are all here. Why? Kalber tried to refute in a deep voice. Shit. The dog captain bared his fangs and sneered. Kalber, you used to be the lord of city. Ask yourself, would you believe what I said? Kalber was speechless for a moment. He couldn't refute the words of the werewolf in front of him. If not, why was the giant sand city so xenophobic before? We are different from them. We are now working sincerely for the chief and the tribe. At this point, Steel Coin became proud again, and he pointed to the machines in the goblin camp that were working hard at night. Stop talking nonsense. If the chief didn't think your craftsmanship and skills were still useful, do you think the Dragon Rouge tribe would have taken you in? Captain Dog spoke bluntly. Let me tell you, the Dragon Rouge tribe will grow stronger and stronger under the leadership of the powerful chieftain Gorkin. If we find a craftsman race willing to offer loyalty to the chieftain, the dog captain pointed at the camp of dwarves and goblins. All of you who have been unable to show loyalty to the chief will become spare food. Captain Dog spoke in a stern tone, and even reached out to pat Kolber's weathered face. Kolber never thought that one day he would be insulted like this by the hyenas in the desert. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. In terms of strength, he could easily knock the gnoll in front of him down with one punch without even having the chance to scream. But he didn't dare. This is Gorkin's watchdog. That was the ogre chieftain whom even the gods themselves could not defeat. You want to hit me? The dog captain stretched his dog head in front of Kolber and challenged him repeatedly. Come and fight me. If I don't, you're just trash. Worse than a gravel cockroach. Gombi was enjoying the show from the side, but he couldn't help but complain about this stubborn dwarf. Are you stupid? Why are you arguing with the chief's lackeys? Do you really think you are still the leader of the dwarves? Now I want to see how you step down. If this were Goblin, these insults would be perfectly fine. The Goblin's flexible moral bottom line makes them completely indifferent to this. Kalber's face was ashen and his body was trembling slightly. Under the scorching sun at noon, one could even see a faint white mist rising from his head. Come, come, come. Captain Dog kept provoking. The sound of young dwarves playing outside the door made Kalber grit his teeth. Snort. If you don't fight, then I'll just fight myself, right? Then I'll say you did it. Do you think the chief will trust me, a weak watchdog with the mark of rock? Or you, the former lord of Giant Sand City? The dog captain had a mocking smile on his face, and as he spoke he actually raised his hand and hit his own dog in the face. Pop. Captain Dog's fist that was about to hit him was held tightly by Kolber. What do you undo? We have come to this point. Why are you torturing me like this? Pia. The dog captain slapped Kolber's face with his other paw, making a crisp slapping sound. Kolber's eyes instantly turned red. He breathed heavily, and a faint silver light emanated from his body. The goblin grinned secretly and quietly hid to the side. Dwarfs are all stubborn. If this stupid shorty really explodes, his small arms and legs won't be able to withstand it. Yes, anger, come on. Explode. Won't you become bigger? You dwarves have a natural talent. Come on, grow bigger. Kill me. Captain Dog sneered and looked coldly at Kolber, who was suppressing his anger. Pia. Captain Dog raised his hand and slapped Kolber in the face again. Come on, beat me to death. Anyway, there are so many dwarfs following me to be buried with me. My dog's life is worth it. Kolber paused, breathing heavily. Look at him. He's already so angry after just 2 slaps. The dog captain smacked his lips and shook his head. Today, either you beat me to death, or I can't stop slapping you. Think it over. The dog captain grinned with saliva on his teeth. Kolber clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Bang. A slap. Bang. Another slap. The male ogres who were not chosen by the female ogres were attracted and walked out of their sheds, staring at the dog captain with their eyes full of wisdom as he showed off his power. Although he didn't know what it was doing, he was smart enough to know that it was the chief's dog. Do you believe it or not? I can't convince this ogre to pick 2 dwarfs as melon seeds right now. Seeing the ogre being drawn out and hearing what Captain Dog said, he collapsed. What do you want? Bang. Is that how you talk to a second-class man? The gnoll slapped him again with his backhand. The chief said he couldn't touch my people. Bang. Another slap. That guy belongs to the dragon resting department now, not yours. Who the hell do you think you are? But you promised me. Kolber collapsed and shouted. You promised me. Bang. Another slap. What are you yelling about? What did I promise you? You promised me not to touch my people. Don't you keep your word? Bang. Who promised you that? Your chief. He said it himself. Bang. Who's chief? We. Our chief. It's our chief. Bang. The chief could have slaughtered you all and dried you for food, but he mercifully kept you alive. And this is your fucking attitude. Tinting. Bang. I've been pissing you off for days now. How many cities in this desert haven't been massacred after being breached? Who are you trying to show off with that pouty face every day? I'm gonna take the ogres out to eat you kids right now. You shameless bastard. A-doo-doo. When the ogres heard the word eat, their eyes lit up. No, you said you would let us live. Bang. Who said that? Chief. It's the chief who said it. I beg you, don't touch the children. Bang. The chief is a man of his words. Why are you, a slave, so arrogant? Turn around, kneel down, and kowtow to the chief. Plop. Kalber turned around and knelt on the ground, hitting his head heavily on the ground. Chief. The old dwarf's voice was filled with tears, and his body was shaking. Chapter 65, The Wisdom of Captain Dog. Old man, are you too old? Have you forgotten the traditions of this desert? The dog captain rubbed his paws gently, his expression cold and indifferent, imitating Gorkin's usual behavior perfectly. Don't force me to kill those dwarves one by one in front of you. The chief is a man of his word, but I'm not. I'm a cunning gnoll. At worst, I'll be buried with you. Tell me, how has the chief treated you stray dogs? You rewrite. Kalber roared, snot and tears streaming down his face. Weakness is a sin, and letting you live is a grace. Do you understand? The gnoll's tone was grim. Understand. Kalber pounded the floor hard, looking very pitiful. But unfortunately, in this endless desert, the more pitiful a person is, the more miserable their death will be. I get it, damn it. Offer your damn loyalty to the great and benevolent chief. You wimp. The gnoll stepped directly on the back of Kalber's head with his hoof. Thank you for your kindness, chief. I offer my loyalty to the gracious chief. I see. Kalber buried his head deeply in the sand, his body shaking constantly. Captain Dog glanced at his left arm, where a rock brand was faintly visible. Snort. After retracting his dog's paw, the dog captain turned around and immediately gave a flattering smile to the ogre who was watching the show on the side, then walked outside and scolded Gongbi. What are you looking at? Are you saying he didn't say anything about you? Why don't you go and help Kolber, who is about to be promoted to the second level up? Are you staring at those eyes to vent your anger? Coin. Damn, I'm fucking. Looking at the brand that was gradually emerging on Kalber's left arm, which was the same one that Captain Dog often showed off, Gongbi was stunned. No, just now it was fourth, and now it's second? Gondwan looked blank. He hurried over to help Kolber, who was still crying. Kalber, now that you possess the Mark of Rock, act like a member of the Second Order and complete the chief's mission. As they walked out the door, Captain Dog paused, turned around, and said coldly, I see. Kalber wiped the snot and tears from his face, bowed to Gorkin's house, and then walked outside. Captain Dog kept that attitude as he walked out the door and ran away with his tail between his legs. It's really scary. After running far away, Captain Dog raised his leg and urinated. Then he circled back to Gorkin's house. Chief, I have seen it. Kalber now has the brand. Our tribe has grown stronger. The dog captain knelt in front of Gorkin's bed, his face full of humility and flattery, his tail wagging happily. Gorkin hummed softly without even opening his eyes. I heard you. Is this your solution? Little thing, I didn't expect you to have such a cruel side. I really underestimated you. If Kalber hadn't obtained the Mark of the Rock, were you really planning to kill those dwarves one by one? Captain Dog shook his head repeatedly. How could that be possible? These dwarves are all your personal property. Even though they are slaves now, they are still the slaves of our Dragon's Rest. I am just your watchdog, just trying to scare him. Besides, these dwarves are related to your plan. If Kalber is not suitable, I will just replace him with another dwarf. Gorkin opened his eyes and looked at the dog captain on the ground with interest. How can you be sure that Kalber won't just kill you? If you die, you'll really die. Aren't you afraid of death? Captain Dog lowered his head and smiled. I knew I couldn't hide it from the wise and powerful chief. In fact, I was scared to death after I went out just now. I was really scared, but this was the only chance I could think of. I may die, but since I received this mark, as long as it is for the chief, although I am afraid, my loyalty will make me face death. Chief, I first angered him, and then I slapped him one slap at a time to completely knock out all his pride. Only after he threw away all his pride would it be possible for him to completely offer his loyalty. He's so proud, Captain Dog paused and said, "If he continues to dwell on the past, he will affect the other dwarves, and he will eventually die. If he were still the dwarf leader, he would have deserved death, but he is now a fourth-class member of our tribe, with considerable strength and skills. I think if he also possessed the brand, he would be of even greater help to you, Chief. And even if he hates, he will only hate me." Captain Dog's words left Gorkin speechless. After these dwarves completely surrendered, he did not think of completely wiping them out. However, this dog captain aroused Gorkin's interest. "Are you a dog so smart? Or are all of you gnolls so smart? If that's the case, I'd have to reevaluate your tribe." The dog captain smiled flatteringly. "Chief, I'm actually only slightly smarter than the average gnoll, but no matter how smart I am, it is useless. Our tribe is too small, and the individual strength is too weak. I'm just a little clever. If it weren't for you, Chief, I'd still be following that alchemist around." Gorkin grinned and said, "Ha ha, interesting, interesting. I was originally thinking of punishing you this way, but since you did a good job on this matter, I'll spare you the punishment for now. Try not to have those crooked thoughts in the future." Captain Dog was overjoyed and kowtowed to Gorkin immediately. "Thank you, great chief. Go away. Give the dwarves and goblins an order to speed up the renovation of the airship docking port and the airship. I need to use the airship for something else. By the way, call a few waiters to come over and give me a foot massage." Captain Dog bent down humbly and walked backwards out of the chief's hut. After a while, 6 waiters came in one after another. To Gorkin's surprise, Chumai was also there. "That's strange. Why are you coming here instead of studying how to grow good peppers? I'm telling you, the pepper's survival depends on your life." Chumai lowered his head and clumsily imitated the other waiters' techniques, hitting Gorkin's soles with all his might. Their strength seemed insignificant to the soles of Gorkin's feet, which had been forged from 20 years of barefoot life in the desert. "I'm taking this opportunity to report to you that I've already planted the pepper seeds. The oasis and water sources here seem to contain special energy. To ensure the normal growth of the peppers, I may need to stay in the oasis to monitor them." "Well, go ahead. I don't need you as a waiter. Your job is to get those peppers. Also, tell the gnolls outside to increase patrols of the oasis. Don't let other monsters become your snacks. Work hard. The tribe doesn't support idlers. I'm very optimistic about your status as a graduate student at the Agricultural University. Don't waste it." Gorkin waver off. Chapter 66. Goblin and Dwarf Dual Technology Burst. The days that followed were a little tighter. The food in the warehouse was not enough for the growing number of members of the Dragon Nest tribe to survive for long. However, since I brought some resources from Giant Sand City when I came back, it's still okay. There was a constant clatter of hammering and banging in the tribe, and the noise during the day was so loud that the ogres couldn't sleep at all, so they all wandered into the desert and found a shady slope to lie down and take a nap. Gorkin thought it was okay. He mostly lies down during the day, or enjoys a massage with his eyes closed, but he never really sleeps. The dwarves, having gained Kalber's loyalty, have become much more stable overall. The female dwarves who came with them to take care of the young dwarves felt much more at ease. When the ogres saw the brand on Kalber's left arm, their attitude towards him became much better. Of all the races in this endless desert, the loyalty of dwarves and goblins is the hardest to gain. Goblins have almost no bottom line or morals, and gold is their belief. And the dwarves are too stubborn. It is also because of this that the population of dwarves has not increased. Gorkin's favorite race is the orcs. They speak with strength and have a strong sense of honor. Once you conquer them with strength, it is easy to gain their loyalty. These beast races think less and believe more in fists, so it is easier for them. The dwarves are not without any advantages. They are stubborn, and once you gain their loyalty, they will never betray you until their death. This is also the only point that Gorkin values. The dwarf's character is actually not suitable for survival in the desert. Once the city is broken, the whole clan will be wiped out. As for the goblins, Gorkin never wanted to gain their loyalty. He just wanted to use their technology. If he wanted to live a more comfortable life, he couldn't let his tribe remain in such a barbaric state. He wanted to make some changes. For example, now, the two races of goblins and dwarves are forced to cooperate under the pressure of Gorkin. Now that Kalber has the Mark of Rock, he will spare no effort to carry it out. And the goblins, in order to survive, must also carry out. Just as Captain Dog had expected, Kalber had a lot of complaints about him, but Captain Dog didn't care. He thought to himself that he was shameless. There are many people who hate me. So who do you think you are? As Gorkin's lackey, he is afraid of no one except ogres. The airship watchtower was built at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a watchtower that combines the styles of goblins and dwarves, but is several times larger in scale. The blue forging hammer was temporarily lent to Kalber by Gorkin, who forged various small parts from the iron pillars. The goblin steam press also began to work hard. After the iron material was put in, the ram slowly rose under the pressure of steam and then slammed down with a long whistle. Most of the clanging noises in the tribe come from the goblin punches. Gore watched it for 2 days out of curiosity and then stopped paying attention to it. He has always been a person who only looks at results. The guardhouse is used to secure the airship, and aboard the gondola, you need to use the stairs. These workpieces stamped out by the goblins were combined with the small parts forged by the dwarves, and a large, wide and tall step slowly took shape. The steps are made entirely of solid iron and can withstand the weight of a fully armored ogre. The transformation of the airship was carried out simultaneously with the tower. Gombe and Kalber had many arguments about the airship modification plan. They argued until their faces turned red. Each of them had their own ideas and believed that they should follow their own thoughts and ideas. Finally, they argued with Gorkin and presented him with 2 different plans. Here are 2 drafts made in charcoal on the back of the hide. Gorkin couldn't help rolling his eyes after seeing this. Is this an airship? Is this a self-destructing airship? Gorkin looked at the draft of Gombe's design and complained, Okay, I have to admit that your modification plan does maximize power and damage, but have you ever considered that I'm going to ride it? Are you so anxious to send me to the west? Gondwan shrank his neck and dared not speak. Then Gorkin looked at Kalber's design. Your design is quite interesting, but do you want to think about whether it can fly? Are you going to build a fortress in the sky? I've already told you that your dwarven cannons are no good, with short range and poor accuracy. Can't you just absorb a little bit of the design concept of goblin weapons? Take it back. Take back all the stinking shit you designed. Get out, everyone. Gorkin shooed them away like flies. After going out, Kolber and Steel Coin glared at each other, then snorted coldly and went to their respective camps. After a while, Captain Dog came in. Chief, I have designed a rough sketch for our tribal flag. Please take a look and see if it suits your taste. Gorkin opened his eyes and glanced suspiciously at the dog captain. You planned this? I thought you would go find Karen. When he took it and looked at it, Gorkin's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't say that. Don't say that. The largest outline was an extremely simple black dragon phantom, with a mace and a large bone hammer crossed, and a simple drawing of an ogre's head on top. Is this all your idea? Do you have this ability? The dog captain smiled flatteringly and rubbed his 2 paws. As long as it's the chief's will, I can do everything except give birth to cubs. If that doesn't work, I can find a way. You bastard. Gorkin was both amused and confused, but he still approved of his design plan. At worst, he could just change it if there was a better one in the future. Then this one will do, but it would be better to simplify the pattern. It looks a little too complicated. Okay, my lord chief, I'll go back and make some changes. Captain Dog respectfully took his draft. Well, after you've designed it, have the female dwarves sew it together from animal skins. You want the biggest one in the tribe. Also draw it on the airship too. Tell Kalber and Steel Coin that I want an airship that combines the strengths of goblins and dwarves, preferably with some ogre touches. I don't want them to make it according to their own race's style. If it's not done well, they won't be able to eat. It's a waste of food. Understood, Chief. I'll be there right away. Gorkin waved his hand, and Captain Dog retreated respectfully. After leaving, he swaggered out of the tribe with his draft in his hand. After going around in a big circle, he ran to the outermost area on the north side of the oasis. Come out. Your design is unqualified. Amidst the rustling sound, a rabbit man who was almost as tall as a knoll emerged from the grass of the oasis. That's not right. My design is perfect, so why can't it catch Chief Gorkin's eye? Chapter 67. It's hard for me to enjoy happiness every day. Okay? Desert rabbit, people burrow into the ground and dig holes. They have great artistic talent, excellent hearing, and strong reproductive ability. The only thing is that their time is too short, so short that before a normal person can react, the rabbit man's sage time is over. This desert rabbit man has long ears on his head, and 2 long front teeth are faintly visible between his 3-lobed lips. He reached out and took the drawings handed over by Captain Dog, his eyes full of confusion. I told you it was too complicated a long time ago, but you refused to listen and insisted on showing off your crappy artistic skills. Captain Dog snorted coldly. Simplify the lines. There are so many brainless beasts in this desert. We need to make sure they can recognize this as the symbol of the powerful Dragon's Nest tribe at a glance. The desert rabbit man sighed. It's really hard to earn this little bit of food. The dog captain laughed triumphantly. You should be thankful that you are still useful and that the great chieftain Gorkin is willing to give foreigners a chance to trade. Otherwise, someone like you would have been our food long ago. The desert bunny smacked his lips somewhat helplessly. Did you bring the charcoal pencil? I'll change my job now. Captain Dog took out a charcoal pencil from the tattered cloth skirt wrapped around his waist. It is called charcoal, but it is actually just a thorn branch that has just been burned black. This group of desert rabbits are considered permanent residents of the Dragon Oasis. They usually dig holes under the outskirts of the oasis and live underground, which is considered safe. The oasis soil ensured that the caves they dug would not be buried or collapsed. They knew that this was the territory of the ogres, but the ogres didn't know that there was a group of rabbit people here. The ogre was huge in size and made a rumbling sound when he walked. Before he could get close, the rabbit people retreated. But the ogres don't care. It doesn't matter who they eat. They're not picky. They really are not picky. The Knoll patrols had already discovered these rabbit people, but Gorkin had said that there was no need to indiscriminately kill oasis creatures in order to maintain the sustainable development of resources. So the Knolls did not touch these rabbit people who had been living here. After all, in their view, these things are backup food, reserves in case of food shortage. It was also a coincidence that Captain Dog was studying the pattern with his, but sticking out. Because his own drawing was too ugly, the rabbit proposed to make a deal. Captain Dog was overjoyed. But the reward is just a few big bones with meat on them. Whether it's rabbit people or rabbits, they are both omnivorous species and eat meat, but they're just too weak to eat it. The two sides hit it off immediately, and finally produced the draft of the tribal logo that Gorkin had shown before. Captain Dog knew his chief's character very well. He always only looked at the results and not the process. As long as he could come up with a design that satisfied the chief, he would not have any problem asking anyone else to design it. The oasis is close to the tribe and is heavily guarded by gnolls. The small piece of land here was turned over in an orderly manner. In just a few days, pepper seedlings grew out. Chumai adjusted the sunshade built by the dwarves above and calculated the time to water the pepper seedlings. In fact, Dianthus was not very confident about growing peppers. These were just theoretical knowledge she learned from books. My graduation thesis was about corn, but it was stolen by a passing freshman. If I didn't have people at home and at school, I don't know how I would have graduated. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Being reduced from a wealthy second generation to a slave was like a bolt from the blue for her. But what Xiao Wanhong said made sense. Only by surviving can there be hope. 2 days later, Kalber and Gongbi again found Gorkin with a new design plan. This plan was designed by them together. Only in this way could it meet Gorkin's requirements. Gorkin didn't look this time, but just closed his eyes. Several elves were massaging his arms and calves respectively. Just tell me when you have a plan. I am listening. The dwarf and the goblin looked at each other, and Kalber took the initiative to step forward. Chief, this is our design plan this time. We chose an open pod with 3 floors. The bottom floor is for buffering and material storage. The middle floor houses fixed gun positions, and the top floor is open to ensure space for the ogres to move around. A total of 4 drop bombs can be hung on the front and rear sides of the pod, which can be detonated in 2 modes, time detonation and triggered detonation. Due to the enlargement of the pod, we had to enlarge the airship's air chamber and install a steam-driven propeller for steering and propulsion. Gorkin narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, just meet my requirements, and you can handle the rest. I just want the results. But for a target as large as the airship's air chamber, we need to have good protection. It won't poke a hole in it, even if it hits a bird. Don't worry, Chief. We both know this." Kalber was very calm and nodded cautiously. How long is the estimated completion time? Gorkin asked this because he remembered that he had found a blue treasure chest in the 3rd city of Steam Sands before. So there should be one in the 2nd city of Steam Sands and the headquarters as well. Then there should be a treasure chest. So many days have passed since the hot sand were completely breached. I hope no blue star people will take advantage of the situation. Of course, this possibility is very low. The endless desert is too vast, and the distance between oases is often hundreds of kilometers. Moreover, the goblins have already captured all the people nearby. According to the current state of the blue star people, they should not be able to find the hot sand. It's estimated to take about a month. Kalber calculated the date and spoke. That's impossible. I'm asking you to reform, not to rebuild from scratch. I can't wait that long. Gorkin opened his eyes and stared at Kalber and the goblin, his face full of dissatisfaction. 10 days. In 10 days, I will set sail on an airship. I only want the result. You can control the process yourself. The you Gorkin refers to as Kalber. After all, he now possesses the rock brand, which is more trustworthy than the coin. This thing needs to take off, and Gorkin doesn't feel at ease if it's not someone he trusts. Chief, if we need to rush the work, I don't have enough manpower. Kalber looked a little embarrassed. Cutting corners is impossible. The old dwarf's craftsmanship and loyalty, after putting aside the burden of dignity, do not allow him to do so. Then go find Karen and ask for her. It's been so many days, and she's almost recovered. In short, what I want is the result, and only the result. Kalber, you have already reached the second level of the rock mark. You have to take on this responsibility. Don't let me, the chief, worry about everything. I sleep, eat, and massage every day. My schedule is very tight. I'm also very tired, okay? Gorkin waved his hand, signaling them to go away. Chapter 68, Kalber's Shock. Kalber had no choice but to find the dog captain in a humble manner. After handing the design task to the rabbit man, Captain Dog returned to guard the gate. He found a shady spot at the gate and fell asleep with his legs spread out, drooling. This is why Captain Dog is so loved by Gorkin. He is almost the member with the most say in the tribe, except for the ogres. If it were any other intelligent race, perhaps the chief and his fellow tribesmen would give him some face. After all, he is the chief's own lackey. This is like the emperor's personal eunuch, and the prince has to give face when he meets him. But it doesn't work in the Longchi tribe, because the chief's fellow tribesmen don't have the brains to do that. He got so angry that he twisted the top of his head and threw it into his mouth. Kalber said it was impossible not to hate the bastard. He was a living dwarf, and this werewolf slapped him in the face one slap after another, and his dignity was shattered to pieces. But he was also grateful to the werewolf. If he hadn't woken him up completely, he might really have ended up in a miserable situation. The chief had actually given him more than one chance, both openly and covertly, but he was still stuck in the dwarf's dilemma and couldn't get out of it. Looking back now, I do feel a bit shameless. As for the city being breached, at least the chief had found an excuse and reason that was dispensable. In this desert, tribes or cities occupying oases are at risk of being attacked at any time. There is no reason. You occupy the oasis, which is the highest resource for an entire ethnic group to survive. This is the reason to beat you. At first, I even asked the chief why. It's ridiculous, it's just the law of the jungle, and I actually asked why. To put it more bluntly, if someone just passes by and gets angry with you, then they might as well kill you. So what? This is not a world where the weak are right. After being awakened, Kalber figured out himself. As long as I can survive, and as long as my tribe can live well, who can I be loyal to? At least the chief did what he said, which made Kalber admire him from the bottom of his heart. If I say we will attack your city, we will attack your city. If I say we won't massacre you, we won't massacre you. It's fierce. Hearing the footsteps, Captain Dog opened his green eyes vigilantly. Zet. Just call me Captain Dog. The chief gave me that name. Captain Dog raised his eyelids and said, Captain Go, look, the chief has asked me to complete the airship renovation within 10 days, and I don't have enough craftsmen here. Kalber rubbed his hands. He felt very complicated and didn't know how to start for a moment. Just tell me what you want from me. The dog captain rolled over and faced Kalber. Kalber gritted his teeth and suppressed the discomfort in his heart. Captain Dog, the chief has set a time limit for the renovation, and I can't leave. I'd like you to take the trouble to go to Longchi Giant Sand and bring back some craftsmen. Upon hearing this, Captain Dog stretched out his claws and used his nails to pick at the gaps between his teeth. It's just a small matter. Do you still need me to go there in person? Kalber thought the hyena was trying to make things difficult for him, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the hyena sitting up with his back against the fence. Hey, you guys, come here. Captain Dog called out to a group of gnolls strolling back in the distance. The 4 gnolls came trotting over quickly. Captain, the 4 gnolls were the same flattering expressions. The 4 of you will go get 3 days' worth of food and make a trip to the dragon's lair. If you don't know the way, take a female dwarf with you. Is that okay? He said, looking towards Kalber. Kalber nodded quickly. No problem, no problem. It's no problem to free up a dwarf. Captain Dog nodded. Well, Go find Karen and tell her that Dragon Rest is in need of craftsmen. Ask her to release some of the available craftsmen. This is the chief's will. Remember? Captain Dog's tone suddenly rose when he heard the last 4 words. Remember, remember. Rest assured, Captain, we will complete the mission. The 4 gnolls nodded quickly. Go ahead and hurry up. If you delay the chief's business, you will die in vain. Captain Dog waved his hand, and the team of jackals hurried off to collect the supplies. After the dog captain finished speaking, he lay down again. Seeing that Kolber was still there, he asked in confusion, Anything else? Kolber was stunned. He always felt that given the vengeful nature of the gnolls, they would not agree to his request so easily. Nothing. I didn't expect it. It's not me. I just want to say thank you. Dwarves, like orcs, were not naturally good at lying, and their faces turned red. Captain Dog glanced at him and suddenly sneered. TSK, do you think I will embarrass you? Or do you think I should embarrass you? Forehead, when it comes to eloquence, how can a stubborn dwarf compare to a cruel and cunning gnoll? First of all, I have no grudge against you. Whether I taught you a lesson or insulted you before, it was simply because I felt that the chief had given you a favor, but you refused it, and that made me very unhappy. Now that you also possess the rock mark, you are all the chief's trusted direct descendants besides his own people. There is no need for me to make things difficult for you. Finally, you also said that this was arranged by the chief. As the owner of the rock mark, the chief's will is our only direction. Even if I die, I will not let myself hinder the chief's work. Your awareness really needs to be improved. I even think you're lucky to have the rock mark. As he spoke, the gnoll patted his butt, stood up, and walked towards the oasis behind. What are you going to do? Kolber asked subconsciously. He was a little confused by this series of words. There are only 3 patrol teams of gnolls in total. 1 team is assigned to the giant sands. Shouldn't I take over the vacant patrol area? Captain Dog didn't even turn his head, but just put his crossbow on his back, put the hand axe on his waist, and moved away step by step. Kolber stood there in a daze. Captain Dog's words had a great impact on him. Are these the first owners of the rock mark? There was a reason why the chief trusted him and Karen. Karen was nearly punished to death, but the brand only became more brilliant. Captain Dog was able to send his own men out and take over the patrol himself, just for a word from the chief. He had been in Lone Chief for a while, and knew clearly that this dog captain was either flattering in the chief's house or lying and sleeping at the door every day. He always let the jackals under him do things. As the chief's lackey, he learned all the chief's enjoyment and laziness. But the current Captain Dog really shocked Kolber. Is he still the gnoll who is only slightly stronger than the wild goblins in the desert? Chapter 69 City Lord Karen. Karen moved quickly. Just as Kolber believed, the reason why this succubus could become the city lord on her own was not simply because she had once carried the chief. Although it is also because the chief has too few available men, the succubus's own efforts and courage are also very important. There are definitely people who have the courage to risk their lives for a possibility that doesn't even exist, but they're definitely not many. What if Gorkin had gotten so angry that he had crushed her to death? What if she couldn't withstand the damage and died on the spot? What if Gorkin didn't ask his mother to treat her afterwards? What if she is treated but doesn't recover? The ratio of risk she needs to take to success is ridiculously large. The other members thought she was either being clever or courting disaster, but she succeeded. As Gorkin himself said, among the races that survived in this desert, there were no fools except the damn ogres. She seized the opportunity and the chance, bet her life on it, and succeeded in taking the throne when she was basically dead. If she did this again, when the Longchi tribe had grown completely and its members were full of talented people, she would only end up dead. Likewise, she also demonstrated her abilities. Not particularly outstanding, but decisive and efficient. The Dragon's Nest Giant Sand quickly resumed operation under her operation. Only adult dwarves remained here, a small number of whom were strong and robust. There were no young dwarves left, and all the dwarves here were pulled out by her to work. The city walls were restored, and the damaged houses in the city were cleared out. A large number of dwarves were killed in the Battle of the Giant Sands. The extra houses were razed to the ground, and Karen ordered the construction of workshops. She knew her mission well, which was to make Jusha a supply base for dragons. The dwarves also have their own smelting furnaces. Unlike the destructive refining methods of the goblins, the sand refined by the dwarves can be squeezed into bricks under high temperatures. It is also the main material of dwarven walls and houses. It's dry but quite solid. People in the desert always find some strange ways to survive. The people from Blue Star cannot understand this mentality and ability. They have treasure chests that can contain all kinds of scientific and unscientific things. A female dwarf and her gnolls arrived at the Dragon's Rest Sands after a long journey and were highly valued. Although the dwarves who were working were still doing their own work, their eyes and minds had already flown to the female dwarf. They couldn't wait to know how their wives or children were doing in Dragon's Lair, whether they were still alive, whether they were being bullied, or whether they were being eaten as snacks by ogres. You have to know that there are a group of young dwarves and a small number of female dwarves who have almost no ability to fight back. Once the ogres have any intention of killing them, it will basically be a massacre. But Karen successfully established her own rules in just a few days. Without orders from the chief, she defined the city as an industrial city. All the dwarves here must strictly follow the work standard she set. The dwarves are divided into teams of 10, each with a team leader who is responsible for implementing joint rewards and punishments. There are also regulations on daily working hours. But Karen did not regard these dwarves as complete slaves. Because Giant Sand City needed to be repaired and renovated, the workload was huge, so Karen set up a 3-meal-a-day system. There's also an hour's break in the afternoon when the sun is at its hottest. After dinner every night, the dwarves can basically go to rest. The treatment is not excellent, but it is not bad. At least the dwarves who were enslaved couldn't find any fault with it. But this is on the premise of complying with the system and completing the work normally. If anyone dares to be lazy, the whole team will have no food to eat for a day. Anyone who dares to do anything unrelated to work during working hours outside of break time will have their next meal canceled for the entire team. The 3 ogres are the best executioners. These dwarves were unarmed, and even if they could abandon their wives and children, they could not defeat the man holding an all-iron mace made from their own weapons and equipment. In the eyes of the dwarves, this thing is more powerful than a battering ram in the hands of an ogre. One of the gnolls in this group had the Mark of Rock. Karen valued the members sent by Longchi very much and immediately found these gnolls. Seeing the expressions of the dwarves, Karen snorted coldly. "What are you all standing there for? Dinner will be served in an hour. You'll have plenty of time to ask whatever you want then. Now, if you still want to continue eating, you all have to work hard. If any team's area has a problem, the whole team will not be able to eat." The dwarf who was working quickly retracted his eager eyes. "Anyway, everyone has arrived, and the break will be in an hour. The workload is so heavy, and it would be a big sin if the whole team really had no food to eat because of this." The gnoll described Captain Dog's words to Karen. Karen kept asking about the details of the tribe, but how could a werewolf who only patrolled the periphery know the details? Karen was a little disappointed. She didn't get any words for herself. The chief seemed to have forgotten himself. This made her feel uneasy. However, she took Captain Dog's words seriously to heart. After arranging for the jackals to go down and rest, Karen began to make arrangements. The dwarves who were working waited anxiously until dinner time. Thousands of dwarves swarmed around the female dwarf, chattering and almost knocking her over. The huge noise even attracted the attention of the ogres. They thought the dwarves were going to riot. If Karen hadn't come out with a dark face to rescue these dwarves, there would definitely have been a large-scale death of the dwarves. The ogres wouldn't listen to any of their explanations. But Karen could also understand the feelings of the dwarves, so she asked them to shut up and keep quiet. After bringing the female dwarf to the platform, Karen asked her to talk about the current situation and life of herself and her tribesmen in the tribe. Karen didn't know what was going on in the tribe, but she had confidence in the chief. She firmly believed that Chief Gorkin, a man of his word, would not go back on his word since he had allowed the dwarves to live. This was also the fundamental reason why she brought the female dwarf up without asking in advance. As the female dwarf continued to describe, the dwarves' emotions and anxious hearts calmed down. "It's safe there. Without the chief's order, the ogres will never attack the dwarf children, so there's no need to worry about any attacks from powerful enemies." Finally, when Karen said that she would select 300 dwarf craftsmen to work, the dwarves became excited again. Even if they have to leave their hometown, they want to see their wives and children with their own eyes. That afternoon, the gnolls set out, each riding a mountain goat, carrying 300 dwarf craftsmen and 3 days' worth of water and food. Chapter 70 Kirov reporting. Even though they traveled day and night, 6 days of the 10 days Gorkin requested had already passed by the time the dwarves arrived at the Dragon's Nest tribe. Because it was a death order, Kalber, along with the available female dwarves and the 100 goblin craftsmen, worked almost nonstop for the past 6 days. Even at night, they worked overtime with a huge bonfire burning. On the first night, Gorkin couldn't sleep because of the noise and was about to get angry, but then he remembered the 10-day requirements he had given them. Then I thought of what I said, only look at the results and not the process. He ignored it immediately. Chief Gorkin, who always kept his word, had no choice but to take the ogre, who also couldn't sleep, to the oasis. I feel helpless, really helpless. But so many people are working overtime all night just for a piece of shit from you. What else can you say? On the afternoon of the 6th day, the dusty gnolls arrived riding on mountain goats and accompanied the dwarf craftsmen. Although these are not strong dwarves, they all have extremely rich experience as craftsmen. After seeing the young dwarves safe and sound and playing and laughing in the camp, the dwarves finally felt relieved and threw themselves into their work with renewed energy. The addition of manpower greatly eased Kalber's workload. He let out a long sigh, told the new dwarf craftsman the plan and drawings in detail, and then returned to the camp and almost fell asleep. After 6 days of intense work, these dwarves and goblins didn't even have dinner and slept until the next morning. With more manpower, and they're all experienced dwarf masters, the overall work progress will more than double. Gorkin could almost see the airship undergoing earth-shaking changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Taking resources and materials into consideration, the basic frame and deck of the pod are made of iron, but other parts are made of wood and thorn main poles. There are trees in the oasis, but the oasis here is not what the people of Blue Star imagine, just a small pool of water and a few scattered trees. Think about it. The 3 cities of the Hot Sand Consortium and Giant Sand City alone have a population of nearly 10,000. Such a large population relies on the oasis for water. If it were just a small pool, they would have died of thirst long ago. The oasis is very large. The smallest oasis water source in the 3rd city of Hot Sand is as big as a village with thousands of people. The Dragon's Rest Oasis is 3 times the size of the oasis in the 3rd city of Hot Sands. Otherwise, how could they have provided enough food for the nearly 100 ogres of the Dragon Nest tribe during its heyday? Of course, going out to rob is also very important. God knows which Big Brother's caravan they went out to rob. Not only did they eat a lot of delicious food, but they also seized the other person's wine. There are fruits and rice in the oasis, but the quantity is small. The amount of wine that can feed a large group of ogres may be the savings of a large city for many years. In general, it's all fate. The airship pod adopts the style of a ship, which was proposed by Gorkin. There's a huge ram at the bow, which is integrated with the keel. This horn is actually a huge one-horned ogre head. 20 meters above is the huge airbag. The dwarves have a furnace that can extract a gas similar to hydrogen from water, but it does not ignite as easily as hydrogen. Gorkin didn't understand, and the dwarves couldn't explain it either. Anyway, it was passed down from our ancestors, first this, then that, and was concluded after countless dwarves were killed by falling. Don't ask why, just do it. Even the stove was not difficult to make. 2 huge boilers are placed at the tail of the pod, with a fan blade on each side for driving. Whether on the pod or the huge airbag, the Dragon Nest tribe's simple logo was drawn on both sides with black charcoal. A main gun extended from the 2nd layer below the ogre's ram. Its caliber more than twice that of the guns on both sides of the hull. This is a typical breech-loading gun. The airship has 1 main gun and 3 secondary guns on each side, all of which are breech-loading guns. The dwarf's muzzle-loading cannon is not even worth a dog's liking, let alone Gorkin. The goblins have mastered the technology of breech-loading cannons. Now that these 2 races are here, they must cooperate with the gorillas. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. Of course, the goblin technology can be absorbed, but the dwarf's safety must also be absorbed. Otherwise, with that goblin technology thing, it's just basic operation if the enemy doesn't blow themselves up first. There's also a large shed on the pod deck for Gorkin to shelter from the wind. Chief, everything is ready. 10 days of intense work had made the dwarves and goblins feel quite depressed. Even Kalber looked wilted. However, he still forced himself to report to Gorkin. Gorkin rolled out of his bed and walked outside. Even for the ogre's size, the airship still seemed huge. Gorkin couldn't help but blurt out even after watching it being modified. Kirov reporting. Kolber coined dog captain. After saying this, Gorkin couldn't help laughing. Haha, that looks great. Can you guarantee it's safe? Kolber said seriously. Chief, please trust the dwarven craftsmanship. Every single screw on this was hammered in by me and my people. Okay. In that case, take the crew members operating the airship, the gunners and the supplies, and follow me. Gorkin nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I stood in my own tribe and saw something that was related to both technology and ogres. That's right. In order to make Gorkin more satisfied, Kalber even changed some subtle details of the shape, although the interior is still a combination of dwarven craftsmanship and goblin technology. There is even a huge and ferocious bloody mouth pattern painted on the front of the airship airbag. This pattern is well drawn. I really like it. Whose idea was it? The more Gorkin looked, the more satisfied he became. This, Chief, I actually asked someone to design it, and the dwarves drew it. Captain Dog raised his hand in the back. Oh, who can you find a bastard like you? Gorkin was very surprised. The dog captain chuckled and said, actually, it was a group of rabbit people who had been living in the oasis. I exchanged a meat bone with them as payment. Our tribe's logo and the picture of the airship were both designed by that rabbit person. Ha ha ha! Gorkin laughed. Look at this bastard. He's becoming more and more like a member of the Dragon's Nest tribe. He even knows how to do business. Not bad. He's making progress. The dog captain gave a flattering smile, and his tail was wagging so much that his butt was moving. Since he dared to speak out, he was not worried about being punished at all, and he did complete the chief's mission. Angry, take your weapons and follow me. Captain Kalber is coming with us. Gongbi, when I return, I want to see a 30-meter-long flagpole in the center of the tribe, with the flag of the Dragon Nest tribe flying on it. Now land the airship. Chapter 71, Flagship Terror. Nu was wearing heavy armor, carrying a 3-barrel machine gun on his shoulder in his left hand, holding a mace in his right hand, and standing majestically behind Gorkin. As the only ogre brought by Gorkin, he couldn't hide his smug expression. Gorkin is no longer the man with his crotch wrapped in a piece of rag. I didn't have the skills before and was too lazy to do it. Now that I have so many dwarf women under my command, it should be no problem to make him a pair of big shorts with animal skins. As for his upper body, Gorkin still prefers to be naked. I've been an ogre since my mother's womb. I've been naked for 20 years since I was a child, and I'm still not used to wearing clothes. What's more, his skin and thick fat are his best clothes. Since the heavy armor was given to Nu, Gorkin did not ask for it back. As a chief, if the enemy can be solved by anger, there is no need to take action yourself. If you can't defeat the enemy with anger, it doesn't matter whether you have this heavy armor or not. Since Gorkin came to power, the ogre pattern of having a chief leading the charge is gradually changing. The Dragon's Nest ogres are now accustomed to group fights. Of course, the guarantee for all this is that Gorkin is still the strongest ogre. You could be lazy, but you can't be a complete loser. This airship was temporarily used by Gorkin as the flagship of the Dragon Roost tribe. He named this airship, which was full of ogre style, terror. He wanted to terrify all desert creatures that saw this airship. All crew members operating the Terror are dwarves. The gunners, the helmsmen, and even the boilermen were all dwarves. The main raw material for generating steam is of course the trunks of desert thorns that are everywhere in the desert. The third level of the pod is filled with the trunks of desert thorns. This is another resource for the survival of desert creatures besides cacti. Are you sure those 4 big bombs won't explode? Gorkin asked more than once. Kalber nodded seriously again. Don't worry, Chief. I will personally monitor the transformation of those goblins, and their safety will be absolutely no problem. I do have confidence in you, but I don't have confidence in those goblins. Don't worry, Chief, you see. Kalber took out 4 palm-sized pieces of iron from his trouser pocket. What? Gorkin wondered. I'm dissatisfied with what the chief said. I don't trust those goblins either, so I designed 2 insurance policies. Kolber shook the 4 pieces of metal in his hand. All 4 of these bombs are impact activated and can only be triggered if all 4 iron pieces are inserted into the safety. Otherwise, unless it's the pyroblast technique your mother used earlier, it won't explode even if burned with fire. It's absolutely safe. Then Kalber said again in a serious tone, This is the chief's flagship. I will never let this happen. Only then did Gorkin feel relieved. Ha ha, that's quite interesting. So what are you waiting for? Head towards Steam Sand Second City and Steam Sand headquarters, full speed ahead. Kalber quickly walked to a megaphone and said in a deep voice, The chief has ordered full speed. Squeak. A stream of boiling steam gushed out to the rear, and the 2 large propulsion propellers that were originally rotating at a constant speed immediately accelerated. Gorkin estimated that although this thing looked big, it flew quite fast. It's probably about 80 kilometers per hour. If the ogre walks at a fast pace, it can probably walk more than 10 kilometers per hour. Excluding the time at night and the rest time, an ogre can walk about 150 kilometers a day. The third city of Hot Sands is about 10 days away from the dragon's nest ogre. If we use an airship, it will take less than a day to arrive. Moreover, the airship's unparalleled hovering time allows it to fly day and night. Gorkin stood at the bow and looked down, estimating that it was at least 1,000 meters away. Not to mention the war potential of the terror, Gorkin no longer has to travel so hard to get to where he wants. Comfortable. Even Gorkin couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism at this moment. Ah ha ha! The arrogant laughter echoed through the sky along with the roar of the steam engine. Just as Gorkin expected, they set out in the morning and passed by the third city of Dragon's habitat Hot Sand at high altitude at dawn the next day. Gorkin did not choose to descend to reminisce with his mother. He planned to open the treasure chests in the second city of Hot Sands and the headquarters first, and then come back to reminisce about the past. On the ground, Honey, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her 4 eyes. She walked out of her shed and looked up at the sky. Honey's left head. Should we shoot it down? It should be within reach. Honey's right head. Goodbye. I have a bad feeling. I'll regret it if I hit him. Honey's left head. Why are you so fussy all the time? I hit you. So what's there to regret? You're so angry that I can explode. So hurry up. Honey's right head. I won't fight. I feel uncomfortable when I think about it. Honey turned and walked towards a shed. The left side of her head was still chattering, but the right side ignored her. From dawn to dusk, the terror arrives at Steamweedle's second city. The roots of the 2 propellers began to rotate, turning the fan downward. The terror began to slowly descend. Chief, the oasis below seems to have been occupied. The werewolf had good eyesight and could see the vague silhouette of the oasis below while lying on the side of the pod. It's probably a nearby desert creature. It doesn't look like an intelligent species. Gorkin lay in his shed without raising his eyelids. Evict them. Clear. Kalber walked to the megaphone and gave orders in a deep voice. The terror continues to descend, and the starboard gun adjusts its angle and prepares to fire. Each of the 3 cannons on the right side of the second floor was manned by 3 dwarves. They began to adjust the angle and load the shells skillfully. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 cannons fired in succession, and the shells drew an arc and hit the sand outside the oasis. It did not cause any casualties to the desert creatures here, but it did cause panic. The sky is not completely dark yet, and there is still a hint of setting sun. The terror's massive body, blocking out the sky and the sun, slowly descended with intense pressure. The ferocious, bloody mouth on the airship was particularly terrifying. The desert creatures, who had not lived in this oasis for long, fled in panic. At the foot of the hill, a man stared at the slowly descending airship in amazement and couldn't help but exclaim on the World Channel. Holy crap, I saw Kirov. That's fucking awesome. Fuck, what does that barrel mean? Boom. Fuck that. Piece of iron. Ha. Chapter 72, Hot Sand Second City Treasure Chest. What's the noise? The terror had descended to an altitude of less than 100 meters. Gorkin, who had walked out of the shed, vaguely heard a shrill, but abruptly stopped scream. Kalber scratched his ears, looking bewildered. No, right? Aren't those just the sound of cannons? Captain Dog looked strange. He had just discovered a sneaky human and informed the gunner below through the megaphone. It must be said that those gunners are indeed quite experienced. It must have been delayed by the dwarves' outrageous artillery. The breech-loading cannon, which incorporates goblin technology, can only hit whatever it is pointed at within a range of at least 200 to 300 meters. Captain Dog smacked his lips. Forget it. It's already broken anyway, so don't tell the chief. The chief is the great chief of the Longchi tribe, and he is not someone who can be disturbed by just any nobody. As the terror got closer to the ground, the speed of the 2 fans slowly decreased. Dust filled the sky as the terror's pod slowly crashed onto the ruins of Hot Sand City 2. The wide iron escalator slowly lowered. Gorkin came down the ladder with a creaking sound, followed closely by Nu, and then Captain Dog and Kalber. You guys were really ruthless back then, beating us like this. It looks like you massacred the whole city. Gorkin looked at the city ruins not far away, not sighing, but more of a joke. With an angry expression that said it was none of their business, Kalber and Captain Dog looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Okay, you guys wait here. I'll be back soon. Gorkin waved his hand, indicating that Nu should go with him, while Captain Dog and Kalber were waiting here. With the Terror, Kalber, an old dwarf who can be like a god, and Captain Dog, the sneaky dog coin, there won't be any problem. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Gorkin walked straight to what looked like a landmark building after entering the ruins. The treasure chest will emit color. Although it is not too bright, it will not be buried by the ruins. The second city of Steam Sands is larger than the first city, but limited. Gorkin didn't walk far before he found the blue treasure chest. He breathed a sigh of relief without even realizing it. The things that came out of the treasure chest were of great help to him at the moment, and it was enough to show how outrageous the cheats this world gave to the people of Blue Star were. You don't have to force yourself to find the treasure chest of Gorkin that randomly refreshes in the wild, but you should take the treasure chest of the conquered Oasis City. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is struck by lightning. Without avoiding anger, Gorkin directly opened the blue treasure chest. Unstable double potion, personal passive. After drinking this, you gain this passive. Your next normal attack may instantly deal an additional damage of the same amount. Goblin Alchemist. Drinking this will grant you magical powers. Passive skill potion? Gorkin raised his eyebrows. Does the Goblin Alchemist have this ability? If they were so powerful, the city would not have been conquered so easily. But since it was open from a treasure chest, it is a gift from the world to the people of Blue Star, so just do it. He simply picked up the long tube of potion and threw it into his mouth. The bottle broke with a light touch of his teeth. Gorkin took the opportunity to swallow the potion and spit out the empty glass bottle. Eat. Nu was tugging at his chief with a curious look on his face, and he was looking into Gorkin's bloody mouth with curiosity and desire. Oh, that's enough. I didn't eat poop. Look how anxious you are. Gorkin slapped away the angry hand and walked around Steam Sand City. It's a pity that he never found the next treasure chest. What a rubbish. Gorkin returned to the terror cursing. Although there is a treasure chest, and it is a passive skill, a greedy person like Gorkin will only feel unsatisfied. But at least I have my first skill, which is not bad. The terror took off again, heading towards the Hot Sands headquarters. It was another long and uninterrupted flight, and the terror arrived at its destination on the morning of the next day. As before, scattered desert creatures began to appear here to replenish water or hunt. Gorkin saw the treasure chest before he landed. This is a treasure chest that is 2 times larger than other blue treasure chests, and it emits crystal clear blue light all over. Gorkin's eyes lit up. It goes without saying that the contents of this treasure chest are definitely not comparable to the previous blue treasure chest. Although they're all blue level, this one looks bigger. In the desert, whether it is a creature or a weapon, big represents strength and power. Pull the boat over. Gorkin pointed to the location of the large blue treasure chest and shouted orders. Although others could not see what was there, the chief's will was greater than that of anyone else. Kalber decisively ordered the dwarves to move the airship diagonally over there. Below, 3 people with different appearances were hiding in the ruins, less than 100 meters away from the blue treasure chest. Seeing this airship that was so huge that it blocked out the sun for ordinary people, the 3 of them were shocked and quickly hid themselves. They prayed that the airship was just passing by and hoped it would leave here quickly. They swore that if they gave them some time, they would be able to open the blue treasure chest that obviously contained a large item. But to their disappointment, the airship floated straight down towards the blue treasure chest. Sister Chi, what should we do? Are there any Blue Star people up here? They're obviously here for the treasure chest. A man looked anxiously at the woman in the lead. Oh shit. The tall woman, named Sister Chi, cursed inwardly. It must be, otherwise how could the natives have seen the treasure chest? So what should we do? Keep hiding? Or sneak away? What are you talking about? Don't you see what this is? Are you just going to run away and die here? That makes sense. Isn't that how it used to be on TV? They knew it was dangerous, but still went, and it ended up being a horror movie. Stop the fucking babble. Get out of here. Sister Chi interrupted the chatter of the 2 idiots behind her and glanced at the treasure chest with an unwilling look on her face. Then he gritted his teeth and slowly retreated with his men. The knoll on the side of the ship sneered and stared at the 3 people who thought they were hiding well. Their pitiful hiding skills are only better than those of gravel cockroaches. Captain Dog has already grabbed the megaphone. If they don't leave, the main gun will have to be reloaded. The terror slowly descended and was about 100 meters away from the ground. The closer it was to the ground, the slower its speed. The 3 men had already retreated 200 or 300 meters. Based on their experience of surviving here for more than a month, the cannons on the airship would definitely not be able to hit them. It's not like they haven't encountered natives with cannons or muskets before, but their accuracy and range really can't compare to the weapons on Blue Star. After the initial surprise, they discovered that this thing had almost no accuracy beyond 100 meters. Damn it, I won't give up. Let's take out our weapons and shoot him, then we can run. The speed of that thing looks so clumsy, there's no way we can catch up. Sister Chi's face was ferocious. She raised her iron fist behind her back to her shoulder and pulled the trigger at the airbag of the airship. Chapter 73 Steam, Sand Headquarters, Treasure Chest. Boom. Chi-jia. Jie. Colbert curiously picked up the iron fist that had fallen to the side and examined it himself. This idea is also possible. An iron fist seemed to open the door to a new century for Colbert. How is it? Can it be done? This thing was very useful back then. If it were any other weapon, Gorkin might not even recognize it. But this thing, isn't it just Deju and Happy Stick? This thing is still very iconic, almost as famous as the Locust Stick. It's just that one is positive fame and the other is negative fame. Hey, how many times have I told you to beat someone up first and then beat him up after you catch him? Why can't you change? You just pick him up and put in your mouth. The shit and urine haven't even been cleaned up yet. How can it taste good if you put it in your mouth? Gorkin cursed as he was holding a survivor and preparing to put him in his mouth. A doo-doo. He rolled his eyes angrily. You can put it directly in your mouth, but you have to make it a ritual. With a pout, Nu could only beat him up cautiously, fearing that he would be beaten into pieces. After carefully looking at the structure of the Iron Fist bazooka, Colbert nodded. No problem, Chief. The structure of this thing is relatively simple. The difficulty should be the small cannonball that hit the airship's airbag just now. However, this weapon can be used as a mortar to supplement the damage at close range. It should be quite effective for ordinary tribesmen. Having said that, Gorkin couldn't help but look at his flagship, the Terror, with heartache. Damn it. I was landing fine, but a rocket hit the airbag of my flagship. Who did I offend? This time I landed without even any repelling artillery fire. If a large number of partitions had not been added to the interior of the airbag during its expansion, this iron fist would have punctured my newly produced flagship airbag. This is also what Colbert proposed. He expanded the original airbag in the form of cells. Even if a cell broke, the gas leakage inside would not cause damage to the airship airbag. Moreover, the airship's airbags were also reinforced. After all, it was currently the Chief's flagship war vehicle. If it was shot down so easily, Colbert's face darkened slightly, but it's just slapping me in the face. Captain Dog was also confused. No, are you sick? I killed someone yesterday, and I don't want to kill anyone today. I finally showed some mercy and decided to let it go after seeing your retreat. Not you guys. You fucking. The dog captain turned his back to Gorkin and Colbert, raised his hand, and slapped his own dog in the face. I let you act cool and pretend to be a good person. What's going on? Gorkin lowered his head in confusion. Captain Dog withdrew his hand, and the right side was a little swollen. It's okay, Master Chief. I just beat up an idiot. He learned the word idiot from the chief. Gorkin stared at his trembling right hand and swollen right cheek in silence. All right, be alert. Don't let those ignorant idiots bully my terror again. Gorkin waved his hand and walked towards the big blue treasure chest. Colbert was studying the iron fist, while the dog captain was alert with his ears perked up, his anger increasing. As Gorkin expected, the big boxes did ship. Unstable multicast potion. Personal passive after drinking this. You gain this passive ability. The chance of triggering double casting is 40, triple casting is 30, and quadruple casting is 20, Goblin Alchemist. I won't tell anyone that drinking this will burn your stomach. Magrabai's Flag of Contempt, racial passive after planting the flag. Your tribe's fertility rate will increase by 10, and the growth rate of your cubs will increase by 10. Goblin's Big Boom. This is a giant cannon that can deal great damage to enemies, but it's even more likely to deal massive damage to you. A bottle of potion, a flag, and a cannon. Gorkin didn't even need to take them out. 3 things from small to large floated out and fell to the ground. The light faded, and Gorkin put away the potion and the flag. Big Bang is indeed big. The caliber of this gun is enough for a thin adult to fit into, and the barrel is 5 meters long. Gorkin's first reaction was that the main gun of the battleship had been removed. There were 2 equally ridiculously large shells next to it. It's a bit simple, without even a base, just a gun barrel with a loading port and a trigger rope at the back. Gorkin blinked. Big Bang? How big? He wanted to give it a try, but seeing the obvious goblin style, he didn't dare. Anger! Gorkin shouted. Oh! He looked over angrily with blood all over his face. Let me show you something good. Gorkin grabbed a shell and loaded it, then placed the barrel in the crevice of the ruins and pointed it towards the distance. He ran over with a rumbling sound. What? Look at this cannon. I've already made it. Just point the barrel where you want to hit, then pull this rope, and the place you want to hit will be blown up. How about that? Real men should play with cannons, not hold that water gun all day. A-doo-doo. His mouth was wide open, and you could see bits of meat on it. He pointed at the big boom-boom, then at himself, and looked at Gorkin with a questioning and somewhat incredulous look. Gorkin nodded heavily, pounded his chest with his fist, and pointed at Nu. Nu nodded solemnly and pounded his chest. Then he walked up to the Hong Hong with a serious expression, picked up the Hong Hong, and stepped on the hairline. Boom! A deafening roar accompanied by a huge flame spewed out from the muzzle of the big boom cannon, and huge smoke and shock rose from a ruin in the distance. Roar! He gritted his teeth angrily, holding the big bomb tightly with a ferocious look on his face. The recoil on his body plowed deep marks on the Gobi Desert sand. The area where his skin was in contact with the Hong Hong was constantly flashing with ochre-colored energy. After his body stopped, he was excited and ready. Just as Gorgon was about to speak, he heard another cannon shot. Although it was much quieter than the previous sound, it was indeed loud. Gorgon glanced at the only remaining shell nearby and seemed to feel that it was no longer necessary. Anuga thought that it would work just like this, and it would work. This is outrageous. Gorkin's eyes turned red with envy. What amazing ability this is. Why can fools use it, but I can't? Gorkin sighed and once again felt the world's deep malice towards him. Chapter 74, Doug Lonchi. I say, how long do you plan to stay in there? After the gun test, Gorkin turned to look at the big treasure chest. The big treasure chest was silent. Gorkin grinned. If you don't come out, I'll stick the barrel of the gun in, right? No. A voice that was a little deeper than the shrill voice of an ordinary goblin sounded. A chain hammer was thrown out. Don't do it. I have no weapons left. I'm coming out. Then a figure turned into a ball of light and floated out. After landing, it turned into a monster not much different in size from an orc. Bug. Gorkin was a little surprised. It's no wonder that Gorkin was surprised, as this thing is rare around here. The bear goblin is the strongest, most powerful, and most capable of fighting among the goblins. Their size is similar to that of orcs, about 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, and the difference between them and ordinary goblins is not just in height. Bugbear. They have bare faces, muscular bodies, and very sharp claws. If they're in the wild, then the bugbears are the rulers among the wild goblins. But the goblin cousins from the major consortiums look down on these bear goblins. No, they look down on everyone except gold coins. Unlike the plutocratic goblins who sit in the city every day, the bugbears are evil, greedy, and stupid. Gorkin looked at the bear goblin and thought to himself, this guy should be the crisis in the treasure chest. In other words, the Hot Sands group was destroyed. Otherwise, even if humans could sneak in, they would be eaten by this guy after opening the treasure chest. As an outlier among the goblin species, the bear goblin cannot be killed with a single iron fist. Although they look big and bulky, they are very agile. As for defense, there is no need to explain it. Thick skin and strong flesh are traditional skills in the endless desert, not to mention that the bear goblins will not stand there and let you attack them. He did have the ability to be a treasure chest monster, but he didn't expect that the one who opened the treasure chest was an ogre chieftain. Not to mention the chief, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary ogre. Well, I'll give you 3 choices. The merciful Chief Gorkin spoke and pronounced the guy's fate. First, if you choose to resist to the end, then you will be our lunch. Second, you choose to surrender and kneel at my feet. The third one, if you refuse to obey, you'll be beaten and then kneel at my feet. Choose. As soon as Gorkin finished speaking, Nu next to him looked at the bear goblin with excitement, holding the big boom in his hands and eager to try. That's right, Nu, who was easily bored with the old and easily loved the new, abandoned the 3-barrel machine gun that had been with him for a while, fell in love with the Da Hong Hong, and even gave up his mace. What other choice does the bugbear have? Meeting an ogre chief who could give him 3 choices was the luck he earned from saving the goblins in his previous life. How could he have any other choice? As an ogre, he was already giving me enough face by not choosing to start the meal on the spot. If I didn't continue, There will be an extra pile of not-so-clean excrement here tomorrow. The airship took off and began its return journey. The bugbear was looking around like a fool on the deck. Master Chief, this guy doesn't look very smart. What do we need this thing for? The dog captain beeped softly in front of Gorkin. Gorkin turned over in his shed, speaking in a lazy tone. Those goblins in the tribe need someone to take care of them. This guy looks good. If he performs well, I might consider him. By the way, you've been behaving pretty well lately, so I'll give you a formal name so you don't have to be called Captain Dog every day. The gnoll was ecstatic and dropped to his knees with a plop, his tail wagging wildly. Well, let's call him Doug. Doug Longchi, what do you think? Doug kowtowed 3 times in a row. Doug will always remember the great kindness of the chief. Doug will always be your most loyal watchdog. At the same time, Doug was ecstatic. This is not just a simple name. The most important thing is that the chief gave him the surname Longchi. I'm the first member of the tribe to be given the Longchi surname despite being an outsider. After some thought, I decided to cancel Nuya's Longchi surname. After all, this guy hasn't done anything yet. I'll change in the front. Karen, you are smart and capable. So what if you were the lord of the city? Aren't you still just Karen, not Karen Longchi? Gain this and lose that. Who can tell the difference? Under Kalber's leadership, the dwarves are now on the right track. The number of dwarves who receive the Mark of Stone will definitely increase in the future, but those goblins. Gorkin said coldly with his eyes closed. Those goblins are different. I'm not a gold coin. It seems I won't get their loyalty. Chief, the morals of the goblins have long been known throughout the desert, and this is to be expected. Doug said humbly, what you said makes sense, but this isn't Dragon's Rest. I understand that in Dragon's Rest, the chief's reason is the only reason. Doug was very smart and immediately understood the meaning of Gorkin's words. Since the goblins have made considerable contributions to the transformation of the terror, I'll give them a chance. I'll let the bugbears compete with the steel coins then. Gorkin's tone was cold. When the time comes, whoever possesses the stone mark first will be the leader. If neither of them, I don't necessarily need goblin technology. The dwarves' craftsmanship is said to be pretty good too. Doug bowed his head in humility. The chief was still too kind and gave them another chance. But this is their only chance. If they fail to catch him, they might even lose their qualification to be slaves. The chief giving a chance is both a good thing and a bad thing. If the chief doesn't mention this matter, you can get away with it. For example, those in the customs museum. If the chief gives the opportunity, then there are only 2 ways to go. Either seize the opportunity and take off, or miss the opportunity and die. Doug was confused. He didn't understand it in his heart. Is it so difficult to offer absolute loyalty to such a powerful chief who is willing to give outsiders a chance? The airship rumbled through the air and arrived at the 3rd city of Longchi Hot Sand in 2 days. Gorkin thought the name was too tongue-twisting and decided to take this opportunity to change it. Honey stood outside the shed, her eyes serious. So I said we should have shot it down before, right? Let's see what it wants to do first. And don't you think the colorful paintings on it look familiar? So, yes, it looks familiar. It looks like a target for pyroblast, right? Okay, I get it, just shut up. As the airship began to descend, Honey finally saw the entire airship and the angry fool who was leaning over the side of the ship and looking down. Right? I'm calm and composed now. Where's your pyroblast? Left. Right? Come on, aren't you stubborn? Come on, knock your son down, come on. Left. Chapter 75, Mother Honey. Haha, Mom. What do you think of my new big airship? After getting off the terror, Gorkin looked at Honey, who was walking towards him with a boastful expression on his face. Honey's left head. How many pyrotechnic explosions can you withstand? Honey's right head said, you are really not afraid of death. Do you know that this idiot next to you has tried to shoot down your so-called terror several times? Gorkin was shocked and asked, why are you hitting me? Honey's left head. Can you allow a random airship you don't know to fly in the sky? Honey's right head said, next time you have any problems, you'd better tell me in advance. If I hadn't felt so bad and didn't do anything, you would have died from a fall from 1,000 meters. Gorkin shrank his neck, felt scared, and then was shocked. No, Mom, I was 1,000 meters in the air. How could your pyroblast spell reach me? Honey's left head. Nonsense, that's a problem? Honey's right head. Let me tell you this, as long as I can see it, I can hit it. Gorkin was silent. Are all ogre mages so awesome? Then Gorkin waved behind him. Doug immediately stepped forward, holding a potion respectfully in his hand. Mom, this is an alchemy potion I found at the Hot Sand headquarters. Drinking it grants a passive spell. I brought it here especially for you. Honey's left head shook. I don't need it. You drink it. Honey's right head nodded. You keep it. Although you are the chief, your strength is too weak. And you seem to have lost weight recently. Gorkin's eyelids jumped. Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but please don't say anything. I've already drunk one, and it's no use drinking again. Doug behind him also sighed inwardly. It feels so good to have a mother. I have gained weight, but in my mother's eyes, I have become thinner. Since Gorkin said so, Honey didn't refuse. Ogres don't have such a big deal. Zwa, you come or I come. Right? Come on. What if it doesn't taste good? Zwado directly picked up the seemingly insignificant potion and threw it into his bloody mouth. He chewed it twice and swallowed it all, including the glass shards. Doug swallowed hard when he saw this. The left side of the head is smacking its lips. Then he patted his belly and said, Why is it still burning? He felt the right side of his head for a moment and said, That's all. It's probably just a side effect. I'll just have to go back and jump. Goblin Alchemist. Okay. Gorkin, what is this effect? Gorkin's mind raced, and he said without blinking, To trigger the effect of this potion, you have to cast a spell with a staff. When using a staff, every skill becomes a multicast. Double cast trigger chance is 100, triple cast trigger chance is 50, quadruple cast trigger chance is 30. If weapons aren't used, the effect will be reduced. It will become a 40 chance for a double cast to trigger, a 30 chance for a triple cast to trigger, and a 20 chance for a quadruple cast to trigger. Gorkin spoke without hesitation, but he didn't exaggerate. His mother was not an ordinary ogre, and her IQ was also very high. If he spoke too much, it would reveal her flaws. This is a potion made by a very powerful goblin alchemist. If an ordinary human drank it, their stomach would be burned to ashes on the spot. I thought this was specially prepared for powerful ogre mages like you, Mom. Honey's left head laughed. Ha! You're right. Honey's right head smiled and nodded. Thank you for your kindness. Gorkin's face was full of excitement. Mom, give a try and see how it works. Honey's 2 heads and 4 eyes began to look for the target with great interest, and then looked at the anger behind Gorkin, staring with big eyes. He quickly hid behind Gorkin while holding Da Hong Hong. Honey's left head. Waste. I dare not be angry nor speak out. Looking at the other foreigners, every one of them was almost like they had shoved their heads into their chests. Doug is the one with the best vision. He trotted over to a pile of hot sand, building ruins awaiting disposal. You could try it here. I've checked, and there are no other tribe members here. Doug waved his hands, and when he saw Honey's gaze turn towards him, he rolled away. Honey was holding her big bone hammer and raising her hand to perform her best fire explosion. No, now, it's double chi ding and 4 flame explosions. Presence of mind plus pyroblast triggers double casting. Although it is only the most basic and highest probability double casting, both spells trigger this effect. Each pyroblast under the calmness buff becomes 2 shots. 4 huge fire explosions hit the pile of building ruins before Honey could even react. Explosion. For consecutive violent explosions blew up a small mushroom cloud on the ruins. Honey's 2 heads opened their mouths wide. Is that okay? Ha! Gorkin let out a satisfied and arrogant laugh. With my mother here, I can go from walking sideways to walking sideways without restraint. Okay. Now I can lie down properly. My mother is the 2-headed ogre wizard Honey. Why am I still struggling? Captain Dog was closest and felt the most strongly, so he crawled back. He stood beside Kalber, who also had his eyes wide open with a playful look on his face. Well, I told you to offer your damn loyalty to the chief as soon as possible. If the chief's mother had this trick when she attacked you, not only would your rotten city gate, but the entire city wall would have collapsed. Kalber was speechless and stared blankly at the gradually subsiding mushroom cloud of fire. You are right. Captain Dog. Who are you calling Captain Dog? Doug immediately turned hostile. The great chief has given me a full name. I am now Doug Longchi. I am the first foreigner to bear the surname Longchi. Kalber was shocked again. He looked at the werewolf with envy, who was not only a flatterer, but also a little clever. That's great. You're right. In the eyes of the chief, absolute loyalty is more important than anything else. Doug, I'm indeed not as good as you, and I do need to thank you. Dogface guy is talking about this kid, Doug. He raised his head proudly and looked at Kalber with his chin. Look, the sooner you pledge your loyalty to the chief, the more benefits you'll receive. You're quite lucky, old dwarf. Let me tell you a secret. Doug stealthily put his mouth close to Culber's ear and whispered. The chief is now somewhat dissatisfied with the goblins who have not yet pledged their loyalty to him. Since we both possess the Mark of Rock, I'll give you a suggestion. Culber said solemnly. What's the idea? You're the first dwarf to pledge allegiance to the chief. Your status among the dwarves is undeniable. However, if you want to advance further, it's not about making great achievements, but about making all the dwarves under you pledge allegiance to the chief. Do you understand? Chapter 76. Renamed Demonic Roar. Culber was a little confused and blinked. I don't understand. Please explain it more clearly. My brain is slow. Tisk. Doug smacked his lips in disgust. You said it yourself. The chief values loyalty above all else. If you let all those dwarfs pledge their loyalty to the chief, do you think the chief would be happy? Maybe if you get happy, you old dwarf will become the second foreigner to bear the surname Lungshi. Culber corrected him. Those are members of the fourth tier of the Dragon's Roost tribe. They're not dwarves, they're dwarves. Doug waved his hand dismissively. Come on, I only recognize those who possess the Mark of Rock. Take you, for example. I recognize you now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be grumbling to you so much. Without the Mark of the Rock, you're no different from stinking dog shit in my opinion. Don't argue with me. You are first and foremost a member of the Dragon's Roost tribe, a loyal dog to the chieftain, and only secondarily a dwarf. You should be aware of this. If the stone mark can appear, I believe it can also disappear. Take care of yourself. After Doug finished speaking, he patted Culber's shoulder, wagged his tail, and ran to Gorkin's feet with a flattering smile. Culber was shocked. He had to admit defeat to this hyena. In the tribe, this gnoll shows off his power to outsiders every day, and only the chief and his ogre tribe are worthy of his servility. He looked down on any member who was not branded. But he is also the only member who can almost go to the chief's feet and flatter him anytime and anywhere. Whether there is something to do or not, he would squat at the chief's feet, wagging his big tail. No one else, not even Karen, is qualified. After all, who would refuse a little gray boy who is absolutely loyal to you, speaks sweetly, and wags his tail? Just think of it as raising a dog. The most important thing is that so far, Doug has not shown any other ambitions or purposes except wanting to get the identity of the captain of the werewolves at the beginning. This is different from Karen. This is also one of the reasons why Gorkin can tolerate Doug's casualness. Honey ran out to test the passive function of multicasting as if she had obtained a new toy. Only then did Gorkin have time to look at the former third city of Hot Sand. Just looking at the architectural style here, you can tell that all the buildings here were designed under the command of Angry Fong. A strong work style. Everywhere you look, there are rough, thorn wooden houses, and they are arranged in no particular order, looking messy. The goblin smelting furnace has been repaired and is now producing iron with billowing smoke. Chief, Fury Fong is here. Do you want to see him? Doug, who was squatting at Gorkin's feet, looked at Angry Fong, who was standing in the distance and didn't dare to come over. Let him come over. Gorkin looked behind him, snatched away Da Hong Hong, who was being held as a treasure, and laid him on the ground. Then he sat down on it with a big paw. Angry, shocked, wronged, and helpless, he sat down next to Gorkin in a huff. Gorkin moved aside to make some room for Nu. Nu was immediately happy and sat with Gorkin with a smile. Gorkin curled his lips. Forget it. Just spoil your own silly brother yourself. Fury Fong, the massive orc, strode over. Two ogres are sitting on a thick gun barrel with their swords in their arms, and a werewolf is squatting at their feet. The painting style is very nice and desert-like. Wrath Fong sends his regards to the mighty chieftain. May the mighty chieftain's glory live forever. Nuya tapped his forehead, then pounded his chest twice, showing the highest courtesy of an orc. Please explain your situation here. I'm not in the mood to ask you one by one. Gorkin yawned. Running a business is worse than sleeping while getting a massage. Chief, the Dragon's Rest Oasis, third steam sand oasis, is now basically back on track. The only remaining smelting furnace of the steam sand goblins is currently operating well. We estimate that the first shipment of iron materials will be delivered to the Dragon's Rest Oasis in 10 days. During this time, 2 waves of exiled races attempted to occupy this place, but we drove them away. We lost dozens of members. With your mother's help, we wiped out all the invading enemies and dried them into jerky for food storage. Very good, but the phrase Dragon's Nest Hot Sand Third Oasis is too long and too difficult to pronounce. I don't like it. Go back and think about it. and come up with a suggestion. Those iron materials must be transported to Longqi as soon as possible. I will need them. Also, you should select some members you trust and give them weapons. How can you fight with bare hands? Also, I have to say that the house you built is too messy. It gives me a headache just looking at it. Wouldn't it be better to make it a little tidier? If you don't know what order is, weren't there 2 humans in strange costumes still alive? You can ask them for help, but only to make this place tidy. Don't give them any other rights. Nuya was startled. Chief, is there something wrong with them? Do you want to? Nuya made a smashing gesture. No. I'm still surprised they're willing to stay. They're fine, but the people from that place sometimes have problems. Forget it, just do as I say. Gorkin seemed to be sighing about something. After always hanging out with the foolish fellows in his tribe, he really felt that this simple-minded yet powerful race was quite good. So what if I'm hideous and ugly? In this world of countless races, who cares about appearance? Aren't strength and fists the hard truth? Nia nodded thoughtfully. Chief, I'll show you a neatly organized oasis tribe next time you come here. Good job. The goblins have pretty much destroyed everything here except this oasis. So for now, just focus on producing iron. Gorkin stood up and Nu followed suit. I'll have someone tell you the next plan later. Get to work. The next morning, Gorkin boarded the Terror and headed towards the giant sand city. The name of this oasis tribe was also finalized by Gorkin. Devil's Roar. Nuya thought of it, and Gorkin thought it sounded nice, so they just did it. The Terror took off and flew away under the watchful eyes of all the members of the Howling Tribe and Maw. Nuya has been performing well since arriving here. Although he is an orc, he has become less manic and more stable after being a slave, so Honey has never interfered with his management. After the Terror left, Honey returned to her shed. Nuya looked at Honey's bloated and huge body and couldn't help but sigh. The 2-headed ogre mage, who was already so strong that he had almost no weaknesses, now had an additional passive spell of multicasting. At his current level, he could neither see nor guess the upper limit of the chief's mother. Demonic roar. Demonic roar. Angry Fong pressed the rumbling goblin smelting furnace that was emitting black smoke and slowly clenched his huge fist. Let this be the first tribe from which the dragon-dwelling ogres roar forth their fury. Go, make the Longqi tribal flag and place it in the center of the tribe. Nuya said to the members of the demonic roar tribe behind him. Chapter 77, The Old Dwarf Who Was Continuously Hit. When the Terror arrived at Giant Sand City, it also caused an uproar. All the weapons here were melted down, and Karen had seen the effects of those city defense cannons before. It is indeed good at close range, but if it is a little further away, you can only rely on luck, not to mention hitting targets in the sky. The dwarves of Giant Sand City now have no weapons at all, and her only reliance now is the 3 ogres. Karen was very smart. The 3 ogres already had iron maces and large iron shields. She used the iron smelted in the dwarf furnace to command the dwarves to make some armor for the 3 ogres. Although it is not as good as the full body armor of the ogre, it also protects the necessary parts. Combined with the stone mark, these 3 ogres are simply human-heavy tanks. Most importantly, she compressed the dwarves' daily food and supplied it to the 3 ogres. The ogre, who truly has no worries about food and clothing, has gained significant weight these days. The ogre's fat and weight represent his combat power. But when she saw the Terror that blocked out the sky, Karen regretted it. She felt that she should build a huge crossbow, which she would be able to control with the ogre's strength, and she would not be without the ability to take the initiative to attack the big guy coming from the sky. The difference between the modified Terror and the original airship was so huge that she didn't even think about it. All she could do was wake up the 3 sleeping ogres and prepare for battle. She swore that if the other party dared to land, she would let him know the horror of the heavy-armored ogre. As the Terror descended, the succubus's expression became increasingly strange. The bow of the pod, if I'm not mistaken, it's made after the ogre. The only one who has the ability to achieve this and reach this point is the chief she has been thinking about. Just as Karen expected, when Gorkin walked down the large escalator lowered from the pod, Karen's eyes seemed to be about to be drawn. His eyes were glued to Gorkin. This is also the tradition in this desert. A serious desert native female is either strong herself, like Honey, or submits to the strong, like Karen. As a succubus among demons, she didn't care about Gorkin's race, his hideous appearance, and bloated body. What she cared about in loyalty was Gorkin's strength. She is willing to give everything for this. Compared with the Howling Demon tribe, The giant sand city gave Gorkin a very good feeling. Not bad, Karen. I didn't realize you were so capable. Walking in the giant sand city, even Gorkin, with his discerning eyes, had to give it praise. Following Gorkin were Karen, Doug, and Kalber. As a former leader of Giant Sand City, Kalber has completely let go of the past, especially after being repeatedly educated by Doug, the gnoll who was given the surname Dragon's Roost. He now even admired Doug from the bottom of his heart. A third-rate race that was only slightly stronger than the wild goblins in the desert could actually achieve such a level. He was even reflecting, if his roles and races were swapped with Doug, could he achieve the same level as Doug? The answer is no. Doug, the gnoll, is more suitable for the desert than himself. If he was not the son of the previous giant sand chief, if he had not realized that God had descended to earth, he would definitely not have lived a better life than this werewolf. Today, most of the redundant houses and buildings in Jusha City have been demolished, and the living area and working area are separated by a wide avenue. The city gates were widened and even raised. At least Gorkin could walk in with his head held high. The sound of clanging continued to echo in the work area, and the dwarves who stayed here were working. It has been proven that well-organized work with clear division of labor does improve productivity. Even the old dwarf Kalber had to admit that under Karen's governance, the production of Giant Sand City was impeccable. At least better than him. He was too racist before and too soft on his own people. Karen, on the other hand, has strict institutionalized management, where everything is based on systems and production. After being hit by Doug, the werewolf, Kalber was hit again by Karen, the succubus. Why do I always feel like am the most useless of the foreigners who have obtained the stone mark? Kalber fell into deep self-doubt. What did you do before? How come you even know this? Kalber, who was following behind, couldn't help but ask. I don't understand. Karen smiled, looking charming. I've been the tribe for so long, I naturally know that the chief actually likes orderliness. I'm just trying to make the city develop in an orderly manner, both in terms of production and layout. That way, when the chief comes, he'll be more comfortable and satisfied with the city. Kalber, there's no need for any tricks. If you're dedicated to the chief, you'll naturally do it. Kalber felt like he was hit again. These two guys are so strong. The old dwarf was convinced, completely convinced. Doug gave Karen a thumbs up and whispered, Kaylin, I have to say you are amazing. Even an ordinary Doug Longchi like me has to admire you. A warlock with 3 skills. Doug spoke, praising but actually serving as a green tea. Gorkin walked in front, looking at the giant sand city with great interest, and did not notice the conversation between the 3 owners of the rock mark behind him. Karen was stunned. Aren't you the captain of those puppies? Doug bared his teeth proudly. Captain Dog? No, that's all in the past. I have a new name now, Doug Longchi. The greatest honor bestowed upon me by the chief. Of course, I can't compare to you, a succubus and the lord of Giant Sand City. I'm just the chief's puppy. Doug's words were meant to belittle himself, but in reality, he was showing off. No! Karen was stunned. She grabbed Doug's tail and said no. Why do you say that? Doug didn't get angry either. He played dumb and said why. Karen gritted her teeth and said, What have you done? How great have your contributions been? Why did you receive the name CI and the surname Longchi? Doug blinked and grinned, looking particularly obscene. Look at you. You're the lord of a city. Why are you arguing with me, a watchdog? You're in charge of so many people, and I only have a few puppies. Don't try that, Karen said viciously. Then she turned to the old dwarf who was watching the show and asked, Tell me, did this silly dog accomplish anything great? Kalber didn't expect that he could be dragged into this, and subconsciously said, No, it has always been like this. Karen, no. Then you? I'm so fucking mentally broken. Chapter 78. Plan to connect the 3 oases. Karen, who had originally looked much better and more charming and complacent after becoming the city lord, wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. She seemed to have had her vitality sucked away by a soul-devouring demon, and her entire body exuded waves of resentment. Even the old dwarf Kalber felt uncomfortable next to her and hurried away with his short legs. Doug smiled obscenely, bared his sharp fangs, and patted Karen's shoulder. If you want to show your abilities, you have to leave the chief. There's nothing you can do about it. Relax, it's just a Longchi surname, and you're the first female to carry a chief. Come on. Karen's eyelids jumped, and she was about to slap Doug's dog face with the dark purple energy in her hand, but Doug dodged it. The werewolf caught up with Gorkin and followed him with his tail swishing, and the expression on his face when he turned around almost pissed Karen off to death. Karen crushed the dark purple energy in her hand and was so angry that her teeth were itching. Doug was refreshed. Let you show off to me at that time. Should. After a brief tour of the giant sand city, Gorkin couldn't come up with any good suggestions. There wasn't anything particularly outstanding about Karen's work, but there weren't any problems either. Production was indeed much better than when Kalber was in charge. Otherwise, a city of nearly 10,000 people would only have half of its available population left after excluding young and old dwarves. After operating for so many years, there's only one steam tank and airship. In Karen's opinion, this output is a waste of so many dwarven people and craftsmen. Gorkin stood on the widened city wall and looked at the orderly giant sand city, with the stone brand trio standing behind him. He was also very curious about this. Kalber was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Chief, having fewer oases is beneficial, and having more oases is also beneficial. The same goes for population, especially for a race like us dwarves who have such strong racial values. Although I was the leader of Giant Sand City, the rules here haven't changed for a long time. Many of the smaller leaders below me have their own forces. Even though the population is less than 10,000, it's divided into several small groups. This large population, coupled with the lack of major wars for a long time, has prevented many of my policies from being successfully implemented. Is there? Karen was suspicious. Why don't I feel anything? Doug spread his hands. Before, they had the incompetent old man Kolber as their superior. Now, they have the wise and powerful chief as their superior. Moreover, the hierarchy in our Dragon Rest is also very clear. They are all slaves of the 4th level. How could they still have the idea of forming a small force? Are you really thinking that you can't die quickly enough? Kalber nodded for the first time. Yes, Doug is right, and this previous battle has completely awakened those of us who are complacent. The most important thing is that breaking a rule is impossible without bloodshed. I think our group of dwarves will survive better under the leadership of the chief. Karen's lips curled up into a charming smile. Isn't this the tradition of this desert? Standing still and refusing to make progress will only lead to destruction. Kalber, your defeat was not unjust. Even without us, Dragon Rest, there would be other, more powerful races who would have crushed you into dust. Kalber nodded. That's right. Doug said it before. There are very few cities that don't have a massacre after they are captured. The chief is truly, for an ogre, he is truly a remarkable chief. At the chief's command, all the forces that had entered the city stopped killing. Whether it was the ogres or the slave army, they were all furious with killing. Doug wagged his tail proudly. I told you, the chief always keeps his word. Gorkin snorted. You three are flattering me, and I feel really good about it. Doug and Karen smiled at each other. Kolber felt a little uncomfortable, but he also felt that this was a small progress for him. I told you before that we had to find a way to connect these 3 oases. Now that Dragon's Rest, Giant Sand, and Demon's Roar are all on track. Do you have any good ideas? Kalber probed. How about making a large transport crawler? Karen suggested. How about building a rail car? This is exactly the method she used in Giant Sand City, and it has greatly improved her efficiency. Doug raised his hand. I think it's still the airship. Who would walk on the ground when they can go in the sky? Kalber immediately objected. The advantage of an airship is its ability to stay in the air for a long time, but the cost of building one is still very high. Doug snorted coldly. That's still bigger than your large transport truck, right? How big can it be? How many steam engines are you going to use? How much water does it consume every day? Karen immediately agreed. That's right. Each car will need a dedicated driver, and that requires quite a few people. My rail car is better. Only one driver is needed to haul several cars. Doug, your plan is even more unrealistic. I've seen the rail car you built. Have you ever thought about how long the track would be? How much iron would be needed to connect the 3 oases? It's outrageous. Karen was unconvinced. That's better than your airship plan, right? I heard the Terror consumed quite a bit of materials. As the main person in charge of the transformation of the Terror, Kalber also expressed his agreement with Karen's words. Doug chuckled, appearing confident. The Terror was renovated to serve as the chief's flagship. Its quality, firepower, and protection needed to be top-notch, so naturally, the cost was high. If we were simply building an airship to transport cargo and ordinary passengers, we wouldn't need this much material, right? Kalber nodded thoughtfully. Even Gorkin was intrigued. Tell me more. As soon as Gorkin got involved, Doug immediately became excited. Okay, Master Chief. Ahem. Doug gently scratched the small leather armor on his body, coughed twice in a pretentious manner, and straightened his posture. If you have to fart, let it out. Gorkin frowned. Hey. Doug immediately nodded and smiled flatteringly. Let's take the chieftain's terror as an example. Among other things, the terror's gondola needs a lot of iron to carry the chieftain and the ogre lords. But if it were an ordinary transport airship, that wouldn't be necessary. For the pod, we can use iron for the keel and the bottom nacelle brackets, and the rest can be made of the main pole, made of desert thorns. If you want to load cargo, you only need one cargo hold and one steam engine. The rest of the space can be left empty to maximize cargo capacity. As for the airbag, the Terror has a protective layer, so the transport airship can skip that part. 2 layers of cloth and fur are more than enough. We can make it slightly larger when the time comes to transport more cargo. Chapter 79 Airship Plan. What if we run into danger? There are flying monsters in the desert. Karen questioned, without any protection at all, if danger strikes, the airbags in that airship you mentioned will surely burst. Too small. Doug gestured with his fingers. Since he made this statement, he must have a thorough plan. Otherwise, given Doug's cautious personality, he would never have spoken rashly. Doug is much more cautious than Karen. Karen likes to gamble, Doug doesn't. He had accompanied Karen in a gamble before, and was terrified when he saw that Karen was almost killed. If it weren't for the chief's request this time, he would never have spoken. Why do you have such a small vision? You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Karen rolled her eyes. That enchanting figure would be even better with a whip. Gorkin and his brother were both tempted, but their mother was away, and the giant sand city was still relying on Karen, so they couldn't act rashly. I think what everyone said just now went in one ear and out the other, right? Doug, instead, educates Karen. I told you that if you stand still, you'll get beaten, but you didn't listen at all. Our Longchi tribe is also making progress now, and we must make progress too. We need to make the transport airship bigger to carry more cargo, but we also need to make a dedicated combat airship. At all times, a strong fist is the foundation of our survival. We can't just ship our goods in the 3 oases of Dragon's Rest, Giant Sand, and Demon's Roar. We also need to go out and exchange supplies with other oases. If we don't have our own armed forces to protect us, then wouldn't that just be giving warmth to others? The transport airship saves on supplies, so let's make the combat airship smaller. Small, but we must focus all our resources on protection, firepower, and speed. A combat airship is solely responsible for combat. Compress the pods and airbags as much as possible. Aside from weapons, ammunition, and steam engines, nothing else is needed. If the volume is smaller, doesn't that also save on materials? Gorkin raised his eyebrows and looked at Doug in surprise. Your plan is quite interesting, you bastard. Anything else? Keep going. After getting Gorkin's affirmation, Doug looked at Karen and Kalber proudly. Karen was so angry that her teeth were itching. Kalber said, I'm just an engineer. You can do whatever you want. Master Chief, I think we need to set up a special armed force so that the rest of us can concentrate on production. Kalber raised his hand. That's what I did back then. I had 500 elite dwarf warriors responsible for combat, and 1,000 militiamen who were half combat and half production. Doug nodded. Yes, that's the only redeeming quality you have besides your craftsmanship. Koba, our tribe is different. We have people from all races. We can definitely form a well-balanced combat team when the time comes. Of course, the main force of the airship still needs you dwarves. Doug pointed at Kalber. I told you before, you have to quickly increase the number of your dwarves who obtain the stone mark. Otherwise, who would trust them with the airship? Kalber nodded seriously, taking Doug's words to heart. But once your plan is implemented, the cycle will be very long and the materials required will be extremely large. According to your plan, we need more than just airships. We also need large towers and transportation channels specifically for airships to dock. With so much cargo, we can't just carry it up one by one, right? Kalber had extensive expertise in this area and immediately offered his own supplements. You dwarves deserve it for destroying this city. Doug was also an expert at inserting a lung tube, and Kalber's face immediately turned dark. You know how to put the tracks under the tank, but you don't know how to take them out separately and send supplies to the airship's pod? Kalber's face was not completely black yet, but it immediately turned red when he heard this. He never thought. We have a tower in the dragon's nest, and giant sand originally had one as well. It's just that demon roar doesn't have one yet. We can build one when the time comes. It doesn't cost much. We have 3 oases producing iron at the same time now. Isn't that a huge output? Doug's eloquent speech and his dog-like face seemed so inconsistent. He began pacing back and forth, then continued to add to his plan. Our headquarters is in Longqi, so it's best to bring your gas production device to Longqi. Chief, I have a little suggestion. Please see. Gorkin scratched his chin, finding this bastard a little unbelievable. At the beginning, they just left the knoll to guard the door and store food. They wouldn't have opened an SSR, right? Is it an opinion or a suggestion? He looked at the knoll with interest. Just give me some suggestions. How dare I have any opinions? Doug rubbed his palms together and smiled obsequiously. Tell me about it. Gorkin motioned for him to continue. Hey, Chief, look, I think our Dragon's Nest tribe can also build another dwarven forge. Gorkin was a little confused. What do you mean? The slag from the dwarven smelting furnace can be compressed into bricks. We in the Dragon's Roost tribe can't always use thorns to build houses. At least you and the other ogre lords must build beautiful houses. Karen stared at Doug in amazement. You bastard, you stabbed me in the back. At the same time, she wanted to slap herself in the face. Karen, how come you didn't think of such a simple and practical way to please the chief? I am drifting. I am definitely drifting. Karen began to reflect on herself. Gorkin laughed heartily. Ha ha, interesting, quite interesting. Let's do it this way. You're such a jerk. You're full of crooked ideas. But I like it. Gorkin made no secret of his admiration for Doug, and Karen's eyes almost turned red with envy. The airship plan is also good. At least for now, I am very satisfied with the Terror. Karen's railcar plan is also good, but it is more suitable for production use. Doug is right. We can't rest on our laurels. We need to venture out. Railcars are too limited. We shouldn't be as unrestrained as the airship plan. Gorkin's words made Doug raise his chin proudly and look at Karen triumphantly. Karen pouted and lowered her head. Forget about Kalber's transport vehicle, but I need you to develop a more reasonable combat vehicle. Your previous steam tank was, if I may be frank, garbage. Let's do it this way. You guys work hard, and I'll just lie back and enjoy it. Gorkin laughed and went down the city wall. Chief, Karen gritted her teeth and chased after him. Chapter 80, Importation. Gorkin returned to Giant Sand City with a strange look on his face. He never expected that Karen would actually offer to try it. It could be seen that Karen was well prepared and had prepared a huge house in the city near the oasis. But it's just an outline. Most of the city's resources are used to transform the city and lay out production. There's nothing in this house. It's just a house. Gorkin just lay on the ground and looked at the succubus that came in. You are so brave. Have you forgotten the tragedy last time? Karen stretched out her long tongue to lick her lips, her eyes looking sticky as if they were about to be drawn. Gorkin felt that the other party was sick, but he had no evidence. I'm an ogre. For an ogre, calling something ugly is mostly a compliment to him. Hideous, ugly, and terrifying are the words that represent him. It would have been fine if it was the first one, but now he is willing to risk his life? And what's with this woman's eyes? Why does it look like the land that has been dry for many years is finally about to receive rain? Could this be a succubus? Do you really not care about race and appearance? Gorkin didn't know what to say for a moment and felt very confused. Karen's request was to be allowed to act on her own. She could do it on her own. Okay. Loading. Karen began to clean up the scene. She felt she had found her own way to help the chief. But Gorkin still had that ruthless look on his face. He just said, not bad, and left. Karen had a charming smile on her lips. Although he is the lord of Jusha City, he is still the manager of the customs house. Although he does not have to receive guests, serving the chief is his first priority. Gorkin boarded the Terror and flew towards the Dragon Roost tribe. At the same time, there's a large amount of iron on the airship. This is only a part of it. Gorkin will arrange for a tracked vehicle to transport the rest after he returns. At the same time, the next task objectives were also formulated. Giant Sand City produces a large amount of iron and bricks and provides them to the Dragon Nest tribe. The value of the demonic roar is in refining iron. Although the damage caused to the sand by the goblin furnace is irreversible, it is undeniable that the goblin furnace has the highest output. Gorkin didn't think much of it. It may be possible to reduce the number of goblin furnaces and replace them with dwarven furnaces in the future, but it is not possible now. The Dragon Roost tribe needs iron. In this desert, the only thing as worthless as your life is the sand. Let's wait until Longqi's demand for iron is not so great. And Longqi is about to enter into the intense large-scale construction again. A factory needs to be built that can at least produce airship pods. The towers for docking airships also need to be expanded and increased in number. Of course, this is just a task for the next period of time, and nothing can be achieved overnight. This is also the reason why Gorkin has not changed the tribe at all in 20 years. One is that they have no power, one is that no one cooperates, and one is that they have no materials. It's bullshit that can't be done. But surprises always appear when we least expect them. When the Terror docked at the Dragon's Nest tribe's airship watchtower, it saw an ogre waiting there eagerly. Gorkin walked down confused, followed by Nu, Doug, and Kalber. What's going on? Seeing the female ogre with eyes wide open and drooling, Gorkin was also stunned. A-doo-doo. The female ogre patted her bloated belly full of fat and pointed at her mouth expectantly. Ah! Gorkin looked at Nu blankly. He angrily clicked his own horn, and after a long while of grunting, he managed to squeeze out a word. Goob. I did it. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, patted her big belly, and then pointed her mouth. Nu understood. He really understood. Meal! The female ogre clapped her shoulders excitedly, making them clatter loudly. A-doo-doo. Gorkin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Ah, holy shit. You're pregnant? Gorkin looked at the flag of contempt of Maghrabi in his hand in shock. Is this a coincidence, or is this thing just that powerful? Gorkin thought it was a coincidence. Given the ogre's reproductive ability, it would take time for a cub to appear from nothing, and by the time she realized she was pregnant, it would have to be at least 2 months old. At that time, the most they had managed to capture was the third city of Hot Sands. All I can say is that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive in the right place. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, pointing at her gaping, bloody mouth. Gorkin then remembered that he had said that if anyone was pregnant, he would prepare a big meal for her. You want to eat something delicious, right? A-doo-doo. The female ogre nodded repeatedly, unable to stop drooling. No problem. I'm a man of my words. If anyone gets pregnant, I'll cook for them myself. Wait, I'm going to prepare something and make you a big meal tonight. Gorkin laughed. My tribe is finally going to add population. In the final analysis, no matter how intelligent or loyal the outsiders are, these foolish people are our roots. A-doo-doo. The female ogre nodded heavily and walked away without caring about her relatives. A-doo-doo. Nu stretched out his big head and showed a longing look in his eyes. You want to eat too? A-doo-doo. Mom, get out of the way. He walked away dejectedly with Da Hong Hong in his arms. Before he even entered the tribe, he began to show off his weapons to other ogres excitedly. The smug and proud look in those big eyes couldn't be hidden. The other ogres were envious, but they only saw how big Da Hong Hong was, but they didn't know how awesome Da Hong Hong was. Although I envy you, it's not much. A-doo-doo. Some ogres questioned the weapon's purpose. Oh, he was so angry that he picked up Da Hong Hong on the spot, got into position, and stepped hard on the hair rope with his foot. Boom! The deafening sound of artillery and the explosion filled the sky with smoke and dust startled the entire Longqi tribe. Anger. Gorkin was so angry that his eyes turned red and his 2 upward fangs were trembling. He grabbed his mace. You, I'm going to fuck you. Die for me. Chapter 81 Feast. The dwarves began to clean up the messy chief's hut. Karlov and his 2 orc workers stood in the distance in amazement and despair, looking at the house that the 3 of them had spent a long time building, which was also the largest house in the tribe. Even several other ogre sheds around were affected. After working hard for half a month, this is a one-shot thing? Nu, with a bruised face and nose, squatted aside with a well-behaved look on his face. He didn't even dare to wipe the blood from his nose. The big gun that he treasured was stuck in the sand beside him like garbage thrown away by Gorkin. He didn't dare pick it up. Gorkin was almost mad with anger. My spring water tank. My spring water tank that produces half a ton of water a day. My enchanting workbench. The enchanting workbench I placed at the door. Gorkin roared, and the surrounding ogres and other members were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. My house and my mother's house were all blown up by you. Rage. If you really want to die, I'll use the terror to send you to the demon's roar to meet my mother right now. The angry one shook his head repeatedly, and the wise one's eyes were full of obedience. Chief. Doug raised his hand cautiously. Speak. Gorkin was irritable and surly. The spring water tank should be fine. Before you left, you instructed that Sumai from the planting area lead the dwarves to empty the water from the spring tank into the oasis every day. At this time, they probably haven't put the spring water tank back yet. Call. After hearing this, Gorkin was able to suppress the anger in his heart. You guys. Gorkin pointed at Nu and the ogres sternly and fiercely. From now on, if anyone attacks me in this tribe again, I will make sure he never has a meal again. The ogres also knew that the chief was really angry this time, and that not being allowed to eat was too severe a punishment, so they nodded repeatedly. I'm only saying this once. If any of you offend me again. Gorkin slammed the battering ram-like mace onto the ground, creating a large sand pit. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Gorkin fiercely kicked Nu again and walked towards the ruins of his house. The enchanting workbench that had only been used a few times and the house that he had just completed were all turned into rubbish. Gorkin's face was full of gloom. After confirming that there was no room for rescue, Gorkin could only walk towards the terror. There are more waiters in the customs hall now, so it seems a bit crowded to go in and take a rest. It is better to go to your own flagship. When passing by those ogres, he saw the female ogre who was looking at him with pitiful yet expectant eyes. Gorkin sighed. At least there is an extra quasi-population, which is not entirely a bad thing. Don't worry, you'll have a feast tonight. I keep my word, especially when it comes to food. The female ogre was smiling happily, but when she saw the dark face of her chief, she quickly restrained herself. Gorkin was too lazy to deal with these fools from his tribe, so he stopped Kalber and told him his arrangements and needs. Kalber was also frightened by Gorkin's furious behavior just now. He rolled and crawled a little exaggeratedly and quickly arranged what Gorkin asked for with his buttocks clamped. Gorkin, on the other hand, closed his eyes and rested in his own shed on the terror, trying to calm himself down. It was afternoon, and the sun was about to disappear. Master Gorkin appeared. The dwarves, skilled in forging, had already prepared what Gorkin needed. The bricks brought from a giant sand city were combined with the soil from the oasis to make a stove that was huge for a dwarf, but just right for an ogre. And it's a double-burner stove with a bellows. The tall countertop made of pure iron is wide and large enough for Gorkin to prepare ingredients. Other cooking utensils made of pure iron are also neatly placed on it. All are made to the size of an ogre. The other ogres had already been standing by with eager eyes. Although there was nothing there, it did not hinder their imagination at all. Gorkin proudly walked past the group of foodies and prepared all the materials he had been trading for during this period. Before, he was proud because he was a chief, but now he is proud because he is the head chef. The jackals brought over the raw ingredients. This is a burning wild boar that has been gutted and bled dry. Even the blood was not wasted by Gorkin, who collected it in a large basin. These hundreds of dwarf craftsmen did nothing all afternoon this day. They were all making various cooking utensils for Chef Go. The main body of the wild boar was placed on Gorkin's operating table, with a basin of internal organs and a basin of blood next to it. Scoop out clean water from the water tank, sprinkle salt on it, pour the pig's blood in, and set it aside. He skillfully removed all 4 hooves of the wild boar, then cut off the huge pig's head and put it aside. Soak all these things in water. Although there are differences between the wild boars here and the pigs on Blue Star, they are generally similar. Gorkin couldn't tell the front, back, tenderloin, pork belly, etc. of the pig, so he could only roughly dissect the wild boar. When all the materials were prepared, Gorkin washed his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. After 20 years, I finally picked up the knife and spoon again. Pick out the part that looks like tenderloin, cut it into small pieces, and if there is no wine, you can only sprinkle salt on it and marinate it, and keep adding water and stirring to absorb the moisture into the meat. I put in an egg of an unknown creature that the gnolls had dug up in the oasis and continued to mix it evenly. Simply prepare a paste with water, flour, and starch. Throw the pork tenderloin in and mix well, then heat oil in a pan. There is no other way to deal with this oil, so we can only use the meat oil made from the fat of the prey. After the oil is hot, throw the pork tenderloin coated with batter into the pan little by little and fry it until it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Make a sweet and sour sauce with tomato sauce, vinegar, sugar, salt, and water starch. In another pot, fry the sweet and sour sauce until it becomes thick. Then put the fried pork tenderloin in, stir a few spoonfuls, and the dish is ready. Sweet and sour pork. Even the plates are oversized iron plates. Gorkin smelled it, and although there was some difference, It was indeed the familiar smell. Placing the dish on the counter next to him, Gorkin used his eyes to warn those idiots not to come near, and began to prepare the next dish. After washing the pig's trotters and the pig's head, Gorkin put them into a large vat in the tribe. Then he carried the large vat directly to the fire outlet of the smelting furnace outside. The temperature there is high, and it cooks quickly. This jar of meat used up all the remaining stew ingredients that Gorkin had had for several months. As the aroma from the stew pot began to spread, all the members swallowed their saliva. The ogres began to get restless. Chapter 82: The Power of Loyal Clan Members. For the other members, just smelling the air was enough to satisfy them. This is cooked by the chief himself. Apart from the chief and his mother, only pregnant ogres can enjoy the feast. As for the other ogres, they could only reluctantly try the novelty. Large chunks of pork belly were stewed in a pot, and there were also cactus fruits with the thorns removed that Gorkin had specially collected. If there are no potatoes in the braised pork with potatoes, then this can only be used as a substitute. Anyway, for an ogre, anything is edible. Even the pig, awful Gorkin, was not wasted. After processing it, he stir-fried it with other existing auxiliary materials and edible plants picked in the oasis. The pig's blood had solidified into blood clots in the salt water, and Gorkin cut it into large pieces and cooked it into pig's blood clots. This is the simplest. This method is also very simple, stir-fry with leeks. The leeks were also obtained in the trading group. It is hard to say whether the guy who got the leeks is lucky or unlucky. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat it directly. Fortunately, Gorkin accepts anything that comes in the form of food. Now the tribe has become rich, and anything you want to trade can be traded, including food, drinks, daily necessities, weapons, and ammunition. Except for leaving some seedlings for the dianthus, Gorkin threw everything in. This thing will become less valuable once it is fried. The peppers haven't been planted yet, but Gorkin has peppercorns. Add some light soy sauce and dark soy sauce, and a large plate of peppercorns, leeks, and blood clots is ready. Gorkin did not waste the remaining meat. He chopped it up and made it into minced meat. He made it into the shape of a pancake and stuck it directly to the outside of the large vat where the meat was stewing. Gorkin named it pot stick meat. Magrabai's flag of contempt was planted next to the flag of the Dragon Roost tribe, and the two flags fluttered in the wind. In the expectant eyes of the pregnant female ogre, Gorkin signaled it to sit on the solid iron stool specially made by the dwarves. The female ogre couldn't wait to sit down and couldn't wipe her saliva. The other ogres were also ready to move, but Gorkin picked up the mace placed beside him and forced them to calm down. The female ogre reached out to grab him, but was slapped in the ear by Gorkin. "I'll make it for you and let you eat it, but don't be in a hurry. This was the first time I cooked a complete meal in over 20 years. How could I let this guy ruin it like this?" Then, Gorkin began to introduce himself without caring whether the ogre could understand him or not. "This is called sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour and refreshing. This is called red braised pork, with a rich red sauce that leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth. This is called stewed pork elbow. This is roasted pig's trotters. This is pig's head meat. It's stewed until almost done and then smoked. This is shredded ear mushrooms and pig's tail. This is stir-fried pork liver. This is stir-fried pig heart. This is pork offal soup. This is a blood clot of Sichuan pepper and chives. This is pot stick pork. This is the meat soup that goes well with rice. This nourishing feast of 10 dishes and 2 soups is the chief's reward and appreciation for your contribution to the tribe." The female ogre nodded repeatedly and was about to take action. Gorkin stopped it again. "You have to know that this meal used up all the ingredients I saved for several months. You have to be grateful and savor it slowly. If you dare to pour it directly from the plate into your mouth, don't blame me for not letting you eat it and then slapping you." Gorkin looked unkindly. When the female ogre heard that she was not allowed to eat, she immediately became much more solemn, and her eyes became solemn. "Gorkin, all right, very good." Gorkin stood by and watched the ogre eat. If he didn't stand here, the group of fools watching him would have eaten up the entire table. Under the watchful gaze of Gorkin, the female ogre began to eat the food slowly and methodically, pinching it bit by bit with her hands. He only put a little bit in his mouth at a time, but that expression almost drove all the ogres present crazy. The other female ogres looked at this female ogre with jealousy, and then looked at the other male ogres with disgust. "Useless garbage. Doing this every day doesn't make me move. Waste." The other male ogres felt a little embarrassed to be looked at, but the feast was so attractive that they couldn't take their eyes off it. This female ogre was quite interesting. She didn't finish all the dishes, but left some of each. Then, under the gaze of the other ogres, he left his seat triumphantly. The other ogres turned their eyes to Gorkin. Snort! Gorkin snorted coldly. Remember what I said, if anyone dares to start a fight in the tribe again, I will fucking skin him alive. Then Gorkin turned and walked towards his flagship. The other ogres breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I only peeled off the skin, not that I can't eat it. Then they started licking the plates in a rush. You're not allowed to fight, but you can snatch things by force. Whoever is stronger gets to lick the plate. Those female ogres were relatively weaker and didn't even take a single bite. They were so angry that they felt their bodies were shaking. Good. When I'm pregnant in the future, I'll make you lick the plates clean so that you won't even be able to eat my fart. Then the female ogres accidentally saw the large vat of stewing meat. He secretly took the dried meat and threw it in to soak it, then divided the stewed meat into several parts. This novel delicacy, even the marinade, is a magical thing for ogres. These guys who are usually stupid become much smarter in front of delicious food. Today is destined to be a sleepless night. A war is bound to happen between the male and female ogres, whose eyes are so red that their back teeth ache. Those female ogres couldn't wait to get a cub. The male ogres were eager to lick the plates as well. Gorkin returned to the terror, and the prompt in his mind came as expected. Dish, combination nourishing feast, 10 dishes and 2 soups. Reward, power of a loyal clan member. Power of loyal clan members. Each clan member who is absolutely loyal to you will dedicate 1/10 of their combined strength to their great clan leader. Upon the death of this clan member, their contribution will disappear. At this moment, Gorkin only felt 19 surges of energy pouring into his body, and one of them has quite strong energy. Gorkin knew without even thinking that this energy came from his mother. Compared with my mother's energy, all other energies combined are far inferior. Roar! Gorkin let out a dull growl. This energy was constantly transforming his body, blood, internal organs, bones, and even his skin, tonsils, and appendix from the inside out. It was unknown how long it took, but Gorkin stood up after he could no longer feel the energy fluctuations in his body. There was a crackling sound of bones, and Gorkin felt better than ever. If I were to fight Kalber now, who was like a god descending from heaven, there would probably be no exchange of injuries. Chapter 83. You guys work hard. I'm going to enjoy myself. After such a commotion, Gorkin really had no desire to sleep for the time being. He walked to the deck of the Terror and looked down at his tribe. Seeing this, Doug ran to the dwarf camp below. A moment later, he ran up with his head shaking and tail wagging, holding a long box. What is that? Your butt is shaking so hard it's about to fall off. Gorkin glanced at him with a hint of surprise. The gnoll opened the box and held it high as if presenting a treasure. Jojo. Gorkin was really surprised. What a big cigar, almost 1 meter long. He carefully picked up the big cigar and put it under his nose to smell it. That's quite interesting. Gorkin was really surprised. Doug quickly ran to the boiler room, lit a thorn stick, and ran over to light it for Gorkin. Hiss! Gorkin sang lightly, and suddenly a thick cloud of smoke came out. Then Gorkin felt dizzy and sat down on the deck with a dull sound. Doug's face turned pale with fright, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Chief, I didn't know this thing was poisonous. Chief, Shut up. Gorkin closed his eyes and tried hard to calm himself down as quickly as possible. I'm drunk on cigarettes. Why are you yelling? Gorkin held the big cigar in one hand and supported his body with the other hand for a long time before he recovered. Boy, that's pretty strong. Gorkin sighed, then stretched out his big hand and blew Doug's wolf head. Where did you get it? It's not something you see often. Doug was finally relieved. He squatted on the deck with his ears falling behind Gorkin's big hand and had a flattering smile on his face. When I went to attack the Steamweedle headquarters with Karen and the dwarves, I saw the leading goblin holding a stick from afar. After the city was captured, I went to look for it. I vaguely remember you saying something like it would be nice to have a cigarette, so when I saw it, I thought about whether I could get some. But there aren't many of them here at Steamweedle headquarters, and they look quite rare. I brought them back and had the dwarves dismantle them and make this large one, so you can smoke it more comfortably. Gorkin patted Doug's head gently. You are a thoughtful bastard. Not bad. Doug wagged his tail and looked very happy. Gorkin's 2 compliments made him feel that it was more worthy of happiness than becoming a city lord himself. As long as it makes you happy, Chief. Gorkin sighed, cigarette in hand. Okay. Look down there. I don't even know how long it's been. It must have been 2 or 3 months. What was it like here when you first came here? Are you looking at what it's like now? Gorkin squinted his eyes, and the cigar, which was thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, propped up his broad, rough lips. The ogres licked their plates clean and returned to their sheds. Karlov and his orc helpers were still worried about the chief's house and the chief's mother's house, which had become ruins. The dwarves, who are now the largest group in the tribe, have already begun to deal with the aftermath. They worked together to clean Gorkin's stove, cooking utensils and tableware, and then several people carried the dirty water to the oasis. This water must not be wasted when poured into the oasis land. Kolber and his design team were arguing with Gongbi. The dwarves were not good at speaking, and whenever they couldn't win an argument, Kolber would roll up his sleeves to reveal the rock mark on his left arm. Gongbi would shut up in disappointment. The rock mark is the most powerful pass in the Dragon's Nest tribe. The bear goblin was holding his meteor hammer and watching the scene thoughtfully. He really didn't like the condescending look these goblins gave him. It's like the cousins in the city are looking at the poor cousins in the village who can't even afford to go to school. He is clearly the ruling class among the goblins. Kolber's action made his eyes light up. The dwarf camp was filled with clanging sounds accompanied by the roar of the goblin stamping machine next door. They were working overtime in order to achieve the chief's goal and to keep himself alive. The ogres seemed to have adapted to the sounds and no longer ran to the oasis to sleep. A few months ago, the Dragon Roost tribe, where only the snoring of the ogres remained after dark, is now filled with bonfires for lighting. Although a bit messy, it seems much more prosperous. Chief, the tribe will get better and better under your leadership. Doug complimented, wagging his tail. Strictly speaking, this was not a compliment on his part. The reason why the Dragon Roost tribe is in its current situation is that the 3 oases support each other and supply each other. Except for the ogres themselves, everyone in the tribe is judged by their loyalty and ability regardless of race. It all depends on Gorkin. Even though he just lay there every day, enjoying the services of the changing waiters in the brothel, he spent his days eating and sleeping. But all this is also running on the premise that he is there. As long as he is here, the dragon-dwelling tribe will continue to move forward. When he is not here, all the members here will become food for the ogres. In an instant, the tribe will return to its previous state, which was powerful but desolate. For the owner of the rockmark, Gorkin is more like a belief. The only thing is that there were a few scattered customers before. Gorkin complained a little. Doug shrank his neck and said, "Chief, we now have our own production line and our own staff. We can completely conduct independent trade. There is no need to wait for those customers." Gorkin snorted. "How can it be easier to earn more money by trading on your own than by being a middleman or a platform?" Doug chuckled. "Chief, we initially thought that being alive was the best thing. Only after arriving at our Dragon's Rest will we have the time and opportunity to think about things like trade and platforms. For me, as long as I can make your life better and more comfortable every day, that's enough." "Haha, you're quite the talker, you bastard. I wish everyone could be like you. Nice to talk to and trustworthy in their work." Gorkin smiled, but no matter how much he smiled, that terrifying face only looked ferocious rather than kind. If you hadn't given me this opportunity, Chief, I would have been an insignificant desert hyena, a piece of trash that wouldn't make any difference whether I was alive today or dead tomorrow." "Chief, Karen is actually just a little ambitious, but she is also truly serving you, Chief. Look how long it has taken her to manage Giant Sand City in such an orderly manner." The same goes for Kolber. This old dwarf is silent and stubborn, but he's a reliable guy. He failed as a city lord, but as your craftsman, he's very reliable. Look, the terror has been remodeled so well. I was just listening to him and Steely Coin arguing down below. Steely Coin's plan was too much for the meticulous old dwarf to bear, and they were arguing fiercely. Gorkin laughed, extinguished the half-smoked cigar in his hand, and put it in the box. He couldn't bear to finish this one cigarette. "Okay, you're a person with ideas. You guys work hard, and I will enjoy myself." With these words, Gorkin returned to his shed. Doug slowly stepped back and called a few waiters to come up and give his chief a massage. Chapter 84, If you want to survive, you have to fit in. As Gorkin's #1 lackey, Doug also started to move. He spent no time lying down except when he was fawning over Gorkin. He found Karlov. "You mean to build a house here for the chief with that kind of brick?" Karlov's face was full of disbelief. "Why? You were the chief's designated builder, so shouldn't I ask you?" Doug deserves it. No, building with bricks and building with thorns are two completely different things. Building with bricks requires a foundation, and it also requires a lot of water. Do you understand what this means? Karlov stared at the knoll with wide eyes. The bricks the dwarves forged don't require any water at all. Besides, we're just going to lay the foundation. Doug waved his hand. No, it's not as simple as you said. Karlov hurriedly tried to explain. Doug shut him up with just one sentence. Just tell me if you can do it. The Dragon Rest tribe will definitely transform into Dragon Rest City in the future, and we can't just keep using desert thorns. Since you are the chief's designated builder, I'm giving you this favor. If you can't do it, I'll go find the dwarves. I can't let the chief live in a shed forever. The Russian Karlov panicked at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, I can do it, but it's definitely not realistic for just the three of us. I need more manpower. Doug snorted coldly. I'll find a way to solve this problem for you. Think carefully about what kind of house to build that will make the chief comfortable and happy. Oh, the chief likes neatness. It would be best if the rest of the tribe's buildings followed the same style. You could decide the standards yourself. The chief only looks at the results, and so do I. Also, what's wrong with you? We came here the same time, so why are your arms so clean? Doug looked at Karlov's bare left arm with dissatisfaction. Karlov was a little embarrassed. Humph, if the chief ever remembers this, I'll see how you die. Doug looked at him disdainfully and turned away. Originally, the treatment of this human race was much better than his own. Building a house for the chief with his own hands, what a great honor. When he was building a house for the chief, I could only gnaw on a bone. He missed such a good opportunity, and Kalber, who came later, is doing better than him now. It has nothing to do with strength. In terms of strength, Kalber, who has become a god, is the best fighter except for the ogres. But so what? Even when he sees a lackey like me, he has to give me some respect. This is the reward for being loyal to the chief. Doug walked away shaking his head, leaving Karlov somewhat bewildered. He silently opened the chat channel. I've been living well in the ogre tribe, but now there's a visual loyalty sign that only those who are absolutely loyal to the chief can obtain. I don't know what to do. He silently sent a message. He had been updating here since he came in, but after the dwarves came, he entered the internal circulation mode and had no time to update. Fewer people responded to him, and most of the people who used to follow him are gone. The remaining active people basically no longer have to worry about food and drink. As these people explore larger and larger areas, they now have to face the wandering wild beasts in the desert, harsh weather, and the indigenous people of various races. Later, most people who came to Gorkin to trade wanted self-defense weapons. A lot of light goblin bombs and dwarven muskets were traded. Those who trade dwarf muskets are fine, but those who trade goblin bombs can only wish for their own luck. However, he has both strength and luck to be alive until now. He shouldn't be killed by the bomb he got, right? Others were also a little surprised to see what he said. Ogre, the kind in the game? I unlocked 2 spell skills, and now I'm a patrol leader in a small human settlement. The pay seems pretty good. Then you're really lucky. If you met someone other than the human race, there would be no way. No, I'm in an orc tribe. I used to be a slave, but now I'm helping them manage it. The old chief is very happy and treats me well. I agree. Those who are still alive have all taken various medicines to enhance their strength. To be honest, I have only been able to slowly recover. The people in this tribe are afraid of my death, so they provide me with good food and drink. Karlov, you're all so lucky. I was kidnapped by goblins the moment I got here, and then sold to this ogre tribe. I've never even seen what a box looks like. Then how did you survive until now? Karlov, I can build houses in the wild, so the ogre chieftain asked me to build one for him, and later he gave me 2 orc slaves to help me. Ogres, that sounds scary. They must be very harsh on you, right? Karlov, it's not bad. There are no restrictions on my freedom. I have food and water every day. I work after breakfast in the morning, take a break at noon when it's too hot, and then work until dinner in the evening. They are very strong, and no other enemy dares to attack them. You mean those ogres didn't restrict your freedom, beat you, scold you, or eat you? Instead, they gave you 2 orcs to command, allowing you to live a life without worrying about safety, working from sunrise to sunset. And now that loyalty has been visualized in the tribe, you don't react at all. Karlov, that seems to be the case. Actually, I can leave if I want to, and no one will care. But if I leave, I don't know how to survive. Excuse me, but you're a bit ungrateful. Exactly. Do you think it's easy for us to survive until now? Do you know what it's like to open a treasure chest today and be killed by a monster in another treasure chest tomorrow? Do you know what it's like to have to look at a bottle of water but not drink it, and then eat gravel and cockroaches just to stay alive? As you said, if it were me, I would kowtow and offer my loyalty. Brother, this is not Blue Star anymore. The rules and regulations of Blue Star are useless here. The only eternal truth is survival. Heh, my patrol team looks so impressive, but one of my members dies every few days and new ones are added every day. Every day, I fight the beasts, monsters, and even other intelligent species that break into the oasis. Guess what I'm doing this for? That is, it doesn't have a location function. If it did, you could send me one, and I would pledge my loyalty to the chief. I would be happy to do so. Karlov, he originally thought that since they were all from Blue Star, these people would be disgusted by the so-called loyalty, but he didn't expect to be scolded. Stop talking. He's just an idiot who hasn't experienced the harsh beatings of life in the desert. Why bother with him? Exactly. Do you really think you can be the one destined to succeed just by opening a box that the natives can't see? If you want to survive, the most important thing is to learn to fit in, then use your knowledge to climb up, rather than being unaware of your blessings. Karlov, Chapter 85 Rock Brand Mutual Aid Group. Karlov began to study the next construction plan with great concern. He admitted that what the people in the chat channel said made sense. He felt that he should also try to change his mindset. Doug and Kalber got together. What were you mumbling to that guy just now? Are you lecturing him again? Kalber was curious. Doug sneered. Kalber, from your personal perspective, how do you feel about your life now? Kalber was stunned. He thought about it while holding the forging hammer. Actually, the time since I received the mark of the stone until now has actually felt like the most relaxing time I've had in a long time. Doug showed an expression of astonishment, just as I thought. The old dwarf sighed. Being the leader of Giant Sand City was glamorous, but the pressure of the entire city fell on my shoulders. Not only did I have to rack my brains to make ends meet for the entire city, but I also had to deal with the power struggles of those smaller factions. Now, the thing I do most every day is forging, and it's actually my favorite thing. I no longer have to worry about the lives and safety of my fellow tribesmen, and I don't have to deal with the elders. Every day is easy and fulfilling. Doug said disdainfully, "You're not fit to be a city lord. You're still dealing with some clan elders and engaging in intrigue. Brother, are you a native of the desert?" Kalber laughed, a relieved smile on his face. "Ha, you're right. I may be a good craftsman and a good warrior, but I'm definitely not a good leader. So when you asked me just now, I told you seriously that my loyalty to the chief is absolute. Life here is also very good. Every day, I see this tribe getting better under my hammer, and I am happy from the bottom of my heart." Doug patted Kalber's shoulder. "Haha, I'm glad you said that. Welcome to officially become a member of our Rock Brand Mutual Aid Group." The old dwarf was stunned. "What group?" "The chieftain and the ogres are supreme, and below us are the recipients of the brand. We should help each other so that the chieftain can live a better life. Of course, this is just my idea. Currently, only Karen and I have reached a consensus. I think with your current level of awareness, you're qualified. In other words, we recognize you." The old dwarf asked seriously, "Are you sure?" Doug saw Kolber's serious expression and became serious as well. "I'm sure." "Good." The old dwarf lowered the forging hammer from his shoulder and held out his hand. Doug grinned and was about to shake hands with him, but unexpectedly the old dwarf suddenly changed his stance and punched Doug in the stomach. The punch made Doug grimace and slowly fall to the ground. "As long as you're sure, I've been saving this punch for a long time. I must have felt great when you slapped me like that." Kalber clapped his hands and picked up the forging hammer. The knoll curled up and fell to the ground. "Grr, you old bastard. I should have killed you back then." Kolber laughed loudly, picked up Doug and put him on the ground. "You have no chance, really no chance." Friendships between males are sometimes simple. A cigarette, a movie, a photo of blackstockings, a fishing rod, or a punch. Tell me, what's the plan? Kalber felt much more comfortable now. Doug rubbed his stomach. He knew very well that the old dwarf didn't use any strength at all, otherwise he would have been at least half killed by this punch. He grinned and said, "Let's get down to business. I think I've figured out the chief's specific intentions now. It's not what Karen thinks at all. That stupid woman thought the chief's ultimate goal was to become bigger and stronger, but now it seems like bullshit. What the chief really wants is actually very simple, just to live a more and more comfortable life. Whether it's the environment, the material, or the physical and psychological." Kalber retorted. But what you said is impossible to achieve without becoming bigger and stronger. Doug waved his hand. Of course, I'm not one of those dwarves who are complacent. As our dragon's nest forces become richer and richer with more resources, if we don't have strong enough strength, then we will be a piece of cake, right? I said she was wrong. She got the order wrong. The old dwarf's thoughts were slow to react. He was stunned. What do you mean? Becoming bigger and stronger is a process, while making the chief comfortable and having a good life is the result. The two cannot be reversed. Wasn't Karen nearly killed because she made becoming bigger and stronger her goal? The chief only looks at the results, not the process. Doug looked up and said, "The chief has told us to work hard. He's waiting to enjoy it." Kalber was stunned by what he said. He felt that the only thing he could say was, "Then what should we do?" Doug put his two paws behind his back and started to get into the state. First of all, our tribe's buildings can no longer be made of thorns. They must be replaced with bricks, the kind that come out of your furnace. You need to quickly build one of your dwarven smelters. If you try to transport this thing, it's nonsense. Kalber nodded blankly. Okay, then what? And then don't bother with that. This alone is a project that will take who knows how long. Also, we need at least one pair of transport airships and combat airships. A large transport airship also needs an escort airship, right? This is already the minimum configuration. Kalber interrupted him quickly. No, all the fur reserves in Giant Sand City and the Dragon's Nest tribe have been used to rebuild the Terror. They can't make airbags now. Doug pondered for a moment. That's a problem. Which nearby city or tribe has more furs? Should we go and coordinate? Kalber grinned. Coordination? Is this coordination serious? TSK, what you said is wrong. We are now a legitimate force. Of course, we will coordinate through trade. If that doesn't work, hiring will be fine. Anyway, we only want furs. If we can't get them through trade. The Knoll said with a sly smile, I don't think anyone can refuse a deal with the Dragon Roost tribe. Trading with them is giving them face. Kalber curled his lips. What else? What other ideas do you have? The Knoll suddenly became wretched. He rubbed his paws. Do you know what the first building in our tribe was? Kalber shook his head repeatedly. How long have I been here? If you have to fart, hurry up and fart. I still have work to do after you're done. The Love Pavilion. Doug pointed to the tall pavilion and vaguely saw some people moving around. This is also the chief's ambition. We must expand it, whether in terms of race, quantity, or quality. If we can turn the customs house into something half as good as heaven on earth, the chief will be so happy. Kalber, the old man is too old to listen to these things. Chapter 86. I can't stand this grievance. As the chief's lackey, this guy is not only good at flattery, but also quick in action. The whole tribe became bustling again. The dwarves worked hard to build the furnace in a dwarven style. Doug, wearing a small safety helmet, walked around the dwarves' work area, constantly giving orders. It has to be said that the changes made by Kalber, who showed absolute loyalty, were unprecedented. He also took Karen's words to heart. The chief likes things neat. His dwarven furnace was next to the original metal smelting furnace, and even the length, width, and height of the wall and fence were the same. There haven't been any major changes to the dwarf camp for the time being, because the plan between him and Doug is to convert the entire dragon habitat from thorns to bricks, and then all these dwarf huts will have to be demolished. In order to save resources and time, nothing has been done for the time being, but all the new buildings must be kept in order. During this time, Kalber and Doug also identified the first trading power, the bone-chumping orc tribe. According to the orcs' habits, there will be a large amount of fur in their tribe, and they also have a great demand for iron weapons and armor. But it is limited to weapons. It is impossible to trade armor with them. When Doug suggested protection, Kalber decisively refused. When the giant sand city was breached, the ogre heavy armor and heavy shields he personally led the team to build made a great contribution. I can't penetrate it. I really can't penetrate it. It's outrageous. Orcs are also very strong, and giving them heavy armor would only cause trouble for themselves. Just in case. If Longshi wants to become bigger and stronger and sets its sights on the bone-chewing tribe in the future, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Weapons are fine, but armor is not. Doug also thought it made sense. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. A lackey and an old dwarf get together and whisper to each other all day long. When the dwarf furnace was completed and ignited successfully, the plan of the branded mutual aid group officially began to operate. In order to survive, Karlov racked his brains and combined the knowledge in his mind to design a chief's hall with a strong ogre style. The chief's hall will be the tallest and most obvious landmark building of the Dragon Nest tribe, followed by the chief's mother's house. The dwarves began working overtime to smelt iron, pressing the residue into bricks, and then using the iron to forge a variety of heavy weapons suitable for orc size. Gorkin scratched his head as he watched the tribe become completely busy. What's going on? It seemed like there was going to be a big war. And Doug's words are, Chief, you have worked hard. Just lie back and enjoy yourself. We will make sure you live a good life. These words were powerful, and Gorkin didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. So he turned around and returned to the terror. The only thing that can be seen is that they are probably building a house for themselves. The location where the foundation is laid is where your previous house was. Gorkin scratched his head, and suddenly he really didn't know what to do. After more than half a month, the first batch of goods was ready. Kolber and Doug jointly found Gorkin, wanting to use the terror temporarily to transport goods to trade with the bone-chewing tribe. Gorkin didn't want to do that, and he hadn't even finished building his own house. If they drove the terror away, he would have nowhere to go. But Kolber explained that it was for the purpose of carrying out subsequent operations, and that the foundation of the chief's hall had been completed and the walls were now being built. After trading the furs, we will have the materials to build a transport airship, and then we won't have to use the flagship terror. It seems that Gorkin doesn't have any better solution. These two guys are not out to cause trouble. They're doing business honestly for their own tribe. He couldn't find any reason to refuse. All right, go ahead, take Fury and Steel with you. Although they're not going out to cause trouble, they cannot be afraid of trouble if they go out. New and Gang are now the leaders of the tribe's military force after their mother is away, and they have been laid low. He was so angry that he looked more affectionate than a female ogre and even hugged her when he slept. The 3-barrel machine gun that was tired of the old and loved the new was given to Gang. Now this guy is carrying a machine gun and a mace and looks very impressive all day long. When the fully armed terror arrived at the Bone Chew tribe, the two heavily armored ogres standing on the bow looking down really scared the Bone Chew tribe. The crude and simple orc catapults are ready to go, and all the orcs are on high alert, ready to fight to the death at any time. Next to the more burly chief of the Bone Chewers tribe stood an old orc with the occasional flash of wind and thunder in his eyes indicating that he was a shaman. Under the control of the dwarves, the terror began to hover and circle, which is a common trade signal used by the dwarves. The only ones who came here by airship were the dwarves from Giant Sand City. But what about that strange-looking ogre on the airship? And this isn't a dwarven-style airship either. Chief Bone Chew motioned for them to descend away from the tribe. The terror slowly descended and dropped its sand anchor. A wide escalator was lowered, and Kolber and Doug walked down side by side, followed by two heavily armored ogres. The orcs had no time to think about why the dwarves and gnolls were together, as they were completely attracted by the two ogres. The most obvious thing is the heavy armor on the two ogres, which is full of traces of battle. Put heavy armor on the fucking ogre. Who came up with this idea? How can anyone else beat you if you play like this? Besides a mace that was bigger than himself, which was considered a normal weapon, what he was carrying, if I'm not mistaken, a gun barrel? And a goblin-style machine gun? Is the ogre playing this way now? So extravagant? The main thing is that there are no shells. Chief Bone Chewing and the shaman were so stunned that they didn't even hear what Kolber said. No, this warrior, you're carrying this weapon, is it yours? The orc chieftain asked with wide eyes. It's not that I'm really afraid. I've fought orcs before, and I don't know how to write the word afraid. I'm just curious, purely curious. Oh, Nu was so angry that he saw his big bang at a glance, and his face was full of excitement and showing off. Big, boom, boom. He carefully introduced his treasure to Chief Bone Chewing. It's thick, it's big, but you don't have any shells. Are you going to use this to smash it? It seems like it might work. Oh? His eyes widened in anger, and he hugged his big hong-hong on the spot. How could I possibly bear this grievance and anger? You can question me, but you can't question my big bang bang. Don't. Boom. There was a loud bang accompanied by strong recoil and smoke, and a sand slope in the distance disappeared on the spot. Big. Boom. Boom. He glared angrily and pointed at the huge cannon in his arms, looking very serious. Chapter 87 Doug's Eloquence. Doug tried to stop him but failed. The orcs of the bone-chewing tribe stared in amazement at the small sand slope that had disappeared out of thin air. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What is going on? Chief Bone Chew opened his mouth wide and looked at the old shaman with an inquiring look. You are also being unscientific. Can you explain it? The old shaman stared. Although I play with wind and thunder, I am at least mobilizing the wind and thunder elements of nature. How can I explain this appearance out of nowhere? The old orc looked at Nu with a longing and inquiring look. Can I s-? Nu was ready to refuse without hesitation, but then he heard the old orc's next words. After all, your weapon is too powerful. Angry and happy. I don't care if you praise me or scold me. The worst that can happen is I'll kill you, but I'll be happy if you praise me loudly. He held Da Hong Hong horizontally and handed it to the old orc. Hey! The old orc's muscles suddenly tensed up, and he was pinned to the ground by the huge gun. Chief Bone Chewing hurriedly helped him and barely lifted him up. At the same time, it also refreshed my understanding of the ogre's outrageous power. Which tribe is this ogre from? Is he so powerful? It's not like they haven't hunted ogres roaming the wild before. Although they are strong, a team of 10 orc warriors can also take them down. I've never heard of such an outrageous power. The two people who are behind this huge cannon barrel are an orc chieftain and an orc shaman, the two most capable fighters in the tribe. But even the two most capable fighters could barely lift it, not to mention that the guy just now was holding it and firing directly. How much recoil would that be? The old orc reluctantly placed the barrel of the gun on the sand and pointed at the hair rope and asked, "Pull here, right? Can I try?" When it came to the ogre's outrageous methods, Kalber and Doug didn't understand and couldn't say anything, so they nodded angrily. Pull. The old orc asked a few orcs to help hold down to Hong Hong, and then pulled him hard. Silence. Dead silence. Even the other orcs who were frowning and preparing their ears to withstand the impact were confused. The orc shaman looked at Nu with a blank look, but he also saw Nu's blank look. He pushed the old orc away, picked up the rope on the ground, and pulled it directly. Boom! The muzzle roared again, and a huge sand pit appeared in the distance again. Oh! He angrily picked up his big Hong Hong and looked at the old orc with a puzzled look. Sometimes eyes can speak. For example, at this moment the old orc received a message from the look in his eyes. Can you do it? The old orc smiled bitterly and spread his hands. This world is outrageous. Well, the farce is over, Master Nu. We still have things to do. Doug came over, breaking the eye contact between the orc and the ogre. Nu hugged his big Hong Hong and walked to the side with a proud look in his eyes. With the example of the big boom boom, no one doubted whether the 3-barrel machine gun carried on the steel shoulder could be used. This you are. It was not until this time that the orcs noticed the combination of gnolls and dwarves. We are a caravan from the Dragon's Roost tribe, and we'd like to see if we can trade with the Bone Chewing tribe. Chief Bone Chewer scratched his head. Of course, I can, but I'm not sure what we have in the Bone Chewer tribe that you need. In Dragon's Roost, why does it sound so familiar? Our Dragon Nest tribe and your Bone Chewing caravan have had two relatively pleasant collaborations. We saw the glory of the Bone Chewer tribe in Kashi Bone Chewer, the caravan captain of the Bone Chewer tribe. So this time our chief thought of you first. The jackal was very articulate. In just 3 sentences, he first stated the premise of cooperation between the two parties, then said that he had known the captain of the other party's caravan and praised the other party. Finally, the Longchi tribe was carried out. Kolber pursed his lips and said nothing. He's really not good at this. Kashgar? The orc chief was stunned. Kashgar led the team out and did say, I remember now, the Dragon Roost tribe. Isn't it the ogre tribe? How come? After Doug said this, the orc chief immediately remembered the experiences and stories he had told along the way after returning from Kashgar. Doug stood up straight, and so did Kalber next to him. The Dragon Roost tribe is a powerful tribe led by the great chieftain Gorkin, composed mainly of ogres and a fusion of multiple races. We are developing rapidly under Chief Gorkin's motto of walking the talk, and we solemnly submit a transaction application to your ministry. Doug's tone was solemn and serious. The seals on the left arms of a werewolf and a dwarf were shining brightly, as were the two huge and bloated heavily armored ogres, exuding a strong aura. The chief of the Bone Chewing tribe also solemnly pounded his chest twice. Chief of the Bone Chewing tribe, Luo Erta Bone Chewing, on behalf of the Bone Chewing tribe, welcomes the powerful Dragon's Nest tribe. The Bone Chewing tribe welcomes all desert warriors who bring goodwill and friendship. Although Luo Erta didn't know why the Longchi tribe chose a gnoll as its leader, he had to admit that this gnoll was really eloquent. Compared with the caravans that had come and gone before, at least their words and attitude made me feel very comfortable. Moreover, Just looking at the strength displayed by the Longchi tribe, he had to treat it with caution. This is our master craftsman, Kalber. All the weapons we are trading with your tribe this time were made by him and his people. In terms of quality, the dwarves are trustworthy. Doug once again solemnly introduced his partner to Luo Erda. I think we've met before. Both sides saluted each other, and Luo Erda was a little hesitant. He always felt that the old dwarf looked familiar. Yes, I passed by here in an airship a few months ago, but I was traveling with Kashi from your tribe. Kolber admitted it openly. He had already come to terms with it. I used to be the leader of Giant Sand City. Due to some unexpected events, we are now all under the Dragon Perch tribe. I am a member of the second stratum of the Dragon Perch tribe and the chief craftsman of the tribe. Luo Erda and the old shaman looked at each other. Accident? There are so many surprises in this desert. Only the weak are afraid of accidents. The two orcs tacitly skipped this topic. Now, they understood why these ogres were wearing heavy armor. But the fact that Chieftain Gorkin, whom I had never met before, could make these dwarves submit to him willingly was truly remarkable. No matter what the orcs thought, the dwarves came down carrying large weapons. Doug's expression didn't change, but Luo Erda detected a hint of cunning. Chapter 88, Longchi General Foreign Trade Equipment. Considering that orcs basically use heavy weapons, this batch of weapons for trading only has two shapes: octagonal hammer and single-sided axe. In terms of length, it is about half the height of an orc. A heavy weapon with a handle that is too long is not a good thing. Doug rubbed his hands together and walked over to the weapons. Then I will introduce our general-purpose heavy weapons for foreign trade to Chief Luo Erda. Dragon's Rest Universal Octagonal Hammer. The hammer and handle are 1.5 meters long, forged from solid iron. The handle is wrapped in animal hide to reduce the impact on the body. The sharp edges of the hammer can inflict a heavy and powerful blow on the enemy with every swing. Dragon's Nest Universal Single-Sided Axe. The axe blade, repeatedly forged and hammered by dwarven craftsmen, and the axe body made of high-quality materials, combined with the orc warrior's unparalleled strength, can chop down all enemies. Doug talked freely while Kolber stood aside silently. Are the crude weapons produced on our assembly lines really that powerful? Kolber was a little confused. The dwarf's honesty made him unable to agree with Doug's praise of these weapons, but his loyalty to the chief made him choose to keep silent. He was just so conflicted. Luo Erda took Doug's words to heart, but he believed more in letting the weapon speak for itself after he held it in his own hands. Can I try it? Luo Erda licked his tongue and the fangs growing from his chin. Of course, this is the customer's right. Doug moved aside and held out his hand to indicate that he could try it. Luo Erda directly picked up an octagonal hammer. The heavy feel and rugged appearance first made Luo Erda give a thumbs up. After taking 2 steps away, Luo Erda began to swing the octagonal hammer. The feeling was good whether he swung it with both hands or with one hand. At least he was relatively satisfied. Then he tried the single-edged axe. The curved axe blade did not flash with cold light, and there was even some rust on it because it was not properly maintained after quenching in water. This type of weapon is also called a tetanus blade. At the beginning, Kolber asked Doug if he needed to take good care of himself, but Doug decisively refused. He looked at the orc chieftain who was testing weapons with some nervousness, fearing that these flaws would affect the transaction. After Luo Erda tried the 2 weapons repeatedly, he looked at Doug. Are all weapons like this? I mean like the 2 I use. Doug naturally understood what the other party meant and immediately gave him a very affirmative look. You can rest assured about this. All weapons are made by dwarven craftsmen. You know the character of dwarves. They will definitely not use shoddy products. Luo Erda admitted this. Racial characteristics cannot be changed just by saying so. Orcs are reckless. Elves are arrogant. Dwarves are stubborn. Goblins are treacherous. And ogres are brainless. This is all destined. The quality of dwarf production is still trustworthy. Besides, this is the first time our Longshi tribe has traded with foreign countries. We will not give up our tribe's reputation for such a small profit. Ruerda nodded. The other party's point was reasonable. Moreover, considering the ogre's character, he could do business with no capital, so how could he possibly do legitimate trade? So, Doug. Luo Erda's expression became serious. What's the price? Doug chuckled and gestured with his hand at the orcs present. We in the Dragon's Nest tribe won't say anything about this. We'll leave the right to choose the price to the bone-chewing orcs. We in the Dragon's Nest tribe believe that the bone-chewing tribe will offer a reasonable price. Colbert was about to speak, but Doug stopped him with his hand. What we need are furs, all kinds of furs, which are also the resources of the bone-chewing tribe. Of course, we believe in the glory of the bone-chewing tribe even more. Luo Erda took a deep breath, and his chest swelled. His lips moved up and down, and his fangs were trembling. He slammed his fist on his chest. The glory of the bone-chewing tribe will give you a reasonable price. Doug's face was filled with sincerity. The Dragon Roost tribe is willing to trust our friends from the bone-chewing tribe. Luo Erda let out a long breath and turned around suddenly. Little ones, take out all our furs. The orcs shouted and rushed towards their tribe. Not long after, the orcs came out carrying bundles of furs, and Doug's face was filled with smiles. The terror began to climb in altitude, heading towards the dragon's nest tribe. Luo Erda was also quite satisfied with this transaction. Orcs are a typical nomadic race. They raise many desert creatures, eat their meat, and skin them. Fur was also their most common traded commodity. In previous situations, including the last transaction with Giant Sand City, the weapons the dwarves brought out were also beyond the orcs' description. But it's always good to be able to use iron weapons, and they're not picky. Orcs are good at using everything in their hands as weapons to kill their enemies. But it has to be said that this time the deal made by the Longchi tribe really touched their hearts. The weapons were neat and heavy, just the right size and weight for an orc. 30 standard weapons were exchanged for all the furs in their tribe, except those kept as spares. On the terror, Kalber finally asked the question he wanted to ask. Why don't you negotiate the price with them? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Doug asked back, so do you think we lost money? Probably not. Kalber glanced at the pile of furs on the deck and stroked his chin. Looks like we've actually made a profit. Doug had his hand behind his back, his face inscrutable. That's right. You see, this is why I'm the leader and you're the vice leader. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I won't ask anymore. Kalber clenched his fists. Doug was stunned. No, you have to ask. Kalber unclenched his fists. I won't ask. Just keep it to yourself. No, you just don't want to know why. I was thinking about it just now, but I don't want to think about it anymore. Why? Because I want to suffocate you. Grr. The gnoll bared his teeth, but immediately lowered his mouth when he saw Kalber's weathered fist. Okay, I'll say. The gnoll succumbed. No, I don't want to listen. Kalber turned his head away. No. Kolber, please listen to me. I think it makes a lot of sense. Please listen to me. I beg you, please listen to me. Doug quickly tried to pull the old dwarf away. The old dwarf then turned around and said, if you have something to say, just say it nicely. If you keep pretending, I will definitely suffocate you to death today. Just tell me, I've already said it. Why are you so angry? Doug rubbed his paws. Chapter 89, Doug's Sadness. The gnoll was about to put his hands behind his back when he saw the old dwarf's unfriendly look and quickly put them down. When it comes to trading, it really depends on the person you're dealing with and how you choose the right medicine for the right situation. When facing goblins, we must be 100% serious and leave room for bargaining, because they are a stingy race and can make you lose everything if you are not careful. But when it comes to the bone-chewing orcs, we can tell from the orc caravan captain in Kashgar that this tribe is a very traditional orc tribe. They value glory above all else. We gave them the right to set the price, which shows great trust in them and trust in their honor. The honor in their bones won't allow them to do anything dishonest or deceitful. And it turns out that we didn't suffer any loss. Instead, the gains exceeded our expectations, didn't we? Kalber nodded, acknowledging this. But these weapons are just low-quality weapons coming off the assembly line. They haven't even been hammered much. The dwarf's strength made him feel a little uncomfortable. Inferior quality? What do you mean by inferior weapons? Doug asked back. Is there something wrong with the materials? No. I swear on the rock mark that these are all pure iron weapons, without any adulteration. When it comes to weapons, Kolber is serious. That's it. For orcs, it's heavy enough, comfortable to use, strong and durable. That's enough. Inferior weapons? Aren't those carefully forged by you dwarves, hammered repeatedly and still bearing patterns, inferior weapons? Only weapons that can't kill the enemy are inferior weapons. When are you going to change your mindset? You can only make money if you make weapons that satisfy your customers. You're selling these so-called fine dwarven weapons to the orcs. They're not suitable for them. They're inferior weapons. Doug shrugged it off. A weapon is just a weapon. What's the point of all that fancy stuff? The ultimate purpose of a weapon is to kill the enemy, not to have them admire your hundredfold's forging or some other bullshit pattern. The ogre maces are pretty shoddy, aren't they? Don't talk about it now. Try being a god and getting hit by one yourself. All that nonsense. No progress at all. Doug rolled his eyes, something he'd been holding back and finally dared to do. He was afraid that the old dwarf who had rolled his eyes just now would not listen, and he would be suffocated to death. Kolber ignored him, lost in thought. So, the weapon that is most suitable for the user is the best weapon. This werewolf seemed to be able to bring him some different insights every time. What kind of gnoll are you? How do you even know this? Kolber asked a question that had always puzzled him. So what else? Karen can serve the chief and manage things, and you old man can forge and fight well. What do I have? I can only wag my tail. For things that you consider trivial or commonplace, I have to work hard to learn and ponder. I have to think over and over again about how to survive, how to live a better life, how to make the chief happier, and how to be better for the tribe. Doug snorted. If you want to live well, you have to pay the corresponding price and make the corresponding efforts. There's certainly many gnolls stronger than me. I dare say I'm the only gnoll who has made it from a guard dog to a food reserved to my position. Kolber, sometimes I really envy you. We admit that the fall of Giant Sand City was partly due to your use of the Dragon's Nest ogres to capture the Steamweedle cartel. But the most fundamental reason is that your actions made the chief uncomfortable, and the chief needed craftsmen. It's all in the past. Why bring it up again? Giant Sand and Dragon Rest are both fine now. Talking about this matter again can no longer bring up Kolber's emotional fluctuations. He has now found the life he really wants. Doug shook his head. No, you have to know that what I said when I scolded you and taught you a lesson, although it was unpleasant to hear, was indeed the truth. When the gnoll said this, Kolber could still vaguely feel the pain in his face. You fought desperately, even to the point of beating the chieftain until he vomited blood. But in the end, not only did you survive, but neither did the dwarves. Kolber, the chief is truly kind, and you dwarves are truly useful. Otherwise, Kolber nodded seriously. You are right. The chief's generosity, kindness, and wisdom have convinced me sincerely. But think about it from another perspective. Doug shrugged his shoulders, covered his mouth, and chuckled. What if it was a gnoll tribe? Or even worse, a gnoll city? Would they be treated this way? Ha ha, I'm afraid they're all going to turn into jerky. Doug laughed, not sure if he was laughing at the non-existent gnoll tribe or at himself. You can imagine how angry I was when you behaved in the tribe. Kolber, why do you think I know everything? Ha ha, I'm going to die because I can't do it. The life that you have so easily at your fingertips is what I have to work so hard to fight for. How can there be so many things that are taken for granted in this world? Look at that human. He was one of the beings I envied back then. He was so weak that I could easily tear him apart. But because he knew how to build a house, he could have enough food to eat, a good night's sleep, his own freedom, and even orc helpers. It's ridiculous that he doesn't even have the rock mark now, and he's been overtaken by me, the watchdog who was tied up with a rope back then. Kolber, what do you think the human race is thinking? I always feel like he's very arrogant, but I don't know what his arrogance is. The gnoll kept talking, his expression changing from time to time. Kolber was silent, then patted his shoulder gently. It's not easy for you. To be honest, I envied you before this, and even a little jealous. I thought you were just flattering the chief, but I didn't expect that the sacrifices you made were countless times greater than ours. As for the human you mentioned, I haven't had much contact with him, but there's a kind of hidden pride in his eyes. Even though the chief and we could easily decide his life or death, he seemed to look down on us. Of course, he didn't show it. We are not as tall as him, but we can see his eyes. Eyes don't lie. Doug sneered disdainfully. We can keep an eye out for similar humans and see if we can find a replacement for him. If he still can't offer his loyalty, then don't blame me for being cruel. Chapter 90 Chief. Why are you looking haggard? The round trip took 10 days. When the terror landed from the sky, Gorkin finally walked out of the pavilion. As soon as Doug got off the boat, he rolled and crawled over with his tail wagging, screaming excitedly. Chief! Great Chief! Chief, why do you look so haggard? Doug's voice turned from surprise to confusion. Gorkin looked at the long-lost sun and found it a little dazzling. The steps he took these few steps seemed a little shaky. Gorkin was shocked. Didn't I just stay in the Fengqin Pavilion for 10 consecutive days? Why has it come to this? Why has it come to this? Fine. Gorkin signaled Doug to keep his voice down so he could hear him. How was your trip? Did it go well? Doug swung his tail and grinned obsequiously. Everything went smoothly, and the bone-chewing tribe was very cooperative. Not only did we promote the Dragon Roost tribe's philosophy of keeping our word and conducting business honestly, but we also allowed Lord New and Lord Steel to demonstrate the strength of our tribe. Look, this is a bonus on our journey. Doug pointed, and Gorkin looked over and saw the dwarf gunners of the Terror walking down with 5 humans, both men and women, tied up. Kalber and 2 of his own tribesmen followed at the end. Seeing Gorkin, New carried Dahong Hong on his shoulder and waved his other hand. Oh, what happened? Gorkin was a little surprised. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether these people were natives or people for Blue Star. Chief, don't underestimate these humans. They all know magic. When I saw them, they were besieging a huge fire rattlesnake. If that thing wanted to eat me, I wouldn't even burp. Doug recounted the scene when he first met them, and Gorkin raised his eyebrows. Really? You'll be in charge of what you brought back. Find out if these people have any skills or abilities that could be helpful to our tribe. If you don't have any of that, kill the man and throw the woman into a brothel. Gorkin waved his hand and didn't pay much attention. There is no shortage of manpower in the tribe now, and neither the natives nor the Blue Star people can attract his attention. Yes, I will definitely take care of them, Doug said humbly. Doug was reporting on his work, and Kolber originally wanted to greet Gorkin, but seeing that Gorkin didn't care at all and went to the oasis after listening, he didn't chase after him. Get the furs down, boys. Our work is about to begin. Kolber greeted the dwarven craftsmen in the dwarven camp. The dwarves got busy, and the goblins and Kolber got together to study the production and models of transport airships and armed airships. Fury and Steel returned to their respective sheds. Karlov, who was sealing the roof of the chief's hall, was also shocked when he saw the 5 people. He had a bad feeling. Doug walked up to the 5 tied-up men with his hands behind his back. The chief said, "You are now under my control." Doug had a cold expression on his face, with a cruel and cold glint in his eyes. "We don't keep idlers in our tribe. Since you've been captured by us, you must contribute your strength. Otherwise, the males will become dried meat, and the females will serve as entertainers." Doug pointed to the style pavilion. "But, Uncle Doug, I can give you a chance. Do you see the house being built? If one of you can do it, then all 5 of you can be freed from your slavery." Doug talked about the class system of the Longchi tribe in a rambling manner. "As for the opportunity, I've already given it to you. Anyone who can obtain the mark and stand shoulder to shoulder with me is nonsense, but entering the 2nd level will be no problem. The 2nd level is already a high level in the Dragon Nest tribe. You can decide for yourself." The 5 men and women, feeling nervous, looked at each other and saw the fear and relief in each other's eyes. When they saw the 2 terrifying, heavily armored monsters, they thought they were going to be eaten, but they didn't expect that their return would actually give them a chance. Wait, loyalty, visualization? "Sir, is this the tribe you were talking about, the Ogre tribe?" The leading man asked tentatively, and there was an expectation in his tone that he did not expect. "Doug, isn't it obvious? The wise and powerful Ogre, just now, is the greatest chieftain of the tribe, Gorkin. Then, that, sir, may I ask if there is an ungrateful human in your tribe who, because he can build a house, has not been eaten and is living a good life instead?" Doug's eyes sharpened, revealing his fangs and claws. "How did you know?" The man was surprised and quickly explained, No, sir. Actually, the people in our area have a special way of communicating. Everyone can communicate, even if they're thousands of miles apart. I have seen that person speak, so I know this." Doug was stunned, his dog brain working like crazy. "Yeah? Yes, sir. We have longed for the Dragon's Rest tribe for a long time. That person is so ungrateful that he can't obtain the mark. We are willing, sir. We are willing." Doug was so crazy that he never expected such an outcome. "No, we are an Ogre tribe, right?" "Yes. It's because you are from the Ogre tribe. I guess you're the chief's lackey that person mentioned." The man was so excited that he started talking nonsense. He tried to cover his mouth, but his hands were tied. "Oh yes, I'm the chief's only lackey. You're quite perceptive." Doug didn't find this insulting at all. What's wrong with being a dog for the chief? Among so many members in the tribe, I'm the only one who has this honor. "Sir, please accept us. We may not be as good as him in building houses, but I grew up in the village and have helped build houses at home. Besides, we know magic and are much better fighters than him. If we were to swap places with that man, we would have been branded long ago. Seriously, sir, life out there is too hard. We long for 996 and the blessings of the chief." The man spoke with tears in his eyes, and the other 4 nodded repeatedly with expressions of agreement. Huh? Even the astute Doug was a little confused. What does this mean? He looked suspiciously at Karlov, who was building a house. What the hell? What did this kid say in their chat? In this desert, there are still people flocking to the Ogre tribe? Chapter 91 Ning, Yi wrote Peach Blossom Spring all night. Doug had the dwarf untie the men's hands and took them to find Karlov. This is already the heartland of the Longchi tribe, let alone untying their hands. Even if they were given 2 more hands, it would be useless. Karlov was dumbfounded. He never expected that the Blue Star person he had chatted with would actually come here. This desert, is it so small? The man in the lead was named Ningyi. Now he looked at Doug and Karlov with sincerity. Sir, if life here is really as he says, we will definitely have our own brand in less than a month. Karlov's face was filled with shock. Doug was suspicious. That's what he said? What did he say? How did you ruin our Dragon Nest tribe? Karlov shook his head repeatedly. No, I really don't have any. Ningyi quickly explained. Actually, he was just describing his life here. He gets up in the morning to build a house, has 3 meals a day, and finishes his work at night. He can even rest for an hour or 2 during the hottest part of the afternoon. He's never been beaten, and there's no danger. There's even no restrictions on his freedom. Doug nodded. That's true, but it's not without danger. If the mission isn't completed properly, there will be a price to pay. Ningyi was overjoyed. Is that so? Sir, please let us try it too. We are willing to do so. Doug hesitated because of this impulsiveness. No, I told you there will be a price to pay. Didn't you hear me? If we mess this up, we'll die. Ningyi and the other 4, even the 2 women, all looked as if it was a matter of course. Karlov was stunned. Don't you guys just not understand what we're saying? If we mess this up, people will die. Ningyi similit bitterly. This gentleman looks like a native of the desert. Tell me, is life outside that a normal life? I wonder if you've ever seen life in other tribal cities. Compared to those places, the Dragon's Rest tribe is simply a paradise. These words touched Doug's heart. You're quite interesting, but I do agree with what you said. Before I met the great chieftain Gorkin, my life was TSK. There was a hint of nostalgia in Doug's eyes. Then he suppressed all his emotions. Well, let's do this. For now, you 2 will build a house together. If you perform well, the 2 females might not have to entertain guests anymore. If you gain the mark, it wouldn't be a bad idea to join the Dragon's Rest Armed Forces as a spellcaster. Doug's words made the 5 people happy, but made Karlov's heart drop to the bottom. Karlov, these people are also from your hometown. If they were branded first or did a better job than you. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Doug smiled cruelly. The chief's bowl can be given to you or taken away. You can do whatever you want. Doug gave him a meaningful look, then turned and left with his hands behind his back. I finally joined the Dragon's Nest tribe that I had been longing for. Not to mention now. Even if it was on Blue Star, such a stable life will be something many people would yearn for, not to mention in this endless desert world where one's future is uncertain. Every day, countless tribal cities rise up, and countless tribal cities are conquered, causing great suffering to the people. The 5 words stable life alone are enough. Okay, man, thanks for sharing on the World Channel. We're gonna get to work. Ningyi patted Karlov's shoulder, looked at the 2 orc helpers with some curiosity, and led the 4 of them towards the construction site. Karlov was somewhat distraught. With the addition of Ningyi's 5 men, plus Karlov's 3-man construction team, Doug and Kalber coordinated 15 dwarves to help, and Gorkin's Chief's Hall was being completed quickly. With the completion of the first transaction, the Longchi tribe once again entered a high-speed development mode. The expansion of the construction team led to a shortage of bricks, and a second dwarven smelter was built alongside the previous one. There are now 3 smelters and a goblin mechanical press here. The goblins actually wanted to produce mechas, but there were only so few goblins now, and they didn't even have a brand, so Gorkin didn't allow them to build combat mechas at all. However, with the increase in the number of smelting furnaces, the goblin excavators and crawler transporters came in handy again. It's just that they're all simple. Ningyi made a great contribution. He proposed the concept of the excavator and a simple blueprint. The dwarves and goblins with rich experience built the first practical version of the steam excavator in just a few days. Gorkin also expressed his strong agreement. Just do what you were supposed to do. The current Dragon Nest tribe does not lack the combat power of your goblin excavators. Professional excavators not only save materials, but also have a much simpler structure. Ningyi's move made Karlov's face darken again. He has completely broken up with this group of 5. It was obvious that these 5 people were specifically targeted by the werewolf. Moreover, This kid had made great contributions in just a few days, which made him very embarrassed. Gorkin didn't even think about it, thinking Doug would take care of it. Doug proved himself repeatedly, and Gorkin felt relieved. Doug is very smart. When Ning Yi proposed the concept of excavator, he looked at Karlov even more unfriendly. This kid knew when the goblins proposed to use the excavator, but he didn't say a word. Since Ning Yi said that he and this guy were from the same place, and seeing that the other 4 people seemed accustomed to the excavator, we knew that this thing was very common in their place. Ning Yi could say it the first time, so why couldn't Karlov? Doug praised Ning Yi and the other 4 people in public, and gave them an extra portion of dried meat as a reward. Ning Yi and the other 4 were very happy. Although there is no salary here, it is already better than 95 of the people who were teleported to this desert. What's more, the leadership here is clear about rewards and punishments, which is what any striver wants to see most. Sure enough, integrating into the natives, becoming a native, and using the knowledge of the Blue Star to climb up is the most suitable way of life in this endless desert. The treasure chest is very good, but it can only help the Blue Star people, giving them the opportunity to narrow the gap with the indigenous people and possibly surpass some of the indigenous people. But it cannot make the Blue Star people become the children of destiny. You are the foundation of your own survival. Ning Yi and his 5 companions, who had been struggling to survive outside for half a year, really felt a sense of belonging here. Such a safe life is really very good. The iron materials from Demon's Roar and Giant Sand were also delivered in a dusty manner. Combined with the iron materials produced by the Longchi tribe itself, the tribe is filled with the sound of ironworking. Although it looks primitive, it is full of hope for survival. Chapter 92, Strong Type and Savage Type. Gorkin finally moved into his new house. This is a tall, spacious house. Ning Yi and Karlov even had a fight because of this house. Karlov was completely crushed and almost killed by the lightning created by Ning Ye's hands. How could Ning Yi and his 4 companions, who had survived in the endless desert for more than half a year, be as helpless as Karlov? Not only him, the other 2 men and 2 women also have their own abilities. Karlov didn't know that when Doug captured them, they were surrounding and killing a large rattlesnake monster. How can you have such courage without some skills? In the end, the 2 people knelt outside all night. Because Gorkin said that no violence is allowed within the tribe, not even against ogres. Want to roll out? Ning Ye's merits and demerits offset each other, and Karlov's contributions to building the house for so long were wiped out overnight. Ning Yi felt okay. I violated the rules set by the chief, and I deserve to be punished. After living in the desert for so long, all I have experienced are scratches and injuries, except for life and death. But Karlov felt a little uncomfortable. This is the subconscious mentality brought about by a long period of comfortable life. But no one, whether it was Gorkin, Doug, or any other member, cared about his feelings. You don't even have a brand. Who do you think you are? And Ning Yi finally realized his plan. He added a wall to Gorkin's house, which contained a kitchen and toilet. He also plans to put 2 big lions at the gate. The dwarves moved in all the kitchen utensils and stoves that they had made for Gorkin. Ning Yi then found Doug and told him about many kitchen gadgets that the dwarves had not made. After moving in, Gorkin had to admit that it wasn't for nothing that Ning Yi and the other 5 had been able to struggle in this hellhole for more than half a year. When he discovered these kitchen utensils and stoves, he thought about what other people had said and immediately guessed that the chief here might have a connection with Blue Star. This is obviously a cooking stove and kitchenware. But that's not important. What matters most is pleasing the chief. He asked the dwarves to make all the kitchen utensils he remembered. It turned out that he guessed right. Gorkin looked at the kitchen utensils and stoves that were made according to his height and was filled with nostalgia. Ning Ye's group of 4 directly moved from the 4th level to the 3rd level. The salary will be increased dramatically. Karlov became his helper, including the 2 orcs. What Doug could think of, Gorkin could think of too. Karlov might have thought about Ning Ye's thoughts for such a long time. His idea is probably just to get by. Gorkin sat on the huge armchair that Ning Yi made with iron pillars, bricks, and animal skins. Doug squatted at his feet and wagged his tail. This Karlov is really disappointing. Gorkin sat on the armchair with a mysterious expression. Yes, Lord Chief, but I don't know what he and Ning Yi mean by the same place. They obviously look different. Gorkin sneered. You don't know, but I do. There was no comparison before, but now with the Ning Yi group, it seems Karlov is really just trying to get by. Tell me, Are there still people in this world who can't tell good from evil? Doug lowered his head and smiled humbly. Chief, he seemed to have suddenly appeared in this world, appearing between the alchemist and us. Also appearing with him was the human who died the same day he entered the dragon's nest. The most difficult thing he experienced was being poisoned and silenced by that alchemist, and then being sold as merchandise to Dragon's Rest. He hadn't experienced the other horrors and hardships of the desert, and the stable life in Dragon's Rest made him think that this was what he deserved. Everyone in the team was working hard to make the chieftain and Dragon's Rest better, but he only worked hard for a while after the dwarves arrived, and then returned to his old ways after realizing the dwarves didn't threaten his position. Gorkin scratched his scalp. This is the inherent bad nature of living things, no matter which world. Doug lowered his head and said nothing more. If he said anything more, it would seem deliberate. Karlov's situation really made the werewolf feel very uncomfortable. He placed the chief in the supreme position, and this guy's actions made him very dissatisfied. Again, it depends on him. If only Ning Yi and the others had the rock mark. Anyway, at least looking at the momentum of Ning Yi and the others, there's a great chance that they will have the mark. Even if they don't have the mark, the work and attitude of these 5 people are much more comfortable than Karlov's. After that, the rhythm of the Longqi tribe remained unchanged. When the first transport airship and armed airship left the port, the Longqi tribe began to select personnel from the entire sphere of influence to form professional combat patrol forces. The appearance of these 2 airships is also of epoch-making significance for Longqi. It represents that the Longqi tribe has broken away from ground transportation and possesses independently developed flying capabilities. Gorkin attached great importance to the appearance of these 2 airships and personally named them. The transport airship was named Powerful by Gorkin. As the initial transport airship, this Dolly type is obviously the Dolly type number 1 transport airship. Its airbags are even about the same size as those on the Terror flagship, but does not have the same protective capabilities as the Terror. The only thing that stands out is its large carrying capacity. The armed airship is only 1/5 the size of the transport airship and was named the Barbaric class escort boat by Gorkin. Like the Powerful number 1, this airship is the Savage number 1. It is small and flexible, powerful, and the airbag is protected and thickened. All parts of the body are equipped with weapons except for the place where weapons can be placed on the steam engine. Savage class, both sides of number 1 are densely packed with gun barrels. These rapid-fire cannons have a small caliber, but they have fast reloading, high firing rate, and high accuracy. They're the latest rapid-fire cannons developed by Goblin technology and Dwarf military industry. Its pod can also carry 2 high-yield bombs. Even Gorkin thought that thing was awesome. Although I am much stronger now and may not be afraid, my appearance is often a deterrent. Before these 2 airships left the port, the airship watchtowers of Giant Sand and Mohu had already been built. The Dwarf's crawler transmission device is also used. If this thing is only used on the battlefield, it would be a waste of resources. Everything was going well, but something happened that made Gorkin and Doug embarrassed. Karlov left. Gorkin angrily overturned the table and roared angrily. I'll let him live. He actually betrayed me. Isn't the 3rd and 4th levels of Dragon's habitat even worse than struggling for survival in the desert? Go find him. Originally, I didn't want to kill him, even though he didn't have a rock mark. But now I regret it. Find him, kill him, dry him into jerky. Gorkin's angry roar made everyone in the dragon's lair, from the ogres to the dwarf children, tremble in fear. Chapter 93, Karlov's Confusion and the Result. The 3 airships of the Longqi tribe set sail together. All 3 airships are operated by dwarves. The dwarves are the largest population in the tribe now, and the airships were also built by the dwarves. There is nothing we can do about it. However, now that more and more dwarves have received the Mark of Stone, it is safer to let them take charge. The captains of the 3 airships are all branded dwarves. The ogres were also dispersed. They began to wander around the tribe, carrying their maces. Doug sent out all his gnoll patrols. Now, these gnolls have already upgraded their weapons. Dwarven military industry and goblin technology have improved their muskets. The dwarves' traditional flintlock muskets are powerful, but their effective range is only 50 meters. The goblin's rifle is more like the Blue Star's rifle, but its outrageous shape and exaggerated self-destruction probability make the user feel like gambling with death every time he shoots. The improved rifle is more dwarven in style, but it is equipped with a magazine. The dwarves improved the bullets and barrel and added a long bayonet. This rifle is not only used among the gnolls, but also among the dwarves on the airships. Gorkin named it the sniper rifle. The deployment of sneak attacker has greatly enhanced the strength of patrolling gnolls. The effective range of this rifle reaches 100 meters. It is powerful and stable. The heavy gun body and sharp bayonet with blood grooves and barbs also allow the jackals to exert considerable power in close combat. In addition, there are small portable goblin bombs. The combination of goblin technology and dwarven military industry has brought unprecedented benefits. The transformation and appearance of this series of weapons are the basis for the dwarves to thrive here and the goblins to live well even without the brand. They were so busy all day that Karlov had the illusion that the dwarves were not a threat to him. But it's too late to say anything now. Karlov buried himself in the sand and breathed through an empty tube. The ogres wandered by in the distance without noticing him. Damn, Karlov's face turned grim. Why? Didn't they tell me I could leave at will? Why did they send so many pursuers? After making sure there was no movement nearby, Karlov carefully emerged from the sand and ran away with his butt sticking out. He never expected that the Longchi tribe would hunt him down so aggressively. In his opinion, the lazy ogre chief should not care about him, an insignificant human. I didn't take anything with me, just some water and food. Is that a big deal? On the terror, Doug had a sullen face, holding a monocular and looking down. This thing you took out is really interesting. If you can find that damn Karlov, you'll have done a small service. Doug's words were dark and tinged with cruelty. Ning Yi, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but shiver. This telescope was the one he contributed to Doug. He accidentally found this thing when he opened a white treasure chest. It cannot be said that it is useless, but it is not that useful to him. But I didn't expect that there would be a ray of hope here. Lord Doug, is it necessary for the tribe to go to such great lengths just for Karlov? The world outside is not as easy as he thinks. Isn't it better to just let him fend for himself? Ningy was a little confused. Snort. Doug snorted coldly. I've disliked this guy for a long time. He just relies on his ability to build a simple house to get by every day. I think you have all seen how the chief treats him during these days. If he really wants to leave, given the chief's character, as long as he begs the chief, considering his previous contributions to the tribe, the chief won't bother with a dispensable ant like him. But he should never steal the tribe's resources and sneak away. Even if it's just a tiny bit, he doesn't deserve it. As for why you're making such a big fuss, you're so cunning. Can't you see it? At the end, Doug glanced at Ning Yi meaningfully. Ning Yi similit akardi. He had long known that his little tricks could not be hidden from this native who lived between life and death every day. I know, it's to make an example of him, to set an example. Otherwise, he will set a bad example for other members of the tribe. Doug nodded. I hope you won't follow his path. Doug then spoke into the megaphone. Turn southeast and gradually descend. I found that idiot. The terror began to turn and slowly descended in altitude. Karlov, who was fleeing, vaguely heard a rumbling sound, and when he looked up, he saw the huge black shadow in the sky. He felt his knees with a thud, his face full of despair. How could this happen? How could this happen? The terror slowly descended, carrying with it unparalleled pressure and breathtaking momentum. Doug stood on the bow with his hands behind his back, looking down at Karlov, who was kneeling on the ground. Before I found him, I was full of resentment and thinking about how to torture him. But when I actually saw him at this moment, all those messy thoughts disappeared. Let's land. Doug gave the order calmly. The terror began to descend, not far from Karlov, and then lowered the escalator. Behind Doug was Ning Yi and a team of 5 dwarfs armed with live ammunition. Doug felt complicated as he looked at the person in front of him who had stayed in the Longchi tribe at the same time as him. You bastard. Karlov's face was filled with despair. He couldn't understand why a dog that did nothing but wag its tail could reach such a height, even though he had worked so hard. I work hard every day, but has fallen to this point. Not only are there dwarves trying to steal his job, but there are also blue star people like Ningyi. Not only do they not stick together for warmth, but they also keep rolling inward. If it weren't for them, how could I have ended up like this? Karlov laughed bitterly. What the ogre said was just bullshit after all, and he kept his word. He once said that I could leave. Karlov was unwilling to give in. He was angry and desperate. There's no chance now. I am doomed. Doug was silent for a moment, didn't say anything more, just waved his hand coldly. Give him a quick death, considering he was sent to the dragon's nest tribe with me. A dwarf behind him raised his rifle and pulled the trigger indifferently. Chapter 94, Planting Area. The sniper rifle directly opened a big hole in Karlov's chest. Karlov's eyes lost their luster in an instant. Doug waved his hand. Collect his body and hang it over the side of the ship. The chief said he would be dried into jerky. After that, Doug stopped looking at him and turned to walk towards the terror. Ningi followed behind him, without any change or fluctuation in his emotions or mentality. Doug was quite impressed. The difference between you and Karlov is truly as vast as heaven and earth. Ningi smiled and said, Master Doug, even if Karlov hadn't been found, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the desert. Ningya's eyes were deep, with a hint of special meaning. In the endless desert, the first to be eliminated are these old-fashioned people who cannot correct their attitudes and cling to outdated ideas. It's not a good thing to always live in the past. Only by adapting to the current environment and rules can you survive. Doug turned around and looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such an idea. I have to admit that you are indeed more suitable for survival in the desert. Ningi gave an embarrassed smile. Lord Doug, life in the desert is too hard. The five of us would rather pledge our loyalty to the chief and completely merge with Dragon's Rest. That feeling of not knowing if I could see the sunrise the next day is really too difficult. Doug sneered. In the endless desert, countless lives are born and die every day. Death is just a common occurrence in this land. I hope you'll keep your word and obtain the rock mark as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Karlov's example before me, it's hard for me to trust the people of your place even a little bit. Ningi said solemnly, Please rest assured, Lord Doug. We simply don't want to live the kind of life where we don't know if we'll still be alive tomorrow. Whoever can ensure our safety, we will fight to the death to protect. Doug said nothing and turned back to the terror. Gorkin, who was in the Dragon's Nest tribe, went to the oasis to take a bath and happened to see Chumai, who was fetching water with a few female dwarves. On a whim, I came to where Chumai worked. He wanted to see how Chumai, a master's degree student from the agricultural college, did his job. Gorkin still had high expectations for this woman. People on Blue Star probably all know a little about planting, but to master it, unless they are experienced farmers with decades of experience, they can only be top students from agricultural colleges with strong theoretical knowledge. Since Chumai came here, she had only asked her to serve him when he punished her for the first time. At other times, Gorkin had never disturbed her. So far, it has been quite a while, and Gorkin estimated that at least Chumai should give him a reasonable and satisfactory explanation. Chumai seemed very calm and took Gorkin to his own planting area. Wherever he looked, Gorkin felt that there were endless paths and fields everywhere. Various crops were neatly divided, with fruits of various colors hanging on them, making Gorkin salivate. Chief, considering the operation and balance of the oasis itself, this planting area is now the largest area I can determine after repeated testing. Chumai was wearing a straw hat she had woven herself. Her originally fair skin had been tanned into a deep wheat color. She looked at the planting area with great pride. You look great, Chumai. You didn't let me down. You're worthy of being a top student at the agricultural college. Even though Gorkin was picky, he couldn't help but admire this neat and vibrant planting area. Chumai also sighed with emotion. Knowledge gained from books is always shallow. No matter how rich the knowledge in books is far less effective than practicing it yourself. It's really eye-opening to see such an oasis in this desert, and it also contains special energy. I don't recognize many of the crops in this planting area, but surprisingly, most of the knowledge I learned before can be put to use. In about 10 days, I will be able to offer the first batch of mature crops to the chief. I guess I haven't let down your trust and care, Chief. Gorkin looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. Oh, shouldn't you hate me? I stripped you of your dignity as a woman and imprisoned you here to serve me, and you actually have such thoughts. Chumai had waist-length hair, and her side bangs fluttered in the desert heat under her straw hat. The current Radix Polygoni multiflori gives Gorkin a more mature feel. She smiled, her smile full of carefreeness. Chief, I figured it out a long time ago. After all, this is not the world we used to be in. It's a blessing from heaven that you can let me survive in this damn place. Here, I don't have to worry about food and water like everyone else. I don't have to worry about the hot weather and cold nights like everyone else. I don't have to worry about the monsters and poisonous creatures in the desert like everyone else. I don't have to worry about whether I can see the sun the next day like everyone else. As for the initial punishment, Even though Chu Mai had figured it out long ago, he still felt a little nervous when he thought of the scene that was similar to the porridge. The weak have no rights. This is the unspoken rule of any world. I feel it's reasonable that you can allow me to continue doing the job I love here without having to worry about any other problems. Ha ha ha. Gorkin laughed loudly, and Chu Mai's words made him very happy. If you were a little bigger, I would definitely reward you and make you one of my exclusive waiters. Gorkin looked at Chu Mai's mature and graceful body with some regret. Chu Mai's face froze, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva when he thought of the ferocious and terrifying appearance of the little chief. This is really not okay. Gorkin looked at the fields of crops with anticipation. I'm waiting for the day you harvest, Dianthus. I have a cold storage. Although it's not big, it can still hold all these crops. I'm looking forward to it. If you do a good job, I can let you take care of all 3 oases. If you can obtain the rock mark and pledge your loyalty to me, I can even appoint you as the Dragon's Rest planting manager. You can handle anything related to planting first and ask for my permission later. Gorkin left with a big laugh. Ha ha, Chu Mai, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Chu Mai saluted and respectfully saw the chief off. In the evening, Chu Mai returned to the Fengqing Pavilion and told Xiao Wanhong what happened today. Well, I was right, wasn't I? If you truly discard those baggage from Blue Star and sincerely integrate into this world, the chief will definitely be a good chief worthy of your loyalty. Xiao Wanhong said it with absolute certainty. Chapter 95 Meeting between Juewu and Longqi forces. Sister Hong, honestly, I really should thank you. Chu Mai looked at the woman in front of him with great admiration. If she had not been encouraging and comforting herself all the time, she might not have been able to move on from the past and accept this cruel reality. But this is how people are. Once they accept reality, many things that they could not accept before will become less important. Whether she experienced it herself or heard others' accounts on the World Channel, she had a bloody experience of the cruelty of this world. And survival has become the only theme for all the people on Blue Star. When she was on Blue Star, she also read novels similar to Everyone Opens Treasure Chests. But this ghost world is completely different from what is described in the novel. In those novels, after humans acquire the ability to open treasure chests, they become invincible and reach the pinnacle of their lives. In this world, the items opened from high-level treasure chests do have very good effects. But this world has its own complete system and operating rules, and the harsh living environment makes the creatures here incomparable to those of the people on Blue Star. Those who have strong acceptance abilities and good luck may face much less pressure to survive. However, even if most people have the special ability of the treasure chest, they are still not as adept at living as the natives who have lived here for countless years through the survival of the fittest. Sometimes Chu Mai himself was thinking about it. If this were a grassland or a forest, the people of Blue Star wouldn't have to worry about food and water. Wouldn't their situation be better than the current desert? Xiao Wanhong quickly said, Sister, you are too polite. We should help each other. There's not much I can do for you. I can only comfort you. Chu Mai shook her head gently. Sister Hong, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still. To be frank, why is it so difficult for us to fit in here? The bottom line is, we're from Blue Star, received a formal education, and consider ourselves highly intelligent. So even though they can dictate our lives and deaths, we fear them and dread them. But deep down, we still view them as barbarians and uncivilized natives, and we look down on them. And this is the biggest common problem among us Blue Star people. It's like a lion. It could easily kill us, but it didn't. Will we be loyal to it just because it didn't kill us? Chu Mai's eyes were deep. What I have to do now, and what I'm doing now, is to only remember the knowledge I learned on Blue Star and forget about the ethics and morality of the Blue Star people. I want to survive, get the mark, and live well. People only think about those things after they have eaten their fill. I'm no exception. When I have a place in the tribe again, it won't be too late to pick up those things that have been thrown away. Xiao Wanhong stared in amazement at the woman in front of her who had been tanned to a wheat-colored hue. Is this the awareness of a top student? For a moment, she felt a little ashamed. I could do nothing but serve the chief. Chu Mai looked determined, washed himself clean, and lay down. With the end of the Karlov incident, the scattered troops returned. Gorkin had no intention of looking at the body again. In Gorkin's opinion, this man was somewhat ungrateful. It's okay for you to leave, but after all, I have protected you for so long. Just say something to me. If you don't kowtow, you can at least say thank you. You are so good. Not only did you sneak away, but you also stole my things. Isn't this bullying honest people? After this incident, the Longchi tribe not only did not return a peace, but became lively instead. The appearance of the powerful transport airship and the savage, armed airship began to connect the three oases. When the two airships arrived, Karen and Nuya immediately followed the airships back to the Dragon Nest tribe to report on their work. It is also for the armed reform that Longchi is currently carrying out. After Karen came back, she first paid her respects to Gorkin and then returned to the customs pavilion. She is not only the lord of Jusha City, but also the manager of the customs museum. Nuya first found Nu, saluted Nu, and then went to report to Gorkin. His immediate boss was angry, saying there was nothing wrong with the procedure. It's just that I don't know what anger means at all. The changes in the Dragon Roost tribe also surprised Karen and Nuya. The hall of Chief Gorkin and Honey's house were all made of bricks instead of thorns. The ogres' houses have also been built and are neatly arranged in 4 rows, surrounding the core of the entire tribe. Then there was a circle of walls that separated the core area of the Longchi tribe from the outside foreign areas. This is the living area for the first class, so it must be distinguished. Then there are several other buildings under construction. The styles of these buildings are also the same, but the specifications are 1 level lower than those of the first-tier buildings. This is the living area for the second class. There are quite a few houses here, most of which are occupied by dwarves. Nuya and Karen also have their own houses here. The most prominent building further out is the Customs Pavilion, which is under expansion. When this place is built, the waiters in the Customs Hall will move here. And Gorkin also gave Karen instructions. The Customs House is about to be expanded. Except for a few people who can serve as his exclusive waiters, all other waiters are ready to receive customers. At least for now, apart from her, Karen, only Chumai has this qualification. Karen was created by herself and has the mark of rock, and Chumai is the knowledge that Gorkin needs temporarily. As for the other waiters at the Love House, Gorkin's ultimatum was, if you possess the rock mark before the pavilion is completely built, you can become your own exclusive waiter and never have to receive any customers again. Once you start receiving customers, even if you have the rock mark, you will not be qualified to become the chief's exclusive waiter. At most, you can only get some expansion in rights and resources. This immediately made the entire customs hall boil. Karen watched coldly. You deserve it for delaying your loyalty to the chief. If he had received other guests, how could the chief accept to be his exclusive waiter? She doesn't care about that. After the first and second times, Karen fought much more calmly in the third time, and she fought a lot more. On the contrary, Karen's strength has been greatly enhanced after 3 enhancements. This is how the succubus eats. They can be strengthened after fighting with the strong. Especially after this time, the enhanced power she gained was even greater. Although it is still the same 3 skills, they're definitely no longer as powerful as they were at the beginning. Chapter 96. The First Armed Forces Reorganization and Selection Meeting of the Dragon Nest Faction. The longer the time goes, the brighter Karen's mark becomes. The longer the time passed, the more she was impressed and admired by the chief's unfathomable strength. In Karen's eyes, an ogre. How can he be so handsome? I have to say that succubus is a magical race. The 4 giants under the dragon's ogre faction officially gathered together. The chief's only lackey, Doug Longchi, the manager of the chieftain's customs house and the lord of Giant Sand City, Karen, the chief craftsman of the dragon's nest and the leader of the dwarven military industry, Kalber, the chief's first fighter, the first subordinate of Fury, and the manager of the demonic Roar tribe, Fury Fawn. From his point of view, the one with the lowest level of prestige seems to be Angry Fawn. The direct leaders of the other 3 were Gorkin, but he was new. But he is the manager of a department after all, and he has good fighting ability and intelligence. In addition, the chief's mother is in charge there, so he is qualified. For members of different races come together with very different styles. The most burly one was Angry Fawn. This red-skinned orc had eaten much better since he was no longer a slave. His muscles were bulging, and even his fangs were sharper. He is still using the dwarven warhammer that he looted during the battle in Giant Sand City. Although it can be used, it always feels a little awkward. When selecting professional combat personnel, they will definitely need uniform weapons and armor. These members will serve as the main combat and patrol force of the dragon-dwelling forces besides the ogres. Gorkin threw the question directly to the 4 of them. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to eat and drink, and then lie down and sleep to gain weight? Management is troublesome just thinking about it. With authorization from the great Chief Gorkin, the four of them formally held a meeting. The first Armed Forces Reorganization and Selection meeting of the Dragon Nest faction. Steelcoin shamelessly wanted to participate, and Doug's face turned black on the spot. Seeing this, Angry Fong picked up the little goblin and threw him out. What kind of person is worthy of attending this kind of meeting? Doug pointed at Gongbi's nose and cursed. Let's not even mention that you don't even have a brand. Even if you did, you wouldn't be qualified. How come all my Knoll patrols are branded now? And I'm calling them all over to join. If I give you face, those 100 or so goblins of yours are called goblin technology. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Gongwan walked away with his but sticking out, his face covered in dust. He wanted to be unwilling, but he didn't dare. Karlov, an old member of the Dragon's Nest tribe, is almost one of the first foreign members. His meat is still hanging outside to dry. In a few days, it will probably become jerky. This incident greatly shocked those four members who were not branded. At the meeting, Doug Longchi, a close aide to the chief, delivers speech. The Karlov incident is a wake-up call and a shame for the tribe. Doug Longchi's tone was serious but resounding, and the other three members sat up straight unconsciously. All three of them acknowledged the jackal's intelligence. As he said, he was the only one in this desert who had come this far as a Knoll. This incident has revealed the shortcomings of our Dragon's Rest Defense Force. Now the entire Dragon's Rest Force consists of only our 3 Knoll patrols. To capture Karlov, they mobilized the entire Dragon Roost tribe, even the Ogre Lords. Although the great chief didn't say anything, what is this? Doug's stern eyes swept over the 3 people around him who were considered bigwigs in the Dragon's Nest forces, except for the ogres. Kalber, Karen, and Nuya actually shrank their heads unconsciously. This is our incompetence. Karlov is slapping us in the face with his own life. Doug slapped his dog face. Shame on you. Everyone, I'm telling you this. Don't you feel ashamed? Longchi has given us such a superior living environment, and the chief has given us so much power and trust. Everyone, they say there's no conscience in the desert, but everyone, if it weren't for the wise and great chieftain and the broad platform of Dragon's Rest, me, you, and all of you, can you come here today and hold this meeting as a big boss? Put your hands on your hearts and ask yourself, does your face hurt? Do you think you are worthy of the chief's cultivation and trust? Doug spoke in a high and fierce tone, pointing at himself and the other 3. Being able to obtain the rock mark proves that there is no problem with loyalty, and being able to reach this position proves that there is no problem with the brain. Doug's words are eye-opening and sobering. Gorkin, who was about to come out to release the water, also heard these words. He was a little confused. Is that what I think? Forget it. Let them play by themselves. Gorkin scratched his butt and was about to go back, but then he thought of a serious problem. Lecimi interrupte. Gorkin rumbled up behind the 4 men in the meeting, startling them into standing up quickly. I've discovered a serious problem. Kalber, you must lead your people to build universal public toilets within the tribe according to the sizes of each tribe. It's not a big deal for these guys to urinate and defecate anywhere every day. We need to make sure the smell doesn't spread, and we need to find a way to transport those things out. After drying them, we need to find a way to fertilize the oasis. I think Itsumai might need it. You can talk to her about it then. The old dwarf looked a little confused. Public restroom? Doug immediately said, please rest assured, Chief. You can have a good rest. We will take care of this matter right away. Gorkin nodded. Well, okay, you guys continue. Then Gorkin rumbled away. The 4 people in the meeting looked at each other. What is a public toilet? Let's ask Mingyi later. This guy is also very motivated and seems to be very motivated. He is much better than that stupid guy. Doug was quite satisfied with the 5 new humans. It's strange that those 2 women weren't thrown into the love affairs hall. Karen was curious. Don't underestimate these 2 women. They are both spellcasters. The most important thing is that although the 5 of them are not as good as that idiot Karlov in construction, they are diligent and conscientious. It would be a waste to put them in the customs pavilion. Doug glanced at the 3 men and 2 women who were working and said lightly, okay, enough small talk. If you have any opinions or ideas about the selection of combatants, please speak up. The other 3 looked at each other. It seems that you have your own ideas. Then hurry up and tell us. We still believe in your brain. Karen said directly. Kalber and Nufong nodded in agreement. Chapter 97. Kalber regrets it so much. Finally, the unified armed forces of the Longchi forces were determined. The pressure was immediately put on Kalber's dwarf military industry. In Doug's vision, the dragon-dwelling forces need a garrison force stationed in 3 oases and at least 5 patrol forces. These patrols need to be able to maneuver quickly. So, Kalber needed to come up with a tank plan as soon as possible. The vehicle needed enough compartments to accommodate each patrol member. Each patrol requires at least 2 melee combatants. These melee combat members need to be selected from the powerful, muscular men of various tribes in the Angry Fong tribe. In addition to the main combat members, at least 2 remote assistants and supporters are required. These can be chosen as dwarf gunners or troll archers. Doug is more of a troll. These guys have superb and accurate throwing skills. They are natural hunters. Their spears even pierce the eyelids of anger from a long distance. This is despite Nu having the protection of the rock mark and his own strong defense. Without the mark of stone, the one-eyed ogre Nu would have become completely blind. Of course, trolls are not only good at throwing spears. Any long-range shooting weapons can cause powerful damage in their hands. And compared to dwarves, these trolls don't have much need for armor protection. Like ogres, their own bodies are their greatest advantage. Their self-healing ability is even more outrageous than that of ogres. The most important thing is that these trolls also have good melee capabilities. Although there's still some gap compared with the orcs, they're still ranked among the regular races in this desert. And their reproductive capacity is also good. Eventually, the priority for ranged fighters became trolls. At the same time, each patrol unit also has a group of gunners. Doug was deeply impressed by the dwarf mortarman. The only options for these gunners are dwarves. Now the dwarves' work is the most complicated and important. Not only do they have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the rapid development of the tribe, but they also need to take on the responsibility of fighting, and the appearance of each airship also requires the deployment of dwarves. The mortar team now also needs dwarves. Kalber's face flushed red, and he almost flipped the table. People, I need population. I only have so many dwarves. I need this and that. Even if I ask for more, I can't create that many dwarves. Doug's face was gloomy. This is a test from the Dragon Rest and Rock Brand Mutual Aid Group. Kalber grabbed Doug's leather armor and said, I guess you don't want to test my fist with your belly. Doug could only give in, Okay, I'll find a way to solve this problem later, okay? Snort. Only then did Kalber let go of Doug. However, for the sake of the tribe, Kalber still took on the task. He planned to go back and improve the mortar, preferably to reduce the manpower required, so that it could be operated by 2 people. At the same time, these 2 people can take on the task of tank drivers. He is a driver during patrol and a gunner during combat. Moreover, Kalber planned to find a way to make the weapon that the brainless human woman used to attack the terror at the Steam Sands headquarters. Of course, goblin technology is also needed to increase its power. For ordinary tribesmen, it is enough to serve as fire support. Additionally, Doug suggested splitting the 3 teams of jackalls into each group. These gnolls roam within the Dragon Roost tribe's territory every day and are very familiar with the terrain. 2 melee main combatants, 2 ranged ones, 2 gunners for fire support, and a wolf gunner for sneak attacks. In terms of combat power, these members will be equipped with sophisticated weapons and armor. As a patrol team, it is definitely more than enough. But now Lone Chi's sphere of influence is too large. If a patrol team is unable to resist, the support of other support teams will be a big problem. Kalber proposed to build a separate patrol support armed airship. This airship will stay in the high altitude of the dragon-dwelling force for a long time, and it will have powerful supporting artillery and support speed. If there is a problem, you could go directly there. Several others also agreed with this proposal. Although the airship's flexibility is not strong, its comfort, hovering ability, and firepower are unparalleled. Some forces may have tamed flying mounts. They are fast and flexible, but the damage they can cause is far less than that of airships. This is also the reason why Gorkin values airships. In this case, another group of airship members will be dispatched. For the first time, Kalber felt the shortage of manpower. Damn, if I had known I would have surrendered. So many young and strong men died in vain. Kalber was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If there were so many young and strong people, the current situation would not have happened. Seeing this, Karen felt embarrassed and didn't say anything. Well, my place is basically running normally now. How about I see if I can allocate some more manpower to support you? Kalber's eyes lit up, and then he sighed. There's actually not much difference between switching from the left hand to the right hand. Then you don't want it? Want? Kalber said quickly. Karen rolled her eyes. By the way, I think we need to find a way to evenly distribute a few small towers throughout the radiation range of our 3 dragon oases, either as warning towers or as resting places for patrol teams. This way, if there's a problem, we can just light a signal fire to call for support. It can also be used during normal times to give patrols a place to rest and stay. Doug's eyes flickered, proving that his mind was working at high speed. The idea is good, but these things need to be watched and maintained by humans, which adds to the pressure on the staff. Culber sighed. Those without a branding can't be sent out at all. Don't let them run away without watching over the supplies. There are only so many people with branding now, and they will definitely be used in more important positions. Doug couldn't help but sigh. Population. Nuya, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but speak. The reason why he didn't speak was because he felt that although he had brains, they were not as smart as the other 3, and his actual status was the lowest. The most important thing is that these 3 people are obviously working together, and you can tell they're a mutual aid organization just by listening to it. He was really envious. However, Doug and Karen are both elders in the tribe, and when he arrived at the tribe, Doug had already begun to show his talents. Although Culber came to the tribe later than him, he still had work to do. Which item in the tribe nowadays is not made by the dwarven military industry. This is why he has not spoken. Well, if we're really short of manpower, we can let the members with the mark take action and take on small management positions to increase the number of 4th level people. Those dirty, tiring, and hard work can be handed over to the 4th level. Chapter 98, It's hard to imagine you are a jackal. The 4th level. To put it bluntly, they are slaves, but it just sounds better than slaves. The dwarves have now completely left the 4th level and entered the 3rd level. As more and more dwarves possess the mark, the number of dwarves in the 2nd class also increased. No matter what race you are in Dragon's Dwelling, if nothing unexpected happens, once you have the mark, you will officially become a member of Dragon's Dwelling, and you can live well until you die. You can go out and proudly say that you are from Longchi. This is something that the 3rd estate does not have. The members of the 2nd estate are free, and they're the only estate besides the ogres who can eat and drink whatever they want, including those down-and-out hyenas that Doug brought back. Some of them had the mark in the 1st wave, and now they have all reached the 2nd level. It's just that there are also different levels within the 2nd class. But the creatures in the desert know how to be content. The superior life of the 2nd class has already made them very satisfied. At that time, the gnolls gave Gorkin the impression of a group of downtrodden and skinny stray dogs. Now, even the hair of the gnolls glowed with a bright green light. They were refined and strong, with sharp teeth and fangs that gleamed with the cold light. Truly worthy of the word jackal. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the sniper rifle, the jackals today can easily defeat all those dozen jackals with just bayonets. As for Doug, the other gnolls are strong and muscular, but this guy is just fat. The jackals patrol everywhere every day and exercise a lot, so their muscles are tight and full of strength. And Doug, the tail, is the most muscular part of the body. Doug and the others were also quite interested in Angry Fawn's proposal. As for slaves, there's so many places where we can't capture them. Only, your idea is good, but we don't have the resources to expand to the 4th level right now. Doug is in charge of the supplies himself, so he naturally knows that the current situation is just barely breaking even. The income and expenditure here refers to food. Nuya chuckled. We've opened up trade now, haven't we? Besides, we, the demon howlers, make a living by hunting, and we have a certain amount of dried meat stored. We'll trade some of it, hunt some of it ourselves, and our patrols can also hunt some of it. As for the 4th level, just give them some food and drink. There's no need to waste too many resources. Karen covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at this guy. He was also from a 4th level back then. Now, is he considered to be destroying the whole thing after having eaten a meal? Nia said sternly, It is precisely because I come from the 4th level that I can relate to this. For slaves, it is enough to have food and water and not be abused. The treatment of each class must be clearly defined so that members can be better motivated to make contributions or offer loyalty across classes. Doug clapped his hands. Well said. Sometimes it's hard to imagine you're an orc. The other 3 people complained. It's hard to imagine you're a gnoll, isn't it? That's right. Which gnoll has your brain? It's hard to imagine. It's really hard to imagine. Doug rolled his eyes. Okay, let's vote now. The minority must obey the majority. Those who agree with the 4th estate expansion plan, raise your hands. As soon as Doug finished speaking, he raised his hand, and then he saw 3 other arms of different thicknesses raised. It seems that everyone is not a good person. Doug gave a sinister smile. Then, find a way to find other forces to coordinate with some members of the Fourth Order? Doug suggested. Agree. The other 3 nodded. But don't run away in vain. We can bring the goods and do some business while we're at it. After determining the general target, Doug's dog brain began to spin rapidly. As for which forces to seek out for coordination, I think it's best to try to stay as far away as possible. As long as we don't have plans to annex these nearby forces, it's best to maintain friendly trade. Now that the nearby forces are safe, we can deal with those far away. After all, we are traveling in the sky. What can they do? If Gorkin knew about Doug's plan, he would immediately recognize that it was a strategy of attack distant enemies and make close friends. The other 3 also thought it made sense. Then make preparations during this time. Doug made the final decision. Ragefong, go back and select the patrol's main combat and range personnel and arrange for them to report to Dragon's Rest as soon as possible. Kalber, you have the greatest responsibility. It looks like the patrol and support airships will need to be added to the team. Also, the patrol's weapons and equipment must be implemented as soon as all members are selected. Kalen, reduce the number of manpower as much as possible and send all the available dwarves to Dragon's Rest. The base camp is really short of manpower right now. Doug began pacing, handing out the plans one by one. Next, I need to consider preparing the supplies needed for the next trade. Our airship plan cannot be suspended. Controlling the ground is unsafe. Only by controlling the sky as well can we seize absolute initiative. Also, I will communicate with that goblin from Steel Coin and ask them to work with you to come up with an improved plan for the patrol vehicle as soon as possible. Speaking of goblins, Doug couldn't help but roll his eyes. Those guys are only useful now. Otherwise, I really want to let that bugbear lead them. Kalber, you can tell Steel Coin clearly later that whoever possesses the brand first between him and the bugbear will be the leader of the Dragon's Nest goblins. If neither of them possesses the brand, I will risk my life to get a bunch of dwarfs back to stop him from being so complacent. I am the chief's dog, and the chief's words are his, and so are his dogs. Kalber nodded. Okay, since we've worked together for so long, I'll talk to him properly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After all, among the 4 of us, Kalber has the heaviest task. He and his dwarves also contribute the most and bear the greatest pressure. We all know this, so we'll take advantage of others later. Doug looked at Nuya and Karen with a serious expression. Karen and Nuya nodded. Needless to say, Nuya himself is the farthest away and basically lives in a free-range mode. But with the chief's mother in charge of the tribe, there is absolutely no problem with safety, and it is the least worry-free. Karen herself is just eating ready-made food, using the chassis of Giant Sand City. Kalber suffered the most severe beating and lost the most tribesmen. Now, for the sake of the tribe, the entire tribe, except for those little kids, has been mobilized. Preparations are already underway for a 3rd dwarven forge. The subsequent plans also rely on dwarves. It can be said that the operation of Dragon's Rest now depends entirely on this group of dwarves. Doug saw it all and kept it in mind. Kalber wouldn't say it, but he would tell the chief exactly what had happened. Chapter 99 Rapid Development. The powerful number 1 and Savage number 1 airships have officially begun their rotation. The 2 officially formed a caravan, setting sail from the Dragon's Nest tribe, arriving at the Giant Sand City, and then turning to the Demon Roar tribe, and finally returning to the Dragon's Nest tribe, repeating the cycle over and over again. The powerful type will continuously transport back the resources supplied to the dragon's habitat from Giant Sand City and the Demonic Roar tribe, and allow the flow of people among the 3 cities. Orders from Dragon's Rest no longer had to travel a long way to reach the 2 oases. However, Gorkin had not issued any orders, and now most of the operating commands at Dragon Rest came from Doug, the werewolf. This would be impossible for any force to happen, but it actually happened in the Longchi tribe. The most outrageous thing is that some of the other members of the tribe are jealous and envious, but none of them deny it. You can say in private that this guy is flattering and scheming, but you have to admit that he is indeed smart. Each of his instructions ensured that the Longchi tribe and even the entire Longchi force could operate in an orderly and prosperous manner. Gorkin said he was not interested in power, and he really was not interested in it. All the few things he did were just for his own enjoyment. Doug's ability and loyalty were recognized by him, so he was happy to sit back and watch Doug busy jumping up and down with his tail wagging. Of course, Doug would give Gorkin a comprehensive report on all his arrangements every day. He didn't know whether his chief had listened to him or not, but whether he said it or not was his own business. The Dwarven Forge is complete. It is officially classified as an industrial area. The thorn walls were completely dismantled and stuffed into the furnace as fuel. Brick walls rose from the ground, separating the core area of the Dragon Roost tribe, the second-class living area, the industrial area, the dwarf gathering area, and the goblin gathering area. A city is slowly rising from the ground. The order from Gorkin was implemented immediately. All of Doug's arrangements have to take a back seat. The chief's orders are more important than anyone else's. This is the common concept among all members. Doug also found Ning Yi as soon as possible. This guy came up with a plan for building a public toilet in just one night. Considering that this hellhole only rains once a year at most, and all the rain is absorbed by the Gobi Desert, there's no problem with drainage facilities, and the problem of urban construction is much simpler. Ning Yi built a public toilet that was 8 meters high in the core area where the ogres lived. He wanted to separate them by gender, but ogres even created babies randomly, so that thing was a bit redundant. At the same time, general public toilets in other areas have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. He even took people to set up a simple feces drying area some distance away from the oasis and away from residential areas. At that time, the dry manure could be used to fertilize the oasis land. Finally, he offered Doug some advice. He believed that asking the chief to use the public toilet was a great disrespect to the chief. When he designed the yard for the chief, he subconsciously left some empty space so that he could build a separate bathroom for the chief, allowing him to solve all his problems without leaving the house. Doug gave a thumbs up in surprise. Master, Ning Yi smiled modestly and sheepishly. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't given us this opportunity, we wouldn't be able to put our ideas into practice, even if we had them. Doug raised his eyebrows. Your attitude makes me feel comfortable. However, the chief knows who deserves the credit and how much each person has done. I know that too. You don't have to be like this. Ning Yi took his people to work. The 2 work helpers are now temporarily under his command. These 2 guys are living a comfortable life now. They work hard every day and have enough space to expend their energy. The only thing that makes them dissatisfied is that their leader does not have the strength to impress them. Karen and Nuya stayed here for a few days before leaving with the rotating caravan. Even including the time for loading and unloading, it only takes 3 days for Li number 1 and Yin Man number 1 to complete a rotation. After using crawler tracks for loading and unloading, the loading and unloading efficiency of the 3 oases has been greatly enhanced. This is the convenience of opening a sky channel. Before, it only took 3 days to reach Giant Sand from Dragon's Rest, and it would take 10 days to go to Demon's Roar. Even if you drove a steam track vehicle, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. This is just a rotating caravan. Doug's plan is to have 2 rotating caravans depart 1.5 days apart. At that time, a supply airship will arrive at Dragon's Rest every 1.5 days, and the 3 oases will be completely connected together. After Karen returned to Giant Sand City, the rotating caravan arrived at Giant Sand City again and transported another 500 dwarves to Dragon's Rest, including 50 strong dwarves. Longqi brought a batch of sneak attacker rifles and a large number of portable goblin bombs to the dwarves here. Karen needs to form her own security team. She can't always rely on those 3-headed ogres for everything. The demonic Roar side is also working hard to select the main combat and long-range personnel. Needless to say, as the main combatants, Fury Fong tries to choose from among orcs, Tauren, and centaurs. These 3 tribes are all top-notch muscular athletes. The strongest among them are the Minotaur, but most of them have stable personalities. Of course, they can suppress their personalities in order to survive. Fury Fong actually considered including Centaur as a range selection series. The name of the Centaur Archer is also well known in this desert. These guys themselves have extremely high mobility, and their upper bodies are also full of big muscles, which makes them look very powerful. But the only problem is that if you choose the Centaur, the size of the patrol vehicle may have to change. The Centaur is the largest of all the contestants. It takes up space in the car, and if you run, I guess I'm tired and losing weight. But don't choose. These guys are indeed brave and good at fighting, and have almost the highest mobility of all the races present. They are good at hunting on the way, and it would be a waste if we don't choose them. Angry Fong scratched his head, not knowing how to make a decision, and carefully found Honey, the mother of Chieftain Gorkin, the 2-headed ogre wizard who was in charge here. the left side of Honey's head. If you can't do it, find someone else. Stop bothering me. Honey's right head said, don't put so much pressure on yourself. You're just an executor, not a decision maker. Can't you just let the person who made the suggestion make the decision on his own? Nuya was scolded and came back scratching his head. He suddenly realized, yes, I'm only responsible for selecting the guys. It's enough if these guys can fight. It's none of my business whether they are used or how they are used. He waited until the rotating caravan arrived and stuffed all the selected guys on board. Let Doug and Colbert figure it out. Chapter 100, Dragon Patrol and Judgment Grade Airship. When the people from Giant Sand and Demon Roar arrived at Dragon's Rest, Doug's plan officially began to work. The tribe became lively again, and the voices of members of various tribes could be heard one after another. When the dwarves came here for the first time, they thought it was a desolate scene, but unexpectedly, they saw a large city rising in an orderly manner. This is a city that is even larger than Giant Sand City just by looking at the buildings inside. Now, there are only walls to distinguish each area, and the city walls have not been built yet. However, the height and thickness of those walls are not comparable to the walls of Giant Sand City. The same goes for those members from the Demonic Roar. The last time they were here, there was nothing but a fenced-in smelting furnace and a goblin press. Moreover, the last time they came here, they were still slaves, but now they are members of the third level of the Lone Chief forces and a small number of second-level members. Members of the third level cannot enter the second level or higher areas, while members of the second level can move anywhere except the core area of the ogres. As for the fourth class, they have no freedom except for their own work area and collective rest dormitory. Each class represents different treatment and bloody reality. Members with the brand will greet each other in a friendly manner regardless of their race when they meet. Their lives are also very busy, but they have no worries about food and clothing, and their lives are busy and fulfilling. Every night, laughter and joy can be heard from the living area of the second level. Except for those members who need to work overtime at night, most of the second class have their own evening time. They basically did whatever they wanted to do. They're the real members of the Dragon's Nest tribe, except for the ogres. They can live here with their heads held high. But they can also give everything for the chief, including their lives. The second tier is now mostly composed of middle and senior managers. Although they still need to work, they no longer need to do the complicated work themselves. The third class is the grassroots of the Longchi tribe. Those who perform well can become small grassroots cadres, and those who perform poorly do not need to do most of the hard work. Their lives are greatly restricted, but they are also relatively free. The fourth class, to put it bluntly, is the slave class. They have no freedom and can only barely make ends meet with food and drink. Their daily lives consist of sleeping and working. In order to ensure maximum work progress, they were divided into 2 shifts, and each shift had only 1 hour of rest time, except for mealtime. After Angry Fong's proposal was adopted and implemented by Doug, the treatment and life of each class became more clearly divided. If you want a better life, then work hard. Slaves can also cross the class and enter the third class. If one could obtain the rock mark, it would be natural to ascend to the coveted second level in 1 step. These rules and regulations clearly tell all members of the Longchi tribe from all walks of life that they have to pay a price for the life they want. For example, this patrol arm selection. There are 5 patrols in total. Each patrol consists of 10 members. 2 main combatants, 2 long-range fighters, 2 guide jackalls, 2 drivers who are also gunners, plus 2 additional support personnel. If you want to join the patrol, you must be at least the 3rd level. The captain and vice captain can only be of the 2nd level. These members will be an important force in safeguarding the territory of the 3 dragon oases, preventing external forces from entering and maintaining public security within the territory. In order to create equipment for these patrol members, Kalber also put in a lot of hard work. From the Centaurs and Minotaur main battle gear to the dwarf drivers, gunners, navigators, and werewolves, all are equipped with armor of the same color and style. This type of armor was named Patrol Defender by Kalber according to the naming style of previous tribes. It has 3 levels of protection strength and armor thickness: thin, medium, and thick, and is equipped with an inner lining made of warcraft fur to act as a buffer. Melee combat uniformly uses heavy weapons and is equipped with an inch-long iron shield. For long-range weapons, there are javelins, crossbows, longbows, and muskets according to the user's requirements. The weapons of the jackalls no longer need to be made separately. Their sniper rifles themselves possess considerable power. The dwarf's mortar has also been improved. Two dwarves can operate it quickly and are equipped with the dragon's Iron Fist individual rocket launcher. Such arrangements and deployments ensure that the patrol team will first inflict a wave of powerful long-range firepower strikes on the enemy before contacting the enemy, creating an advantage for subsequent close combat. Moreover, these so-called long-range fighters and gunners are actually not afraid of so-called close combat. The long-range fighters are basically all trolls. These trolls are also equipped with two hand axes. With their slender arms and hand axes, they can kill the enemy with their hand axes even if the enemy breaks through their main combat range. Not to mention the dwarves and gnolls. These dwarves themselves were originally wielding battle axes and hammers in one hand and muskets in the other, typical all-rounders. As for the gnolls, their sinister nature will not allow them to face the enemy personally. It is their combat habit to fire a shot and then move to another location. After these guys equipped the rifles, they even secretly developed a simple poison to soak the bullets and then load them into the magazines. The gnoll's flexible body, combined with the good performance and poison bullets of the sniper, can cause considerable trouble to the enemy. After the patrol teams were assigned and formed, and all the equipment was in place, they temporarily began patrolling around the Longchi tribe. They need time to become familiar with each other's cooperation. The chariots that carry them also take time to build. Compared with airships, these tanks are relatively easier and simpler to build. The most important feature of these tanks is that they are large enough to accommodate these big musclemen who are proficient in combat. This is not an exaggeration at all. Even the weakest dragon-dwelling jackal has an absolute, overwhelming advantage over ordinary Blue Star people. The sophisticated equipment of the Longchi tribe has increased the combat power of these guys for various races by at least 2 times. But don't underestimate the combat power improvement brought by sophisticated armor and weapons. In order to equip these guys, the collective supply of the 3 oases of the Longchi faction was barely enough. The chariot that carried them was named Order Patrol. This type of chariot has a compartment that is wide enough to accommodate warriors and equipment of various ethnic groups, as well as supplies for the journey. It is larger than a steam tank, but weighs only a quarter of it. Even if it is fully loaded with various supplies and patrol soldiers, it will not exceed 1/3 of a steam tank. The huge steam engine is equipped with a huge water tank, and the wide tracks allow this tank to run freely in the desert Gobi. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of firewood, and you need to collect the main stems of desert thorns along the way to replenish fuel. Chapter 101 Kashgar. I'll take you to a good place. Time is of little value in this endless desert. Kashgar, who had led the team to complete a transaction with a distant force, looked a little exhausted. His eyes were still sharp, his body still strong and sturdy, but the sense of vicissitudes of life that had been weathered by the wind and sand could not be hidden. He was accompanied by a group of more than 30 centaurs. That's right, a centaur. The only difference between these centaurs and the ones who ambushed him was that these centaurs looked more elite and stronger. This is a caravan of a centaur tribe that owns an oasis. Owning an oasis equals strength to a certain extent. At this moment, Kashgar and the leading centaur were talking to each other. The teams behind them were all carrying goods, but the atmosphere looked good. Kashgar was happy. Not only did he successfully complete the transaction, but on the way back to the city, he also happened to meet a centaur caravan that was preparing to trade. Since they had met each other, Kashgar immediately put down his weapon and started talking to the other party. Kashgar was full of sincerity and successfully changed the trading target of the centaur caravan to his own bone chewers tribe. The profits and merits I gained from this trip will definitely be enough to buy another kodo. Although Kashi was tired, he was happy in his heart. The centaur caravan leader once again carefully confirmed. Are you sure we want to go to the oasis occupied by the ogre tribe to rest? You're right. Those are ogres, and they are a tribe. I don't know how far away the desert is, but in the areas they affected, there were few ogres, and most of them were wandering ogres. Even so, those starving ogres are also very powerful. When other races encounter them, they would rather avoid them from a distance than engage in head-on confrontation with them. And the orc was talking about a tribe of ogres that owned an oasis. This means that this tribe must at least have a powerful chief and ogre mage. Otherwise, it would not have the cohesion and strength to gather so many ogres and develop for a long time. Kashi said seriously, "Don't worry, my centaur friend. Chieftain Gorkin of the Dragon's Nest tribe is an ogre who keeps his word. He is powerful and wise. His mother is an even more powerful two-headed ogre chieftain. I've already made 3 deals with them, and they've all kept their promises. I guarantee with the orcs' honor that we can rest and replenish safely in their tribe." Then, Kashi said with admiration, "My caravan was attacked by wandering centaur bandits before. I fled alone and found dragons rest with my trust in Chief Gorkin. I didn't expect them to send a powerful 2-headed ogre mage to take me back and kill me." Kashi still feels shocked when recalling the battle. Those ogres were strong, and Chieftain Gorkin's mother was also strong, but they faced my goods, and even though I was only 1 orc, I had no idea. Because they have already taken my payment. Chief Gorkin is as good as his word. I admire you. The leader of the centaur caravan was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously didn't believe it, but the orc in front of him swore with honor, so he couldn't help but believe it. The centaurs are actually extremely tyrannical, barbaric, crazy, arrogant, and rarely engage in production. They mostly make a living by nomadic looting, just like the ogres. Since this tribe can unify the nearby centaurs and occupy the oasis, it means that there is a chieftain who is powerful enough to defeat all the centaurs. Although all races in the desert will submit to absolute strength and authority, it is still very difficult for a race like the centaurs who have no sense of order and cohesion to achieve this goal. These creatures, from biological fathers to siblings, will fight each other at the slightest disagreement. This can better demonstrate the power of the centaur chief. The centaurs, who became even more arrogant after owning the oasis, went to take a look after hearing what Kashgar said. He thought that even if his more than 30 elite centaurs could not defeat the enemy, they could still run away. At least those orcs definitely can't outrun me. After another 2 days of trekking, the caravan officially entered the territory of the dragon-dwelling forces from the giant sand city and the central area of the demon roar. Kashi seemed very enthusiastic when facing customers from his tribe. He pointed in the direction of giant sand city and said, "There's a dwarven city over there. It's the city where the ogre mage protector and I went to trade. It's also a heavily guarded and powerful city. They have superb craftsmen and powerful war machines." At this moment, the rumbling sound of steam was faintly heard from the high sky. The 2 caravans looked up at the same time. "Look, that should be the airship of the giant Sand City dwarves, but it looks like they expanded it. I remember there was only one before." There was a hint of sigh in Kashgar's tone. There was also a hint of solemnity in the eyes of the centaur caravan leader. This thing was flying too high, out of their range, making them feel uncomfortable. On the airship, a dwarf was holding an imitation telescope and looking down. 1 group of orcs and 1 group of centaurs, about 100 in total. Should we go down or notify the patrol? The other dwarf shook his head. Our mission is to escort the convoy. Let's fire a signal flare to notify the patrol. Fire 2 and notify the Judgment-class patrol boat to ensure everything goes well. Good. 2 bursts of red flares followed closely by purple flares. The dwarf gave orders into the megaphone. The roar of 3 cannons was accompanied by 3 huge smoke clouds, 2 red and 1 purple, spreading in the air. Below the smoke were the orc caravan and the centaur caravan. Cash and the centaur caravan leader looked at each other in confusion. What does this mean? I don't know. Those dwarves usually don't mind their own business. Maybe they're trying to warn Giant Sand City to be on guard. We should also be on high alert just in case. We'll just have to get to the Dragon's Nest tribe. Kashgar is also quite solemn. The 2 caravans increased their speed at the same time. Less than half a day later, a pitch-black airship with exaggerated patterns painted on it and flashing metallic light rumbled over. On the ground, the roar of steam engines came from 2 different directions. 2 huge chariots with the Dragon's Nest battle flags were parked in the distance. 10 fully armed guys of different races got out of the carriages. The orcs and centaurs looked at each other, immediately formed a battle formation and drew their weapons. In the face of an unknown enemy, cooperation is the only chance. There was a huge speaker in front of the airship in the sky, and a loud voice came from it. "Attention, orcs and centaurs below. You have entered the territory of the Dragon's Rest forces. Immediately declare your identity and intentions, and lay down your weapons. Any action outside of this range will be considered a declaration of war and will result in an immediate attack. Repeat, immediately identify yourself. Identify yourself, identify yourself, and lower your weapon." Orc Caravan Leader Kashi. What force? The development period is over and work will start tomorrow. Chapter 1:02 Now you are our customer. Facing unknown forces and armed forces, it is absolutely impossible to lay down arms. If both of them were so obedient, they would have been swept into the historical grave in the endless desert long ago. Although Kashgar was a little confused, he still held his axe tightly. This is the iron weapon exchanged in Giant Sand City. The centaurs protected the tribesmen carrying the goods in the middle, and their front hooves kept turning over the sand on the ground. Both the dwarves on the Judgment-class patrol boat and the two patrol teams on the ground knew that it was impossible to make the other side lay down their weapons with just a few words. The artillery on the patrol boat began to load as the call was made. The patrol teams on the ground also prepared for battle. The mortars adjusted their angles, and the dragon's iron fist only needed to be activated. Kashgar shouted loudly while holding his axe. "We don't want any trouble. We just want to go to the Dragon's Nest tribe." The sound came from the airship horn in the sky again. "You are now within the territory of the Dragon Rest tribe. Lay down your weapons immediately and identify yourself and your intentions. The warriors of the Muhan tribe will never lay down their weapons unless they die in battle." Before Cash could say anything, the leader of the centaur caravan next to him, Nade, brandished the long-handled broadsword in his hand and launched a charge, with everyone except the centaur guards following closely behind him. One person, one team. He even remembered to say something to Kashgar. Kashgar's face changed, and without thinking too much, he turned around and rushed toward another team of Longchi patrol. Luktar. There was nothing Kashi could do. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Fire. The dwarf observer on the airship spoke coldly into the megaphone. The Judgment-class patrol boat, parked sideways in the air, had no fewer than 10 densely packed guns on its side, spewing out flames one after another. The dwarven mortars and dragon's iron fist on the ground also started the first round of attacks. The leading soldiers of the two patrols twisted their necks and shoulders, ready to charge at any time. It is still a little difficult to hit the charging centaurs and orcs, but the smoke and dust raised by the dense artillery fire still bring great deterrence and psychological shock. But at least the orcs and centaurs finally approached the two patrols. Prepare to engage the enemy. The gnoll in the rear calmly gave the order while holding a sniper rifle. Superior. Wa'ag. The orc and Tauren Main warriors roared, brandished their long-handled weapons, and rushed forward without any fear. Their sophisticated full-body armor and solid polearms gave them ample confidence. Not to mention that there are so many comrades behind and in the sky to help. To put it simply, there has never been such a rich war. Kashi's face changed drastically. Such a unique slogan. He braked suddenly and waved his arms, shouting, "Stop! Everyone stop!" It is a taboo to suddenly stop the charge on the battlefield, but he didn't care, and the orcs behind him suddenly fell into chaos. "Are you really for Dragon's Nest?" Misunderstanding. We are a caravan from the bone-chewing tribe. Chief Gorkin and I know each other." Kashgar's lips chattered, and he shouted. The patrol team that the orcs were facing had just shouted slogans and was about to charge when they heard these two sentences, and they were suddenly suffocated. "Drop your weapons." The jackal shouted sinisterly from behind. Cash immediately handed the battle axe in his hand to the orc behind him and opened his arms to indicate that he had no weapon. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. When I last came here, the Dragon Roost tribe only had ogres. I have made 3 deals with Chief Gorkin. We are friends of the Dragon Roost tribe." The gnoll raised his rifle as well. "The bone-chewing tribe? Are you Kashi?" Kashi was overjoyed. "You know me?" "Oh yes, there was a gnoll back then." The gnoll shook his head. "No, I've heard your story. And you were talking about our Captain General." Kashi waved his hand and said, "We're just stopping by the Longshi tribe to rest, just like before." TSK. So, are they too? The gnoll pointed his rifle at the group of centaurs that were already fighting with another patrol. Kashgar turned around and saw that he had stopped, but his centaur client had not, and they had already started fighting. The main fighters of that patrol team were a centaur and an orc. The most outrageous thing was that the centaur was covered in full body armor. He held a shield in one hand and a short-handled double-sided axe in the other, and actually launched a counterattack. All I can say is that the centaurs are naturally arrogant and unconvinced. After this guy was covered in heavy armor with only his eyes and nostrils exposed, he dared to charge directly against 20 centaurs. This guy was yelling "Wayag" while swinging a double-sided axe. We're all centaurs. If you're crazy, I am crazy too. If you are irritable, I am even irritable. The orc main warrior behind him could hardly keep up with his pace. Kashi's face changed drastically. Customers, my customers. The Knoll chuckled. Now he's our client. Kashgar. Kashi almost vomited blood. You should be thankful that you stopped in time. No race can attack members of the Dragon Perch tribe and then escape unscathed from their sphere of influence. There was an inexplicable look on the Jackal Mandog's face. Kashgar can see that the look is called pride. Are you still going to fight? If not, take your people and watch from the sidelines for a while. But you must lay down your weapons, otherwise they won't know about our conversation. The Knoll said and pointed to the sky. Kashgar looked up and saw that the airship was slowly lowering its altitude and adjusting its muzzle. He sighed heavily. No more fighting. Even if we win, we can't defeat those ogres. After saying that, Cash and his orc guards walked aside with weapons in hand. There's a chance to fight these patrol teams in front of us, even if they are well equipped. But there is no need. After beating these guys, the guys in Longqi who are really capable of fighting will come. That's really terrifying. Can you believe that the centaur's sword can't even cut through the fat layer on someone's belly? Of course, Kashi didn't know that although only half a year had passed, it was already a good thing that those centaur bandits could break the rock mark of those ogres. The Knoll nodded at this and said, "Be prepared to assist in capturing these centaurs. You can leave some alive. The tribe is currently short of people in the 4th level." The other soldiers of the patrol team rushed towards the group of centaurs with a grin. The centaurs carrying the goods tried to escape, but a barrage of metal bullets immediately appeared from the sky, blocking the way. They could only hope that the leader of their tribe would win a great victory. The eyes of the centaurs carrying cargo changed when they looked at Kashgar and his men. Okay, I didn't expect that an orc with thick eyebrows and big eyes like you would not care about honor. Chapter 103. Don't worry. Longqi is absolutely safe. Ha, Kashi, my old friend. Gorkin walked out his house with a big laugh, walked through the gate and out of the core area and looked at Kashgar, who was in shock. You're here. Why are you bringing so many gifts? Gorkin looked with great satisfaction at the dejected pack centaurs and the large amount of cargo on their backs. What else could Kashgar say? He could only give an awkward yet polite smile. Hey, you guys, why are you looking down on me like my mother has died when you come to my tribe? Gorkin bent down, picked up a centaur by its front hoof in one hand and its hind hoof in the other, and lifted it up upside down along with the cargo. Kashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Wow, what a powerful force. This centaur is quite heavy, and it has so much cargo tied to its back. Those who know you might think you picked up a centaur, while those who don't would think you picked up a stink bug. The centaur involved was also dumbfounded and didn't even dare to struggle. Come on, smile. Later, I will show mercy and let you go out to work. If you don't give me face, I will use you to entertain these guests who have come from afar. Gorkin held the centaur upside down and tilted his head to look at the face that was so terrified that he was at a loss. Who can laugh at this? It takes a lot of self-control for him to be able to hold back his tears. But he dared to swear that this was the strongest time he had ever had control over his facial muscles. He forced himself to control his face and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. Gorkin put him down in boredom. Boring. Hey, so-and-so, go see what kind of gifts our bone-chewing guests have brought us. Doug immediately showed up and arranged for someone to count the centaur's cargo. Kashgar watched all this in silence. God knows how much a shock these scenes brought to this orc. Chief Gorkin, this the last time I came here, wasn't it? He pointed at everything around him, his mouth dry. Ha. When was the last time you came? There must be. Gorkin smiled and couldn't remember anything when he talked about this. Chief, it's been more than half a year. Doug immediately reminded him from the side. Oh yes, it's been more than half a year. It's normal to have some small changes, isn't it? Gorkin waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be too surprised. Half a year. Kashi was stunned. The changes in the past 6 months are greater than those in my entire life. Don't care so much. Gorkin was also very happy to see this guy's expression. There is nothing more gratifying than showing off. Honestly, Kashi, you travel so far trade. It's really better for you to come to our Longqi every time. We have what you want here, and if we don't have it, we can make it. It's safe and convenient, right? Gorkin suggested. Kashgar has changed a lot. It is now home to the Longqi tribe, a large number of ethnic groups. No, it should be called Longqi City now. Your city is so big now. Can you still be interested in the goods of us bone chewers? Kashi felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Originally, it was just a powerful but barbaric ogre tribe. If it weren't for the two-headed ogre mage in charge, they might not even be willing to chew bones. But it's only been a short time. I've only made 2 trade trips. That's it. He looked at the neatly arranged, huge houses in the core area, then at the smelting furnaces in the industrial area that were emitting thick smoke and high temperatures, and then at the tall walls. A feeling of sourness and powerlessness came over him. What the hell is this place? And the one swinging the hammer, weren't you the dwarf city lord who sent me off in an airship last time? You are obviously shorter than me, but you still look me down with your nose? You're hitting it with your hammer so hard that sparks are flying. Look, you're being so formal. You're Longchi's first and repeat customer. How important is that? Gorkin was a little displeased. Besides, the furs from your tribe are very good and of great quality. We've used them to great effect. Kashi was a little surprised. The furs of our tribe? What can I do with the furs I left behind? You misunderstood. Our caravan flew to your tribe some time ago. You were not there at that time, and we exchanged a large number of furs. Gorkin rarely came out and seemed very patient, then pointed to the sky. Look, the fur used for the airship's airbag was traded with your bone-chewing tribe. It's very good. Kashgar looked up and saw the airship from before and nodded woodenly. Well, okay, this guy was so unscrupulous when he attacked us before. It turns out it's made of fur from our bone-chewing tribe. It's really unbelievable. Kashgar didn't know what to say anymore and could only nod blankly. What he saw and heard today continued to shock the still strong heart of this middle-aged orc. He looked at the airship skeletons still under construction in the industrial zone and the pieces of fur that the female dwarves were sewing together. He thought that the new airship would be able to take off soon. Haha, I originally planned to turn this place into a service area, but then I don't know what went wrong, and it became like this. When Gorkin said this, he scratched his butt in surprise, with a hint of sigh in his tone. Although the plan has changed, our purpose remains the same. What do you think? Your bone-chewing tribe is our first trading client. From now on, you can just come directly to me. Fur, dried meat, game, slaves, anything. I need everything here, and I have everything you need. I plan to set up a trading zone here, where caravans from any force can sell goods and trade directly. You've traveled a lot, so you can introduce clients to us. If you introduce enough clients, I'll open up some higher-level trading lists for you. By then, absolutely no violence will be allowed in my city. I guarantee the absolute safety of my clients. I have both the strength and the credibility to do so. Gorkin spoke eloquently. How about it? As Kashgar listened, his eyes became brighter and brighter. A higher-level trading list? Even airships are allowed. Gorkin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! Of course, if you can introduce enough customers, it's not impossible for me to develop an airship specifically for export. Good. Chief Gorkin is so generous. Why get back I will. At this moment, a ding-ding-ding sound came from the airship in the sky. At this time, a signal of immediate departure was detected by the smoke signal. Is this okay? Kashgar was a little surprised. Gorkin waved his hand. It's just a small matter. I guess someone has had another run-in with the patrol. Don't worry. Longchi is absolutely safe. Chapter 104, you will know what this brand represents. Doug led the way with his tail wagging, introducing Dragon City to Gorkin and Kashgar. The second-level living area, the third-level living area, the fourth-level rest area, the furnace industrial area, the dwarf military industrial area, the goblin technology area, the forging production area, and so on. Not to mention Kashgar, even Gorkin himself didn't understand these things. Amazing, amazing. Kashgar kept repeating these 2 sentences. Gorkin also raised an eyebrow. Such a large number of buildings and areas surprisingly give Gorkin a sense of neatness and orderliness. Master Chief, most of the production here is carried out by Kalber and his dwarven craftsmen, and the layout was also suggested by Ningyi. Because our Dragon Rest is still expanding and developing, we haven't built any city walls. Ningyi said something that I think makes a lot of sense. He said, the best defense is offense. If we, the Dragon Rest, are strong ourselves, then we have no right to attack others. Gorkin nodded. Okay, you guys decide. Remember to plan out a trading area and a rest area for customers who come to trade. Leave space for both. Doug nodded immediately. Okay, Chief, I will communicate with Ningyi and the others later, and there will be no delay. Before the Knoll could finish his words, he saw a black spot in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger, accompanied by bursts of bell sounds. His mouth opened wide. Gorkin and Kashgar also raised their heads in confusion. The Judgment-class patrol boat that had left earlier was gradually approaching with thick smoke. 1/3 of its segmented airbags had disappeared, and the pod was also severely damaged. Trial level, the patrol boat slanted down and didn't even have time to dock safely on the vacant airship tower, and it just slanted down and plunged into the sand outside the city. Go see what's going on. Gorkin's face turned black. How long has it been? Going out intact, and coming back stumbling and covered in black smoke? The dwarves drove it to fight the Black Dragon? Trial level, the landing of the patrol boat and the tragic scene attracted the attention of all the members of Longxi. Those in the 4th level did not dare to discuss it. Those in the 3rd level only dared to take a peek, and those in the 2nd level all surrounded it. The surviving dwarf inside stumbled down, and Doug immediately went to meet him. Gorkin stood outside the city with a gloomy face, and Cash stood beside him, remaining silent. At this time, just watch quietly and don't say anything. A moment later, Doug returned. Chief, I've learned that a caravan of approximately 100 linemen entered our territory, located near Giant Sand City. They were powerful and possessed 3 spellcasters. The patrol discovered them and lit a signal fire. 3 patrols and a judgment class airship confronted them, and a battle ensued. A small number of members from the 3 patrols were captured, while the rest were killed. The judgment class airship was severely damaged. Gorkin scratched his head and looked down at Kashgar beside him. Look, I just told you that this place is absolutely safe. Ha, this slap in the face comes so fast. Gorkin laughed, Doug lowered his head, and Cash grinned. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. Even a fool could tell that there was something wrong with the big guy's tone. Doug, go activate the terror and clear out to make room for my ogres. Kashgar, do you want to come with me and take a look? Look, I haven't been out for a few months, and there are those brave enough to think I'm dead. Ha ha ha. Kashi nodded solemnly. The Lion Man is indeed powerful, but Chieftain Gorkin is my friend, and my battle axe is willing to fight for my friend. Gorkin waved his hand. No, you can just watch when the time comes. Wait here. Gorkin returned to the core area and kicked open the door of Nu's house. Nu, who was sleeping with Da Hong Hong in his arms, opened his eyes dazedly. Call someone. Gorkin left 2 words coldly, returned to his yard, and picked up the pure iron mace that was almost rusted in the corner. With the power of loyal tribesmen, this pure iron mace, which is no different from a battering ram, seems a little light, but it doesn't matter, as long as it can kill the enemy. Nu was the tribal trumpeter, so it was obvious that they were going to have a fight. He excitedly took off the huge animal horn hanging on the wall, stood outside the door, puffed up his cheeks, and started blowing. Beep! A long, deep, and desolate horn sounded, calling back all the ogres that were wandering around. When Ningi heard the sound, he hurried out with a few people carrying a flagpole. Master Chief, this is our tribe's battle flag. We just made it today. Gorkin grinned. That's just right. Just at this moment, a heavily armored ogre wearing heavy armor and holding a mace passed by, and Gorkin handed him the battle flag. Bow. From now on, you will be the flag bearer of the tribe. Even if you die, you must keep the dragon's rest battle flag alive for me. Do you understand? Bao, like fury, had a single horn, but was a double-eyed ogre. He might not have understood the meaning of this sentence, but he could see the serious look in Gorkin's eyes. I do. Bao looked at the pattern in his hand, which was several times smaller than the huge flagpole in the center of the core area, but exactly the same. He seemed to understand something, and his eyes were wise and firm. Bao held a mace in one hand and the dragon rest battle flag in the other, looking proud. He snorted in anger and disdain. I'm not only a trumpeter, I also play the big gong. No extra slogans were shouted, because not all the tribesmen were there yet, and Gorkin had to go pick up his mother. When the ogres boarded the terror, Kalber also ran over wearing heavy armor and carrying the forging hammer given to him by Gorkin. Chief, wait for me. Gorkin frowned. Just do your job well. Why are you joining the fun? Kalber said seriously, I'm also a member of Dragon's Roost, a warrior of the great chieftain Gorkin. Gorkin looked at the determined dwarf, then nodded. Come up. Doug keeps an eye on the house. After leaving a few words of advice, the terror set sail towards the roaring demon tribe. After picking up my mother, I will chase after those lion people. But the lion men didn't go far. The patrol soldiers' bodies were discarded at random, and their equipment was stripped off. A group of lion men looked at the dying gnoll and grinned. Tell me, what's the matter with your brand? How can a trash gnoll like you have a magical brand? Those weak ant are the same. How could they obey the orders of a gnoll like you? The werewolf was covered in blood, and just as he was about to speak, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Ahem, want to know why this happened? Never mind, ahem. The gnoll grinned with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. You cough, you will know. A lion man impatiently grabbed the hyena's neck and lifted him up. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Ahem, the great Gorkin chief will avenge us, ahem. The Knoll looked at the lion man's face so close to him, and with his remaining strength, he pulled out a portable goblin bomb from his crotch and detonated it decisively. The jackal's cunning nature allowed him to place the bomb in an unusual place to avoid enemy inspection. The stone brand of loyalty caused the cowardly Knoll to detonate the last of the goblin bombs, chanting his chieftain's name. Chapter 105, Chasing with Sand. A faint blue light flickered on the lion man's body. The small goblin bomb did not cause any harm to him. However, the lion man was still frightened and threw the rag-like body of the jackal aside. What the hell is this? Is this still a Knoll? What other teams are made up of these random races? Which one can match up with which other? How'd they get together? If he hadn't been wearing the arcane shield, even his lion man body would not have been able to withstand the goblin bomb exploding in front of his face at such a close distance. You won't die, but you will definitely lose your face, and you'll most likely be blinded by the explosion. The spellcaster lion man leading the team rode a sturdy lion. He said indifferently, "Stop talking nonsense. This place is a bit weird. Clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. We are ready to leave." The other lion men all sped up their movements. "Look, big brother." Another spellcaster, also riding a lion, pointed at the weapons and armor. These pieces of equipment are clearly of the same style. Add to that the airship from earlier, and it's clear they're not a small force. The leader lion, "That's why I told them to hurry up. We might get into trouble." The other lion man didn't care. "With you here, big brother, and the two of us supporting you, what trouble do we have to worry about?" The leading lion was surprised. "Did I say I was afraid?" The leading lion man gently kicked his mount, and the lion immediately walked away slowly. "I just find it troublesome." The remains of the warriors who died in Longqi became lunch for the caravan's mounts. This place is still a long way from Rexy City, and they will not waste any resources. Of course, if they really have nothing else, the oases along the way will be their supply bases. As for whether the owner of the oasis agrees, who cares? The lions moved very quickly, and even after resting and eating, they left in just an hour. The Terror was running at full steam, the steam pistons were running rapidly, and the temperature of the boilers was the same as Gorkin's rage. Normally, an airship would take a whole day to fly, but the Terror arrived in just half a day. After picking up my mother, it was already late at night when I arrived at the location where the lion men and the dragon patrol were fighting. The sand on the ground, which had been soaked in blood and turned black, and the scattered bones all told what had happened here. Gorkin squatted down and gently picked up a handful of black sand. "Chief, I asked before coming here. These warriors, whether they were third or second class, branded or not a single one retreated. All of them died in battle." Kalber said in a deep voice. Okay. Gorkin held the sand in his hand. "Look for them. They'll definitely need a campfire when it gets dark. How far can we go in a day? Find them, and then..." Gorkin grinned. "Find them first." He returned to the Terror and sat with his arms and legs spread out in the huge, pure iron chair specially made for him. The ogres were resting. Kashgar was also resting with his eyes closed, and Korber was holding a telescope and constantly looking for possible lights. As Gorkin said, even the lions need to light a bonfire to keep warm in the desert night. On the contrary, they don't care about the monsters and demons that come out at night. Coming here is just a snack. As dawn was about to break, Kalber finally found the fire in the darkness. The ogres slowly opened their eyes, revealing bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes. The sleeping lion crawling on the ground raised its head vigilantly, and the lion men who were leaning against the lion to rest also opened their eyes. A rumbling sound came from the sky, attracting the attention of all the lion people on the ground. At dawn, the first ray of morning light tore through the darkness. But the huge airship seemed to bring even greater darkness. The Terror did not make any attacking moves and just landed slowly. The lions were on guard. Their own powerful strength made them not afraid. They wanted to see what the airship was going to do. "Brother, if we seize this airship, won't the journey be much easier?" The leading lion's eyes lit up. "What you said makes sense." None of them took the airship seriously or took it too seriously. Heavy footsteps were heard. The lion's pupils shrank suddenly. "Ogre." The three lion man spellcaster brothers all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. "How is this possible?" The usually calm, leading lion couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had many speculations that whether it was dwarves, goblins, or gnomes, humans could all build such a huge airship. Even if a giant dragon transformed into a human form came down, he could accept it. At worst, he would just face death calmly. The only thing I didn't expect was a group of ogres coming down. This strong contrast not only made him, but also all the lion people present drop their jaws in shock. Kashgar, standing on the pod deck, couldn't help but feel a sense of fellowship when he saw the expressions of these lion men. Yes, that's it. This is how I've felt since I came into the dragon's habitat. How on earth did you? The leading lion couldn't help but speak. The strong contrast made him extremely uncomfortable. But before he could finish his words, Gorkin raised his arm. Plant the flag. The two words were emotionless, yet chilling. Bao did not let down his guard. He reached out and inserted the lone chief battle flag that he had been carrying on his shoulder into the ground in front of him. Gorkin opened his clenched hands, and black sand fell down. Although you are not from my tribe, you are a member of Dragon's Rest. Look, this is just the beginning. Gorkin looked at the lion men without getting angry or roaring, but just pointed at the battle flag seriously. The Dragon's Rest battle flag. You should have seen it before. And I am the chieftain of Dragon's Rest. Don't forget it when you get down there. The leading lion narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, You are that rubbish. He was interrupted by Gorkin again before he could finish his words. Gorkin just waved his hand and said, Fight. Wah-at. With an angry roar and accompanied by a deafening cannon shot, the first shot was fired. Intense blue light flashed continuously. Ziz bang bang bang. After a brief acceleration, the three-barrel machine gun was spinning at high speed, and dense shells were thrown over like a rainstorm. The three lion brothers were almost continuously casting arcane shields. They just feel it's outrageous. The ogre was outrageous enough, but these two guys were even more outrageous. Honey pressed down with the big bone hammer in her hand. Two powerful energies instantly covered all the ogres, including Kalber. Double casting, mass bloodlust. Chapter 106. The powerful mother and the exploding old dwarf. Tear them apart. Gorkin said coldly. Fury and Steel looked at each other. One picked up his boom boom, and the other raised his mace. Bao pulled up the battle flag with one hand and brandished the mace with the other. 14 ogres, except Gorkin and Honey, roared and rushed forward. The pregnant female ogre was left at home, and 3 others were stationed in Giant Sand City. 4 heavily armored ogres led the charge, while the rest held maces in one hand and large iron shields in the other. Their faces were ferocious, with scarlet light flashing on their bodies and bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Kalber's face was resolute. For Gorkin, the old dwarf let out a loud shout, and his body rapidly expanded with a flashing silver light. God descended to earth. Kalber, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, quickly grew to more than 4 meters tall. In this state, he hit Gorkin with a hammer and made him spit out blood. Lions are powerful, and their damage is greater than that of ordinary orcs, and they're more flexible, but their physical defense is not as good as that of orcs. The only difference is that lions have a higher chance of becoming spellcasters. If the 3 lion spellcasters had not cast arcane shields separately, they would have suffered casualties in this wave. Even so, the earth-shaking bombardment directly killed all their mounts, including their cargo. When the dust cleared, the lions were no longer surprised. They brandished their swords and fought with the ogres. All I can say is that this group of lion people are worthy of being the ones who can completely wipe out the Dragon Patrol team under the fire of the Judgment-class patrol boats. They cooperated well and formed groups of 5 lions to encircle and kill the orcs. Although they were as tall as the orcs, they were very flexible. After an attack, they would retreat without looking at the results, leaving space for the next tribe member to attack. Anyone hit by the ogre's powerful maces would be turned into a pile of meat paste. This is beyond doubt. The lions have no doubt about this fact. The 2 lumps next to it are the best proof. However, these are just ordinary members and guards of the Lion Man caravan. The real core is the elite Lion Man, led by the 3 spellcaster brothers. The Lion Man elder brother shouted sternly, Let's work together to defeat that 2-headed ogre first. That guy's obviously a spellcaster. He started by casting a transfiguration spell on Honey. This skill can transform a target whose mental power is less than that of the caster into a small animal. The duration is related to the mental power gap between the 2 parties. The dark blue energy fell on Honey, but Honey stood still. Honey's right head. Honey's left head. Garbage. Lion brother. The opponent might be a high-level spellcaster, so transfiguration is useless. The eldest brother reminded, and the other two lion spellcasters began to condense the earth element. Then they raised their hands high, and a large amount of arcane energy began to gather. The arcane barrage released by the three arcane mages is about to cover Honey and Gorkin. Honey's right head. Have you had enough fun? Honey's left head said, with your feeble powers, do you think you are worthy of being called a spellcaster? Honey's two heads roared and glared at the three-headed lion man spellcaster. Look at me. Trash. Right head. Calmness determines double casting. Left side of the head. Pyroblast is considered a triple cast. Honey's bone hammer smashed down from the air, and a white cool light flashed on her body, followed by a triple spell of fire explosion. The effect is that calmness of mind is triggered twice, and pyroblast is triggered 3 times each time. 6 huge, blazing, and extremely unstable fireballs blasted towards him. The pupils of the 3 Lionman's spellcaster brothers dilated instantly. At this moment, a shining light appeared behind Gorkin, followed by an agile figure. Roar! Behead! A lion man suddenly appeared and jumped high, cutting Gorkin's neck with the inverted triangle knife in his hand. Honey's left head instantly became ferocious. She waved her left hand, and a string of fireballs bigger than basketballs flew out like a machine gun. But it was too late after all. The lion man's inverted triangle sword chopped down fiercely under his fierce eyes. He seemed to see the ogre's head being separated. A yellowish-brown light filled the air, and he felt as if his sword was chopping at the stone. Gorkin turned around indifferently, and before the lion man left, he grabbed his 2 strong and powerful legs with both hands. Huge and continuous explosions erupted at the 3 lion man's spellcaster brothers, and Gorkin exerted force with both hands amid the explosions. Snap! The lion man who attacked him turned into a Fan Shiran. Blood flowed down Gorkin's neck, and then his mother immediately threw away the blessing, but Gorkin's face was still distorted with pain. If there was no mark of rock and no power of loyal tribesmen to enhance his strength, he might really have died. He casually dropped the halves of the lion man's body that he was holding in each hand and raised his mace. Wah-at! Gorkin led the charge. He was not wearing armor and was only wearing leather shorts, but his momentum surpassed that of the other 14 ogres. Even because of his charge, Honey also chose to charge. The left side of her head roared, and a large number of fireballs and firewalls were splashed out from her left hand. The right side of her head observed the battlefield, and the blessing from her right hand always fell accurately on every injured member of the tribe. Roar! Gorkin smashed a lion man into a pulp with just one blow. He swore he wanted to hide, but he couldn't. He predicted Gorkin's attack based on the frequency and speed of other ogres' attacks, but he didn't expect that this all-iron mace was a little too light for Gorkin. With just one strike, Gorkin made the lions who were about to engage him turn away immediately. This lion man used his life to prove the importance of Chief Gorkin. Kalber, who was being besieged by 5 lion men and whose armor was covered with scars, blushed when he saw Gorkin personally joining the battle. In his opinion, it would be a disgrace for him to let the chief go down in person. 4. Kalber stopped dodging and let the lion man's sword pierce his body through the gap in his armor. Gorkin, with red eyes, the old dwarf endured the attacks of the 5 lion men, and in exchange for injury, he smashed the head of one of the lion men with a hammer. He gritted his teeth and stared at the remaining 4 lion men with red eyes. This time, I won't lose again. Kalber's bright silver body radiated billowing heat. He shouted, for Gorkin, and ignored all attacks, not caring about the damage those attacks would cause to him. The dwarf completely gave up his life. Bang! A huge shock wave spread out from under his feet, and the surrounding sand was cracking. Chapter 107, This is not the end. Gorkin's property is confiscated. This huge shock really attracted the attention of the other warring parties. Kalber looked at the cracks under his feet in disbelief, and then at the 4 lion men who staggered and fell to the ground under the huge shock. This is the power of Mother Earth. I have actually realized the innate skills of the dwarf bloodline again at this age. A thunderstrike. The 4 lion men were not only dizzy from the shock, but also suffered considerable damage. And all this, Kalber suddenly turned his head to look at the tall ogre on the battlefield. If it weren't for the chief, how could I have such an understanding? All of Kalber's emotions finally turned into a roar. 4. Gorkin. The old dwarf swung his hammer with all his might, hitting the fallen lion man directly on the kidney. The other ogres were stunned. Wah-ag! The earth-shaking roar completely tore apart the darkness. The all-iron heavy armor and weapons, as well as the thick shields and the rock mark that provide all-round defense, make these already terrifying ogres invincible. The ogres tore the lion men to pieces in front of Kash's horrified eyes. Whether it was the ogre's flashing ochre energy or the pure iron mace that was more terrifying than a battering ram, both made Kashgar's heart beat fast. The mace was even 1/3 taller than his height. Of course, what made Kashgar tremble the most was Gorkin's mother. What kind of monster is that? How could Kashgar, who has traveled all over the world, not recognize the pyroblast technique? Although the ogre version of pyroblast was much larger in both power and size, he was sure that it was definitely pyroblast. But anyone with a little common sense knows that although pyroblast is powerful, the chanting time of this spell is longer than the life of an average person. Unless they are in an absolutely safe situation or are calm and composed, fire mages generally will not choose to release this skill in battle. But whose good guy is doing 6 consecutive pyroblasts? What person or building can withstand the ogre's 6 consecutive pyroblasts? Kashgar was confused. He was really confused. What is wrong with this world? No wonder Gorkin said before that his place was absolutely safe. With such strength, once you see it, you will not have any thoughts of disobeying him. Kashgar had to carefully consider what Gorkin had said before. He felt that he would need to discuss the attitude and strategy towards Longqi with his chief after returning. Such an existence must never be an enemy. Below, Gorkin saved the last lion man from being smashed into a pulp. A-doo-doo. The ogre looked at his chief in confusion. No. Wah-ag. The Wah-ag is definitely going to be a Wah-ag, but I kept him to start a bigger Wah-ag. Gorkin looked at him sincerely. One look at the ogre's wise eyes and serious expression told Gorkin that he understood. Go ahead and look for something you like to eat. I'll take you guys on a Wah-ag trip later. The ogres knew that their leader was not a joke about 2 things. One is food, the other is Wah-ag. They happily searched for edible meat paste. The only remaining lion man stood there in shock. Chief Kalber, who had returned to his normal state, walked over carrying a war hammer. Did you hold back when you fought me last time? Gorkin remembered the huge shock just now. Kalber said seriously, No, I just had an epiphany. This skill is the bloodline of us dwarves. It's like a god descending from heaven. If it weren't for the chief, I might never have realized it until I die. Gorkin waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me, but since you are here, interrogate him. It would be best if you could find out where their power lies. What do you mean? That's right. Gorkin showed a cruel look. I'm going to rob the house. Why? Do you have other ideas? Kalber shook his head. No. Chief, I meant to say that Ningyi suggested that your gate be short of 2 lions. I think the leader of the lion people would be just the right person. The old dwarf had a resolute expression on his face. It's always been Longqi who bullied others. Now they've slapped Longqi in the face and killed their patrol. If we don't fight back, where will Longqi's reputation be? Where will yours be? Ha ha ha. Gorkin grinned broadly. I'm very happy with your changes. You're becoming more and more like a member of the Dragon's Nest tribe. Gorkin made no secret of his admiration for Kalber and turned to walk towards the terror. After watching his chief leave, Kalber looked at the lion man. Ai, Tintin. Just as the lion was about to speak, he saw Kalber put his fingers to his mouth. Shh. Then he knocked him down with a hammer. Don't be in a hurry to tell me. I won't ask you yet. Let me beat you up first, and then we can talk. Kalber twisted his neck and raised his sledgehammer. The terror returned, carrying the weapons and armor left behind by the lions and the equipment they had seized from the dragon patrol. As for other supplies, he fired an angry shot, causing Honey 6 companies to explode and all their supplies to go down the drain. At Kalber's feet lay a lion man who was almost twice his height. Facing Gorkin's gaze, he nodded and said, I admit it. The terror returned to Dragon Roost. There's no trouble here. The damaged Judgment-class patrol boat is being repaired at an expedited pace and is expected to be restored in 2 days. The powerful transport boat and the Savage escort boat have completed their rotation and are unloading. Doug was relieved to see the terror return. He hurried to meet him, but before he could say anything, Gorkin's order came down. Doug, all airships, including the terror, must be equipped with high-powered bombs. Kalber, take your dwarven military industry and goblin technology, and besides repairing the Judgment-class patrol boats, focus on producing high-powered bombs. All other tasks can be put on hold. Fill up all the powerful transport boats. I'll only give you 2 days. Doug and Kalber immediately became serious. Yes, Chief. Gorkin led the ogres back to the core area, and his mother Honey was very happy to see the house built specifically for her. Even the equally irritable left head praised Ningyi. Gorkin saw this, and then looked at a certain Russian who was still hanging outside to dry. What is the gap? This is called the gap. Kashgar wanted to leave, but was very curious about Gorkin's next actions. He asked the caravan to take the goods back first, and then asked them to bring dried meat and furs to continue trading. He planned to follow Gorkin to see how to confiscate the house. The Lion People's forces are far away from here, and intelligence indicates that they are very powerful. Gorkin would not lead his people in a head-on fight. Who uses brute force when we have technology? Let's first clear Kirov's name, and then talk about what happens next. Chapter 108 Post-War Summary. The joys and sorrows in this world are always so impermanent. Gorkin is cruel and ruthless to outsiders, but just look at the gradually increasing number of the second level to know how charming this ogre, who only knows how to enjoy himself every day, is. Except for Karen, which member here was not abducted, but they all offered absolute loyalty to Gorkin. When they learned that Gorkin was planning to chase the lions into their territory, all the second and third level members of the tribe sped up their actions without exception. When this news came out, a small number of the third class offered absolute loyalty to Gorkin and obtained a rock mark that was enough to allow them to ascend to heaven in one step. Thanks to the lack of city walls, the expansion of the second-class living area was not hindered in any way. The fact is that no matter which area it is, all of them have left expanded areas, including the core area where ogres live. The construction of city walls has both advantages and disadvantages, but for the rapidly developing Longchi city, building city walls will not only hinder the development and construction of the city, but will also consume a large amount of resources. That night, Gorkin called Doug and Kalber. Doug had heard the details of the battle from Kolber this afternoon, and he keenly noticed that the chief's expression had changed when he looked at Kolber. The Knoll understood that the old dwarf had been completely recognized by the chief. He didn't feel any threat. Kalber is completely different from his own positioning, just like Karen. Karen's role is as a city lord who has some abilities and is used by the chief to vent his anger. Kalber is positioned as a dwarf craftsman with superb skills and a powerful warrior. He is the chief's lackey, a lackey who has some power at the chief's instruction. Angry Fong is still in the probation period, and whether it can be included in the Rock Brand Mutual Aid group remains to be discussed. But it looks good so far. The default rule of this small group is that it cannot accept members with the same positioning. Only when there is no threat to each other can we help each other and achieve success. Although the rise of the old dwarf was expected, it was still somewhat beyond Doug's expectations. This guy's slogan is "For Gorkin." All I can say is, very strong. The war will start in 2 days. Gorkin may be crazy, reckless, and walk, but he will never foolishly play with his own life, his mother's life, and those of his tribe. The main reason was that he himself knew that although he led the ogres to shout, walk, it was just a slogan. They're not those spore greenskins. We have finally been living a more and more comfortable life. We can see that our life is getting better and better. It would be a shame if it were to end like this. Fighting is definitely necessary, but pre-war discussions and post-war reviews are also very important. Although my mother has a high IQ, she is also a pure ogre. The only questions are who was beaten, where, and when. Don't care about anything else. As for the other tribesmen, you can't discuss such a big thing with a fool, right? There are only 2 loyal guys, Doug and Kolber. Kolber still had a lot to say about this battle, but he was afraid that if he spoke rashly he would anger the chief, so he kept it to himself. However, he did not expect the chief to bring it up on his own initiative. Chief, although we have completely wiped out this lion caravan, I still have to admit that the power behind these lions may be very powerful. Gorkin sat on the pure iron armchair in his hall and hummed. Go on. It's the chief. Kalber stood up, his resolute face full of seriousness. First, even when faced with the powerful dragon-dwelling ogre, these lion men were surprised but did not panic. They worked in pairs of 5 and 5, coordinating perfectly. They retreated after a single strike without any successive cuts. The 5 lion men coordinated like flowing water. If it weren't for Lord Wrath and Lord Steel leading the heavily armored vanguard, if it weren't for all of them being equipped with large iron shields, if it weren't for the stone brand, if it were ordinary ogres, I'm afraid, even if they could win, it would be at a heavy price. Kalber's eyes were solemn. He was also besieged by 5 lion men. If he hadn't activated the buggy skill God's Descent and the Mark of Rock, he would have died a quick death even though he was wearing heavy armor. Secondly, they have 3 spellcasters, and I guess their strength cannot be too low. Master Nu's heavy artillery and Master Gang's strafing were completely ineffective. The strength of this arcane shield also indirectly proves their strength. Doug sneered. Are they the 3 lion brothers you mentioned who were killed instantly by Lord Honey? With Lady Honey here, what spellcaster should we be afraid of? Although I have little experience, I still know how powerful Lady Honey is. Kalber nodded, then shook his head. Mrs. Honey is very powerful, but we are not talking about individual strength now. You know, this is just a caravan from the lion tribe. There are 3 spellcasters in charge of caravan. How powerful must their tribe be? Gorkin nodded in agreement. Anything else to say? Kalber continued. I almost understand what the chief means. He plans to use his high-altitude advantage to launch a large-scale attack. This plan is great. The reason we didn't continue to provide armor for the Ogre Lords is because all our resources were used to build the airship and patrol plans. But airships aren't our exclusive technology. I think we need to not only be wary of the large number of spellcasters that might appear, but also be prepared for the possibility of their sky power appearing. Whether it's an airship or a flying mount, we must first prepare our own defenses when bombing the enemy. Kalber said sincerely, Chief, war is war. This is our first expedition since the attack on Dragon's Rest. We must be fully prepared. We cannot afford to be careless or take any chances. Kalber's explanation was very comprehensive, and even Gorkin could not find any fault with it. This guy has lived much longer than Gorkin. Although he is sometimes a bit old-fashioned and decadent, he still has knowledge and life experience. That's a good point, but the decision has been made, so we have to make the most of it. Cash from a bone-chewing tribe will also be joining us. This guy has traveled extensively and survived to this day, so he's definitely no pushover. He will be a crucial step in Longchi's efforts to expand its customer base. The expedition in 2 days must not be delayed. You 2 go down and come up with a set of rules so that everyone can prepare well. Gorkin also agreed with Kalber's words. No problem, Chief. Kalber said immediately. That, Chief, Doug tentatively suggested, should we erect a monument or something for those second-tier warriors who died in battle? Although they weren't ogres, they were still your loyal minions after all. Gorkin thought about it and waved his hand. If you're going to do it quickly. Haven't we recovered the equipment of those patrol soldiers who died in the battle? Find a place to build a cenotaph for the soldiers who died in the battle. You can ask Ningyi and the others what a cenotaph is. Choose a part of the equipment to bury it in, and then hold a small funeral. It shouldn't take too long, and everyone should participate. Chapter 109 Spicy Jerky. Kalber's words made Gorkin pay more attention to this expedition. He felt that he also needed to make some preparations. The next day, Longchi became busy again. At least that's what Gorkin saw. But the fact is that the industrial area, forging area, and production area have no rest at all. Members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th classes were busy under the dense torches. The tall brick walls blocked out the light from outside, and the ogres, familiar with the clanking sounds, slept soundly. The cohesion of the 2nd and 3rd classes is unprecedentedly high at this moment. What kind of magical place is this? Wasn't their original tribe extremely cruel? Only fertile females and strong males can be treated accordingly. And those who are injured, disabled, and elderly will all be abandoned without exception. Those former warriors who lost their fighting power in tribal battles were treated even worse than dogs. Not to mention the grand funerals held for the soldiers who died in battle. But it was done here. The patrol was attacked, and Chief Gorkin led his entire tribe to chase after them, holding the sands soaked with the blood of the warriors and killing all the invading enemies. It is even necessary to use an expedition to avenge the soldiers who died in the battle. They had never met such a chief before. Of course, they heard the version that Doug had passed down. Gorkin's intention was simple. If you hit me in the face and kill my people, I will dig up your ancestral graves. I would feel uncomfortable if there was even a bone left in the grave. As for the funeral, Doug was not talking nonsense. Gorkin really wanted to give an explanation to those members who died in the battle. This is because all of them fought to the death without retreating, otherwise they would never have received this treatment. After all, he died fighting for himself and was so loyal to him. No matter how cruel Gorkin was, he would still feel touched. Doug will handle this matter himself, and Gorkin will just have to show up when the time comes. Even if those soldiers were not dead, he might not have seen them standing in front of him. Longxi has changed so much, and he doesn't worry about it. Every time Doug came to report, he would just say, okay, fine, you decide if it made sense. And that's it. Kashgar has finally opened its eyes. He had hardly eaten anything in the past 2 days and was just shocked, especially after watching the dragon dwellers hold a simple yet solemn funeral for the soldiers who died in battle. He felt a force gripping his heart. Even the orcs who attach great importance to honor will hold a funeral, but the chief will not appear in person. For orcs, a glorious death in battle is the fate of every orc. Kashgar also envied the superior living environment of the second level of Longxi. As the leader of a tribal caravan, his living environment and comfort are not even comparable to those of the third level of Longxi. Is this the confidence that comes from possessing powerful forging capabilities and the resources of 3 oases? He put himself in their shoes and thought, if he were not the leader of the caravan but just an ordinary orc, he would probably stay here willingly. The funeral was just a brief interlude, and after it was over, all members immediately returned to their posts. For airships are being loaded. The flagship Terror in power. Transport boats have the largest capacity and volume, but the main force this time is the power. The Terror needs to transport ogres, so at most 2 more can be added to the original 4. The powerful transport boat, apart from the boiler steam engine, the driver and operator, and the dwarf crew who dropped the bombs, had its deck neatly filled with bombs, and both sides of the ship were also hung with them. In order to allow the side of the ship to withstand such weight, the dwarves also fixed the side of the ship with iron frames. The Judgment class, patrol boats, and Savage class escort boats are small armed airships that have advantages in firepower and speed, and also have partial armor capabilities. After Kalber's proposal, they retained some of their anti-aircraft capabilities and added small-caliber rapid-fire guns on both sides of the ship as a precaution. At the same time, a small amount of artillery shells were retained, and the rest of the space was used to load aerial bombs. On the night before the expedition, members of the second class were allowed to enter the core area as an exception. Doug submitted the second-level head count as of tonight. 864. Of course, most of them are dwarves living here. The ogres were very obedient and brought their own small iron stools to sit in the front. Following behind are the members of the second class. Without exception, whether they are ogres or members of the second class, they all have their own jobs. The only thing that can make the ogres so well-behaved is the cooking done by Chef Gorkin himself. Thanks to the outstanding performance of Doug and Kolber and the outstanding performance of the patrol members who died in battle, and Gorkin also needed to do some pre-war preparations. The ogre's delicious recipe, that hadn't appeared for a long time, came in handy again. The reward for the first 2 appearances are Ojk Primary Weapon Chapter and Power of Loyal Tribesmen. One greatly increases the strength of the tribe members, and the other greatly increases his own strength. Even a simple version of spicy chicken nuggets can be simplified to the ogre version. I think that with sufficient preparations this time and so many people enjoying it, the rewards will not be too bad. Just like what was said in the chat channel at the beginning. Even if it turns out to be shit, it's better than nothing. The Tsumai handed in all its harvest yesterday. A large number of mature peppers and crops were sent to the void cold storage. Gorkin took out all the peppers except those with seeds. Powerful type. After the airship rotation ended, it brought back a large amount of dried meat that had not yet been completely dried from the Demon Roar tribe. Gorkin cut the dried meat into strips and set it aside. After picking the roots of the peppers, chopped them a few times. It should have been cut into sections, but it was too small for Gorkin to cut. Among the crops grown, there was a plant whose rhizome tasted similar to ginger, and Gorkin crushed some of it. There is another kind that is not onion, but it smells similar, and Gorkin also prepared a lot of it. The Sichuan peppercorns and Sichuan peppercorns that were previously traded were taken out and kept for later use. Boil the jerky briefly to soften it, then drain. Boil the fat, stir-fry the seasonings until fragrant, and then pour all the drained dried meat into it. The large shovel stirred the meat, frying the moisture out of the dried meat, and the salt stone collided, and a large amount of coarse salt was smashed down. Finally, he grabbed the peppercorns with his ruthless iron hands and sprinkled the chopped green onions on top to garnish. This little smell comes up immediately. Spicy jerky out of the pot. Spicy dried meat. It's evening, the temperature has dropped sharply, it's just right to eat something spicy. Those pairs of eager eyes outside have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 110. Kogol's recognition. The portion size was huge. After Gorkin gave the order, Doug took Ningyi and the others to the construction site overnight to build a large enough barrel. This always makes Gorkin feel like a master chef of a rural buffet. Buckets of food were brought out and placed at the front of the core area. The diffuse, spicy aroma instantly stimulated the taste buds of all members present. The ogres are ready to make a move. Mother Honey stood up and glanced around with her 4 eyes, and all the ogres instantly became quiet. The pressure from the two-headed ogre mage swept across the entire venue. Seeing this, Honey took her bowl and gently scooped a little bit from the container, which was a big bucket for an ogre, and put it into her mouth under the eager eyes of more than 800 members in the audience. Honey's 4 eyes lit up instantly. It feels numb when you put it in your mouth, fragrant when you chew it, spicy when you swallow it, and sweet in the aftertaste. Just a small bite completely conquered the powerful ogre mage. She didn't continue eating, but waited for her son to come out. She can try it, but she still respects her son's work. The other eagerly watching members had already received affirmative answers from Honey's 2 faces and swallowed their saliva. And Gorkin finally walked out slowly. Looking at those faces full of eager expressions, Gorkin grinned. For a chef, nothing can compare to the feeling of having diners eagerly waiting for their food to be served. Gorkin stood in front of the barrels, coughed, and then began to speak. Gorkin's long speech suddenly became boring when it came to his lips. He personally placed 1 bucket of vegetables in front of his mother Honey, 3 buckets in front of the members of the 2nd level, and the rest in front of his own stupid people. He scooped himself a bowl of spicy dried meat and looked at the various social classes that made up Longchi. There might be a big battle in a few days, or it might be simple. I'll leave Dragon's Rest to you all. Tonight is our Dragon's Rest Carnival, so eat as much as you want as long as you don't waste it. I don't have much to say. Gorkin opened his mouth wide, poured the bowl of spicy dried meat into his mouth, and chewed it with big mouthfuls. He suddenly took a step forward, stretched out his arms, and opened his bloody mouth. Let's have fun! Wa'ag! Roar! The ogres roared loudly and raised their fists to respond to their chief. Wa'ag! The members of the 2nd class were also infected by this atmosphere, and all of them, regardless of gender, age, or status, shouted loudly. Wa'ag! Then the ogres exploded and started scrambling for the food, waving their newly replaced big iron bowls. Gorkin hurriedly went aside with his mother, carrying their own buckets. Compared to the chaotic ogres, the members of the 2nd class appeared to be well organized. The capacity of these 3 buckets was enough, and there was no need for them to fight over them. They lined up in 2 teams, and Doug and Colbert served food to each member in turn. The ogre's nature was hard to change. They fought for the position, and no one gave in, so they started to collide with each other with a loud bang. Ha 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 ha! Gorkin and his mother savored the food slowly from a distance, laughing at the noisy and foolish people. This was a time for revelry, and he would go out to fight tomorrow, so he wouldn't bother with them about not being allowed to fight in the city. I don't even need to look to know that the recognition value in my mind has skyrocketed. After all, there were too many people tasting this time. This big feast killed off all the peppers that Shumai had brought except for the seeds, and also killed off most of the other crops. This is assuming that the main ingredient is air-dried meat. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a large amount of dishes. After a long time, the noise died down, and the ogres, full of food and drink, returned to their houses with their bowls. Some members of the 2nd level stayed behind to clean up, while the others retreated in an orderly manner under the leadership of Doug and Colbert. Gorkin sat in his armchair and checked the results of the meal. Statistics completed. Current dish, spicy dried meat. 881 people have consumed it, and 7,921 people have approved it. Rewards are being distributed. Reward, Kogol's recognition. Reward introduction. You and your tribe have been recognized by Koger. You will gain Koger's 4 passive skills, and your tribe members will randomly gain any one of the 4 passive skills. Korgal is a powerful single-headed ogre with 4 passive and 7 active skills. He is the master of the Gauntlet Mountains and the warlord of the Ogre clan. Taking on an entire army alone is just basic operation. Resistant skin. Your skin will weaken the magic attack effect from any unit by 30. Hardened skin. Your skin will weaken the physical attack effect from any unit by 30. Critical hit. Your attack has a 30 chance of causing a critical hit, dealing an additional 30 damage to the target and stunning them for 1 second. Life drain. Your physical attacks will absorb 10 of the current attack damage to heal the damage you received. Gorkin was stunned. After a long time, he spread his hands. Just made a meal, that's it. When this reward first came out, Gorkin was stunned for a moment. It was not until I read the introduction below that I recalled from the fragments deep in my memory how awesome this Ogre was. As a boss in the War 3 campaign story, while ordinary heroes generally have 4 or at most 7 skills, this guy has 7 active skills and 4 passive skills. It's tough enough, has high damage, can drain life, can control, can recover, can cast buffs and debuffs, and can summon. It's outrageous. All 4 passive skills were given to me at once. Not to mention anything else, the stone mark itself is a double damage reduction of magic and physical. And now, with the addition of resistant skin and hardened skin, who can beat me? And that heavy attack and blood-sucking. Gorkin vaguely remembered that when he first came here, he was stunned and then felt dizzy for an endless amount of time. Your summoned beast beat him for a long time, but he recovered by sucking a lot of blood from his own sticks. Moreover, Kogal has many ways to recover. Passive life-sucking is just the most common one. There's also the recovery totem in the active skill. The summoned wolf can also give him rejuvenation to increase blood and battle cry to increase attack. You can only know how awesome this guy is after fighting him. It can be said that as long as he has mana, it is very difficult to kill him, and a one-on-one fight is even more impossible. Rexer also used underhanded tricks to win the arena. Although he did not obtain any active skills, these 4 passive skills have made Gorkin unable to see any regular race that could fight against him. In terms of tankiness, the Ogre's original defensive capabilities, combined with Stonemark and Kogal's passive, if they wear heavy armor. Gorkin just stood there motionless. You can hit me as much as you want. If you move, I lose. And the heavy blow. Gorkin remembered that he still had the passive ability of Unstable Double Potion. Chapter 111. Pull the airship over. The next morning, 16 ogres, led by Gorkin, boarded the Terror. Kalber still followed. He needed to take the lion captives with him. According to the lion captives, their territory is about 2 months' walk northeast of Dragon's Rest. Their destination was Rexy City. They were just passing through here. The captured lion man never expected these ogres to be so ferocious. He knelt on the deck and murmured in disbelief as he looked at the hideous and terrifying ogres. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Are you all crazy? Even if we killed your patrol, didn't you also destroy our caravan and its cargo? You've come all the way to our oasis to hunt us down. What on earth do you want to do? Kalber snorted. What do you think we are, Dragon's Rest? If you simply don't follow our rules within our territory, then at most you will be killed. But you absolutely shouldn't kill our patrol. The lion man had a complicated expression. Aren't you afraid that what I said is a lie, and that the location and direction I told you are false? Kalber sneered. Is it important? You must have searched for oases along the way a lot. If you want to find them, you'll definitely find them. The most we'll do is waste some time. And the only thing you can do to survive is to lead the way. Kalber looked at the lion man kneeling on the ground and reached out to pat his face. I also learned this move from a certain knoll. He also felt that this would cause great insult and harm to the other party. How much of a reward do you deserve from your tribe? You're just an ordinary lion man, not even a spellcaster, yet you've been sent thousands of miles away to trade. Why are you being so loyal? You've seen how our Longchi treats its prisoners. Lead the way well, and maybe you can survive. The lion man had a complicated expression, and even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that what the dwarf said made sense. At least if it were his tribe, they would definitely not travel thousands of miles to attack another equally powerful tribe just for a dozen or 20 lion men. Or rather, this was the first time he heard of such a thing in this desert. I will lead the way, but we in Leonardo Oasis are powerful, and the Lion King is an absolute powerhouse. You ogres are very strong, but you may not be able to get away with it. That's not your concern. Kalber said indifferently, then turned and left. As for what I just said to this lion man about surviving, it was all Kolber could do to keep from laughing. Once this guy completes his mission of leading the way, he will immediately become a snack for a certain ogre lord. You want to live after killing the patrol team that killed Longchi? Is there such a beautiful thing in this desert? Dragon's Rest is still under the supervision of Doug. Now the number of members with the mark in the tribe is increasing. In addition to the patrol teams equipped with sophisticated weapons temporarily stationed at Dragon's Rest, even if the 4th class has ideas, they can't cause any trouble. And those strong dwarf craftsmen would not agree. These guys can use hammers to forge iron and hit people. Now the dwarves are the most loyal to Dragon's Rest. Because this expedition maintained absolute military support, very few daily necessities other than water and firewood were brought. The Dragon Nest airship expedition fleet can only coordinate with the oasis tribes or cities along the way. At least at the speed of the airship, an oasis would be found in a day or two. What the Lion Caravan can do, the airship expedition fleet that gathers the highest and strongest combat forces of dragon habitat can also do. Gorkin also had the purpose of propaganda and showing off his power. So neither Kalber nor the bone-chewing orc Cash who followed him thought it was a big deal not to bring supplies. High maneuverability gives this airship fleet a higher tolerance for error. The facts are just as everyone expected. That night, the airship fleet discovered an area with dense campfires, and Kalber determined that it was an oasis. "My Lord Chief, do we need to send a small boat over to communicate?" Kalber asked Gorkin for instructions. Gorkin shook his head. "This is too much trouble. I'm Gorkin. Pull the boat over. Announce that the Dragon Roost Tribe airship fleet is about to land for supplies." Kalber immediately turned and gave orders into the megaphone. "Light the outline torches, gradually descend in altitude, aim for the oasis bonfire diagonally below, and keep your weapons primed at all times." The airship and the pod below, which originally looked like black clouds in the dark sky, were instantly illuminated by light. The rumbling airship slowly approached the oasis. 4 bright spots suddenly appeared in the sky and were gradually getting bigger, which quickly attracted the attention of the tribe below. The flames below increased rapidly in a very short time. Kalber stood at the huge loudspeaker in front of the Terror and shouted with full confidence. "Attention, forces below. We are the dragon-dwelling faction's airship expeditionary fleet and need to descend for resupply. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and fights, please refrain from any threatening actions. We possess absolute military power. We only need a brief stopover for resupply and will not pose any threat to you." Gorkin frowned. "Ink." He walked over to the loudspeaker, and Kalber quickly made way. "The tribe below, I give you 1 minute to consider this. If you agree, form a circle with your campfire. If you don't agree, we'll destroy you and then resupply you. 1 minute countdown, start." Gorkin's cold voice resounded through the loudspeaker into the dark night sky. As the 4 airships descended, their huge outlines slowly appeared in the eyes of the tribes below. "Chief." A troll with spiky brown hair on its head looked anxiously at the strong troll with long curved fangs who was leading the group. The troll's face showed signs of struggle, and then he let out a dejected breath. "Let's form a circle. We suffer a lot of damage from the lion men a while ago. These are obviously stronger than those lion men. We are weak. We have no choice." The brown, spiky-haired troll gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a strong unwillingness. "Resumin, we only have less than a minute. Don't let anger erode your mind, my child. Staying alive is more important than anything else." The troll chief patted the brown, spiky-haired troll on the shoulder. A moment later, 4 airships, 2 large and 2 small, slowly landed. The bombs around the pods, which were larger than those of the trolls, made them look pale. The appearance of the ogres made the yellowish-skinned trolls look pale. Just like the lion men, these trolls could not accept the ogres' powerful industrial capabilities. Chapter 112, Smash It For Me. I didn't expect that this would be a troll tribe. Gorkin looked at the buildings here, his words showing surprise, but his tone was calm. Looking at the troll's frightened and anxious eyes, Gorkin grinned, revealing an ugly and hideous smile. This smile scared a few little trolls to tears again. "Don't be afraid, trolls. My tribe is not close to you. It will take you more than 10 days to walk there. Since you are cooperating, I will be a saint today. I will leave after I have replenished my supplies and will not delay you. Of course, if you didn't cooperate just now, I wouldn't mind using your bodies as supplies." Gorkin looked at the troll, who was obviously the strongest. "You must be the chief. Don't be nervous. Come and talk to me." The brown-haired troll immediately stood in front of the troll chief. Kalber, who was standing next to Gorkin, said solemnly, "Our chief always keeps his word. If he said he would not touch you, then he will not touch you. Don't do anything meaningless." "Dwarf." The troll chief gave Kalber a complicated look. He had done business with Giant Sand City a few years ago and had met Kalber once. It's just that Kalber doesn't remember it. "Zulaman, calm down." The troll chief comforted the troll boy in front of him and walked in front of Gorkin. "Mighty Ogre Chieftain, if you have any questions, I will answer them with all my knowledge. Although they're all chiefs, but the weak, You have to have the attitude of a weak person. Ha ha ha. I don't have anything to ask. I want to tell you something while my members are resupplying. Go over there. After about 10 days of travel, you'll come across 2 oases, giant sand and demonic roar. Airships will arrive there every day and a half, and you can take one to the Dragon's Rest. I've established a trading area there, and I guarantee it's absolutely safe. Of course, it's only within the city. You can trade your goods directly to Longchi. We have everything you want. We want everything you have, whether it's food, furs, or slaves. By the way, this is Kashi, the caravan leader of the bone-chewing tribe. He can prove what I said. Gorkin pointed to Kashgar behind him. The troll leader was still a little unresponsive. Ha ha. Think about it carefully. I'm going back to rest. I'll leave after my members have finished resupplying. You can rest assured. Gorkin turned and left, leaving the troll chief in a daze. Kalber said solemnly again, "Our chief always keeps his word." Then he left as well. The troll chieftain blinked and found the only orc who seemed out of place with this strange and powerful force. He was very curious about what the powerful ogre had to say. Kashgar has decided to do business in Longchi in the future. He hopes that as many forces as possible will go there. He talked a lot to the troll chief, and even said a lot of good things that were exaggerated. When it was dawn, the Dragon Nest airship expedition fleet set sail, and the trolls who had been frightened all night finally breathed a sigh of relief. The troll chief squinted his eyes and looked at the giant airship that was gradually rising. You keep your word, Chief Gorkin. Similar scenes occurred 2 or 3 times. Most of the Oasis forces were relatively cooperative under the threat of the Dragon Nest airship fleet. Of course, there are also those who choose to be tough and never give in. Then Gorkin could only take the airship and move away temporarily. When the tribe was no longer visible, the airship landed, and 16 ogres, including Gorkin, rumbled in like heavy tanks, twisted off the head of the tribe's chieftain, and kicked it away. Then the ogres began a feast. After they had eaten and drunk enough, the airship landed to replenish water and food. It can only be done this way. I would rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. The steam engine of the airship and the tribesmen and members on it all need water. If this tribe is missed, it will be difficult to guarantee that the next Oasis force willing to cooperate will be found before the water resources of the airship are exhausted. Those bombs were left for the lion people and could not be wasted here, so the ogres could only kill them to their heart's content. After the airship left, it left behind debris all over the ground. Now that the action has begun, and given that the remaining ones cannot be taken back as slaves, eradicating them completely becomes the only option. Gorkin will not allow the survivors to return and join other forces or harass the Dragon's Nest forces. Even if it may be small, it is worth mentioning that this tribe discovered the humans from Blue Star, who integrated into the place and lived well. Their various abilities bring a lot of fun to the ogres. The next stop is the Lyman tribe's territory, Leonardan Oasis. The airship began to gain altitude. Gorkin needed to attack Leonard's Oasis from the airship's maximum altitude. At this moment, Gorkin put on heavy armor again. This is the blue treasure chest I encountered when I was strolling around the troll tribe before. Gorkin also looked at several Oasis forces afterwards. Unfortunately, some Blue Star people integrated into them, and the treasure chest was opened. Infantry heavy armor. Quality blue. This is a piece of heavy armor that adapts to the user's body shape, weight, and armor thickness. Only one person is bound. It can be worn with a mind. It cannot be worn after being damaged by more than 50 restoration requires a large amount of iron, related to the wearer's body shape. From Book Friend, Demon King Xiaofeng. Unlike traditional dwarven plate armor, this is more like the heavy armor of a country on Blue Star. It has better defense and flexibility than traditional stamp plate armor. This is a complete set of heavy infantry armor. In order to adapt to the Gorkin, there is even a special space on the head for the Gorkin's horn. Gorkin put on this heavy armor and carried a pure iron mace bigger than a battering ram. With the blessing of the Rock Mark and Kogal's recognition, he became a complete war monster. A terrifying aura emanated from his entire body, and even Nu, who often treated Gorkin disrespectfully, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The Dragon Nest airship expeditionary fleet arrived at the Lion People's sphere of influence at high altitude. After confirming the location of the Lion City by brushing against the edge of the clouds, the airship fleet passed over the clouds. Everyone, pay attention. Get to the designated position immediately and prepare to drop bombs. Kalber's voice rang out through the megaphone and loudspeakers. At such a high altitude, You can't hear anything below. The lion captives confessed again that they had flying mounts. After the fastest Savage-class frigate descended quickly and reconfirmed its position, the airship stopped moving and hovered in the air. Ha ha ha! Gorkin picked up a bomb and said, "Let's blow through the ancestral graves of those lion people. Smash them all for me." Bombs were dropped one after another. Chapter 113. That's it? Chirp chirp. The buzzer installed on the tail of the bomb emitted a loud and shrill whistling sound as the landing speed became faster and faster. Bombs larger than those of the orcs fell like meteorites towards the lion city below. As Kalber had expected, this was a powerful force. Their oasis is larger in area and has a larger population, which is completely incomparable to Hot Sand and Giant Sand City. Below is a huge city built around the oasis with several tall towers. This is their Lion Mage Tower, which can not only launch powerful attacks on incoming enemies, but also unite to form a defensive magic shield to protect the entire city. But they never thought that their city would be attacked. Although their long-term strength did not make them relax their vigilance, almost all the nearby oases were their vassals, requiring them to send tributes at fixed intervals. How could they have imagined that their city would be attacked? And this attack came from the sky. Large-scale aerial bomb attacks are something that native creatures cannot imagine. So the first wave of bombs exploded directly in the Lion City. Huge and continuous explosions rang out in the city. This is just gunpowder similar to black powder, with a lot of iron pieces mixed in to increase the lethality. Each bomb can create a large crater with a radius of hundreds of meters. Leonard Oasis City, which was originally operating normally, suddenly fell into chaos. The roars and shouts of the lions continued to ring out. As several magic towers began to flash, a dark blue, transparent magic shield enveloped the city. But because one of the wizard towers was destroyed by a bomb, the overall magic shield seemed much thinner. The lions reacted quickly, almost immediately after the first wave of explosions, but the second wave of bombs had already arrived. The shrill whistling sound was heard again, and the bombs hit the magic shield heavily, followed by a violent explosion. Almost at this moment, the Lion Man spellcaster in the wizard tower felt that his magic was injected into the magic shield like a floodgate opened. At the same time, the flying knight of Leonard Oasis took off. It was a griffin, a very powerful bird of prey in the air. With an eagle's head, a lion's body, powerful wings, and sharp claws, they can exert considerable combat effectiveness both in the air and on land. Griffin Rider. Then came the third wave of bombs. Leonard Oasis's magic shield flickered a few times and then vanished with a pop like foam. The Lion Man spellcaster in the wizard's tower vomited blood and fell into a coma. The remaining bombs once again turned into the god of death, not only causing huge damage to the city's buildings, but also causing a large number of casualties among ordinary lion people. The Lion King in the palace roared, "This is a disgrace to Leonard's Oasis. Let the Griffin Knights drive out those rats hiding in the air. I'm going to tear them apart." Now, of the Dragon Chi airship expedition team, only the powerful transport boat is still dropping bombs. The other three airships, including the Terror, had already dropped all the bombs they were carrying. Gorkin still felt a little regretful. It would be great if there were more powerful transport boats. No matter what city is below you, the continuous bombs can overturn you. At Gorkin's instruction, the four airships began to descend. The three airships, Terror, Savage, and Judgment, now have enough manpower to provide escort. Once the powerful is deployed, it's time to land for close combat. Four airships pierced through the clouds and appeared above Leonard's Oasis City. The Griffin Riders rushed forward with roars. "All fire!" Kalber gave the order immediately. The three armed airships, led by the Terror, began to fire continuously. It looks very ferocious, but for an aerial unit like the Griffin, hitting it is almost entirely dependent on luck. It can be seen that there are not many of these Raptor Lion Men, and there are only 10 Griffin Knights in such a huge oasis. They began waving from afar, and fireballs or arcane missiles flew towards the airship's airbags. As long as the airbag is broken, they don't need to take any action on the pod below. Damn it, why do they have so many spellcasters? Kolber slammed the side of the boat hard. The accuracy of artillery cannot be compared with these spell skills controlled by the caster's mental power. Anger. Steel. Gorkin looked at the Griffin Riders flying around and shouted without turning his head. "Oh, a doo-doo." The two ogres looked at their chief in confusion. "I'll give you a task. Shoot down those flies that are flying around. Just use your machine guns and big boom. Gorkin looked back, his eyes full of sincerity. I think you can hit it. Good. I do. Nu and Gang nodded heavily in the face of their chief's trusting gaze. One was holding a big bomb, and the other was holding a 3-barrel machine gun. If the clever and brutal chief thinks we can hit the target, then we can definitely hit the target. Fury and Steel think it's okay. Boom. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a huge roar and the constantly rotating machine gun. One of the 2 Griffin Knights who were making various maneuvers to avoid the attack disappeared on the spot in the huge explosion. The other was beaten into a sieve. The remaining 8 Griffin Knights moved away almost immediately. Their spells landed on the airbags of the 3 armed airships, but only broke a small partition, which was no big deal. How could Gorkin let them escape so easily? Mom, it's always right to call your mother when you are in doubt. The 2-headed ogre mage raised his hand and released a fire explosion. 4 huge fireballs were fired in succession like machine guns as she swung her big bone hammer. This represents the fall of the 4 Griffin Knights. There are also differences between warriors and between spellcasters and spellcasters. They activated the magic shield. They swore they really did. But I can't bear it, not at all. This is still not over. The 4 eyes of Honey's 2 heads were staring at the remaining Griffin Knights in 2 different directions. A large number of fireballs shot out from the huge bone hammer that she kept swinging. The remaining 4 Griffin Knights looked desperate. They held up their magic shields and tried to use their spells to disperse the fireball. But Honey's ordinary fireball is bigger than the human fire mage's pyroblast. With the blessing of multiple casting, you smash one and there are 2 more waiting. The captured lion man fell to the ground with his eyes blank. He looked at Honey as if she were God. Although he was just an ordinary lion man, he knew that these spellcasters and Griffin masters consumed a lot of resources every day. These 10 Griffin spellcaster knights are Leonard Oasis and one of the Lion King's trump cards. That's it. Chapter 114. Stop shaving, Master, stop shaving. Just as the captive lion man guessed, the Lion King, who was watching the battle on the steps outside the palace, was originally looking forward to his Griffin Knights showing their prowess. He saw that the airship's artillery fire could not hit the Griffins at all. The anticipation in his eyes had just risen when the Griffin spellcaster knights he was proud of were gone. The Lion King was heartbroken beyond words. Roar! He roared towards the sky like an erupting volcano. The airship was still descending rapidly. Powerful, the airship has almost thrown all its bombs. Leonard Oasis City was in ruins, with cries and flames everywhere. Gorkin was delighted to see the tragic scene below. Ha ha ha! It seems that the combination of technology and magic is quite powerful. Ask the powerful airship if it has any bombs left. Save one and drop it on the palace. 4 airships, 2 large and 2 small, appeared in the sky above Leonard Oasis City with a rumbling sound and a strong pressure. All lion people can see it by looking up. Chirp! The last bomb directly turned the Lion King's palace into ruins. The Lion King's eyes turned red and his heart was bleeding. Ruined, the long-standing management and rule of the Leonard Lion clan has been completely destroyed. Notify all lions to prepare for battle. The Lion King gave the order before he went berserk. His attendants immediately conveyed his order. The terror descended slowly. Led by Gorkin, the ogres walked down with heavy steps. Colbert did not come down. His mission was to keep an eye on the terror. Lions gathered behind the Lion King in an endless stream. There are spellcasters, professional warriors, and ordinary lion men. All the lion men who could raise their weapons gathered behind the Lion King. The Lion King has an extremely strong body. He is even bigger than other lions. A heavy long-handled broadsword was slung across his shoulder, and the Lion King with red eyes stared at Gorkin, who was wearing heavy infantry armor. Man iating, Daemon. Ha ha ha! Compared with the Lion King and the large number of lion men behind him who looked like they wanted to eat people. Although Gorkin only had 16 ogres, he was not afraid at all. Any of Kogal's 4 passive abilities are powerful enough, and no matter which one his people get, it will greatly enhance their combat power. Gorkin's strength now that he has all 4 passive abilities is completely different from when he was outside the giant sand city. Gorkin laughed, and his laughter was full of cruelty. You laugh, you. The Lion King instantly went berserk. He raised his heavy sword high and appeared in front of Gorkin almost instantly. The sword carried a strong energy fluctuation. He was so fast that Gorkin couldn't even react. One knife, two knife, three knife. The collision between the broadsword and the heavy armor of the infantry brought out brilliant sparks and clanging sounds. Almost instantly, he slashed 3 times in a row. Gorkin took a sharp breath. The Lion King is worthy of being the Lion King. He was wearing heavy infantry armor, with the mark of stone on his body, the power of his loyal tribe, the recognition of Kogal, and his own defensive power. These 3 slashes actually caused harm to himself. It was like scratching my arm 3 times lightly with a pencil knife. Slight bleeding as a sign of respect. Gorkin estimated that if it were an ordinary, unarmored ogre, it would be seriously injured if not killed by these 3 strikes. The Lion King's eyes were red, and his body was trembling slightly under this strong stimulation. His attacks continued, and Gorkin finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. No, don't shave. I beg you not to shave. The Lion King looked grim. His palms gripping the broadsword made a crackling sound. Although he didn't quite understand what was said, he could sense the sarcasm and ridicule in the tone. What kind of monster are you? The Lion King panted heavily. There is absolutely no one like you within 1,000 miles. Where on earth did you come from? Gorkin touched the marks on the infantry's heavy armor and felt a little sorry. Look at me, I've only been wearing it for 2 days, and it's already got so many cuts on it. As expected, the Lion King is worthy of being the Lion King. Seeing that Gorkin ignored him, the Lion King suppressed his anger. He couldn't help it, as his previous outburst told him that he was no match for this guy. What do you want to gain from coming to my Leonard Oasis? Slaves? Supplies? Or genocide? Gorkin finally looked at the strong Lion King. How about exterminating the whole species? Looking at the desperate looks in the eyes of countless lion men, Gorkin waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. Isn't this a normal thing in this desert? Lion King, don't say you didn't do it. We are all chiefs, and it's pointless to deny it. The Lion King was silent. He has done more than that. He does it often. He massacred all the nearby oases and then replaced them with vassal races who were willing to listen to him. If you're strong, you can dominate other weak ones. If the other party is strong, he or she can also dominate your life. The winner takes all, the strong prey on the weak. There's nothing much to say. Let's fight one-on-one, using the most traditional desert ritual. If I win, I won't kill you. You take your people and leave. If I lose, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. The Lion King said in a deep voice. Gorkin laughed wildly. Ha ha, are you negotiating terms with me? Gorkin tilted his head and looked at Nu beside him. He said he wanted to fight me one-on-one. Nu hugged a Hong and looked at the Lion King in confusion. Stupid. Gorkin patted Nu's shoulder and said, See? Even my stupid brother thinks you're stupid. The Lion King's face was grim. Boom, 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 boom. 6 huge fire explosions in succession enveloped the Lion King and the lion men near him. Presence of mind, dual casting. Pyroblast, triple cast. Honey's left head. I haven't seen you for a few months. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Honey's right head. It's come to this. What's there for you to talk about with him? In a one-on-one duel? Isn't that the solution? Gorkin. No, Mom. You make me look stupid. Honey's left head. No need to show it. Honey's right head. I don't know if you're stupid or not. Are you still going to fight? You're talking so much during a fight. Gorkin spread his hands, then picked up his mace. Wah-ag. Gorkin, wearing heavy infantry armor, launched a charge. Wah-ag. The ogres followed their chieftain, maces held high. They are hideous and terrifying, bloodthirsty and brutal. They rushed into the crowd of countless lions like a hot knife cutting butter. Chapter 115, Treasure Chest in Lion City. If there weren't these waves of airships bombing the ground with aerial bombs. If the Lion King hadn't been there, he would have been killed instantly by the 6 consecutive pyroblasts. If Gorkin led his people to attack the Lion City from the front, that will definitely result in a bloody head. The chance of a spellcaster appearing among lion men is relatively high. If the Lion King were to give proper command, the lions would line up with clear division of labor to fight. Gorkin and Honey might be fine, but the rest of the tribe definitely will. But Gorkin would not fight such a mindless battle. The fact is that the defensive mage tower of Leonard Oasis City was destroyed by aerial bombs, and a large number of aerial bombs directly tore apart the city's defenses. Mother Honey's outburst and the 2 fools, Fury and Steel, directly knocked down the lineman's Griffin Caster Knight. The terror even landed directly in the city. Then Mom killed the Lion King and his followers. The strongest group in the city was wiped out. So what if the remaining lions are huge in number? So what if there's a spellcaster? What if we cooperate well and know when to advance and retreat? Led by Gorkin, with fury and steel following on the left and right, the tips of their swords plunged directly into the group of lions. They don't care about your coordination or attack. Every swing of their maces will create a bloody mist. Bao held the dragon rest battle flag in one hand and waved a mace in the other, roaring and rushing forward. The ogres followed their chieftain and the battle flag like tanks entering a wheat field. Unscrupulous crushing. The pure iron mace is larger than the lion man's body, and each blow can take the lives of several lion men. It was a massacre, but the number of ogres is still too small after all. After realizing that they were indeed unable to resist, a large number of lion people began to flee. The oasis is so big that even Gorkin can't stop them from running away. The battle lasted from morning to evening. The number of lion men killed by the ogres is actually very small compared to the total number of lion men. A large number of lions escaped with a small amount of supplies. Gorkin sat on the ruins of the palace with his sword in his hand, and the ogres were eating. This oasis also shows traces of Blue Star human activities, but because they are outsiders, their status is very low, and they cannot enter the lion people's inner city at all. They were unable to open the lion man's treasure chest, but they also escaped the slaughter of the ogres. So the treasure chest here is still waiting for Gorkin to open it. The big purple treasure chest is particularly eye-catching. This time there are two things in it. Golden Family Bloodline Advancement Ceremony, a one-time item. Use it to grant you and your loyal clansmen the qualification to advance your bloodline once. Effective immediately upon disbanding. Golden Lion King's Focus Aura, a passive aura-like skill. After using it, you will possess a focus aura with a range of 100 meters. You and your loyal creatures will gain physical armor, reducing physical damage from enemies by 5. Tap into the body to take effect. Although the items he got were very powerful, Gorkin was still a little dissatisfied. My tribe also has purple treasure chests. But why is it that the treasure chest in his lion city is a large purple treasure chest, while the one I found in my mother's place is just an ordinary purple treasure chest? Aren't my tribe and my mother strong? However, Gorkin himself knew that the current dragon's rest was indeed not comparable to the original dragon's rest. As the strongest fighters in the tribe, my mother and I have more than doubled our strength. The dragon's habitat used to be just a circle of broken thorn huts, but now it has a population of thousands and strong industrial capacity. With the help of the stone mark, the power of OJBK, and the pure iron shield and weapons, the combat power of ordinary ogres is almost doubled. If you refresh the treasure chest in the Dragon's Nest tribe again, then the current treasure chest in the Dragon's Nest tribe will be at least a large purple box, even if it is not gold. Gorkin sighed and looked at the 2 balls of purple light in his hands. He casually slapped the ball, representing the passive skill of the halo, into his body. A faint blue halo with mysterious patterns appeared under Gorkin's feet. The halo continued to rotate around Gorkin, gradually dimming and then slowly emerging, just like breathing. Focus aura. Gorkin could only vaguely feel that there was a hidden energy blessing his body. The only downside is that you can't hide. Then Gorkin reacted. Why should I hide? We are a boss now. Isn't it reasonable for us to have a halo? Look at that game. The boss has bare feet. He may be very awesome, but the boss has colorful halos under his feet. He must be very awesome. And not only is he awesome, his younger brothers are also awesome under that halo. It is very likely that any dog he calls out can kill you in seconds. Honey, who was sleeping in the ruins not far away, instantly felt the energy enveloping her. Honey's left eye suddenly opened, Honey's right head still had its eye closed. It's nothing to worry about. Your son might be up to some little secret again. There's no need to make a fuss. Honey's left head blinked, then closed its eye. Yes. This energy is very weak, but it is better than nothing. Then Gorkin looked at the other ball of purple light. Bloodline, evolution. He and his people are already real ogres. How can he evolve? However, according to the introduction, it is a direct evolution for oneself and the tribesmen loyal to oneself, and there is no scope. It should be fine to use it directly here. In fact, Gorkin himself knew that it would be safest to go back and gather all the tribesmen. But who made him unable to help it? As the big hand exerted force, the ball of purple light instantly exploded and turned into star-like purple energy that spread out. Dong dong. Gorkin felt dizzy. He seemed to hear two strong heartbeats, which sounded like drums exploding in his ears. And with these two beats, a stream of pure blood rushed straight to his head. Pain. The severe pain caused Gorkin to fall to the ground in an instant. Roar! Gorkin roared, his whole body in pain, causing his hands to start scratching around, not knowing where to grab. And just when he was in extreme pain, the pain receded like the tide. Before he could catch his breath, an intense itching swept over his entire body. Gorkin's face was grim. He took off his heavy infantry armor and walked bare-chested in the ruins on the ground. It had no effect at all. His hardened skin prevented him from feeling any relief from the friction between his skin and the ruins. The roars and shouts of other tribesmen also rang in my ears one after another. My mother's voice is particularly loud. Honey's left head. This is the little secret you were talking about. Honey's right head. How should I know? Damn it. Why is it so painful and itchy? Honey's left head roared fiercely. Quick, kill me. Honey's right head had an equally ferocious expression on its face. FKU. Chapter 1:16 Evolution. Gorkin sat on the ruins in a daze. He seemed to have experienced something unspeakable. It was hard to imagine that he was the cruel and evil ogre chieftain who had just ordered the massacre of the lion people, given his distraught look. The other ogres weren't in much better shape. In other words, now we have entered the stage of cleaning up the battlefield. The lion men who need to run have run away, and the rest are almost dead. There are still 3 armed airships on alert. Otherwise, given the state of the ogres just now, it might be easy for them to be taken advantage of. Mother Honey seemed to have just experienced a big battle. Her left and right brain started fighting. Gorkin recovered and quickly examined his body, only to find that his originally yellowish skin had turned bright red. Looking at my mother again, she turned blue, and a trace of magic patterns could be vaguely seen on the exposed skin. Red fat man, blue fat man. At the same time, Gorkin also obtained other information contained in this evolutionary force in his mind. Grayish-white skin. Newly born ogre cubs are indeed grayish-white, but after growing up in the desert, their skin turns into khaki. They're the most common ogres. In terms of bloodline, the one above is the fat man in red and blue. The red fat man is a melee fighter, and the blue fat man is a spellcaster. And you will also comprehend the skills of 2 ogre bloodlines. After the red and blue fat man comes the black fat man. The fat black man is undoubtedly the absolute ruler among the ogres. Just like the Lord of the Glove Mountains, Kogal is a big fat black man. There was no more information in this message after that. But according to this logic, Gorkin should be the next to Gorin. The absolute strongest among the Gorin is Gruul, known as the Dragon Slayer. This is an absurdly powerful Groin. If it really came to this, Gorkin would probably have no problem avenging his father. Standing up, Gorkin looked at his fellow tribesmen in the distance. Without exception, they were all fat red men. As for the bloodline skills he obtained, after Gorkin's energy completely dissipated, its information was transmitted to Gorkin's brain. Strong. The ogre's body is extremely strong, increasing its strength by 5 and reducing the effects of any adverse status effects by 10. Brother, you can question the ogre's brain, but you can't question its body. Humanoid killer. Increases damage to all humanoid creatures by 5. Brother, I'm a vegetarian. I really am a vegetarian. Don't run. I eat meat and cough. Gorkin. Yeah, very good. Very ogre. Gorkin gave an awkward, polite, and ugly smile. Kalber ran over from a distance. Chief. Chief, why did you turn into this color? Are you okay, Chief? Gorkin remembered the old man's 2 bloodline skills, and his face suddenly darkened. It's okay. Get out of here. Kalber braked suddenly. Oh. Scratching his head, the old dwarf walked away with a puzzled look on his face, muttering along the way about how that bastard was not easy moody, and so on. Gorkin pouted. A god comes down to earth with a wrath of thunder, and then gives you 2 wings so that you can fly into the sky. Just as Gorkin was feeling indignant, he was dragged up by his horn. Gorkin has no temper at all. From childhood to adulthood, the only person who can do this is his mother. Honey's left head. What did you do? Honey's right head. Why did I turn blue and gain 2 more skills? Gorkin reached out and hugged his mother's arm. Isn't this for you to dye your hair a fashionable color? Hey, no, mom. It hurts. Honey's right head said, talk nicely. I'm really angry about the pain and itchiness I felt just now. Honey's left head. Don't make me slap you in front of so many people. Gorkin spun around and pulled his horn out of his mother's hand and hurriedly explained. We got some small stuff. Our bloodline should have evolved. Of course, I don't understand what's going on. I'm just an ogre. Honey's left head. Humph. Honey's right head. Next time if you have any little things, you have to tell me in advance. I almost thought those lion people were poisonous. Gorkin grinned broadly. Ha ha ha. As for your stomach, isn't poison just a seasoning like salt? Speaking of which, Mom, you should be able to sense what skill you've gained, right? Honey's left head. A humanoid killer called something? Honey's right head. There's also a two-headed negotiation. It says I can ask my other head to copy the spell I'm currently using. Two-head negotiation. You can ask your other head to copy your currently casted skill. It consumes no energy or mana, and the damage and effect are only half of your current skill. However, your other head has a 50 chance to ignore your request. Head, I want to use this skill because I want to, not because you asked me to. Other head. Gorkin opened his mouth wide. No, why are my skills so mediocre? Just because I don't have two heads. Honey's left head. I'm disappointed because you're not a spellcaster. Honey's right head. What good is this? This skill is completely useless. I have to beg the other head to trigger it? I could do whatever I want. Begging her? No way. Honey's left head. As if I need to beg you? I can do what you can do, so why don't I want to beg you? Honey's right head. Honey's left head instantly erupted in anger, looking for trouble. Gorkin quickly slipped away. My mother's two heads started arguing, and no one could stop them. It's also a great way for people to argue with themselves. That night, the Longqi Airship Expeditionary Force stayed here. The Lions have been operating here for so long, and even after a large number of aerial bomb attacks, the resources left behind are an astronomical figure for Longqi. The ogres, their mouths full of grease, carried the lion supplies and filled the 3 airships except the Terror. Especially the powerful transport boat, all the space that can hold supplies is filled. Gorkin was very pleased with this. This wave not only recovered the materials consumed in making so many bombs, but also made a lot of money. This business is better done without any capital investment. Although there are risks, the rewards are really high. Unfortunately, Gorkin felt a little regretful. This place is too far away from Dragon's habitat, and it is impossible to bring all the supplies here back. At night, Kalber returned from the oasis with 2 bruised lions. Chief, look, the old dwarf brought the 2 lions to Gorkin like presenting treasures. The Lion King was instantly killed by Lady Honey. Do you think it's okay to put these 2 lions on either side of your door? Chapter 1:17 Kalber's Wisdom. Gorkin couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the 2 miserable lions. This thing is at least 2 meters tall at the shoulder, otherwise it wouldn't be able to bear the weight of the Lion Man. It is a carnivorous beast raised by the lion people of Leonard Oasis. Now he's being led by Kalber so obediently, and it looks like that these 2 guys must have been convinced with their fists. Kalber, who is less than 1.5 meters tall, is leading 2 lions that are 2 meters tall at the shoulder. The scene looks incongruous no matter how you look at it. Gorkin could only nod. Hiss, that's thoughtful. The old dwarf had a simple smile. Oh, by the way, go pick out some of the stronger male lions who are still alive and bring them back to expand our 4th level. Gorkin remembered that Doug had mentioned this when he reported to him before. As our enemies, they have no chance of advancement. Let them fight to death in the 4th estate. Also, pick 2 lionesses. I built a love shop outside the city. Bring them back to add to the racial diversity there. It'll also add to the fun if we get clients later. Remember, pick the tender ones. Also, see if there are any particularly small lion cubs. It would be best if we could take them back. I'd prefer those that don't remember much. If they grow up, maybe we can have more spellcasters. Gorkin was still very envious of the lionman's chance of awakening a spellcaster, and this city was different from the industrial city like Longqi. The lionman's city was filled with the atmosphere of magic. Gorkin also liked the magic shield that shrouded the city. However, most of these adult lion spellcasters fled and could not be caught, and even if they were caught, they would still be at risk. The little lion spellcasters who were trained from below were more loyal. Kalber paused. That, chieftain, our airship is already full, except for the space reserved for you and the other ogre masters. Gorkin was stunned. It's full already? He pointed at the large amount of supplies in the collapsed warehouse and said in shock, How much is this? Less than a quarter? It's already full. What should I do with all the supplies? What about those lion men who didn't escape? It would be such a waste to kill them all. Kalber also had a headache. He couldn't bear to do it either. With so much supplies, how many members can be fed, how many airships can be built, how many weapons and armor can be forged. But since the chief has told me, it is to give me face. If I don't cover it up, it will be a bit ungrateful. At this moment, he secretly blamed himself for not having as good a brain as Doug. Doug? What would that guy think? Colbert tried to put himself in Doug's shoes. Waste, that's definitely not advisable, but this place is too far from our sphere of influence. Food is easy to solve. There are enough supplies on the spacecraft, but the steam engine and drinking water are the real problems. I can't keep looking for an oasis. When I came here, there were a few oases willing to cooperate. Kalber's eyes lit up. Chief, how about this? We can follow the same route we took before. Since we've already resupplied the tribes along the way, they should be willing to cooperate. At worst, we can leave them a small amount of material compensation. Let's leave some strong forces behind to prevent the supplies here from being taken away by those fleeing lion people. Once we have completely emptied this place, we can leave. Or maybe we should just go all out and find a way to build our airship watchtowers at the tribes along the way for easy docking. We can also build transport airships and armed airships and completely dominate this oasis. Chief, look at this big and beautiful oasis, and you just give it up like that. What a shame. If this were turned into a planting area, you would be able to harvest so much cooking material. Gorkin blinked. I only have 16 ogres in my hands right now. That's unrealistic. This place is too far away from the Lungshi tribe. If an emergency occurs, even if we find a way to persuade the tribal forces along the way to facilitate supplies, it will take several days to arrive. Or, Colbert felt that his thinking had broadened a lot after he imagined himself as Doug, and he had a new idea. Can we also support a local force as our vassal? Look, don't Ning Yi and his team claim to have a way to communicate regardless of distance? We can use this to our advantage. That way, based on our previous plan, we can directly open up this trade route along the way. With the communication methods Ning Yi and the others have, we'll be able to know if something happens and make arrangements immediately. Look, Kalber said and turned his gaze to his chief. But he found that his chief was looking at him strangely. Gorkin was trying to find Kalber's tail. He always felt that this guy was possessed by Doug. Chief! Gorkin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! Your idea is great. I think it's fine, but you still need to come up with a plan for how to implement it. We need a strong person to take charge here too. I definitely don't have the guts to think about it. If my mom comes, there will be no problem, but there will be no one to take charge of the demon roar. Also, how do we convince those forces along the way? Kalber scratched his head. He could think quickly and realize that he had already tried his best, but this made him feel a little confused. How about this, Chief? I'll go back and deliver the goods this time and talk to Doug about it, and try to come up with the best solution. Corbett chose a middle path. Then you guys can do whatever you want. Gorkin waved his hand, indicating that he could retreat. It was too late, and Gorkin planned to go back to the Terror to sleep. Colbert spent the night educating the two lions, trying to make them understand their future work and responsibilities. But the two lions looked like they were admitting defeat. If you want to hit me, I will turn over on my belly. If you don't hit me, I will sit quietly. Then the curious baby Nu came. This bloodline enhancement seemed to have brought a very small amount of brain improvement to the ogre's brains, and Nu understood what Colbert said. Seeing that the two lions looked like they were accepting the beating and scolding, he pointed to the oasis behind them. Catch again. Colbert guessed that it was a request for him to catch another one, so he ran to the oasis behind. Not long after, he came back in his godlike car, dragging a lion with a bruised face and nose. Without saying a word, Nu smashed the lion's head with a punch and opened its bloody mouth to take a big bite. Blood flowed down his scarred heavy armor. A doo-doo. He tilted his head angrily and looked at the two lions. When Colbert spoke again, their attitude was very correct, their bodies straight like standard bearers. Chapter 118. Two New Ogres. Early the next morning, Colbert took the two ogres as ballast and headed back in the direction they came from. He needed to send back all the supplies from the 4 airships and then come back to continue. At the same time, because of his plan, Gorkin and his mother decided to guard here with the remaining tribesmen. If this happened to any other creature, Gorkin would not be able to sleep well. But he felt that Colbert's plan was feasible, and most importantly, he had no better solution. That's it for now. If all goes well, Colbert will come back with the airship in about 10 days. But Gorkin miscalculated this time. Less than 2 hours later, While he was touring the ruins of the Lion Man city, Kalber returned with the terror. "Chief, I found 2 wandering ogres. What do you think?" Gorkin became interested. "Oh, I'll have to see this." Wandering ogres are the norm, and while species like Dragon's Nest cannot be said to exist, they can only be said to be almost non-existent. Once Gorkin discovers a wandering ogre, he will never let him go. This is a good opportunity to expand the tribe. Gaining the loyalty of an ogre is easy. First, you have to be an ogre. Secondly, you have to conquer him thoroughly with your fists. Then, you can still keep him fed. If you do these 3 things, you will gain ogres who are absolutely loyal to you. This is also why goblins can hire cyclops, but cannot hire ogres. The one-eyed monster has a bigger brain than the ogre and knows that money is a good thing. As long as you give him enough money, he will fight for you. When they went to Dragon's Rest from the second city of Hot Sands, Gorkin personally killed a one-eyed monster that had gone berserk after being poisoned by the alchemist potion. The other one watched helplessly, without abandoning his employer and running away. If it were an ogre, not to mention riding on your neck, you might even eat up the sedan chair. At the same time, I had a mutter in my heart, "This goblin is really nice. He came to my door and even gave me money." The terror was moving very fast, and Kalber quickly took Gorkin to find the 2 wandering ogres. They look like a couple. It's also possible that these 2 are the only ones left dead. This place is so close to the Lion People's forces, and if we encounter 1 or 2 Lion People patrols, we may not be able to defeat them. The difference in combat power between wandering ogres and tribal ogres is still very obvious. Although these 2 ogres also had big bellies, compared with the fat and strong, stupid people of their own tribe who were eating one by one, they actually gave Gorkin a thin feeling. These are 2 khaki one-eyed, one-horned ogres. When they saw the terror landing, they were not afraid. Instead, they rushed up hurriedly with the simple bone hammers in their hands. The only brains they had told them was hunger, not fear. Gorkin rolled over and fell from the side of the ship with a bang. He did not materialize his heavy infantry armor, but held his mace upside down. After all, he came to collect his clansmen, not to collect corpses. A-doo-doo. The 2 wandering ogres were also stunned when they saw a strong red ogre with a halo flashing under his feet. Gorkin patted his left and right chest respectively, then rubbed his horn with both hands, and then inserted the mace into the ground in the center in front of him. This is also the ogre's unique way of arranging a fight, similar to the orc's makala. The male ogre stared at the big mace in shock with his big single eye, and then looked at his own broken big bone club. A-doo-doo. I was full of confusion, wondering where this rich man came from. But he understood the other party's actions. A-doo-doo. He solemnly inserted his big bone hammer in front of himself and repeated Gorkin's previous action. He accepted Gorkin's invitation to fight. The loser must give everything he has to the winner. Roar! The ogre roared, his fangs exposed, and traces of blood and remnants of clothing could be seen between his teeth. Judging from the appearance, he was most likely a cousin from Blue Star. He strode over, waving his fists. Gorkin stood there grinning. Boom! The ogre punched Gorkin in the chest with great force. Gorkin stood still, not even swaying. Ha ha ha! Gorkin raised his hand and punched the other man to the ground in front of his confused look. A-doo-doo! The ogre fell to the ground, drooling from the blow. He shook his head and staggered to his feet. The man with a ferocious face raised his fist. Gorkin grabbed his fist and roared in the man's shocked eyes. Roar! Gorkin grabbed the man's arm with one hand, bent down with the other hand, grabbed the man's ankle, and lifted him up high with a strong force. Go! Gorkin exerted a little force and threw the ogre out, hitting the female ogre heavily. The 2 ogres were knocked to the ground. Gorkin rolled his shoulders and waved. Come on, keep going. The ogre's eyes turned red. He roared, climbed up, picked up his big bone hammer, and smashed it down at Gorkin. Gorkin still did not move his mace. The huge fist, with the help of various effects and the power of the body, rushed towards the big bone hammer. Snap! Gorkin's fist smashed the big bone hammer into pieces of explosive bone, and then hit the ogre's face hard. The opponent was knocked to the ground by this huge force and rolled over. Gorkin had a smile on his face, looking extremely ferocious. Ha ha! He grabbed the stunned ogre lying on the ground and pressed his head against his own. Gorkin stared at the other's big single eye. After the other party came to his senses, there was a hint of evasion in his eyes. A-doo-doo. He gave up. Gorkin pulled him aside and looked at the female ogre. Roar! The female ogre roared and rushed forward, swinging her huge bone hammer. Bang! She was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by the punch, and then sat down on the ground. Be honest. Gorkin demonstrated overwhelming power. 2 of the 3 steps to tame have been completed. The one left is the easiest. Kalber, bring down some food so our new members can have a good meal. Gorkin shouted without turning his head. Kalber hurriedly brought the dwarves down with bags of dried meat. The 2 ogres were stunned. They didn't even have the courage to dream of such a thing. A doo-doo. They looked at Gorkin with questioning eyes. Gorkin waved his hand and said, "Ha ha ha, eat. Eat to your heart's content." The scene was more than just wolfing down the food. The 2 wandering ogres were almost going crazy with hunger after having finished their last meal and not knowing how to get their next meal. The dwarves couldn't even carry as much as they ate. The more they ate, the happier Gorkin became. An ogre's weight and fat represent his combat power. After they burped and sat down on the ground, the way they looked at Gorkin was no different from the way they looked at other ogres in the tribe. A khaki mark slowly began to appear on the left arm. Ha ha ha! Gorkin laughed wildly. The honest ogre people are still the best. Chapter 119, What Heaven? The terror returned Gorkin and the 2 newly joined ogres to Leonard's oasis and set sail again. There are still a large number of lion man corpses here, enough for these 2 skinny ogres to quickly gain weight. These 2 ogres have small brains, but they can instinctively distinguish the height of their eyebrows and eyes. Seeing the attitude of those strong, well-armed, red-skinned ogres towards the ogre they were loyal to, he knew that he was loyal to the chief of the tribe. The smell of corpses and blood in the air was like heaven to the ogres. They looked at the 2 of their kind curiously, looking so miserable in comparison. However, after seeing the rock marks on their arms, he no longer paid much attention to them. The 2 ogres were stimulated by the smell in the air and suddenly felt hungry again. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Gorkin waved his hand and said, "Eat, eat as much as you want. Eat until you vomit. Eat whatever you want. Eat until you vomit. A doo-doo." The 2 ogres blinked their eyes and felt that they had really arrived in heaven. The rock marks on the arms of these 2 ogres instantly reached the same level as those of the other members of the tribe, shining brightly. Gorkin sat on the ruins and looked at the 2 ogres searching for the lion man's corpse, feeling a little sorry. It would have been great if we had discovered these 2 guys earlier. That way they can evolve along with it. But it's not a big problem. Since there is such a reward, it means there will be follow-up. The ogres were wandering around Leonard Oasis. When the escaped lion people saw the airship leaving, they thought the ogres had also left. They sneaked back, but were caught by the ogres. Their regular troops are no match for the ogres, let alone the evolved ogres. The airship fleet returned along the same route and continued to resupply at the previous oases. There was another round of chaos. What was different from before was that this time Kalber left some supplies as a reward. According to the current situation of Longxi, it is certainly possible to destroy all these forces, but it is not necessary. There are too few ogres. If there were 100 ogres now, they would simply occupy all these oases, including Leonard Oasis. But unfortunately, including the tribe leader's mother, and the newly recovered ones, there are only 22. He is now full of resentment towards the former chief who brought a large number of tribesmen and ogre mages to single-handedly kill the black dragon and try to choke it to death. If those tribesmen were still here, how could the situation be like this now? The chief's mother is already so powerful if there are 2 ogre mages in charge. Only those who know what this concept is can understand how awesome Longqi was back then. However, Kalber also knew that if the old chief was still alive, the chief would not have come to power, and no matter how powerful Longqi was, it would still be the dilapidated Longqi. These foreigners will always be just dried meat. Kalber has not yet figured out how to communicate with the tribes along the way, so he can only choose a safe method for the time being. This made those tribes feel a little flattered. It was 5 or 6 days later that we returned to Longqi. Nearly half a month has passed since they left. During the past half month, there was no trouble in Longqi. However, a caravan from Kashgar came and brought some furs and dried meat. After learning that Kashgar had not returned yet, they went back with the iron products they had traded. The construction of Longqi City was very fast, and a large number of members built the city in an orderly manner under Doug's command. The supplies on the returning Longqi airship fleet will further accelerate the construction progress of Longqi City. Looking at the supplies being continuously transported down by the tracks, Doug couldn't stop smiling. Kolber and Doug recounted the entire incident without missing a single detail. He needs Doug's brain for advice. Doug suddenly realized No wonder that Ogre was in so much pain before and then changed color. It turns out he evolved. Kalber clenched his fists. Do you know the point of this matter? Doug licked his nose. Look at how unstable you are. Can't you be more mature like me? Be careful, or I'll fuck you. Kalber raised his fist. Oh, okay. Doug quickly waved his hands and said, it's just those Oasis forces along the way, no big deal. I'll go next time, and you'll take care of the house. Just make sure the city is built according to plan. Don't worry about anything else. I'll make the arrangements. Only then did Kalber lower his fist. His face was full of caution. You have to be careful. If this is done well, we at Longxi will basically never be short of resources again. Doug swung his tail and smiled sinisterly. Are you still not confident in my methods? Go and call Ningyi and the other 5 over. Good. Kalber responded subconsciously, turned around and left. Then his body suddenly stiffened and he grabbed Doug's neck with his backhand. Who the hell are you ordering around? Doug ran away with his tail between his legs, leaving behind a series of mean laughs. Ningyi and his 5 companions are now living a prosperous life. It was completely different from Karlov's original situation. He now has a full 100 helpers under him, and this is a construction team specially used for construction. The 2 orcs at the beginning also became team leaders because of their rich work experience. 50% of the credit for Longxi City's current appearance goes to Ningyi and his 4 companions. Since the special communication skills of these 5 people will be useful in the next plan, Doug doesn't mind giving them a chance. Looking at the 5 people in front of him who seemed a little nervous, Doug wondered. There seemed to be 2 humans in Nuya's place, and they seemed to be from the same place as Ningyi and the others. I wonder if they have that unique way of communicating. The chief has launched an expedition. Longxi has built a large oasis far away. The chief has taken a liking to your unique way of communicating. If one of you is in that oasis and the other is in Longxi, can you communicate with each other? Of course, Lord Doug. Ningyi nodded without any hesitation. Only by demonstrating your abilities and making the tribe feel that you are useful can you avoid being abandoned. Only by living in Longxi will you know how good the treatment there is. I need at least 1 person to accompany the fleet to the oasis to reunite with the chief. Who among the 5 of you is willing to go? Ningyi and the other 4 looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Master Doug, as long as the tribe needs us, any one of us can do it. Please give the order, Master Doug. Doug was stunned, then chuckled. You 5 guys are really different. Now that everything here is on the right track, Ningyi, it's your turn. You can choose someone to go with you. Doug turned and left. Pack up your things once you've made your selection. Meet me aboard the Terror. Chapter 1, 20 Where do the weak get the right to speak? The airship was restocked and continued its voyage. There weren't so many shells this time, and the supplies on the airship were actually enough to reach Leonard's oasis. But Doug still chose to stop at the Oasis tribe along the way. The first stop is still the Troll tribe. Sandspear tribe. Chief Woolaman of the Sandspear tribe didn't know what to say. This airship fleet has landed for the 3rd time, and he has even become somewhat accustomed to it. Probably after the first time, the second and third times didn't seem so abrupt and unacceptable. Even the green-haired troll Zulliman was not so angry anymore. But when he saw that the person coming down was a slightly bloated werewolf, Woolaman was still surprised. This thing, being so fat, is he really still capable of fighting? But when he saw the heavily armored ogre behind him, Woolaman felt relieved. In front of the ogre, his fighting ability is really insignificant. But what is going on with this tribe? Dwarves will be fine, but why are there gnolls this time? Moreover, the human behind him actually seemed quite submissive to him. Woolaman could feel the faint fluctuations of thunder elements emanating from the human, and he must be a spellcaster. However, no matter what the other party sent down, he could not neglect it. Welcome once again to the Dragon Roost Fleet. I am Chieftain Wallaman of the Sandspear tribe. The old troll pounded his chest and saluted. Doug returned the greeting. I am the fleet representative this time, Doug Longxi. Woolaman's heart moved again, and he felt the difference between this werewolf and the previous dwarf. This guy actually has Longxi as his surname, so his status is even higher. The old troll had no choice but to lower his attitude again. He never thought that in his long life he would have to be servile to the werewolves. Ningyi watched from behind and felt that it was normal. In ancient times, the emperor's personal eunuchs didn't even have any roots, but when they went out, the princes had to be polite to them. The prime minister's doorman is a third-rank official. Doug sneered. It seems that Chief Wallaman still has some opinions about the Dragon Fleet's docking. The old troll was about to speak when Doug waved his hand. No need to explain. I wouldn't be happy either if it were me. But you can't do anything about it, because Long Chi is too powerful and you can't resist. By the way, I came here this time to inform you, so that you can be mentally prepared. Our great chief wiped out a lion man force far away in that direction and occupied a huge oasis. Well, it looks like it's more than 5 times the size of your tribe's oasis. Lion man. Before Woolaman had time to get angry at Doug's previous words, his attention was attracted by what he said next. He thought of the Lion Man caravan that had wantonly tore through the Sand Spear tribe's defenses, hunting and replenishing supplies in the oasis as if no one else was around. Compared to the original Dragon's Nest, those lion people are more like bandits. Yes, it's the Lion Man, and the cause is very simple. Doug smiled sinisterly. A Lion Man caravan of about 100 people broke into our Dragon Rest area of influence. It seems there were 3 spellcasters with them. Not only did they refuse to listen, they also killed our patrol. Our chief hunted them down and crushed them to ashes that very day. Then the chief, still unsatisfied, found their lair and completely wiped out their city. That oasis is now the home of dragons. There was a hint of pride in Doug's eyes. The great chieftain Gorkin intends to completely occupy that place. When that happens, a large number of airships will pass through your oasis tribes along the way. We need to build guardhouses here for the airships to dock. Ningyi behind him widened his eyes instantly. He thought that Lord Doug had some good plan, but he just said it directly. The brown-haired troll Zalairman was about to explode. The meaning of this statement is very clear. This means that their tribe will be regarded as a permanent place of residence. How is this possible? Woolaman thought deeper. Is that all? The old troll stared at the knoll before him. Ha ha. Of course, as long as you ensure that the airships passing by are properly supplied. Doug grinned as he also stared at the troll in front of him. Obviously, the opponent was a troll chieftain who had grown up with fighting power. He might have died peacefully after being struck by an axe, but he was the one who took the initiative. His eyes were full of aggression. No matter who is in front of him, he cannot retreat at all, because he is the chief's lackey and represents the chief's face. Okay, I agree, Woolaman said in a deep voice. Chief, the brown-haired troll Zulaman said urgently. Hearing the sound, Doug looked at the slightly immature brown-haired troll with a provocative look. Do you have any objections? Zulaman was so angry that his lips were trembling. Kutta! There was a metallic collision sound. However, it was a heavily armored ogre at the back who was carrying the mace on his shoulders out of boredom. This was followed by a muffled exhalation sound. Zulaman gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. If it was just an ogre, their tribe wouldn't be afraid, but this guy was wearing heavy armor. The heavy armor covered with scars of war looked a little deformed, but the more such armor there was, the more it showed that its user had fought fiercely. The dark red, smelly paste in the cracks told of the other party's past killings. Haha, young troll warrior, fighting back against a defeatable enemy is truly courageous. But to do this in the face of an unbeatable enemy, that's just foolish. Well, since you are so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. Doug retracted his aggressive gaze. Since the other party had agreed, there was no need for him to be too aggressive. If the watchtower is built, you could take the airship to Dragon's Rest when you need to trade. Woolaman nodded and said, I understand. When the time comes, just arrange for people to build it at the place we designate. We will cooperate. Aha! Sensible. Very good. Doug looked at the brown-haired troll meaningfully, then turned and returned to the terror. Zulaman, he's right. You need to learn to control your temper. The old troll comforted the young troll earnestly. There's a difference between courage and recklessness. Our words and actions will determine the fate of those we leave behind. The young troll's chest heaved. Chief, this is a blatant insult to us. So what? The old chief asked. Do you think I should bring my people with me to fight them to the death to defend the honor of the trolls? Shouldn't it be? Zulaman, we couldn't even stop those lion caravans. And yet they traveled thousands of miles to overthrow the lion city because the lions killed their patrols. We don't have the strength to contend with a tribe like this. Zulaman, if you don't want this, use your strength to conquer the powerful ogre chieftain, and you will be able to decide for yourself. Otherwise, just live well. The weak never have the right to speak. Chapter 121, Thunder Lizard. Watching the huge airship fleet gradually move away, Woolaman sighed softly. Looking at the young troll who was still filled with righteous indignation, he chuckled. Okay, Zulaman, my good boy, You only see how they bully us, but you don't see the benefits they give us. Suleiman looked at the chief in confusion, his eyes full of bewilderment. Longxi wants to connect to the Lion People's oasis. This airship supply line must be completed not only for us, but also for other oases along the way. Then we can more easily exchange our goods for other supplies. The airship is very fast, as you've seen. It can save us a lot of time. And most importantly, it's absolutely safe. The Dragon Perch faction's airships are in the sky. You've seen the dense array of artillery fire. From another perspective, this also provides protection for our cargo. Also, the Dragon Resting Force is planning to build an airship docking port here. This will be theirs. If there are any tough enemies, do you think they will just stand by and watch? We should learn to think from other people's perspectives. If we cooperate, wouldn't it be a good thing to have Longqi's protection? Suleiman was just young and hot-headed, but he was not a fool. Since the chief had said so, he naturally understood the meaning. Seizing this opportunity and working hard to strengthen the tribe is infinitely better than showing off one's bravery. The old chief diligently trains his descendants. The tribes along the way were similar and all accepted the arrangements of the Longqi tribe. That's Doug's plan. Fully demonstrate Longqi's strength and power and show his willingness to lead them. The message Doug conveyed to them was that his chief and tribe were very powerful and looked down on their small territory. If you are willing to cooperate, we can provide you with some conveniences and even some protection. If you are unwilling to cooperate, we will kill you ourselves or support other tribes that are willing to cooperate. Anyway, there are plenty of wandering tribes that want the oasis. If you're shameless enough to give me the chance, I will replace you. Doug knew the virtues of these desert races very well, and his plan was very successful. The one who was unwilling to cooperate was killed by his own chief at the beginning, and the ogres had a full meal. He arrived at Leonard Oasis smoothly. Seeing Gorkin playing with the lion out of boredom, Doug suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The two lions were as obedient as two little kittens, and even made purring sounds. That damned old dwarf. Backstab me? Knowing that he was the chief's dog, he still got two big cats for the chief. No, isn't he an idiot? Hey, what are you doing here, you bastard? Gorkin was also a little surprised to see Doug. Chief. Great chief. Doug ran over with his tail swung, and from a distance he slid on his knees and rushed to Gorkin's feet. He looked at the two somewhat dazed lions provocatively. Ha! You bastard, you came just in time. Look, Colbert picked them out for me. He said they'd be perfect on either side of my door. It seems to be Ning Ye's idea. Speaking of Ning Ye, Gorkin saw the two people standing respectfully not far away, but Gorkin ignored them. Doug gave Ning Ye a look without leaving a trace, which scared Ning Ye. Okay, so you have share too? Doug then said quickly. How can such a useless little thing be placed in front of the chief's door? If the Lion King were still here, it would be okay. At the very least, it would have to be something of the Kodo level. Only something like that is worthy of being placed at the door of a great chief. Kodo beast. Gorkin looked at Kashgar, who was also lying next to him basking in the sun. How'd it get to me? Kashi sat up and scratched his head. There are only a few of those in our tribe. You better not worry about them. If we could have them, we would have exchanged them for armor long ago. Facing his first and most frequent client, Gorkin certainly couldn't kill the Bone Chewers tribe just for a few Kodo beasts. There is absolutely no need. Doug swung his tail and said quickly, Chief, this is what I'm looking at. I used a telescope on the airship to observe. There's an oasis along the way, northwest of which there's a faint flash of lightning. It looks like a thunder lizard. Should we consider it? Gorkin was stunned. Thunder lizard? Doug explained, actually, thunder lizards and Kodo beasts look similar. They belong to a large race, but Kodo beasts are gentle and were tamed by orcs, while thunder lizards have a bad temper and can spit lightning from their mouths. No race has ever tamed them. Charging orcs and Kodo war drummers. Kashi said beside him, that's what's going on. Thunder lizards have tall barbs on their backs, making them impossible to ride. Plus, they're hard to tame, so no one touches them. But you know they're difficult to deal with, yet you still offer this suggestion? Doug snorted immediately. That depends on who it is. If you guys think it's difficult, it's because you're weak. How can our great chief be compared to you? Kashi paused and curled his lips. If your master wasn't Gorkin, I would have fired you today. Ha ha, that's quite interesting. Gorkin stood up, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Untamable. Ogres are naturally adept at enslaving and oppressing other races, and thunder lizards are no exception. Anger, steel, violence. Grab your weapons and come with me. Gorkin shouted, then gently kicked Doug. Lead the way. If your information is correct, these two kittens will be your mounts. The thunder lizard has a huge body. Unlike the brown skin of the Kodo beast, this guy is dark green all over. Its body also appears more bloated than that of a Kodo. Its horns are as sharp as those of a rhinoceros, and the barbs on its back are like those of a stegosaurus. Thunder lizard. They operate in groups, and the smallest group is at least a family. Living in this Gobi Canyon is a group of 5 large and 3 small thunder lizards. As their name suggests, they can create arcs of lightning when they open their mouths. Doug felt a little scared when he saw these guys in person. Gorkin was very satisfied. These guys are big, strong, and more aggressive than Kodos. He likes it. After taking back the infantry's heavy armor, Gorkin walked in wearing only fur shorts without carrying his mace. These guys' magic tricks are useless against iron armor. The thunder lizards saw an equally huge ogre chieftain, and the pressure he brought with him as he walked made them uneasy. Sizzle. A dazzling arc of electricity spurted out from the mouth of the leading thunder lizard and struck Gorkin almost instantly. Oh, after being doubly weakened by the stone brand and resistant skin, Gorkin still felt the tingling and numbness. But it's not a big problem. Gorkin strode over with a rumbling sound, clamped his elbow on its neck, and raised his right hand to fire 3 big eye cannons. Chapter 122, Must Surrender to the Great Gorkin. Ah! Lightning flashed in the canyon, accompanied by Gorkin's arrogant laughter. His whole body was wrapped in crackling lightning. He punched the thunder lizard's face with one hand and held its neck tightly with the other hand. There's a struggle going on above. The other thunder lizards opened their mouths wide, and bursts of thunder struck Gorkin's body. Gorkin's men exerted force suddenly and pressed the huge head of the thunder lizard to the ground. Its front hooves, as thick as pillars, trembled violently, but it finally knelt down with a bang. The thunder lizard let out a heavy and unyielding cry. Gorkin heard its reluctance. Gorkin laughed at this. Haha, you seem quite unconvinced. Then come again. Gorkin actually let go of his hand, and the thunder lizard stood up with an effort. Its 2 huge eyes stared at Gorkin, and its nostrils kept expanding. Gorkin slammed his fists together and rushed forward with a roar. The thunder lizard also let out an earth-shaking roar, and like a heavy tank, it lowered its head and rushed towards Gorkin with its sharp horns. Bright arcs of electricity were still flashing on the sharp corners. Boom! Gorkin supported himself with one fist and punched the thunder lizard on the chin from bottom to top. The sharp corners flashing with electric arcs penetrated Gorkin's layers of defense and left a red gash on his stomach. The thunder lizard was also completely overturned by this skyrocket. Gorkin touched his belly. Broken, but not completely broken. The recognition of Kogal combined with the stone mark is powerful, and the power of his loyal tribe gives him even greater strength and power. Gorkin stepped on the belly of the overturned thunder lizard. He looked down at the huge thunder lizard, his eyes full of cruelty. Seeing this, the other thunder lizards roared and rushed over. Gorkin waved his hand. Wah-at! The 3-headed ogre Big Hand roared and rushed forward. These are the 3 most capable fighters under Gorkin. Nu and Gang were both unarmed, but Bao still held the dragon's rest battle flag tightly. His idea is simple. The chief told me that I was the flag bearer, and the battle flag was my weapon. Even if I died, the battle flag would not fall. So I thought that as long as the battle flag did not fall, I would not die. The wisdom of violence seems very reasonable. Ajk. The 3 ogres each faced an adult thunder lizard. Gorkin punched the extra thunder lizard and knocked it to the ground. He roared and grasped the horn of a thunder lizard in one hand. He was actually wrestling with 2 adult thunder lizards at the same time. Gorkin's muscles bulged, and his eyes met the red eyes of the 2 thunder lizards with absolute oppression. He said that what ogres are best at is enslaving and oppressing other creatures. Even if the thunder lizard used all of its proud lightning and strength, it would still be no match for Gorkin. The 2 thunder lizards were crushed from all sides by the Gorkins. This is the final struggle. If Gorkin wins, they will have no choice but to surrender. The opponent was so powerful that he didn't kill them directly, so he tried to subdue them. Although these thunder lizards are irritable, they are not stupid. Even the average thunder lizard is no worse than the average ogre. Although the other 3 ogres were in a bit of a mess, they were generally able to hold down the thunder lizards that were facing them. The passives that Fury and Steel get are hardened skin, while Violence gets life drain. Although the thunder released by the thunder lizard can cause considerable damage to them, there is no need to worry about the physical struggle after contact. It's very simple to attack. I am injured, but I can absorb blood, and the battle flag is still there. His battle with the thunder lizard was purely a battle of damage to see who could not withstand it first. Gorkin's battle ended first, and the two thunder lizards lay exhausted on the ground. They were completely convinced. Gorkin's power completely conquered them. Next were Fury and Steel. These two guys were badly struck by lightning, but they received basically no physical damage. The two thunder lizards were also crawling at their feet. Finally, there is Violence. This guy held the dragon's rest battle flag in his left hand and punched the thunder lizard with his right hand, exchanging injuries and life for injury. This guy was also furious. There were several deep cuts on his body, all caused by the thunder lizard's big horns, and there were also scorch marks all over his body from lightning. Every punch he landed could bring him a little recovery, which made him more convinced that this was the effect of the battle flag given to him by the chief. He roared and fought with increasing joy. On the other hand, the thunder lizard started to get scared. What's going on with this ogre? Can't be beaten to death? Why are you getting more excited the more you fight? It looked around with its big eyes and saw that 4 of its tribesmen had already knelt, and the remaining 3 little ones were of no use. Together, am I the only one left? Its fighting spirit quickly faded. The ogres who had conquered its people were still watching. If it fought again, perhaps the other ogres would help. It plopped down on the ground to show its submission. He was so angry that he swung his fist wildly without caring about this, and threw 2 more punches. Gorkin quickly stopped him. Hey. It's useful to keep it. It's useful. When Bao saw that it was his boss, the red in his eyes faded, and he pointed at the thunder lizard on the ground. A doo-doo. Gorkin quickly said, Yes, it has surrendered. Now you are its master. It will follow you from now on. Bao pointed at the hideous-looking wounds and electric marks on his body. A doo-doo. Gorkin patted his chest and advised, All right. Isn't it normal to get hurt a little? Bao pointed at Gorkin again. A doo-doo. Gorkin rolled his eyes. I'm the chief, and you're trying to challenge me? What? Are you trying to rebel? Bao pointed at himself again. I do. Gore threw a punch in the backhand. Fuck you, you're not done yet, are you? Bao finally felt that this was right. This was his chief who was both smart and brutal. Even their own parents are scared, let alone the 3 little ones. They were so lively and energetic just now, but now they look a lot more honest and simple. If it weren't for the dark green skin and the chamfer on its back, Gorkin would have thought it was a Kodo beast. Outside, Doug was swishing his tail. Look, this is the great chief of Dragon's Nest. Unlike you, you're so stingy with a Kodo beast and treat it like a treasure. Kashi clenched his fists. Why are you so naughty, you bastard? Gorkin laughed and looked at the thunder lizards, feeling very satisfied. The strength of these guys is unquestionable. With their huge size and ability to control lightning, they are able to resist, fight, and cast spells. Except that they cannot be ridden. They are more useful than Kodo beasts. Chapter 123, The Inspiring Thunder Drums. The tribe's current style is more technological and industrial, which Gorkin doesn't like. Now, the means of attack in the tribe are basically pure physical, and the only magic system is the mother. We have already entered a Western fantasy world, so how can we just blindly develop technology? This is too unmagical. He also felt that it was a bit inappropriate for a boss as big as him to put 2 lions at the door. Looking at the 2 thunder lizards that he had defeated, Gorkin felt that this was in line with his identity. Although the treasure chest of his own tribe was opened, at least it was a tribe that could open purple treasure chests, and, as the chief, he was the big boss. At least that's what Gorkin thought. As for why the treasure chest didn't refresh in his house, but at his mother's. What belongs to my mother is mine. If you don't agree, tell my mother. Anyway, I am my mother's only child. I have any opinions about Solo. Thinking of this, Gorkin narrowed his eyes and saw a faint blue light emanating from behind a stone. Sure enough, there is a treasure chest. But come to think of it, this nest of thunder lizards is quite powerful. Not only does he have thick skin and great strength, he can also release lightning remotely. Apart from the fact that it won't recover, Gorkin has to say it's awesome. If it was the Dragon's Nest tribe at the beginning, Gorkin estimated that the 4 of them would never be able to take it down unless they brought their mother along. When he walked over and took a look, it was exactly as Gorkin had expected, a blue treasure chest. This also indirectly shows that this nest of thunder lizards is at the same level as giant sand and hot sand in terms of combat effectiveness. Exciting thunder drums. Quality blue. Adaptive users double drums. When struck, friendly forces within the sound range will gain a 5 increase in movement speed, a 5 increase in attack speed, and a 5 increase in morale. Another weapon of war. After Gorkin took it out, the ball of light immediately turned into 2 huge drums, emitting a desolate atmosphere. Now the drum is the body of the adaptive Gorkin, so it naturally appears larger. At this moment, Gorkin thought of how to use this drum. "Doug!" Gorkin shouted. Doug rushed over with his tail lashing, and Gorkin explained to him the function of the 2 drums. "Take these 2 drums and give them to Wrath Fong on your way back. Tell him to give him the kodo. My mother left there as well." The demonic roar's location is very special. It can no longer just be used as an oasis for supplying materials. "Doug, do you know what I mean?" As the chief's longest-serving lackey, Doug immediately understood what the chief meant. "I understand. Please rest assured, Chief." Gorkin nodded in satisfaction. "But, Chief," Doug hesitated. Gorkin squinted at the knoll. "The kodo is your mother's mount. If you give it to Fury Fong." "Yes." Gorkin scratched his chin and said, "That makes sense. How about trying to find a better mother for me?" Doug immediately said, "Chief, there are probably no more dragons within our range. How about we look around and pick a tribal chief you like to take over the Lion Oasis?" Gorkin nodded. "All right, then you stay here and handle this. Try to make a selection within the next few days, and then you can return with the airship troops." Doug bowed his head deeply. The chiefs will be carried out to the fullest. The addition of Thunder Lizards gave Gorkin's tribe 5 more powerful melee mages. But these guys only obey whoever surrenders, and Gorkin can't even touch them. I'm angry that the 3 of them are still so complacent. After Gorkin beat them all and their Thunder Lizards, the Thunder Lizards were completely convinced by Gorkin. But he always looks irritable in front of any creature except Gorkin. After returning that night, the angry Thunder Lizard bared its teeth at Honey, who was taking a walk after eating. Without waiting for Honey to make a move, he crawled over and beat it again. Then New was beaten by Honey again. Now the Thunder Lizards also knew that Honey was even more difficult to mess with than Gorkin. Their flexible bottom line almost made Gorkin think that these guys were penetrated by the goblin souls. Thinking of goblins, Gorkin lay in the terror's shed with his eyes squinted, while 2 tall elves were massaging his calves. This is where Doug's awesomeness comes in. Now that the battle is over, he's chosen 2 waiters for Gorkin to bring over. Still none of Steel Coin's goblins possess the Mark of Stone. Doug stood beside Gorkin and bowed, saying, "Chief, they are still the same as before." "Oh." Gorkin laughed. "What do you think?" Doug quickly lowered his head. "The will of the chief is the direction of the tribe. I am just your watchdog." Gorkin frowned. "Just tell me what you want me to tell you. With the brand of the rock, I won't question your loyalty." "Yes," Doug quickly said. "Actually, according to the rules of our Dragon's Rest, the goblins have contributed a lot of technology. Even if they can't obtain the stone mark, they can still be considered the 3rd level. However, since they were originally entrusted with high hopes, yet their loyalty has yet to be earned, this is clearly a betrayal of your trust, Chief. We in Longqi are now a multiracial tribe. I think we can provide 2 paths for these goblins, and also let those foreign races see the broad-mindedness of Longqi." There was no change in Gorkin's expression. He just said softly, "Go on." "Yes, Chief." Doug organized his words. "The first option is to revoke Steel Coin's leadership and appoint the Bugbear as the leader. Since the goblins are unable to show their loyalty under Steel Coin's leadership, we can give the other goblins a chance. The second way is to drive out those goblins. Since they have made great contributions to Dragon's Rest, we will not kill them. We will expel them and let them fend for themselves. The endless desert is so vast, whether they can survive depends on their own luck." Gorkin nodded and said, "Let's do it this way. Implement it when you return." "How is the construction of the customs pavilion going?" "The general structure has been completed, and the construction team is currently renovating the interior details. It is expected to be officially put into use in another month." Gorkin nodded and said, "Okay, leave me a few dedicated waiters and put all the others without the rock mark in the customs pavilion. At the same time, the number of staff should be appropriately expanded." Gorkin's words made the 2 elves massaging him tremble. "There are those who do not have the mark of the rock. In other words, except for the succubus Karen, no other waiter possesses the mark of rock. If it were really placed in a large-style museum, female elves have always been a race favored by most races. Chapter 124. Doug's authority increases again. Doug came to Gorkin again and was given some rights by Gorkin again. Doug enjoyed the things that seemed extremely tedious to Gorkin. He perfectly demonstrated the meaning of a dog relying on the power of others, but he was also wholeheartedly considering Gorkin's interests. Gorkin knew that this guy was actually quite arrogant outside, but Gorkin didn't care. He always only looks at the results and not the process. Doug's success today is what he deserves, at least in Gorkin's opinion. Doug and Gorkin talked about the plan to open up resting places for caravans along the way, and said that the tribes along the way have agreed and are just waiting for the construction team to build an airship docking port. At the same time, he also told everyone the pros and cons of this plan, without keeping anything to himself. Naturally, he also knew what the troll chief had considered. Gorkin had no objection to this. At least he couldn't think of any other way. As for shelter and the like, once the trade route is completely formed, it is naturally necessary to ensure that the trade route is unobstructed. Longqi will never let go of any force that dares to destroy Longqi's trade route. Today, Doug went out with 3 armed airships and all the ogres except himself and his mother. Now, they have arrived at the tribe closest to the oasis affiliated with Leonard Oasis. Sandblade, or clan. This is a small oasis tribe with a population of less than 1,000. When the large and 3 small airships of Longqi arrived above the Sandblade clan, the chief of the Sandblade clan, Lissam Sandblade, was not all surprised. He had guessed this moment would come a long time ago. Although the orcs were restless, they did not take any action. The terror slowly descended. The Judgment class patrol boats and Savage class escort boats have their guns loaded and are ready for battle at any time. Doug rode a lion and slowly walked down the escalator, followed by 14 crimson ogres and 2 khaki ogres. This was the first time they had seen a red ogre. The bow and hammers of the 2 newly joined ogres were thrown by Gorkin. How could one of my own people use such crude weapons? The 2 maces of fury and steel were given to them. The orcs of the Sandblade clan only felt a bloodthirsty and ferocious aura coming towards them. They finally understood the despair of those lion people. Damn heavy armored ogre. The weapon is bigger than me. The shield is longer than my sword. Look at the one-eyed, heavily armored ogre in the front. What is he holding? Is it okay to stuff a female orc into the muzzle of the gun? Just as the chief of the Sandblade clan was about to speak, a wheezing sound was heard. 3 thunder lizards, about the same size as the Kodo beasts in their tribe, slowly and carefully came down the escalator. Amidst the orcs' stunned looks and the ogres' envious gazes, the 3 thunder lizards stood in front of fury, steel, and violence respectively. The dragon's rest battle flag in Bao's hand fluttered in the heat of the desert at noon. Dragon's Roost. Even though the orcs had already placed a high enough importance on this force that had overthrown Leonard's lion rule at lightning speed, they still felt that it was not enough after they actually met. Where did they come from? Even a guy like the Thunder Lizard can be subdued. There are races in the endless desert that have tried to conquer these guys, but without exception, they have all failed. Maybe they can kill these guys, but if they want to subdue them and make them surrender sincerely, they must defeat them completely in one-on-one battles. This is also a characteristic of most races. Being powerful and being strong are 2 different things. Lissam, the chief of the Sandblade clan, is a swordsman with an exaggerated big sword slung around his waist. Orc Swordmaster. This is the great sword passed down from generation to generation by the chief of the Sandblade clan, and it is also his old friend. But at this moment his old friend could not bring him any sense of security. He wasn't sure he could cut through the ogre's heavy armor, and he didn't want to try. There may be glory, but dignity is gone the moment the lions agree to become their vassal. Ahem. Doug rode the lion forward 2 steps and said, "Who is the chief? Stand up and speak." Lissam's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward. "No." He naturally recognized at a glance that this was Leonard the lion's exclusive mount, but it looked so out of place when it was ridden by the gnoll. "Let me introduce myself, Doug Dragonroost, a dog of the great chieftain Gorkin of Dragonroost." Doug makes no secret of his identity. He knows how he survived and how he has everything. "I exchanged my dignity and face for status, and now I can use my status to earn dignity and face. I came here this time to tell you that we, Dragonrest, have occupied the Lion's oasis and base. I heard that you are all vassals of the Lions. I want to ask you, do you want to avenge the Lions? If you want, we will come to your door." Doug's tone was very relaxed, and he showed no fear in the face of the orc swordsman. The swordmaster is just a heritage, similar to a profession, just like the shaman and the mage. Lissam was silent, then slowly said, Lion man, are these the guys you're talking about? Lissam raised his thumb and pointed in a direction. Doug looked in the direction he pointed and was shocked. A Jingwan built with lion heads, with at least hundreds of lion heads. That's interesting. Don't you own this tribe because of the lions? Now that they're in trouble, it's fine if you don't help them, but you're actually adding insult to injury. After the initial surprise, Doug regained his composure and looked at the orc in front of him with interest. It's true that we were able to obtain this small oasis because of those lion people, but we still have less than 1,000 people, and it's also because of these lion people. Lissam said in a deep voice, half of the hunting gains must be handed over, and we need to provide slaves and warriors to serve them at fixed times. We do the hardest work and fight the toughest battles, but they order us around. In their eyes, the lives of my people are worthless. This is the Lion Man. Doug sneered and said, So you killed them when they fled here. Lissam nodded. That's right. We've already repaid their kindness in providing the oasis. What we have now is endless hatred. Doug nodded. Interesting, but in my opinion, you're still not a very good chief. Doug then waved his hand and said, That's it. Since you have already killed the Lion Man, let's forget about this matter. Next, I want to tell you another thing. We also need a vassal, but not in this small oasis, but in the oasis of the original lion people. If you're interested, you can go to Leonard's oasis. I'll also need to inquire with the other oasis forces affiliated with the original lions, so I won't go into details. Doug led the way back to the terror. The ogres looked at the orcs and returned to the terror. The full ogre didn't bother to pay attention to them. Chapter 125, What would happen if the natives could open the treasure chest? That night, Doug returned with 3 airships and the ogres. The ogres' maces were covered with scraps of meat. The 4 heavily armored ogres, led by Nu, had experienced a fairly intense battle just by looking at their armor. Doug said that a fleeing Lion Man regular army occupied an oasis and a fierce battle was fought with them. The 3 airships, along with Fury and Steel, bombarded it for a long time, and then the ogres landed and slaughtered it. The kind of massacre that leaves no room for mercy. This is the most direct warning to other dependent tribes. The subordinate tribes of several other small oases became much more obedient. This was obviously a fierce dragon crossing the river, and the local snakes were beaten to death directly. Their chiefs, each with their own guards, headed towards Leonard Oasis. Since we all want to be vassals, of course we have to fight for this largest oasis. And as they set out, Gorkin also set out. There are 6 small oases in total, and if nothing goes wrong, there will be at least 6 treasure chests. Gorkin was willing to enjoy himself, but he was also unwilling to give up these opportunities that could strengthen himself and his tribe. Only those with strong strength are eligible to enjoy it. Besides, the treasure chest has its own location marked. If you don't open it, you will be struck by lightning. The first stop is the Sandblade clan. When the terror landed again, the orcs were obviously a little confused. Their chief and a few close associates had just left not long ago. So why did this airship come again? Gorkin walked down, followed by 2 thunder lizards. Ignoring the orcs who were on high alert, Gorkin strode towards the largest building in the tribe. A big house represents strong power, and treasure chests are only found in the strongest place or in the most central location. The orcs looked at the ogre with a confused look on their faces. The ogre exuded an even more ferocious aura than the previous heavily armored ogre, and they were somewhat bewildered. The 2 thunder lizards stared at the orcs around them with their big eyes and looked unkindly. This guy is even more violent than the orcs. If they didn't want to keep up with Gorkin's pace, they would have to teach those guys who were staring at them a lesson. As Gorkin expected, there was a blue treasure chest here. However, Gorkin couldn't understand it. These orcs looked even worse than the bone-chewing tribe, not to mention the original giant sand city. Why did they also have blue treasure chests here? The only conclusion Gorkin could come up with was that their chieftain was worth the treasure chest. Thinking of Doug's description, Gorkin pondered to himself. Orc Swordmaster. He casually opened the treasure chest, and a ball of blue light floated out. Wind Step. Quality blue. Active spell. After casting, the body enters stealth mode and increases movement speed by 10. The duration is 20 seconds, and the next attack is increased by 20. Gorkin slapped it into his body. It was indeed the skill I remembered. When I first played Warcraft 3, a big part of the reason why Swordmaster appeared so frequently among the orc heroes was because of Wind Step. Judging from the increased movement speed and duration, it is similar to the first level of wind step. But Gorkin is a man who knows how to be content, so he doesn't care about these things. At least I have my first active skill. After acquiring this skill, Gorkin felt another surge of energy in his body. His subconscious told him that this was his manhwa. It seems long, but Gorkin estimates that he will definitely run out of energy if he releases wind step 3 times in a row at most. Thinking of his mother's firepower that was like a naval gun, Gorkin felt more and more that his mother was his real UR card. Once again, ignoring the angry looks of the orcs, Gor walked away. As a race in the desert, these guys might be able to survive, but allowing outsiders to enter and exit their tribe and rummage through their chief's house will ultimately make these guys lose their dignity. At least this situation does not occur in Gorkin's tribe. Even if the opponent can crush the ogres will rush forward with maces and shouting walk. But as a vassal race, it is not bad. At least that's what Gorkin thought. The second stop is also a blue treasure chest. When Gorkin landed, he happened to see a human trying to sneak in and open the treasure chest while the chief was away. These are the blue star humans who have integrated into this tribe. Gorkin's landing attracted the attention of other tribesmen and also created an opportunity for him. That guy over there, stop. Gorkin ignored the members of the tribe and shouted loudly. The man didn't even think that Gorkin could see the treasure chest. He pretended to stop, but put his hands behind his back and tried to open the treasure chest quietly. Kill him. Gorkin simply patted a thunder lizard next to him. The thunder lizard suddenly opened its mouth and took a bite. The barbs on its back flashed, and a dazzling arc of electricity crackled and struck the human directly. An ochre light instantly flashed on his body. Gorkin probably used some kind of earth-type shield, but unfortunately, it was still not enough in front of the lightning arc of the thunder lizard. It sounded very peaceful, so it probably wasn't any pain. Gorkin couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. This made the other party leave so easily. I am simply a saint. Another human in the distance was shocked. He never expected this to happen. The other members of the tribe were also stimulated by this sudden attack and picked up their weapons. This is a tribe of Tauren. They carry long-handled battle axes, but the axes are made of polished stones. Tauren. From this we can see that these tribes are just surviving here. Half of their resources have to be offered as tribute, and the remaining half can only be used to barely survive. Gorkin couldn't help but grin as he looked at the Minotaur. He bent down and grabbed a Minotaur's stone battle axe, then exerted force. The battle axe was crushed into pieces under Gorkin's great strength. That's it. Gorkin smiled and shook his head. This thing is in my dragon habitat. I don't even need slaves. Minotaurs, look at how pale and skinny you are. It's unbearable. It's really unbearable. Ha ha ha. Gorkin ignored the frustrated Tauren, strode to the chief's door, and overturned the shed made of desert thorns. Then, he opened the treasure chest in front of the other human's horrified eyes. Finally, Gorkin glanced at the human casually and walked away. The human's expression was numb, and he opened the chat channel. What would happen if a ridiculously powerful native could see and open a treasure chest? Chapter 126. Fortunately, although the world channel is now also filled with chat messages, it is completely different from the initial situation where it was impossible to scroll through them. Almost a year has passed, and only 1 in 100 blue star people are left alive. But without exception, those who survived were highly adaptable and had a certain amount of luck. These surviving humans basically all possess various self-protection abilities. Most of them chose an oasis force to integrate into. After all, a fixed life with an oasis is completely different from a wandering life without an oasis. Even if humans who possess various abilities cannot occupy high positions, at least they will have no problem surviving. For example, these 2 humans in this Tauren tribe. One of them has 2 earth-related abilities, and the other has 2 melee skills, especially the guy with earth-related skills. He is highly regarded for his shield skill. This was also the reason why he was able to quietly approach the chief's house while the chief was away. Unfortunately, he was hit by Gorkin and died. If it were just because of this, it would be fine. But in this desert, whether it's the indigenous people or humans, people are bound to die one day. The scene where Gorkin opened the treasure chest was what completely broke that man's defense. This news immediately ignited the chat channel. You ate too much sand and turned into a sand bitch, right? Do you want to watch what you're saying? If a native can open a box, is he still a native? Life is hard enough for us blue star people already, and that's even with treasure chests. If even the natives can open them, I might as well just give up and hang myself. The Life Tribunal is recruiting. We have established an oasis and now sincerely invite all those with lofty ideals to join us. Here, the people of Blue Star are in charge. We will eventually restore human rights and institutions on Blue Star and build an absolutely fair and just utopia. Let's not talk about whether it's true or not. Even if it's true, can you tell us how to get there? You're just talking nonsense. They're also restoring human rights and institutions on Blue Planet. There are plenty of dark places on Blue Planet, and they don't think twice before advertising. It's absolutely fair and just. Seriously, we've all been in the desert for so long. Hearing this gives me goosebumps. I'm not saying you're just talking nonsense. Didn't you just hear that person say there's a powerful native who can also see the treasure chest? I think this matter needs to be dealt with seriously. Let's listen to his boasting. If the natives can open treasure chests, how could they not know about it while we're chatting here? Correct answer. If the natives could also open treasure chests, there would be no need to send us Blue Star people here. Honestly, for those of us who survived, if we were given enough treasure chests, we could easily ascend to the top. Those natives have only relied on their racial traits to be so powerful their entire lives. We could easily become a leader in the tribe by opening a few treasure chests. Seeing that no one believed him, the man became anxious. Fuck, I swear on my brother that this is absolutely true. My tribe's overlord tribe was wiped out by them. I think it was called Dragon's Rest. Just now, a very powerful-looking ogre came with a halo under his feet and directly opened the blue chest in our tribe. Another person who came with me thought he couldn't see and was trying to sneakily open the chest while our chief was away, but was immediately farted by the ogre's thunder lizard. The ogre glanced at me as he left. I swear I saw it clearly. Brothers, compatriots, I'm afraid the world is really going to change. The man was really scared. The various items and abilities that came out of the boxes were their only means of survival. If only the natives also possessed them. Ningyi was bored in Leonard's oasis and was watching their chat channel when he suddenly saw what this man said. He quickly asked his chosen companions to watch it together. Then he said with some doubt, "Sister Banksia, this person is talking about should be the chief." The companion he chose was one of the two women, named Sue Banksia, who looked 2 or 3 years older than him. Sue Banksia was very calm. Based on all the information contained within, the probability that it is the chief is 99%. And based on the information I received from my previous communication with Karlov, as well as from conversations with Xiao Wanhong, He Qingqing, and Chu Mai, the probability that the chief has the memories of a Blue Star person or is actually from Blue Star is also 99%. What's wrong? We already knew the result a long time ago. Why are you so surprised? Ningyi smiled bitterly. Although I knew it a long time ago, it was still a little hard to believe when it really happened. But it's a good thing for us. The stronger the chief is, the more stable our dragon rest will be, and the more room we have to perform. We won't have so many messy thoughts, and we just want to live a good life in dragon rest. Sue Banksia's expression remained calm. You're right. At least we're living well as a third-class citizen now. As long as we obtain the stone mark, Dragon's Rest will be our home. Ningyi thought of the difficulties they had experienced in the desert, and he felt from the bottom of his heart that this place was a paradise for them. The chief may come from Blue Star, be open-minded and powerful, and he is the only voice in the entire tribe. The tribe is powerful, and there is no need to worry about security issues. Whatever they want can be obtained as long as they put in the corresponding effort and pay the corresponding price. Moreover, the current Longqi city was gradually built under their construction and command, which gave them an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and belonging. Ultimately, I can only say, thanks to Karlov for the contrast. At least his recognition and loyalty to the chief are now increasing. It is like that. Learn literary and martial arts and sell them to the imperial family. Not everyone has the idea that only kings, princes, generals, and ministers are born with a special kind of talent, and not everyone wants to sleep on the lap of a beautiful woman and then wake up to rule the world. There are still many people who hold the idea that a gentleman will die for his friend, and Ningyi is one of them. Growing up in the mountains, he had no ambitions and had experienced the cruel torture of life in the desert. For him, Longqi was like heaven. Here he not only has a stable life, but also finds love that has gone through the test of life and death. Looking at Sue Banksia, Ningyi was glad that he had made the choice at the beginning, which prevented Sue Banksia from being taken into custody in a brothel. Once a person learns to be content, he can let go of many things and be more open-minded about many things. He felt that he was close to having the mark of the rock, and Gorkin has already started to return. 6 treasure chests, 4 blue and 2 green rewards are all obtained. Chapter 127A Wave of Fat. In addition to the Sandblade clans, Wind Step. At the beginning, the rewards of the remaining 5 treasure chests are also good. The blue treasure chest of the Tauran tribe opened up a cultivated soil derivative. Cultivation soil deriver. Quality blue. 100 kilograms of soil can be produced every day, and cultivating on the soil can increase the growth rate of crops by 5. The human city has opened the Holy Light. Holy healing. Quality blue. Use the power of Holy Light to heal a unit. The healing effect is related to the mental strength of the caster. The werewolf tribe opened werewolf transformation. Werewolf transformation. Quality blue. After activation, it transforms into a werewolf form. Movement speed increases by 10, attack power increases by 10, smell increases by 10, hearing increases by 10, and damage from nature and shadow types is reduced. The dwarf city opened magic engine and dwarf wrench. Magic engine. Quality green. An engine that can be charged with magic power. Once fully charged, it can be used continuously for 12 hours. Dwarf wrench. Quality green. Use it to make machinery with an efficiency increase of 10. The last one is still the Orc tribe, but it is a smaller tribe in the Sandblade clan. Hammer specialization. Quality green. Using hammer and axe weapons. Attack power increases by 10. Frenzy. Quality green. Active skill. After use, sanity minus 50, attack power, attack speed, and movement speed plus 30, duration 60 seconds, after which you will fall into a weakened state for 24 hours. Gorkin has thought of all the arrangements for these rewards. I have already learned the Wind Step, so wouldn't it be a waste if I don't use the cultivated soil derivative to expand the oasis and planting area? Clear spring water tank plus cultivated soil derivative equals oasis expansion device equals expansion of the planting area equals a good harvest of materials and crops. This thing must be given to Chu Mai so that she can make good use of it. As Dragon's Rest is growing bigger and bigger, if Oasis can't keep up, it will simply be a drag. Although Leonard's Oasis is big, Dragon's Rest is home after all. Holy healing. I'd better give this thing to my mom. Humans, dwarves, and elves have the opportunity to accept the blessing of the Holy Light and become priests, but ogres. It's obvious that the Holy Light doesn't trust these brainless giants. If it weren't for the treasure chest bug, the ogre would only see the Holy Light as an enemy in his life. Although my mother will give my blessing, when it comes to healing, the Holy Light priest is still the forte. As for those guys who swing hammers and call themselves paladins, isn't he also a priest when he doesn't have a hammer? Werewolf distortion. The effect was quite good, but Gorkin decided to give up. Doug has been working very hard lately, so it would be nice to give him a reward. It makes sense to raise your own dog. Gorkin thinks it would be better to give Magic Engine and Gnome Wrench to Kalber. With such a convenient engine, let's see what kind of vehicle Kalber can build. As for the Gnome Wrench, in fact, giving them coins will be the best, but those goblins don't deserve it. Kalber has worked hard and made great contributions, and the dwarves have contributed the most. The number of people who have received the stone mark is increasing every day, especially the dwarves, who are all fanatical fans of the chief. Gorkin felt that he had to express his gratitude, even though it was useless for him to keep it. As for the last hammer specialization, Gorkin directly slapped it into his own body. You can never have too much passive stuff. Frenzy. Gorkin hesitated for a moment and then slapped it into his body. This thing has obvious side effects, but it's still okay as a last resort. Although Gorkin has never seen anyone who can push him to that point. Gorkin could only use one word to describe this trip. A wave of fat. He and his tribesmen evolved directly and turned into red and blue fat men. I got an aura, a passive, and 2 active skills. As for how big a footprint a huge and bloated ogre could leave when he used Wind Step to sneak across the desert Gobi, Gorkin didn't care, as long as he was showing off. With the addition of Kogal's recognition and the Steam Weedle chest, Galjan now also has 6 passive skills, 2 active skills, and 1 aura skill. If you tell others about this, you will find him a top boss. If there was a map option, I would be a big red dot on the map. After opening so many treasure chests in a row, Gorkin felt much better. This is unboxing. In the past, there were only one and no one, which was boring. There were so many treasure chests that Gorkin even thought of launching an expedition. Specifically go to various forces to open treasure chests. Shaking his head, Gorkin threw away this unrealistic idea. If you want to get good stuff, you really need a blue or higher box. The ones opened by small tribes and small forces can only be considered icing on the cake. It's boring to run around every day for those low-level boxes. Gorkin scratched his butt and thought it was more comfortable to lie down. It would be nice if he could meet a powerful force that could produce purple boxes in the future. If you let us in, that would be easy. If they don't let you in, then beat them up before you can go in. After returning to Leonard Oasis, Gorkin said something to his mother and then cast the light of holy healing directly on her. Honey narrowed her eyes, feeling the sudden emergence of contents in her body and soul. Honey's left head. Isn't this the proud holy light energy? Honey's right head. I can actually get the right to use it directly. It's incredible. It's just a healing spell, a bit boring. Gorkin rubbed his belly and said, Haha, Mom, it's free anyway. More skills are better. More healers mean more lives. Honey's left head. My hand is used to kill the enemy. You should talk to her about this. Honey's right head. Stop your babbling. When our son was hurt, you threw away your blessings faster than I did. Honey's left head. Two-way. Honey's right head. Exclamation point. Gorkin had no choice but to pat his butt and leave. On the morning of the next day, the chiefs of those tribes arrived one after another. There are a total of 6 affiliated oases, among which the werewolf tribe was slaughtered completely by Doug and his ogres, and the remaining 5 chiefs have all arrived. A tamed wolf becomes a dog. They were the most loyal to the lion men and also hid the most lion men. Their brave resistance allowed the ogres to have another fresh and full meal. The remaining 5 chiefs, led by Doug, boarded the pod deck of the Terror. As soon as I came up, I saw a ferocious ogre with a halo under his feet lying lazily under the shed, with 2 tall elves massaging his arms on both sides. Chapter 128, 3 Roads. The 5 chiefs boarded the Terror alone. Their entourage was stopped below. In fact, Gorkin didn't care, but Doug felt that there were too many people going up and the noise would easily disturb his chief. The 5 chiefs were previously chiefs of subordinate tribes under the rule of the Lion Man, so naturally they knew each other. They looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. Gorkin lazily stood up and leaned back, looking at these guys. His action made all the chiefs tense up. They have all fought their way through the desert to reach their current position, and their own intuition will tell them whether the opponent is strong or not. At this moment, the alarm bells in the hearts of the 5 chiefs present were ringing. Their 6th sense was frantically warning them that the ogre in front of them was extremely terrifying. The best outcome is to stay away from, but they couldn't escape, otherwise they would definitely be killed on the spot. Haha, look at what you're like. Don't be nervous. As long as you cooperate, I won't touch you. When Gorkin saw the attitudes of these chiefs, he couldn't help but grin. He felt amazing. Except for the dwarf, almost all of these guys could crush Kashgar, but Kashgar became his friend, and these stronger guys could only stand below, trembling in fear. More than half a year ago, in order to attract customers for his tribe, Gorkin might have entertained these chiefs well. But now, he no longer likes it. The trend of having a partnership on equal footing with yourself has passed. He attacked the 3rd city of Hot Sand and the city of Giant Sand, then just laid down in the tribe, and then it became like this. But now Leonard Oasis needs manpower, and I have opened the treasure chest of their tribe, so there is no shortage of resources, and Gorkin does not have the habit of indiscriminate killing. I guess you all know why I asked you to come here. When the Lions ruled before, you had to offer half of your resources. Now that you're in Dragon's Rest, I can offer you 3 options. The 5 chiefs' pupils moved slightly, waiting for the verdict on themselves and their tribes. I've already told you, don't be nervous. Gorkin waved his hand lazily. Doug, tell them. Doug, who was standing respectfully beside Gorkin, immediately bowed and said, Yes, Chief. Doug turned around with a serious expression and looked at the Oasis tribal chiefs who had become unattainable before. The great and merciful chieftain Gorkin has given you 3 paths. First, you don't need to offer sacrifices and can return to your own tribe, but you will no longer be a subsidiary force of Leonard's Oasis. Second, you will continue to offer sacrifices, but the great chieftain Gorkin is kind and understanding of your hardships. The lions require 50 of your offerings, while Dragon Roost only requires 20 each. With this one, you will continue to be a subsidiary force of Leonard's Oasis and enjoy its protection. Third, become a subordinate race of the Dragon's Oasis in Leonard's Oasis and operate this large oasis under the rule of the ogres. With this one, you will lose your status as chieftains and become the 3rd tier Dragon's Nest. You can continue to lead your tribes temporarily, but whoever obtains the stone mark first will become the manager of Leonard's Oasis. Doug then gave a detailed explanation of the class system and treatment of Rockbrand and Dragon's Rest. The chiefs looked at each other. Gorkin waved his hand and said, "Take them down. Give them some time to think it over. When you've figured it out, report back to me." Doug saluted quickly and walked off the terrace with the 5 chiefs. The chief's guard were relieved to see their chiefs come down safe and sound. In fact, they have seen this kind of scene many times. Every time I came here to deliver offerings, I had to be searched and put down my weapons, and I had to endure the arrogant questioning and contemptuous looks of the lion people. That's really no dignity at all. At least here, they were not asked to lay down their weapons, and even their chiefs went up with weapons. Those powerful red-skinned ogres didn't have those messy looks. In contrast, they were actually a little flattered. Mr. Doug, what do you think we should choose?" The human mayor said cautiously. The gnoll paused slightly, and he said with a forced smile, "This decision can only be made by you. We at Longqi will not force any forces at this time." "And who do you think I am?" "I'm just the chief's watchdog. The chief told you to make your own decisions, so you can only make your own decisions. I won't get involved. All I can do is remind you that no matter who it is, the chief only gives the other party one chance. Once you make the wrong choice, there will be no chance to change your choice." Looking at the 5 chiefs in front of him, Doug suppressed his expression. "You can discuss it, but it's best to come up with your decision as soon as possible. The chief may not care, but I don't want to waste too much of his time because of you." At the same time, Doug added in his heart, "The chief is already very tired every day. If you guys delay the chief's time of enjoyment, that would be an unforgivable crime." Doug glanced at them and turned away. The human mayor was silent for a long time, then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "What do you think? He is a powerful warrior who can even kill several orcs single-handedly. He can rely on his powerful fighting skills to deal with lone wandering ogres. It is because of this that he can become the mayor of this human town. His town has only about 2,000 people, low walls, scarce resources, and a small population, so it cannot be called a city at all." Lissam, the chieftain of the Sandblade clan, said solemnly, "I prefer the second option." The other chiefs looked at him. "Tell me more about it." "For the first option, I think we should just give up. Once we lose the protection of Leonard's Oasis, can our respective tribes really withstand the onslaught of those wandering tribes? Under the oppression of the lion people, we are lucky enough to be able to survive. As for the third type, Kikisi," Lissam smiled and said, "None of us have seen the living conditions of the races inside Dragon's Nest. Who knows what the situation will be like then? Once the entire tribe is moved here, if the ogres have any evil intentions, the whole army will be wiped out. So I think the second one is the best. At least compared to the lion's original rule, the offerings required for Dragon's Rest are much smaller, and we now have the appropriate resources to strengthen ourselves. If something happens, at least some of the fire can be escaped." Chapter 129, The Chief's Gift. They were discussing it intensely below, and almost all the chiefs confirmed that they would choose the second path. But when they all stood on the deck of the Terror and announced their choices, they all chose the third option without exception. They looked at each other with suspicion and surprise. Doug almost laughed out loud. Gorkin was speechless. Doug heard everything they discussed and told Gorkin everything. When Gorkin heard they all chose the second path, he probably couldn't help but praise them for their courage. But neither Gorkin nor Doug expected that after they came up again, they all chose the third path, became the third level of Dragon's habitat, and moved into Leonard's Oasis. But then they both guessed what was in each other's mind. These guys were actually trying to paralyze the other party by firmly choosing the second path, and then they chose the third path to occupy Leonard Oasis alone. But what they didn't expect was that all the chiefs had the same idea. This, that. The situation suddenly became a little awkward. You guys are really interesting. Look at you guys. You look so embarrassed with your ulterior motives." Gorkin couldn't help laughing, and looked at the chiefs below with some disdain. "These guys are really unbearable. At the beginning, Kolber had a real fight with me. He did not back down in front of me, but instead attacked me like a god. Although he surrendered in the end, at least Gorkin did not look down on him. Look at the current situation of Kolber and the dwarves. Are they more than twice as comfortable as when they were in the giant sand city? Be utterly shameless." Doug immediately understood his chief's attitude. He bared his teeth and shouted, "Get out of here, everyone, so as not to offend the chief." The 5 chiefs hung their heads and retreated reluctantly. Outrageous! Doug was still cursing. "Okay, Tell me what you think. Gorkin let out a breath of foul air. Chief, these guys have ulterior motives. If we force them to come in, I don't think it will be a good thing. In my opinion, we can select some of the lower-level members from each tribe to jointly establish our own Leonard Oasis. Those selected members will live under our dragon rest system for a while and will surely be grateful to you, Chief. Doug continued, wagging his tail. As for those guys, aren't they all willing to choose the second path? Then let them all choose the second path and honestly provide us with resources. Playing these foolish tricks under your nose, Chief, is simply asking for trouble. Gorkin closed his eyes. That's it then. I don't like their little tricks. The original 20 offering will be increased to 25. You can handle the rest yourself. Implement it as soon as possible. I want to go back to Longchi. Doug bowed his head respectfully and humbly. As you command, Chief. He was about to leave after he finished speaking, but then he seemed to have thought of something. Chief, now that you've completely conquered this place, it's no longer appropriate to continue calling it Leonard's Oasis. Would you like to give a new name? Gorkin opened his eyes slightly. Your suggestion is quite interesting. Then it's called, let's call it Broken Lion Ridge, the Lion. Doug was stunned for a moment, then immediately saluted. Yes, I will go and take care of the matter at Broken Lion Ridge and let you return to Dragon's Rest as soon as possible, Chief. Gorkin hummed, then waved. Come here. Doug immediately trotted over with his tail wagging and put his head under Gorkin's lower hand. If Gore wanted to kill him today, he only needed to use a little force. He would never resist or hesitate. Just like the little yellow dogs in the village who were slaughtered by their masters, they would never think of rebelling against their masters until they died. A ball of blue light appeared in Gorkin's hand and slapped into Doug's dog head. A message from the spirit told Doug what it was. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gorkin in gratitude. Thank you for the gift, kind and great chief. Well, get up. Gorkin waved his hand and continued to close his eyes. This was just a trivial matter to him. Werewolf transformation, I had originally wanted to give it to Doug, as Doug had always performed very well. It just so happened that Gorkin was very happy with the proposal just now, so I gave it to him. You did a good job, you bastard. Keep working hard in the future. Gorkin closed his eyes and waved his hand to signal Doug that he could go down. The two elves next to them showed envy. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they could feel the energy fluctuation at that moment. Is this the treatment of the first echelon under the chief besides the ogres? Doug retreated with tears in his eyes. Standing beneath the terror, his body began to swell, his hair began to grow all over his body as his body glowed with blue light. The fangs became sharper and the claws became sharper. He suddenly transformed from a gnoll into a werewolf with silver-gray fur, as tall as an orc. Main battle werewolf. From a low-end fighting race, it transformed into a standard fighting race. Feeling the power surging in his body, Doug couldn't help but want to cry. Is this the taste of strength? This is not just the bonus of the werewolf's attributes. The power contained in the well-developed muscles after the transformation is far beyond the previous werewolf's body. He had a feeling that it wouldn't even take him more than 3 seconds to tear his former self apart. Oh, Bao, who was wandering around with his arms swinging and a battle flag in his hand, noticed Doug and looked at the werewolf in front of him with a puzzled and wise look. A doo-doo. He felt that this guy was similar to the ones he and his tribesmen had smashed before. They were all smashed before, so now that we see them, we should smash them too, right? Then Bao raised his big fist. No, Master Bao, it's me. Doug didn't even have time to feel his own strength. He rolled and crawled out of the attack range of Bao's fist. He quickly canceled his werewolf posture and returned to his jackal appearance. A doo-doo. The werewolf didn't recognize him, but he knew this jackal very well. He put away his fists, full of confusion. This is a reward from a chief. Lord Bao, please don't misunderstand. Doug was so scared that he almost peed his pants, and he hurried to explain. No matter whether it is a werewolf or not, it is just a piece of cake in front of the ogre. Chapter 130 Loyalty is more important than ability. Doug now doesn't dare to display his werewolf form in front of these ogre lords. He thought it would be better to go together during a time when the chief was also there, so that he could get to know the chief better. Or make a mark, like Karlov's broken bowl. Ningyi and the others have it too. Doug, who was already full of energy, received the reward from his master and pushed his horsepower to the limit. It didn't even take 3 days to select 100 young men and 100 young females for various tribes. If they bring children, Doug will allow them to bring their own children. This is basically a huge blow to those tribes. But they had no choice. Doug's move made the chiefs complain bitterly. But they themselves knew that Long Chi was already extremely kind to them. If they were in their shoes, they would definitely clear out the surrounding oases and replace them with a new group of wandering tribes. Considering the treatment given by Long Chi, those wandering tribes will definitely be more loyal and obedient than them. But Long Chi not only did not do so, but reduced their offerings to 20, well, now it is 25. But this is caused by their habitual pettiness towards each other, and they can only blame themselves. Moreover, the lives of those selected tribesmen after arriving here may not be worse than theirs. And that is exactly what is happening. Gorkin discussed with his mother and decided to let her stay here and watch over the tribe for the time being, and then bring her back after the tribe becomes stronger. If possible, Gorkin would not want his mother to come so far. But the other tribesmen's intelligence was simply not enough to guard such a large oasis. Once the ogres leave, an oasis as large as Broken Lion Ridge will definitely attract the covetousness of other forces. In fact, if the tribesmen had enough intelligence, they would definitely be able to handle 4 heavily armored ogres. Or other capable and branded members can also do this. But so far, Gorkin has not found any other members who can compare with Doug or Karen. Kalber could do it, but as the first hammer of the dwarven military industry, we really can't do without him now. As for Doug, it's not impossible, but if Doug is placed here, Gorkin will have to do many things by himself after he returns, which is something Gorkin absolutely doesn't want. In the end, I had no choice but to let my mother temporarily become the manager of this oasis and the lord of Broken Lion Ridge. What was beyond Gorkin's expectations was that Ningyi and the woman also had rock marks on their left arms. Gorkin arranged for the two of them to temporarily cooperate with Doug to resettle the tribesmen drawn from various tribes. This is also a great encouragement for the couple. Ningyi is warm and honest, while Su Banksia is cold and wise. All I can say is, if it weren't for this desert, if it weren't for so many life and death moments together, these two people would never have gotten together. Doug also has a good impression of Ningyi, or rather, these 5 people. As the chief's lackey, he was relatively kind to those guys who actively worked for the chief. Karlov, who serves as a reference for comparison, appears throughout the whole story. Looking at the 5 distinct races, Doug frowned as he stood in front of Ningyi and Su Banksia. We, Long Chi, are a multi-ethnic tribe. Looking at you, are you planning to split into 5 smaller groups in Broken Lion Ridge? Now that you have arrived at our Dragon's Rest, your race, your previous tribe, and even your name have become history. In Dragon's Rest, all that matters is loyalty and ability. Dragon's Rest and the great chieftain Gorkin don't care about your race or what damn tribe you come from, because you are all now the 4th level of Dragon's habitat. Doug said to Ningyi, who was standing behind him. Ningyi, explain to them the 4 classes and their treatment in Long Chi. Ningyi immediately bent down. Yes, Lord Doug. Then, Ningyi looked at the various races in front of him, big and small, with different shapes and sizes, under Su Banksia's encouraging eyes. He said aloud, the Dragon's Nest is divided into 4 levels, among which, as soon as Ningyi finished speaking, it immediately caused a stir among those guys, and whispered discussions continued to be heard one after another. Doug sneered at this. Actually, I originally thought that since you were the ones who will form the foundation of the Dragon Rest tribe in Shishling Ridge, it would be a good idea to just let you start directly from the 3rd level. After all, you are not captives. But your performance disappoints me. Just start from the 4th level. Although Doug is not tall, his eyes make the members below feel a little out of reach. If you still cling to outdated notions and refuse to move forward, then this vast oasis of Broken Lion Ridge will be completely lost to you. I will send you back to your respective tribes. I believe there are many people in this desert who want to join this place. Chief Gorkin gives you this honor. If you can't accept it, don't blame me for being cruel. Doug glanced coldly at the group of over 1,000 members, including adults and children. Also, Broken Lion Ridge has just started, and many positions are not available, not even supervisory positions. Let me make some supplementary remarks here. Anyone who reports others for actions detrimental to Dragon's Rest and Broken Lion Ridge, and who has substantiated evidence, will be directly sent to the 3rd level. If there is any evidence against those who have been reported, I'm sorry, there will be no chance of dismissal. All those with companions or cubs will be killed. If you do your job well, you can live well. If you work hard, you can gain merit. If you report crimes, you can also gain merit. As long as you gain merit, you can enter the 3rd level. Management positions are only selected from the third level. Everyone, the opportunity Longqi has given you. How you want to live is up to you. Su Bangxia, take these people to the designated fourth-tier residential area and have them clear out their living area. Su Bangxia bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Daoj." Then Su Bangxia said in a cold voice, "I am Su Bangxia, the second level of the Dragon Resting Tribe. Now everyone, follow me." Those newcomers from the fourth level followed Su Bangxia and left slowly with regret on their faces. They are very regretful. We've all come here, and we're all wanderers in the same boat. So why do we have to make such clear distinctions? Otherwise, we are all in the third class. According to the humans in the second class, the treatment of each class is very different. And now many members have realized it belatedly. This Doug, that is, when he was in the werewolf tribe, had already made the situation very clear. This is a place where race doesn't matter. And they also know that in this place, loyalty is more important than ability. Chapter 131, Call Me Daddy. This trick of yours is quite interesting. Collective responsibility system. Reporting system for meritorious service. You're a rather vicious fellow with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Didn't I see that? Doug looked at Ning Yi with admiration. That's right. In this desert, survival requires every possible means. Softness is a life regulator for the strong, but a fatal poison for the weak. Ningyi boy, I admire you very much. Ningyi scratched his head embarrassedly. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Doug. Actually, I am also standing on the shoulders of my predecessors, just copying their experience. Ningyi doesn't care about anything vicious or anything like that. He is no longer the silly mountain boy from Blue Star. Which of the Blue Star people who have lived in the wilderness until now is not a master of survival? Kindness has long been swept into the trash heap along with the past. In this place, those who are kind-hearted are all shabby. Your next task will also be difficult. You two must quickly select personnel to restore production in this city based on the lineman's construction. The chief said that the plantation manager for the Chinese yam plant will plan a planting area here. This will currently be Longqi's largest planting and production logistics base. The chief also said that there is enough prey here. You should organize people to hunt and send dried meat and furs to the Dragon's Roost. The Lord of Broken Lion Ridge is the powerful chief mother, Lady Honey. You must assist Lady Honey. Ningyi, you're smart, and now you're a member of the second tier. You need to pay more attention to these newcomers. Before Longqi's team arrives, there must be no trouble. Tell Lady Honey if you find any signs. Doug said coldly, "It's better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go. If necessary, all these new arrivals can be cleared out. The oasis will never be short of people, but there must be no chaos." Ningyi said solemnly, "Please rest assured, Lord Doug. Since we have pledged our loyalty to the chiefs will be our only path forward." Doug nodded. Apart from the Ogre Lords, the only people the chief can trust are us, the members of the second stratum. Ningyi, do your best and don't tarnish the sacred rock mark. Gorkin returned. Honey, Steel, and the two newly joined ogres stayed behind to guard Broken Lion Ridge. With Steel, a heavy armored soldier carrying a triple-barrel machine gun, assisting Honey, and with the help of the two ordinary ogres, Broken Lion Ridge is as stable as Mount Tai. The forces along the way had already made the decision to allow Longqi to stop for supplies, and the tribes were no longer in the panic they had before. There's no point in panicking anyway. After returning to Longqi City once again underwent visible changes. The fourth Dwarven Forge has been raised. The production area is now experiencing high temperatures every day, and if the dwarves are not strong in heat resistance, I'm afraid they would not be able to withstand it. The pods of a powerful transport airship and 2 Savage frigates are being finalized and are expected to be put into use in 3 to 5 days. The industrial area continuously transports shells and bullets to warehouses. Now Longqi's standard musket is the sniper rifle. After the weapons were unified and a standard template was available, the production of bullets became much more convenient. Gorkin is back, and all levels of Dragon's Nest breathe a sigh of relief. He is the mainstay of the entire Dragon Rest area. As long as he is there, even if he is lying there sleeping, the entire Dragon Rest area can operate normally and at high speed. Kashgar immediately submitted his resignation to Gorkin, and it was time for him to return to his own tribe. He also needed to have a good talk with his chief about what he had seen and heard during this period. Kalber immediately reported the progress of work during this period to Gorkin. Chief, I have been strictly following the established plan to expand the construction industry and production of Dragon Rest City. With the influx of resources from the Lion Man territory, we built another furnace and expanded the fur stitching workshop. With the allocation of resources, the construction of the 3 airships is about to be completed. Our oasis and the Lion territory will be completely connected. We will have 2 complete transportation links between the Dragon's Nest 3 oases and the Dragon's Nest Lion Oasis. By then, we will have an endless supply of supplies, and the development speed of our Longxi city will reach an unprecedented level. As he spoke, Kalber's honest old face even showed a hint of excitement. Compared with the original Giant Sand City, the difference between Longxi and Giant Sand is simply a world of difference. And this gap is widening rapidly. Okay, well done. Gorkin sat down on his armchair and expressed his approval of the old dwarf's work. Kalber showed a simple smile on his face, and then the smile froze. Chief, I have to admit that our manpower cannot keep up with the growth of the tribe. How about we try to get some population? Doug's words made Gorkin a little worried. No way. I just came back from a business trip and haven't enjoyed myself yet. Gorkin scratched his head. Then, why don't you think of a solution? Kolber and Doug looked at each other, and Kolber gave Doug a look. Can you think of a solution? Doug's eyes moved. Call Dad. Kolber's face jumped. Chief, how about you find out which Ogre Lord would be willing to go out with us? Gorkin nodded. That's no problem, but we at Longxi don't accept every race right now. What's your goal? Kolber nodded quickly. Chief is wise. What we lack most now are craftsmen and laborers. As for craftsmen, dwarves or gnomes will do. We should try not to deal with goblins. Their loyalty is the hardest to gain in this desert. For labor, strength first is best, like orcs, tauren, centaurs, or a more comprehensive type is also acceptable, like humans. Gorkin leaned back in his chair. Then prioritize those who are easy to gain loyalty. Arrange an airship to search for them and spread the news. Given the treatment we receive at Dragon's Rest, those wandering races will surely flock here. If that doesn't work, then just do as Doug said and go farther away to coordinate. All of Nuya's men are strong and tough, and Nu is his immediate superior. If necessary, Nu can follow him. But forget about the nearby ones. Our trade is just starting to pick up, and it's not appropriate for the nearby forces to start a war. It's a bad influence. Kalber immediately bowed and said, I understand, Chief. I'll go down and do it right away. Okay, go ahead, Doug. Make sure you complete the work assigned to you. Yes, Chief. Gorkin waved his hand, and the dwarf and the gnoll retreated. The 2 guys started fighting as soon as they went out. Kolber locked Doug in a necklock. Come on, call me Daddy. Chapter 132, I'm just a blacksmith. Why are you looking for me? Gorkin's return once again brought changes and adjustments to Dragon's Rest. The magic engine and dwarf wrench were given to Kalber. He needs to use this engine to build a machine with complete functions, excellent protection, and sufficient firepower. Cultivation soil derivative was given to Dianthus Superbus. The master's degree student from the agricultural college changed his mindset in time, and his workability was recognized by Gorkin. The planting area was well managed under her and several dwarves' leadership, and the previous wave of harvest earned Gorkin the recognition of Kogal. Faced with reality and ideals, she listened to Shao Wanhong and chose to live. Now her goal is also to obtain the rock mark. But Gorkin didn't care. Anyway, there is no need for her to participate in management. She just needs to do a good job of planting. It doesn't matter whether she is loyal or not. Now the clear spring water tank and cultivated soil derivative together are simply an oasis maker. After handing these 2 things over to Chumai, Gorkin could not just leave her alone. At least one of the female dwarves around her was from the 2nd class. Doug felt that such a powerful weapon needed to be kept secret to avoid attracting the covetousness of other forces. He reported this idea to Gorkin, but Gorkin just laughed. Ha ha, no need for that. Not only will I not keep it secret, I'm going to publicize it. Aren't we short of slaves? Come if you want. Doug immediately understood what Gorkin was thinking. In order to protect the reputation of the tribe, Longxi will not take action against nearby forces, but if they take the initiative to break in and steal things, it would be reasonable for Longxi to wipe out the entire tribe, right? It is reasonable to use strong men as slaves, right? It makes sense to bring females to brothels to entertain customers, right? By then, it will not affect Longxi's reputation. The 3 airships were completed and began to be equipped with weapons. The dwarven military industry began mass-producing standard weapons and armor. Unlike the patrol defender armor equipped by the patrol team, this armor has fewer parts, but is simple to wear and easy to repair. The protection in key locations is almost twice that of the patrol defender. The most important thing is that this time the armor uses the tendons of warcraft at the connection positions, which enhances the adaptability of these armors to body shapes. This time the armor was named Dragon's Fang. The more than 1,000 strong generals from various races who were roaring were like the fangs of Dragon's mouth that would open wide when necessary. With the completion of the assembly of the airship, the rotation route resumed operation and the Broken Lion Ridge route was officially open to navigation. As the 3 airships were filled with dwarven operators, the number of Dragon's Nest dwarven craftsmen decreased again. Kalber had no choice but to select some older and stronger young dwarves to serve as helpers. The old dwarf is now worried so much that his lips are blistered. He needed to send craftsmen with members of the Fourth Order to build patrol stations and smoke towers within the Dragon's Nest forces. He also needs to send craftsmen with supplies to build airship docking posts in tribes along the way. Every position in Longqi City needs manpower, but these jobs must be done. I'll fuck you. Faced with the petty managers who kept asking him for people, the old dwarf, who was forging with his arms, swinging, almost overturned the forging table. I'm just a hammer slayer. Why are you looking for me? Then how can I conjure up some manpower? The small managers looked at each other in confusion. Although they were all from the 2nd level, they didn't dare to speak. Go find that stupid dog. He's the one that keeps blabbering all day. Go find him. But this is the job Doug arranged. A small manager said bravely. Bang. Kalber slammed his hammer on the forging table. I'll go find him. Kalber walked out of the forging area angrily and saw Doug talking to someone from the construction team. He pulled the knoll towards him, his eyes red. You're the one giving the orders? I'm just the one doing the work. Why the hell are you giving me trouble? Doug blinked. What's all this nonsense? What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? Stop talking nonsense. Look, except for the dwarfs, no one is idle. They need manpower here and are short of members there. Where can I steal dwarves for you? Why can't other races use Dragon's habitat? Kalber was very angry. Doug was not in a hurry and pointed around. Come and take a look. Find an idle person. Kalber turned around and saw that the whole city was bustling with activity. People walked with the wind and had to run to the toilet. The entire Dragon Rest area has indeed utilized the available manpower to the utmost. I don't care. Now that the business is so big, all the plans are being implemented simultaneously. You have a good brain, so you come up with the ideas, and I'll be in charge of the execution. Seeing this, Kalber's anger subsided a lot. Don't you always talk about the various animals in the team? The guardian tiger, the agile leopard, the far-sighted eagle, etc.? You proposed it, so you solve it. Anyway, I'm the blacksmith's hammer. I don't care about the brain, you do it. Doug spread his hands. I'm just a guard dog. Stop talking nonsense. I think you're the one stirring up the shit. Kalber sneered and then exhaled. All right, troublemaker. You have to come up with an idea. The progress of many tasks has been seriously slowed down. We absolutely cannot alarm the chief again because of this matter. Dao broke free from Kalber's grip and put his hands behind his back. Of course. What do you think I've been doing lately? I'm busy too, okay? Doug put his hands behind his back and said, just wait and see. In a few days, our shortage of manpower will be greatly resolved. Kalber knew this guy's character and would never joke about serious matters. He nodded and said, okay, as soon as possible. Doug had a mysterious smile on his face. Ha ha ha. He had to admit that Ning Yi and the other 5 gave him a lot of ideas. For example, the temporary solution to the tribe's shortage of manpower this time came from the idea of Ning Yi and his 4 companions. Coin, on the other hand, lost his position as the Goblin Technology Manager and was replaced by the Bear Goblin. The Bear Goblin, the ruler of the goblins by blood, finally came to power. But this is only temporary. If he is also unable to contribute his loyalty, then they will either be relegated to the 4th estate or expelled directly. Even so, the rules of Dragon's Rest seem to be somewhat more merciful in this desert. Gorkin established the major rules, while the minor details were improved among the Rock Brand Mutual Aid Group. There is no shortage of resources or food in Longqi now, so there's no need to kill them all. Chapter 133, 2 Classic Dishes. Chef Gorkin is also quite busy today. Chef Gorkin returned to his kitchen after a long absence. During this period, The Polygonum multiflorum provided some crops for cultivation, and Gorkin himself exchanged some seasonings and rare materials on the World Channel. It's no problem to just feed 2 ogres. Now, as the levels of the treasure chests opened by these guys in the World Channel begin to move towards green and blue, the amount and rarity of the ingredients they occasionally open are also beginning to increase. Unlike the treasure chests in the tribe, treasure chests are randomly refreshed in the wild, but the supplies are unstable. At least the treasure chests in the tribe will deliver goods. 100. The worst result is that treasure chest monsters and treasures exist at the same time. Moreover, the quality of the treasure chests in the tribe is higher than those randomly refreshed in the wild. At least Gorkin didn't find any weird stuff in all those horde treasure chests. The advantages are obvious, and the disadvantages are also obvious, which is that it is difficult to obtain. The randomly refreshed treasure chests in the wild are purely a matter of luck. Treasure chests are refreshing almost all the time in this endless desert. Even if you open a lot, they will still refresh, but there is no guaranteed amount. I can only say that if you can get something out of it, at least you won't let the treasure chest down. Of course, the monsters that appeared were worthy of the treasure chest. When it comes to cooking, Gorkin is always generous with his ingredients. Today, Gorkin only plans to make 2 dishes, but these dishes will definitely whet the appetites of the tribesmen who are pregnant with cubs. The patrol brought back 2 intact desert wild donkeys. These guys knew 2 earth-based spells and had stubborn tempers. They would rather be beaten to death than surrender. Otherwise, these guys would make a pretty good mount. Skinning, tendon removal, and bone removal. These tasks naturally no longer require Gorkin to do himself. There are wild vegetables in the oasis. They grow very fast, one after another, just like leeks. Gorkin emptied his cold storage again. It is worth mentioning that this time, he has Pishin bean paste and hot pot base, and the quantity is quite large. If it weren't for Gorkin's long-term acquisition, the guy who opened these 2 things would cry until he was dehydrated. Gorkin did not treat him badly and directly threw a dragon's iron fist and 3 shells at him. Both sides felt it was worth it. Gorkin was so generous because he saw that there was enough seasoning this time. The most important thing is that Gorkin himself has the ogre's delicious recipe, which can turn these things into rich rewards. Otherwise, Gorkin would not do such a deal. Although there is no onion, ginger, and garlic, I have found a substitute for it. The taste may be different, but it is basically the same. After completing the preparations, Gorkin began his cooking. The others were ogres squatting outside with their eyes wide open again. Only the 2 pregnant female ogres were qualified to sit there. As usual, boil the oil and burn the pot until it is bright. The meat was cut into slices and marinated with salt. A handful of eggs of unknown origin were cracked, mixed evenly, and then sprinkled with cornstarch to coat the mixture. Heat the pan with cold oil, put the meat in and stir-fry until cooked, then pour out and set aside. Leave some oil in the pan, stir-fry Pishin bean paste and hot pot base until fragrant. Sauté scallions, ginger and garlic. Season with light soy sauce and dark soy sauce for color. Add water and salt. After the water boils, blanch the vegetables and take them out, then place them at the bottom of a basin that is considered large enough for an ogre. Then put the meat in the soup and cook it for a while. Take out the meat and put on the dish. Pour a little soup into it to slightly cover the meat. Place the onion, ginger, garlic, pepper, and chili pepper in the center of the meat. Heat the oil and pour it on top, and the flavor will come up immediately. Boiled pork slices. I just picked up 2 small green leaves and put them on top, and it was ready to serve. And this dish is called boiled pork slices. For another dish, Gorkin planned to make maoshwang. In fact, in terms of taste and preparation, these 2 dishes are basically similar, but Gorkin would not choose this dish if he had a choice. But there is no way. Now is not the time for Gorkin to do whatever he wants. He can only cook the dishes with the seasonings he has. But in the Chinese cuisine world, Gorkin is not picky at all except for dishes like various insects. But if you want to break out of the Chinese food circle, I'm sorry, Gorkin is the only choice. As for ordinary ogres, let alone the smell of boiled pork slices with oil, they are ready to move. He swallowed the saliva with a gulp. Still stir-fry the Pishin bean paste and hot pot base until cooked and fragrant. Sauté the scallions, ginger and garlic, and add light and dark soy sauce. But now the main ingredient is no longer meat. If there's no duck blood, then donkey blood will do. It is just as delicious. Blood clots are easy to make and won't be wasted. The other ingredients are simple, and donkey tripe will be the backbone of this dish. The densely packed tripe is basically at its most tender state after just a turn in the pot. Spread a thick layer of bean sprouts in the basin. Put the donkey blood cubes and tripe in, and pour in an appropriate amount of soup base. Add onion, ginger, garlic, pepper, chili, and hot oil to make it fragrant. Maochuang is officially out of the pot. Maochuang. It's a pity there is no rice, otherwise this thing would be a great dish with rice. Eating only this would definitely not fill you up, so in order to take care of the pregnant tribesmen, Gorkin thoughtfully chopped the dried meat into pieces. 2 large iron bowls filled with minced meat are served as a meal. Ha ha ha! The delicious food is here. The only way Gorkin would cook and serve food to them was when they were pregnant. Although they're not his own, they are still the cubs of his own tribe. In a few years, he will have more loyal and fighting ogres. They want to take action, but they held back. The conditions are limited, so I'll give you some maochuang and boiled pork slices. Enjoy them. Ha ha ha! This is what you deserve. Gorkin was delighted. The dishes I cook are becoming more and more complete, and are no longer those ridiculously simple dishes I used to make. That's simply an insult. Although I was just a small cook in a small restaurant before I was reincarnated into my mother's womb, I also had my own persistence. There's nothing there, just something you could just pick at it. Can I order some food? Chapter 134, 2 Rewards. Gorkin gave the idiots outside a warning look and returned to his house. The fragrance even made the 2 thunder lizards lying on both sides of the door sniff constantly. It's definitely spicy, but it's also very fragrant. However, Gorkin repeatedly stressed that this was exclusive to pregnant members of the tribe, and no one else could eat it. He doesn't even eat it himself. One is because you have already tasted it when you make it, and the other is just to set an example. If he doesn't eat it, the other tribesmen won't dare to touch it. Only the 2 pregnant ogres were eating with relish and slurping sounds. The usually dry jerky tasted surprisingly good with 2 large pots of classic Sichuan cuisine. The 2 guys didn't even leave any soup. They emptied the bowl clean. This made the guys who were waiting outside to lick the plates very dissatisfied. But there is nothing they can do, since they themselves do not have this function. They didn't even dare to provoke the 2 pregnant ogres. Any female during pregnancy and raising cubs will enter cub protection mode, and her fighting power will soar, let alone an ogre. Gorkin lay comfortably on the bed, looking at his 2 rewards. Dish: boiled pork slices. Reward: command aura type passive skill. After using it, you will have a command aura with a range of 100 meters. You and your loyal creatures will gain the aura's blessing. The aura's effect attack power is increased by 10. Dish: maochuang. Reward: Sinan golden falcon, a bird of prey of the falcon family, extremely fast, with a photographic memory, skill, Sinan positioning. Sinan positioning can locate and search for a creature of a specified species that has never been seen before. Use once every 10 days. Inspired by the book Friend, Xiecha's Purple Shadow. A halo appeared again under Gorkin's feet, which seemed to gradually brighten and then disappear like breathing, echoing the halo of concentration. And a crisp cry came from his shoulder. Gorkin felt a faint touch and turned his head to see a hook-beaked raptor with golden feathers standing on his shoulder. Feeling Gorkin's gaze, it tilted its head and looked at Gorkin, then rubbed Gorkin's face affectionately with its beak. Although it is called a falcon, Gorkin estimated that this guy must be at least 1 meter tall and have a wingspan of at least 3 meters. This thing can be called a sculpture. Looking at the sharp claws flashing with cold light, Gorkin knew without a doubt that this guy's attack power would not be too weak. The most important thing is that Gorkin felt the fluctuation of magic power on its body. This shows that this falcon is still a magical beast. Gorkin now has active skills after all, so he can naturally feel the fluctuations of magic power. The most important thing is that this guy has lively eyes, and it is obvious that he has a high IQ. That would be fine. The most important thing is the skills displayed by this falcon. Looking at the introduction, isn't this just a tribe finder that can be used once every 10 days? First, take it to identify all the ogres in the tribe, and then assign it to find wandering ogres. It can be used once every 10 days. It is simply the most stable population expander. Gorkin's eyes were filled with tears, literally. For the first time, he felt that he could once again increase the population of the Dragon's Roost ogres in his lifetime. With this guy, restoring the population to the height of Dragon's Roost is just a small goal. Although you can only look for one at a time, there may not be only one wandering ogre. Just like last time, he harvested 2 tribesmen at once, and after they had eaten and drunk their fill, they contributed 2 portions of loyal tribesmen's power to him on the spot. It's just that these two guys are too thin and their overall strength is not strong, so the improvement they bring to themselves is not obvious. With this falcon, Gorkin instantly had the motivation to go on a business trip. That's right, he considers any trip that requires him to go out for anything other than enjoyment as a business trip. He hurriedly got up and walked outside. And no matter what movements Gorkin made, the Sinan Golden Falcon could firmly fix itself on Gorkin's shoulders. The ogres outside were still noisy. The smell in the air stimulated their taste buds, and they chewed the dried meat fiercely, looking for spiritual comfort. In just a short while, Sinan Jinxian recognized all the members of all races present. Gorkin asked worriedly, "Have you remembered it?" The Sinan Golden Falcon chirped once, tilted its head, and then chirped once more. Since the term photographic memory was mentioned in the introduction, Gorkin naturally understood what it meant. Gorkin then arranged for the terror to set sail. He wanted to take the Sinan Golden Falcon to the giant sand city and let it recognize the three-headed ogre in the giant sand city. Let's forget about Mom and Gang for now. Gorkin plans to identify the ogres in giant sand city, and then let Sinan Jinshun try to find out if there are any other wandering ogres. This place is far enough away from Broken Lion Ridge that it's unlikely we'll find Broken Lion Ridge by chance. Gorkin was unsure, but he had plenty of time. Just after Gorkin set sail, a team of trolls and a team of humans arrived together. After they entered the territory of Longqi, they were discovered by the patrol team. They laid down their weapons and followed the patrol team to Longqi City. Is this Dragon's Rest City? The one who spoke was Zulaman, the golden-haired troll from the Sandspear tribe. Behind him were 30 troll headhunters, but their weapons had all been put away. They really didn't lie. The human leader Lai Fu, who was standing with him, couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he saw a city without walls. The patrol's Knoll captain didn't show any disdain or enthusiasm. He simply said calmly, "Stay here while I inform Lord Dog. Remember, don't move around, or it could easily cause misunderstandings." Okay, we won't move," Reef said quickly. Either he or Zoran could easily kill the Knoll, but they really didn't dare. Even if the werewolf was going to hit their weapons with its vital parts, they had to dodge quickly. This ridiculously well-equipped patrol could easily take out any of their teams. Their entire tribe can't even get a complete set of this kind of equipment. As for Longqi, even the patrol team members are equipped with a set. This was the first shock that Longqi gave them. The 5 smelting furnaces that were spewing smoke and emitting heat waves were arranged neatly. A large number of machines sent sand in, and red-hot iron materials were sent out one by one. All the members here seemed very busy. There were nearly 100 of them standing here, but not a single member of Longqi who passed by could spare the time to look at them. The huge airship airbag support frame and pod keel frame are set up in the production area, and the new airship has entered construction again. The buildings here are all made of black bricks. Everyone is busy, but everything is surprisingly neat, giving people a sense of order. The fat hyena walked out with his hands behind his back. "Everyone, welcome to work at Longqi." Chapter 135, Worker System. Work to earn a living. This is the strategy chosen after being inspired by Ning Yi and others. When he reported this idea to Gorkin, Gorkin remained non-committal. This policy is indeed acceptable temporarily, but if it is to be maintained for a long time, many aspects will be involved. However, the ogres in the core area and those who have obtained the second-level rock mark are the foundation of the dragon's habitat. Let Doug do whatever he wants with the others. Gorkin also tried to use his brain, but then he thought there was no need. The people below were willing to find a solution, so it would be too tiring for him to think about it himself. Isn't constant thinking also a kind of fatigue? You can lie down and enjoy yourself while cooking, opening boxes, and collecting tribesmen to become stronger. You can live a comfortable life. Why bother thinking about these things? Of course, being strong is the foundation for being able to act as a stabilizing force and solve any problems immediately. In fact, with the rapid development of Longqi's power, various weapons of war were built in order to maintain this stability. It has to be said that Gorkin himself also felt a sense of crisis. Of course, only a little bit. It was this sense of crisis that prompted Gorkin to drag his body, which could be weighed in tons, to follow Sinan Golden Falcon to look for his tribesmen. For Gorkin, it's as much about unpacking as it is about cooking. This enhancement is highly unstable. However, with the blessing of the power of loyal tribesmen, increasing the number of tribesmen is the most stable and effective way to become stronger. Not only can you increase the overall strength of your tribe by 1/10, but you can also gain an absolutely loyal tribesman. Moreover, this tribe can also use ajpk. Both oneself and one's ethnic group can be strengthened. Safe and effective. The most important thing is that Gorkin feels that as Longqi becomes more and more powerful, and the scope of trade and word of mouth spreads wider and wider, more powerful forces will definitely notice Longqi. It's just that Gorkin is confident in his own and his mother's abilities. But this did not prevent him from becoming stronger. When he can lie there and sleep and still scare any enemy into trembling with fear, that is when he can truly lie down. Although the strongest fighters are only him and his mother, he will convey a message to the outside world. My business is huge, so if something happens, I may not be able to support you in time. You may be able to take advantage of me at that time, but I'll catch up with you and dig up your ancestral graves. Aren't the former lions of Leonard Oasis living examples of this? The subordinate tribes and Oasis forces along the way will spread this matter for him. Doug took this mixed team of humans and trolls to visit the place where they would be working. With these manpower, many dwarves will move away from the most common jobs and into basic positions. All of these people will perform the most basic physical labor. Whether it is transporting finished products, adding firewood, transporting sand, etc. Slightly better than those fourth-class jobs. After all, we are here to work, not to be slaves. And Doug wouldn't let them participate in any core work, ensuring that these guys wouldn't learn any skills. This is the job you are responsible for. How about it? Is there anything else you want to say? Doug had his hands behind his back, and he also didn't look superior. Doug felt that he should have some vision. Although he is a jackal, he can now transform into a werewolf and help his master manage such a large dragon city. Just be plain. We are all here to work. If there are any problems, please clarify them in advance. This will save everyone the trouble and avoid any unpleasantness later. Reef raised his hand. Mr. Doug, we guarantee that we can do a good job, but I also want to confirm whether you will implement the treatment you promised us. Doug said calmly. That's natural. The great Chief Gorkin keeps his word. This is also the tradition of our dragon's nest. We work 8 hours a day in 3 shifts, and we have 3 meals a day to ensure basic water supply. Every day you will receive 1 dragon's habitat coin and 1 dragon's habitat contribution point. Dragon Rest contribution points determine the tiers you can purchase, and Dragon Rest coins will be the currency you use to make purchases. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can use Dragon Perch coins to buy anything you want. Of course, you can also choose not to take the Dragon Quarters coins and contribution points. We will exchange them for supplies of corresponding value. Doug pulled a Copper Dragon's Roost coin from his pocket. The front has a print of Gorkin's head, and the back has a print of Honey's head. Zulliman and Reef looked at each other and chose Dragon Roost coins and contribution points without hesitation. They are all Oasis forces, who would work for other forces just for a few supplies. Isn't it just to accumulate contribution points and Dragon Quarter coins to exchange for some technologies and things that your own tribe doesn't have? Moreover, you can work 8 hours a day without worrying about eating and drinking water, and you can also get Dragon Habitat coins and supplies. This is much more comfortable than hunting in the tribe. I will set up a special post to record your work. Doug continued. We at Longqi don't need you to work too hard. As long as you work normally, we won't restrict your freedom outside of work. Except for the core areas, the second-tier areas, and the major factory areas, you can move freely. In short, do your assigned work well and complete it. As for the rest, just follow our rules and do whatever you like. Any other questions? Doug looked at these trolls and humans, all of whom pricked up their ears and looked at his workers intently. Zulliman shook his head. We are fine now. Lai Fu also followed suit, saying, the Dragon Rest Tribe's arrangement is very reasonable, and we have no objections. Doug nodded and waved behind him. Several gnolls hurried over carrying several baskets. This is your identity and your livelihood. Doug then picked up a specially shaped bowl and explained to the workers. The Ogre Masters here won't recognize you as workers. They only recognize this bowl. You must carry this bowl with you at all times. No one knows who you are. We only recognize the bowls here. If the bowl is gone, you might actually die, understand? Zuriman and Rafe nodded cautiously. They also understand this. After all, there are too many races in this desert, and each race looks basically the same to other races. Face blindness is the norm. What's more, it's an ogre. The fact that they remembered this bowl was the result of Gorkin's repeated instructions. Except for a few special members, all other members, including the second class, have this kind of bowl. There are a few who often hang out with Gorkin, and the ogres can remember them. But with so many members out there, it's impossible to remember faces, so just look at the bowls. If you don't have a bowl, you can just scoop it up and eat it. Chapter 136, Dragon Coin and Selection. Since there were no more problems, Suleiman and Rafe distributed the bowls that represented their respective identities. They were dispersed and assigned to their respective jobs. These are all very simple but indispensable basic tasks. Their temporary dormitories are also under urgent construction. Longxi still values working people. If this model is formed and can continue to operate for a long time, Longxi will not have to go to great lengths to coordinate with other tribes. Whether it is Dragon Roost coins or contribution points, Gorkin knows all the plans. Even the template of this Dragon's Nest coin was finalized by Gorkin himself. The only requirement is that the anti-counterfeiting mark of Longxi coin must be well done. Doug also attaches great importance to the minting of Dragon Habitat coins. He held a private meeting with Kalber before deciding on the anti-counterfeiting mark. Not only is the printing complex, there are a total of 20 tooth marks around the Dragon Nest coin. This means that the great Chief Gorkin is 20 years old this year. Doug and Kalber decided that the Dragon Roost coins would be minted based on the Chief's age. The most important thing is that during the casting process, a particularly small piece of scale fragment will be placed inside the Dragon Nest coin. It can be put in only when it is about to cool and set. If you put it in too early, the scale fragments will ignite and disappear. If you put it in too late, the Dragon Nest coin will solidify and cannot be put in at all. The placement of these scale fragments is also very particular, and they will run horizontally through the print. And if any force tries to melt the Dragon's Habitat coin, the scale fragments will also turn into ashes as the Dragon's Habitat coin melts. If you want to verify the authenticity of the Dragon's Nest coin, you just need to cut it vertically to see if there are any broken scale fragments inside. The most important thing is that these scales come from the Thunder Lizard. This thing has no hair and is covered with scales. The Thunder Lizards shed their scales every day, and the 3 small Thunder Lizards also shed and replaced their scales as their bodies grew bigger. These scales were collected by Doug and his men. If someone wants to imitate it, obtaining the Thunder Lizard scales is also a big problem. The Thunder Lizards, who live in tribes, have a strong sense of territory. Those who are weak will be struck by lightning before they can even get close to them. Of course, if someone powerful enough was to wipe out all the Thunder Lizards and imitate them, it would be impossible to exchange them for anything in Dragon's Habitat. The ogres don't recognize people, but Doug does. Doug also knew exactly how many Longxi coins Longxi had minted. Besides, it's useless to have only Dragon Habitat coins, but no Dragon Habitat contribution points. Even if you exchange them, you can only exchange them for food or something like that. It's simply not worth it. If you want to get contribution points, just work honestly. Or like in Kashgar, you can become friends with the chief and keep introducing new customers to him. They'll also work. After finishing this matter, Doug started to deal with the next matter without stopping. He didn't even have time to wag his tail for the chief now. The business was too big, and Kalber had to deal with the dwarf military industry all day long, so he was the only one who could coordinate the logistics. He pushed open the door of the customs house. This was also the first time he opened this door. Doug glanced at the somewhat stunned waiters. Everyone, the large folk customs pavilion outside has been built. Please pack your things and go over there as soon as possible. He paused and continued. Now that Longxi is on the right track, there will be various foreign populations in the future. It is time for everyone to contribute to Longxi and the chief. All the waiters in the restaurant were silent. Although they had anticipated this day a long time ago and were mentally prepared, they still felt a little uncomfortable when the day finally came. Everyone, there's no need to make such expressions. The chief has raised you for such a long time. You have no worries about food and drink, and you don't have to work or be exposed to the wind and sun. I think I have done my best for you. Since I can't get your absolute loyalty, then please, there are some newcomers in the large-style pavilion in the market area, so you won't be alone. Rock Mark. Among the waiters, the only one who received the Rock Mark was Karen, the manager of the customs house and the lord of Giant Sand City. Of course. Doug's tone suddenly changed. In view of your service to the chief, I can give you another chance. I will leave 6 exclusive servants for the chief. Everyone, whoever can obtain the Rock Mark before dark will become the chief's exclusive servant. Doug chuckled. I know time is tight for everyone, but Doug's tone was indifferent. Kaylin told you all about this a long time ago, didn't she? Don't think I'm cruel. I'm giving you my last chance. If you still can't seize it, then just go and serve customers honestly. Now, all waiters, pack up your things and report to the Market District Customs Pavilion immediately. After saying this, Doug turned and walked out of the customs hall. Just then, Chumai came back with a female dwarf, seemingly to get something, and his face turned pale when he saw this scene. Doug waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. The chief has given instructions. Just take care of the planting area. You must quickly hand over the relevant technology to the female dwarf. You must proceed to Broken Lion Ridge, where there is a larger oasis. Your next task is to develop a larger planting area there." Chumai's expression finally relaxed. My efforts and changes were not in vain after all. The chief saw it all. Chumai almost cried out loud. She cried with joy. At this moment, Gorkin's huge figure rose again in her heart. Only those who have experienced despair know what it feels like. For the people of Blue Star, going to the adult entertainment industry is not something that is unacceptable, but the prerequisite is that the other party is human. Moreover, in a place like this, there is not even a Bayento. Doug ignored the waiters at the amusement park and turned away. He would select 6 waiters to serve the chief in the evening. In fact, for these veteran waiters, the proportion of being selected is still very high. There are only 12 old waiters in total. Karen has become the city lord, and Chumai has gone to work in planting. Choosing 6 out of 10 is not enough to make them completely despair. The only one with an unhappy expression was the orc waiter. She had not participated in the chief service for a long time since the arrival of these elves and human waiters. This is indeed the case. If she didn't have a rock mark, Doug would never have chosen her. Chapter 137, The Customs House, is officially open. Chumai. Xiao Wanhong looked at Chumai with pleading eyes. You'll definitely need help when you go to Broken Lion Ridge. Can you ask me to come over? I can help you. I'm also very hardworking. Chumai gritted his teeth. Sister Hong. I'm just a waiter. These dwarves were arranged by the chief, and I don't have the right to choose. Chumai, please, if they were all human, it would be fine for me to receive them, but Xiao Wanhong didn't say what came next. Including the indigenous people in the entire Longqi force, there were only a few humans. They were all strange-looking foreigners. No one can guarantee that there is no one interested in them. Chumai was also struggling internally. She was actually very grateful to Xiao Wanhong. If it weren't for Xiao Wanhong's consolation and encouragement, she wouldn't have been able to adjust her mindset so quickly, let alone reach the position she is in today. Her planting team has now expanded to 5 people, including her. I can only go and ask Lord Doug, but Sister Hong, don't hold your hopes too high. Chumai went to find Doug in Xiao Wanhong's grateful eyes. Doug looked at her left arm, and his reply was simple. You don't even have a rock mark. You have no right to make any demands. When you become a second-level stratum, you can talk to me about this matter again. Since you've provided the chief with a lot of information, I won't punish you this time. If you dare to cross the line next time. Doug's eyes were unfriendly. Chumai lowered his head and returned to the customs pavilion. Once again, she felt the superiority and privilege of the second class. A desire welled up in her heart. She also wishes to obtain the mark of the rock. Seeing Chumai's expression, Xiao Wanhong knew there was no hope. She sat down on the ground in despair. The same is true for He Qingqing. She can only pray that she will be selected. After all, she is still somewhat confident about her appearance. The customs pavilion in the market area is a relatively large building. It is 7 meters high, and the hall is wide enough, with many rooms of different sizes around it. 2 large lanterns made of animal skins dyed red were hung at the door. When torches were inserted into them, they would emit red light at night. It was still Ning Yi and the others' idea. Doug couldn't help but sigh as he stood at the door of the Market District Culture Museum. That is to say, Ning Yi and the others came much later than me, otherwise my position might really be in jeopardy. These humans are really good at making things happen. There are more than just the old waiters in this cultural center now. Doug has filled this place with a lot of females of various races, but they're basically the common races. It's getting lively now. The lioness who was brought back earlier was also inside. They were completely defeated in the Battle of Broken Lion Ridge. Their dignity was trampled on, and their backbones were pulled out. There is even a daughter of a lion king here, who could be considered the princess of Leonard's Oasis. It's a pity that I can only receive customers here now. Doug walked in, and the 10 waiters were already waiting. Seeing that they were still clean on his left arm, Doug clicked his tongue and shook his head. Look, I gave you the chance, and you couldn't seize it, so I can only choose for myself. Doug then directly selected the 4 spirited elves, and then called out the name of the drow. Although Zhuer's skin is a little darker, it cannot be denied that her figure and appearance are also top-notch. As the chief's lackey, He naturally knew the chief's preferences. Now only the last waiter's choice remains. Doug looked at the people above and below, then turned his gaze to the other members of the custom hall who were watching. In fact, Doug really wanted to choose the Lion Princess. Although it was cruel to the Lion Princess, for the victor, very exciting. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, and this is the same regardless of race. However, considering that the chief didn't like these guys with hairy faces, Doug gave up. In fact, the best candidates for waiters are those of the dark race, but it is almost impossible to find succubus or drow nearby. Karen came to the door on her own initiative. The drow did have a caravan at the time, which was composed entirely of female drow. But these guys were also good at fighting, and after the battle, only this one was left willing to surrender. Gorkin would not risk the lives of his own people just to capture the drow. There is a difference in difficulty between killing and capturing alive. They, after looking around, maybe your chief is the one who likes it the most. Doug pointed at He Ching and said. Xiao Wanhong's face turned pale, and He Ching cried with joy. Doug didn't care what they thought and left with the 6 chiefs' exclusive waiters. Behind the customs house, there is a small row of houses which are their residences, so that they can wait for the chief's call at any time. That night, the first shift of workers went off work, and the second shift started. Doug assigned a Knoll as the overseer. Salaries and contribution slips are paid daily. Their names are recorded, contribution points are written behind their names, and Longqi coins are issued to them. Only workers who have finished their work have the opportunity to visit the places they can visit with their broken bowls. The huge folk customs pavilion is very eye-catching, and the 2 big red lanterns in front of the door are emitting red light. The bonfire in the pavilion illuminates the entire pavilion. Suleiman and Rafe stood at the door curiously. What's this? I don't know. It seems like all of them are female. Should we ask the supervisor? Walk. A moment later, a man and a troll came back with strange expressions. There is a place like this? One at a time. How about try it? Walk. At the door, a goblin stood here. He is responsible for collecting money and supervising. You can only choose one at a time, and the maximum time is half an hour. Take the money. The goblin held out his hand. Suleiman and Rafe handed over a dragon's nest coin they had just obtained. Come in. If they are unwilling or resist, tell me and the ogre lord will take care of it. The goblin opened the door. A man and a troll walked in side by side. Half an hour later, Suleiman and Rafe came out. The expressions of the man and the troll are very intriguing. Suleiman, what did you choose? Rafe, elf, what about you? Suleiman chuckled. I ordered the Lion Princess. Rafe, Lion Princess? Damn, how did you know? Suleiman, you're so impatient and don't care about anything, so I'll naturally ask. It's a little hairy, but it really makes me feel better. They deserved it for being so unscrupulous in our tribe. Lai Fu. Then I'll pick her up tomorrow too. The Lai man did a lot of damage to our city back then. The man and the troll looked at each other. Hey. After returning to the room, Suleiman came to his senses and slapped himself hard. Suleiman, oh Suleiman, how could you spend the wages of a hard day's work on a place like this? Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to exchange things for the tribe? Where is your ambition? He slapped himself again. You deserve to die. Chapter 138 Yi Ku at the Material Exchange. On the 3rd day after Gorkin left, Kashgar came again with his caravan. The orcs are also a large carnivorous tribe, and they can accumulate some furs every once in a while. In fact, if this is all there is to it, it would not be worth the trip at all. But he didn't come with his own caravan. He also brought another orc caravan. The Broken Tooth clan from another oasis. Their fangs are relatively small, but they have 2 more small fangs than ordinary orcs. This is also the symbol of the Broken Tooth clan. The back molars that chew the bones are stronger and have a stronger bite force. They can chew some small bones directly into powder. The Broken Tooth clan is considered a neighbor of their bone-chewing tribe, and the relationship between them is pretty good, often sharing what they have with each other. This time, the Broken Tooth clan's caravan happened to arrive at the bone-chewing tribe, and they had originally planned to go on a trade trip together. They were only about 5 or 6 days' journey away from the Longqi tribe, so the big commotion of the Longqi tribe was naturally noticed by their hunting team. However, they had only seen the wandering airship and the fully loaded steam patrol car from afar, and had no idea what was happening here. But this did not prevent them from knowing that something big must have happened here. Those sophisticated equipment and weapons of war made them feel a little uneasy. That's why they looked for Chubone and tried to travel with him. But unexpectedly, Kashgar, who was preparing for the next transaction in the tribe, burst into laughter after hearing it. He gave the Broken Tooth Clan's caravan leader a detailed description of what Dragon's Nest was like. The Broken Tooth Clan's caravan leader was bewildered, but he still followed after Kashi guaranteed it with the orc's honor. Of course, Chief Bonshu also proved that Longshi had indeed made a deal with them, which was also the biggest reason why the leader of the Broken Tooth Clan caravan followed. But this time, Gorkin was not there, and Doug received them. Not to mention how much of a shock this still expanding city has given to the orcs of the Broken Tooth Clan. The mere fact that a gnoll is currently giving orders has made them feel blind. This desert hyena, is there such ability? The orcs were straightforward and their eyes never lied, so Doug could naturally detect it at a glance. But Doug didn't care. What level am I, and what level are you? I'd be crazy to bother with you about these things. And Kashi knew that this fat guy could transform into a werewolf. He would not harbor any contempt for this werewolf. In his eyes, this guy is not only Gorkin's dog, but also the chief steward of Dragon Roost City. Doug took them to the market area. A material exchange office was set up here. They need to exchange supplies for dragon perch coins of equal value before they can use the dragon perch coins to buy what they want. Doug is urgently building a relatively complete monetary system. A human woman named Yikuhu is in charge of the material exchange center. She was the other woman in Ning Ye's group of 5. According to Yiku, she used to be a grassroots leader in a bank and was relatively familiar with such things. Doug's monetary system also comes from the ideas provided by Yiku. Just like Ning Yi and his wife, the remaining 3 people also gradually possess the rock mark. Yiku is one of them. She experienced the cruel desert survival and witnessed the fate of Xiao Ruanhong and He Qingqing, who were also human beings, and gained deep insights. No matter in which world, if you want to get something, you must pay the corresponding price. If you can't give your loyalty, you can only give yourself. Between the two, she chose to devote her soul and everything to Gorkin, thus becoming a member of the Second Order. And the moment she possessed the Mark of Rock, she felt as if the whole world had changed. Those ferocious ogres looked particularly reassuring, which made her feel at ease. Those members of the second class who had originally looked at them coldly suddenly became much friendlier when they saw the brand on her left arm. They even took time out of their own spare time to help her move into the second-tier living quarters. She owned her own independent house and lived a relatively comfortable life. Maybe the quality of life cannot be compared with that on Blue Star, but she swore that if she had to choose, she would choose here. When she became a member of the second class, she found that although the members here were of different races, there was no barrier between them. They trusted each other, helped each other, and the living atmosphere was ridiculously good. This is an atmosphere that you can never feel on the blue planet. Here, in the second level, they have only one goal. That was the great chieftain Gorkin. Only those who have experienced it will understand the feeling. When she became a member of the second tier, Doug entrusted her with an important task, making her responsible for the exchange and recycling of Dragon Nest coins. Doug was originally very conflicted about this position. The most suitable for this job are the cunning goblins, but no goblin can bear the stone's mark. Doug would never give such an important position to a goblin without the Mark of Rock. All I can say is that Yiku obtained the rock mark at just the right time. Similarly, since Yiku is responsible for the exchange of supplies, he will definitely need help. With the addition of workers, some female dwarves were freed up. Doug assigned 2 female dwarves to Yiku. And now, under the leadership of Yiku, the female dwarfs were counting the goods brought by the bone-chewing and tooth-breaking caravans. According to the Dragon's Rest pricing rules, the goods from the bone-chewing tribe can be exchanged for a total of 15 Dragon's Nest coins. The Broken Tooth Clan's goods can be exchanged for 32 Dragon's Nest coins. Do you need to exchange money? At the same time, Yiku took out a large piece of animal skin to introduce them to the purchasing power of Longqi coin. The simplest example is that a universal warhammer for foreign trade that can be used by orcs requires 5 Dragon Roost coins. Although the 2 caravan leaders were somewhat puzzled as to why this had to happen, they still agreed with Longqi's price regulations. The most important thing is the weapons of Dragon Roost, which are praised by the orc warriors of the bone-chewing tribe. Simple, rugged, and substantial, it received unanimous praise from the bone-crunching orc warriors. It is much better than the dwarf weapons I exchanged for in Giant Sand City. Why no armor? Talon, the leader of the Broken Tooth Clan caravan, was somewhat dissatisfied. Yiku said politely with a smile on his face, "I'm sorry, according to the Dragon's Nest trade rules, Your purchase level doesn't meet the requirements for purchasing armor. If you want to increase your purchasing power, you can refer new customers. We have a lot of goods waiting for your purchase. Yiku was neither humble nor arrogant, which made the Broken Tooth Clan's caravan leader have to hold back his anger. What can you do if Longqi doesn't want to sell it? Awesome, try grabbing one. The core area is less than 100 meters away in a straight line, and the ogres inside are idle and have nothing to do. If anyone is looking for something to do, those ogres might be happy. Chapter 139, Clan Member +1. Gorkin is still unaware of the changes in Dragon's Rest City. Ning Yi, or Yi Ku, although they guessed that the person who had been on the trading channel to purchase seasonings was most likely their chief, they really didn't dare to try to chat privately. So even though there is now a way to communicate across distances, Gorkin did not receive any news from Longqi. He is now on his way back to Giant Sand City. Sinan Golden Falcon did not disappoint him. After identifying the three-headed tribesmen of Giant Sand City, Gorkin ordered it to look for the ogre, and it flew towards the southeast of Giant Sand City. The Broken Lion Ridge is located to the north of Giant Sand City. This means that the ogres in the southeast are closer than my mother and the others in Broken Lion Ridge. Gorkin didn't even have time to clean up his recent inventory on Karen before he hurriedly followed on the terror. This really made Karen, who was looking forward to it, a little dumbfounded. Could it be that there is a new one who can withstand the existence of the chief? It shouldn't be. Karen thought that the only ones who were pretty enough to catch the chief's eye and could barely withstand the chief's influence were succubi, but there were no other succubi nearby. What's going on? Gorkin felt he had made progress. Between venting and finding his tribe members to become stronger, he decisively chose the latter. The terror followed the Sinan Golden Falcon for 3 days before finding the wild ogre. What disappointed Gorkin was that there was only one ogre. But the unexpected reward was that there were 2 trolls following the ogre. One of them was carrying a wooden staff, and the other was carrying 2 pieces of wood tied together with stones, which could barely be used as axes. There was also a ball of net rope hanging around his waist. The one holding the stone axe is a very common troll, and judging by the net rope around his waist, he should be a troll trapper. The troll holding the staff should be the troll shadow priest. This is a relatively rare troll spellcaster. The ability to dispel and heal makes the troll shadow priest a core member of any troll tribe. The troll shadow priest dispel is very interesting. He can dispel a negative state of a friendly army and also dispel the enemy's buff state. Although it is unknown how these 3 came together, this did not prevent Gorkin from regaining his people. With Chief Gorkin's current strength, it would only take 1 punch to defeat this guy. He challenged the ogre to a fight according to his rules, and then ended the fight with 1 punch. This is a female ogre with 2 horns and 2 eyes, and her body is covered with traces of battle. Then the dwarf operators of the terror came down, carrying bags of dried meat. Gorkin threw the dried meat at her feet and motioned her to eat as much as she wanted. The ogre was obviously stunned. It was not known whether Gorkin's punch was too heavy or he was frightened by the pile of jerky that was almost as tall as her. She was obviously a little dazed. A-doo-doo. She reacted immediately, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into her bloody mouth. Even Gorkin couldn't see her chewing. She shot arrows left and right, like a starving ghost. Gorkin was very happy. As long as he could eat, he could fight. The more his people could eat, the happier he was. When she had eaten almost half of it, she finally slowed down her eating, from 2 hands to 1 hand. To Gorkin's surprise, she took out a handful of dried meat and handed it to the 2 trolls following her. After the 2 trolls finished eating, she grabbed another handful and handed it over. This made Gorkin feel incredible. Are there times when ogres actively distribute food? What on earth happened to these 3 guys? It seems that although this new tribe member has a higher status, it is obvious that she recognizes these 2 trolls. When she finished eating and burped, a rock mark suddenly appeared on her left arm. Gorkin also received 1/10 of her comprehensive strength. This sudden change surprised the troll shadow shaman, who was the spellcaster. He could feel the same magical passive power emerging from his ogre thigh as that of the terrifying red-skinned ogre. Are you full? If you are, come with me. Gorkin patted the ogre on the shoulder and motioned for her to follow him onto the airship. A-doo-doo. The ogre pointed at the 2 trolls behind him and looked at Gorkin with expectant eyes. Gorkin was amused. Okay, you can take it with you if you want, but you have to watch it carefully and make sure it doesn't cause any trouble in the tribe. A-doo-doo. The ogre patted his chest, waved to the 2 trolls, and then took the lead to walk towards the terror. She didn't know what it was, but she knew Gorkin came down from it. The two trolls looked at each other. Let's go. What are you standing there for? My people have recognized you. Go back and follow her and work hard. By the way, tell me what happened to you three. Gorkin waved his hand, signaling them to follow. I was a little hesitant at first, but I found that their boss was already waving at me from the pod. Only then did they follow. The terror returns. Now Gorkin finally has time to go back to Karen and do what he loves. Tell me, how did you get together? The new tribesman looked around curiously, and Gorkin sat on his armchair. The troll shadow shaman hesitated for a moment and then spoke. We were originally the chief and shaman of an oasis tribe. It was probably a long time ago. We were wiped out by a large human force. We ran fast, and they didn't chase us too much, so we survived. After that, we wandered for a while. About half a year later, we encountered a group of humans who were surrounding and suppressing 3 ogres, 2 large and 1 small. That group of humans is very powerful. They have sophisticated armor, cavalry, and powerful spellcasters. Those 3 ogres are no match for them. They kidnapped the little ogre and killed the male ogre. The remaining female ogre was almost dead as well. The humans then left. Later we found out she was still breathing, so I used healing magic to revive her. Then it was like this. The 3 of us wandered together, trying to find the human force, but we never found it. Gorkin was curious. Why would you think of saving an ogre? Apparently, we ogres don't have such a good reputation. The troll shadow shaman gave a bitter laugh. Perhaps they were trying to protect the little ogre. My own child also died in that battle. I thought, since they are all enemies of the human race, then saving her might cause them some trouble. She was seriously injured. I used healing magic to heal her bit by bit. After she regained consciousness, she didn't attack us. Gorkin nodded thoughtfully. I should pay attention to those humans you mentioned. You're brave enough to catch an ogre. Gorkin's expression was inexplicable. Chapter 140, The Lion Princess's Helplessness. After returning to the giant sand city, Gorkin picked up Karen, who came to greet him, and walked towards the oasis. Seeing the actions of the newly added ogres and the chief, Karen immediately felt relieved. Since the purpose of coming here has been achieved, Gorkin did not stay any longer and had to return to the dragon's habitat. After a while, Karen recovered. She had a wicked smile on her face. She knew very well that she was first the chief's exclusive waiter and the manager of the custom center, and only then the lord of Giant Sand City. She thought that after the rotating airship came in a few days, she would go back to Longxi with him to take a look. After all, he is also the actual manager of the customs center. She wanted to go back and see if there were any new little sluts. In front of the customs museum that Karen had been longing for, Kashgar and Taloner stood side by side under the 2 big red lanterns. They both had blank eyes. What is this? Why does it look like? Kashgar's tone was a little hesitant. Taloner made the final decision. Sassy. Kashi's eyelids jumped. You are right. It was getting dark, and Yiku was getting off work. Kashi quickly stopped Yiku and asked him what this place was. Yiku looked calm and didn't hide anything. Although they are all women, she is someone who has offered her loyalty to the chief and is completely on a different level from these waiters. This is a custom pavilion open to customers. You pay 1 dragon nest coin for 1 visit, and each visit lasts half an hour. You can pick anything you want, as long as you don't get hurt. Yiku said calmly, turned and left. There was a bonfire party in the 2nd level living area tonight, and she had to go back to join the fun with everyone. Compared to any other area, the 2nd level living area is simply heaven. Talon, the leader of the Broken Tooth clan caravan, took a look inside and then looked at Kashgar. How about go in and take a look? Kashi spread his hands and said, I'm out of dragon's nest coins. I just happen to have changed 3 weapons. Talon stretched out his big hand, in which lay 2 dragon's nest coins quietly. It's my treat. Kashi decisively. Let's go. The 2 orcs handed the dragon coins to the goblin one after another and walked in. Once a guest arrives, all waiters who are not receiving guests must gather in the hall and be selected by the guest. The 2 orcs felt their eyes were dazzled. You can basically see common races, and you can also see slightly less common ones. This is another thing Doug has been busy with recently. To enrich the Chief's Customs Pavilion, a distinctive building in Dragon City. Most of these were bought by Doug, as Longxi's weapons still have considerable purchasing power. There's even a female centaur here. She was unruly, and even after being beaten up by the security dwarf team, she became angry. If Doug hadn't stopped her in time, And if Nu hadn't taken her into consideration because he was Gorkin's gatekeeper, the female centaur would have been roasted and eaten long ago. Finally, she stopped struggling. Accept your fate. Neither of the two orc caravan leaders had much desire for orc waiters. There's so many of them in my own tribe. I'm tired of seeing them. The two of them looked at each other and stared at the two lion men. This seems to be the lion princess we brought back. Kashgar was a little surprised. Princess. Talon was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the lion princess and said, Then I choose her. Kashi blinked. I want to choose her too. Talona looked at Kashgar expressionlessly, exhaled heavily, and spoke in a muffled voice. I paid for it. Kashgar, you win, my friend. You are Princess Sham. Talona took the lion princess to the next room, and Cash took another lioness to another room. Of course, they were desperate, but they dared not resist. When she was a lion princess, she played even better than this. Her yard also houses many outstanding males for various tribes. As a loser, it was only natural for her to bear all this. Orcs are stronger than trolls. The roar of the accelerator made the thin waiters, such as humans and elves, turn pale. During this process, Rafe and Zulaman, who had been here yesterday, walked in again. Lai Fu wanted to choose the lion princess as revenge for the lions who had destroyed their city, but he found that the two lions were not there. Listening to the unique sounds coming from their ears, it was not difficult for the man and the troll to guess that the two lion waiters were serving customers. A moment later, two orcs came out. After seeing the man and the troll, the four LSPs all smiled knowingly. Two lion waiters came out. The orcs were very sensible and did not cause any substantial harm to them, but they need to take a good bath before they can continue to come out. Lai Fu was not in a hurry and said he could wait. Lion Princess, he has decided. Sudaman Koza an Elf. As a troll, he never thought that one day he would be able to have a loving applause with the elves. As soon as the Lion Princess came out of the shower, she was taken directly into the room by Lai Fu. The Lion Princess felt somewhat desperate. On the second day of the official opening of the Fengqing Pavilion, it was ordered 3 times. Does anyone understand? Aren't those human elves pretty? If all else fails, trolls or orcs can be used. If you want to play it weird, you can find a centaur. Why do you have to choose yourself? When it comes to receiving customers, these natives really don't have much resistance, but you can't click me 3 times in a row. How can other waiters take a break? A moment later, Rafe and Zulaman walked out of the pavilion. The fatigue from a hard day's work was swept away, and they felt refreshed. This place is great. Yes. The waiters are of various ethnicities, and the quality is pretty good too. Just for this amusement park, there will definitely be no shortage of customers. I think so too. Late at night. Bang. Zulaman, why are you there again today? What about your ambition to revitalize Sandspear? How can you indulge in this? It's so wasteful. Chapter 141, Taking the Initiative. After returning to Dragon's Roost with an ogre and 2 trolls, Gorkin saw the market area gradually becoming lively. Gorkin was satisfied. The addition of 100 elite new forces has greatly alleviated the labor shortage in Longqi City's basic industries. These members sent from the Oasis forces on the Broken Lion Ridge route are full of energy. Here you don't have to worry about safety or food. You can eat and drink water and get paid. Is it cool? The only thing I don't know is why their leader appears and disappears every night. Doug and Gorkin reported that another team of workers from the Oasis forces would follow the returning, powerful transport boat to Dragon City. They were sent by a Tauren tribe. The Orc caravan duo, who met through the customs house, and the workers Zulaman and Rafe, also learned about this pattern. They did some calculations. A strong laborer can earn 1 Dragon Nest coin and 1 contribution point per day. If there are 5 strong laborers, wouldn't they be able to earn a weapon in a day? If there are 50 of them, that means 10 weapons a day. Kashgar and Talona looked at each other, shock in their eyes. This, it seems, very fragrant. They worked together to find Gorkin, hoping to send people to join the ranks of workers. Gore said today that we should put this matter aside for now and talk to your chief. And our chief? Okay, I'll talk to our chief when I get back and see if he can come. Gorkin sat on the armchair and waved his hand. No, I will go to your tribe and talk to your chief in person. Of course, we can't let their chief come. If their chief comes, how can I open the box of their tribe? As soon as Gorkin finished speaking, Kashgar and Talona became alert instantly. But then Kashgar put his worries to rest. Because there is no need. The ogres knew where the Bonchewer clan's tribe was. If they really had any ideas, they would not need to tell them at all. With the ogre army approaching, They would have no choice but to surrender or perish. No, or you can run, but only if you can outrun the ogre's airship. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll just take my airship and go there by myself. I'm just going to have a chat with the chief of your tribe. That's all. I always keep my word. Gorkin saw the two orcs become alert and burst into laughter. Why would Gorkin touch them if it can bring him benefits? Whether his fur or dried meat, these tribes can bring benefits to Longxi, not to mention that now is the time to build word of mouth. Besides, Gorkin originally wanted to take this opportunity to visit their tribe. If there were no blue star people, at least 2 blue treasure chests would be obtained. Doug, have Colbert make 2 suits of orc-sized armor for me. I can't go to visit my neighbor empty-handed. Doug looked up at Gorkin, then quickly looked down. As you command, my lord chief. Kashgar and Talon were immediately happy. This is armor. Their tribe still can't muster a complete set of armor. Now, they don't even have the qualifications to exchange, but they didn't expect Gorkin to be so generous and give them 2 sets. Wait a moment. Once the armor is made, you could go back together on my terror, Gorkin said with a smile. At this moment, in the eyes of Kashgar and Taloner, he also looked so kind. After Doug left, he found Colbert. He understood what the chief meant. Since he said he would give it, he must give it, but the thickness depends on the craftsman Colbert. Whether you have a brain or not, you know how important armor is. Gorkin wouldn't be stupid enough to give those 2 sets of heavy armor to the orcs. But isn't armor that is 1/4 the thickness of the ogre heavy armor still armor? As long as you can't withstand the ogre's mace, it's not a problem. Colbert understood what he meant, put down his work, and started tinkling. It was very rough, barely even wearable by orcs. But Kashi and Taloner, who tried them on, were very satisfied. They're all businessmen, and they don't expect others to provide the ogres with armor of the same standard as heavy armor. Gorkin led 2 orc caravans aboard the Terror. Doug, the following things need to be done well. Gherkin warned as he left. As you command, chief. Doug bowed humbly. The Terror set sail and headed towards the Bonchuer clan's tribe. After the airship was completely out of sight, Doug went to the oasis behind and found Chumai. How are these female dwarfs? Have they been taught? Can they maintain the current state of the planting area? Doug asked. Chumai was a little nervous. She wasn't sure if she would still be useful after teaching these dwarves. But she didn't dare not teach. You need to prepare. Once the airships on the Broken Lion Ridge route return, you will go to Broken Lion Ridge to develop the planting areas there. Doug's next words put her at ease. Perhaps seeing que mees nervousness dublucht. Don't be too nervous. The chief has no intention of abandoning his master. As long as you work hard and do what you are supposed to do, you can live a good life. Que menuded slightly. Don't worry, Master Doug. They can now complete the planting independently. I can go to Broken Lion Ridge Oasis anytime. Very good. You can take 2 female dwarf helpers with you. Once you get there, you must plan out the planting area as soon as possible. The seeds you need are in Broken Lion Ridge. There's a large oasis there. Broken Lion Ridge will be the main source of plants for dragon habitat in the future. We absolutely cannot allow any disturbance to occur. Doug turned around and left without paying any attention to Chumai. He is very busy and has many small jobs to do. Although the chief didn't mention many small things, he felt that he should have the insight to see them. He found the dwarf women's factory. How's it going? Are the things I need ready? The head of the factory is a female dwarf of the 2nd class. She pointed to the warehouse at the back and said, "It's being filled now and is expected to be completed in 2 days." Doug nodded in satisfaction. He prepared some small things for the chief to make him more comfortable. For example, pillows filled with down, mattresses made of animal skins and filled with down. He also sewed a war robe for the chief using animal skins. Although the chief is no longer wearing armor, Doug thinks the chief needs a battle robe. The pillows and mattress were the brainchild of Karlov, who had previously woven a bed for the chief. The chief was delighted at the time, Doug remembered. With sufficient manpower, he now has time to supplement these small actions. He always remembered that making the chief comfortable was the most important thing. Jelgene has now arrived at the Bonchuer tribe. Chapter 142. Almost got beaten, but understood. Gorgon's arrival brought great shock to the bone-chewing tribe. Chief Luo Erda never expected that the chief of the powerful force that suddenly rose up next to him would come to him. After hearing Kashgar's description of the Longchi forces, he deeply understood the scale of this force. In the desert, when the chief of one tribe arrives at another tribe, there are generally only 3 possibilities. Or come to trade, or come to seek refuge or establish diplomacy. or to conquer. But these three, as for trading, Kashgar, as the leader of the caravan, had just arrived when their tribe had no goods to trade, surrender, or establish diplomatic relations. It's not that Luo Urda looks down on him, but he feels that he and his tribe are not worthy of each other. Just this one chief, one shaman, more than 1,000 tribesmen, and a few Kodo beasts. Why should they do that? As for conquering, he took another look at himself and his tribe. I feel that if the other party wants to kill the bone chewer, then there is no way they would come in person. So Gorkin's arrival made this strong orc chief a little confused. But when Kashgar handed him a complete set of armor, he was even more confused. This must be the chieftain of the bone-chewing clan. My name is Gorkin, chieftain of Dragon's Rest. Gorkin pointed at the suit of armor and said, "You have come here rashly. Bring us some of our local specialties as a gift to Chief Bone-Chewing." Luo Urda accepted the armor and said solemnly, "Luo Urda of the Bone-Chewing clan, on behalf of the Bone-Chewing clan, welcomes Chieftain Gorkin." "Chief Luo Urda, you're welcome. Kashi and I are old friends. Longshi and Juegu have traded with each other many times. We should all relax a little. I come here with good intentions." Luo Urda found it difficult not to be nervous. There were two halos flashing under his feet, and the red of his skin was deeper than that of an orc like himself. He was over 5 meters tall, twice as tall as himself. Who wouldn't be nervous after seeing this? But since the other party said so, thinking of what Kashi said about the other party's character of doing what he said, he felt that he should not be so nervous. Chief Gorkin is right. Let's go to the tribe. Although the bone chewers are poor, they will welcome guests who come from afar with good intentions. That's what Gorkin was waiting for. Didn't he go through so much trouble to come here in person just to open the treasure chest inside? Okay, I also want to visit the bone-chewing clan's tribe and discuss deepening our cooperation. Please. Gore walked towards the bone-chewing clan tribe, with Luo Urda leading the way beside him. At the same time, he basically put his mind at ease. So far, it seems that the other party does not have any malicious intentions. Even the dwarf on the airship did not come down. He was alone. If Kashgar knew what his chief was thinking, he would probably smile bitterly. He had seen Gorkin fight with his own eyes, and it was no exaggeration to say that if a real fight broke out, Gorkin alone could overthrow their entire clan. Worry? Useless. As soon as they entered the bone-chewing clan's tribe, Luo Urda pointed to the largest and most rugged shed and said, "That is my lodging, and also the chieftain's hall where we chew bones." Gorgine, okay. After saying that, he walked towards the chief's hall of Luo Urda. He was more confused today than he had ever been in his entire life. He glanced at his old partner, the old shaman of the bone-chewing clan, who also had a face full of question marks. Gore walked to the door of Luo Urda's house, squatted down, pushed the door open, and looked inside. Sure enough, there was a treasure chest emitting blue light inside the house. He couldn't get in, and he was too embarrassed to tear down the shed, so he could only squat down and stretch out his arms to open the treasure chest. Roar! Before Gorgine could even pull out his arm to see what was going on, he heard a roar from behind him. Judging from the voice, it should be Lurda. Luo Urda's eyes were so red that his eyeballs could not be seen. He roared, picked up a battle axe, and jumped towards Gorgine. Sizzle. A net bag made of lightning directly caught Luo Urda in midair. The orc shaman took action. Although he was old, he was only slightly smaller than Luo Urda in terms of muscle mass. With one hand, he used the lightning net to pull Luo Urda down. While the net bag was still ineffective, he walked over quickly, glanced at Luo Urda's red eyes, and began to mutter. Then a yellow light rose from Luo Urda's feet and disappeared above his head. It's the orc shaman's dispel. Luo Urda regained consciousness. He looked at the net bag on his body and then at his old partner. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Gorkin was not attacked. "Thanks to you, otherwise I would have caused great disaster." The orc shaman shook his head and looked thoughtfully at Gorkin, who was looking down at them. The other orcs didn't react in time. If their old shaman hadn't taken action, they would have even shouted Loktar and followed their chief. Even Kashgar was shocked. Talon stood there stunned. "No, are you guys always this brave? Is it popular to let the opponent in for a sneak attack?" Kashi gave him a strange look. "Are you okay?" If it weren't for the fact that the other party had invited him to the brothel before, he would have punched him. Ha ha ha. Chief Luo Urda, a sneak attack from behind is not in keeping with the honor of an orc. Gorkin wasn't angry at all. The person he was looking at was the boss guarding this treasure chest. When I opened the treasure chest at home, I almost got hit by my mother's flame explosion. If it weren't for his mother's love that overcame that feeling, Gorkin estimated that he would have been seriously injured. At that time, he didn't have such strong strength and so many passive abilities. So Gorkin understood, he really did. Luo Erda's face was filled with shame. He threw away his battle axe and hit his chest with his right hand. I have no words to defend myself. Chief Gore, please make your decision. I will not hesitate. He swore to his ancestors that he didn't know what was wrong. Although he was somewhat surprised as to why the other party would extend his arm into his house, and felt somewhat dissatisfied, he would definitely not launch a sneak attack on the other party. Gorkin bent down and reached out to help Luo Erda up. Longqi and Jugu are friends, and you didn't attack me, so what's there to punish? I'm here to deepen the cooperation between the two tribes, not to cause trouble. Chief Luo Erda, please don't take it to heart. It was obviously Gorkin who first took the treasure chest in his house and triggered the Guardian boss's attack. Now that he said this, it seemed a lot more fair and honest. These words fell into the ears of Luo Erda and the orcs present, and then looked at Gorkin. In their eyes, although Gorkin was an ogre, his image was much taller. He made these outspoken orcs feel comfortable. Chapter 143, feeling a bit weird. Gorkin, Lolthur, and the orc shaman sat on the ground by the central campfire of the bone-chewing tribe. No shed could hold Gorkin. The orcs handed over dried meat and water, and Gorkin didn't choose and put them directly into his mouth. For an orc, the more you eat, the happier he is. Kashgar has reported to Luo Erda what he saw and heard and his suggestions. Luo Erda thought more deeply about this idea. The idea is good, and the suggestion is also good, but what if after a long time, the tribesmen who were sent out are unwilling to come back? Kashgar also talked about the life and treatment there. They can spend the money they earn themselves, so will they contribute it to the tribe? If they don't leave Dragon's Rest City, no one except the ogres can touch them. Weapons are prohibited in Longqi City. By then, the ones who will suffer losses will be the young and strong. Taking advantage of the break, Luo Erda also communicated with his old partner. Faced with the chief's concerns, the old shaman shook his head. Chief, you think too much. It turns out we can't stop it, and it's impossible to stop it. We can only try our best to prevent it from happening. Luo Erda looked solemn. What do you mean? Chief, Longqi is not that far from here. With the treatment and novel methods like Longqi, the tribesmen will know about it sooner or later. If we don't let them go now, they will go anyway when the time comes. Besides, do you think this Gorkin came here just to meet you? He came in person. That's the attitude. Luo Erda narrowed his eyes. What attitude? The orc shaman gave a wry smile. To support such a large population, Longqi can't stand still. He must expand his sphere of influence. Fortunately, he's been relatively gentle with us and hasn't resorted to force. I heard from Kashi that the Oasis tribes along the way to Broken Lion Ridge are basically dead in name only, becoming some kind of appendage similar to Dragon's Rest. What's the difference between allowing Longqi to build an airship docking post in its own oasis and directly allowing Longqi to station troops there? Luo Erda clenched his fists suddenly, and his breathing became heavy. You mean he wants to make our bone-chewing clan a vassal too? The shaman shook his head. No. To be frank, after they established their currency system and the labor system, they no longer look down on us. All he needs is for us to trade furs and dried meat with Longqi at regular times and locations. Luo Erda, if we don't trade with Longqi? No, I understand. This is why he came here in person, saying he wants to deepen cooperation. He wants to make Jugbone a fixed source of fur and food for Longqi. Luo Erda gritted his teeth and said, This is a shame for the bone-chewing orcs. The shaman shook his head again. No, I don't object to their actions. If it were you or me, I'm afraid we would be even more extreme. Luo Erda nodded dejectedly. Yes, if you follow my style, you will only defeat the opponent completely. So, Chief, this isn't a bad thing. At least Longqi and we are engaging in normal trade. We can also obtain many things that we cannot obtain on our own. This is also a kind of improvement for the tribe. The shaman comforted his chief. Then, we can only agree to him? There's no better way. The two orcs fell silent, ending the topic. Facing Gorkin, Luo Erda took the initiative to propose to send strong men to work in Longqi. But to the surprise of Lautaro and the shaman, Gorkin shook his head and rejected the proposal. My Dragon Rest City now has 100 workers, and another tribe is on the way. I'm not short of workers for the time being. The deeper cooperation I'm proposing is trade between the two sides. If you wish, we can add an airship route between Dragon's Rest and Chewing Bone, with round trips at fixed times. Of course, this isn't to occupy you, but simply to shorten trade time and increase efficiency. You can also refuse. This is a two-way option. Build an airship watchtower? But why is this different from what Kashgar said? I never told those Oasis forces that they could refuse. The shaman sighed inwardly. It turns out that I can no longer afford to watch it. However, they refused to send their strong men to work, which caught them both by surprise. Although I am worried that the strong men I sent out may not want to come back, that will happen sometime after they are sent out. What's the point of not letting you go? This made Luo to feel a little uncomfortable. How many dragon habitat coins can be exchanged just by trading furs and dried meat? And the most important thing is the dragon habitat contribution points. If you're not a worker, you can only rely on introducing new customers. When will you be able to upgrade and exchange for higher qualifications? Moreover, the other party has not yet said how many contribution points they will get for introducing a new customer, nor how many contribution points can be upgraded. But in the end, it has given them hope and a channel to redeem. Chieftain Gorkin, how about letting our people give a try? The orc warriors of our Bonchewer clan are very capable. Before, Luo was worried about sending out strong men, but now Luo is asking the other party to agree to send strong men over. Fearing that Gorkin would refuse again, he quickly said, Chief Gorkin, please rest assured. Our people will never violate any of Dragon's Habitat's rules. Gorkin scratched his head. He was also a little confused. No, doesn't your own tribe lack strong men? Why are you in such a hurry to send it out? But Gorkin was also worried that if they all went to work for him, there would be less dried meat and furs to trade with him. But looking at the other party's eager expression, Gorkin, who had just opened the other party's box, felt a little embarrassed to refuse. That we can only give you 20 worker quotas. With such a large tribe like yours, we can't send all the elite men to work in our Dragon's Rest. Although Gorkin gave in, Luo was still a little disappointed. That's 20 Dragon Roost coins a day for weapons. Only 20. If you're not satisfied, there won't be any left. Gorkin said expressionlessly. Okay, then 20. I'll pick some to go with you later. Luo quickly agreed. At the same time, I felt a little weird. How come? Something feels wrong. After chatting for a while, Gorkin stood up and said goodbye. Talon, right? Go back to your tribe. When you return, tell your chief not to jump and strike me again. Gorkin and Talon said. These words made Luo blush. He hurried to select workers. However, he was also careful and had these working orcs rotate every 30 days. The terror continued to fly towards the Broken Tooth clan with 20 bone chewers. Gorkin was swinging a rein in his hand. It was found in the treasure chest of the Bone Chewing clan. As for the monetary system, just watch it for fun and understand what it means. Don't take it too seriously. I'm just a tosser, and this isn't a serious novel. Thanks. Chapter 144, 2 Treasure Chest Rewards. Unlike the Bone Chewing clan, the chieftain and shaman of the Broken Tooth clan led their troops out to fight. There are only a few strong men and orcs, old, young, women, and children in the tribe. If anyone thinks that the Broken Tooth clan is vulnerable now and tries to take advantage of the situation, they're totally wrong. Female orcs and old orcs are not without fighting power. They're just weaker than strong orcs. Since the boss guarding the treasure chest was not there, Gorkin directly opened the treasure chest in the chief's house. 2 treasure chests were obtained. Beast Taming Reins from the Bonchewer clan. Beast Taming Reins. Quality blue. After use, it reduces the resistance of monsters. One-time use cannot be removed, and the success rate of taming is increased by 10. Leap Slash from the Broken Tooth clan. Jump Chop. Quality blue. Active skill. Leap high and perform a leap attack on the target, dealing bonus damage. Use interval is 1 minute. Damage is related to the user's strength, size, weight, and weapon. Jump Chop. Gorkin subconsciously thought of a demon lord who was killed by Roaring Dad. Isn't this Huadai's famous skill? Gorkin looked at himself. With such a huge tonnage and size, he didn't know if he could jump up, nor did he know if he could withstand the impact of the jump. However, since it was open from a treasure chest, Gorkin probably won't have this kind of bug. So he used it. It could be considered as an additional active skill. Since their chief was not there, Gorkin planned to wait here until dark. If he did not come back, he would retreat. There were originally only 2 goals for coming here. Opening the treasure chest was the biggest goal, and the other was to make the Broken Tooth clan a regular provider of furs and dried meat to Dragon's Habitat. And before it was even evening, the orcs returned. They were carrying the bodies of 2 of their tribesmen. After seeing the terror, Chief Broken Tooth and his orcs instantly entered combat mode. Taloner hurried forward to explain. Surprise and horror aside, since the other party did not come with malicious intent, Chief Broken Tooth also expressed his welcome. However, looking at the slightly depressed atmosphere among the orcs, Gorkin was still curious. The chief of the Broken Tooth clan was called Rogsa. He asked his tribesmen to bury the dead tribesmen and then told Gorkin about this matter. A while ago, a subdragon monster came into our area of influence. It slaughtered all the monsters in our area and scared away the remaining monsters. Our hunting team has had almost no harvest for several days, so we plan to kill it or drive it away. Gorkin looked at the orcs, their dusty faces, and asked, "Failed?" Ragosa said in a muffled voice, "Lost." That creature was too big, with its tail already 20 meters long and covered in thorns, making it impossible for my Broken Tooth warriors to take it down. Although its 2 wings cannot fly, they are equipped with barbs and spikes, and when they are swung, they have a wide attack range. The only thing we can be thankful for is that guy doesn't know magic, but he has thick defenses all over his body. We failed. Rogsa gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, we must expel it. Otherwise, our oasis will be without any magical beasts because of its existence." It could be considered bad luck for Broken Tooth. How big can an oasis with a blue treasure chest be? How many monsters can there be in here? But this is also the norm in this desert. Every day, countless tribes rise and fall. Although the Asian dragon looks like a dragon, it is completely different from a dragon. They are the offspring of male dragons and other powerful creatures. At most, a subdragon can inherit certain abilities from the dragon clan. It's like the wyverns tamed by some powerful orc tribe. I just don't know what the male dragon that came to break the tooth was bred from. This aroused Gorkin's curiosity. If it were a real dragon, Gorkin would definitely turn around and leave. I haven't even avenged my father yet. As for Yalong, although he is powerful, he is not as powerful as imagined. But if it was a real dragon, this place would have been gone long ago, and they would have no chance of returning in disgrace. He said the words of the dragon. Gorkin glanced at the reins in his hand. "Mom, is it time for a mount?" Her kodo was given to Angry Fong by herself, and now that guy has become the kodo drummer, and the demon roar is also moving towards the dragon roost camp. However, although Gorkin was curious, he did not show it and did not speak of it. Can it be called a business if you're just trying to get something for free? Then I must wait for the Broken Tooth orc to come and beg me, and then I will reluctantly agree, and then I can negotiate the terms, right? Gorkin coughed dryly. Then I hope Broken Teeth's warriors can succeed. I originally wanted to discuss cooperation with Broken Teeth, but since Broken Teeth has his own things to do now, let's talk about it later. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gorkin walked towards the terror. But when he boarded the terror, he heard a loud bang. A pure iron mace, larger than a battering ram, slid down the side of the ship and created a huge sand pit. Talon, who always heard Kashgar talk about how powerful Gorkin was and how powerful his people were, suddenly had his eyes light up. The crude weapons of his own people could not break the defense of the subdragon, but the maces of the dragon-dwelling ogres would surely be no problem. Then 6 dwarves were seen running down quickly, grunting as they carried the mace back to the pod. This made Talon immediately feel the weight of the mace. In terms of strength alone, dwarves are not much worse than orcs, which is why orcs can use dwarf weapons directly after buying them. Although it is a bit short, the portion is sufficient. It took 6 dwarfs to lift it. Hearing Gorkin's vigorous curses in the pod, Talon quickly found his chief. The appearance of a subdragon in the territory is no joke. If it cannot be driven out, they will either leave or starve to death here. Rogsa found Gorkin almost without hesitation. "Why are you guys up here? I was just about to set sail." Gorkin knew the answer, but didn't show it. Rogsa licked his lips, his pride, making him not know how to change his words. But the oasis and the tribe are obviously more important. "Mighty Chieftain Gorkin, could you help us drive out this Asian dragon?" Gorkin shook his head decisively. "That's a dragon. I'm just an ogre, but not a dragon eater. Why should I take this risk? Asking someone to do something for you is such a risky thing." And Rogsa's face turned red. He placed his hand on his chest, his expression sincere. "As long as you can help our Broken Tooth clan, we will agree to any of your demands. Chief Gorkin, we will not let you go alone. My warriors and I will accompany you. You will surely be able to drive away the Asian dragon with your weapons." Gorkin, any conditions? Roxa said solemnly. I swear by the survival of the Broken Tooth clan and the honor of the orcs. Chapter 145, Thorn Earth Dragon. Ha ha ha. Gorkin threw his head back and laughed. I still believe in the glory of the orcs. Then lead the way. I also want to know what that Asian dragon looks like and how powerful it is. The fat red man, who has more than 10 skills including passive, active, and talented skills, may not be afraid of a dragon that cannot fly. Gorkin looked down at Ragosa. Lead the way. Knowing that a powerful ogre chieftain was willing to take action, the orcs' glory made them feel a little uncomfortable, but more of a sense of relief. They had to admit that although they were brave and good at fighting, they were no match for the Asian dragon. Even if all the strong warriors were mobilized, they would not be able to defeat the enemy. The orcs, with no time to rest, set sail again, but this time there was an additional red ogre carrying a 3-meter-long mace. From the appearance, they both have red skin, but the other person's is darker. The Broken Tooth shaman, who inherited the tradition, knew that there was a saying that orcs were originally a branch of ogres that degenerated. There's also a saying that orcs evolved from ogres. However, both sides should come from the same ancestor, but their subsequent development and evolution are different. Strictly speaking, orcs and ogres are more or less related by blood. The orcs gained wisdom and lost their bloated stomachs and the ability to chew and digest everything. They're good at fighting, more flexible than ogres, and value glory. The most important thing is that they have fertility that is countless times stronger than that of ogres. There are more orc spellcaster shamans than ogre mages. The dragon was not far from the Broken Tooth clan. If the orcs sprint, 2 hours will be enough. Gorkin felt a little regretful that he had not come here on the terror. But at least I saw it in the evening, gnawing on the remains of a huge monster. Even Gorkin had to admit that the other party was indeed big. It looks very oppressive. It's similar to the Thorn Earth Dragon described in the lore I inherited. It can't fly or use magic, but it has the ability to glide for a short time. It's also considered a mid-level dragon. The shaman next to Roxa added. The first time Gorkin saw this guy, he felt that he looked familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. If Ning Yi and the others were to follow, they would definitely yell fuck, because this guy looks similar to the Nergigant in the game they played, but is nearly 10 times smaller. The guy in front of him is 20 meters long and about 8 meters tall, while the data of a Nergigant is 59 meters tall and 180 meters long. If it was the kind of ancient dragon that preyed on ancient dragons, Gorkin would have turned around and left. But if it was just an 8-meter tall dragon, Gorkin thought he could give a try. If my mom rode this, it must be very handsome. Gorkin held the mace and slapped his body with his left hand, and the heavy armor of the infantry instantly covered his entire body. When Gorkin looked through the gap in his helmet, the orcs around him shuddered suddenly. He turned his neck, and accompanied by the sound of metal collision, Gorkin's body began to tremble slightly. Not afraid. Rather, before the battle, his adrenaline began to surge. You just wait here and light the torches. Gorkin left a word and began to walk towards the thorn dragon step by step. Torch. When fighting at night, the orcs naturally have to carry torches. The shaman rubbed his hands together, and the flames spread, lighting up all the torches. The noise and the sudden appearance of the torch startled the thorn dragon that was eating. It raised its head, and its 2 vertical oval pupils stared coldly at this side. It has 2 ridiculously thick horns on its head. The pictures and monsters are from Ruo Shao of Chinchua country. The thorn dragon stopped eating. It felt threatened. Gorkin approached step by step, holding a mace. The opponent was huge and covered in thorns, so Gorkin would not take it lightly. This was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. This made Gorkin feel the long-lost excitement in his blood. If dragons are the top of the pile among conventional predators, then ogres are also the top of the pile as a conventional race. Neither side has ever had any fear of fighting. Old head high. The thorn dragon roared at Gorkin, full of warning and protest. Gorkin took off his helmet directly. Without any pause, he walked toward the other person step by step. If the goal is to kill the opponent, Gorkin will definitely start with wind step. But Gorkin wanted to conquer it, make it kneel at his feet, and serve as a willing mount. Of course, the taming reins obtained from the treasure chest also gave Gorkin the confidence to tame this kind of guy. Only by defeating the enemy head-on can you have a chance of conquering him. It's just like a test of strength and endurance in horse training. It depends on who can't hold on first. It is easy to kill a horse, but it is difficult to tame it by putting a knife to its neck. Roar! Gorkin opened his bloody mouth without showing any weakness. Squeak! Two streams of foul air spurted out of the thorn dragon's nostrils. They were both predators, and it sensed the fighting spirit in the other's eyes. The thorn dragon kicked the ground with its 4 claws and began to sprint, raising a large amount of dust. Gorkin swung his arms and began to gradually speed up. The distance between the two sides is rapidly shortening. The thorn dragon suddenly leaped up, spread its wings, and began to glide towards Gorkin. Jump and chop. A surge of power surged through Gorkin's body, causing him to leap up suddenly. Hurrah! Oh my god! Gorkin, holding the mace in both hands, jumped higher than the thorn dragon gliding. The mace came down from above and collided with the 2 big horns of the thorn dragon. Huh! Gorkin's eyes turned red. Give it to me. Get down. The collision even caused a shock wave, and the torch of the orc in the distance suddenly scattered backwards. A blank look flashed across the thorn dragon's eyes, and it plunged into the sand on the ground. Gorkin also flew backwards and rolled several times on the ground. The front of the infantry's heavy armor was broken. According to the introduction, a large amount of iron would be needed to repair it. Gorkin simply took it back. There were 2 cuts on his stomach. The impact of the thorn dragon broke Gorkin's passive and aura, causing him considerable damage. There were bloodstains on the 2 big horns. But Gorkin sucked the stick back directly. This stick has a jump slash plus unstable double attack, plus heavy attack, plus life drain. The crown of the thorn dragon was smashed between its 2 horns, and the thorns on it shattered, and blood flowed from the corners of the thorn dragon's eyes. And this wound is slowly recovering. As a subdragon species, it also has excellent recovery ability. Chapter 146, Madness. Gorkin stood up. After a brief confrontation, he roughly knew the depth of this guy. Strong, very strong. Indeed, the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. If I had done it at the beginning, I would have failed just now. It is strong, but I'm stronger. The orcs slowly approached, and it was getting dark. They used torches to illuminate the battlefield. Ragosa was momentarily distracted and subconsciously thought, what kind of ogre is this? How can it have such great power? The Thorn Earth Dragon recovered, and the heavy attack only caused it to be stunned for 1 second. The approach of the orcs made it even more manic. Ragosa immediately tightened his grip on the weapon. Chief Gorkin. Gorkin waved his hand. Ha! Don't come over here, just light up the battlefield. This guy. Gorkin licked his lips and said, I'm attracted to you. Gorkin held a mace in his right hand and waved at the Thorn Dragon with his left hand. Come on, keep going. Roar. The Thorn Dragon flapped its wings. The barbs on them flashed with cold light, and it rushed forward again. Gorkin slammed the sand and rushed forward. The two sides collided instantly. Monsters. They're all monsters. The other orcs looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. The Thorn Dragon's claws tore at Gorkin. It tried to open its mouth and bite Gorkin's neck, but Gorkin grabbed its jaw with his big hands. The barbs and claws landed on Gorkin's body, emitting an ochre light. Gorkin directly triggered another heavy attack with a stick. The brief moment of distraction made the Thorn Dragon feel very uncomfortable, and its attack rhythm was repeatedly disrupted. The moment the two sides came into contact, deep claw marks appeared on Gorkin's body. Blood began to seep out. This was the first time Gorkin had suffered this kind of damage after acquiring various passive skills and auras. The pain tingled with Gorkin's nerves. The Thorn Dragon is not much better. Its thorny skin was like nothing in the face of Gorkin's power, and every attack from the mace, empowered by its terrifying force, made it tremble all over. The armor-breaking effect of the mace is simply outrageous. The pain drove the Thorn Dragon crazy, but the occasional loss of consciousness made it unable to maintain its normal emotions. I was about to go crazy and feel dizzy. After I came to my senses, what was my emotion just now? Gorkin's fighting became more and more smooth. The damage of the Thorn Dragon is very high, and each attack can break Gorkin's defense, but each attack of Gorkin can bring recovery to himself. This made the Thorn Earth Dragon feel extremely aggrieved. At this moment, Gorkin felt that even if he was Kogol, the person on the other side was a player who was trying to pass the level. Every player who fights against Kogol feels frustrated. Even so, Gorkin did not dare to let his guard down. He always used his left hand to defend his vital points. For example, the neck, eyes, chest, and brothers. For other positions, Gorkin said it doesn't matter. My mother is not here, so there is no one to treat me. But if my mom were here, this guy would have been roasted by now. The roar of the thorn dragon was deafening. One is 8 meters tall, the other is over 5 meters tall. Both guys are monster level, and their fighting is simple and primitive. You give me a claw, I give you a stick, you push me, I give you another stick, you hook me with your wings, I give you another stick. No one hides. Fragments of the thorny skin of the thorn dragon were scattered everywhere. Gorkin's body was also covered with wounds and claw marks, and scarlet blood covered his skin. Both the ogre and the dragon were furious. Their battlefield continued to expand, and the orcs kept dodging, but it also illuminated the battlefield for both sides. This battle brought great shock to the Broken Tooth clan. They are orcs who originally admire fighting. Such a passionate and exciting battle is what every orc yearns for and admires. Even the chief and shaman of the Broken Tooth clan had to submit to the roaring ogre chief. The warriors of their entire tribe were unable to shake this dragon, but the ogre chieftain in front of them actually fought hard with it and even suppressed it. What they couldn't understand was that Gorkin was no match for the thorn dragon in terms of size or strength. They also planned to hunt together from the beginning. But Gorkin surpassed his opponent in strength. No matter whether it was the orcs or the thorn dragons, they could never have imagined that although Gorkin looked like just an ogre, he possessed 1/10 of the combined strength of the other 22 ogres in the tribe. Among them is this UR photo of my mother. The bonus provided by Guang Lao Ma almost exceeds that of all other members of the tribe. Gorkin doesn't know where his mother's bottom line is now. It might be much easier if he lets his mother subdue this guy. Gorkin was gasping for breath, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. But this is a gift I want to give to my mother. Why should I ask her to come in person? Roar. Gorkin's eyes were red. Come on. Continue. Sure. The thorn dragon's eyes also turned red, and the two sides pounced on each other again. Frenzy. Gorkin only heard 2 strong beats of his own heart. His vision began to turn red. Roar. Gorkin's roar frightened the surrounding orcs. The previous roar was full of fighting spirit, but this time, more like beasts. This is, the shaman said solemnly but firmly, frenzy. Gorkin's body was flashing with red light, and his body seemed to be taller. The frequency of his attacks began to increase, causing more damage to the thorn dragon. Gorkin even began to ignore the defense of his own vital points, and madly smashed the thorn dragon with a mace whose spikes had been blunted in both hands. This posture gave the thorn dragon the opportunity to scratch Gorkin's neck hard with its claws. If Gorkin didn't have life drain and various defensive passives, Honey would have lost her son. But the thorn dragon also paid a heavy price for this. Half of his horn was broken by Gorkin, his wings were fractured, the thorns and barbs on his body were gone, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed, and even one of his legs was broken. Its vertical pupils met Gorkin's crazy red eyes. It retreated. The instinct of life told it to stay away from this madman. But its wings were drooping and its front legs were broken, so it couldn't run away. But once that energy is released, its attack and defense, which are both good, begin to become timid. Finally, he even fell to the ground and started wailing. The 1 minute passed quickly. The scarlet faded from Gorkin's eyes, and clarity filled his eyes. A feeling of exhaustion and weakness from soul to body made him sit down on the ground. As for the thorny earth dragon, it could only exhale but not inhale. Gorkin turned to look at the shaman. Can you heal me? The stunned shaman quickly said, Yes, do you need treatment? Gorkin waved his hand, pointing at the thorn dragon that was about to bite him. I don't need it. Give it to it. I want to tame it. The shaman noticed Gorkin's weakness and started by sending a healing wave to the thorn dragon, slowing it down temporarily, and then gave Gorkin a dispel. The after effects of the frenzy were slightly eliminated by this dispel. They didn't think of taking advantage of Gorkin's weakness to do anything. Talonol told them about the power of Dragon Roost, and they knew that Gorkin had an even more powerful mother behind him. Whether it was the ordinary combat members of Longxi or Gorkin's mother, they could be easily crushed. If we don't help now, when will we? By then, even if I sell it, I can get a good price. Chapter 147. Dragon Habitat Broken Tooth Clan. The Thorn Dragon was too badly injured. Even if the shaman used up all his magic power, he could only save it from dying. The after effects of Gorkin's frenzy cannot be dispelled by orc shamans. The gap in strength between the orc shaman and both Gorgon and the Thorn Drake is too huge. But as long as the Thorn Dragon doesn't die, it's fine. The bleeding from Gorkin's wounds has stopped. The huge gap on his neck recovered under the effect of life absorption, but it left a hideous scar. This is the difference between reality and games. Magic can heal your wounds, but it can't turn back time. The battles you have experienced will eventually leave marks on your body. Gorkin stood up with the mace whose barbs were no longer visible and walked to the front of the thorn dragon. He grabbed the intact horn of the thorn dragon and lifted up its big head. Are you convinced? Gorkin looked into the huge pupils of the thorn dragon, his eyes full of aggression. Squeak! The thorn dragon's eyes dodged for a moment, and it let out a low whine as it looked at Gorkin and his mace that had been beaten into an iron rod. It was scared. It was really scared. The strength it was proud of, the thorn armor, the gliding charge, the wings that swooped down, and even its body were all completely crushed by the ogre. Even the opponent's will to fight is stronger and more vigorous than its. The opponent was ready to die, and his life was on the line several times, but he had no intention of defending himself at all. It admitted defeat and gave in. Gorkin took out the taming reins and slowly put them around the thorn dragon's neck. He gave it time to react and resist. A trace of struggle flashed in the thorn dragon's eyes, and then he lowered his head as if accepting his fate. There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. It was defeated head-on without any tricks, so it was willing to surrender. Ha 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 ha! Gorkin held the reins and laughed at the sky. He laughed unrestrainedly and heartily. The ogre loves conquest and excels at enslavement. He defeated and subjugated an enemy that was equally powerful as himself. I also prepared a gift for my mother. Ragsa and the other orc warriors of the Broken Tooth clan looked at the ogre chieftain who was holding the reins and laughing at the sky, and they all put their fists on their chests. This is the highest respect the orcs can show to a powerful warrior. Ragsa, I can't walk any longer. Send someone back to notify my terror and have them come over. Gorkin said as he sat on the ground, leaning against the thorn dragon. Ragsa nodded immediately and said, I will arrange for my people to return immediately. Chief Gorkin, please wait for a moment. Then he immediately sent a tribesman back to notify the terror, which was parked outside the tribe. The orc shaman felt a little ashamed. It's my incompetence. I can neither cure Chief Gorkin's sequelae nor heal the thorn dragon's injuries. Although the thorn dragon is alive now, its leg is still broken and its body is in a miserable state, making it impossible for it to serve as a mount. It's okay. Since it's already alive, it can still survive with its own recovery ability. Just do your best. Gorkin didn't force it. He couldn't demand that all spellcasters be as strong as his mother. And orcs themselves are not known as spellcasters. The most outstanding conventional race in terms of spellcasting is still the elves, followed by humans. It took nearly 3 hours until the terror arrived. The orc led the way on the terror. The dwarf operators rushed down, tumbling and crawling. As the operators of the chieftain's flagship, they are naturally all members of the second class. I'm fine. Why are you panicking? Gorkin signaled the dwarves to calm down. Only the orc who led the way knew that when the dwarves saw that he was the only one who returned, they immediately shouted that they would blow up the Broken Tooth clan. It's nonsense to put a thorn dragon of its size on an airship. The dwarves fell down and put 4 iron chains diagonally around the belly of the thorn dragon, carrying it to fly towards the Broken Tooth clan. It was almost late at night, and Gorkin did not leave so late at night. He rested for a night and left the next day. Facts have proven that awesome creatures are awesome in every aspect. Early the next morning, Gorkin felt his weakness completely disappear. As for the thorn dragon, its fractured forelimbs no longer hinder its walking, and its 2 wings can be slightly propped up. Of course, this was also due to the shaman of Broken Tooth recovering some mana and then giving a healing treatment. The injuries on its body have also recovered a lot. Ragosa found Gorkin. He put his fist on his chest. Mighty Chieftain Gorkin of the Dragon's Rest clan, I, Ragsa Brokenfong, represent the Brokenfong clan and await any orders you may send. Ragosa's expression was serious and solemn. This was agreed upon yesterday. As long as Gorkin takes action, they will unconditionally execute any conditions proposed by Gorkin. What's more, the actual situation is that Gorkin completed their commission single-handedly. They served no purpose other than lighting. Such powerful strength not only conquered the Thorn Dragon, but also gained the recognition of the Broken Tooth clan. Gorkin thought about it. Then become a subsidiary of Longqi, build an airship tower, and hand over 1/10 of all the supplies you hunt. From now on, you can only trade with Longqi. How about it? Are you willing to accept it, Broken Tooth? Gorkin looked down at Ragosa with amusement. In fact, these conditions are much better than the treatment of the affiliated territories around Broken Lion Ridge. Shishiling Ridge not only needs to extract their strong men, but also needs to offer a quarter of them as tribute. But who can make Gorkin happy? He gained a lot from the trip. The only regret is that Gorkin looked around but really couldn't find the treasure chest. This means that this guy either came from somewhere else or was found by some destined child who opened a great treasure chest. As for the scars all over his body, Gorkin said he didn't care. Which soldier doesn't have 2 scars? That's not a scar, it's a medal of honor. Without a second thought, Ragsa pounded his chest and said, "The Broken Tooth clan swears by honor that they will forever be a subordinate clan of Dragon's Rest." Ha ha ha. Gorkin laughed. "Interesting, you make me very happy. See that pattern?" Gorkin pointed to the dragon's habitat pattern on his airship. "You can raise the Longchi flag next to your tribe's flag. I will not participate in the management of your tribe, but you can get the protection of Longchi. This is definitely a blessing for Ragsa and his Broken Tooth clan." And Ragsa naturally knew it too. On behalf of all members of the Broken Tooth clan of a Dragon's Nest, Ragsa thanks Chieftain Gorkin for his gift. The orc pounded his chest. If he and his tribe encounter any trouble in the future, they can seek refuge in Longchi. Chapter 148, Thorn Dragon Armor. The airship took off and flew towards the Bone-Chewing clan. Hanging below is a thorn dragon. Although this guy is very big and heavy, the Terror can still barely carry him and take off. After all, the Terror was the big ship that carried all the ogres and several large bombs all the way to Broken Lion Ridge. And we have to take into account the armor and weapons of the ogres. Even Gorkin had to admire this flagship that was created by combining goblin technology and dwarven military industry. Even now, Kalber has not been able to come up with a better transformation plan. So the Thorn Dragon truly knew what it felt like to be at high altitude. The reason why they had to go to Chewing Bones was because there was a shaman there, and Gorkin needed him to restore the Thorn Dragon as soon as possible. Now, it looks really miserable. It's not worth showing at all. The old shaman who chewed bones never expected that the Terror would return again in less than 2 days, bringing with it such a big guy. After hearing the story of this guy from the workers they sent, Luo Erda and the old shaman couldn't help but be amazed. We also have a concrete understanding of Gorkin's combat power. Luo Erda thought of his jumping attack and felt that he was lucky. If it weren't for his old partner's quick eyes and quick hands, the Bone-Chewing clan would have become history. The old shaman can heal, but he is better at wind and thunder. After this incident, Gorkin deeply felt that his tribe could not have only his mother as a healer. Now that the business has grown, my mother will inevitably have to go out and take charge. If there is any wound that needs emergency treatment, it will be too late. The old shaman's magic power was almost exhausted, so Gorkin patted his butt and set sail again. This time the Thorn Earth Dragon's injuries have basically recovered. I guess we'll be able to recover most of it if I try it again. During this trip, Gorkin opened 2 treasure chests and obtained a dragon mount, brought back 20 strong orc workers, and added a subsidiary force. The population of Longchi is now increasing, and the food needed is also increasing. Before the official harvest in the Broken Lion Ridge planting area, Gorkin needs a fixed force to provide Longchi with dried meat. After returning to the Dragon's Roost, the strong orcs got down to work. I'll only be away for 3 to 5 days, and there won't be much reward from the work. 2 thunder lizards were lying at the door. When they saw Gorkin, they stood up and swung their thick tails to show their goodwill. These 2 guys have also gained weight. Now, even if we let them go free, they won't do anything. Here, there are people to provide you with food and drink, and even take care of your shit. Only a fool would leave. For a moment, Gorkin didn't know whether these 2 guys were monsters or dogs. Who did you learn this tail wagging habit from? It wasn't until he returned to his room and saw Doug coming in with his tail wagging that Gorkin knew what the problem was. Master Chief, Chumai has already followed the airship to Broken Lion Ridge. She will be developing the planting area there. Gorkin nodded and was about to sit down on his big armchair. Chief, please wait a moment. Doug said this and ran out crawling. Gorkin was puzzled. Then I saw this guy running in with a thick cotton pad. In order to carry the cotton pad, he even used werewolf form. How can you sit on this hard chair? Once the materials are gathered in the workshop, I will have them make a cushion. Try it. Doug kneels on the floor and holds a mat high. Oh, Gorkin picked up the cushion curiously and saw that it was indeed made in the shape of an ogre, with very delicate stitching. Put it under your butt and sit on it. The hide was strong and did not break under Gorkin's weight. Haha, not bad. It's very comfortable to sit in. Gorkin was satisfied. And there's more. Chief, please wait a moment. Doug ran out again. Then he ran in carrying a large roll of things. Look, this is the mattress made for you. And this is the bolster. Doug showed them to Gorkin one by one, and then at Gorkin's signal, spread them out on his big iron bed. Finally, Doug shook his claws, and a huge cloak appeared. Chief, why don't you try this to see if it fits? If not, I'll come back and have them alter it. Gorkin took a look. This cloak is not thick, but it has a strong ogre style. A dragon's nest pattern was sewn on the back using dyed red thread. 2 metal shoulder guards are made at the shoulder position and can be clipped onto the shoulders. This shoulder guard is also very special. It looks like a roaring thunder lizard. Gorkin draped it over his shoulders with interest and fixed the shoulder guard. Doug, seriously, are you from Blue Star too? Doug's wolf eyes flickered with confusion. Blue Star? Is it the hometown of Ning Yi and the others? Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Gorkin let it go. Very good, I am very satisfied. There was no substantial reward, but Gorkin's words made Doug squint his eyes happily, and his tail swung rapidly. By the way, I remember that the new member of the tribe brought a troll shadow priest with him. Is he still in the tribe? Doug immediately replied, Yes, Chief. The 3 of them are together all the time. It's lucky for these 2 trolls. The most important thing about being recognized by the Wandering Ogre is that the Wandering Ogre was subdued by the chief. Apart from himself and a few core members of Kalber, they're the only 2 foreign races that can operate in the core area. Only the ogres can understand their Adudu. After a while of Adudu, the other ogres ignored the 2 trolls. They became foreigners who could live openly in the core area. Not even Doug is qualified. He tried to get the 2 trolls to live in the second-tier area, which was a step up for outsiders. The 2 trolls agreed, but their leader, the female ogre, was not happy. We have to be together. Doug could only clap his hands and applaud. Good, good. You have a deep relationship. Gorkin is very tolerant towards his own people. Since she is willing, let her do as she pleases. Let him treat the thorn dragon I brought back. Also, have Kalber build armor based on the thorn dragon's size. This is a mount for my mom. Make it as majestic and practical as possible. Gorkin gave the order, and Doug immediately found the old dwarf, and the 2 guys began to prepare while whispering. This is the mount prepared for Lady Honey, so we can't be careless. And under the leadership of the bear goblins, the goblin technology finally possessed the Mark of Stone, but it is limited to him. The other goblins still didn't have it, but even so, the goblins did not fall into exile. But in the end, goblin technology could only become a vassal of dwarven military industry, who made the dwarves almost reach the exaggerated level of being in the second level. Chapter 149, Don't Tell My Mom. As the sky darkened, Gorkin stood by the campfire in the core area to warm himself. With a sharp scream, the Sinon Golden Falcon landed on Gorkin's shoulder before Gorkin could even react. The huge claws tightly grasped Gorkin's cloak and shoulder armor. It rubbed Gorkin's face affectionately. The scarlet at the corner of his mouth meant that this guy had just come back from eating outside. The core area outside Longqi City was brightly lit, with burning torches everywhere. Compared with the outside, the core area seems much quieter. Ogres are only interested in eating and smashing. This is the ogre's belief. The market area is now bustling with activity. Doug set up various trading points there, all of which were filled with Longqi specialties. Of course, they're just some basic things, and you can buy them as long as you have Dragon Quarter coins, even if you don't have contribution points. After so many days, the workers now have some money in their pockets. It seemed quite crowded, with people of different appearances from different ethnic groups mixed in. Compared with their tribe, Longqi has strong industry and production capabilities, and the things here fascinate them. Of course, most of their tribes want to exchange for smelting furnaces. But unfortunately, there are not enough contribution points. Gorkin opened up the exchange of the smelting furnace, and he had no intention of monopolizing it at all. Owning a smelter and having industrial capacity are 2 completely different things. Not all Oasis forces have as complete a range of races as Dragon's Habitat, and not all forces have as many subordinates as Dragon's Habitat to contribute resources. There are now 5 smelting furnaces in Longqi City and 1 in Demon Roar, because it is currently undergoing transformation and will become Longqi's barracks in the future. The most powerful one is the Giant Sand City. Karen built Giant Sand City into a standard industrial city. When Gorkin went up, he saw at least more than 10 smelting furnaces. Each rotation can supply a large amount of iron to Longqi. She made the waste produced into bricks, and continuously strengthened the city walls. Now, the walls of Giant Sand City are more than 10 meters thick, and their thickness is far beyond what it was when the dwarves first built it. She knew that there were only 3 heavily armored ogres stationed here, and with the large amount of material production, once it attracted the covetousness of other forces, only a strong city could allow her to wait for support from Longqi. After experiencing the frightening incident brought to her by the terror, she began to build tall towers in the city, equipped with adjustable angle crossbows. This is a big guy that needs a winch to pull open. Crossbow arrows are all made of pure iron. She tried it, and the range was over 500 meters. Gorkin wouldn't hand over a city to her just because she could make him FX. Karen is also constantly repaying Gorkin's trust with her actions. Gorkin could vaguely hear Kalbers shouting outside. I just don't know what they're doing. The thorny ground dragon looked at everything here curiously, just like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. It has intelligence, and it's not low, it just can't speak. Those poor creatures, which were small for it, drove strange machines to bring it a lot of food. This is one of the reasons why it is willing to cooperate with these little guys. The main thing, of course, is what Gorkin said when he put it here. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll beat you to death. This sentence is the most crucial. To it, all creatures here are food, but compared to food, Gorkin's scarlet eyes are more intimidating. The goblins punched out the rough plates, and the dwarves forged and hammered them repeatedly. Huge pieces of armor were created. The troll shadow priest healed the thorn dragon from time to time. With this continuous treatment, the thorns on its body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kalber could only modify the shape of the armor. The wound can be repaired, but the broken horn cannot grow back so quickly. But this did not pose a problem for Kalber. He turned around and made 2 iron shells to cover its horns. The barbs on its wings are also all covered with iron sheets. Even made an iron chin. The old dwarf installed heavy armor on all the places where armor could be installed. Considering that this was a mount for Lord Honey, he made a huge saddle and placed it on the back of the thorn dragon. The thorn dragon is very obedient and does whatever it is told to do. Just strike any pose you're told to strike. I was beaten and almost beaten to death, but now my stomach is full and I have no desires or demands. In just 2 days, when Gorkin saw the thorn dragon again, he almost thought he saw a deathwing. Gorkin circled the thorn dragon twice. He patted the thorn dragon's heavy armor. No, how can you run with such thick armor? Kalber said quickly, Chief, it's running very fast, but... Gorkin looked at the old dwarf with a puzzled look. It might have lost its ability to glide. After all, it's too heavy. Kalber felt a little embarrassed. His dwarf problem came back again. He kept piling up armor. If it weren't for the 10-centimeter thick iron shield he made, it would have been difficult for Gorkin's people to capture his giant sand city. Gorkin smacked his lips. Good boy. If it had this before, it's hard to say who would conquer whom. The huge dragon, which was originally covered with thorns, now has dark armor on its body in addition to thorns. The armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight. It held its head high and was very satisfied with its new look. Okay, let's figure out how to send it to my mom. Gorkin was also very satisfied. The thorn dragon is now much more majestic than before. Doug immediately said, Chief, we can wait for the powerful airship to come back and send it on a separate trip. We've calculated that it's possible to pull only Lady Horny's mount, the powerful type. Gorkin nodded. Okay, that's settled then. Doug, come along later and see how Broken Lion Ridge is developing. By the way, let's go to Demon's Roar and see if the 2 humans who came from the same place as Ningyi have the stone mark. If not, transfer one from Dragon's Rest. They have the ability to teleport supplies. It would be much easier if we could just trade through them. But remember, only those with the rock mark can do this. Doug nodded seriously. Don't worry, Chief. Okay, that's it. Tell my mom I miss her a lot. Also, don't tell my mom about this scar on my neck, or this guy might die. Chapter 150, The Proud Elf Mage. On the 3rd day, the armor of the Thorn Dragon was completely perfected. Next to the saddle was a lance that was 10 meters long, made of pure iron, ogre style. The rotating, powerful transport boat returned, and after unloading the cargo, it also brought back some foreigners who came to visit along the way. At the same time, 30 Minotaur workers arrived. This person was also sent by another tribe among the 3 tribes along the way. At this point, all the strong dwarves have left their grassroots positions. The dolly carried the Thorn Dragon and Doug to Broken Lion Ridge. At the beginning, Doug was worried that this big guy might make some unusual moves. What he didn't expect was that after the powerful airship rose into the sky, the guy just took a look at the clouds below and decisively retreated. Unusual movement? It is not stupid. Not to mention Gorkin's warning before leaving. It is now covered in heavy armor and has lost its ability to glide. If you fall, its minced meat should be able to nourish part of the desert. Without the labor shortage, Colbert's workload dropped sharply, and he seemed able to handle Doug's job with ease. One of the two remaining men in Ning Ye's group of 5 was chosen and sent to Demon Roar. A large amount of equipment began to flow to Mohu through their private trading channel. Nuya began to equip his elite soldiers with the Dragon Fong standard armor, sneak attack, rifle, Dragon's Fist, portable goblin bomb, and a battle axe. This is all the equipment of the members of the demonic roar. At the same time, 100 strong dwarves rushed towards the demon's roar. They will join Rage Fang's ranks as professional combat forces under Dragon Roost. They also carried 50 dwarven mortars and a large number of shells. Longxi is now developing peacefully and rapidly, but it must have its own sword. Not having a sword in your hand and having a sword but not using it are two different things. The purpose of Longxi is, if you listen to me, it will be good for you, me and everyone. If you don't listen to me, I can beat you at any time. The reason why I haven't hit you yet is because I want to. Longxi ushered in its own highlight moment. As the scope of Dragon's Rest became wider and wider, more Oasis forces learned that there was a powerful city here. Also spread out was Longxi's reputation, because Longxi has never harmed any foreigner who abides by Longxi's rules. Moreover, violence is prohibited in Longxi, so you can make transactions with confidence without worrying about defaulting on your debts or being robbed by other gangs. Because once a similar situation occurs, just give a call and the fully armed Dragon Nest law enforcement team will come. If the enemy is powerful enough to ignore the Dragon's Roost enforcement team, then ogres will come. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he will be overthrown by the ogre in the future. Then you can have the honor of triggering the Dragon's Nest boss battle. The powerful chieftain Gorkin will defend the rules and rights of Dragon's Rest, and will send anyone who dares to break the rules of Dragon's Rest and oppress the guests to the table of the ogres. Such rules and Gorkin's trustworthy nature of doing what he said attracted a large number of foreign caravans. The most important thing is that once you enter the sphere of influence of the 3 Longxi oases, you can apply for protection from the Longxi patrol team by simply lighting a signal fire. With such a transit station, foreign caravans are also happy to choose Longxi, whether for trading or as a supply point. And on this day, Longxi welcomed a big customer. A group of powerful elves came to Dragon's Rest City riding on giant antlers. This is a team dominated by female elves. Kalber, who greeted them, could feel the surging magical fluctuations from them. They wore robes with elven carvings and held their heads high, showing the pride of the elves to the fullest. This is an elven clan from a powerful oasis. A trace of solemnity flashed through Kalber's heart. They are all elves, but they are not on the same level as the female elves who serve in the Style House in terms of temperament or strength. Dear elven guests who have come from afar, I am Korber, a member of the 2nd level of Dragon's Habitat. Welcome, dwarf. The leading female elf lowered her eyes slightly and said in a cold tone, "Didn't they say that the leader here is an ogre?" Kalber's smile faded slightly. The master of Dragon's Rest is naturally the great chieftain Gorkin. Then, lead the way. The leading elf nodded and said, "Take me to see your chief. We can only talk to your chief about our transaction." Kalber's smile completely disappeared. "Please go to the trading area to trade. Our chief is not responsible for transactions, and not everyone can disturb our chief." The old dwarf said indifferently, "I've already said that the deal I want to make can only be negotiated with your chief. Those messy races in the trading zone are not qualified. What do you want to trade? We at Longxi don't sell everything. I heard that you, Dragon's Rest, have a magical water tank that can produce water and a magical item that can produce soil. That's why we're here." Kalber's eyes narrowed. "We at Longxi welcome all customers who come to trade, but the prerequisite is that they abide by our rules. I'm sorry, but you don't have any Dragon's Rest contribution points, and the 2 you mentioned are not within the scope of our transaction. If you want to conduct other transactions, please go to the trading area to exchange supplies for Dragon Nest coins. If you don't need anything else, please help yourself. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you anymore." After Kolber finished speaking, he turned and left. Impertinent dwarf. Is this the way Dragon's Rest treats its guests? Oh, that's all. The leading female elf sneered. Long ears, I call you a guest. Do you really think you are a distinguished guest? Kalber's face darkened. In addition to being good at forging and having great strength, dwarves also have bad tempers. The guests themselves are the ones who will judge Longqi's hospitality. You are not qualified. As a member of the second tier of Dragon's Rest, I ask you to leave Dragon's Rest. We at Dragon's Rest do not welcome you. Kalber's words made the elves' faces darken. The leading elf waved his hand gently, and a blue arcane energy gushed out, turning into a huge palm that grasped Kalber and lifted him into the air. You ignorant dwarf, you will pay for your recklessness. Cost. Kalber was not panicked either. He sneered. For Gorkin. With a roar and a flash of silver light, Kalber's body expanded rapidly. Kalber, his whole body shining with silver light, looked down at the elves. The powerful magic resistance brought by the god's descent allowed him to easily break free from the arcane palm. Elves, the chief's customs pavilion welcomes you. Bang! The ground is cracked. A thunder strike. Chapter 151, it's okay. It's just an empty pipe. Almost the moment Kalber grew larger, he immediately attracted the attention of the Dragon's Nest law enforcement team. The fully armed dwarves gathered quickly with their sniper rifles held high. When the foreigners around saw this, they immediately moved away and found a place in the distance to watch the show secretly. It's rare to find someone so stubborn as to come and attack Longqi City. Of course, I have to see this excitement. The elves erupted. There are 10 female elves in total. All of them are spellcasters. 3 arcane mages, 3 fire mages, 3 wind mages, and 1 thunder mages. The huge magical fluctuations and explosions directly startled Gorkin, who was lying down and taking a nap. Gorkin scratched his head and also felt strange. Longqi has shown his fists more than once. Why are there still some idiots coming here to cause trouble? But Gorkin didn't take it to heart. Kalber is outside, and the old man's 2 bloodline skills are not something that anyone can touch. Kalber alone endured the bombardment of 10 elven spellcasters. If it weren't for the magic resistance brought by the gods, he would have been defeated in the first round. The dwarf patrols also began to attack. The sniper rifle shot continuously at the elves, and the dwarf behind took out the dragon's iron fist. The explosion was accompanied by a continuous flash of intense light. It was obvious that the elves had given themselves magic shields. This is the spellcaster. Unless their shield is broken, no harm can be done to them. Kalber also had doubts in his heart. Where the hell did this elf come from? Why are they all powerful spellcasters? Kalber could feel that these guys were much stronger than the lion spellcasters back then. But Kalber wasn't too scared. The dwarf who has opened the god's power is not afraid of the spellcaster. The name of the skill gods descend to earth is very clear. The persistent and intensive explosions and gunshots made Gorkin frown. After all, Kalber was only one person and could not withstand all the attacks. And he was entangled by the earth elements summoned by the arcane wizard. The dwarves began to take damage. Pure iron armor offers very little protection against magic, even less than the inherent magic resistance of a dwarf's skin. Yellow light fell. The hunched troll shadow priest took action. He rescued the injured dwarf. There were fierce gusts of wind, scorching flames, and paralyzing thunder at the scene, and the area where the battle was taking place seemed like the end of the world. The outburst of the high-level elven mage made the foreigners watching from afar change color. The troll shadow priest had to cover his eyes to avoid the sharp attack. Where did this elf come from? How can it be so powerful? I don't know. Although Kalber is powerful, he can't escape the entanglement of those earth elements. Longqi won't take on the tough guys anymore. Nonsense. No ogre has appeared so far. What a joke. You don't know, but I saw it a while ago. The powerful chieftain Gorkin subdued a subdragon. It was a massive beast that was over 20 meters long. It would be nice to see Chief Gorkin take action. Kalber's face flushed. He didn't have his forging hammer with him, so he was greatly restricted with his bare hands. For Gorkin, a hint of red flashed in Kalber's eyes. He shouted the chief's name, resisted the attack of the earth element, and charged towards the elves. Kalber began to fight for his life. Ever since being defeated by Gorkin in a trade of injuries, Kalber has begun to like this feeling. If you dare, beat me to death. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. If you kill me, the chief can also kill you. Fucking long ears. Kalber roared and crashed into the pile of elves and was hit by a thundering blow. The elves' magic shields began to flicker. Skills are also temporarily interrupted. As a last resort, the elves began to disperse. Their expulsion skills were ineffective against Kalber, who had activated the godlike power. Kolber waved his fists and roared as he punched like a turtle. Damn dwarves! The elf leader gritted her teeth and said, "Kill him first." All fire mages calmly cast Pyroblast. A white light flashed across the 3 elf fire mages, and then a fireball bigger than a basketball shot out and landed on Kalber. "You guys, are you worthy of being called Fireblast?" Kalber endured 3 blasts of calming fire, his body shaking, but he still couldn't help but sneer. "Mrs. Honey's fireball is even bigger than your Pyroblast, you ignorant long-eared bastards. After all, God's descent is just a skill, which cannot make Kalber a god. His magic resistance is increased, and he is immune to most control skills, but it does not mean that he can be magic immune." The yellow light fell on Kalber's body, healing some of his injuries. But this also attracted the attention of the elves. The female elf arcane mage raised her hands above her head, and dense arcane missiles flew towards the troll shadow priest. Similarly, the female elf's move also attracted the attention of the troll leader. A-doo-doo, roar! The leader of the trolls, the female ogre, rushed out with a mace made of pure iron and a big iron shield. "It's just a white ogre. Is that all you can rely on, dwarf?" The elves were quite disdainful. As high-level spellcasters of the elves, this ordinary white-skinned, single-headed ogre could not pose any threat to them at all. A small tornado with wind blades rushed towards the female ogre. A-doo-doo. Nu came out holding to Hong Hong, with Bao carrying a battle flag beside him. 2 red-skinned ogres? Interesting indeed, but that's still not enough for you to commit atrocities. The elves' expressions became a little more serious, and they increased their magic output. I have to say they are really strong. That female ogre, Kalber, and the Dragon Patrol are no match for them at all. He turned his head and looked at Nu. "Adieu." I was furious instantly. "Adieu-doo." The loud bang was aimed at the elves. Seeing this, Kalber didn't even care about fighting. He rolled and crawled away from here under the attack of the elves. "What's going on?" the elf leader asked. A flash of lightning flashed in the eyes of the thunder elf, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. It's an empty tube. There's nothing inside, and no magical fluctuations." The elf leader nodded. Then, boom! Then they saw the empty pipe spewing out violent smoke, and then the huge explosion and impact force blew them away on the spot. The magic shield they just created can resist the damage from the explosion, but it cannot resist the impact of the explosion. The brick-paved ground was shattered, and a big pit appeared in its place. The foreigners who were watching the excitement from a distance were also blown back by the shockwave. Gorkin sat up, angry and loud. Who is this guy coming? He hefted the massive weapon leaning against the corner. Chapter 152. Ning Yi is furious. A-doo-doo. Nu was very excited. Seeing that those skinny enemies were not dead and were even jumping around to attack him, Nu was very happy. He held the big gun and fired continuously. Boom, 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 boom. All the buildings and streets in this area were shattered. The foreigners watching from a distance almost dropped their jaws. How does this work? You ask me? Look at my confused look. Do you think I'd be sent out to work if I knew anything? Let's not talk about what happened to the elves for now. But when Gorkin came out and saw this scene, he was furious. Nu, you f***ing bastard. Are you using that thing as a firecracker? Gorkin slapped Nu on the back of the head. Are you going to attack the enemy or my Dragon Palace City? Gorkin stood on 2 halos and carried a 5-meter-long, super-large iron hammer. This iron hammer is long, heavy at the head and light at the tail, with 2 huge blades on each side. Refer to Iron Man's hammer. This is his new weapon. Kalber tailored it to Gorkin's current strength. Behind Gorkin, a group of heavily armored ogres came out and surrounded the elves. A moment later, the seriously injured elves were tied up. Angry and dejected, he followed the construction team to restore the battlefield bit by bit. Bao poked at the side angrily. He punched Bao in a rage. Adu, adu. Bao ran away, carrying the battle flag, leaving Nu raging in anger. Kalber and the dwarf patrols went to treat it. This task can only be given to the troll shadow priest. Gorkin sat in the armchair, his weapon leaning against the wall behind him. 10 female elves knelt on the ground, covered in dust. They struggled to stand up. You can die standing up or live on your knees. It's your choice. Gorkin held his weapon in his backhand, his expression cold. Ogre, we have sent a message to the Supreme Silver Council. You and your backward city will be punished. The elves gritted their teeth, hatred in their eyes. No, are you guys idiots? These words stunned the ogre Gorkin. You Fking came into my territory, into my city, attacked my members, and you're Fking sanctioning me. Gorkin was so angry that he almost laughed. Go back and beat your ass. The elf leader stood up with his head held high. Although he was only 2 meters tall, he still looked proud with his head held high. It is an honor for you that the Supreme Silver Council chose to trade the water tank and soil with you. If it weren't for the elves' pride that forbids plundering, then it wouldn't be our trade group that's coming, but the armed forces of the Silver Council. Gorkin originally wanted to smash the elf who stood up with a hammer, but he was attracted by her words. You mean, you want my things? Are you trying to give me face? Gorkin blinked and couldn't help sighing. Fuck you. You're even more shameless than me. We have also prepared valuable things for you. That's why we are different from barbaric and uncivilized beasts like you. The elf leader retorted. These 2 things of mine are so valuable that anyone with a brain or no brain knows how important they are. What valuable things can you prepare? Gorkin sneered. The elf leader smiled proudly. How can you possibly guess the true nature of the Supreme Silver Council? Untie my hands if you can, and I'll show you. Gorkin didn't care and simply bent down and tore the ropes that bound her arms. The elf leader moved his arms and waved his hands, and a shadow appeared. See, this is the power that can evolve your bloodline, and it also contains the power of an equal bloodline skill. What do you think? The elf chief was proud, then sneered. What a pity. I was going to give it to you, but now I have stored it in a space that only the Radiant Silver Council can open. Not only can you not get it, but you will also be punished by the Radiant Silver Council. Besides, the elf leader's eyes turned cold. You are too careless. A bottle of potion appeared out of thin air in her hand, and she drank it directly, her eyes bursting with a faint blue arcane light. A ball of arcane energy, as big as 3 basketballs, appeared and hit Gorkin directly. But a gust of wind blew. Gorkin, who was sitting on the armchair, disappeared in an instant, and the arcane energy ball, which had lost its target, floated in the air. A trace of confusion flashed in the elf leader's eyes. Then her whole body was held tightly by Gorkin's big hands. It's like an ordinary person holding a silicone doll that is only 1/3 of his height. Have you had enough fun? Gorkin's voice was cold. Without the magic power supply from the elven leader, the huge ball of arcane energy instantly dissipated. Just as Gorkin was about to say something, he found that his private chat channel had exploded. Ningyi, Sir Chief, is it you? Ningyi, I found you through the trading channel. Is it you? Ningyi, the Broken Lion Ridge Oasis has been surrounded. It is the human race from an unknown powerful force who are trying to fight for Broken Lion Ridge. Ningyi, fortunately, Lord Doug arrived yesterday, and Lady Honey was able to hold on by riding on that Asian dragon monster with its high mobility. Ningyi, the other side has a large number of spellcasters, and they're well-equipped, as well as a large number of cannon fodder slaves. I can't see the end of it. Ningyi, if you were the chief, I implore you to support Broken Lion Ridge immediately. Ningyi, the ordinary members of Broken Lion Ridge are almost completely dead, and Lord Doug is injured. Lord Steel and Lady Honey are powerful, but they're outnumbered and can't finish them off. Ningyi, Lord Honey and Lord Steel are locked in a bitter battle. Gorkin crushed the female elf leader in his hand. His eyes turned scarlet instantly. Gorkin, what happened to my mom? Ningyi, it's really you, how wonderful. Lady Honey is very powerful. She's fine, but there are too many enemies. Gorkin, tell my mother that their safety is the most important. Broken Lion Ridge can be given to those humans temporarily, and Longchi will arrange reinforcements immediately. Gorkin, inform the guy at Demon Roar to get Fury Fong ready. Ningyi got it. Gorkin threw out the female elf, who had been crushed in a mud by him. Angry, come here. The ogre chieftain's roar echoed throughout Dragon's Rest. Anger, blow the horn. Storm, plant the flag. Koba, call in all armed airships. Gorkin's voice was murderous. The entire Dragon's Lair instantly entered a state of solemnity and murderousness. The whole city was in motion. The ogres didn't need to be mobilized. They understood everything when they saw the condition of their chief. The heavily armored ogres stood together with murderous intent. 2 thunder lizards stood behind Gorkin. Gorkin wore a cloak behind him, a sledgehammer on his right shoulder, and a Xenon golden falcon on his left shoulder. Get on the airship. Before leaving, Gorkin glanced at the 9 female elf spellcasters who were kneeling in his house with their hands tied. Kalber, Keep an eye on the house. Pull those 9 idiots outside the pavilion and let the guests drive the train for free. Chapter 153 Retreat. Keep a dense formation and advance steadily. In Broken Lion Ridge, a large number of slaves were crowded in the alleys of Broken Lion Ridge. They held simple weapons, looked terrified, but their feet were firm. Fully armed human warriors are scattered on the walls of Broken Lion Ridge. General, this oasis is about to be taken by us. A spellcaster walked towards the leading general. The general's armor shone with a faint golden light. The faintly exposed muscles even contain energy fluctuations. This is a powerful human general. Rumbling explosions continued to sound in the city. That 2-headed ogre mage is powerful, but there's only one of her. We just need to use these useless slaves to drain her magic power, and then our warriors can strangle her. Even though the human commanders watching the battle on the city wall were knowledgeable and experienced, they had to admit that the enemy was powerful. The weapon of that single-headed ogre is quite interesting. It caused quite a lot of casualties to those slaves. But what intrigues me most is that these guys actually tamed a thorn dragon and even covered it with heavy armor. Humph! If it weren't for this Asian dragon, we would have taken over this oasis long ago. That's strange. What's wrong with the lion men here? An ogre mage like this can't possibly attack us alone, right? No matter what they've been through, this place will eventually be taken over by our Flame City. With this oasis, I believe it will greatly alleviate the resource gap in our Flame City. The leading general snorted coldly. You think too simply. You said the same thing when we took over the last oasis. But what was the result? Every additional oasis will increase the desire of those guys up there by 3 points. With an oasis this big, who knows how many slaves and troops those damn guys can accommodate? The person next to him immediately echoed. The general is right. This has become a vicious cycle. If we capture one oasis, those guys can expand the population of 2 oases. We will never be able to satisfy their appetite. All right, have those slaves speed up their pace, and have the warriors support them from behind. The general interrupted everyone's complaints and spoke loudly. Yes, general. In the city, the roars of honey and steel could be heard one after another, occasionally mixed with the howls of a wolf or two. The human race, as one of the most numerous races in the endless desert, is not as strong as the orcs and trolls, and their magical talent is not as good as the elves and drow. Their forging abilities are inferior to those of dwarves and gnomes, and their height is only considered average among regular races. But the human race still prospers. They are not as strong as orcs, trolls, centaurs, and tauren, but their ability to use and forge tools is worse than that of orcs and trolls. Their magical talent is not as good as that of the elves and drow, but they are good at learning and imitating. Perhaps they are not as good as the elves and drow in terms of top-level spellcasters, but the number of mid-level and low-level spellcasters definitely exceeds that of these 2 races. Their forging ability is not as good as that of the dwarves, but at the same time, their fertility is top-notch among the regular races. The large population determines the number of geniuses of all kinds. They are moderate, but there are many of them. This has led to the fact that although the human race does not have any outstanding characteristics, it is still the main fighting race in the Endless Desert. Elves possess outstanding talents in design and magic, but their long lifespan makes them want nothing, and they rarely increase their population through reproduction. The drow have a strong demand for this, but their combat effectiveness decreases during the day, so they are basically active only at night. The gap between the upper and lower classes of goblins is too huge. The upper-class goblins live a life of luxury, with all kinds of large combat machines rampant and trade routes everywhere. The lower-level goblins have no food to eat and have never even seen iron. They are no different from gravel cockroaches. As for other races, each has its own strengths and weaknesses, except for the human race, which is terribly mediocre. It has nothing good at, but it also has no obvious weaknesses. The golden-armored general muttered as he looked at the scene in Broken Lion Ridge. Burning for thousands of miles, the flames forge a mighty city. Oh, Flame City. He was disgusted with the current policies of Flame City, but he had to do it. There were no less than a dozen Oasis forces that fell under his command, but that didn't make him happy. Killing has become his byword, but once he stops killing, this flaming city will be in danger. They kidnapped me and used the flaming city. The golden-armored general lowered his eyelids slightly and gripped his 2-handed sword tightly. Golden light descended, healing Doug's scarred body. He ran back crawling and rolling. Are these slaves fucking crazy? Why are they working so hard when they can't even get a full meal? Even though Doug transformed into a werewolf, due to his physical fitness and the bonus brought by his werewolf form, he still suffered serious injuries from the crude weapons of these slaves. He tore one apart with his front foot and repaired 10 with his back foot. The city of Broken Lion Ridge was littered with corpses, and there were more than just thousands of dead. If Honey hadn't seen that this was her son's dog and cast a holy healing spell on it from time to time, Doug would have kicked the bucket long ago. Not far from the city, the wreckage of the powerful transport airship lay on the ground, and the charred powder told of its destruction by endless flames. I see no fewer than 200 human spellcasters on the opposing team. Fully 2/3 of them are fire mages. Absurd. Doug couldn't help but complain as he stuck out his tongue. Master Doug, fire and earth elements are the most active in this endless desert, so the number of spellcasters with fire and earth spells is the largest. Next are arcane energy, wind element, and lightning element. As for the water element, I have never seen it before. Sue Banksia calmly analyzed for Doug. Not to mention the indigenous spellcasters. Even among those who came from their blue star, no one has ever heard of anyone who could develop a skill related to the water element. The most they can offer is drinking water. Ningya's hands continued to emit lightning, killing slaves one by one. He immediately ran over with great energy. Master Honey, I've contacted the chief. Sue Banksia's eyes, which had been calm all this time, suddenly lit up. Doug wasn't surprised at all, as he knew these humans had the ability to communicate across distances. I just don't know why my chief also has this ability. But the chief is omnipotent, and it is normal for him to have any ability. Honey sat on the back of a heavily armored thorn dragon, both heads looking towards Ningyi. Ningyi quickly said, "The chief said he is gathering reinforcements and asked you to take good care of yourself. You could temporarily give Broken Lion Ridge to these people, but you must not get hurt." The left side of Honey's head. "Those bastards can't possibly hurt me." Honey's right head said, "What is Gorkin thinking? If those humans completely occupy the city, we won't be able to break in from the outside." The left side of Honey's head. "That's it." Honey's right head said, "This time the human race is prepared. The method of dropping from the sky will not work at all." Chapter 154, I Want Them to Die. Dragon's Nest City. The market area was bustling with people. Kalber carried the forging hammer given to him by Gorkin, and behind him stood no less than 200 fully armed dwarves. In addition to the workers at work, all the caravans from various forces or passing caravans gathered here. The customs house rarely welcomed any guests, but instead everyone brought their own small stools to watch the fun from the side, especially the Lion Princess, who even held a handful of dried meat in her hand. She is ordered by those two idiots every day, and today she finally gets to meet other people and receive customers. It's really welcome to see. The Lion Princess felt that she was abnormal, but she had gotten used to over time. The first time I wanted to die, the second time I couldn't accept it, the third time I doubted my life, the fourth time I learned to enjoy it, the fifth time, is that all? Just close your eyes and don't care what race you are, just come and it's over. Kalber's injuries were healed, and the two trolls were left in Dragon's Roost. The new tribesman was somewhat reluctant, but after seeing Gorkin's cold eyes, he backed down. She felt that there was no danger in the city, so it would be better to stay in the city. Kalber sank his energy into his dantian. "Everyone, pay attention. I'm sure everyone knows that our chief has launched an expedition, but don't be afraid. That's because a reckless force has invaded another of our oases. Everyone saw what happened before. Because these ignorant, long-eared people have caused trouble to everyone's transactions, we in Longshi City are deeply sorry. The kind and great chieftain Gorkin placed these long ears here. I'm sure everyone knows where this place is. This is our Dragon's Rest Special Customs Pavilion. If you want to enjoy a service, you need at least one Dragon's Rest coin. But Chief Gorkin placed these 9 elves here. As long as everyone abides by the rules of our Dragon's Rest, you can taste it for free. Want to know what it's like to be a powerful elven spellcaster? Then come." A group of dwarves came over, escorting elves with their hands bound and their mouths tightly tied. They lined up in a row, facing the pavilion, with their backs to the workers who were resting and the foreigners who came to stop by for trade, and knelt down, forced to lie on the ground by the dwarfs. Kalber's expression was indifferent. This is a powerful spellcaster from some Radiant Silver Council. To be frank, if it weren't for the power of our Dragon Rest, when would you ever have the chance to experience this? Everyone, what are you waiting for? Line up and start your party. As soon as Kolber finished speaking, the foreigners in the market area burst into thunderous cheers. Yiku was sitting in the shop of the trade exchange point, watching this scene that shattered his worldview, but he was able to keep his composure. She didn't find it difficult to accept. Before being teleported to this world, she was a piglet who was tricked into a park in MB. She was caught while trying to escape and was about to be thrown off the train, but was teleported here just before she was about to be insulted. Before this, she had been insulted many times by the supervisor there. The human world is already unbearable, let alone this endless desert where strength is respected. As long as all living things have desires, the darkness in their hearts will be bottomless. Yika watched all this coldly, hoping only that the great chief would return victorious. At least, here, members of the second class can hold their heads high and pursue what they want. The painful groans of the Silver Council elves, along with the guests' revelry, set the entire market area on fire. No one would take advantage of the ogre's absence to act recklessly. Kolber's previous battles proved that he was not just a simple dwarf leader. In the previous battle, he had no weapons and had to withstand 10 powerful elven spellcasters. Now he never lets go of his weapon, and with the addition of those 200 fully armed dwarf law enforcers, who would dare to be presumptuous? What's more, there are 3 female ogres with cubs living in the core area. Those 3 guys get angry easily. Who dares to be presumptuous? If the 9 elven engines are injured, the troll shadow priests will release healing. Make sure you don't die. This was the temporary punishment Gorkin gave them. These pampered female elves didn't even know what this felt like in the long years. For them, the crushed leader was a blessing. At Broken Lion Ridge, Honey rode the Thorn Dragon and retreated with the remaining forces. All the members of the affiliated tribes drawn from various ethnic groups have died in the battle. Honey, Steel, the 2 new ogres, the Thunder Lizard, and Ning Yi and his wife survived. Add to that Gorkin's dog. They stood on a hill far away outside Broken Lion Ridge, looking at the human army that had already entered the city. I hope the chief can arrive within 3 days, otherwise the one we left behind might be replaced. Doug sighed. Honey was originally reluctant to retreat. She wanted to wait for her son here. Doug finally persuaded Honey to leave. While evacuating, Honey used her remaining magic power to blow down a large section of the city wall at the retreat. The workshops in the city had been destroyed during the battle. Even if those humans occupied this place, they would not be able to repair it in a short time. This was Honey's preparation for the next counterattack. Gang and the 2 newcomers were stupid and didn't think it mattered. Doug and Ning Yi, a couple, one was an indigenous jackal who had been wandering around before, and the other was a human who had been wandering around since being teleported here, and they didn't think it was a big deal. But for Honey, who has always been reckless, this is such a shame. She has never been so cowardly. But that's the reality. She is very powerful. So powerful that when the opposing human spellcaster team faced her once, she single-handedly defeated their spellcaster team. But later they stopped fighting Honey and sent slaves to consume Honey's magic and strength. Honey is very powerful, but she is not a god. Her magic power is limited and her strength is finite. But those human beings do not take the lives of slaves seriously. When the quantity reaches a certain level, there will be a qualitative change. What's more, those slaves are of all races and have weapons. They died in large numbers, and the price was that Honey was out of breath and her magic power was greatly consumed. Retreat became the only option at the moment. Honey's left head had bloodshot eyes. I want them dead. The right side of Honey's head had an equally angry look in its eyes. You're right. Chapter 155, This is a Wag. Just as Honey was resting with the team, the Thorn Dragon suddenly raised its head with an alert look. Who? Doug also instantly turned into a werewolf. Honey slowly stood up, carrying her lance in one hand and her big bone hammer in the other. She was on the verge of exploding, and she dared to attack even if the black dragon came. She is on the verge of dementia. A green-skinned orc suddenly appeared with his hands empty. Sir Doug, it's me, Chief Lissam of the Sandblade clan. Doug asked cautiously, I remember you. So, are you here to take advantage of someone's misfortune? Lee Sam shook his head. Sir Doug, I'm here to reinforce you. I brought 300 Sandblade warriors with me. Doug now doesn't believe in any existence other than Dragon's habitat at all. He asked with bared teeth. Oh, you're coming to reinforce? You're going to reinforce a force that has reduced you to a subordinate position. Lissam said solemnly. Compared to the rule of the Lion Men, the rule of Dragon's Rest is even more of a blessing to us. We swore an oath of Orcish glory to become a vassal of Dragon's Rest, and now we are here. Doug chuckled. Is this how you fooled the lion men who escaped to your tribe? Lissum shook his head. If you don't believe me, I can give you the weapons first. When you counterattack, you can give them back to us. Doug looked at Honey inquiringly. Honey's right head. If it's true, there will be a reward after the battle. Honey's left head. If it's fake, I'll tear it into pieces. Honey and the Thorn Dragon. Either one of them could easily overthrow Lissum's clan. Doug turned his gaze to the green-skinned orc swordsman. He solemnly took off the weapon that was almost as big as a broadsword from his back and handed it to Doug. Doug finally breathed a sigh of relief. We at Longshi have taken note of the reinforcements from the Sandblade clan. Forget about the weapons of the rest of your clansmen. The chief's army will be arriving soon. You should rest nearby for now. Lissum pounded his chest and turned away. After a few minutes, the orcs of the Sandblade clan approached and rested more than 100 meters away from Honey and the others. Less than half a day later, reinforcements arrived. The Tauren Brokenhoof tribe, led by chieftain Ryan Brokenhoof, came to reinforce. Next came the orc tribe from the small oasis, bringing with them 100 orc warriors. Doug was a little surprised that 3 of the 5 subordinate tribes came. Doug didn't care about the humans and dwarves who didn't come. Whatever, the chief is coming soon anyway. Ningyi has been in constant communication with the chief, knowing that the chief's army is on the road quickly. At the same time, the Sandspear trolls, the human Shining City, and the Tauren Fiercehoof tribe along the way also sent their warriors to cheer. For them, this is a big gamble. Once they win the bet, their treatment in Longshi will be greatly improved. Once they lose the bet, they will follow Longshi and suffer revenge from this powerful force. Sometimes stud poker is an art, but sometimes you have to go all in. An opponent worthy of Longshi's high-profile battle must at least be of the same size as Longshi. And they couldn't guarantee that after Longshi lost, the stronger one would be better to them than Longshi. At least under the leadership of Longshi Trade Route, their tribal economy and strength are also developing rapidly. They enjoyed the benefits brought by Longshi's trade routes, and in order to maintain it for a long time, they had to go all in with Longshi. Regardless of whether they're the 3 tribes on the trade route or the 3 tribes affiliated with Broken Lion Ridge, Gorkin and Doug could see their efforts. If you lose, everything is over. If you win, according to Gorkin's character, rewarding according to merit is inevitable. The flagship Terror, 3 Savage-class escort boats, and 2 Judgment-class patrol boats arrived first. When they were still a long way from Lion Broken Ridge, the airship landed and Gorkin walked down with the fully armed ogres. He also brought the 3-headed ogre from Giant Sand City. Including Mom, Steel, and the new pair of ogres, there are a total of 20 ogres. Mom, are you okay? Gorkin came running over with a rumble. Honey's left head. It's okay, but I want them to die. Honey's right head. Where's your team? How long will it take? I want revenge. Gorkin was relieved to see that his mother was fine. It's morning now. The team, led by Angry Fong, is sprinting towards here and will arrive around dusk. When the time comes, we'll take a breather and then attack directly. Honey's 2 heads nodded solemnly. Honey's right head looked at the left head and said, I beg you, please copy my skills when the time comes, okay? Honey's left head also turned around. Don't worry, kill them. Damn it. Just as Gorkin expected, Angry Fong arrived here with a full 1,500 strong warriors. He had already let the soldiers rest when they were about to arrive here. This way, they can launch an attack at any time after arriving. There are 1,000 strong men under the Demon Roar, plus the reinforcements from various small tribes, which adds up to a total of 2,000 warriors. Gorkin stood up, looked at the murderous warriors, and raised his fangs. The ignorant human race attacked my Broken Lion Ridge. I won't say more. Everyone follow my footsteps, crush those humans, and take back Broken Lion Ridge. Gorkin picked up his sledgehammer and said, Follow me, wag! The ogres and the warriors of the Demon Roar raised their weapons. Walk! The humans who were repairing the city walls in an orderly manner suddenly discovered several black spots in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Dense artillery shells fell into the city, causing violent explosions. The human generals quickly climbed up the city wall, or rather, they had been camping under the city wall. Dong 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 dong. The dull and dense sound of war drums sounded in the distance. A huge, heavily armored Kodo beast rushed towards this side like a tank. There was a huge war drum on each side of its body. A fully armed orc held a drumstick in each hand and kept beating it in a certain rhythm. The human general narrowed his eyes, trying to see clearly amid the gunfire. Then a bigger behemoth rushed out. It's the thorn dragon. At the same time, there were more than 10 super-large fire explosions. One after another, heavily armored ogres carrying huge maces rushed out from behind the hill to the sound of Kodo Beast's war drums. The leading ogre had 2 different halos under his feet. Afterwards, countless fully armed warriors of various races, wearing armor, rushed out roaring. That scene was more than just earth-shattering. The great general of the human race gathered his energy in his dantian, turned around and shouted, "Meet the enemy!" Chapter 156, Ogre Meat Grinder. For the human race who claims to be civilized, this is a battle of nobility versus savagery. Whether they are elves or humans, they think they have etiquette, but in fact, to a certain extent, they look down on these foreigners who are half-naked, only know how to use brute force, and live in the open air. And this evening's battle really taught them a vivid lesson. They believed that the ogres, who were the most powerful in the wilderness, not only possessed sophisticated and heavy armor, but also had airship fleets and a large number of artillery. Every soldier was equipped with muskets and weapons that could launch bombs. When Bao was wearing heavy armor and holding up the flagpole, the dragon perch battle flag fluttered in the wind during his high-speed attack. Those humans knew that the lion's failure was not accidental. The 4 ogres in the city before were not a coincidence. The huge mace is the standard equipment of the ogre. When the generals of Flame City saw that the ogres leading the charge were all carrying maces, they knew that the city walls were unreliable. Perhaps the intact city wall could hold out for a short period of time, but the part with the gap that was blown out before definitely could not. A total of 6 armed airships with no less than 40 cannons were continuously bombarding the city. After knowing that the other party had a team of spellcasters, Gorkin ordered the 6 airships not to lower their altitude. The caster's range is also limited, and the airship's high-altitude bombardment will not be restricted by height. Instead, its destructive power will increase as it continues to descend. Let all the slaves go out and consume those damn ogres, and let all the warriors climb the city walls. Spellcaster, focus on the ogre leader first. The human general gave the order decisively. Although the 2-headed ogre mage riding a dragon looked more terrifying, he could tell at a glance that the one with the halo under his feet was the leader of these ogres. The spellcaster team has a lot of troubles. The arcane mages work together to erect an arcane shield to protect the spellcasters and generals. The next moment, more than 10 violent fire explosions came crashing down. These pyroblasts are large and small. The large ones are multicast, and the small ones are copycast. The arcane shield vibrated violently, and the faces of the dozen or so arcane mages turned pale instantly. They hurriedly took out blue potions from their pockets and poured them into their mouths. With the assistance of the wind mage, the fire mage also cast pyroblast at Gorkin. Dense human fire magic and pyrotechnics covered Gorkin. Honey's right head raised its head and roared, "Is this all you are capable of?" The left side of Honey's head shouted angrily, "Kill you!" Her 2 heads stared at the pyrotechnics, and her hands began to fly at high speed. Fireballs flew directly towards the pyroblasts. Even Honey's fireball is bigger than their pyroblast. With the help of multiple spells and copy spells, Honey seemed to have turned into a close-in defense cannon, blowing up all the pyroblast spells in the air, and even many fireballs were thrown towards the human race. Human general. He drew out his 2-handed sword with a serious expression. The invincible team of spellcasters can no longer be relied upon. 200 people were being beaten by one person, and he didn't know what to say. In a previous battle, he knew how powerful the opponent was, but it was not so exaggerated. However, this time, it was obvious that the density of spells was much greater. This caught him and his entire team of spellcasters off guard. But fortunately, the opponent's magic power is definitely not enough to consume their team of spellcasters carrying magic potions. Urged by the soldiers, the slaves crowded out of the city gate. Fury and Steel, who were charging, stopped. Angry Adidu, Full Metal, walk. The 2 of them stood side by side, and the other charging soldiers behind them tacitly passed by them on both sides and dispersed, without running in front of them. Boom! 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 Zee-bang bang bang bang. Amid the deafening roar and continuous machine gun fire, Nu and Gang instantly became the most handsome guys on the battlefield. Anger blasts a large area, Steel clears a small area. The city wall, which had been bombarded with anger, shook and then a gap appeared clearly under the second shell. The third shell directly hit the target. The elite human warriors above became panicked. Gorkin roared with murderous intent. "You two, stop blasting the city walls. Kill those guys first. I won't leave any of them alive. Kill them all. Kill them all." Nu and Gang looked at each other, turned their guns and cannons, and aimed them directly at the slave army that was rushing out of the city. With their density, the explosion and destruction diameter exceeded 100 meters, and they directly turned into the god of death. The slaves who had consumed a large amount of Honey's magic seemed to be performing a disappearance spell. With one shot, more than 100 slaves disappeared in the smoke. Although the power of the 3-barrel machine gun could not compare with that of the big bombardment, the slaves still fell down one after another after being bombarded with dense shells. The human general's eyelids twitched. "What is this? The 3-barrel machine gun from before was fine, but what's with this cannon? You can't see any reloading or cleaning, but you could just pick it up and fire it straight away. Where on earth did these ogres come from?" Although he disliked the behavior of the top brass of Lian and even hated it, it did not mean that he wanted his warriors to die for it. As for those slaves, he didn't care. No matter how many died, he could always get new ones. The expressions of the other human generals were also unhappy. Although Honey was powerful before, they were all full of confidence. But today's obviously unreasonable situation was beyond their expectations. And this is before hand-to-hand combat. Honey single-handedly suppressed the human spellcaster team. In contrast, Honey was also held back by the human spellcaster team. However, the Thorn Dragon had strength second only to Gorkin, and he led Honey directly into the remaining slave army. When it first came, it was very arrogant after finding out that its master was not Gorkin. Especially after wearing heavy armor, it felt that it was very awesome. It does not take any existence seriously except Gorkin. But it soon realized that its new master might not be as powerful as Gorkin who subdued it, but he had the magical power to turn it into ashes in a short time. The Thorn Dragon, who suffered a loss again, immediately swung its tail and lowered its head to make it easier for Honey to ride on it. Anyway, he has been subdued once, so it doesn't matter this time. And it swore that this would be the last time. Although the Thorn Dragon has transformed into a mount, as a sub-dragon level predator, it leaves behind broken limbs and flesh wherever it passes. The armor, the barbs, the sharp claws, and the thorns all over the body were like a meat grinder for the malnourished slaves of all races. Chapter 157. Listen, what did you say? Then the Kodo rushed in, followed by 5 thunder lizards. The war drum in Nuya's hand rumbled, and the magical drum sound inspired the morale of his comrades in the range, and they were full of fighting spirit. The thunder lizards rushed in like chariots, trampling and biting, and violent thunder erupted from their mouths. Next came the roaring demon regiment led by the ogres, and finally the warriors from various forces who came to support. Gorkin's huge hammer, which was over 5 meters long, came down with an astonishing roar. The earth was shaking, and the slaves affected did not even have a chance to scream. The merciful chieftain Gorkin did not inflict pain on his enemies. Heavy-armored ogres intervened in the battlefield. They were wearing heavy armor, holding large iron shields in their left hands and maces in their right hands. They were like meat grinders, leaving minced meat wherever they passed. There was not even any limbs left, only scraps of flesh. The strong and sturdy Demon Roar warriors were also wearing standard heavy armor. The warriors in the front began to use battle axes to clean up the escaped fish, and the warriors in the back had already taken out the Dragon Roost Iron Fist and aimed it at the human elite on the city wall. To the rear, 100 dwarves had set up mortars. They worked in pairs, one adjusting the angle and the other preparing to load. Gorkin gave the order before the attack. Leave no one alive. No slaves, no people, just scraps of meat. You take advantage of your numbers to bully my mother, who is small in number. Well, I'll show you that having more people is useless. The battle broke out in an instant, and the slaves they sent out were completely turned into minced meat before they could even react. All troops attack immediately. Even so, the human general was not too panicked. All those who died were slaves, and his thousands of elite soldiers suffered basically no losses. They couldn't just wait on the city wall. Whether it was the artillery with its outrageous power and firing rate, or the ogre's pure iron maces, it indicated that the city walls could not bring them any help. The most important thing is that the airships in the sky are continuously bombarding the city. Even if the soldiers have not been hit yet, they will be hit sooner or later. and 50 dwarf mortars have been installed at the back. The only best way now is to rush down and rely on the precise coordination of the human race to fight those guys together and prevent their artillery shells from exerting their power. The gate of Broken Lion Ridge was opened again, and human warriors poured out like a tide along the gate and the collapsed city walls. They are well-trained elite soldiers who have experienced many battles. As soon as they left the city gate, they began to form their troops. Honey was competing with the human mage group, and neither side had the extra energy to take care of other things. As a great general of the human race, at the moment of close combat, he could not just stand back and watch the battle. The opponent was a heavily armored ogre. If he and his generals did not take action, the ordinary human warriors would have no chance of being completely strangled. The officers faced the ogres, while the human warriors faced the roar warriors. Both sides were fully armed, but there was a big gap in numbers. Just as the human general saw Gorkin at a glance, Gorkin also saw the guy in golden armor at a glance. Feeling the other person's aura, his intuition told him that this guy Gorkin was also not easy to deal with. But Gorkin chose to silence his intuition. Both sides only had eyes for each other and started sprinting. Jump and chop. Gorkin soared into the air with a violent roar. His 5-meter-long hammer fell like a meteorite. A fierce yellow light burst out from the general's body. He brandished his two-handed sword, his eyes fixed on the huge hammer. At the moment when the big hammer was about to fall, his body flashed, and the big sword took on a cold light. He disappeared from the spot in an instant. At the last moment, he dodged Gorkin's leaping attack. Feeling the tremors coming from the earth, the middle-aged general couldn't help but click his tongue. Only a fool would bear it. He swung his sword back and struck Gorkin's leg directly. Sizzle. The heavy-armored infantryman withstood the next attack. After all, he didn't have the strength of a dragon, and an ordinary blow couldn't cut through the heavy armor that was obviously good at defending against sharp weapons. Gorkin didn't even turn around. He just swung the mace backwards and hit behind him. The human general dodged with 2 jumps back again, then actually jumped directly onto Gorkin's sledgehammer, jumped 2 steps between the 2 sharp blades of the hammer, and chopped down directly at the back of Gorkin's neck. Even Gorkin had to admit that the guy opposite him did a really good job. A gust of wind blew across the battlefield, and Gorkin's body disappeared in an instant. A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the human general. Stealth ogre leader? What the hell? Roar! With a roar, a sledgehammer came down on his head. The human general had no time to dodge and could only charge forward with his sword. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out from his body, and the violent energy fluctuations were so intense that even Gorkin could feel it. He actually withstood the attack, which was somewhat unexpected for Gorkin. But at this moment, something happened that neither side could react to. A terrifying figure appeared behind the human general and pierced his back with a knife. A burly green figure slowly emerged. Orc Swordmaster Lissam. Phew. He gestured to Gorkin in a confused look in his eyes, and then disappeared again. This bridge segment. Gorkin always felt that he looked familiar. Even Gorkin, the supreme chief, had not expected this. So how could the human general possibly have guessed that there was such a trick? Launch a sneak attack when soldiers are fighting against soldiers and generals are fighting against generals? When did the barbaric foreigners become so cunning? This left him completely defenseless. If you don't seek treatment from a priest immediately after this blow, you will be dead soon. But pure healing units like priests are too rare, and there are no such people in his team. He could have treated the disease himself, but when he saw the big hammer coming down with increasing force, he could only sigh helplessly. It was really unexpected. Lissam came back and stabbed his brother through the heart with a single blow. What did you say? The human general looked at the sharp blade protruding from his chest and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm old now, and I've neglected so much. Gorkin suddenly felt that his hammer could not press down any further. The yellow light on the human general's body suddenly burst out. His body began to turn golden yellow. Lissam was forced to draw his sword and retreat. Gorkin's hammer was slowly raised. Chapter 158: The Demise of the Spellcaster Team. A brilliant holy light descended, healing the 2 wounds that were about to take the human general's life. At this moment, the human general has turned into a muscular man. Even Gorkin would exclaim, amazing at the muscle proportions. I've been in command for so long that I've forgotten that besides being a commander, I'm also a paladin. The human general raised the greatsword that had also turned golden in both hands, pushed Gorkin's hammer aside, and twisted his neck left and right. Interesting, really interesting. Gorkin sneered and swung the big hammer again to collide with the human general. Every collision between the two sides caused a huge shock, and Gorkin could feel his flesh trembling. Although the opponent looked very powerful at the moment, Gorkin could feel that even if the opponent exploded, he would not be his opponent in terms of strength. Fighting other ogres was much easier than fighting Gorkin. Those generals were obviously no match for the heavily armored red-skinned ogres. The ogre's mace was swung with a blazing flame, catching the generals off guard. However, after wearing heavy armor, the ogre's originally bloated body seemed even slower. Although his attacks were powerful, he was at a disadvantage in the fight. However, their heavy armor and stone mark, coupled with the subsequent passive of Kogal, meant that they would not suffer any losses. As for Gorkin himself, all his attacks were blocked by the opponent's heavy sword. Otherwise, once a heavy blow was triggered, the opponent would have no chance. 5 thunder lizards surrounded the Kodo beast, continuously releasing lightning. As their signature skill, they can accurately strike the enemy with lightning. It's just like using chopsticks, you can always accurately pick up the peanuts you want to eat. Instinct. The other demonic roar warriors were in a tough fight. Both sides were elite soldiers wearing full armor. The human warriors advanced and retreated in a measured manner, coordinated well with each other, formed an orderly battle line, and the long spears in the front row continued to thrust forward. The warriors of the demonic roar have not undergone formal training and fight based on their instincts. However, the strong physique of each race, combined with the armor and sophisticated weapons made by the dwarf military industry, although the number of people is small, they will not suffer a big loss. Especially when they were about to make contact, a bunch of portable goblin bombs were thrown at them densely, causing the human warriors to suffer heavy losses. 1 or 2 might be ineffective against their armor, but these are more than 1,000 goblin bombs. The soldiers in the front row were fighting fiercely, while the soldiers in the back row took out their rifles and shot at the human soldiers. These endless fighting methods caused the human warriors to suffer considerable losses. Although the number of human warriors was several times theirs, they were still evenly matched. This opened the eyes of the warriors of various races who came to reinforce, and at the same time gave them a clearer concept of Longqi's strength. Those tribal warriors were able to fight and cooperate under the leadership of their respective chiefs. No matter how weak those chiefs were, they all possessed powerful combat capabilities, which was more than enough for them to defeat ordinary warriors like these. After all, if they can occupy an oasis with their own tribe in this desert and live there for a long time, they can't be unable to defeat the ordinary soldiers of those big forces. The world is big, but not to that outrageous extent. For example, Lissam, with just 2 slashes of his sword, directly took out the human general's desperate move. The 2 towering chieftains, Shatterhoof and Fiery Hoof, one holding a large totem pole and the other holding a long-handled battle axe, lowered their heads and rushed out with 2 human warriors hanging on their horns. The melee severely restricted the dwarf mortars, which could only fire at the rear row of human warriors. Gorkin finally felt how disgusting it was to fight a paladin. With great strength and powerful muscles, he finally caused some damage after fighting for a long time, but was pulled back by a ray of holy light. Just like a turtle shell, the human general also felt disgusted. The opponent's strength was even greater than his after he exploded. He finally got a chance and hit the opponent twice, and finally broke the opponent's heavy armor, but he couldn't even break the opponent's fat layer. He swore he pushed hard. He really pushed hard. But it seems like there is some other resistance, and I really can't break it. However, in the high-level battles, the human race finally began to lose the upper hand. However, both sides suffered heavy casualties in the battle. Gorkin didn't take the loss of the demonic roar warriors too seriously, but during the battle, he suddenly felt that he had lost a lot of strength. Not much, but it was a loss. The female ogre from the ogre couple captured near Broken Lion Ridge fell. She had no protection from heavy armor, only the mark of stone and a pure iron mace. Facing the siege of 2 human generals, his calf defense was torn apart, and he fell to the ground and was stabbed in the neck by another human general. Honey was concentrating on suppressing the human spellcaster team and had no time to provide treatment. The ogre army suffered casualties. Gorkin went mad. This was the tribe member he had finally found, and she was a female. Frenzy. Gorkin's eyes turned red instantly, and his sanity began to leave him. He stopped defending and wrestling with the human general and began to attack other human generals and warriors continuously. Every hammer can bring about a lot of blood and gore. When the warriors of other dragon-dwelling forces and ogres saw this, they didn't realize that their chief had lost his mind and gone mad, so they all moved away. Although no one knew whether the chief could distinguish between friend and foe, no one dared to take the risk. The human general became anxious and wanted to fight with Gorkin, but he was unable to stop Gorkin. And wherever Gorkin went, those who could not escape were turned into minced meat on the ground. Gorkin, having lost his mind, became the cause of the trouble on the battlefield. But what really changed the situation on the battlefield were the 6 armed airships. After they found that the ground was not attacking the sky, they began to gradually descend in altitude. The human spellcaster team discovered it, but was unable to take care of it. The result was that 6 airships began to take turns dropping bombs directly over the mage core. Each armed airship is equipped with 4 standard bombs, which means 24 large bombs. The bomb was blocked by the arcane shield of the spellcasting team and exploded, and the continuous explosions instantly consumed the magic power of the arcane mages who were already struggling. The shield flickered twice, then disappeared like foam. The spellcasters' faces turned pale, and then they saw a series of huge fireballs coming directly towards them. How could the caster, with his frail body, keep an eye on Honey, who was bent on revenge? Her 2 heads laughed heartily. The 8-meter-tall dragon stretched out its hook and hooked onto the city wall. With the force of its limbs, it directly climbed up the city wall with Honey. Looking at the terrified spellcasters, Honey directly used the 10-meter-long lance to string together a candied hawse. The thorn dragon was just charging, with 2 of them hanging directly on its big metal horns and 1 in its mouth. Honey stood on the top of the city wall, letting the thorn dragon tear apart the human spellcasters, and turned to look down. The ogre's strongest spellcaster is free. This battle has no outcome. These humans were strong enough for the ogres, but they would eventually fall under the banner of Dragon Roost. Chapter 159. Listen, this ogre is a little weird. Gorkin rushed directly into the ranks of human warriors like a battlefield meat grinder. In fact, although frenzy will lower IQ, Gorkin can still distinguish between the armor of the human forces and the armor of his own forces. Of course, he can tell the difference, but it's limited. In the endless rage and bloodthirstiness, he used his remaining rationality to control himself and rushed towards the place where there were many human warriors. He would not deliberately attack his own warriors. And if the 2 sides really meet and there happen to be enough human warriors there, then Gorkin can only smash down his sledgehammer. If our warriors can dodge it, that's the best, but if they can't, they will also have a place on the monument to the war dead. The human general roared and tried to stop Gorkin. He swung his sword and kept attacking Gorkin, but Gorkin just let him attack and ignored him completely. The damage he caused was not as much as the blood sucked by Gorkin's hammer after he entered berserk mode. If the highlight of this battle was that my mother suppressed the opponent's 200 spellcasters by herself, the key to breaking the deadlock is for the airship to lower its altitude and drop bombs. The biggest boss in this war is the chief of the Sandblade clan, Sword Saint Lissam. He used a wind step in the corner and gave 2 chills to the human general who was wrestling with Gorkin. There's no such thing as a one-on-one fight at this time. This is not about conquering the tribe or conquering the monsters. This is about fighting a war. It's war. Not only did Gorkin not feel that Lissam was interfering with his battle, but he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. Especially after he made the first attack, he ran back and stabbed the human general again, which was something Gorkin could never have imagined. Even the human generals didn't expect. After the opponent exploded, Gorkin began to wrestle with the opponent, and Lissam did not participate. His main purpose was to try to cooperate with Gorkin to behead the opponent's strongest fighter and general. Since the opponent has used his ultimate skill, there is no point for him to stay here. He needs to play a bigger role. When he appeared again, he was behind a human general. The 2 of them were trying to surround and kill an armorless ogre. The previously fallen ogre gave them motivation, and they planned to kill the remaining 2 unarmored ogres first. This ogre was the female ogre that Gorkin had finally subdued. She was used to fighting with the troll trapper and the troll shadow priest, so she felt uncomfortable fighting alone. In addition, she had not yet accumulated fat, so she looked a little thin among the ogres, and it was very difficult for her to fight. She roared angrily and tried to smash the 2 annoying little guys to death. It's me. A low laugh was heard, and Lissam's broadsword had already penetrated through the gap in the human general's armor and stabbed out from the other side of his body. The human general turned around in disbelief and saw a burly orc looking at him with cruel eyes. After kicking the human general away, Lissam retracted his weapon and looked up to see the admiring gaze of the besieged ogre. This made him feel a little flattered. Is this the look that ogres, who have no relatives other than their chief and their own kind, should have? He nodded, and his body instantly began to spin at high speed. The big knife brought up a sharp cold whirlwind that directly covered the other human general. The human general wanted to run away, but the ogre they were besieging blocked his escape route with a mace. Ogre and Orc Swordmaster. These two people of different races reached a consensus immediately when they met for the first time. Lissam, who can be called a swordmaster, is really quite skilled. This weapon, which has been passed down from generation to generation, is sharp and tough. The human general who was forced forward by the mace tried to resist with his weapon, armor, and body energy. But he was soon minced into a pulp by this terrifying storm of sword blades. Lissam also possesses magical abilities, but they are used in melee combat. The sword master stopped spinning and couldn't help but give the female ogre a thumbs up. The female ogre actually nodded. "A doo-doo." She expressed that the cooperation was very good, tilted her head, pointed at other human generals, and invited Lissam to cooperate. Lissam nodded, and his body slowly disappeared. The female ogre rushed towards the other human general with a rumbling sound, waving her mace. The human general who was fighting with the heavily armored ogre quickly dodged and blocked. He dodged the mace, but couldn't dodge the female ogre's big hand, and she slapped him and sent him flying. Phew! The human general directly stabbed Lissam's sword. The two guys cooperated well and began to continuously clear out the human generals, becoming troublemakers on the battlefield. The female ogre was in a completely different state when she had a fighting partner than when she was fighting alone. The two of them were coordinating more and more tacitly. Those human generals were unable to escape their surprise attack, and all died on the spot. By now, the outcome on the battlefield is clear. The human race lost their team of spellcasters, and their retreat was cut off. It's not like they haven't suffered defeats in the past, but those arcane mages always manage to build a large teleportation array together when the situation is unfavorable. At that time, the elite of Flame City will be transferred to a safe location through the teleportation array. As for the slaves, no one will care, but their team of spellcasters was wiped out. Those 24 bombs became the last straw that broke the camel's back. When a number of these things reaches a certain level, even the lion people's magic barrier cannot defend against it. So how can they, the arcane mages who have no magic tower amplification, stop it with the temporary shield built by them? Of course, Honey's absolute suppressive power is the main reason. At this moment, Honey was standing on the wall. The head on the left began to repeatedly target the human warriors with huge fireballs, and the group bloodthirst threw them down again. The head on the right side looked back and forth and began to treat his son and tribesmen. The most unscrupulous thing on the battlefield is violence. This guy was holding the dragon's rest battle flag high and carrying a mace, and he had no idea what defense was. He firmly believed that as long as his dragon rest banner remained standing, he would not die. His attacks became more aggressive, allowing the human generals to attack him, completely adopting a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. For him, the passive effect of life absorption was just an injury, but for those human generals, it was their lives. Which race wouldn't be confused by that mace? This is an ultra-heavy weapon that would make even predators like the Thorn Dragon tremble at the mere sight of it. Chapter 160, Human General. Pai Yinzi, Danger. The shouts and roars on the battlefield gradually decreased. The human warriors had lost their general and had no ability to resist the ogres. The human general had been trying to stop Gorkin, but was suddenly pounced upon by the Thorn Dragon. The huge size of the Thorn Dragon, coupled with the heavy armor all over its body, directly threw the human general away and threw him heavily. The Thorn Dragon first looked at Gorkin obediently, then scanned the entire audience with a disdainful look and let out a deafening roar. It doesn't take any living creature seriously except Gorkin and Honey. The human general slowly stood up, leaning on his two-handed sword. He looked at the densely packed human soldiers falling around him, and then looked at the remaining warriors who were being strangled by the ogres and their followers of various races. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. He had never suffered such a big defeat in his life. Even if we fail, we can still evacuate with our elite troops. He raised the great sword in his hand and thought of what his archbishop had said when he was still a priest and was about to participate in the paladin selection. He stuck the sword in his hand into the ground, muttered something, and the holy light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a huge energy fluctuation came from the sky. Honey looked up suddenly and found that an energy composed of holy light was brewing. The human general suddenly raised his head and looked at the holy light cloud. The holy light in his eyes and the holy light cloud began to echo each other. Killing cannot save my people, but holy light can. He raised his hands suddenly, and a look of determination flashed on his face. Must roar. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by a huge flying hammer. Thanks to his physical fitness after the explosion, he did not die, but his spell casting was also interrupted. Gorkin sat down on the ground. The bloodshot and madness in his eyes disappeared, and reason began to prevail. Weakness from the inside out enveloped him, causing him to collapse on the ground. Looking at the confused human general, Gorkin sneered. What is necessary? Unity? Is it interesting? You're using a skill with such a long precast animation right in front of me. Do you think I'm blind? Honey turned over and jumped down, rumbling to Gorkin. Left head. What kind of virtue are you having? Right head. Frenzy? When did you learn this? She doesn't know how to purify or expel anything like that, so it was already good enough to have a blessing that could barely serve as a treatment. Later, it was Gorkin who gave her this holy healing technique. Gorkin's eyes were somewhat dull, as if he had just rewarded himself. It's okay, Mom. It's just a small problem. Gorkin waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. The female ogre ran over, her big face full of excitement, pointing at Lissam, who was carrying a weapon. "A-do-do." Gorkin was stunned, and gave Lissam a strange look before hesitantly saying, "No way. He is the chief of a tribe, after all." The female ogre shook her head and pointed at Lissam. "A-do-do." Gorkin waved his hands in a worried manner. "We'll talk about this later. Go ahead. There are corpses all over the ground. Eat whatever you want. Tell everyone that the feast is about to begin." The female ogre left with a feeling of being unsatisfied, leaving Lissam with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. Angry Fong got off the kodo, picked up the human general who was knocked away by the hammer, brought him to Gorkin, and kicked his weapon away. At this moment, there was no light in the eyes of the human general. His last chance to fight for his life was interrupted. He was hit by Gorkin's flying hammer in a frenzied state and was also injured. The battle is over. Longshi won a great victory. The ogres started a feast, and for them, the ground was covered with food. The warriors of the demonic roar and the reinforcements from various tribes were collecting the bodies of their dead tribesmen and cleaning up the battlefield. A total of 6 foreign tribal chiefs came to reinforce. Although the main force was Longshi, their warriors also suffered heavy losses. But the result was good. They made the right bet. And they also want to know where such a powerful human race came from. Nuya pushed the human general in front of Gorkin and forced him to kneel down, but he couldn't move him. Gorkin waved his hand. Lissam turned his wrist, and a cold light flashed. Although he did not completely cut off his legs, he severed the tendons on his knees. The human general knelt on the ground dejectedly. The 2 thunder lizards that were subdued by Gorkin strolled over, and Gorkin leaned on one of them. He said weakly, "Tell me, why did you invade our dragon's rest Broken Lion Ridge and attack my mother?" The human general laughed bitterly. "Does this require any reason? You have the oasis, and we need the oasis. It's that simple." Gorkin said impatiently. "Nonsense. Where are you from? What faction do you belong to? What position are you in? And what are your subsequent plans? Just tell me, and I will tell you." The human general shook his head slightly. "Although I have some disputes with them, I will not betray them. The victor is the king. The loser is the bandit. Dying in battle is also my fate. All my warriors are dead, and I'm exhausted. Dying here is my way of doing justice to them. Kill me or chop me up, whatever you want." After saying this, the human general closed his eyes. Gorkin smiled coldly. "He's quite a tough nut to crack. If you're my person, then I would like it very much. Unfortunately, you are my enemy, and I hate my enemies looking so hard the most." The human general sneered. "I've fought countless battles in my life. Countless souls have died under my command, and any torture and punishment I've received is what I deserve. I've had my share of glory and enjoyment, and now it's my turn to be tortured. Bring it on. If I could enjoy some torture before I die, my life would be complete." "Ha ha, you're quite open-minded." Gorkin laughed and waved his hand. "Well, since you don't want to talk and want to be tough, then I'll grant your wish." Upon hearing this, the human general secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Angry Fong, take off all his armor, put some oil on the leather swallow, and see if there's any beast in heat in the oasis out back. If you want a male, bring him here." Gorkin raised his eyebrows. "I believe he has played with many women in his life, so he must have never been played with before. Before killing him, let this human general also try the blood, dry road, and walk." Nguyen nodded and turned away. He also thought this was a good idea. The foreign chiefs who were watching the show only felt a chill on their buttocks. Human general? No. Hey, severe torture. The human general who was not afraid of death became anxious. Chapter 161, Second Tier Member Chumai. The human general was recruited. Afternoon really brought back a dog-like monster. The surging anger made the battle-hardened general break down on the spot. He would rather be cut into pieces, and even if he were to be tortured to death, he could face it calmly. He swore he was a dog if he snorted. But he couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept it. "I said, let him take that thing away." The human general collapsed. Gorkin asked indifferently, "Name?" "Sabrin." "Position?" "Commander of the 2nd Expeditionary Force." "Affiliated Forces." "Flame City." Gorkin smiled coldly. "Congratulations, Lord Sabrin, the commander of the 2nd Expeditionary Corps of Flame City. You'll have a dignified death." Sabrin gasped for breath. There is shame for the Flame City, shame for betraying his own people, and relief at not having to be insulted like this. "Tell me, what kind of place is your Flame City?" Gorkin leaned leisurely on the back of the thunder lizard and spoke lazily. Sabrin organized his words and then spoke. "The Flame City existed a long time ago. The first city lord was a powerful fire mage. He and his people conquered the vast oasis and repelled all the competing forces. Later, it became the most common thing in the desert. Constant wars, plundering, and killing for resources and population. The Flame City grew larger and larger, and its population also increased. Every 10 years, a new batch of children grew up. The Flame City's appetite began to grow, and it began to continuously swallow up and enslave the surrounding oases. After that, the Expeditionary Corps was born. In the beginning, the Expeditionary Force's main goal was to maintain and consolidate the oasis they had already conquered, and to fight those who coveted it. But then, everything changed. The city lord has his own children and disciples. He teaches them by words and deeds, and their strength is growing rapidly. After the city lord passed away, his sons and disciples fought for the right to succeed him. In the end, the old city lord's son succeeded, but only through compromise. Although he became the new city lord, the old city lord's fellow apprentices also established the Flame Cabinet to jointly govern Flame City. As for now, the Lord of Flame City exists in name only. All power lies in the hands of the members of the Flame Cabinet. The Flame Cabinet constantly demands that the Expeditionary Corps expand. More and more troops, more and more slaves, and more resources are needed. In order to ensure the stable operation of the Flame Order, we have no choice. To ensure the smooth operation of the city and protect the livelihoods of the residents, the upper echelons, and the military, we must recruit more slaves. As the population expands, we need oases. To capture oases, we need to expand the army and slaves. It has become what it is now. We used to fight to rise, but now we have to fight because if we don't fight, there won't be enough resources and the order in Flame City will collapse. That's it. This is the Flame City. It's just northwest of here. Are you satisfied? Sabrin became more and more anxious as he spoke, and finally shouted hysterically. Gorkin clapped his hands, and a big sinus hit him, causing him to fall several times. What are you shouting about? I'll go back and verify the authenticity of your news. If it's true, I'll give you a quick death. If it's fake, you'll have to deal with more than just this one dog. Gorkin waved his hand, signaling Angry Fong to take him down. Nia picked him up and left. Hey, Gorkin shouted, break all his arms and legs, and even block his mouth if there's nothing wrong. Just make sure he doesn't get in the way and leads the way back. Nguyen nodded, and with one kick, he completely broke Sabrin's broken legs and twisted his arms at an unnatural angle. A piece of cloth that belonged to some human warrior was picked up from the ground and used to strangle his mouth. Make sure he can't use any skills to heal himself. He had no choice but to do this. This guy, who even Gorkin couldn't defeat in a short time, became as smelly and hard as a stone in the toilet after he used his ultimate skill. If he was given a chance, Angry Fong would definitely not be his opponent. This battle seemed to last a long time, but in fact it was only now completely dark. Broken Lion Ridge was once again under the jurisdiction of Longqi. After cleaning up the battlefield, all members and foreign reinforcements temporarily returned to the city. Whether it was rewarding according to merit or anything else, Gorkin postponed it all to the next day. The after effects of the frenzy made him want to sleep only. Early the next morning, Gorkin climbed up refreshed. It's already busy outside. They threw the remaining corpses into the oasis and buried them. This will become the nutrients that nourish the oasis. The weapons, armor, and a large amount of supplies of the human warriors of Flame City also became spoils of war. In fact, compared with the huge slave population and the number of human warriors, these supplies are not enough to feed them for long. But thinking about the 200 mages traveling with them, they might have their own ways. Since they were dead, Gorkin didn't bother to care about it. It is worth mentioning that both Gorkin and Doug thought that Shumai was dead. After all, she had been cultivating a planting area in the oasis, and no one took care of her after the fighting broke out. Later, Honey and the others retreated, and the Flame people occupied this place. As a woman, Gorkin had no idea why she should survive. At first, Gorkin was so angry that he didn't think about it at all. It was only when he went to bed last night that he felt a little sorry. A very good talent in planting is gone just like that. If I want someone to provide me with materials regularly in the future, I'll have to find someone new. But unexpectedly, Shumai came out of the oasis covered in dust and mud. The emblem of the rock mark gleamed on her left arm, and the moment she saw Gorkin, she let out a loud cry. It turned out that after she noticed Honey's battle, she took the female dwarf as a helper and ran to the depths of the oasis. With the female dwarf there was no need to worry too much about the monsters. She and the female dwarf simply dug a hole and buried themselves, breathing through a hollow wooden tube. The human warriors only searched the oasis roughly, without looking carefully, and went to repair the city wall in a hurry. This gave them a chance to survive. It was because of this that she realized how much she longed for Gorkin to come with the dragon's army and slaughter all those guys who looked like they were human. She still vividly remembered the IndieXS incident in the chat channel where 30 indigenous humans drove a train. Compared to these fellow humans, she trusts her chief more. And she finally crossed the last threshold in her heart and received the rock mark. Chapter 162. I'm fine, little brother. That's enough. Shumai's crying was so annoying that it annoyed Gorkin's ears. Go away, go away. You didn't even cry when you were captured. Why are you crying now? Doug hurried over and pulled Shumai aside. This guy was in command on the Terror yesterday, and it was he who gave the order to lower the altitude and bomb the human spellcaster team. He returned only after the battle was over and 6 airships had landed. Shumai wiped away her tears. On the one hand, she was scared, but on the other hand, she felt that she had finally made it. This experience between life and death was not wasted. This can be felt from the attitude of the master and servant, Gorkin and Doug, towards her. She was completely relieved. At the same time, I also gained a new understanding of myself. She was loyal to Gorkin, but her previous life, education and knowledge on the Blue Star prevented her from facing this fact. So in the end, she was only one step away from success. This incident allowed her to completely let go of the burden in her heart and fully integrate into this place. She had a lot to say, but now she could only choose to shut up. The chiefs of the various oases arrived. Sandblade Clan Orcs, Broken Hoof Clan Tauren, Black Axe Clan Orcs, Sandspear Clan Trolls, Shimmering City Humans, and Fiercehoof Clan Tauren. Within the entire Dragon Rest sphere of influence, including the subordinate tribes, except for the Broken Tooth tribe who were not on the way and were not called, only the humans and dwarves affiliated with Broken Lion Ridge did not come. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Gorkin couldn't ask all the clans to bet everything on him, so he just waved his hand. The tribute from the human oasis and the dwarf oasis under Broken Lion Ridge is currently 25, right? Then let's increase it to 30-inch. As for Sandblade, Black Axe, and Broken Hoof, what do you want? This battle was a great victory, and now it's time to reward them. The 3 chiefs breathed a sigh of relief. Although winning the war, stabilizing the current situation in life, and providing timely assistance are already great gains, they're not a big tribe after all, and the population is limited. A part of them was withdrawn by Gorkin before, and some were used again this time to participate in the war. There were also losses, so it is very good to be able to share some of the spoils. But whoever dares to speak up is a fool. We of the Sandblade clan are at the mercy of Chieftain Gorkin, Lissam said, placing his fist on his chest. The chief of the Black Axe clan nearby said quickly, We, the Black Axe clan, are the same. The Broken Hoof clan's chieftain, Rain Broken Hoof, said the same thing. My Broken Hoof clan is the same. Gorkin couldn't help but smile. The three of them had a strong sense of déjà vu. How about you just change places and move directly to Broken Lion Ridge Oasis? It just so happens that I'm short of manpower here. If you could come, I wouldn't have to look for that wandering clan anymore. Gorkin's meaning was very clear. If they agreed, this would no longer be an independent tribe, but would be merged into the Dragon's Nest tribe. Think about it carefully. It's okay if you disagree. When the time comes, you can each divide up a portion of the spoils. Since you came to help, we'll handle everything as it should be. For the three chiefs, this was a no-brainer. Last time, Longchi gave them three options. They all wanted to choose the third option, which was to run Broken Lion Ridge under the rule of the ogres. However, their intrigues made Gorkin dissatisfied, so he forced them all to choose the second option. Now the opportunity is before them again. If they don't seize it, they will be struck by lightning. Mighty Chieftain Gorkin, I, Lissum, am willing to disband the Samblay clan and lead my people into Dragon's Rest. This will be a source of pride for me and my people. The orc swordsman stuck his weapon into the ground in front of him and bowed solemnly. The Black Axe Orc Chieftain and the Broken Hoof Tauren Chieftain next to them also quickly imitated and performed the same action. Ha ha ha. Very good, then it's settled. You will become the second group of residents of Broken Lion Ridge and will be members of the third tier of Dragon's Rest. If you obtain the Mark of the Rock like them, you will become members of the second tier. Gorkin pointed at Doug, Nuya, and Tsumai, who had just been promoted. The three chiefs looked at the brand solemnly and engraved it deeply in their hearts. There's one thing I want to make clear to you. Gorkin stopped smiling, and the three chiefs immediately looked away. Dragon's Nest first considers class, that is, loyalty, and secondly ability, but never race. Since you have chosen to join Dragon's Rest, everything in the past will become history. Whether you are orcs or Tauren, before this, there is a prerequisite, and that is the Dragon's Rest clan. If I find out and you do something, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. The three chiefs saluted quickly. Your will be the direction we move forward. Compared with the happy life and vast oasis that are about to come, these are nothing. Gorkin waved his hand and said, Go ahead. My airship troops are here too, and can help you migrate your people here as soon as possible so that production can resume here. Doug, please cooperate with me to arrange this matter later. Doug knelt down quickly. As you command, great chief. As he said this, he was about to leave with the three chiefs. Lissum, come here for a moment. Gorkin suddenly called out to the orc swordmaster. Lissum stayed behind, bewildered. He didn't know what was going on and was confused. I'm the first one to come to reinforce. The battlefield performance is also quite good. There shouldn't be any problem. Gorkin tapped his horn, not knowing what to say. Not far away, the female ogre looked at Gorkin with expectant and intelligent eyes. To tell you the truth, my people have taken a fancy to you. Gorkin pointed at the female ogre. Lissum turned around and saw the female ogre who had cooperated with him so well on the battlefield. She gave him a thumbs up. The orc swordsman's neck was stiff. He slowly turned his head and said with difficulty, Chief Gorkin, this can't do. I am an orc. She is an ogre. I can't. At least I shouldn't. I've done great things for Long Chi. Gorkin frowned, which made Lissum's heart skip a beat. What? I asked you to be her little brother, not her man. What does this have to do with race? What'd I just say? You forgot it right away. Little brother? What do you think? Lee Sam breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was going to be me and her. Halfway through, he quickly said, No problem, little brother. It's my honor. What do I need to do? Chapter 163, Don't force me to slap you. How should I know? Gorkin was speechless. Besides you, she has two trolls and was once the chieftain and priest of a certain tribe. Honestly, what did you do to catch her eye? Lissum's eyes were blank. I don't know either. We worked together well and killed many human officers before. Gorkin didn't know what to say. This was probably the first ogre to ever be willing to have a partner in a fight. There is a big difference in combat effectiveness between having a fighting partner and not having one. Okay, what do you mean? You are a chief after all. You decide for yourself. Lissum immediately expressed his opinion. From now on, I am no longer the chief. There is only one chief in Longchi, and that is you. Gorkin waved his hand and said, All right, don't be polite. You can just wait and see. It shouldn't be a bad thing, though. Look at him, his immediate superior is angry, the one holding the cannon barrel over there. Gorkin pointed at Fury Fong. Lissam smiled and said, "This is your people's affirmation of me. I have no problem with it at all." Gorkin nodded and indicated that he could leave. Next are the clans on the 3 trade routes. However, although these 3 are not affiliated with Longqi, they are almost the same. Longqi built an airship watchtower in their tribe, and they had to work in Longqi with their best strength. They were not subordinates, but better than subordinates. You? Gorkin scratched his head. I've always been very cooperative otherwise. Buy a 2-level upgrade? Then you'll become a de facto subordinate of Dragon Rest, paying a fixed 10th of the monthly tribute, and you can fly the Dragon Rest battle flag and receive Dragon Rest protection. Woolaman and the other 2 Oasis leaders looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Thank you, Chief Gorkin, for the reward. 3 tribes, 3 races, and 3 different rituals saluted Gorkin at the same time. This time, Longqi showed its true combat power, which made the tribes along the way extremely grateful for their original choice. They were sandwiched between Broken Lion Ridge and Dragon's Rest City and could not fully integrate into either of the 2 oases. But 3 times in a row, they made the right decision. The first was to agree to build an airship tower in Longqi City. It seems that they have lost their dignity, but they have saved their lives. The oasis that disagreed is now being fought over by several wandering clans, who are all bruised and battered. The second time was to send Jing Zhuang to work in Longqi. If it weren't for the weapons bought by the workers, they might have suffered even greater losses in this battle. And they had to admit that Longqi's export-oriented heavy weapons were quite effective against the armor of some human warriors. The third time was to fight together with Longqi. Although there were losses, Gorkin directly upgraded their purchasing level by 2 levels. These 2 levels mean that they can purchase Longqi's long-range foreign trade weapons and light armor. Rifles and Panzerfaust are bullshit, but bows, crossbows, and javelins are still fine. The most important thing is that you can buy a furnace at the 3rd purchase level. Among the 3 oases, Shining City has its own furnaces and blacksmiths, but they're still very eager for Longqi's stamping technology and transportation machinery. A Longqi excavator and a Longqi crawler vehicle can liberate a lot of labor. There are many things in Longqi that they desire. As for the attachments, who cares about this now? The Longqi airship watchtower has been built. The strong men have gone to work in other people's cities and have also joined the war. It would be a bit pretentious to talk about that anymore. In general, everyone drove away the enemy, gained a lot, and was very satisfied. Gorkin fell into deep thought as he looked at the lifeless female, Ogre, not far away. Although there would inevitably be sacrifices in war, he still felt inexplicably sad when he saw his own foolish tribesmen lying there. Especially since he was conquered by himself. He died in battle after only enjoying a few days of happiness in his own tribe. The male ogre sat beside him, a hint of sadness in his big eyes. Unlike those guys in Longqi who couldn't tell whose child it was, these 2 ogres had been wandering together. They are serious comrades in arms and husband and wife. Gorkin pondered. Isn't it time to change the way the tribesmen fight? There are only a few stupid people in this tribe, and they can't even find them, and they have suffered losses. Chief, should we hold a grand funeral for the fallen ogre? Doug came back, noticed Gorkin's gaze, and suggested in a low voice. I have to admit that her death in battle was also related to me. Gorkin sighed. Chief, the battlefield is brutal. We are all prepared to die in battle. It has nothing to do with you. Doug said quickly. No. I must admit that I was negligent. It's been almost a month since we subdued them, and they haven't even put on heavy armor. Don't you think it's my negligence? If she had heavy armor, she might not have died in battle. Gorkin was indeed negligent, and he was also a little careless. I thought that with Mom and gang around, plus the cooperation of these 2 ogres, we would be absolutely safe. Thus, the armor for the 2 ogres was neglected. The rotary airships of Longqi and Suishailing had already made 2 trips, but no one remembered this matter. He also didn't expect that the person coming would be such a powerful human force. Using the lives of slaves to consume my mother's magic power, even the dragon's nest ogre, who is always known for his cruelty, would not do such a thing. This made the brutal and wise Chief Gorkin feel a little ashamed. He felt that he had to change his current combat mode. This way of rushing in and smashing things up is exciting, but crude. Chief, Kalber and I were negligent. We will go back and apologize to you and the Ogre Lords. Doug felt his knees with a thud and slapped himself in the face. What are you doing? It has nothing to do with you guys, but you're taking the blame for everything. Gorkin waved his hand and said, "You stay here and coordinate for the time being. My mother knew, and I'll go back first. The other ogre warriors will stay here and take charge. You will temporarily take over the position of Lord of Broken Lion Ridge." Doug panicked and hugged Gorkin's calves, almost crying. "Chief, please let me follow you. I'm just a watchdog. I can't do the work of a lord, Chief. How about I switch with Kalber? He used to be the city lord and has experience." Doug swore he didn't care about this lord. He would rather follow Gorkin and be a dog. His emotion was so sincere and touching that if you didn't know better, you would have thought Gorkin had hit him. Gorkin's face was filled with black lines. "Don't force me to slap you." Chapter 164 Big is good. Gorkin returned with honey and new on the terror. At Broken Lion Ridge, Doug sat on the ground in a daze. He didn't know how things turned out. How did he, a werewolf who was about to evolve into a dog, become a lord? This is an oasis that is bigger than Longchi City. Why should I, a dog with only a tail wagging at its side, give it to me? Looking at the devastated city, Doug was in tears. The city was first bombed by Longchi's bombing plan. Then, before the city was repaired for long, another great battle broke out between Honey and the human army. Coupled with the behemoth Thorn Dragon, the city was destroyed on a large scale. Then came the Longchi counterattack. 6 armed airships bombarded the place continuously, turning it into complete wreckage. Ogres wandered the ruins, temporarily demanding to follow Doug's orders. With gang around, we can barely restrain these guys. After the armed airship assisted the 3 tribes in completing their relocation, it began to return with the dead demon roar warriors and the weapons of the female ogre. They were buried here, and their weapons were brought back to Dragon's Roost to be incorporated into the Dragon's Roost Memorial. The distance is too far, and I can't bring it back. In this kind of weather, it will stink in one day. As all 3 tribes arrived, Doug began to command these guys to clean up the city. Ning Yi and Su Banksia became his temporary assistants. At this moment, Doug made a decision that surprised them. Abandon the Broken Lion Ridge wall and blast it into pieces. For Longchi, the presence or absence of city walls really doesn't make much difference. During Longchi's recent expeditions, none of the force's city walls were put to good use. Those walls were useless against the ogre's tall and bloated body. Not to mention that Longchi now has mastered mature airship technology, and its bombs are getting bigger and bigger. It's useless. It's better to dismantle it and recycle it. While Doug was sticking out his tongue under the shed after finishing his work, Shumai walked over. "Master Doug." Originally, as a second-class person, it would be fine for her to just call Doug, but Doug is now the Lord, and she needs to ask him for help. When asking someone to do something for you, you must be humble. Is there something wrong with the planting area? Doug's first reaction was that there must be no problems with the planting area. "No, I'm still in the process of developing it. This oasis is huge, and I need time. What do you want? Tell me now, I'm busy." Doug lifted his robe to fan himself. Shumai quickly took out a fan woven from tree leaves and said, "Master Doug, please use this. It's very convenient." Doug took it suspiciously and fanned himself, finding it indeed quite good. "Well, can I transfer someone from Longchi to help?" Doug looked at her with understanding eyes. "Shower Wan Hong." Shumai nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's her. I didn't think it through before. I'm not qualified without the mark. Do you think I can apply now?" Perhaps fearing Doug might misunderstand, he quickly explained, "Before and now, she was the one who persuaded me. Now that I have pledged my loyalty to the chief, I also want to persuade her." Doug grinned. "Ha, no need to explain. I still know your little thoughts. But since you're already a member of the Second Order, and she's not the chief's exclusive attendant, you can just apply for it yourself. I remember that you and Ningyi are from the same place, so you should all have some way to communicate remotely. You can apply for it yourself, but I advise you to choose a time when the chief is not too busy. The chief is very good to us, the second class. You should take advantage of it." Shumai nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Doug." Doug also waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. As Gorkin's lackey, many of his habits began to become similar to those of his master. The next day, the 2 dwarf towns and human towns that did not come also came. They wanted to apologize to Gorkin, but found that Gorkin had left and the current lord was the werewolf. "Doug is a word. You didn't come then, and you don't need to come now. Just go back and be a good vassal. Remember to pay your tribute on time, otherwise your oasis will have to change its owner." The human and dwarf city lords went back in disgrace. They began to regret not coming to support. But hindsight is useless except for learning lessons. The one who gained the most was the sword master Lissam. This battle not only allowed him and his people to successfully join Longqi and become the third class of Longqi, but he also got to hang out with a big ogre sister. In terms of strength, he is stronger than this unarmored ogre because he has mastered the 3 skills of Wind Step, Leap Slash, and Blade Storm. But he wouldn't dare, even if he had 100 guts. This is the big boss in the core area of Longqi. It is no longer possible to measure them by strength. These are the people of the great chieftain Gorkin. With such a big sister, he could even follow her and join those terrifying, heavily armored ogres. Those ogres knew the character of this new member of their tribe, and they could only choose to turn a blind eye to her new little brother. They don't understand, but they respect. This immediately made Lissam the most handsome kid among the 3 tribes. With the support of a core area boss, Doug spoke to him more politely than to the other 2 chiefs. Although Doug didn't do that, he was giving face to the ogre. The construction of Broken Lion Ridge is being restored in full swing. Gorkin, his mother, and Nu returned to Dragon's Rest. The Thorn Dragon was still hanging down and came back. He did receive Chu Mai's message. There were quite a few waiters in the brothel now, so they didn't need a woman, so he agreed immediately. There are 2 completely different treatments with and without branding. If there's no brand, don't even mention agreeing, just slap her mouth. After returning to Dragon's Roost, Gorkin summoned Kalber and the Bugbears. The goblin technology led by the Bugbears is now part of the dwarven military industry in Kalber. Although they're both in the 2nd tier, it is because Kalber became a 2nd tier earlier and made greater contributions to its establishment. So even though the goblin technology was established early, it could only follow behind the dwarves. Chief, Kalber arrives with the Bugbears. As for Kalber, the bear goblin had to submit and must submit. Although he was also very strong, he could not defeat Kalber. Gorkin sat on his armchair and looked serious. I need to revamp the ogre's weapons and their armor. I need you to research a cannon, similar to the Nudahong Gong, but more portable and easier to fire. You can decide the tone of the statement yourself. My motto is, if it's a cannon, it has to be big. Big is good. Damn it, I'm going to equip every ogre with a cannon. Chapter 165, Gorkin's Changes. Gorkin only arranged a general direction, and the rest was up to Kalber. In order to find out why his chief suddenly carried out such a grand military reform on the ogres, he specifically found the operators of the terror and asked them. After knowing the cause and effect of this battle, Kalber didn't know what to say. Their chief is lazy, and this is known to everyone in their Rockbrand mutual aid group. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put all their efforts into developing the tribe, and the armaments were only developed by themselves to protect such a large industry. Kalber couldn't say whether this was a good or bad thing. His loyalty to his chief is unquestionable, and the chief change is a big deal for Kalber. Actually, I'm still quite happy. After all, it was because of his complacency that he was defeated so easily. But he also wanted the chief to enjoy himself comfortably. This is the conflict within him. But the most important thing now is to come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible. The next day, Karen arrived at Dragon City on a rotary airship, and Gorkin gave orders to the Blue Star people in various oases through the private chat channel. This is also the first Longqi online remote meeting. Nia of the Demonic Roar and Doug of Broken Lion Ridge all stayed with the Blue Star people in their respective territories. At this meeting, Gorkin, the chieftain of the Dragon Rest forces, gave important instructions regarding the current problems that Dragon Rest needs to face. Chief Gorkin believed that the war potential displayed by Flame City in the attack and defense of Broken Lion Ridge was far beyond Longqi's expectations, which led to the casualties of the ogres in the core area. At the same time, he also discovered that the dragon-dwelling forces now have problems with the shortage of ogres in the core area and a single attack method. In order to boost the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Resting Place's top brass and the Dragon Resting Place's ruling power, Chief Gorkin made the following 2 decisions. First, the ogres need to change their combat methods, making full use of their intellectual advantages to maximize the effect of Ojbk. This mission is glorious and arduous, and is a test for the hard-working dwarven military industry and goblin technology. Second, the core area of ogres needs to be expanded. Any oasis, affiliated oasis, and trading partners under the jurisdiction of the dragon's forces, who can provide clues about other ogres and whose clues are verified to be true, will be summoned and rewarded by the great chieftain Gorkin. This is the most important step in reviving the Longqi force. Any member of the Longqi force should assume corresponding responsibilities and obligations. The heads of major regions attached great importance to this and thoroughly implemented the instructions and arrangements of the great Chief Gorkin. The matter was settled only after the tasks assigned by the chief were thoroughly carried out and every member was ensured to have been informed. At the same time, everyone noticed that the atmosphere within the force had changed. Although the war ended with a great victory, the atmosphere of peaceful development was gone, and a solemn atmosphere began to spread in the air. The members of Longqi didn't feel anything much, but the outsiders felt it most obviously. Although the market area was still prosperous, the foreigners were obviously much more well-behaved. The previous trade disputes have begun to be avoided if possible, and people have lowered their voices if they cannot avoid them. As for those hot-tempered races, they feel that they have unlocked a whole new career after coming here. Ninja. Their tempers have become much calmer. The situation in the past, where people in different tribes would fight over a single disagreement, no longer happened here. The team of high-level spellcasting elves used the purity they had treasured for who knows how many years to teach these foreigners a vivid lesson. Don't be reckless here. After the train-driving incident, these high-level spellcasting elves have started to accept customers. They are not treated the same as other waiters in the brothel. They could only have their hands tied and their mouths gagged with cloth strips. They couldn't cast any spells and could only let the guests do whatever they wanted. At this moment, their eyes are no different from those of the dead. This is the result of taking action at Longqi. Gorkin began to appear more frequently in the dwarven military industry. This put a lot of pressure on Kalber, because he still doesn't have a viable solution. He had pulled out a small patch of his originally thick and coarse brown hair. The bear goblins are good at fighting and have no creativity at all, so they can only help Kalber. Coin. This mission was different from the previous ones, and Kalber could not entrust it to a foreigner who did not have the mark of the rock. Damn it, that bastard has so much going on here, and he runs off to Broken Lion Ridge to act like a lord. Kalber couldn't help but complain. The bugbear scratched his head. What should we do? We can't keep the chief waiting like this. The chief said he wanted to equip the ogre lords with cannons. So why don't we come up with a cannon plan first? Anyway, we have Lord New's Big Bang Bang as a template, so there's no need to design one. Kalber shook his head. You think it's too simple? The Lord Chief wants to revolutionize the Ogre Lord's fighting methods. This can't be solved simply by holding a cannon barrel. We are a military design team entrusted with an important task by the Chief. Wouldn't you feel ashamed if we simply produced a cannon barrel? The bugbear stroked his furry face. You're probably the first person to talk to a bugbear like me. Kalber's face twitched. You are used to being shameless, but I can't. I want. The bugbear grinned. Why would you need that? Just put aside your dignity and enjoy your wicked life. You're living a good life. Hard. Kalber felt his fist harden. If we can negotiate, we can negotiate. If not, get out of here. Damn it, the bastard left, and here comes a cheap bastard like you. No one could be relied on. The bugbear shrank back. Those humans have a lot of clever ideas. Why don't we ask them? Especially that Ningy, that kid has so many tricks up his sleeve. Kalber sighed. Your trick of diverting conflict is pretty despicable, but it does make sense. It's always good to pool the wisdom of all. In the middle of the night, a dwarf and a goblin knocked on Yiku's door. Yiku came out in a daze, wrapped in a big robe, and you could vaguely see the vacuum inside. There were only a few of them in the second tier of humans. People of other races had no interest in her at all, and even if they did, it would be absolutely safe. This is the second-class living area, and no one would dare to touch her even if she was not wearing anything. Seeing Kalber and the bear goblin, Yiku was also confused for a moment, wondering what this big guy wanted from her. Chapter 166, Ogre Arm Plan. With Yiku as a mouthpiece, Kalber and Ning Yi had a small private meeting. When it comes to wild imagination, it has to be these people from Blue Star. Ning Yi made a proposal shortly after knowing Kalber's purpose. I think we can modify the Ogre Lord's existing heavy armor. The Ogre Masters are able to use the magical Ojb ability. I think the difficulty of modification has been reduced by 80. The rest depends on how to use it. This aroused Kalber's curiosity. How do you say it? Tell me more about it. After talking about this, Ning Yi, who was sleeping with Sue Banksia in his arms, was no longer sleepy. Just building cannon barrels is too boring. The ogres are so big and strong, and with that heavy armor, they're definitely humanoid mechas. Lord Kalber, you must be familiar with mechas, the goblin's specialty. Even with their frail bodies, mechas are so powerful. The ogres are so powerful. If they were transformed into mechas, Wouldn't that be a powerful combination? I think we can modify the armor of the Ogre Lords, install those weapons on them, and transform the Ogre Lord's heavy armor into a human-powered mecha. Once we don't have to worry about the ammunition supply system, all the other space can be used to store weapons. By then, the Ogre Mech warriors covered in heavy firepower weapons will be awesome, right? As Ningyi spoke, he lifted the quilt and sat up. Sue Banksia rolled her eyes. If you keep pulling the covers off like that, there's a 90% chance we'll catch a cold tomorrow. Ningyi quickly covered Sue Banksia with a blanket. He put on his clothes and added some firewood to the bonfire in the house. What decent person would wear clothes when sleeping with his girlfriend at night? There are now 17 ogres and 3 tribes with a total population of nearly 2,000. It is very stable for now. Kalber was stunned by Ningyi's words. The two of them chatted all night, and Ningyi became more and more excited as he talked. No boy can resist the temptation of heavy artillery and mecha, and the same is true for Ningyi, a boy from the mountains. He lives in the mountains, but he is not without freedom. He has internet access at home. The thing that impressed him most was the movie Light Messenger that he watched when he was a child. Planted the seed of the mecha dream in him. Although I cannot achieve it myself, it is also great to be able to help the Ogre Lords achieve it and share the worries of the chief. Ningyi gave a reminder when the chat ended. Lord Kalber, I personally suggest that you build 2 sets of heavy armor first. There are still 2 ogres here who are unarmored. The ogre who died in battle earlier suffered from a lack of armor, which is why this happened. I think the chief is still very sad. This project is long-term. If anything goes wrong, I heard we now have 2 major hostile forces. Kalber suddenly realized. This is the effect of brainstorming. Neither he, Doug, nor even Gorkin remembered this matter, which led to the ogre couple not being equipped with heavy armor. The main reason is that Doug needs to coordinate Longqi City. His arms are swollen from all the clanging every day, and he really cannot take care of every detail. Gorkin thought it was his own problem and did not put the blame on the 2 of them. After all, not everyone is Mr. Wulong, and it is normal for people to make some mistakes. He himself knew that there were no perfect people or things in this world. Kalber quickly made 2 sets of heavy armor and sent them to Broken Lion Ridge through trading methods with the Blue Star people. At this point, all the ogres had completed their heavy armor. The subsequent plan was set. The Ogre Armed Mecha Deployment Project was officially launched in the military-industrial area of Longqi City. The dwarves and goblins launched this great operation under the leadership of Kalber and the Bugbears. Martial law was imposed in the military-industrial zone. Foreigners could originally admire the temple from a distance outside the wall, but now they are under martial law due to patrols. Armed with guns and ammunition, no creatures except those in the 2nd level are allowed to approach. No one would dare to take this risk. Anyone with a brain can now sense the change in the atmosphere inside Longqi City. The news of this battle eventually spread. The Sandspear Trolls, Shining City, and Fiercehoof Tauren began to frequently take airships to Dragon's Roost. If their respective tribal towns are the countryside, then Longqi City is the main city for them. It is inevitable that these races that participated in that war will communicate about this matter. For these 3 Oasis forces, this battle is simply the war of the century. The elite of the human race are more numerous than the total population of their 3 oases combined. In this kind of battle, even if they just followed behind to assist and clean up the battlefield, it was still very shocking. After talking about it so many times, other foreigners who came here also knew about it, and the matter spread. Everyone roughly understood the changes in Longqi. It is normal for Longqi City to make some preparations, as the human forces suffered such a great loss. However, most of these outsiders also hope that Longqi can become stronger. They also hope to see such a stable and benevolent force towards outsiders. As for being too powerful and threatening, whether Longqi makes this preparation or not, if they have any evil intentions, their respective forces will not be able to withstand it. There's no point worrying about it. A few days later, Kalber found Gorkin and borrowed his anger. He said he was going to start experimental transformation. Gorkin didn't look at the drawings or anything. He has his own things to do. In the past 2 days, there have been inquiries on the World Channel at irregular intervals every day. Gorkin would always keep an eye on the chat channel, whether he had something to do or not. He only sent 2 messages. Does anyone know anything about the human race's blazing city? If no one knows, I'll ask again later. Does anyone know anything about the Silver Council of Elves? If no one knows, I'll ask again later. With so many blue star people descending, and with such a huge base, the number of blue star people who survive to this day is still extremely large. Ask more questions. What if some blue star person can provide some clues? But I've been asking for so many days in a row, but there is no result. Gorkin was not disappointed either. This was just a matter of trying something new. And today, when Gorkin sent it again, he finally got a reply. Why ask about the blazing city? This is a force with a serious slavery problem. Gorkin sat up immediately. He didn't even need to ask questions himself, as other people in the chat channel would ask for him. Slavery? In this desert, those without power are all slaves. Isn't that normal? No. Only the people in the Flame City base camp are considered normal residents. Above them are the nobles, the cabinet, and the city lord's mansion. The rest are all slaves. Are you bragging? How do you know so much? I'm a slave of the Oasis, a subordinate of Blazing City. Chapter 167, Assault Ripper. As expected, sincerity is the killer move. This brother's sincerity left everyone in the chat channel speechless. Even Gorkin didn't know how to respond for a moment. This slave boss you. Oh, it's okay. At least I won't starve. With a few skills, I could become a captain. Don't underestimate us slaves. I have over 200 slaves under my command. Even Gorkin was surprised by this. A slave captain can manage 200 people. How many slaves are there in this Flame City? What a fucking force this is. Fuck. WTF is awesome. How did you manage that, sir? Managing over 200 people? I'm not a slave. I'm only in charge of 2 hunting teams. Less than 30 people. The slave captain reappeared after a while. I've told you all, putting aside everything else, Blazing City has a lot of slaves. The Oasis I'm staying in has a full 5,000 slaves. But do you know how many residents Blazing City has? Less than 1,000. A 5-to-1 ratio. This has raised questions. It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just simply doubtful. Fuck, 5,000 versus 1,000. Are they that strong? Even if you guys were to riot, you would have succeeded long ago, right? Hehe, since Blazing City has arranged things this way, would they care about this? Not to mention the powerful Blazing City Expeditionary Corps, nor the Blazing Sun City Holy Shield Corps. The Blazing City's policies alone are enough to make these slaves lose the will to resist. Speaking of this, Gorkin became interested. Big boss, are you being detailed? The treatment of the residents of Blazing City was ridiculously good, like a utopia. They didn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, transportation, or even education. Someone would take care of it. Blazing City also opened a passage for those slaves. Children born to slaves can be temporarily freed from slavery, raised in the Blazing City military camp, and educated. After turning 13, they will be selected and enlisted in the Blazing City military. Their parents will also be transferred to the military. That treatment is countless times better than that of slaves. Those who survived 20 battles and achieved military merit have a chance to become residents of Blazing City, but their parents can only be military personnel. The slaves of Blazing City are not afraid of death when fighting. They are not afraid of death at all, because if they retreat, their children will also be returned to slavery and will never be employed again. Of course, this is just one reason. The punishment for slaves who feared battle in Blazing City was extremely horrific. Furthermore, if one person retreated, the entire 200-member team would be punished. I saw it once. Compared to that kind of punishment, dying in battle was actually quite satisfying. Also, every time you go out on a campaign, you'll be cast a spell by a spellcaster, similar to hypnosis. Battles in Flame City are basically fought by using slaves to consume the enemy, and then strangling the elite troops, which is always successful. The slave captain of the Flame City talked a lot. By the way, why are you asking about Blazing City? Do you want to attack Blazing City? Gorkin smiled. If we attack Flame City, will you tell on us? Stop messing around. I don't even know who you are. What kind of secret are you telling me? Besides, the slaves here know about this, and Fiery City is really strong. Don't do anything stupid. Of course, what if someone really comes here and can just pull me out, okay? Treating slaves like this is really inhumane. Aside from managing these 200 slaves, I'm no different from them. Gorkin grinned. After chatting with that person for a few more sentences, I added him in a private chat so that I could ask him questions in the future. However, the slave captain of Flame City was shocked. Fuck, you're the guy who's been buying materials on the trading channel for a long time. He knew from the beginning that Gorkin's transaction information was hanging there from the first day. For him, this is a real big shot who has been winning from the beginning to now. Boss. Save me, boss. I'll work like a slave for you. These indigenous people are so fucking brutal. I'm not a big shot. I'm just a cook. But you should take care of yourself first. If there's a chance, maybe I can really help you out." Gorkin joked, and since he couldn't get any valuable information, he stopped looking at the chat channel. He was about to prepare to use the power of Sinan Golden Falcon again to find new ogres. The usage interval is over, and it could be used again. The next day, when he was about to leave, Kolber came to him unexpectedly. The ogre-armed mecha experiment type 1 has been completed. He asked Gorkin to take a look and give this mecha an effect that would make the ogre feel ojk. Gorkin didn't expect that the sample would be made so quickly, and he hurried to the military-industrial area. The anger is already here. His heavy armor had been altered beyond recognition. The big boomerang was fixed to his armored back, with the muzzle protruding from the top of his head towards the sky. A set of rotary cannons was installed above the wrist of his left arm. The caliber was much smaller than the gate cannon, but it was more convenient. He has a 2-meter-long chainsaw mounted on his right arm. The teeth on top are not sharpened and do not need to be sharpened. The front of the chainsaw is thickened to replace the shield. These are all fixed on the arm armor, with a handle underneath. They can be activated by simply turning your wrist, without interfering with the normal use of your hands. "Chief, look." Kolber pointed at the bulge on Nu's waist and said, "This is a turntable we designed that can turn the cannon on your back to the front of your body. This way, you can either fire the cannon from all fours on your back, or you can turn the cannon in front of you and use it as your primary weapon." We also installed buckles on the front of this armor, which allows for quick donning and undressing. This design is definitely flawed. If you can open it, then the enemy can also open it. But if such an ogre can be approached by the enemy and the buckle can be opened, forget it. Don't bother thinking about competing for supremacy. Just be a slave to others. Gorkin looked at the armor, which was even more brutal than before, with great interest. "That's quite interesting. Are the others planning to do the same?" Kolber shook his head. "Chief, this is something we designed to target Lord Nu's big boom. This set of armor is just an experimental one, and will be optimized and improved later. The others are Ogre-sama. We plan to reduce the caliber of our artillery because Lord Nu's great boom has magical fluctuations on it, making it a magical weapon itself. Although Lord Nu can fire and use the cannon of the same caliber we built, it's not as powerful as this big boomerang. That's why we decided to reduce the caliber and add more weapons. We will mass-produce the right-hand armor of the heavy armor, with a gun barrel on top, a machine gun on the bottom, and a chainsaw on the left. We plan to attach a large iron shield to the back of the armor to enhance frontal firepower and back protection. Master Chief, would you like to give this suit of armor a name?" Gorkin thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go with the Assault Ripper." Chapter 168, Experimental Power. Nu was covered by a helmet, with only half of his face showing. Kolber said, "Chief, do you want to test its power?" Gorkin nodded. "Then let's try outside." Kolber waved his hand quickly. "Quick, bring the cloak over." The dwarves nearby hurriedly brought a huge fur cloak and tried to put on Nu. Gorkin frowned. "What is this for?" Kolber blinked. "Keep it secret. There are people from various forces outside the market." "Ha ha, no need. They can't use this thing anyway. It's fine to keep it secret while it's being developed, but if we don't show it off once it's developed, the fun will be gone by half. If you ask me, there's no need to keep the research and development secret. Without OJBK's power, they can only watch helplessly." Gorkin didn't think it was that important. The armor and other things are only awesome because of the ogres. Without the ogres, the armor would just be a big lump of iron. Kolber smiled bitterly when he heard this. That's true. Gorkin walked out first, followed by Anger Rumble, both with heavy footsteps. Every step left a deep, heavy, and powerful footprint. The heavy iron armor, without any support, made Nu seem a little tired. Gorkin thought thoughtfully. It seems it's only worn during combat. Kolber, the bugbear, and several dwarf craftsmen followed behind him, and Kolber felt a little embarrassed. He had tried his best to design and modify them, but he wanted to permanently modify these weapons and didn't want to reduce the thickness of the armor. So in the end, this was the only way. Even when the first model was designed, Nu couldn't move at all when wearing it because it was too bulky. In the end, it had no choice but to go back to the furnace and start over. This is Kolber's best design. Of course, this is just Kolber's plan A. He also has plan B. This is why he temporarily named this armor of Nu Experimental Type 1. The gate of the military-industrial area was slowly opened by fully armed dwarves, immediately attracting the foreigners from the market area in the distance. Even people from the third level of Longqi were attracted here. To their surprise, the dwarves here did not impose martial law. This means that Longqi allows viewing. Immediately, a large group of foreigners gathered from afar to watch. When Nu walked out of the military-industrial area wearing this armor, everyone who visited from afar felt a sense of oppression coming towards them. Anger accompanied that rough, heavy armor, and every step seemed to step on their hearts. Yes, their first impression of this mecha was that it was rough, and it could only be described as rough. There are no precision parts anywhere in sight, and the most eye-catching things are the three weapons. They had all seen Dahonghong before, and the length of the newly appeared chainsaw was even longer than that of ordinary humans. Although the three machine guns were reduced in size, the barrel of each machine gun was still as thick as an orc's finger. They had also seen the goblin mechas, at least they could see the power units and weapon systems. For example, the goblin Gatling cannon, with the long ammunition belt swinging on the left side, is quite intimidating. However, when Nu was fighting with the elves, he fired a cannon, and they didn't see any shells, so they guessed it might be some kind of mysterious magic weapon. A group of people walked outside. Those outsiders tried to follow out, but when they found that no one was watching them, they became much bolder. About a mile away from Longqi City, Gorkin stopped. He looked at Nu, who was slightly out of breath, and tried to make his expression serious. Anger. Gorkin's face was serious. Oh, he glared at his chief with his big eyes. Look at you. Sometimes I wonder how such a big and strong ogre boy could exist in the world. My mother always tells me that Nu is a fierce and brutal boy. The part of his face that was exposed showed an expression of surprise, and the corners of his mouth almost popped out of his helmet. Adudu. Nu was happy and raised his head proudly. Gorkin patted his big boom. You see, this big boom is a perfect match for you. You and Steel played a big role in the previous battle. Yes, look, this cannon on your left arm is a smaller version of the three-barrel cannon you used before. You see to twist your wrist and snap it to fire, just like before. Also, look at that big chainsaw on your right arm, the same one you saw on the Goblin Mecha before. Similarly, you can start it by just twisting your wrist. Once you snap it, the chainsaw will start to spin with a roar. Gorkin solemnly patted the armor on his chest. How about it? Nu, let me open my eyes and see your power. Anger, Cambit? He spoke angrily, his eyes firm. Gorkin nodded and pointed to the desert in the distance. Come, show your destructive power to that open space and let those foreigners know how powerful our dragon rest is. Remember, Oj BK. He licked his fangs angrily and wanted to say something, but the words would not come out when they came to his lips. He swung his arms and banged his chest. Ah, doo-doo. Gorkin stepped back, making way for Nu. Nu simply supported himself on the ground with both hands and aimed Dahonghong directly forward. His drawstring was lengthened. Once he entered this launch mode, the drawstring would fall from the side of his head, and he only needed to tilt his head to bite and release. Gorkin and Kalber's RD team, as well as the foreigners watching behind them, all held their breath. Boom! With a loud roar, a violent flame was spewed out, and a large area of dust was suddenly raised in the distant desert. Before the dust and sand could dissipate, another loud explosion occurred. Then, in the distance amidst the dust and sand, he stood up angrily. He flicked his hands and held 2 wrenches respectively. Z. Bang, bang, bang. He raised his left arm, aimed it forward, and the machine gun began to spit out flames. The speed is not as fast as expected, but as long as it can start, it is a success. The machine gun shells appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the dust in the sky, and the chainsaw on his right arm began to rotate at high speed. The wide, unsharpened teeth also emitted a cold light. Use cannons for long-range bombing and machine guns for medium and close attacks. If the enemy rushes to your side, just throw the 2-meter-long chainsaw at him. This chainsaw, given enough time, can even saw through the armor that Nu is wearing. The power is visible to the naked eye. Then he loosened the 2 wrenches, reached out to turn the dial at his waist, and the big boom fell upside down on his chest. He picked up the big bang and fired 2 more shots. The huge explosion plunged the entire dragon's nest into silence. Because the dwarf law enforcement team had spoken about it in advance, there was no panic. Chapter 169, The Bugbear's Thoughts. But those outsiders don't think so. They were quite panicked inside. This, after defeating such a powerful enemy, they suddenly produce such ridiculous armor. That's not so bad. Weren't the ogres in the core area wearing this kind of heavy armor? Normal? Ah yes, Yes, a cannon without shells, a chainsaw without a motor, everything is normal. I knew the weapon was like this before, and I've seen heavy armor before, and it's really thick. How come these two things together look so outrageous? The ogre combined with this thing? Honestly, why don't we go and persuade our own chieftain to surrender honestly? You? Forget it. I don't care about those 2 or 3,000 pieces of trash like you. Fuck. We're trash. What are you? So do we. Fuck, are you all so sincere now? Let's go back and think about it. See if we can take the initiative to submit some offerings to Longqi. What if we can get Longqi's protection? You should take a break. What if Longqi didn't intend to attack you, but you gave them a heads up? That's great. No resistance, no matter how high or low. Just raise your hands and surrender. Start from the 4th level. If you work hard, you can definitely make it to the 3rd level. Don't say that. Don't say that. The foreigners who were watching were shocked and terrified, while those from the 3rd and 2nd levels who had nothing to do and came out to watch burst into huge cheers. They cheered for the strength of Longqi, cheered for the greatness of the chief, and cheered for being a part of Longqi. Only when Longqi is strong can they live better here. Gorkin was satisfied. If all of them have this kind of effect, they can be mass-produced. Colbert wanted to say something, but swallowed his words back. The chief said, "Bigger is better. It seems that the Strike Ripper still needs to be changed. It would be best to use this kind of large-caliber heavy artillery, even if it is less powerful." After dispersing the crowd, Gorkin wanted to find new tribesmen. New happened to be there, so Gorkin called him to go with him. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any kind-hearted people on the road who can try out my actual combat skills. The terror took off, and Kalber returned to the military-industrial area, rubbing his teeth. "Big Bear, take down the blueprint. We need to revise it." The bugbear glared. "Change it? Didn't the chief already decide on the name? Why change it?" Kalber sighed. "You are a goblin after all. Can you use your brain and stop being such an idiot?" The bugbear chuckled. "We bugbears always like to command the goblins. The goblins usually do the brain work, and we're responsible for the goblins." Okay, I'm tired. Can't you give me a normal partner?" Kalber waved his hand. The chief said bigger is better, so the cannon we're planning to mount on the right arm is a bit stingy. Besides, after thinking about it, only a cannon of the size of the Big Boom Boom is worthy of the Ogre Lords. "That's true," the bugbear echoed. "The size of that big boomerang scares me. Even if our cannon of the same size could have half the power, it would be great. Hey, I've looked at that big boom over and over again, and I can't see anything strange about it, but its power is ridiculously huge." "That's it, and still no cannonballs? The one time there were cannonballs before was an exaggeration." The bugbear nodded. "Yes, don't forget that I was in the same box with this thing." Kalber opened his mouth, then suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his forehead. "Oh, I remember now. You were hiding in that box. But why is this thing of yours in a box?" And that box appeared suddenly. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to see such a big treasure chest. How would I know? When the box wasn't opened, I felt like I was sleeping, but I had this thought in my head. I have to kill the guy who opened the box. That's my mission. Then why did you stay there and not come out? What are you saying? Do I dare to come out? Don't you see who opened the treasure chest? If I could come out, I would have come out the moment he reached out his hand. Then you still say that this is your mysterious will and mission? Can you go against it? Why not? Compared to my mission, I still care more about my life. Besides, right now, I'll kowtow and give you a dragon's nest coin. Will you do it?" Kalber sneered. "If you really give me, I'll kowtow to you as much as you can. I'll kowtow to you until you call me daddy. Honestly, Big Bear, you two came out together. So what's the secret of Big Boom? With the same caliber, why didn't they cause such damage?" Big Bear spread his hands, his eyes innocent. I don't even know how I got there." Looking at Kalber's suspicious eyes, Big Bear became anxious. "I really don't know. Why don't you ask Ningyi and the others?" The chief's abilities seemed to be the same as those Blue Star people. Kalber thought about it and shook his head. "Forget it. I'm already busy with a lot of things. Let's not worry about it. We just need to make it. It's up to the Ogre Masters to use it." Big Bear suddenly said, "How about using a steam engine? Build a large steam mecha based on the size of the Ogre Masters." "Are you crazy? How big a steam engine would it take to lift the ogre's body? It doesn't have to be fully mechanically operated. The ogres can't do it either. We just need to install steam-assisted levers at the joints. The ogres will still have to operate it, and the steam engine will provide the power." The more Big Bear spoke, the brighter his eyes became. When it comes to goblin technology, big bear gets excited. When a mecha grows in size, we can equip it with more firepower systems. For example, while restoring the large caliber heavy artillery, you can also install 2 small shoulder-mounted cannons on each side of the shoulders, and you can also install a row of small caliber weapons vertically on both sides of the thighs. I suggest installing a flamethrower. Once the enemy gets close, you could just spray fire. By then, we'll have heavy artillery, shoulder guns, and 3-barrel machine guns for long-range use, and flamethrowers and large chainsaws for close range. What's that called? This is called invincibility. Then we can imitate Lord Bao and put small flags on the mecha. Maybe we can also have the same effect as Lord Bao. Looking at the big bear talking so much, Kalber also felt a headache. How much iron would that thing you mentioned require? But since we have an idea, let's put it into practice and see if we can make an experimental model. In the meantime, let's make the heavy artillery and chainsaw first. These two are standard equipment. Chapter 170 Ogre Tribe. The Sinan Golden Falcon was constantly soaring around the terror, but its direction was fixed. I've seen all the ogres in the tribe, and this wave is real new ogres. And the direction is all the way south. Besides the operators, the only people on the terror were Gorkin and Fury. Considering the supplies along the way, Gorkin carried a lot of water and food, especially the food, which was packed full in the bottom warehouse. This ensures that the terror can remain in the sky, greatly saving time. This flight lasted for 6 full days. As the Sinan Golden Falcon began to circle in the sky and dive from time to time, Gorkin knew that they had reached their destination. The terror began its descent. Before he completely descended, Gorkin's loud laughter began to fill the sky. Ah, God is really helping me. Nu looked over curiously. Oh? Nu, look, this is just a small ogre tribe. Ha ha ha. I took a look and there were 13 ogres, big and small. This overwhelming wealth has finally come to me. Hurry, 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 land quickly. I can't wait to subdue them. Gorkin laughed, his cloak fluttering behind him in the desert heat. The terror's appearance attracted the attention of a small tribe of ogres who were taking a nap in a shed. They all climbed up vigilantly, holding their simple weapons. This was a very simple ogre tribe, with only a few small huts and a bonfire in the middle. It is not as good as the original Dragon's Rest in terms of scale or environment, and there is not even an oasis. This means that this is a group of wandering ogres, and there are no ogre mages. There is no way an ogre tribe with an ogre mages can fail to take the oasis. As soon as the terror landed, they rushed forward. Boom! Gorkin landed with a thud and jumped directly from the side of the ship, startling the 13 ogres. These were the ogres, and 2 of their young ogres also rushed forward. And then Nu also jumped down. The huge crashing sound even frightened Gorkin. Can't you just get off the escalator? Why are you trying to learn from me when you're wearing armor? Gorkin raised his hand and gave Nu a big sinus that he loved most. Gorkin's defense was not weak either with this heavy armor, coupled with Gorkin's strength. Even Nu, who was wearing a helmet, was shaken by the blow. Oh, grinning and smiling foolishly. Gorkin ignored him and turned to look at the ogres who were attracted by anger. Gorkin waved upwards, and the dwarves carried down Gorkin's big hammer. Taking the weapon and thrusting it in front of himself, Gorkin rubbed his horn and looked at the ogres provocatively. The meaning is obvious. As Gorkin made this move, the ogres who were about to rush forward retreated, and an ogre who was obviously stronger stood up. His weapon was the giant beast's leg bone, which was commonly used by ogres. Gorkin knew that he was the chief of this small ogre tribe. He was just a small white-skinned ogre chief. Gorkin slapped him to the ground with a slap, and he fell asleep with his eyes rolled up. Gorkin shook his right hand and looked at the ogres. Who else? His movements were so swift that the ogres were a little dissatisfied. Gorkin also accepted all the attacks, swinging his right hand left and right, and in a few minutes, all the ogres were asleep. Blinking his eyes angrily, Gorkin smiled and said, "It's okay. It's normal to get some sleep." After a while, the ogres who were knocked unconscious woke up one after another. They were convinced, and it was immediately clear whether one was strong or not. Gorkin laughed and had the dwarves carry the food down. That's the dried meat in Longchi's warehouse. With its own hunting, tributes paid by subordinate tribes, and trade from the caravans, Longchi is not short of food now. This is why goods can be delivered through the Blue Star people using the trading channel, but the rotary airship is still running. The emergence of rotary airship routes will bring convenience to the tribes along the way, and the ultimate beneficiary will still be Longchi. There are now 3 rotation channels in total. The Longchi 3 Oasis rotating channel, the Broken Lion Ridge channel, and the Gnawing Bones and Broken Teeth channel. The number of oases affected by these waterways, including the Dragon Oasis, exceeds 10. A large number of personnel and materials flowed to Longchi City through the waterway, and Longchi's output was also transported out through the waterway. This is why Longchi has a large population now, but still has no shortage of food. Most importantly, the Dragon Oasis is expanding. The spring water tank and planting soil producer are in use every day. Looking at the large amount of dried meat in front of them, the ogres ignored everything and stuffed it into their mouths while howling. They had no oasis, so they could only go to nearby oases to plunder or hunt monsters in the desert. In terms of condition, they were probably the best among the 3 ogres that Gorkin had conquered, while the ogre couple at the beginning were the worst. But they still live a life where they could not afford to eat. As fellow tribesmen, they defeated them and let them have a proper meal. Needless to say, rock marks appeared on their left arms, including the 2 little ogres. Even the big ogre has no brains, let alone this little ogre. A huge amount of energy flowed into Gorkin's body, causing him to take a deep breath. This feeling of power is so great. Increasing the overall strength of the 13 ogres at once is also a great enhancement for Gorkin. Gorkin looked at them with satisfaction, then strode towards their tribe. Next to the campfire, a large blue treasure chest was glowing. Not as purple as it is, but better than blue, and that is the big treasure chest. 3 blue light balls were caught by Gorkin. Reckless. Passive skill increases attack power, but will take extra damage. The increased attack power is proportional to the lost health. I don't care, I want to kill him. And then eat him. Summon wild wolves. Consume mana to summon 2 wild wolves to assist you in battle. The presence of the wild wolves consumes mana continuously and can be cancelled. The wild wolves have the roar skill, which can increase the attack power of friendly forces within a certain range. Ogre's Slave Whip. Ogres are adept at commanding wild beasts to assist them in their attacks, but the attack plan is said to be determined by the beasts themselves. Whipping the opponent increases the success rate of taming by 10. It really is a big treasure chest, with 2 skills and an item in a row. As for passive skills, Gorkin never has too many of them, so he just shoots them into the body. Summon wild wolves. Gorkin remembered that Kogal also had a similar skill. Whether to learn it himself or give it to his mother, Gorkin prefers to give it to his mother. With the amount of magic power I have, I don't think I can hold on for long. Chapter 171, The Cub's Trouble. I have to say these ogres can really eat. They have been living a life of skipping meals all year round and haven't had a proper meal for a long time. The food that Gorkin brought filled them up, but it seemed that Gorkin also knew that they were full, but not overeating. These guys ate up all of Gorkin's supplies in one go. Gorkin had no choice but to quickly trade a large amount of dried meat through Yi Ke. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Gorkin patted the leading ogre on the shoulder. Go, pack up, we're going back to our own city. But he didn't expect that the ogre pointed at his tribesmen behind him and then pointed at himself. Doo-doo. What's going on? It's just some trolls. How can you still suffer loss? Doo-doo. Doo-doo. It wouldn't be that bad, even if there were a spellcaster. You 10 giant ogres. It's one thing you couldn't defeat, but you also had your cub taken away by them. Gorkin was furious. Shame on you. You have completely disgraced the ogre. The ogres lowered their heads and surrounded Gorkin, muttering repeatedly. Gorkin's ears hurt from the noise. Okay, I'll go take a look. Okay, you all shut up. The ogres were happy then. But why does your story sound familiar to me? Gorkin seemed a little thoughtful. He walked over with a rumble. You mean the one with the little brother? Oh, I remember. Her cub was also taken away, right? Gorkin was a little surprised. Damn, is my place too remote? Is the outside world so worthless unto the ogres? Or have we become a second-rate race in this desert? How come anyone with a brain can snatch the ogre cubs? Gorkin looked at him angrily. Brother, do you believe what I said? If our Longchi mother didn't rob them, they should be praying for mercy. How dare they snatch the ogre cubs? He shook his head angrily and curled his lips. Shame, shame. The little ogre chief lowered his head in shame. Gorkin went up and gave a big blow. Fuck you. Are you still an ogre? How dare you be so cowardly in front of a troll? Go, lead the way. I want to see how awesome they are. Doo-doo. Do you think I'm you? I don't even need to do anything. My brothers can wipe him out. I was just worried I couldn't find anyone kind enough to let me test out my new armor. And now here they are. Before he could say anything, he was knocked to the ground by an angry fist. Adu. Lead the way. A moment later, the terror found a troll tribe that had stolen the ogre cubs 2 hours flight away from the ogre habitat. It has to be said that this was probably the largest troll tribe that Gorkin had ever encountered. Their oasis is not small. Looking down from the sky, there are about 5,000 to 6,000 active trolls. It is also a very powerful troll tribe. It is normal that we cannot defeat these dozen or so ogres. However, having experienced the last Great War, Gorkin had no idea about this. Ascend to a safe height. He gave orders into the megaphone. The terror began to gain altitude. Trolls are good at throwing and have spellcasters, and rising heights are also for safety. Rage. Use your big boom to greet them and tell them that Lone Chi is here. Roar. He angrily turned the protruding turntable on his waist, and Dahong Hong was moved from behind him to the front of him and was held horizontally by him. Wah-ak. A deafening roar echoed through the sky, followed by the violent roar of the cannons protruding from the side of the ship towards the tribe below. The terror was discovered by the troll tribe when it reached the sky above them, but Gorkin rose to altitude in time, and coupled with the terror's own high altitude, it quickly escaped their attack range, including their spellcasters. Not all spellcasters have honey strength, who can say things like, if you can see, you can hit. Deafening artillery bombardments, accompanied by violent explosions on the ground, announced the arrival of Lone Chi. The damage coverage of the Big Bang Bang was over 100 meters. With one shot, a mushroom cloud of flames and sand rose from the ground. Gorkin did not say to stop, nor did he stop being angry. He continued to exert his strength and bombarded the troll tribe below. This is Gorkin's current battle tactics reform. If you can avoid hand-to-hand combat, then don't do it. If you really have to, then cover it with artillery fire first. The newly conquered ogres were stunned. They looked at the bone sticks in their hands, and then at the thick cannon barrel. They looked no better than Granny Lou when she first entered the Grandview Garden. The little ogre chief scratched his big eyes flashing with shock. This was a way of fighting that he could not understand. The trolls below had already been stunned by the explosion. Those outside the explosion range or on the edge were fine, thanks to their strong recovery ability. But for the trolls at the center of the bombardment, any recovery ability was useless. The bombardment lasted for 5 minutes. Nuke basically fired a shot every 5 seconds. This is not the limit of his thinking, but the limit of the big boom launch. This meant that at least 60 rounds of bombardment, comparable to those of the battleship's main guns, fell on the troll tribe below. Only then did Gorkin signal Nu to stop the shelling. Back off to a safe distance and land. Gorkin ordered. A moment later, the terror landed far away from the troll tribe, and Nu, Gorkin, and a group of ogres got off. The terror then continued to rise into the air. Without the ogre guarding it, the terror was safest in the air. Gorkin walked towards the troll tribe with anger and those new tribesmen who made Gorkin disappointed. Although the chief was Gorkin, it was Nu who had the most powerful voice. Every step he took made a heavy metallic sound. There was a look of awe in the eyes of those new tribesmen. This made Nu very proud. He held his head high and chest out, his face full of satisfaction. Gorkin was both amused and confused. But they're all from my own stupid tribe. There is nothing to worry about. When we arrived at the troll tribe, the dust and sand had almost dissipated, and the tragic scene after the bombardment was revealed. Gorkin could only describe the scene as horrific. The entire tribe had been completely bombed into densely packed pits, and no intact building could be found. Flames were spreading, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of barbecue. The ground was littered with shattered body parts. After all, there is a large caliber gun here. It will be blown to pieces if it is hit by a shell. Chapter 172 Sweep. The scene at this moment is... The cries, shouts, and wails were all heard. Despite such a horrific bombardment, many trolls still survived. This is the power bestowed upon the trolls by the gods. They possess strength nearly equal to that of the orcs, possess talents for accurate throwing and shooting, and their recovery abilities are the strongest among the regular races. They say second, no one dares to say first. The fatal wound to the race is just a tickle to them. If an ordinary person cuts you, the wound will heal before you bleed much. This is also the reason why most of them were able to survive after experiencing such bombardment. However, their injuries are too serious and it will take them some time to recover. The appearance of the ogres attracted the attention of the trolls who were in relatively better condition, and they all raised their weapons. Go! show me the capabilities of this suit of armor. Gorkin patted Nu's shoulder. Oh, he moved his neck angrily. Nu was unhappy to see so many trolls still alive despite his bombardment. He felt a little embarrassed. He took 2 steps to the front and looked at the trolls who were throwing javelins or axes at him. Then he suddenly fell to the ground with his hands. There was also a troll rushing upwards, swinging 2 hand axes. The cold muzzle of the cannon was pointed at them. Walk! He roared angrily, then bit the rope with his teeth and shook his head violently. Boom! The flames and explosions instantly passed through the body of the troll that was charging towards him, and exploded with the force of the trolls behind it. The troll that rushed overturned into fragments all over the sky, and dark green blood was scattered everywhere along with the fragments. Adudu! The new ogres were delighted. They had been fighting these trolls for so long, and today they can finally get their revenge. The trolls behind were also blown away immediately. Some died on the spot, and the ones who were alive were wailing with their fangs and claws bared. All the trolls also knew who their enemies were. Their eyes instantly turned red, and all the trolls that could move rushed forward. They were afraid of the big bomb, but they also knew that it was a long-range weapon. According to past practice, such powerful long-range weapons were afraid of close combat. So what if they were ogres? They had been fighting them for so long that they weren't afraid of them at all. Seeing this, Nu stood up, gave up the bombardment, and began to walk towards the trolls step by step. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, he raised his left arm, and a small 3-barrel machine gun mounted on his left arm began to spit out flames. Dense machine gun shells fired head-on at the trolls. Each machine gun shell of this caliber can create a hole at least as big as a basketball when hitting the troll. This is the physical fitness of creatures in the magical world like trolls. If it were an ordinary person on Blue Star, this shot would have destroyed most of his body. However, the Blue Star people who have survived to the present day are all quite capable. At least in a one-on-one fight with humans, elves, orcs, trolls, and the like, their winning rate is around 70 to 80%. It has been less than a year since the arrival of the Blue Star people. Objectively speaking, this growth rate is very terrifying. Once again, the trolls were suppressed. Similarly, if they were given time to recover, they would be able to recover from such injuries, but Nukai did not give them this time. He was getting closer step by step. As the distance shortened, while his left hand continued to fire the machine gun, his right hand also started the large chainsaw. The high-speed rotating chainsaw sawed the troll diagonally into 2 pieces the moment the 2 sides came into contact. His 2 had fell to the ground so quickly that he didn't even feel the pain. He lay on his stomach, trying to put his body back together. As long as he connects, he will be able to recover. Unfortunately, his hope was destined to be dashed. His head was crushed by a huge iron foot and stamped into the sand. There is no hope of his recovery, and this is just the beginning. Walk! He opened his bloody mouth angrily and roared ferociously. With his left and right hands constantly moving, the trolls couldn't even get close to him. Occasionally, those who got close and saw the thickness of the armor would have despair in their eyes. The thickness of this armor is thicker than their lives. Not to mention breaking through. It would be considered good if they could just leave a mark with all their strength. Ha ha ha! Gorkin's arrogant laughter rang out. So far, he is very satisfied with the performance of this armor. In order to carry these 3 weapons, Kalber thickened the vital parts or places that are easily touched by the enemy. With the addition of chainsaws and machine guns, an angry ogre can suppress the troll tribe. He just needs to protect the half of his face that is exposed. This is his only weakness at the moment. As long as the caster does not take action, Fury is almost invincible in front of these trolls without armor-piercing ability before his power is exhausted. Seeing that they were unable to do anything to the ogre, the trolls began to retreat, and for this, they suffered heavy casualties. They sent some people to run deeper into the oasis. It's not like they don't have a trump card. Unable to catch up, he could only start shooting with machine guns. A few minutes later, a 3-meter-long crossbow mounted on a cart was pushed out. It was equipped with a 4-meter-long crossbow with a diamond-shaped arrowhead. That is the shape of armor-breaking. Gorkin felt magical energy on it. Enchant armor-piercing chariot crossbow. Gorkin's expression changed. It's just a chariot crossbow, but it's also fucking enchanted. Gorkin shook his shoulders, and the Sinon Golden Falcon took off immediately. Then his body suddenly disappeared, and a breeze seemed to blow in the air. The crossbow has begun to aim at Nu. The Sinon Golden Falcon rose into the air, swung its wings behind it, and its body formed a triangle. Its body turned into an afterimage and directly attacked the troll operating the chariot crossbow. Neither the troll nor Gorkin, who had activated the wind step, could detect the Sinon Golden Falcon's footprints. All they saw was the troll's brain exploding. During this process, the Sinon Golden Falcon completed the dive attack and took off again at an angle relying on inertia. When it appeared in the sky, its claws were flashing with cold light and dripping with dark green blood. Another troll quickly took over, and then a roar was heard. A huge figure appeared in the air, with a sledgehammer raised above its head and smashed towards here. Boom! The iron hammer, which was over 5 meters long, turned the chariot crossbow into pieces all over the ground. The trolls' faces turned pale. With the shaman and priest out, this was their only weapon currently capable of doing any damage to this monster. But I didn't expect it to be smashed into pieces like this. Chapter 173, Ogre Colosseum? Alright, Gorkin intervened in the battlefield and stopped Nu from continuing his attack. The actual combat results of this set of armor and weapons are already out, and he still needs to ask these trolls carefully. Nu walked over, followed by the ogres. With a sharp scream, the Sinon Golden Falcon landed on Gorkin's shoulder. Nu stood behind Gorkin, looking at the unprepossessing bird with curiosity. Gorkin bent down, grabbed a troll's head, and pulled him up, bringing him to the same height as himself. I heard. You stole our ogre cubs? Ha, you guys are really brave. Gorkin looked at the troll with a cold expression. Tell me, where did you send our cubs? The reason why Gorkin was so sure was that this troll tribe was closer to the dragon's habitat than the small ogre tribe. And the Sinon Golden Falcon did not stay here at the beginning, which proves that there are no ogres here. The troll was obviously frightened and didn't say a word. Snap! Gorkin crushed the troll's head casually and handed it to Nu. He stuffed it into his mouth angrily. Gorkin picked up another one and continued asking. Still the same? Gorkin crushed him again. The next one crushed it, the next one crushed it, and he kept crushing the heads of no less than 10 trolls before he finally got another troll move. We sent the ogre cub to the crazy sand fortress. Gorkin said indifferently. Why are you capturing ogre cubs? And what is that wild sand fortress? The troll swallowed and organized his words. The wild sand fortress is located in the south of our tribe. It takes about 20 days to travel from here. We don't know much. From the limited information we have, our tribe knows that they're an oasis force with highly developed magic. In addition, they also have elite sand cavalry. Those cavalry and their horses are all enchanted, allowing them to gallop freely across the desert. Countless tribes have surrendered to their powerful magic and cavalry, including us. But we're so remote here, and we've only seen them once. That was the time they issued a bounty to us. If we provided the ogre cub, we would receive a generous reward. The damaged crossbow was given to us by them. We were reluctant to use it, so we hid it in the oasis. We didn't expect it to be broken before we could even use it. Gorkin frowned. Then why are they capturing ogre cubs? The troll hesitated. Well, I heard from our shaman a while ago that the nobles of the Wild Sand Fortress seem to have built an arena, and they want to use these ogre cubs to participate in the beast fights. Gorkin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Use ogres? Fighting beasts? Although Gorkin was laughing, his laughter made the troll urinate on the spot. He threw the troll aside. Gorkin turned and looked at the little ogre chief. You also heard that the cub has been sent away. There was anger and sadness in the eyes of the ogres. The little ogre chief looked at Gorkin with hope in his eyes. Gorkin slowly shook his head. No, we at Dragon Rest are currently undergoing equipment and tactical reforms, and we've just experienced a major war. We don't have the capacity to launch an expedition for the time being. The ogres hung their heads in frustration. Gorkin slowly shook his head again. No, it's not that we can't win. It's that we just experienced a war and are conducting a post-war review. We are in the process of reforming. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just know that I won't let go of those who dare to use ogres in beast fights. Yes, believe me. I will make those guys pay the price. The ogres nodded solemnly. Gorkin looked at the troll again. You said those guys wanted ogre cubs to fight beasts, but how can an ogre cub fight? A full-grown ogre is about the same, right? The troll shrank his neck. I really don't know, but I think relying on those people's powerful magical abilities to force the cubs to mature should be possible. It might just consume a lot of vitality. People who grow up like this usually have a very short lifespan, only a few years. Gorkin couldn't help but applaud. All right. I've been begging and pleading to find this few tribesmen, and they've already started using ogres to fight beasts, and they're even forcing them to mature. His expression and tone were very cold. Looks like the Flame City has to step back. I want to fight this damn crazy sand fortress first. I want to see why he dares to use an ogre to fight a beast. Gorkin clenched his fists. He had never been so angry. Only after becoming a chief did he realize how poor the fertility of ogres was. With the bonus of Mark Rubai's flag of contempt, only 3 female ogres in his tribe became pregnant in such a long time. Especially now that his own strength is linked to the number of his tribesmen, how could Gorkin not be angry? Lissam's eldest sister, her child was probably abducted by the people from this crappy fortress. Let's see if there are any resources we can use. Take whatever we can and let's go back, Gorkin ordered. The ogres rushed in immediately, and the remaining trolls didn't even dare to fart. The shaman and priest are not here, so where is your chief? Gorkin asked. The troll shrank his neck. 2 of the first shellings hit him right on the ground. Now he's all over the floor. Well, okay, since you've cooperated, I can give you a way to live. You can live as a slave. As for the other trolls, if you dare to steal our ogre cubs, I will kill them all. The troll sat down on the ground, his eyes full of relief at surviving the disaster. The other trolls were all in despair. They begged for mercy, cursed, or fought to the death. Kunu was like a big devil, with sharp chainsaws and triple-barrel machine guns turning into the scythe of the god of death. No matter how these trolls resisted, they could not escape the fate of death. The terror returned with the ogres and a troll slave, leaving behind large craters and debris on the ground. Trolls just have super recovery abilities. They are not immortal. The round trip took nearly 13 days. Gorkin returned to Dragon's Rest and convened the Second Dragon's Rest Oasis Conference. But this time, all the leaders of Longqi forces and their affiliates will go to Longqi for a meeting. Chapter 174 3 Skills. Today I will add one more chapter, making it 4 chapters in total. Lao Wang and Gorkin both keep their promises. It will take time for the leaders of various forces to arrive. And Gorkin found his mother. This ogre tribe has a big blue treasure chest, and the troll tribe also has a big blue treasure chest. The only difference is that the item obtained is one more than that obtained from the ogre tribe. Magic Net. Active skill throws a large magical net that can imprison ground units or pull air units to the ground. The size of the magic net and the duration of the imprisonment are related to the caster's mental strength. Regeneration. Passive skill. Gain 10 additional health recovery speed. Serpent Guard. Active skill. Summons an immobile and offensive guard, immune to magic attacks. The Serpent Guard will launch a ranged attack on the enemy. The attack method is the same as the caster's magic attribute, continuously consuming magic power and can be cancelled actively. Boiling Blood Spear. Active skill. Ignites the spear with your own blood, causing burning damage to the enemy for 8 seconds. This is a double-edged sword. This reward has a distinctly troll style. Gorkin slapped regeneration into his own body, and he planned to give his other skills to his mother. His meager magic power simply cannot support such a skill. He wants to give his mother some strength in her old age. Multiple spell casting combined with the copy casting of his mother's 2 heads. Once his mother's 2 heads reach a consensus, he estimates that his mother will no longer be held back by the human wave tactics. My mother was sleeping soundly. When Gorkin came in, one of the heads opened its eyes, took a look, and then closed them again. Gorkin took out 3 blue balls of light with his backhand. The magical fluctuations contained in it aroused Honey's interest. She opened her eyes completely and sat up. Gorkin casually slapped the 3 blue light balls into Honey's body. The left side of Honey's head. Honey's right head. 3 brand new spells. 3 different systems can be used directly, just like the previous lay on healing. Gorkin smiled and said, "Mom, do you want to go outside for an interview?" The left side of Honey's head. Go. Honey's right head. That's interesting. 2 ogres stood in the courtyard of the core area. Gorkin said, "Mom, how about you 2 use your brains to work together and see how many you can summon?" Honey's left head. "I'm giving you face, but I'm not cooperating with her." The right side of Honey's head. "I'm giving face to my son. Anyway, I didn't ask you for anything." Seeing that his mother was about to quarrel with him again, Gorkin quickly said, Okay, please give me some face. I'm just testing my skills." Snort, snort. The 2 heads snorted coldly and looked in different directions. However, since their son had said so, the two heads stopped being angry and raised their big bone hammers. Gorkin considered replacing his mother's staff with one made of pure iron, but his mother said it was her staff, so he gave up. Summon Wolf, triggering double cast. Copy Summon Wolf, triggering triple cast. There was a sudden surge of magical power in the air in front of her, and a total of 10 wild wolves made of energy, 4 large and 6 small, appeared in the core area. Awoo! The howling of wolves echoed throughout Longqi City. These summoned wild wolves are called wild wolves, but they are huge in size. The shoulder height of the normally summoned ones is almost more than 2 meters. It's like an orc's wolf mount. The copied body was only half the size of the one summoned by normal spell casting. This only triggered a double cast and a triple cast and directly summoned 10 wild wolves. The maximum multicasting capability is quadruple casting. It's just that my mom's IQ is too high. I can't fool her with Ojpk. Otherwise, any skill would require quadruple casting, such as the Blazing Slaughter and the Silver Council, which are all based on tyranny. The 10 wild wolves, big and small, shook their fur and looked around with drooping eyelids and tails. This is not fear, but hunting mode. A wild wolf made of energy would not feel fear. The commotion also attracted the newly arrived ordinary ogres, but when they saw that it was their chief and the ogre magician, they huddled at the door and watched. They were proud that they too had an ogre mage. Honey swung the bone hammer again. Serpent Guard triggers dual cast. Duplicate Serpent Guard, triggering double cast. There were 4 sticks, 2 large and 2 small, stuck straight into the ground. The bottom was a straight wooden stick, and the upper body was in the shape of a giant cobra. This Serpent Guard radiates flames. This is no longer a Serpent Guard, but a Fire Guard. With just 2 skills, there are 14 more summons that can assist in battle. Especially the Serpent Guard. Gorkin was reminded of a troll called Shadow Shaman in a certain game. His ultimate move was to summon this Serpent Guard formation, especially when he surrounded the enemy directly, which would make their health bar disappear. Gorkin is quite satisfied with these 2 skills. Mom, do you need a lot of mana to maintain these guys? The left side of Honey's head, Drizzle. Honey's right head, multicasting and copying spells don't consume mana. I only need to maintain the ones I summon, and the others will follow. This unexpected discovery caught Gorkin off guard. Honey was also very satisfied with these 2 skills. Then, what's another skill? Honey's left head, not very useful. Honey's right side of the head, as long as I can see it, I can hit it. I don't need to pull it down to hit it. The left side of Honey's head, I can't even handle it. There's no point in pulling it down. Honey's right head. Can we still count on those stupid things? Gorkin. Okay, that's a little presumptuous. After going out for a while, I gained 13 tribesmen, got 2 passive abilities, and my mother got 3 skills. A wave of fat. The next day, Karen, the Lord of Giant Sand City, returned to Dragon's Rest. On the 3rd day, the chiefs of the Broken Tooth and Bone-Chewing tribes arrived at Dragon's Rest. On the 4th day, the Demon Lord Fury Fong arrived at Dragon's Rest. On the 5th day, Doug, the Lord of Broken Lion Ridge, arrived at Dragon's Rest with the 3 chiefs Sandspear, Flash, and Fierce Hoof. As soon as he got off the airship, he heard a sarcastic voice. Hey, isn't this Lord Doug, the Lord of Broken Lion Ridge? Why are you walking down? You should let them carry you down. Another person next to him immediately agreed in a sarcastic tone. Yes, such a great lord. If you just tell us, we will definitely go and pick you up in person. Doug looked at Kalber and Karen and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you 2 idiots? Chapter 175, Let the right people go to the right positions. Don't push them too much. With the collective arrival of Longqi's direct and subordinate forces, Longqi City became lively again. Among them, 6 came from Broken Lion Ridge. Doug and the managers of the 3 tribes after the merger, as well as 2 other affiliated oases. These are the Human Oasis and Dwarf Oasis that had not participated in the war before. Gorkin said that everyone had to come, including them. The Broken Fong was a subordinate clan personally taken in by Gorkin, and the team led by Rogsa carried 2 large flags. Among them, Longqi's battle flag is larger. Juegu also listed himself as a subordinate of Longqi and built an airship docking station. With the rotating trade routes, whether it is chewing bones or breaking teeth, changes in the tribe are changing with each passing day. The most intuitive manifestation is that they all replace their weapons with pure iron. Now, for the affiliated forces of Longqi, pure iron weapons have almost become standard. When different forces meet, if they see that the other side's men are still holding rough and old weapons, they will be looked down upon by other forces. Now, for each force, there is spare dragon quarter coins, but what they lack is contribution points. Only with enough contribution points can they unlock new purchasable items. It was also the first time that foreigners who came to trade or pass through discovered that Longqi's sphere of influence was so vast. Except for those familiar ones, the rest of the guys also exude a strong aura, all at the chief level. And when they completely gathered outside the core area, Gorkin realized that he had so many forces under his command. This made Gorkin himself feel a little unreal. He always felt that he had done nothing. So how could things suddenly turn out like this? The core area now only has the newly arrived ogres. They have been taught the rules and regulations of Dragon's Rest and will not come out to cause trouble at this time. Gorkin sat on the armchair in his room. My mother's chair was right next to me. Nu originally wanted to come in wearing armor, but was scolded by Gorkin. He had no choice but to take off his armor and stand behind Gorkin. In front of them were the direct superiors headed by Doug, Karen, Kalber, and Angry Fawn. There were two of them standing facing each other on each side. Below them were the chiefs of the Oasis forces affiliated with Longqi. This was also their first time arriving at Dragon's Rest, their first time entering the core area, and their first time entering the chief's house. Gorkin glanced at it, then spoke slowly. Now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. My original ideal was to make Dragon's Rest a place where everyone could freely trade, settle down, and replenish supplies, and it was absolutely safe. Doug and Karen were the first to talk to me about this, and they also understood it. The Knoll and the Succubus quickly bowed their heads. Currently, our market area is doing quite well. There are a constant stream of caravans coming and going, and the daily tax revenue is also good. But there is something I have to tell you all. Gorkin said seriously. We have 3 enemies in Longqi now. The Elves Silver Council coveted my treasure and started a fight in Dragon's Rest City. Although they were subdued, they passed the news back. I think war won't be far away. Most of you should know about the human race's Fiery City forces. They even participated in this war. We, Longqi, wiped out one of their expeditionary forces. I don't think they will let this go. Also, the latest thing I encountered is the human race's Wild Sand Fortress. I haven't had a direct encounter with it yet, but it's the one I can't wait to take down first. You don't need to know the reason. I didn't call you here to discuss it with you. What I'm saying is, even if the tree wants to be still, the wind won't stop. As Longqi becomes more and more powerful, different enemies will definitely come looking for it. This is inevitable. Each enemy is stronger than the last. If we remain disorganized, we will be wiped out sooner or later. The chiefs of the various forces below looked at each other, not knowing what this was going to do. But this sounds a bit familiar. Don't worry, Longqi doesn't intend to swallow you up. What I mean is that from today on, all forces under Longqi must unite. Longqi is a big tree, and you are the grass under its shade. When Longqi grows up, it is willing to take you with it to grow together. If Longqi falls, you will also suffer. Do you understand? From today on, I require you to be vigilant and face the enemy together, who may come at any time. Can this be done? How could those petty chiefs refuse? Longqi is rising at a rapid pace, and is even willing to take them along to play. Is there anything better than this? And Longqi didn't exploit them. Is there such a good thing in the world? We will follow the will of the great chief. The small chiefs all bow their heads. Okay, that's good. The combat effectiveness of your respective tribes should indeed be improved. These 3 enemies all have sophisticated weaponry and equipment. Even if you're following behind Longqi to coordinate, you still have to look the part. Kalber, inform Yiku to lower the exchange rate for long-range weapons. At the very least, this will give the warriors more offensive options. And the portable bomb is also available. We don't have to risk our lives to deal with those iron lumps. Kalber nodded quickly. The chiefs felt a little pressure while being happy. The reason why Longqi was so serious and even lowered the requirements for weapon exchange was that they also felt the threat from the enemy this time. I've finished my story. Do you have anything to add? Gorkin leaned back in his chair. After finishing his business, Gorkin returned to his lazy posture. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Doug scurried over, tail wagging, to Gorkin's legs. Doug, how's yours? Chief, Broken Lion Ridge is still recovering. Ning Yi and Su Banksia are organizing the work. Karen curled her lips. You are good at ordering people around. Doug wagged his tail. It's not unusual for those who are more capable to get more work. We just need to put the right people in the right positions. Otherwise, don't rant about it. They're doing a great job. Gorkin lowered his hand and patted Doug's head twice. Well, I agree with what you said, you bastard. Our dragon rest is in this state, just like me. Colbert chuckled. I can see that Doug's way of employing people is all learned from the chief. Ha ha. Gorkin laughed. Look, I didn't do anything. I arranged everything. Isn't that what happened? Chapter 176, Karen's strong adaptability. The communication between Doug's trio and Gorkin was envied by the chiefs of the affiliated forces. These three were the first wave of owners after obtaining the Mark of Stone, and they were also the actual implementers of transforming dragons' rest from a tribe to a city. Even Angry Fong couldn't fit in. This is also a unique treatment for the trio. Doug was wagging his tail under Gorkin's men, and he didn't look like the majestic lord in Broken Lion Ridge at all. He raised an eyebrow at Colbert. How's your work going, old dwarf? The ogre lords are still waiting. Colbert sighed. The armor design is still being refined. How about we build the barrel and the chainsaw cannon first? Gorkin nodded. Yes, at least we should change our attack method. With our powerful industrial capacity and the ogre's advantages, close combat would be a waste. Colbert, then I'll arrange it. I'll leave some installation ports. However, once we enter the mass production stage, we'll need a massive amount of iron. Karen raised her lips and chuckled charmingly. Are you looking down on the current productivity of our giant sand city? Doug, yeah, I think he just looks down on you. A cross appeared on Colbert's forehead. Get out. Karen clapped her hands. Do you know how many smelting furnaces there are in giant sand city right now? A full 20. Colbert was shocked. What the hell? Even Gorkin was a little surprised that there were only 6 such buildings in such a large city like Dragon's Rest. You built 20. Is there still room for life in giant sand city? Colbert was a little confused. He hasn't been to giant sand city for a long time. Why would an industrial city need such a superior living environment? If you want to have some fun during the holidays, you can just take the rotating airship to Longxi City. There's nothing to do there. However much iron you need, I can deliver it to you. To tell you the truth, I have 10 furnaces under construction in the giant sand city I'm planning. You can always trust giant sand city. Colbert also had to give a thumbs up. Sure. He had to admit that if giant sand city was still in his hands, it would definitely be the same now. Now, Karen is decisive and tough. The buildings in the city can be demolished without any hesitation, regardless of your thoughts. In less than a year, Jusha City can directly supply Longxi City for its own use and foreign trade. After a brief discussion on these matters, Gorkin ordered the meeting to be adjourned. Doug, take everyone down. Come up with a coordinated plan. If a fight breaks out, everyone must be able to respond immediately. It's evening. I'm going to cook a table full of delicious food so everyone can come. Doug nodded immediately. Okay, Chief, we will come up with a corresponding plan as soon as possible. Well, take them down. Gorkin waved his hand. Doug and Colbert walked out with a group of chiefs. Karen stays. Gorkin's voice sounded from behind, and the succubus's eyes suddenly lit up. The meeting ended. Honey and New also dispersed, and Karen was very sensible and closed the door. Standing outside in the yard, Karen rubbed her chin thoughtfully. It seems the chief is very interested in succubi. Or, after this stage is over, find a way to go back and get some succubi for the chief. Karen licked her lips. She was expelled and captured by the succubus city. If she wanted to accomplish this, she had to use force. Haha, serving the chief is a gift to them. If they don't want to, I'll ask the chief to help me. I'll bring the army over and try to make those high-handed bitches kneel before the chief. Karen's eyes flickered with purple energy fluctuations. Each time she could feel that the chief became stronger than before. She had a feeling that if she absorbed all of it this time, she would definitely awaken another bloodline spell. Now Colbert is a busy man. He takes his team back and starts to urgently make armored weapons. As the exchange qualifications for long-range weapons were lowered, a large number of orders poured into the military industry area, and the workload of the dwarf military industry was huge. Doug took the chiefs to visit the dragon's habitat. They could only look at the production area and factory area from the outside. However, it is enough to fully demonstrate Longxi's strength. Everyone is just a subordinate tribe and does not have a rock mark. It is necessary to show one's own strength, which is the best way to maintain the relationship between the two sides. The market area also allowed them to see the current prosperity of Longxi City. Gorkin can use these caravans to go to their tribe to see if there are any treasure chests. But how to get there is still a key issue. With Gorkin's strength, no one would be willing to take him to their tribe. If you force yourself to go, you may damage the reputation you have worked so hard to build. The market area's daily tax revenue plus trading gains now account for 1/3 of Dragon Rest City's income. And it's the kind that allows you to earn income without leaving home. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Gorkin is unwilling to make enemies and damage the reputation that Longqi City has worked so hard to build. The material exchange office in the market area was their main visit location, where they saw a wealth of Longqi foreign trade equipment and materials. The custom house. It is also the place they focus on visiting. Especially the 5 young managers of Broken Lion Ridge. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw the Lion Princess. No matter what race is involved, just based on the Lion people's arrogance and exploitation of them. I must have sex with her today, including the Sword Master Lissum. Everyone stiffened their necks and shouted. Her. I want her too, if I need money. Lion Princess. Damn it, I'm really... Chapter 177 Dragon's Rest Oath-Taking Banquet. The Lion Princess was very busy this afternoon. In other words, she was a proper waitress in the entertainment center, otherwise she would have been kicked out. The 5 guys from Broken Lion Ridge and several other chiefs were also curious about what this Lion Princess felt like. The Lord of Shining Town, who originally wanted to try the elves, also gave up on the elves and went to queue up for the Lion Princess. The other waiters in the entertainment center went back to watching the show. Those guys are like a disease. They're all lion men, and no one is targeting the other side. No matter what race they are, they're all fighting the Lion Princess. In the evening, when the factories began to change shifts, Lai Fu and Zulaman came to the customs pavilion together. They saw their lord and chief coming out with the Lion Princess, who was still unsatisfied, and they looked at each other in surprise. The chiefs did not mind them coming to this place to spend money. After all, to some extent, they're all comrades who have driven piles together. And they have to admit that this place, it smells so damn good. Zulaman looked at his old chief and felt his face getting hot. Instead, the old troll chief was smiling. Zulaman, my child, you don't have to feel guilty about this. It's not a bad thing to know how powerful and beautiful this place is, and to make it your goal to strive for it. Zulaman, see? This is the bonus brought by strong strength. These, the old troll chief pointed to the pavilion. It's just a toy for the powerful. Zulaman lowered his head in shame. I understand, chief. Go ahead. You worked all day. It's okay to relax a little. Zulaman was in no mood to relax anymore and turned back to his dormitory. Snap. A big slap. Zulaman. Zulaman, look at yourself. How could you have fallen to such a low point? Since you came here, has there been a single day when you haven't gone to the Love Pavilion? The money you spend at the Customs Pavilion is enough to buy the soldiers nearly 20 weapons. Snap. Another big slap. You deserve to be fucked. As the sky grew darker, the leaders of the major forces gathered in the core area again. After spending all the money he had saved for a long time, Master Gu felt full of energy. A person was busy cooking in the kitchen and having a great time. Chef Gu doesn't like anyone's help when he cooks. He has his own cooking habits, and if they don't work together well, having more people will only cause more trouble. Those subordinate lords were stunned when they found out that their chieftain Gorkin actually cooked for them personally. They never expected that they would be treated like this. It's not that they didn't expect it, but rather that they felt they were unworthy. The managers of these oases are now sitting obediently in their seats. Doug was distributing tableware to them, according to their size. It's so formal that even Karen is attending it for the first time. She sat down below, a dazed look in her eyes. When she was an ordinary waitress in a love house, they often ate the meals cooked by Gorkin. But as her status rose, she could no longer eat it. She remembered that she had sat here before. At the beginning, when there were only 20 ogres and everyone lived in thorn tents, this was the only campfire for the entire tribe, with the only large vat on it. Now, the tent has been replaced by a big house. The sand is paved with bricks, and a wall is built around it. The past was vivid in Karen's mind, and there was reminiscence in her eyes. It wasn't just Karen who felt this way. Colbert and Doug felt the same way. As the sky gets darker, Gorkin's first dish was brought out. Doug shouted from the kitchen door. First course, beggar's braised donkey. The hooves of the desert wild donkey are chopped off, the internal organs are cleaned out, the blood is drained, various seasonings and side dishes are stuffed on both sides, wrapped in leaves, and then covered with mud. Dig a big hole in the ground and put in, then cover it with burnt charcoal. The meat produced in this way is tender, fresh, and fragrant, and the juice is locked inside and will not be lost. The whole braised donkey, still covered in mud, was placed in front of everyone, and everyone could faintly smell the fragrance emanating from it. The second dish was also quickly served. Second course. Doug's voice rang out. Spicy leeks and blood clots. This is the blood clot that has solidified from the donkey's blood, and it is paired with a plant from the planting area. Because it tastes similar to leek, Gorkin called it leek. Stir-fry it with chili peppers, sprinkle some peppercorns on it, and pour a spoonful of cooking oil on it, and the flavor will be so tempting. The dish was served on a large table. This is a plate big enough, even for an ogre. About half an hour passed. The third dish. Camel stewed in an iron pot. The iron pot was too big for Doug to lift, so he carried it out in anger. How small can a pot that can stew a whole camel be? The two humps were gurgling on top. This camel was contributed by the kind-hearted human caravan at the beginning, and now the industrialized Longqi city no longer cares about it. The only regret for Gorkin is that he can't make some pot stickers around it. But it does contain a lot of potatoes, blood clots, and tofu. Beans were researched by Chu Mai, and tofu was contributed by Ningyi. He said that when he was a child, he always made and sold tofu with his grandmother. It has become instinct. Then came the fourth course. It is also the last dish. The fourth dish. Spicy bombing meat skewers. Large skewers of meat skewered on iron sticks were carried out, emitting a rich aroma. Gorkin wiped his hands and came out. Mom was waiting with the new ogres from the core area. The ogres were ready to make a move, but no one dared to do it. Honey's pressure made them tremble. Doug then transformed into a werewolf and came out carrying a large bucket of minced meat made from dried meat. Without rice, meat is used as food. This kind of food is available in abundance in Longqi. Gorkin clapped his hands. Everyone, I gave this table of dishes a name. Let's call it the Dragon's Rest Oath-Taking Feast. We gather here under the banner of Dragon's Rest. For our future development, no matter what kind of enemy we face, we must crush them with our invincibility. There's more food at the back. Everyone, keep order and don't fight over it. Let's eat. Oh, the chiefs burst into loud cheers. Couldn't resist such delicious food. Under Honey's intimidation, the ogres had no choice but to restrain their rudeness. Gorkin sat on the armchair, watching the lively scene and smiling happily. Doug stood beside him, swishing his tail. He could sense that his master was in a good mood. Looking at the recognition value flashing continuously in his mind, Gorkin reached out and touched Doug's head. Why don't you go eat, you bastard? Doug chuckled and said, Seeing you happy, Chief, makes me happier than eating anything else. Ha ha ha. Chapter 178, 2 Reward Options. Honey's left head. What are you doing? Honey's right head. Gorkin, come and eat. What are you doing sitting there? Gorkin smiled and waved his hand. Eat it, you guys. I already ate it when I made it. I still prefer to make it look like you guys like it. Honey's right head said, How can that be? You have to eat the meal you worked so hard to prepare. Honey's left head looked at the foolish eater angrily. You were so busy eating that you didn't even mention sending some to your chief, you idiot. After saying that, he slapped New on the back of the head. Oh, he pouted in anger and grievance, holding up a large skewer of meat and handing it to Gorkin. Gorkin looked at Doug with amusement, took the big skewer of meat and patted him on the head. You can go too. You don't have to stay here with me. Doug then wagged his tail and went to eat. Karen and Kalber made room for Doug. It's a pity that there are dishes and meat, but no wine. Gorkin planned to ask Sumai to see if he could grow some fruits that could be used to make wine. It's boring to eat something so dry all the time. Eating food without drinking wine is like cursing someone without cursing your mother, which is not satisfying at all. If that doesn't work, drinks and juice will do. This dinner greatly strengthened the relationship between the various forces. We are all friends on the big ship of Longqi now, and there will basically be no possibility of fighting against each other in the future. Since we are no longer enemies, the right thing to do is to share what we have, build good relations, and face future enemies together. The only things that seem out of place are the human oasis and the dwarf oasis in Broken Line Ridge. It's true that they didn't participate in the previous war, but it's a bit embarrassing in this situation. Broken Teeth and Chewed Bones didn't participate either, but they didn't know that. It was impossible for such a powerful human army to come to Broken Line Ridge without them knowing. I just chose to protect myself. Gorkin didn't say anything, but raising their offering ratio was his way of expressing his dissatisfaction. I didn't take my anger out on them too much because of that incident. The party dispersed, and the various lords returned to the market area. There are specially built mansions there. As for what they would do after they returned, Gorkin didn't care. The two guarding thunder lizards were not brought back, and were all left at Broken Lion Ridge. Doug lit a small fire at the gate of Gorkin and sat there cross-legged. Culber went back to work, and Rage Fong followed. Gorkin was lying on the bed, and Karen was massaging his shoulders. After her strength increased, Karen's massage force on Gorkin barely met the requirements. Gorkin closed his eyes, and the rewards for the 4 dishes came out. This time, Ogre's delicious recipe gave Gorkin 2 choices. Or 4 dishes for rewards. Or a banquet and a reward. Of course, the quality of the rewards of the latter exceeds that of the former. I can only say that each has its own advantages. The 4 rewards are Brutal Charge, Evil Aura, OJBK expansion/upgrade points, Dragon Tooth Primary. The reward for the banquet is Ancient Guardian. Brutal Charge, active skill. Launches a high-speed charge toward an enemy within a 100-meter visual range, forcing the enemy to retreat for 1 second. Damage is related to the player's strength and weight. Evil Aura, Aura-type skill. Friendly forces within a 100-meter radius gain a +10 movement speed and a +5 health regeneration speed bonus. OJBK expansion/upgrade point. You can choose to upgrade an OJBK effect or expand an OJBK effect. Dragon Fong, primary a magical item that creates a magic shield when carried, reduces magic damage taken by 20, and increases health recovery speed by 20. Ancient Guardian. Evolve an Oasis tree into a powerful Ancient Guardian. The 4 rewards above are very easy to understand. Only the introduction of this Ancient Guardian is very vague. Gorkin knew that there seemed to be such ancient trees among the elves. It seemed that he had played a similar game before, but Gorkin couldn't remember it clearly, so he sent a message to Ningyi. Ningyi, do you know what an Ancient Guardian is? Master Chief, Ancient Guardian seems to be a defensive ancient tree of the Night Elves. After taking root, it can gather huge rocks from the ground to attack and counterattack enemies, and it can also rise from the ground to move. In-game damage is quite high. Gorkin nodded and stopped talking, and Ningyi didn't dare to speak either. After Ningyi said this, Gorkin understood. I also have my own understanding of these 2 reward paths. To put it another way, the first path is the blue reward, which can be used to strengthen yourself and your tribe. The reward for the latter path is purple, which can be used to strengthen the Oasis. It is like the Oasis has an extra living, movable defense tower. There was no need to think too much about it. Gorkin directly chose the first one, the 4 rewards. He himself knew that the core of Longqi City and even the entire Longqi force was him, Gorkin, not a certain city or oasis. If anything happens to Gorkin, it will be useless no matter how many ancient guardians are planted in Dragon Roo City. Longqi City and even the entire Longqi force will immediately fall apart. As long as he is there, it doesn't matter whether Longqi City is there or not. He is in Dragon's Roost. The subordinate Longqi forces will still revolve around him. Since he is powerful, Longqi will naturally be powerful, and there is no need to protect the ancient tree. At worst, if you really want one in the future, you can go find the elves to coordinate one. The 4 rewards were directly integrated into Gorkin's soul. A faint magical shield appeared on his body, and Karen, the spellcaster, could feel it immediately. She thought that she had made the chief feel threatened and that he was on guard against her, so she quickly ran to the ground and knelt down. And there was another yellow halo under Gorkin, echoing the previous 2 halos. Karen could also feel herself being blessed. She could feel that her chief had become stronger again. The wild collision cannot be experimented for the time being, so Gorkin can only ignore it for the time being. However, Gorkin was somewhat interested in the Ojk upgrade/expansion point. The tribe now has an Ojk primary weapon chapter. Although it is only a primary chapter, it is enough for the tribesmen to innovate their tactics. Not only does the firepower increase, but also saves the troublesome logistical ammunition supply. The effect is obvious. If it is upgraded, its power will probably be even greater. If we expand it, maybe we can achieve armor automation. This made Gorkin a little conflicted. But then Gorkin thought that if the mecha was put into service, its size and weight could be increased, and a lack of firepower could be compensated by quantity. Gorkin's mind flashed back to the greenskin's shabby but effective mecha. Chapter 179, I will still choose him. Gorkin was very satisfied with the profit from each cooking session. He really wanted to live in the kitchen and cook 3 meals a day. But unfortunately, if you want to make a good meal, you need to save up at least a month harvest. If it were an ordinary person, they might not need so much. But there is nothing that the natives of this world cannot eat. Even the most ordinary wandering goblin, with such a big appetite, would be considered a glutton if he were on Blue Star. The scarce materials in the endless desert became the biggest obstacle for Gorkin to cheat and get rewards. Those guys on the World Channel are now offering fewer and fewer seasonings and other things. Most of Gorkin's harvest comes from the planting area. He has tried his best to make the most delicious food using the simplest ingredients. But after all, he was just a chef in a small restaurant in his previous life, and what he knew was limited. The next day, Karen helped Gorkin wash up. He moved a chair to the door and sat in the sun. After a while, my mother also moved out a chair. Karen went to the customs house. As the manager of the customs house, it was time for her to go and take a look. And Gorkin rarely uses those exclusive waiters now. The main thing is that there is a difference between ventriloquism and actual combat. Gorkin also mentioned it. So Karen decided to think about whether there was any way to get the chief some practical waiters. Although she also hoped that she could be the only one serving the chief, her absolute loyalty to Gorkin did not allow her to do so. The only creature she knew who could barely carry the chief and meet his aesthetic standards was the succubus. Or, she planned to see if there was a spell similar to temporarily increasing size. She preferred the latter. If there was someone who could cast this kind of spell, the chief would have a wide range of choices. Gorkin and his mother were basking in the sun when Kalber trotted over. "Chief, Lord Honey." He saluted quickly. "Chief, you're looking for me?" "Well, the armor plan needs to be changed. The OJBK effect has been expanded. You can modify the armor of the ogres in the same way as the goblin mecha. You don't need to consider the energy issue." Gorkin squinted his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and spoke lazily. Although the plan was constantly changing, Kolber finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. No need to worry about energy? That would be great. It would make things much simpler. Yes, you can make it a little bigger, but not too big, or it will become a target. Gorkin ordered. Then he reminded, when the time comes, you can adjust the weapons. Remember, they must have the style of our Longqi. The weapons production plan that was just arranged yesterday is now in the process of casting the mold, and there is still time for modifications. Understand, Chief. Let's discuss a plan with Big Bear right away. This is their strong point, and they should be able to come up with a plan quickly. Gorkin nodded. Go ahead. Remember to put a protective shield on your head when you get there. Don't be like the goblin mech, where the pilot is exposed and can be ripped off and eaten like a snack. Kalber nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Chief. Gorkin waved his hand, and Kalber saluted and walked out. I happened to meet Karen outside, and after saying hello to each other, we left. Honey leaned back in her chair, as did Gorkin. Left head, you seem to be hanging out with that succubus. Right head, Gorkin, succubus can bewitch people. Just play with them, don't take them seriously. Gorkin looked at his mother in surprise. What are you talking about? Karen is my subordinate, and she's the manager of the amusement park. It's only natural for her to serve me. Why should I take it seriously? Honey's left head, that's good. Honey's right head, I won't let her become the mistress of Dragon's Roost. Gorkin was both amused and confused. Mom, your idea is terrible. She was able to reach her current position as City Lord because she is capable and loyal. In the final analysis, she is just a tool for me to use. Who will be sentimental towards their tool? Even if there is, it's just for subordinates. Mistress? Are you kidding me? There will never be a mistress in Longqi in this lifetime. Honey's left head, stop farting. Honey's right head said, go back and find a female, two-headed ogre. If you give birth to a cub, Dragon's Rest will also need a legacy and a mistress. Gorkin quickly shook his head. No, I can't accept it. You are the mistress of Longqi, and I am just your son. But seriously, why didn't you stop my dad when he left? Honey's left head, how can I stop him? He deserves it. Honey's right head said, he brought another two-headed ogre with him. Even with their combined strength, I couldn't stop them. Besides, they drank that wine, so I couldn't stop them at all. Gorkin curled his lips and said, I guess he's been annoyed with the black dragon for a long time. This is simply a cowardly man emboldened by alcohol. Honey's left head sneered, your father is not a coward. He is very strong, at least stronger than that two-headed ogre mage. It's just that drinking that so-called wine gave him an excuse. Honey's left head nodded. Otherwise, do you think I would give birth to you with a weakling? Gorkin was a little curious. It was the first time he heard his mother say this. Why haven't I heard you say this before? Gorkin crossed his legs and said, Doug, go get some waiters to give me and my mom a massage. Doug, who was lying nearby like a dog, quickly ran out. A moment later, Gorkin's exclusive waiter and 6 other waiters from the style center came in. Gorkin and Honey each had 6 attendants providing massage services. Honey's left head, "It's no use telling you before." Honey's right head said, "It's different now. You have your own little secret, and your strength is growing day by day. It's okay for me to tell you." Gorkin said with interest, "That's true, but although I know my father is very strong, I really don't have a specific concept." Honey's left head, "Strong indeed, but no brains." Honey's right head said, "His overall strength is about the same as mine. He also subdued the 2-headed ogre mage." Honey's left head, "How do you say I can stop it?" Gorkin smiled bitterly. "This is really, but let's take it slow. I will find a way to avenge my father later. Honestly, Mom, your strength is really wasted in Longqi. If you hadn't followed my dad, maybe you could have a broader world." Honey's left head slowly shook its head. "No, I would still choose him." Honey's right head nodded slowly. "Yes, I will still choose him, and then my son will still be you, Gorkin." Gorkin remained silent, but slowly raised his head, his eyes hot. No matter what he was in his previous life, in this life, he is an ogre and his mother's son. Chapter 180, Strong Ripper Mecha Lance. The enemy will not come for the time being, and the leaders of the major clans are not in a hurry to return to their tribes. They have left enough people in the tribes, so generally there will be no problems. Even if something goes wrong, asking for help from Longqi can crush it with the force of thunder. In the following days, Doug held meetings with the leaders of the major clans, hoping to come up with a reasonable offensive and defensive assistance and early warning plan as soon as possible. Karen stayed in the custom house and would only leave when summoned by Gorkin. The waiters here also know the real managers here. Kalber and Big Bear brought their respective teams together to study new mecha manufacturing plans. That's right, the previous ones were just called armor, but now they're called mechas. Anger became a frequent visitor to their place. After all, it is used by ogres, so there must be an ogre as a model here. Nu was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Gorkin was idle again for a while. He arranged everything, but he didn't know what to do himself. Cook. There are currently no ingredients to cook a good meal. Unboxing. He also asked Yi Ku and the tribal merchants who were exchanging supplies to express Chief Longqi's wish to visit in person. Almost all the merchants said that they would go back and discuss with their chiefs, and they did not dare to make a decision easily. In fact, many of them wanted to take the initiative to ask the tribe to join them. After all, it is nice to take shelter under a big tree. And Longqi doesn't exploit us much. But they cannot say this themselves, and can only let their chief make the decision. Gorkin didn't force it. They were nothing more than some blue treasure chests, and it wasn't even known whether they were big treasure chests, so Gorkin wasn't that anxious. You can tell what kind of treasure chest it is by looking at the caravan. If it was a purple treasure chest, Gorkin would go there, even if it meant shamelessly damaging his reputation. Blue treasure chest. Not really. Half a month later, the first Strike Ripper was officially released. Gorkin needs to come here to give Nu a psychological hint so that he can drive this mecha that has nothing but weapons and body armor. Nu stood next to the Strike Ripper with a confused look on his face, as if he were a little kid. This mecha is 8 meters tall. His limbs still need to be driven by the ogre's limbs, which is different from the goblin's method of relying on joysticks. There's an opening right in front of the mecha, allowing the ogre to get in. This opening is on the front, which at least allows the ogre to see who is trying to open his hatch, which is much better than the back. The big hong hong was still carried on the back, but it was not just the big hong hong, there was a smaller gun barrel on each side. Firepower was increased, but the ability to turn the bombardment to the front was lost. 2 small direct-fire cannons are mounted on either side of the shoulders. The left arm still has a 3-barreled machine gun, but the caliber is much larger, completely restoring the caliber of the Goblin Gat cannon. The right arm was removed and turned into a huge saw blade. The saw blade has a radius of 1 meter and a thickness of 10 centimeters. It can be used as both a weapon and a shield. On the right side is waist hung a 3-meter-long dogleg sword. Once an enemy rushes in front of you, your left hand can directly draw out to cooperate with the saw blade attack in your right hand. On both sides of the mecha's thighs, there are 2 flamethrowers with front and back openings. These flamethrowers are supposed to be usable only once, but they can be used as often as the ogre deems fit. The most eye-catching thing is that there's a dragon's nest battle flag inserted on the back of the mecha. They're trying to make the mecha have a violent effect. Gorkin was very satisfied, as this was the ogre mecha that truly matched his idea of it. With this kind of equipment, if the ogre suffers damage or is unable to cause damage to the enemy, Gorkin really doesn't know what to say. Ojk Weapons chapter is elementary. Ojk Armor chapter is elementary. Although there is no magical ability, it is obvious that this ability is more evil than magical ability. After all, when the gods close one door for the ogre, they will also tear down the other 3 walls of the house. Gorkin only needed to praise Nu a little, and after exaggerating the effects of each weapon and the effects of this mecha, Nu crawled in with a howl. Ah, doo-doo. The angry head was covered by a wide but gap-filled hood, and his face was full of excitement as he looked down from above. The mecha, without any power, suddenly raised its left leg and took a step forward. It was obvious that Nu was not used to it. His left foot was not stable, and the 8-meter-high mecha fell down. Kalber was shocked and wanted to summon the gods to earth. But Gorkin calmly raised his arm and supported the fallen assault ripper. Then he saw Gorkin just exerting a little force to straighten the pure iron mecha. Slow down, don't rush, take your time to adapt before moving. Nu finally calmed down and nodded solemnly. The assault ripper began to move slowly, bringing with it a huge roar. Kalber and the bugbear looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This 8-meter-tall, pure iron giant, with each large part weighing tons, was easily dragged and straightened by its own chief with one hand? To what extent is the strength of our chief? Gorkin didn't think it was a big deal. The entire tribe, except for himself, consisted of 31 adult ogres, 3 ogre cubs, and his mother. The increased strength brought by them was enough to make it no problem for him to even tear it down with his bare hands, let alone hold it up. I tried the weapon last time, but I didn't try it again this time. Nu wore it and strolled outside the city. It didn't even take him half an hour to completely adapt to the mecha and use it as if it were his own arm. He thought he could, and he could, at least that was the case with this mecha and weapon. Mecha can also be considered armor, so it is natural that it is effective. Those foreign tribesmen once again transformed into editors of the shock department and fell into deep thought as they looked at the 8-meter-tall ogre mech that moved in an unscientific manner. This fucking. Is there still a chance to surrender now? No one doubted whether those terrifying weapons were just for show, as the scene of the last weapon experiment was still vivid in their minds. The chiefs of the affiliated forces were also cheered up when they saw this scene. Anyway, they could be considered part of Longxi. With 3 powerful enemies at present, if Longxi is strong, they will naturally be safe. Ha ha ha! Gorkin's smile was arrogant and unruly. Continue to build according to this standard and start mass production immediately. I'm going to equip all the ogres except me and my mom with strike rippers. When the time comes, I'm going to beat the shit out of that Heba crazy sand fortress. Chapter 181. More than half of the tribe has recovered. The official launch of the Assault Ripper not only marks the official start of the Dragon's Nest Tactics innovation, it also marks an upcoming expedition. For these subordinate tribes, this was simply a fight between gods, and they felt they had no say in the matter. At most, we would send some warriors to follow and assist in the battle. Longxi lowered the exchange standards for weapons, and their chiefs left with a large amount of foreign trade weapons. During the next period of time, they also need to prepare for war. The 2nd and 3rd levels of Longxi, which were originally relatively idle, became busy again. The style and plan of the mecha were determined, and molds for the large parts were also made. The Strike Ripper has entered mass production. The goblins called this an insult to the word mecha. Without any sophisticated parts or power, roughness has become synonymous with this so-called mecha. But this crude mecha can actually function normally in the hands of the ogre. Roughness has its advantages. Without those precise small parts with a mold, it only takes 10 days to produce a strike ripper. The military-industrial area can accommodate the simultaneous production of 2 assault rippers. This is the most outrageous thing. But Gorkin was still very dissatisfied with the speed. If there are 2 mechas every 10 days, that means only 6 mechas per month. When will all the ogres be fully equipped? Kalber could only expand the military production line again. Every day and a half, a powerful transport boat loaded with iron would complete its rotation and arrive at Dragon's Rest. The mecha plan and the airship plan are carried out simultaneously. If you want to go on an expedition, it is impossible to rely on the mobility of the mecha. You must use an airship. Gorkin's terror was once again dismantled by Kalber. He wants to upgrade this flagship. The pod and airbags were expanded again. Whether it is carrying capacity, firepower, or volume, they have all doubled. After Kalber's transformation, the Terror became a complete war monster. It completely deserves the word blocking out the sky and the sun. The magic engine was placed by Kalber in the power area of the Terror, and it will be connected in series with the huge steam engine. With the help of the magic engine, the steam engine can be started without adding firewood. The biggest advantage is that any spellcaster can recharge it at any time with their own magic power. This means that as long as there is a spellcaster on the airship and there is water in the steam engine, this behemoth can remain in the sky. The Terror no longer needed to store large amounts of firewood, freeing up a lot of space. This was the first time Longqi was so busy since the start of the working people system. The members of Dragon's Nest were aware of the three major enemies, but they had full confidence in their chieftain and the ogre lords equipped with the assault ripper. At the same time, they're also very motivated. Everyone in Longqi was busy, and Gorkin was not idle either. All forces outside of Longqi are keeping an eye out for wandering ogres, and Gorkin will immediately use the Sinon Golden Falcon to search for new ogres after the interval between uses ends. Gorkin himself was also constantly running around. Facts proved that Gorkin's dissatisfaction was correct. Every once in a while he would bring back one or two wandering ogres. If Kalber cannot expand the military zone's production line, the growth rate of the ogres will exceed the production rate of the assault rippers. In fact, the current result is that his production speed cannot keep up with the speed at which Gorkin brings back new ogres. So far, the number of ogres in the core area has reached 38 adult ogres and 7 ogre cubs. Gorkin called all the ogres that had not yet reached adulthood cubs, even though 3 of them already had the fighting power of adult ogres. With the support of his tribesmen, Gorkin's overall strength and power have now reached an outrageous state. His big hammer couldn't keep up with his rhythm again, making him feel a little light. Despite his busy schedule, Kalber could only squeeze out time to update Gorkin's weapons again. He really didn't know what kind of weapons to buy for his chief. If it is too small, it is too light. If it is too big, it is not convenient for the chief to use, but the weight is not enough. Kalber was worried about this all day. But the only good news is that Gorkin is not going out to bring back new ogres for the time being, because all the wandering ogres nearby have been brought back by Gorkin. Even in the last few times, Gorkin really didn't come back, and when he was on the way, the skill cooldown of Sinon Jinxian was completed. If it weren't for the fact that he could remotely trade food and supplies through Yiku, Gorkin would never have been able to run so far. In the end, I had to give up. The main reason is that up to now, the time spent out has been too long, and the enemy may attack at any time. So Gorkin dare not stay outside for too long. Kalber no longer has to worry about production capacity. His military-industrial area can now produce 4 assault ripper mechas at the same time. Including those that have already been produced, Kalber is confident that he can fully equip the ogre lords within 2 months. These newly joined ogres will be equipped first, and after being equipped, they will go to Broken Lion Ridge to replace the old tribesmen there. There was also anger along with them. If you don't get angry, these newcomers won't recognize Doug. Honey was very pleased with the changes in Longqi. The number of ogres is now half of what it used to be. How long has it been? Sure enough, although that idiot was powerful, her son was the best. Honey was glad that Gorkin had not followed his father's foolishness. Time passes in the busy days. Longqi has also made sufficient preparations for this expedition. Gorkin did not plan to bring the regular troops of the Demon Howl on this expedition. Not only will they not be brought with them, they will also be equipped as tanks. It was impossible for Gorkin to take everyone to fight. Dragon Roost has more than one enemy. Sufficient forces need to be left to defend the hometown. Don't let the situation happen where we go on an expedition and our house is robbed. On his way to find the ogre, he would also ask in the World Channel if there was any news about the Wild Sand Fortress. Still got some gains. The adaptability of the people of Blue Star is still very strong, and the ability of the people of Blue Star who have survived to this day is beyond doubt. Of course, not everyone is willing to share information for free. Gorkin exchanged 2 sniper rifles and 1,000 rounds of bullets for the information about the Wild Sand Fortress. There is no way around it. If Gorkin wants to do something to others, he has to pay something. But this is nothing. The sniper rifle is now being gradually replaced. The new weapon in the inventory is a large caliber shotgun called the Spitter. This was an idea that Yi Koop gave to Kalber during a casual chat in the evening. It was said that she had seen it in some park, and she saw with her own eyes those beasts use this thing to shoot a person who was trying to escape into a sieve. Chapter 182. The Caster Class and the Golden Treasure Chest in the Wild. According to that person, the Crazy Sand Fortress is a force with a very high level of magic. They have a huge number of spellcasters. In the Crazy Sands Fortress, becoming a spellcaster is the same as becoming a noble. The rank of the nobility corresponds to the strength and rank of the spellcaster. And the mad sand cavalry that roamed the endless desert were just their low-level vassals. Among them, spellcasters are divided into different levels. They are divided into spell apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, and extraordinary levels. The distinction is also very simple. Those who only know 1 or 2 spells are apprentices. Those who know 3 to 4 spells are beginners. Those who know 5 to 6 spells are intermediate, and those who know 7 to 8 spells are advanced. However, the requirements for expert and extraordinary levels are a bit high. Only those who have mastered at least 12 spells are considered experts, and those who have mastered 20 spells are considered extraordinary. Gorkin scoffed at this. Judging the level based on the spells mastered is too superficial. If we follow the level classification of the Mad Sand Fortress, my mother will know 5 spells at the beginning. Fireball, Firewall, Bloodlust, Presence of Mind, Blessing. Doesn't that mean that my mother is a mid-level spellcaster? Isn't this bullshit? Could it be any less rigorous? Even without using Pyroblast, my mother can still defeat the Thorn Dragon. Doesn't that mean that the Thorn Dragon, which is considered a mid-level predator among the subdragons, is not as good as a mid-level spellcaster? If everyone learns small spells like Fireball and Windblade, and learns 20 of them, will they become so-called extraordinary? How could such a huge force of spellcasters not even think of this? Gorkin probably has never been exposed to the core culture of the people. This is exactly the case. The evaluation criteria for spellcasters in Crazy Sands Fortress are quite rigorous. The number of spells is only the basis, while the types and coordination of spells, as well as their power, the ability to cast spells continuously, and so on, are a series of comprehensive evaluations that are the basis for the high-level officials of the Crazy Killing Fortress to evaluate spellcasters. That person just mastered 3 or 4 skills by opening treasure chests, which were quite powerful, and became an insignificant nobleman. A spellcaster of this level is not even as strong as the captain of the Wild Sand Cavalry in the Wild Sand Fortress. Although they are aristocrats, the benefits and treatment they can enjoy are very few. At most, he had no worries about food and drink, and had servants to serve him, but in contrast, he was also a servant of a high-ranking noble. This treatment is beyond words. Gorkin also had a vague idea of the Wild Sand Fortress in his mind. This is a force that is countless times more powerful than the original Lion people. They have magic, and we also have odd skills. Just touch it, Gorkin won't be afraid. There's also some news about the Colosseum inside. Just like the Customs Pavilion in Dragon's Nest City, the Colosseum is a distinctive building in the Crazy Sand Fortress. There are a large number of various strange races there, even Asian dragons. There, it's even more cruel. The ogre fighter was also something they came up with later. Wandering ogres and small tribes of ogres were no match for them, at least not capable of saving their young. It was impossible for them to catch an adult ogre. Ogres only recognize their own clan. They can kill, but cannot capture alive. Only the cubs are easier to control. It is said that there are more than 10 ogre fighters inside. They were all ogre cubs that were looted and ripened with evil magic. Such spells are generally mastered by the dark race. For example, unconventional races like demons. These prematurely ripened ogres have a short lifespan and are more like consumables, but Gorkin just wants to fight this battle. Before, when he was outside looking for the ogres, Gorkin also opened 3 boxes. We encountered several small tribes along the way. Although they all had small blue treasure chests, the treasure chests inside them emitted light, as if they were talking to Gorkin. "Grandpa, come and play. It's right in my face. It would be inappropriate not to open it." As for the small tribe, they looked at the airship landing with confusion and trepidation, watching the ogre with 3 kinds of halos under his feet walk down, surrounded by dwarf gunners. He drove around as if he was in an empty place, and then left, leave him scratching their heads. However, the chief of a small tribe triggered the rules of guarding the boss, and was beaten to a pulp by the dwarf gunners without Gorkin even making a move. Spitter. The shotgun has a large caliber, pure iron bullets, plenty of gunpowder, and no armor of sufficient thickness. After it sprays it, all regular races are equal in front of it. That little race doesn't even dare to fart. This made Gorkin feel a little embarrassed. "If you resist, I'll also massacre you." You don't resist. In the end, Gorkin helped them choose a new chief and gave him a sneak attacker, bullets, and portable goblin bombs. Others may not know, But the lucky guy was so grateful and happy that he was flying with joy. 2 blue treasure chests mean 2 ordinary blue rewards. Behead, passive skill. When the enemy's current state is 10 lower than normal, the next attack will have a 30 chance of beheading them directly. Lucky feather, decoration, +3 luck to the wearer. Gorkin didn't know where this lucky attribute was, but he quickly put it on. This thing is just like the god of wealth he worshipped in a store in his previous life. At that time, he was a staunch materialist, but he was extremely pious in front of the god of wealth. I don't know if it's because of the feather that it works. He was on his way back and resting at night when he was attracted by the sudden appearance of a bright golden light in the distance. Gorkin was stunned on the spot. There is no doubt that this is a golden treasure chest that suddenly appeared in the wild. Gorkin's voice trembled when he ordered turn. This was the first time he came across a golden treasure chest. He didn't even wait for the airship to land completely. He just jumped and smashed it. In the cold night temperature, Gorkin's hands were sweating as he opened the treasure chest. The moment the treasure chest is opened, 2 brilliant golden lights flew out. One fell into Gorkin's hand, and the other fell into the ground. Gorkin didn't even have time to see what was in his hand before he saw the golden light falling to the ground and exploding. A huge object with a diameter of 100 meters and a length of more than 1,000 meters appeared in the golden light. Gorkin immediately activated the wind step, and at the same time, the terror in the sky immediately gained altitude. Whether it is the intelligent race or the non-intelligent race in the desert, there is no one who does not know this thing. Death tunnel worm. This guy looks like a bug that has been magnified 1 billion times, and his mouth parts are like a tunnel boring machine, eating up even the sand wherever he passes. This thing is the public enemy of all living things in the desert. He is very powerful, thick-skinned, and tough, which is outrageous. Gorkin used the wind step and ran away, with no intention of fighting it head-on. You've already taken the rewards, and staying here to fight the treasure chest monster is crazy. After a long time, Gorkin ignited and summoned an airship at a location where he could no longer see the death tunnel worm, and only then did he see what he had launched. Territory of faithful heroic spirits. The territory becomes passive. Residents who are loyal to you and believe in you will continue to survive as heroic spirits after their death. Heroic spirit. Spirit, immune to physical attacks. Magic damage increased by +30. I was busy at the store all day today, and I really couldn't catch up. I can only update 2 chapters for you. Ors. Chapter 183, when can I start my expedition? Gorkin was stunned for a moment. Is this something I can own? Isn't this just a weakened version of the kingdom of God? If I had some power of faith, wouldn't I become a god? The only pity is that if this skill had been available earlier, the compatriots who died in battle would have been able to become heroic spirits. This skill looks very buggy. Ignore physical damage. Although the magic damage you take will be higher, if the opponent has no magic damage, then you can win without taking any damage, right? Gorkin pressed the golden ball of light into his body. A message came again from the depths of his soul. As long as the Lord is immortal, the heroic spirit will never be destroyed. After being broken up, you can enjoy the incense and reunite. The overall strength of the heroic spirit is half of its overall strength in life. Heroic spirits cannot leave the territory's sphere of influence. The first thing Gorkin thought of was the monument in his tribe. The names of the warriors who sacrificed their lives for Dragon's Rest will appear on it. Gorkinju planned to set aside a special day in the future to commemorate the souls of the heroes who died in battle. After this, Gorkin never came across a box in the wild again. It seemed as if all his good luck had been used up at once. But Gorkin didn't care. This kind of golden box can only be obtained by chance, or by finding a force powerful enough to produce a golden treasure chest. Gorkin estimated that the Wild Sand Fortress should exist. Once the Wild Sand Fortress is taken down, it won't matter even if those ogre fighters are rescued and die in the end, because they will have the Land of Heroes to back them up. Plus, there was at least a large purple box, probably a golden reward, so the gains were enough for him to make this trip. Anyway, the current situation does not allow him to lie down, so he might as well be a cruel ogre chieftain. Another month passed, and the weapon that Kalber made for Gorkin was completed. Those are 2 weapons that need to be put on the arms. Kalber crafted a massive iron claw for Gorkin's left hand. The ogre's hand has 4 fingers, and so does this iron claw. And there is a thick piston hydraulic rod on the joint of each iron claw. The iron claw is also made of bent triangular solid iron. According to Kalber's account, he obtained these materials by repeatedly hammering the blue forging hammer given to him by Gorkin countless times. Extremely hard. The piston hydraulic rod was also very large and needed to be put on Gorkin's arm. Gorkin only needs to apply a little force with his fingers, and the piston hydraulic rod will directly provide power to Gorkin. Gorkin's own grip and the power of the piston hydraulic rod, combined with the hard and sharp claws of the iron claws, have great penetrating power. Gorkin tried it. With a slight effort and the help of piston power, he could easily penetrate the ogre's 10-centimeter thick iron shield. Although it is not wrought iron, it is also iron that has been smelted properly. And Gorkin hadn't pushed too hard yet. Each of the hydraulic rods on his forearms was as thick as a human calf. The 4 pistons wrapped around Gorkin's forearm were quite heavy. If Gorkin grabbed with all his strength, he could even tear the huge iron shield into pieces. On both sides of the claws, there are 2 thick fangs made of pure iron. Gorkin can use them as fists to make 2 big holes in the enemy's body. Just like the Assault Ripper, it has a strong ogre style. The Assault Ripper also has 2 ridiculously thick fangs on its jaw. As for Gorkin's right hand, Kalber made a heavy shell and put it on his forearm, with a thick iron chain hanging on it. In front of the chain is an iron anchor that is 4 meters high. This weapon was inspired by the pod anchor of the Terror airship that Kalber used. He found the weapon interesting. The pod anchor of the Terror is not very big, but it can firmly fix the Terror in the sand. But Kalber felt that the chief would definitely like this weapon. The 2 ends of this anchor are wider and thicker than the middle, with a round head on the top and a pointed head on the bottom, and the handle is 3 meters long. The back half of the handle has a large iron ring, and the iron chain is fixed on the iron ring. The chain was about 20 meters long. Gorkin can either fight in close combat or swing the chain to throw the big anchor out. There's also a winch on the arm. Just click the round button on it to retract the chain. The first time Gorkin saw the weapon, a muffled sound subconsciously came to his mind. The vast ocean is boundless. Isn't this the deep sea titan? It even has its own fucking Q skill. Seeing Gorkin's strange expression, Kalber's heart suddenly shuddered. Chief, what do you think it needs improvement? Should I make some changes? He thought that it was this alternative weapon that made his chief very dissatisfied, so he spoke quickly. Gorkin shook his head. The portion is decent, and you've put a lot of effort into it. Let's leave it that way for now. Kalber finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, these 2 weapons are still a bit light for Gorkin. He now possesses the power of all his 44 ogre clansmen, and the power bonus it brings is very powerful. But it's better this way. He can easily throw up this big anchor. He is now wearing a red cloak behind him, with Scene and Golden Falcon standing on his shoulder, a powerful claw on his left arm, a large anchor in his right hand, and a halo flashing under his feet. Just by looking at him from a distance, you can tell that he is a big boss. If I jump over, can I withstand such a huge anchor falling on my head? Not many really. Even if you hold on, the powerful claws that can crush the big iron shield will say hello to the opponent's brain. Gorkin felt that his only shortcoming now was that he couldn't fly and he had too few active skills. Of course, it's not that he never opened it, but he basically gave it all to his mother. Because my mother is the best magician in Longqi. Kalber, how is your military industry department preparing? How long do I have to wait before I can launch my expedition? Gorkin looked down at Kalber. Kalber lowered his head and said, Chief, the airship used for the expedition is basically completed, and the weapons are being assembled now. The Assault Ripper mechas will all roll off the production line in the next 10 days. In 10 days at the latest, you can use your expedition to let those so-called enemies know the greatness of Chief Gorkin. Gorkin shook his head. No, I don't like the word great now. I will bring about an expedition and a bloodbath, and I will bring fear and disaster to my enemies. Compared to the word great, I prefer the word brutal. I'm an ogre. Cruel is a better word for me. Kalber raised his head solemnly. No, my chief, you may be cruel to your enemies, but to us, the members of Dragon's Roost, you are only great. Chapter 184 Ogres Don't Need a Reason. War Chief Gorgin's expedition is approaching. Both the members of Longqi and the members of the foreign trade knew the news. Gorkin also had no intention of keeping it secret. The Wild Sands Fortress is very far away from here, so far that it takes these tribes months to reach the Wild Sands Fortress's sphere of influence. Even if they could get there, Gorkin wouldn't care. Longqi was not going to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to crush the force that dared to enslave the ogres. As Gorkin himself said, he was never anything great. Without the support of his loyal tribesmen, Gorkin would not have traveled so far and launched such a arduous expedition. But with the power of his loyal people, Gorkin felt that all the ogres in the world belonged to him. In fact, among the three forces, Crazy Sand Fortress, Brilliant Silver Council, and Fiery City, only Crazy Sand Fortress has not had any contact with Dragon's habitat. But it became Gorkin's first target. It's like, eating a carrot will give you $100. You don't know if other people will get it too, but you will think that if they eat it, you'll get $100 less. This is the evil in the heart. Since Gorkin has the ability, he wants to do something that he wants to do, and that is beneficial to him. That's why Gorkin said that he was not great, but cruel. No matter what Madslay Fortress did with these ogres, even if he took them back to worship them as ancestors, Gorkin would beat him. Gorkin needs the ogre to become stronger, and it is a sin for Crazy Sand to possess the ogre. Gorkin always felt that there was nothing wrong with being an egoist. As long as you become strong and live a good life, that's enough. Longxi has undergone major personnel changes. The most obvious change is the further relaxation of restrictions on the number of migrant workers. For the first time, Jusha City is recruiting foreign workers. Karen needs to free up some dwarves to operate the newly built, Reckless airship. The Reckless class is an armed transport boat between the powerful class and the savage class. It is an aerial platform specially modified to carry the Assault Ripper mecha. Its pod has an opening underneath and is equipped with a winch and chain, which can quickly drop two strike rippers to the ground at the same time. The modified flagship, the Terror, also has this capability. However, as a well-deserved behemoth, the Terror can deploy four at the same time. Moreover, the Reckless class also possesses firepower that is not inferior to that of the Savage class, and can maintain its combat effectiveness even when it is parked in mid-air and deploying mechas. Artillery, bombs, and close-in defense machine guns are standard equipment. Each dwarf operator holds a spitter, plus Gorkin's own 45 ogres. 10 of the cubs and 3 pregnant female ogres were left behind to guard the house. The Thorn Earth Dragon was sent to Broken Lion Ridge, where it and the 5 Thunder Lizards will guard Broken Lion Ridge. At the same time, the ogre who loved to recruit younger brothers took her 3 younger brothers to guard the giant Sand City. Ning Yi and another male in the 5-member team served as liaison officers and material supply personnel on 2 Reckless class ships respectively. This ensures that Yi Ke can continuously supply the airship with any resources through transactions, allowing the airship to move forward without stopping. At the same time, you can also receive orders from Gorkin at any time. Now they all knew that what they had Gorkin also had, but that was nothing. Strength is the eternal truth. Besides, everyone has the rock mark, so this is nothing under absolute loyalty. Even if Gorkin doesn't have this, they will tell Gorkin that they can open treasure chests and chat and trade. Gorkin didn't bring any of the guys from the Rock Brand mutual aid group with him. Expedition is important, but hometown is equally important. Gorkin needs them to stabilize their home. After all personnel and equipment were deployed, Gorkin held a pre-war mobilization meeting one afternoon under the attention of everyone. In fact, if it is just a fight, the ogres don't need to be mobilized. But Gorkin needed to repeatedly emphasize to them the weapons, the mechas, and their effects so that they would have a deep-seated feeling that everything was OJBK. Members of Longxi, outsiders, and even waiters from the customs pavilion all came out to watch the oath-taking ceremony. Gorkin stood on the side of the Terror outside the city. Below are 29 ogres wearing 8-meter-high mechas, excluding my mother. They are barbaric and rude, bloodthirsty and violent. Gorkin asked his mother if she should get one too, but my mother refused. Her own firepower is much stronger than this set of assault rippers, and she couldn't make full use of this mecha and those weapons. She couldn't fool herself. During the oath-taking ceremony, Gorkin saw his mother and the tribesmen standing below and immediately asked his mother to come up and stand on the side of the boat with him. But I didn't expect my mother to refuse. Honey's left head, "I'm not going." Honey's right head said, "Gorkin, my child, you are the chief of Dragon's Rest. This moment of great attention should belong to you and only to you." Gorkin shook his head. "No, mother, it's nothing to be marveled at. This is just a battle in our Dragon's Rest. You are my mother, and only my mother. You should be with me." Honey's left head, "Hurry up, I can't wait." Honey's right head said, "Since you know I'm your mother, just go ahead. After all, you don't want to get slapped in front of so many people." "Ha ha ha," Gorkin laughed. Okay, it has to be my mother." Gorkin stood on the 15-meter-high side of the ship under the gratified gaze of Honey's 4 eyes. His eyes were like those of an eagle or a wolf, full of bloodthirsty and violent aggression. Sinan Jinshun stood on his shoulder, his eyes equally sharp. Gorjin Guang was standing there with Fei Tan lying down. The aura he exuded was enough to scare the foreigners watching from a distance. My people, Gorkin's voice, like thunder, resounded outside the Dragon's Rest city. I want to tell you that your chief is going to lead you on an expedition against the ogres. As for the reason, ogre, need a reason. Gorkin waved his hand fiercely. No need. My people, you just need to follow your chief. Follow your chief closely. Use the machine guns and saw blades in your hands, the cannons on your backs, and follow your chief to blast all the scum who dare to offend the ogres into powder. Use your mechas to tell everyone in the endless desert that Dragon's Rest is coming. Way ag. The ogres below raised their machine guns, opened their bloody mouths to the sky, and looked extremely ferocious. As Gorkin said, the ogres never need to know what the chief is going to do. All they needed was the chief to lead them to the enemy. Those second and third level dragon dwellers also waved their arms and shouted with all their might. They were conquered by the ogre's walk, and now it is their turn to conquer others by shouting walk. Chapter 185 Ogre. Although the crazy sand fortress is called a fortress, it is actually a huge fortress. It is all white and is built around a huge oasis. And this fortress is composed of a number of wizard towers. The strength and social class of the mage tower's owner determine the mage tower's height. Only high-level spellcasters or above are qualified to build and use the wizard tower. It also indirectly illustrates the strength of the Mad Sand Fortress in terms of spellcasters. And above the numerous wizard towers, magic shields emitting blue light were flashing with bright light. Unlike the linemen back then, the magic shield here flashes day and night. A large number of primary and intermediate spellcasters continued to input magic power into the magic shield that covered the entire Mad Sand Fortress. Suyi is one of them. He felt that he was lucky. Although he had encountered dangers while opening treasure chests along the way, he also mastered 4 skills. He was also very lucky to meet the Knights of the Wild Sand Fortress and join them. Being a human and a spellcaster, he avoided the fate of becoming a slave. Instead, he passed the spellcaster verification and became a junior spellcaster, and also obtained the noble title of Baron. He was really happy at that time. He had been living in the open air for so long and had seen all kinds of tragic situations on the World Channel. He felt that he was able to get to this point because of the blessing of his ancestors. When he was on Blue Star, he worked 996, but when he came here, he became a nobleman. At the same time, the Crazy Sand Fortress also assigned him 2 slaves, either male or female, which he could choose. Suye, hehe. But he didn't get carried away and ended up choosing a man and a woman. But the days that followed completely overturned his view of himself as a so-called nobleman. He needs to work to earn crazy sand crystals, to buy a house, to have food to eat. The fantasy of a life of luxury was shattered on that very day. He could only continue to work here 996 with the title of Baron. After he started working, he discovered that there were more barons and knights here than dogs. He completely gave up his fantasies and started working day after day. Of course, the reward for joining the Wild Sand Knights is higher, but he doesn't want to follow those guys and ride horses across the desert every day. His job is to recharge the magic shield in a certain mage tower together with the beginner and intermediate spellcasters. When one magic power is used up, go to the side to recover and switch to another one. It is precisely because of these barons and viscounts, who are more numerous than dogs, that there is a magic shield that flashes all day long. Good day, Baron Suyi. Suyi walked in the mage tower and stood at his post. Another beginner spellcaster next to him greeted him. Good day, Baron Melona. Suyi returned the greeting and then stood there in a daze. The spellcasters nearby were all used to his operation. The other spellcasters were meditating and trying to learn other spells, but he was the only one who was in a daze whenever he was not working, even when he was working. Sometimes they were also curious about how Suyi managed to maintain his magic output while being in a daze. Suyi said that my skills in magic were given to me after I unboxed them. Should I learn from them? What the hell? Just as Suyi was daydreaming and slacking off, an old voice sounded in their ears at the same time. All shield maintainers, cancel your vacations and rest periods, immediately return to your posts, and be ready to output magic at any time. Suyi shoot immediately. He was familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the master of this wizard tower. He's a stuffy, mean old fellow. Suyi quickly exited the slacking mode and placed his hands on the magic disc. At the same time, he had some doubts in his mind. A Baron asked a question he wanted to ask. Lord Longsa, what do you think is going on? I've been here for many years, and this is the first time I've seen or encountered this. Viscount Longsa is a disciple of the owner of this mage tower and a mid-level spellcaster. I saw that his eyes looked a little confused. I grew up here too, and I haven't experienced this either. Then he seemed to remember something. This. A few days ago, the teacher said, it seems like a strange force broke into the control area of the Crazy Sand Fortress and destroyed one of its affiliated oasis strongholds. But I heard that a knight group and a high-level spellcaster were already dispatched to deal with it. Suyi smiled and said, a knight group of 500 people plus a high-level spellcaster. I think the other party has been destroyed. Viscount Lonza shook his head. I don't know, but it should be. The combat effectiveness of the Wild Sand Knights is obvious to all, not to mention that they have a high-level spellcaster. However, it is a bit strange that the teacher gave the order so suddenly. Suyi pouted. Just go up and ask and you'll know. You are the master's disciple. Longsa nodded and walked up. Snap! Who told you to leave your post? Get out! Longsa covered his face and walked down. The teacher is very angry. It seems that this matter is very serious. Let's stick to our posts. Suyi grinned and apologized quickly. Lord Longsa, look at this. It's all my fault. Otherwise you wouldn't. Longsa shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with you, because I'm also curious. At the top of the Mage Tower, the High Council has already started a heated discussion. Longsa's teacher can only attend a class as an auditor. Who on earth is this force? How dare they invade the territory of Crazy Sand Fortress? How bold? We don't know yet. They didn't leave anyone alive. No one from the knights or the spellcasters came back. Forget people, not even a bone was left. I saw the scene, it was just a huge pit. A big pit? Could it be those minotaurs from Rampart Harbor? That shouldn't be the case. The fluctuation of the fire element is strong, but there is no fluctuation of the earth element. There's no point in saying this. They're coming towards us. Their next stop should be the Mad Sand Oasis, Stronghold number 6. I've already made defenses. When they arrive, Duke Ben Ali will cast a mirror image to show us who the enemy really is. A moment later, a wave of energy spread in the air. No, this isn't mirror magic. This is teleportation. Everyone get ready. The energy exploded, and a disheveled figure appeared in the center of the city and connected to the magic network. Ben Ali? Why are you back? Where's the mirror? Where's Oasis number 6? Ben Ali looked terrified. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't speak. Finally, he slapped himself hard and finally regained control of his lips. He muttered something, made hand gestures, and a mirror image appeared in front of all the high-level spellcasters. A series of huge fireballs came crashing down, followed by the blue light of the teleportation array that had been drawn in advance. And in that blue light, one could vaguely see the airship that blocked out the sky and the indifferent eyes of the two-headed ogre mage. All the senior executives were speechless. Ogre? Chapter 186 Oasis Stronghold número 3. Am I seeing this right? Is it really an ogre? Could it be those ogres in Razor Dunes? Impossible. Even though it was only for a moment, I saw it. It was a blue two-headed ogre. No, a blue two-headed ogre is nothing to be surprised about. But you didn't mention anything about that giant airship. Quiet. An old and powerful voice sounded in the magic net. The originally noisy magic net suddenly became silent. Ben Ali, tell me what's going on. Who is our enemy? The old voice was like a huge bell, which instantly calmed Ben Ali's emotions and stopped him from panicking. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I led the knights to Oasis, Stronghold number 6, according to the designated plan. To be safe, I didn't take the initiative to attack. I just wanted to see who the enemy was this time. So, is the enemy? The enemy came from the sky. We focused all our attention on the ground, but we didn't expect to be directly bombarded by heavy artillery fire. You're saying that you, a transcendental-level archmage and the Duke of Crazy Sand Fortress, were beaten back by the enemy using crude and primitive weapons like artillery. No, Mr. Speaker. That's not artillery as we know it. Even the smallest shot can create a sand pit at least 50 meters across. And the artillery fire was continuous. Apart from being able to hold up the shield to protect myself and the knights, I had no energy left to fight back or activate the mirror image. So what happened next? Later, they were landing under artillery fire, and I saw two very large airships and one ridiculously large airship. I originally wanted to use mirror image, but then I saw that the two-headed ogre mage started with pyroblast. Mr. Council President, everyone, have you ever seen a series of more than 8 pyroblasts? And each pyroblast is over half a meter in diameter. The Council President couldn't help but ask, half a meter? Are you sure that was pyroblast? Ben Ali smiled bitterly. Your Excellency, Council President, I've been immersed in magic research for over 50 years, and I can still tell the difference between pyroblast and pyroblast. I swear on the honor of my nobility, this is pyroblast. All the noble spellcasters of the Demon Network fell silent. A pyroblast that's over half a meter long. What the heck is that? It seems that what is certain is that our enemy is indeed an ogre. As far as I know, ogre mages with blue skin and above do have a racial talent that allows them to cast multiple spells. When one of their heads releases a skill, the other head may also release it at the same time. I just don't know why those ogres came to our crazy sand fortress. But it doesn't matter. Now that we know who the enemy is, let's get ready. In front of Oasis number 6 is Oasis number 3. So let's kill these beasts in front of Oasis number 3. We must not let these guys offend our crazy sand fortress. The speaker's voice was strong and powerful. Following the order from the Speaker of Parliament, the other nobles also stabilized. Blue lights shot up into the sky from the various mage towers in the Crazy Kill Fortress. That was the teleportation array that had been drawn long ago. The defeat of the Wild Sand Knights was nothing in the eyes of these nobles. To them, the Knights of the Wild Sand were just their vassals, used to do odd jobs, so it was normal for them to fail. Although the enemy this time was a little weird, they didn't take it too seriously. The fire explosion technique that is more than half a meter in size is very powerful, but this time they dispatched a total of 5 dukes, 13 marquises, and 20 earls. 1/3 of the Crazy Sand Fortress's foundation. More than enough to face some primitive Muggle artillery and a two-headed ogre. As for the so-called airship, they didn't care. Spellcasters were never afraid of air units. Other ogres. In their view, those ordinary ogres could even disperse their own Wild Sand Knights and were not worth mentioning. The Earl in the Mage Tower, where Su Yi is located, is also among them. They also knew what was going on. He flipped through the records of the original transaction and found Gorkin. Brother, you guys aren't really here to fight the crazy sand, are you? Don't be impulsive. The spellcasters here are awesome. Gorkin sat on the armchair of the Terror, fanning himself with a large palm leaf fan. What? You've been called up to the battlefield? Sui? No, but my immediate superior was called away. I heard that he has already reached Oasis number 3, and I heard that several dukes have also gone there. Gorkin chuckled. You're really leaking secrets, are you so bold? Sui? Oh, what's that? I'm telling you to run. Once those extraordinary spellcasters get angry, their spells are more powerful than missiles. Gorkin? Okay, then I have to thank you. I'll treat you to MSJ later. After closing the chat channel, Gorkin stood up and walked to the side of the ship. Master Chief, a new Oasis stronghold has been discovered at 2 o'clock. The dwarf sentry on the mast shouted loudly, holding up a telescope. Blow it up. Gorkin waved his hand casually. The dwarf immediately passed on the order and coordinates. The Terror's guns began to turn. Seeing this, the other 2 airships also understood what it meant and turned accordingly. When the first shell with a tracer slid across the sky and hit the Oasis, the other 2 airships also began to adjust their muzzles according to the trajectory of the shell. Then, there was a continuous roar of artillery fire. 29 ogres spread across 3 airships also joined in. They shouted Wag excitedly, leaning on the deck with their limbs at the side of the ship, and the 3 cannons on the back of the assault ripper, 1 large and 2 small, fired collectively. The caliber of the main guns on their backs were all made according to the standards of the Big Boom Boom, although the power was only about half of that of the Big Boom Boom. When they fired at the same time, even the Terror was carried to the side by the recoil. This is Longchi's new way of fighting. If I can avoid close combat with you, I will do so and will just bombard you with cannons. Ogres don't need shells anyway. Before arriving here, Gorkin had already razed 3 oases. The Strike Ripper never even touched the ground. The dense artillery fire in the air directly bombed everything in the oasis into ashes. After that, the lake in the center of the oasis was blown into a big pit. Although water is still seeping out, it will take at least 2 to 3 years for the lake to return to its original state. Gorkin wants no live men, no slaves, only slaughter. He also met those so-called knights. He has high combat skills. His entire body is enchanted with armor. Even his warhorse is wrapped in armor. This is a more elite force than the expeditionary force of Flame City. One is pure infantry and the other is pure cavalry. There is no comparison at all. If these were the ones fighting against Longqi, the ogres would have suffered even greater casualties. These guys are attacking very quickly. But it's a pity that there are no more shells. Chapter 187 Honey. Don't embarrass your son. Before this oasis, the effect of this combat mode was still very obvious. The ogres also enjoyed the feeling of the roar of artillery fire. This time it seems to have failed. The explosion was blocked by the blue light curtain and did not explode deep in the oasis. Gorkin was not surprised. The other side is a magical force, and even the lion people have a protective shield. If they don't have it, Gorkin himself doesn't believe it. At the same time, a breeze began to blow in the sky, and the wind speed became stronger and extremely fast speed. Honey walked over to Gorkin. Honey's left head. I feel the breath of the wind element. Honey's right head said, the range is very large. It should be a combined spell. Wind and thunder are inseparable. We'd better lower our altitude just in case. Ha ha ha. Gorkin laughed loudly. Finally, a strong opponent has appeared. I'm very happy. Lower altitude, open the launch channel, and prepare to launch the Assault Ripper. Gorkin gave orders into the megaphone, and then had a private chat with Ning Yi and his friends. The airship began to descend rapidly. Before the ogres came, Gorkin had already warned them that if they did not cooperate, they would not only starve but also be deprived of the right to participate in the war. This is a big deal for an ogre. How can I not be allowed to do the two things I love most? So they cooperated very well. The wind in the sky had already started to blow fiercely, causing great obstacles to the airship. Mixed in with it were white wind blades, which continuously attacked the three airships. A large number of fireballs and arcane missiles also began to erupt from the ground. The close-in weapon system began to exert force, as if tearing strips of cloth. This close-in weapon system has a small caliber, but many barrels, 12 of which fire in turn, and the flames that are ejected are half a meter long. There are close-in defense guns in every direction, enough to intercept all attacks from any approaching airships, except those directly above and below. Although magic is composed of elements and energy, it also has its own structure, so it is normal for it to be directly shattered by these dense bullets. The ammunition belts for these close-in weapon systems are delivered from the lower ammunition depot, which is filled with bullets and shells. Even if they are all gone, Gorkin can directly ask Yi Ku to trade them over. After all, although only ogres and dwarf operators came, the entire Dragon's Nest force was behind them. Under the protection of the close-in defense gun, the airship landed safely at a position about 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Then there was the sound of chains. With the turning of the winch, the Assault Ripper was dropped to the ground. The spellcasters at Oasis Stronghold number 3 also saw this strange mecha. What is that? A goblin's steam mecha? Or a dwarf's magic mecha? Aren't the enemies ogres? It's the ogre. Didn't you see the ugly face inside the hood? Airships are fine, but how could ogres have mechas? Do they have the brains to operate mechas? I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Now that the other party has landed, it means we're ready for hand-to-hand combat. Let the Wild Sand Knights attack. The airships here are still dropping Assault Rippers one after another. 3 airships can launch 8 units at a time, and the fastest deployment will take 4 times. The process takes about 15 minutes. Because after it is put down, the chain needs to be retracted before the next release can be carried out. 15 minutes is a very long and dangerous time on the battlefield. From Oasis number 3, the sound of horse hooves, as dense as thunder, could be heard. The big-footed horse, wearing enchanted armor, gallops freely across the desert. The knights, with one-handed swords slung around their waists and 2-meter-long spears in their hands, rush towards this side in a sharp arrow formation. Behind him, magic puppets made of earth elements rose from the ground. Countless powerful magic spells flew over their heads and headed towards the airship first. Honey stood on the side of the boat and snorted disdainfully. Left side the head, garbage. Right head, is this what they call an expert and an extraordinary person? The right head said, let them have a taste of our power. Don't let them down. Don't let our son down. Left side of the head, Wawak. Right head, summon wolf, triple cast. Left head, copy summon wolf, quadruple cast. Looking at the 14 wild wolves on the ground, 6 big and 8 small, the one on the right looked at the one on the left in surprise. The smug corner of the left head's mouth is harder to suppress than the spitter. Right head, summon Serpent Guardian, dual cast. Left head, copy summon Serpent Guard, triple cast. There were 5 more burning snake sticks on the ground. As soon as they landed, they began to spit flames towards the rapidly approaching knights in the distance. Ouch! The continuous howling of wolves brings a bonus to the attack power of all friendly units present. In other words, this effect does not stack, otherwise it would be really awesome. The spellcasting nobles in the distance looked at each other in confusion. How many two-headed ogre mages are there? Why are there so many summons all at once? I don't know, but we have to teach them a lesson. Then the salon roll. Good. Several expert wind mages gathered together and began to jointly release skills. Rich wind elements began to gather. Honey's expression hardened. She was very keenly aware of the huge and violent energy fluctuations in the opposing camp. It must be stopped. Honey's 2 heads looked at each other, and they could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Calm Fire Blast plus double casting. Copy Calm Fire Blast plus triple cast. A series of huge fireballs with extremely unstable energy gushed out and bombarded the enemy camp. The opponent's joint spell was also completed. They sent out a huge dragon tornado that was 100 meters high. The tornado was howling and was surrounded by countless sharp wind blades. Gorkin grinned at the sight. Now, that's the demeanor of an expert spellcaster. Honey immediately controlled the skill to redirect. Since there is no interruption, the only option is to intercept. 2 spells and 2 elements collided with a loud bang. The wind fanned the flames, and the huge flames in the sand tornado were entangled together, and they were surprisingly equally powerful. Honey's 4 eyes narrowed. She's getting serious. However, she did not forget that she was the only spellcaster, so she cast a group bloodlust before starting her performance. She didn't cast any spells individually, but supported her hands in front of her body and lifted them up violently. An even more intense flame rose up at the point where wind and fire met. The scorching and violent fire element instantly extinguished the sand tornado that was wrestling with it, and then the raging flames rushed towards Oasis number 3. On the ground, the wolves began their hunt and the ogres raised their weapons. The wild sand knights, who were charging forward, were approaching. Chapter 188 Stealth Sniper Gorkin. The Sinan Golden Falcon took off. The enemy's attention was attracted by Honey's raging flames, and no one on the battlefield noticed that the ogre chief standing on the side of the ship had disappeared. On the ground, the ogre who had already landed raised his left arm. The machine gun, which was the same size as the gat cannon, poured down on the wild sand knights like a torrential rain. Surprisingly, their armor also glowed blue. The fine pure iron full-body armor was even enchanted with arcane shield. It's outrageous. The ogre's body emitted a red light due to his bloodthirstiness. They raised the machine guns in their left hands and walked towards the wild sand knight step by step. The saw blade in the right hand also began to rotate at high speed. The 3 ogres, Fury, Steel, and Violence, were leading the way. Bao is a little unhappy. The dragon's rest banner that was originally only in his possession, now all the assault rippers have one on their backs. This made him feel that he, as the flag bearer, seemed somewhat insignificant. This shows the gap between Kolber, the craftsman, and Doug. If Doug was in Dragon's Rest, he would definitely replace Bao's flag with a taller and larger Dragon's Rest battle flag to highlight his status as the flag bearer chosen by the chief. Bao was unhappy and wanted to tear those ants to pieces. He shouted walk as he quickened his pace, his strike ripper even outpacing Fury and Full Metal. This made the 2 ogres a little unhappy, especially when he was angry. Where could he put his face as the most powerful man under the chief? Then the other ogres saw the 3 mechas rushing out first. Although killing the enemy is important at this time, it is not the most important thing for the 3 of them. It is the most important thing that surpasses the other 2. Gorkin, who was in stealth mode, was also speechless. It turns out that fools always compete with each other for no reason. At the moment of direct contact, even the battle-hardened members of the Mad Sand Knights couldn't help but feel a little scared. They were only 3 meters tall, including their horses, while the ogre mechas were 8 meters tall. Their enchanted spears were no better than toothpicks in front of the ridiculously heavy mecha. It can break the defense, but it cannot completely break the defense. It can only poke a hole in the armor of the mecha, but cannot penetrate it. I have to say it is strong but limited. Kalber strengthened the armor at non-joint parts, with the thickest parts on the chest and back reaching 15 centimeters. If they pierce it, Kalber will be laid off. But when the large saw with a radius of 1 meter and a thickness of 10 centimeters, which was rotating at high speed, sawed them, they finally realized what despair was. The charge of the war horses could not shake the ogres at all, and the ogres could tear them off their horses with a casual blow. The charge of their proud war horses was useless. The weapons bestowed upon them by the nobles were useless. The seemingly indestructible enchanted armor would be sawed into a pool of mud in just 3 seconds under the big saw blade. A 10-centimeter thick saw blade, unless you saw it in half horizontally from top to bottom, will only produce a pool of mud. Similarly, their armor couldn't withstand the 3-barrel machine gun fire hitting their faces. In the collision between the weird technology side and the magic side, the weird technology side won. As more and more assault rippers entered the battlefield, the Wild Sand Knights could only rely on the high speed of their war horses to escape the attack range of the ogre saw blades. And then they once again enjoyed the torrential rain of machine gun fire. What made them most desperate was that there were more than 10 huge wild wolves and several poisonous snake guards that kept spitting out flames waiting for them. However, the spellcasters whom they regarded as gods did not provide them with any magical assistance. They looked back and found that their masters were fighting against the raging flames. The spells attacking the two-headed ogre mage were also blocked by continuous close-in defense artillery. Even the 3 airships were still firing continuously at the oasis. Their spellcaster master's shields were at maximum brightness. They know they can only rely on themselves. They dared not run away. Neither the glory of the knights nor the rules of the Wild Sand Fortress allowed them to escape. They could only find a way to defeat the wolves first. Even if I can't beat your big mecha, I can still beat your wild wolves. Facts prove that they were indeed powerful, and the long spear could easily pierce the wild wolf's body. The situation on the battlefield became tense. Gorkin, who used the wind step, had already circled to the back of Oasis number 3. Looking at the magic shield covering the oasis not far away, Gorkin grinned. It's also quite interesting to sneak attack and poke the enemy. Then the residents staying in the oasis saw an ogre leaping high with 3-colored light under his feet, carrying a huge anchor and smashing towards them. The terrified cries attracted the attention of the wizards inside, and they witnessed the scene where the anchor smashed their large magic shield that had already reached its limit. Arcane immediately cast a single shield. The enemy is coming from behind. Summon the puppet and stop him. The leading duke immediately gave the order. Gorkin picked up the anchor and grinned at the terrified crowd on the wall of the oasis stronghold. With a flick of his right hand, Gorkin threw the anchor out and hooked it onto the top of the city wall, smashing 2 lucky men into meat paste. Gorkin smashed the button on his arm hard and wanted to use the winch to pull himself to the top of the city wall. But they underestimated their own weight and overestimated the quality of their walls. That section of the city wall was directly pulled down by Gorkin. The people above were scattered all over the ground, and some were buried directly. Gorkin was speechless and strode over. Looking at the terrified crowd and the people who were being pressed down and wailing, Gorkin showed a look of pity. "Forget it. Let me help you." The kind-hearted Gorkin could not bear to see the suffering of the people, so he slowly extended his hand. Snap! The wailing man's head exploded with a slight squeeze. "Good boy, it doesn't hurt anymore." After saying that, Gorkin glanced at the people around him and said, "If a wall like yours were built in my dragon's lair, the guys who built it would suffer a lot." "Ha." Gorkin laughed wildly, raised his hand, and walked inside. He saw an earth elemental puppet that was almost as tall as himself, and at that moment he gave up the idea of crushing these ants to death. Before the situation became clear, Gorkin felt that turning all the enemies into dead bodies was his responsibility to himself and his people. But it doesn't matter, there will be no survivors here. Gorkin raised his left arm directly to resist the attack of the earth element puppet, grabbed its head with his powerful claws, and exerted slight force. The sturdy earth element puppet head was directly crushed by Gorkin. Gorkin carried the anchor and looked at the group of spellcasters from afar. If they were only this strong, that's just rubbish. Chapter 189 Stealing, but the earth elemental puppet is no match for him. You guys hold on while I take care of him. The extraordinary Duke of Fire, who was in the lead, made a prompt decision. It is obvious that this ogre is not a simple character. He didn't understand where these red and blue fat guys came from. However, since he can command these extraordinary dukes of the same level. He has his own strength and will not be afraid of this red-skinned ogre, who looks very powerful. He walked towards Gorkin step by step. With a shake of his hands, 2 balls of blazing flames instantly appeared in his hands. Gorkin also saw this guy from a distance, squinting his eyes to estimate the distance between them. Then I saw that guy muttering something and slamming his hands on the ground. Suddenly, violent flames erupted from the ground. If you didn't know, you would think he had set himself on fire. A grayish-white figure shot out from the flames and headed straight for Gorkin. It was a huge gray-white scorpion that was 5 meters long and 1 meter high. The scorpion had a pair of large pincers covered with long hairs. Its tail was raised high, and the tiny needles on it flashed with cold light. Gorkin was stunned. Isn't he a fire mage? Why is he summoning? It was the first time he had seen such a large scorpion, and he instantly activated the wind step and entered stealth mode. Everyone who has used the wind step skill says it's good. The fire mage was also a little confused. What is this? He had seen ogre boxers, ogre fighters, ogre mages, and ogre berserkers, but what the hell was an ogre rogue? Is this something an ogre should have? However, his reaction was also very quick. Almost at the moment when Gorkin's figure disappeared, a small fire dragon shot out from his hand and directly passed by the place where he was just now. The scorpion also burrowed into the ground in an instant, and huge sharp spikes emerged from the sand in a straight line, and it appeared behind Gorkin's previous position. Unfortunately, Gorkin was not hit. I ran 2 steps with the wind step completely subconsciously. The wind step has been activated, and anyone who still stands still is an idiot. When the extraordinary fire mage saw that he failed to hit Gorkin, his eyes instantly became alert, and a blazing flame shield enveloped his body. The giant scorpion began to shake, and dust began to spread and cover its body, and the range was still expanding. Gorkin could feel the fluctuations of the earth element contained in the sand and knew that this was not just ordinary sand. The fire mage was not to be outdone. He pushed with both hands, and a continuous ring of fire burst out from his body and continued to expand outwards. Both he and the giant scorpion were trying to force the stalker out. Strictly speaking, the stalker is the natural enemy of the spellcaster, so it's no wonder he's nervous. The spellcasters who were fighting against Honey in the distance breathed a sigh of relief when they felt the elemental fluctuations erupting here. It seems that Duke Deliner has already fought with the ogre. I can sense the earth and fire elements. He has summoned his treasure. Yes, sometimes I really envy Duke Deliner for being able to comprehend this spell and summon such a powerful monster. Don't be envious, just look first. Before he could finish his words, he heard a roar. Wah-at! A red-skinned ogre with a 3-colored halo under his feet appeared in mid-air, holding high in his hand an anchor larger than a human and smashing it over. With the wind step and the leap attack, the spellcasters didn't even have a chance to react. Boom! Gorkin just smashed down with an anchor, and no one knew who it hit, but the person was dead. This even triggered multiple attacks, instantly adding another round of damage. Roar! Gorkin roared and swung the anchor in a sweeping motion. Several human spellcasters were hanging on the anchors and chains. All this took less than 3 seconds, and 5 spellcasters were killed in an instant, including an extraordinary duke. The other spellcasters finally reacted, and the resistance fire ring exploded instantly, forcing Gorkin out. When Gorkin was pushed out, he hit the button on his right arm hard, and the big anchor retracted, hooking a lucky person over. Gorkin was pushed more than 30 meters away, and he stretched out his powerful claws to grab the lucky man in his hand. The spellcasters, still in shock, immediately launched their own defenses. One after another, earth elemental puppets rose from the ground and protected them behind them. Delina, who was still looking for Gorkin in the rear, only then realized that he had been fooled by Gorkin. The opponent's target is not him at all, and those spellcasters who think that the opponent is fighting with him. Delina was going crazy. He slammed his hands on the ground, and the flames from his hands burst out with huge energy, instantly bouncing his body towards the caster. The big scorpion also burrowed into the ground and followed closely. When the spellcasters saw Delina, their eyes were filled with questioning and shock. Their silence at this moment was deafening. Haha! When Gorkin saw Deliner's confused old face, he burst into laughter, raised his left arm, and exerted slight force with his fingers in front of the spellcasters. The unlucky guy was crushed by him in an instant, and his body drooped down limply. Only Gorkin would be stupid to confront those well-prepared Delinas. Wouldn't it be better to attack them from behind and take them by surprise? Look, the results are remarkable, and 6 of them were killed in one go. Looking at their expressions, as if their father had died, you can tell that the people who died here were of high status. Gorkin's body disappeared again, avoiding the sharp spikes that suddenly appeared from the ground. Even if he killed 6 of them, there were still a lot of people on the opposite side, and Gorkin would not confront them head-on. He wouldn't fight a group of people alone. He broke the shield of Oasis number 3 and disrupted their coordination. If they didn't have a backup plan, there would be no need for Gorkin to take action. Just as Gorkin expected, before those people even had time to redeploy their shields, Mom's attack came. They were outmaneuvered by Gorkin, but they ignored the fact that there was a 2-headed ogre mage in front of them who was having a hard time dealing with even their entire group. The blazing flames rose from the ground, and the violent fire elements burned their individual shields, causing them to panic. "Hurry up and put up the shield," Delina yelled, but it was too late. Multiple casting combined with copy casting allowed Honey's firepower to reach its peak. She knew the severity of the battle, and the 2 heads tacitly agreed not to fight each other. They cooperated very well and brought the strength of the 2-headed ogre mage to the extreme. The worst thing was that Gorkin would suddenly appear from time to time, swinging a long chain and hitting them with an anchor. Let their nerves jump to the extreme. Chapter 190 Fire Elementalist. When the first shell landed in the Oasis, Gorkin knew the outcome of the battle was already decided. The Wild Sand Knights are just ordinary units after all, and they only possess some magical abilities after being enchanted. Facing the Assault Rippers who were armed to the teeth, they had no advantage. When all the Assault Rippers fell to the ground, it also declared their destruction. The Assault Ripper was only punctured with some small holes. They began to gather and launched a continuous artillery bombardment on the Oasis. 29 strike rippers, 29 large cannons, 58 small cannons, plus 3 airships and a flagship. In this situation, Gorkin had to jump out. It's so fucking scary. Those bastards have no idea that their chief has become a poor thief and is now in the Oasis. If Gorkin hadn't come out quickly, he would have been hit by several shells. Looking back at the Oasis that had been completely covered by artillery fire, it was also filled with my mother's fireballs, firewalls, and pyroblasts. This scene is very similar to the Demon Slayer order in a certain anime. My mother was standing on the side of the Terror, and her big bone hammer was spitting fireballs bigger than basketballs at the Oasis caster's position, like a machine gun. The other hand opened a wall of fire. The most outrageous thing was that she directly canceled the previous Viper Guard and inserted the new Viper Guard directly into the faces of those noble gentlemen in Kwangsha. The scene was spectacular. The nobles of Kwangsha could only constantly refresh their shields and let the tall earth elemental puppet protect themselves and others. Everyone turned their eyes to the Duke of Delina, who was in the lead. Delina's old face flushed red. They had the coordinates of their respective wizard towers and could teleport away, but he was reluctant to leave like this. Arcane, refresh the shield and earth element. Fire Mage, join me in casting a joint spell. Delina's eyes rolled up, and his pupils instantly turned fiery red. Fiery fire, elementalist heed my call. As Delina chanted, violent fluctuations of fire elements instantly appeared above his head. Seeing this, the other fire mages had no choice but to follow him and fight together, contributing their mental and magical powers. Summons a fire elementalist. This is why Delina can make them follow his lead. This is a very ancient spell and very powerful. Let them restore their lost confidence. Since the battle began, apart from using a joint spell to fight against each other at the beginning, they never fully exerted their respective strengths and did not put up any resistance. Judging from the current situation, the knights should have been destroyed, and this has become their only means of resistance. As they chanted, even Gorkin could sense the violent elemental fluctuations. Honey's expression grew serious. The airship evacuates immediately. Gorkin turned and roared. The sound was even louder than the rumbling of cannons. Gorkin felt that his tonsils would become inflamed after he yelled like that. Gorkin's words were like an imperial decree to the owner of the Rockmark, and the operators of the 3 airships immediately controlled the airships to take off. The blazing fire elements gathered in the sky above the Oasis. After Delina finished his last spell, he sat down on the ground. The fire mages who assisted him in casting the spell vomited blood, rolled their eyes, and lost consciousness. He also wanted to faint, but he couldn't. he had to hold on until the spell was over. A fire elemental made of fire elements, about 1 person tall, showed off his graceful body. She has wings on her back and wields a small staff in her right hand. The moment she appeared, the surrounding fire elements instantly gathered in her hands. Those violent and active fire elements were like good children in her hands. Honey instantly felt that she had lost control of the fire element. The fire elemental just waved his staff slightly, and a small cloud of fire appeared above Honey's head. Such movement attracted the attention of both sides of the war. Even the ogre stared. The fire elementalist's target was Honey. Honey's 2 heads suddenly raised up, her eyes bloodshot. She could sense the fire elements, but could no longer control them. The fire cloud in the sky was almost brewing, and a huge round meteorite burning with blazing flames fell towards Honey. This meteorite is very large, even larger than Galjan, but he thought his mother's pyroblast technique could handle it. But what made him furious was that Honey did not cast a spell, but raised a big bone hammer. She felt powerless for the first time. Even the operators of the Terror, who had not yet reached altitude, were stunned by the huge meteorite that was burning and falling rapidly. Roar! Gorkin swore that this was the hardest, highest, and farthest jump he had ever performed. He swung the big anchor from the other direction and hit the meteorite directly from bottom to top. The hot meteorite exploded and Gorkin's body fell downwards. Roar! Gorkin! Honey's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and she cast a blessing with one hand and a holy healing spell directly on Gorkin. The crisis between her and the Terror was resolved by Gorkin. At that moment, Gorkin lost consciousness. This is a skill released by the fire elementalist, and its power is evident. However, Gorkin's physical strength is also outrageous enough. 44 parts of the tribe's strength and all over his body were passive, allowing him to face the fire elemental's spells head-on. Gorkin fell to the ground with a thud. The sand prevented him from getting hurt. He was furious and took down the Dahong Hong with a clang. He held the Dahong Hong and fired 3 shots at the Huyan. The other ogres followed his example and fired at the fire cloud. Strictly speaking, the Big Boom is a magical weapon that can cause damage to the elementalist's condensed fire cloud, which other cannons cannot. Those cannons have no shells, they're just barrels. But they couldn't help but see that Dahong Hong had shaken the fire cloud a little, and they thought they could do it too. The effect is not great, but it does exist. Weird technology comes in handy again. Honey looked at her son lying on the ground, her eyes so red that they seemed to be bleeding. The fire elemental in the distance waved his staff again, and the fire clouds in the sky began to brew again. Dinalin could only pin his hopes on this spell. He can only last so far. Honey suddenly stretched out her big hand. Left head, how dare you touch my son? Right head, move for me. Roar. 2 roars that seemed to come from ancient times came from the mouths of Honey's 2 heads. Her big hand grabbed it hard. The fire element, which had been inactive towards her, trembled violently. Chapter 191 Slavery. Flame. A blazing flame burned in her hands. An ethereal sound of exclamation rang in everyone's ears. The fire elemental was surprised. She was able to deprive the target of control over the fire element, but she didn't expect the other party to be able to break free and gain the favor of the fire element again. In fact, she guessed wrong. Honey did not gain the favor of the fire element. Even she couldn't escape the debuff inflicted by the fire elemental. It was just that after this experience, she no longer chose to believe in the favor of the fire element and chose slavery. Ogres are naturally adept at enslaving other creatures. Honey's mental strength is so strong that she can enslave those fire elements that don't give her face. At least, she thought she could. The fire cloud in the sky was strengthened again by the fire elementalist, and fire rain began to fall from the sky towards Honey. The airship's close-in defense guns couldn't attack directly overhead, and the dwarves had no way to stop them. 29 assault rippers opened fire at full power, with machine guns and cannons on their backs continuously bombarding the fire cloud. The fire cloud began to become unstable. Honey held the big bone hammer in one hand and rubbed it hard with the other. The big bone hammer instantly burst into flames. "What? Hit my son!" she roared and threw the big bone hammer directly towards the fire cloud. The huge bone hammer turned into a huge flaming dragon the moment it was thrown, roaring and pouncing towards the fire cloud in the sky. Honey didn't know what kind of magic this was, but she had seen the black dragon from afar, and the shape of this giant fire dragon was also made by her based on the appearance of the black dragon. In the past, she only knew those few spells, but now as long as she has enough magic power and mental strength, she can enslave the fire element and release any fire spell she wants. Of course, the fire dragon was not as big as a real dragon. It was only slightly larger than the thorn dragon. The giant fire dragon roared and rushed directly into the fire cloud against the meteor shower. Both sides were extremely violent fire elements, and they exploded the moment they came into contact. With a soft sigh, the fire elemental sighed with regret, then turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. Delina's eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness. The nobles were stunned. They didn't expect that even if 2 extraordinary level and 3 expert level fire elementals joined forces to release the fire elementals, they still couldn't defeat the opponent. They have witnessed the power of these 2 spells with their own eyes, so they are so confident. Because they named the secret art of summoning fire elementals as a pseudo-forbidden spell. Meteorites fall from the sky. The burning meteorite, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, will fall down and continue to roll forward for a long distance. Finally, the entire meteorite will explode, destroying everything nearby. Meteor shower. The entire fire cloud will be filled with small meteor showers, and the power of each raindrop of fire rain will exceed that of the fireball spell they release with all their strength. It is no exaggeration to say that these 2 spells can easily destroy a small oasis force. But at this moment, it did not bring the effect they hoped for. Even the opponent was not affected by the deprivation of the ability to cast fire skills. They completely lost their fighting spirit. The arcane mages took advantage of the fact that the other side was focusing on the ogre that shattered the meteorite and jointly launched a teleportation. With marked ordnance and carved fixed magic circles, their spellcasting is much easier. The oasis lit up with blue light, and the nobles who were killing the fortress disappeared on the spot. Without waiting for the airship to land, Honey suddenly released blazing flames from her hands downwards, instantly offsetting her weight. She rumbled over to Gorkin's side. The ogres followed quickly. Honey turned Gorkin, who was lying on the ground, over, and when she raised her hand, another stream of holy light poured into Gorkin's body. Gorkin spat out the sand in his mouth repeatedly. "Mom, I'm fine. I just felt a little bit dazed." Both of Honey's heads breathed a collective sigh of relief. Honey's left head. "You bastard. You scare me." Honey's right head. "You want to resist that kind of spell? Are you going to die?" "Ha ha. Mom, I'm not as good as you in terms of magic, and you're not as good as me in terms of physical strength. As for that magic, I don't even take it seriously." Snap! Honey slapped Gorkin on the back of the head. Gorkin covered his head. In the end, he was still picked. Everyone was relieved to see that Gorkin was fine. The only regret is letting those spellcasters get away. Oasis number 3 was officially captured by Longchi. 3 airships flew in as a black mass, followed by the ogre's assault rippers. The ogres were very unhappy that their chief and his mother almost suffered a great loss. Those who survived the oasis suffered. They survived the intensive bombardment, but were abandoned by the nobles. Screams and wails could be heard from time to time, proving that the number of survivors inside was decreasing rapidly. A moment later, Gorkin walked in and stopped the ogre's killing spree. There are less than 100 surviving soldiers and civilians in Oasis number 3. Gorkin wanted to rest here for a while. Those who survived by chance became slaves and were ordered around by ogres and dwarves. Ning Yi and his friends contacted Yi Ku urgently, and a large amount of ammunition was traded. Gorkin knew that Oasis number 3 was the last Oasis outpost of the Wild Sand Fortress in this direction, and the Wild Sand Fortress was just ahead. That will be a more intense battle. Today's battle also served as a wake-up call for Gorkin. Those spellcasters are awesome. It was impossible to retreat, and Gorkin was not completely helpless. He also sent a message to Yiku. Yiku, trade all the materials in the warehouse and my stoves and kitchenware to me. Yiku. Okay, Chief, let's arrange the transaction immediately. Then he found Sumai. Chumai, how's the Shishling Oasis going? Have you found anything? I have all the materials I need. I'll take whatever you have. Chumai, who was busy with Xiao Wanhong in the Oasis, responded immediately. Chief, I've discovered a brand new material here. I'll go back and trade it with you right now. Gorkin rubbed his hands. Since the next step is the Wild Sand Fortress, Gorkin is not in a hurry to launch an attack today. Those people have already run back, so they are prepared, and it doesn't make any difference whether they go a day earlier or later. It's afternoon now, so I'll make a delicious meal for everyone and give out some rewards. Let's see if there is any better way. What puzzled Gorkin was that he had not seen any treasure chests in several oases. Were they all fired? Or have they all gathered in the crazy sand fortress? Chapter 192, Large Barrel of Braised Horse Meat. The two women moved quickly. Gorkin's front was filled with his stuff. A large amount of materials were traded. When the old tribesmen saw this situation, they knew that the chief had changed his identity and should now be called Master Go. They lined up neatly, staring at Gorkin eagerly. Looking at those guys wearing assault rippers, Gorkin didn't ask them to take them off. After all, we are at the enemy's doorstep, so it's always better to be careful. As for the new tribesmen, they don't know what to do yet, but they will imitate the old ones. The ingredients are all ready. Gorkin shouted, asking the survivors to bring back all the corpses of the war horses from the battlefield outside. Now that they are well off and Gorkin cooks himself, he naturally wants to let his people eat good food. Fighting against the assault rippers, even those war horses left behind only one intact corpse, and those who survived saw the broken limbs of their proud knights. Even though they grew up in a cruel desert, they couldn't help but vomit when they saw this scene. They brought back the corpses of the war horses tremblingly and handled them according to Gorkin's instructions. A group of wild sand knights has 500 people, which means 500 war horses. There were 500 war horses, and all the people from Longqi present were eating them till their mouths were drooling. After cutting the horse meat into large pieces and soaking them in a barrel, Gorkin began to process other ingredients. Shumai sent a lot of duck gizzards. There are many ducks living in the huge oasis of Suishailing, where there is a complete ecological chain. The lion people have been destroyed for so long, and the population of Broken Lion Ridge is small, so the creatures there are reproducing very vigorously. They wanted to throw away all the duck gizzards, but the duckweed stayed. For people from her place, as long as it is food, there is nothing that cannot be eaten. Not to mention animal organs. Even the poop of some animals can be eaten. For example, the poop of a giant panda after eating bamboo. What's worse, no matter how unconventional or difficult to accept, as long as the doctor says that you have taken aphrodisiac. It is thanks to the intervention of the Polygonum multiflorum that a lot of food waste is avoided. The gizzards were too small for Gorkin, so he gave them to the survivors. Cut the duck gizzards into quarters, boil them in cold water for 3 minutes, and then soak them in cold water. Similarly, horse meat is boiled in cold water, then rinsed 3 times with cold water and continued to soak after boiling for 5 minutes. Gorkin boiled several more buckets of water, threw in the seasonings and spices, and then began adding salt to the water. Master Ge has a big project today. He wanted to brine all 500 horses. There's a row of large barrels neatly arranged in Oasis number 3. There's firewood underneath. Even the large barrels that came later were made by Kalber, so that they could hold all the horse meat. Even Master Ge was generous and only wanted good meat, not the head, hooves, or neck. They're all spoils of war anyway, so I don't feel bad about throwing them away. After cooking the duck gizzards and horse meat, they are temporarily placed on a plate. When the marinade is almost ready, Gorkin starts adding the ingredients. First, put the horse meat into the brine and cook it for an hour. Then put the duck gizzards in and cook them together for half an hour. Finally, Gorkin threw in a lot of enoki mushrooms and cooked all 3 together for half an hour. Finally, he threw in a lot of tofu. In fact, it is best to soak it overnight, but it is obvious that those gluttons cannot wait that long. But it doesn't matter. If the meat is not soaked for a long time, it would just be a little hard and a little less flavorful. For the guys in the desert, it's not a problem at all. Finally, Gorkin prepared a large bowl of soul sauce. Chop the green onion, ginger, garlic, pepper, and chili into small pieces, then pour cooking oil on them, and the flavor will come out immediately. Finally, cover each bucket of braised meat with a neat little green hat, and the dish is ready. Gorkin also placed a large bowl of green leafy vegetables next to each barrel of braised meat. Dip the large piece of horse meat in the soul sauce, then wrap it with leafy vegetables and put it in your mouth. It's spicy, fresh, and chewy. There are also green leaves to add a hint of plant aroma to the mouth. After fighting for several days, at this moment, roasting by the fire and eating, this is truly a supreme enjoyment. Master Ge stood in front of the barrel and shouted loudly with full energy. Starving ghosts of Dragon's Nest. Dinner is ready. Everyone on the airship, get off and fill your bellies first. Oasis number 3 suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. There There were many large buckets on site, so there was no need to worry about not having enough food, so there was no scramble. However, the ogre's exaggerated eating habits still scared the survivors. The operators of the 3 airships also came down one after another. The barrel was very large, so they removed a section of the airship's appendage. Everyone cheered and celebrated this grand feast. The main reason is that Chef Gu doesn't cook very often, especially the kind that involves everyone in the cooking. Although there was only one dish, it was enough to bring the atmosphere to its peak. Only at this time is Master Gu the most easygoing. The dwarves can also chat with their chief without restraint and praise the chief's superb cooking skills. Master Gu accepted the compliments with a big laugh. The survivors huddled aside, trembling. They were glad that the ogre's food tonight was not them. They were horrified that the dinner at this banquet was the beloved warhorse of their proud knights. As for their knights, they can only nourish the earth with their own flesh and blood. The bonfire grew brighter and brighter, and as the dwarves ate to their heart's content, they sang ancient war songs around the bonfire, cheering for the invincible dragon's nest. The ogres couldn't sing, but they understood the melody. When the atmosphere got right, the ogres raised their arms to the sky and pulled the trigger of the machine gun. Ha ha ha! Gorkin held the meat in one hand and slapped his knee with the other, laughing. Only my mother seemed a little worried. Honey's left head. Gorkin. Honey's right head. Should we be more careful? The spell cast by that guy today is very powerful. Gorkin smiled and handed a large piece of meat to his mother. Be at ease, Mom. No matter how strong he was easily defeated by you, wasn't he? Honey's left head shook its head. No, it's because the caster didn't have enough mental and magical power to unleash the full power of this spell. Honey's right head nodded. Yes, that guy was weak. Even so, I had to sacrifice my big bone hammer to barely break him. Gorkin scratched his head. That's true, but they won't be here so soon. The tribesmen have been fighting for so many days straight. Relax tonight. There might be another big battle tomorrow. The tribesmen are all wearing mechas. Don't worry. Honey finally felt relieved knowing that Gorkin had not let down his guard. Chapter 193. This time, I choose to strengthen. The ogres, having eaten and drunk their fill, rested on the ground. They also knew that it was wartime and did not get off the strike ripper. Gorkin and Honey returned to the terror. The reward has arrived. OJBK expansion/upgrade point. Can expand the effect of OJBK or strengthen and upgrade an OJBK effect. It's just braised horse meat. Compared with the last feast, it seemed a little insufficient, but Gorkin still liked this reward very much. The effect this strange technology has brought to his people is obvious to all. Let me put it this way. If there hadn't been an Ojk effect, these 29 ogres today wouldn't even be a match for the Wild Sand Knights. He also saw the holes made by the spears in the Assault Ripper. If there hadn't been the Assault Ripper, and it had really pierced our bodies, even with the rock mark, there would have been heavy casualties today. These knights came and went as fast as the wind, not at all restricted by the desert. The ogre is bloated, so if he can hit the opponent, everything will be fine. But if he is kite-ed, Gorkin himself will be helpless. It can be said that 80% of the credit for everything that happened in Longchi today goes to Ojk. Even his mother, Gorkin estimated that his mother had triggered the Ojk effect. Otherwise, she would not be able to cast her strongest fire magic, let alone develop new spells. No, now Mom is not even restricted by the spell. As long as she has enough magic power and mental support, she can use any skill she wants. It was also her sudden idea to sacrifice weapons to enhance the power of spells. Gorkin suddenly had an idea and directly gave the skill of Spear of Boiling Blood to his mother. This also ignites the long-haired creature. Gorkin feels that there might be an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. As for weapons, Gorkin also made arrangements, and the dwarf military industry was working overnight to build a javelin suitable for Honey. But this is just an ordinary weapon. Unlike my mother's big bone hammer, which is a weapon containing magic, its power may be much less. This is Longchi's current shortcoming, and there is nothing we can do about it. But if magic isn't enough, then evil will do the trick. I hope the final effect is not bad. As for whether to expand or strengthen this time, Gorkin chose strengthening without hesitation. OJBK weapon. Intermediate, as long as a loyal member firmly believes that the weapon in their hands can play the corresponding role, then the weapon will play the corresponding role in their hands. Intermediate, weak effect. The effect was weak before, but now it is weak. The effect has been strengthened, which means that the attack power of the tribesmen has been enhanced. In contrast, my mother became more adept at enslaving the fire element. Next, we may have to face a tough battle. The shields of those spellcasters are very strong, and Gorkin thinks that increasing the attack power is the best option. Gorkin estimated that the other party still needed to discuss things and would not launch another attack tonight. Then Gorkin slapped himself in the face. Damn it, I'm the attacker. Go to sleep. Gorkin fell asleep. Just as he expected, the magic net of the Mad Sand fortress exploded. 38 nobles went out, and 6 did not return, including 1 duke, 1 marquis, and 4 earls. A third of those who returned lost consciousness, including the leader, Duke Deliner. This is one of the 3 giants under the Speaker of the Council, an extraordinary strong man who has mastered the pseudo-forbidden spell, summoning the fire elemental. 1/3 of the crazy Killing Fortress's forces were chased back like dogs. Even the council speaker himself fell silent. It would be fine if those earls died, but the Marquis could not afford to lose him, especially the Duke who was the backbone of the crazy Sand Fortress. There were only 6 dukes and 1 Speaker of the Parliament, and now 1 was dead and 1 was in a coma. It's equivalent to losing 2 directly. After listening to those people's descriptions, the Speaker of the Parliament could not maintain his composure and exclaimed in surprise. You mean you didn't kill even 1 enemy? Those who came back blushed and dared not say a word. Then a deafening roar erupted from the magic net. Pigs. 38 pigs. Even if I spread out 38 pigs, it would be enough for those ogres to eat for a while. What about you? They've already hit my doorstep. Which force does the enemy belong to? I don't know. Why did the enemy come to attack our crazy sand fortress? I don't know. What will the enemy do next? I still don't know. What the hell did you 38 pigs do out there? The most magical crystal on the tallest wizard tower in the center of the fortress suddenly emitted a majestic elemental riot, telling of the anger of the Speaker of the Council. No matter what forces they come from, the next step should be our homeland. Another old voice sounded. The Vice Speaker under the official Speaker of Parliament is also one of the 3 giants. Be prepared. Since they were able to inflict such heavy losses on us without any damage, it proves that they are as powerful as us, or even stronger than us. Chairman, we still need to find out the other party's purpose in coming here and try to avoid a life-and-death struggle. The Vice Speaker's words calmed the Speaker's anger a little. What are you going to do? The Vice President said, of course, we should talk to them face to face. This is the simplest and most effective method. Ogres, no matter how powerful they are, have limited wisdom. The Council President's tone calmed down again. You are the best at this, so I'll leave it to you. Jarwinen, learn your lesson and don't be like those 38 pigs. The Vice President smiled bitterly, and those who came back wanted to stuff their heads into their crotches. The Vice President then disconnected the magic net and began to make arrangements. He is a nightmare wizard who is good at manipulating shadows and nightmares to kill enemies invisibly. Of course, the conditions are very harsh, and you can't kill anyone you want. As for entering the dream and talking to the other person, it was not difficult for him. He wouldn't use his killing move until he knew that the other side had an absurdly powerful ogre mage. It is a double-edged sword. If used well, the opponent will die. If used poorly, both sides will suffer losses. If used poorly, the opponent will be fine, but you will die. That night, this is when his skills are most effective, and compared to now, the opponent is also asleep. It is a good time for Ru Meng. He has the coordinates of every oasis. It is not difficult for him to rely on his own magic circle and use the coordinates as a springboard to perform Ru Meng. Gorkin was sleeping soundly when an obscure and dark energy appeared in the oasis and floated in Gorkin's direction. Honey's eyelids twitched slightly, and she felt the fluctuation of energy, but it was fleeting. She scratched her butt and didn't care. And when that energy was invading Gorkin's mind, Honey's 2 heads suddenly opened their eyes. Left head, how dare you touch my son? Right head, come here. Chapter 194, they didn't say it, so I didn't go back on my word. Honey just pinched the air with her big hand. The obscure and dark energy suddenly stopped above Gorkin's forehead. It was as if a spell had been cast to freeze him. Honey rumbled to her feet and came over. The terror was now quite large, and both Gorkin and Honey had their own rooms. As soon as she entered the door, her 4 eyes saw the pitch-black energy. Left head, nightmare. Right head, how dare you? Do you think I, nightmare, am powerless? She made her hands into claws, ready to tear something apart. Before, she was helpless. But from today on, She no longer believed in any elemental energy, but only believed in her own mental strength and magic power. She knew no nightmare spells or shadow mages, but she could enslave the elements that made up that energy, and she felt that this time she would be more comfortable with it. No, 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 Your Excellency, the powerful two-headed ogre mage. I have no ill intentions. I just want to talk to the leader here. The vice president spoke up quickly. At the same time, he secretly thanked God that he did not use his killing move. Otherwise, I would definitely be the one to die. He never expected that the other party could also control the shadows, and he couldn't even break free. Could it be that? Is the other party a high-ranking official of the Shadow Temple? That's impossible. He had never heard of the existence of ogre mages in the Shadow Temple. Besides, it's impossible to fit in with the ogre mage's temper. No intentions. At some point, Gorkin had opened his eyes and looked at the black shadow indifferently. I mean no harm. Why are you perched on top of my head? Do you want to make out with your dad? Mom, this guy is sneaking around, so he's no good. We can't be careless when we're facing a powerful enemy. Since he's hiding his head and showing his tail, don't talk to him, just tear him apart. Gorkin said coldly. No, 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 it's not that I'm hiding my true form. It's your mother who's imprisoned me. I can't show my true form at all. How about you ask your mother to let me go so I can change back? Honey's left head. It's me. Honey's right head. Gorkin, don't let go. This is shadowy energy. Once you let go, it will disappear. It's okay. I already know they're from the Wild Sand Fortress without him telling me. If they disappear, then they disappear. The Wild Sand Fortress is there anyway, so they can't escape. Honey thought about it and decided to release the restraints. The main thing was that she could also feel that even if this ball of energy was torn apart, the damage to the caster would be minimal. What Gorkin said made sense, and it stopped the vice speaker who was about to disappear. Anyway, this is a small ball of energy used to fall asleep. Since the other party is awake, it is easier to communicate directly. The vice president simply increased the input of this energy slightly, and a blurry figure appeared. You can vaguely see a guy with a long beard and a pointed magic hat on his head. Tell me, what do you want to do by coming here in the middle of the night? Gorkin sat up, picked up his large iron cup, and took a sip of water. Honey stood at the door, ready to tear the ball of energy apart at any time. The vice president was silent for a moment, then spoke. I saw your battle flag when I arrived. I thought that our crazy sand fortress didn't seem to have any contact with any forces related to this battle flag. Why did you want to make such a big fuss with us? Gorkin blinked and scratched his head. No, I was stunned by what you said. Is your place too remote? Or is our place too remote? Isn't this the endless desert? Hey, let me ask, is this piece of sand you call the endless desert? The vice president was also confused. Yeah, what's wrong? Gorkin spread his hands and said, yes, in the endless desert, if I fight you and you fight me, what reason do we need? Do we still need a legitimate reason to fight between oases? The vice president opened his mouth. He also felt that what the other party said made sense. But Your Excellency's fighting power is very strong, but our crazy sand fortress is not weak either. If both sides fight to the death, wouldn't that be an advantage for the forces beside the narrator? Gorkin waved his hand. No, you are definitely dead, but we will not die, at least not in the true sense of the word. The vice president laughed dumbly. How is this possible? Even if it becomes an undead creature, it can still be killed. Gorkin snorted coldly. That's our own business. Does it matter whether you believe it or not? Let me ask you, do you have a coliseum? The vice president was surprised. How did you know that? That's our specialty. Could it be that you're also interested in it? Stop the bullshit. You captured my people's cubs and used them in beast fighting. My people are complaining to me. Don't you want a reason? This is it. Gorkin waved his hand. Mom, tear him to pieces, that's all. No, sir, this is all a misunderstanding. We're such a powerful force that a single move could affect the entire body. It would be bad for us to actually fight. How about I release all your people? What do you think? The vice president said quickly. He really didn't want to fight with Gorkin. Their crazy killing fortress was developing well now. Even if they won, they would probably be seriously damaged, and then the other companies would definitely take advantage of the situation. This is something he doesn't want to see. The most important thing is that he can also feel that the two-headed ogre mage is very evil, powerful, and evil. Gorkin said coldly, you killed my people, captured our cubs, and used witchcraft to ripen them. I'm only saying this now that I'm on my doorstep. Don't you think it's a little late? After Gorkin said this, the vice speaker had a plan. This is a misunderstanding caused by your reputation. How about we compensate you? Gorkin sneered. Very well. Tomorrow morning, I will see my people at the gate of this oasis. As for compensation, my mother's staff was broken during today's battle. It's an ogre-sized staff, so you can handle it yourself. However, you only have one chance. If I'm not satisfied with the staff, you'll have to clean your butts and wait for me to give you an enema with the barrel of a cannon. The vice president nodded. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. Then, I'll leave. Roll. Gorkin snorted. The ball of energy disappeared into the air with a puff, just like a fart. Honey's left head, he's gone. Honey's right head. Gorkin, are you really just letting it go? Gorkin looked at his mother in surprise. Mom, why would you have such an idea? We've already fought to their doorstep, and the hatred is real. How can we just let it go like this? If they send those ogres over tomorrow, I'll wait until I've subdued them before I fight them. If you don't deliver it, then just beat him. I was hoping for the big treasure chest inside. Honey's left head, what? Honey's right head, what treasure chest? Gorkin laughed. Haha, Mom, don't worry about this. Just go to sleep peacefully. I didn't promise them to withdraw the troops anyway, so it's not like I'm going back on my word. Who told them not to say it? Chapter 195, The Tribe Arrives. After such a commotion, Gorkin lost his desire to sleep. He also had to admit that these guys were really capable. If my mother hadn't lived next door to me, I would have been infected today. My mother was very calm. After these two experiments, she became more determined to enslave the elements and become their master. She no longer even relied on her staff. She doesn't trust these external things. Only her hands are her closest friends and her weapons. The other ogres are able to skillfully trigger the Ogre effect because of their absolute trust in the chief and their stupidity. Honey's absolute confidence in her own abilities triggered the Ogre effect to another extent. Most importantly, with these two successes, her confidence has gradually deepened. She is on a whole new path as a spellcaster. If successful, she is no longer bound by any constraints on the spell's form or structure. The vice speaker dissipated the energy, regained consciousness, and quickly contacted the speaker. When the two met, the Speaker of the Parliament suddenly felt that it was a bit absurd. Are you saying that, just because of such a small matter, they traveled such a long distance to attack our crazy sand fortress? Impossible. Do you believe it? The Deputy Speaker held the opposite view. Chairman, you're thinking too complicatedly. If it were any other enemy, this statement wouldn't hold true and no one would believe it. But the ogre... Chairman, even if you don't believe this, you have to believe in the intelligence and thinking of these guys. The Vice President paused, then continued. I've seen a group of ogres. There was a two-headed ogre mage and a single-headed one, probably two. I felt energy fluctuations within his body, and they were mother and son. The other ogres are all brainless. They are very powerful, but strength and intelligence are not the same thing. I think it's worth a try. If they successfully retreat, the most we'll lose is a few ogre fighters and a staff. If they really go back on their word, the situation won't be any worse than it is now. The council president was silent for a while, then slowly said, Do you know how much a good staff can enhance a spellcaster? The vice president quickly added, Since the other party has said so, we must achieve our goal in one go. However, we can add some subtle restrictions to the staff. The vice president muttered for a long time before the president finally nodded. Let's do it that way, but we have to be prepared for both scenarios and be wary of the other party going back on their word. The vice president said, Don't worry, President. You and I will personally take action and the trap will be foolproof. If those ignorant beasts go back on their word, we can instantly activate the staff trap. The crazy sand fortress stayed awake all night. All spellcasters were in their respective mage towers, and those who did not have mage towers had to be on duty. Early the next morning, everyone in Longqi was having dinner when the blue light of a teleportation spell appeared not far away. Gorkin saw the 10 tall ogres at a glance. Although they possessed the bodies of adult ogres and their eyes were equally fierce and brutal, their childish stupidity could not be hidden no matter what. It was completely different from the pure stupidity seen in the eyes of an adult ogre. They were wrapped in arcane chains, and their arms and hands were tied, unable to move. Several ogres became agitated instantly. Although it was forced to mature, they still recognized it as their own cub. These ogre fighters were covered in scars, and although they had healed, the scars remained. Some were missing half of their ears, some were missing a fong, and some even had their horns broken off. No ogre is complete. Gorkin licked his tongue and finally turned his gaze towards the half-elusive figure in front of him. You guys really keep your word. Since this is all a misunderstanding, we won't delay for too long. This figure was none other than the Vice President of Parliament from last night. But this is still his nightmare clone. I have seen the tribesmen, so where is the staff? Gorkin looked down at the other person. We will naturally do what we say. The Vice President waved his hands, and a dark ball of light appeared in front of him. A black, thick and long staff slowly emerged from the ball of light. This is a staff we made with walnut wood as the main material. It has excellent magical transmission capabilities. The magic crystal inlaid on the top is larger than even this Vice President. Are you satisfied, Your Excellency? Gorkin threw the staff directly at his mother. Honey caught the staff, which was as tall as herself, and exerted a little force. Honey's left head. Very good. Honey's right head. I can feel it. It has increased quite a bit. Gorkin nodded in satisfaction. Then, should my people also be let go? The Vice President nodded slightly. I'm an arcane mage and can't remove it, but this restraint can only last for an hour at most. It will naturally dissipate after an hour. This made Gorkin feel a little dissatisfied. They're all out here trying to be nice and admit defeat, and they don't even know how to get things done. Gorkin looked at her with disdain and turned to look at his mother. Honey's left head. Isn't it just some arcane energy? Honey's right head. I don't need its favor or approval at all. Honey stuck the staff that looked very powerful directly into the ground, and with a tear of her hands, the arcane binding was torn into two halves. The ogres were out of control in an instant. The moment they felt they were out of trouble, they rushed directly towards the shadow of the Vice President. Unfortunately, they only had brute force and could not have much impact on the phantom. Gorkin waved his hand. Okay, now that the tribesmen and the staff have been delivered, you can go back. The Vice President. Sir, when do you plan to fulfill your promise and evacuate from here? Gorkin was stunned. When did I promise you to evacuate? The Vice President was also stunned. Sir, we agreed on this last night. Ha ha ha. Gorkin burst into laughter. Think about it carefully. Did you ask me to promise last night? Or did I make the promise myself? Vice President. He began to recall the conversation last night. Broken. I was just wondering if they would go back on their word, and I didn't even mention it. Oh shit. Chapter 196, Why Can't I Act in Anger? Seeing the other person's obviously stunned expression, Gorkin laughed out loud. Haha, you guys are so funny. You only want to know what I want, but you don't put forward any conditions. Well, I have to say, you're a good person. Gorkin looked at the other person jokingly. I received the gift. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave now. No. The Vice President opened his mouth to speak, but was immediately torn apart by Honey's huge hands. Hey, bye. The shadow of the Vice President vanished. Gorkin waved his hand. Thank you. The Vice President regained consciousness, and his face turned pale and red. Wow. The backlash from the Vice President's shadow being torn into pieces made him spit out blood. Then he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself loudly. He was so shocked by Honey's strength last night that he forgot about this matter. The call from the council speaker has come through the demon network. How to say it? He dared not connect to the magic network. Gorkin burst into laughter in Oasis number 3. Ha! Look at that idiot. He really is a kind-hearted person. But Mom, you still need to check that staff carefully. I don't think they would give us such a good staff so easily. Think about it. An ogre like me is so cunning. Aren't those humans even more cunning? Honey's left head. No need. Honey's right head. I have a good idea. Honey placed her hands on the magic crystal of the staff, and Gorkin felt the strong energy fluctuations. The staff was suddenly wrapped by the scorching fire element, and the entire staff began to burn fiercely. Gorkin subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then Honey waved her hand, and the raging fire turned into a fire dragon and flew into the sky. The fire dragon was bigger and more refined than the one that had transformed into a big bone hammer. The fire dragon soared in the sky, then turned into a trickle and was swallowed by Honey's 2 big mouths. Gorkin's eyelids twitched wildly. Mom, what are you doing? Red magic patterns began to appear next to the magic patterns on Honey's blue body, and all 4 of her eyes turned red. Honey's left head took a breath. Awesome. Honey's right head exhaled. What's the point of relying on external forces? What if there are traps? I will just use my own strength. Gorkin grinned and gave a thumbs up. He is now finding it increasingly difficult to understand his mother. It was obvious that she was no longer playing by the rules, and her spell system was in disarray. The ogres and the ogre fighters had a recognition ceremony, and 3 of them were recognized. However, Gorkin still fought a duel with them, and brought down enough food to subdue all the ogre fighters. Gorkin once again gained the power of his very loyal people. The great iron anchor built for him became light again. The power claw is okay. This equipment focuses more on penetration and tearing. But Gorkin didn't care. Now he could swing the big anchor however he wanted. The same hammer will cause different destructive power when used by people with different strengths. The only regret is that although these ogre fighters are at the peak of their combat power, their lifespan is only 2 or 3 years. However, with the Land of Heroes of Faith as a backup, although he cannot leave the sphere of influence after the death, the power of his own people will not decline. Up to now, it's actually not a loss. It would be a profit to go home, but Gorkin couldn't sleep well unless he opened the box in the crazy sand fortress. The speaker of the sand fortress did not lose his temper this time. He was not surprised by the decision of these ogres, but he was speechless about the vice speaker. Turin, you are the vice president of the parliament, not an academic in an ivory tower. How could you make such a mistake? I haven't been in charge of things for a long time, but this time you guys really opened my eyes. You said they were going back on their word, but you didn't put forward any conditions at all. What are you doing there? Paying them for intelligence? The speaker of the council felt a headache. Such a huge sand fortress. Why did it come to this? The deputy speaker also felt like an idiot. Council president, I'll go ask again. I promise this won't happen again. The council sighed. Let me go with you. I'm really worried that you might have sold the wild sand fortress without even knowing it. The deputy elder blushed, unable to refute. The 2 of them met and worked together to cast a spell. Gorkin is preparing the ingredients. With the new members joining the tribe, he will cook to celebrate himself. When the 2 old guys came, Gorkin was banging the wok. The horse meat is all gone, and now all the ingredients are traded. The atmosphere was very lively, the group expanded again, and even my mother was very happy. The 3 idiots, led by Nu, were showing off their mechas and weapons to the newcomer. Especially Nu, the new guy was very envious of the power of the Dahong Hong main gun, which far exceeded that of other ogre mechas. He surrounded Gorkin and kept making odd doo-doo sounds. Gorkin, who was cooking, was hit with a big slap, and everyone ran away. The lively atmosphere even interested Honey. The javelins prepared for her were traded in early in the morning, in 2 bundles, each containing 50 javelins. This javelin is 5 meters long and made of pure iron. Honey picked up one, but instead of throwing it away, she stabbed herself with it. The spear was stained with blood and instantly caught fire. Honey's big hand brushed over it, and the flames became even more intense. Only then did she throw the javelin. The fire dragon reappeared, roaring and rushing towards the distant sand. The scene erupted in intense cheers. The dwarves on the airship also cheered and applauded. A long time has passed, and they have all obtained the rock mark. They have long regarded themselves as part of the dragon's lair, which is glorious and beautiful. For a moment, Honey became the focus of the whole audience. He held his big hong-hong in anger and looked at the fire dragon with envy. Ah, doo-doo. Gorkin, who was watching from the stove, said, Why don't you give it a try? Maybe it will work. I'm counting on you. Oh. Angrily, he hugged a hong-hong and pulled the rope hard towards the distance. Boom! The flames sprayed out and actually formed a simple little fire dragon in the air and flew out. Fuck! Gorkin was shocked. Oh. Nu was also surprised. Then he raised his face proudly and looked around with his chin almost raised to the sky. The other ogres who owned mechas hated to see Nu so proud. You are all fools. Why can you act in anger, but I can't? They fired their main guns at the sky. In an instant, all kinds of fire dragons were flying in the sky. Honey's 2 heads looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Chapter 197 Pre-War Welcome Banquet. Gorkinju's choice to strengthen the Ojk effect was really the wisest decision. If this thing is upgraded to the top level in the future, will it work if an ogre points to a piece of stone and thinks it is a star destroyer? When the speaker and vice speaker of the Mad Sand Fortress arrived here together, they saw fire dragons flying all over the sky. The 2 old men were startled. The speaker of the council looked at the vice speaker. Aren't there just 2 ogre mages? Why are there so many? The vice president of the council said, Nothing's wrong. Only the 2 ogres have magical fluctuations. Honey spotted the 2 guys immediately. She clenched her hands, and the magic patterns on her body burst into flames. At this moment, she looked like a fire demon from ancient times. She transformed the staff into an elemental magic pattern and absorbed it into her body, becoming one with it. She no longer needed weapons. Her own weapons were her own. Gorkin poured the large pot of fried food into a large plate, and then placed the pot on the stove. Your Excellency, here I am again. The vice president spoke up. Gorkin prepared the next dish slowly and methodically. Nor did he stop my mother and the 39 tribesmen. The tribesmen were also very loyal. They left the 10 new ogres behind and surrounded Honey wearing assault rippers. I remember you. You were the kind man who came last night and this morning. Thank you for sending our people back. By the way, my mother liked your staff very much. Gorkin spoke nonchalantly, his hands moving nonstop. The vice president's face flushed red. The council president stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I am the council president of the Mage Council of Wild Sands Fortress. Are you the leader of these ogres? Gorkin stir-fried the vegetables in the pot without looking up. Chief Longchi, if you have something to say, then keep your word. For the sake of this morning's gift, I will not use force against you. The Speaker of the Council was also somewhat displeased with Gorkin's direct definition of the 10 ogre fighters and staffs as gifts. The gifts have been accepted, and the conversation has been opened. There are no more ogres in our Colosseum. Can Longchi withdraw from our oasis to avoid misunderstandings? Gorkin shook his head. No, that won't work. I conquered the oasis. If you want it back, you can fight it back. I'll be waiting here. The council president narrowed his eyes. Since your goal has been achieved, why do you still want to stay here? Are you really going to fight us to the point of mutual destruction? Sir, we are spellcasters. Teleportation is not a difficult task for us. If the time comes, we will abandon this place and use teleportation to fight guerrilla warfare with you. Can you withstand it? Gorkin was stunned. Guerrilla? He turned to look at Ningyi beside him. Guerrilla, are you scared? Ningyi scratched his head. Don't worry, Chief. We are their ancestors in guerrilla warfare. Gorkin turned his head and pried the food in the pot twice before continuing. Look, we're not afraid of guerrilla warfare. If you want to play, come on. The council chairman's face darkened completely. Your Excellency is being so unreasonable. What exactly do you want to do? Just tell me. Gorkin was also unambiguous. 2 paths. 1. All of you leave the crazy sand fortress. I'm going to look for something and we'll be out soon. 2nd, you hold the crazy sand fortress. We'll drive you away, then go in and find what I want. Pick one. A silver light flashed in the eyes of the council chairman. It seems that your Excellency is really determined to fight us to the death. It is impossible for all members to withdraw, otherwise they will become stray dogs. Gore King Kong was about to speak when he saw Ning Ye's private message. Chief, how about I follow them in, open the treasure chest, and then we can see the rewards and decide whether to take this place down. Gorkin, if they don't retreat, can you guarantee who is the boss guarding the treasure chest? If you open it, what if the boss is triggered? Can you withstand it? Ningyi, Chief, rest assured. Even if the guardian boss is triggered, I can trade the items I found with you immediately. Gorkin, stop talking nonsense. You can trade a physical object, but how can you trade a skill? You won't be able to protect yourself or the treasure. Ningyi, Chief, this price is minimal, at most. Gorkin, shut up. I wouldn't use any of the second order members for this. It's not easy for you Blue Star people to obtain the stone mark. Just live well under my command. Gorkin had no doubt whether Ningyi had the courage and loyalty. The shining rock mark explained it all. But Gorkin would not exchange a person who is absolutely loyal to him for the possibility of a golden treasure chest. Even if I could transform into a heroic spirit and survive, what would that do? It is used as a safety net, not to wantonly hurt those who are absolutely loyal to you. Gorkin is bad, but that's to outsiders. Just then, the dish in his hand was also out of the pot, and Gorkin laughed out loud. Ha ha, look at your posture. We've attacked them right on their doorstep. But instead of thinking about how to annihilate the enemy and surround their home, they've come to our door 3 times in a row, asking this and that. What about your dignity and authority as a regional overlord? Has it withered with age, just like your sexual abilities? Gorkin's smile suddenly disappeared, and he lowered his eyes arrogantly, looking down at the 2 people from Crazy Sand Fortress. I've already come this far. Isn't it a bit naive to tell me this now? It seems that this time it's your true form that's here. I wonder if you have any means of escape. If not, it looks like you will just become a performance before a banquet. The speaker and the deputy speaker looked up at the tall ogre. With his back to the sun, his entire face was in shadow, making him look very terrifying. The speaker of the council suppressed all his emotions and grabbed the vice speaker's arm. Then let's see the outcome on the battlefield. Then the two of them turned into an arc of electricity and shot up into the sky. The speaker of the council is surprisingly a powerful thunder mage. Gorkin didn't care. Ha ha ha. I left with a disappointment, and all the dishes were ready. Everyone come. Let this pre-war welcome banquet bear witness to the prosperity and strength of our dragon rest. Let all forces tremble in fear before us, Longqi. Now let us rejoice. Let us enjoy it to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. Gorkin's roar with his arms outstretched ignited the atmosphere on the field again, and all the dragon's nest members present cheered and shouted. The surviving humans in Oasis number 3 looked enviously at the ogres, dwarves and humans who were fighting together, creating a very lively scene. It must be a blessing to follow such a chief. Chapter 198, The Ogre Lord's War Combo. While Gorkin was singing and dancing, the fortress of Wild Sands was shrouded in dark clouds. It can be seen from the actions of the top leaders that war is coming. All the knights of the Wild Sand were called back, but their numbers were much smaller. 2 entire groups of knights never returned. There are only 8 knight orders in the crazy sand fortress. Even many people within the Knights Templar didn't know what exactly happened. This meeting was not held on the Magic Network. All the nobles gathered under the Wizard Tower in the center of the fortress. The circle surrounding this square is full of wizard towers of those extraordinary dukes. The most central is the council speaker's mage tower. Whenever a super duke takes his position, a huge light and shadow will appear on the side of the mage tower, facing the square. Originally, there were 6 mage towers for 6 dukes, and the mage tower for the council president. But at this moment, 2 of the mage towers were completely dark, with no elemental light or shadow lighting up. This means that the crazy sand fortress has lost 2 of its top fighters. The speaker of the council was silent for a moment. Turin, go give Duke Delina my share of elemental spring water and wake him up. The vice president fell silent upon hearing this. It seems that the speaker of parliament is going to bleed heavily this time. A moment later, the wizard tower representing Duke Delina lit up, and the tall shadow of Duke Delina appeared. Delina thanks the council president for his generous help. The council speaker snorted coldly. Just don't let this elemental spring water of mine go to waste. Delina gritted his teeth. Yes, speaker. He also felt very wronged. He had tried his best, even using the pseudo-forbidden spell he had intended for the finale. Those fire mage nobles were now unconscious, but he's still lost. But he's fine. At least he tried his best. That old guy Huagulin is the one who is really wronged. He didn't even have time to fart before being smashed to pieces by an anchor. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. The enemy from Crazy Sand's fortress is aggressive and cunning. They've already taken down Oasis number 3 and are about to attack our homeland. If you have any ideas, please share them. Should we defend or attack? Please come up with a feasible plan. The old voice of the council president sounded, suppressing the noise in the venue. Delina, now that you're awake, tell us what you know for everyone's reference. Delina's shadow nodded slightly, then began to tell the information he had gained from the battle. And Gorkin had already distributed weapons to the ogre boxers. The ogre's former great shield was delivered. The mace had long been melted into a part of the assault ripper. However, this was also to strengthen their defense. They did not have time to build weapons, so Gorkin directly dismantled 10 cannons from the Terror. Although the caliber is not as large as the main gun on the assault ripper, it is sufficient for temporary use. For the sake of the viewing experience of the Colosseum, the Crazy Sand Fortress did not impose too much restrictions on the food of these ogres. If they had a loyal ogre, they could completely conquer these ogre fighters. But unfortunately, ogres will only submit to powerful ogres. The ogre fighter suddenly changed his job to become an ogre gunner. Safety can be guaranteed by firing artillery together with the assault rippers. The ogres of the assault ripper brought their new tribesmen with them, whispering and sharing their experiences. Even though the new ogres didn't quite understand it, they quickly mastered this skill after being taught by the old ogres who fired shots from time to time. The only thing is that now the ogres are no longer just firing cannons. They now like to shoot fire dragons like honey. But it's only slightly interesting when it's played in anger. After all, the big boom is a treasure that came out of a treasure chest, and Gorkin can understand that. The shots fired by the other ogre's main guns could only barely make out the shape of a fire dragon. However, the damage type has changed. Previously, bombardment could only be considered physical damage, but now it has become fire elemental magic damage. There's nothing they can do about it, since their imitator honey is best at enslaving the fire element. Oasis number 3 was in a state of disrepair, but Gorkin ignored them. He also has his own rewards to look at. Meal, banquet, pre-war welcome banquet. Reward, Ogre Lord's War combo, includes 1 active skill, 1 buff skill, and 1 item. War Shock, active skill, consumes mana and swings the weapon vigorously, unleashing a light attribute shockwave in a designated direction. The shockwave's range, impact distance, and damage are related to the user's strength and weapon. Evil Frenzy, a buff skill that consumes mana to increase the Evil Frenzy effect, increasing attack speed by 50. The duration is 10 seconds and cannot be stacked. Lord Ring, King's Aura, friendly troops within 100 meters receive +2 damage reduction. Wisdom Aura, friendly troops within 100 meters receive +5 mana recovery speed. A banquet with 7 dishes, but only 3 rewards. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I was a little perfunctory in what I did. Gorkin is not too little. He now makes whatever materials he has, and there's nothing he can do if he really doesn't have any. Raising his hand, he looked down at his fingers and saw a purple ring on his middle finger. There were 2 more shallow halos under his feet. He now felt like he was creating light pollution, with 5 halos flashing beneath his feet. The effect of this skill, Evil Fanaticism, seems to be similar to that of Kogol. With the help of this effect, heavy attacks and multi-attacks can be triggered at a very high frequency. If he only played melee combat, as long as the opponent was not immune to control, Gorkin felt that he could beat the Black Dragon to death. But Gorkin didn't dare to try it. Although all-in is an art, all-in on others' money is the best. Which good person would all-in on money? Vashokfif. Gorkin swung the big anchor violently and smashed it to the ground. Boom! A sound like a huge bell rang out, and a shock wave caused by the yellow-white light element rushed towards the distance. Gorkin estimated that the shock wave was 10 meters wide and rushed out in a straight line for nearly 100 meters, plowing a deep gully in the sand. Good fellow, Gorkin exclaimed in admiration. Isn't this a magical skill of the Qing army? The noise here attracted the anger of those guys who were teaching the newcomers. They came running over with a rumble, set up their cannons, and fired a shot forward. A much smaller shock wave shot out. Doo-doo. The ogres rushed to fire at the distance, as if they were competing to see whose shock waves could reach farther. Gorkin was speechless. You guys are idiots. Chapter 199, How to Open the Box Elegantly. I have to admit that it was the intermediate Ojp weapon chapter that gave those idiots the opportunity to perform. Their IQ does not allow them to create, but allows them to imitate. The most important thing is that they succeeded. Gorkin left cursing. Sometimes he really envied these guys. He was thinking about how to open the treasure chest of the crazy sand fortress gracefully, so he was too lazy to pay attention to those guys. The biggest problem now is how to break the spell shields of those mages. Only by breaking the shield covering their castle can we cause damage to the guys inside. The shield of the Wild Sand Fortress is not comparable to that of Oasis number 3. So he also said that. Each mage tower has a large number of mid and low-level mages who take turns outputting magic power for the shield. According to Su Yi, the number of mage apprentices, junior mages, and intermediate mages added up to no less than 1,000. Each mage tower is equivalent to an amplifier, which can greatly increase the power of spells under the leadership of a senior mage. Gorkin has now activated all the cheats he can. There is no treasure chest at the moment, and he has cooked 2 meals in a row using the delicious recipes, using up almost all the seasonings he had accumulated. Even if he continued to cook now, the quality and taste of the dishes would not be enough to bring Gorkin any good rewards. Wrong. Gorkin suddenly thought of whether he could use the Sinon Golden Falcon to find another group of tribesmen. Now that he was so far away from the dragon's habitat, he had seen the new members of the tribe and could use his skills. If there were a few more tribesmen, the firepower would be enhanced, and the overall strength would also be enhanced. As the saying goes, more monkeys mean more strength. However, Gorkin did not act on his own. He needs to arrange all the next plans before leaving, and the journey is at most 3 days. If it's farther, Gorkin will choose to give up. Su Bangxia and Yi Ku acted as mouthpieces, and Gorkin, Doug, and Kolber also held a small meeting. Gorkin asked Kolber to quickly develop a weapon that could continuously consume the enemy's magic shield. Kolber scratched his head. He has a large bald spot on the top of his head. Scratched. He and Doug were discussing it, and Gorkin found his mother. He needed his mother to lead the tribesmen to bombard the magic shield of the Mad Sand Fortress from a distance to test the opponent's strength and put some pressure on them. But you only need to test it from a distance. Gorkon's deployment is not yet complete, and now is not the time for a decisive battle. After repeatedly telling his mother these details and confirming that she had remembered them, Gorkon set off with peace of mind. The Terror set sail, carrying Gorkon into the distance. Honey called on her tribesmen to head towards the crazy sand fortress. The newly arrived ogres didn't know Honey's identity and strength, and originally didn't want to obey her orders, but the old men immediately pulled them aside and gave them a scolding. Those adult ogres with the souls of their young ogres stuffed in their bodies finally followed along obediently. The plan has also been discussed at the crazy sand fortress. Hold on, but drag other forces into the water. Gorkon is cunning, and the wild sand fortress is no good. They did not send all the ogre fighters to Gorkon. They also retained 2 champion ogre fighters. At the same time, this is also to test whether there are spies of those ogres within the organization. Otherwise, how could those ogres have traveled such a long distance to get here? Now they want these 2 champion ogre fighters to give to their neighbors, the Tauren of Thunderhold and the Drow of Silverpine Glade. These 2 forces are slightly weaker than their crazy sand fortress in overall strength, but they have always been eyeing their crazy sand fortress. However, this is also the norm in Oasis, and the 3 companies communicate with each other very frequently. Only when equal forces exchange their resources can sustainable development be achieved. However, this time, Crazy Sand wanted to drag Thunderhold and Silverpine Glade into the water to jointly encircle and suppress this group of ogres. They are very fast, and the magic arc is also their specialty. Although it cannot fly, it is very fast. But no matter how fast the magic arc is, it is still on land, while Gorkon is in the sky. Gorkon was closing the distance between the 2 sides at a rapid pace. That's right, this is the closest new tribe member that Sinon Jinshun found for Gorkon. There are also 3 Wild Sand Oasis strongholds between the Wild Sand Fortress and Thunder Fortress areas. Once you enter the Thunder Fortress's sphere of influence, you can see the Tauren grazing. The Kodo beasts, considered treasures by the Boneshur clan, are herded here in large groups by the Tauren of Thunderfort. A Minotaur was driving no less than 10 Kodo beasts wandering in the desert. Those Kodo beasts have very long tongues and can lick all kinds of sand and gravel insects in the desert into their mouths. There are actually quite a lot of these bugs, but they burrow deeper. Similarly, they are also larger than the bugs on Blue Star. Kodo beasts are typical omnivorous monsters. If we only rely on oases, we cannot support so many Kodo beasts, so we can only graze them in the desert. When the Tauren saw the magic arc with the flag of the Mad Sand Fortress flying, they immediately blew their horns. The sound of horns rose and fell, getting farther and farther away. Now is not the time to trade, which naturally aroused the Minotaur's vigilance. The Sandhold will first send a ogre champion to Thunderhold before going to Silverpine Glade. Thunder Castle's sphere of influence is also very large. The magic arc traveled day and night for 2 days before reaching the main city of Thunder Castle. It is called a city, but in fact it can be said to be a large camp. The rough wooden buildings are full of the style of the Tauren. In the center of the fortress stood a thick wooden pole with a battle flag hanging on it. "Good day, mighty Chief Kalen Thunder." The Marquis of Crazy Sand Fortress nodded slightly and saluted the strong Tauren chieftain. 2 puffs of white air came out of Kylan's nostrils. Now is not the time for trade. The people from Crazy Sand Fortress came to our Thunder Fortress. Is there something going on? Marquis Kwangsha smiled slightly and said, "I am here on the orders of the council president to deliver a gift to Chief Kylan to strengthen the friendly relationship between us." Kylan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Gift? What gift?" Marquis Kwangsha snapped his fingers. A blue cage on a magic arc slowly disappeared, revealing a sturdy and bound ogre. This is the champion ogre fighter who completed 100 consecutive kills. I heard that Chief Kylan likes strong warriors. This big guy will surely satisfy Chief Kylan. Kylan snorted. "The gift is very nice. So what are your requests?" Marquis Kwangsha's expression turned serious. "Chief Kylan, a violent evil force is invading us." "Us?" Beep. The long horn sounded again, and Kylan's expression changed. Chapter 200, Pulled into the Water. "You led the enemy into my territory." Kylan opened his big hand and sucked the crazy Marquis into his hand. His followers were also surrounded by Chi Kellen's Minotaur guards. Marquis Kwangsha was bewildered. Enemy? The enemy is with us. They haven't reached Thunder Castle yet. Snort. Kylan threw the Marquis of Kwangsha aside with his backhand. Keep an eye on them. All the crazy sand people were controlled. As a force not much different from the Mad Sand forces, the Tauren of Thunder Castle will not be afraid of these spellcasters. They also have their own heritage. There's a reason why Thunderburg is named after thunder. They are blessed by thunder and lightning, and all the tribesmen have more or less the talent of thunder and lightning. There are even a small number of their tribesmen who have mastered the power of nature and passed it down, gaining the ability to transform. They called this tradition Druidery. For example, Kylan Thunder is not only a powerful druid, but also has strong control over lightning. He called the sentry and asked loudly about the situation. Before the sentry could say anything, Kylan saw the black spot in the sky. His intuition told him that the black spot was very high from the ground. His eyes narrowed, and his body began to glow green and expand. Kylan transformed into a giant bird of prey, his wings whistling with thunder, and flew straight towards the black spot. He has the strongest strength, and with the mutual blessing of thunder and change, his speed is also the fastest. It is safest for him to go and take a look. Gorkin stood on the side of the ship and looked down. Oh my goodness, how come all my people were arrested? Gorkin was speechless. Are the ogres in the outside world so weak? How come they were all caught? The crazy sand fortress is fine, but why is the force below so powerful? Gorkin used a special telescope to look at the rough but equally large fortress below and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this tribe can't be found anymore. It's a pity that Xin and Jin Xian's skills were wasted this time. Just as Gorkin was thinking, the sound of wind and thunder rang in his ears. Ding, 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 ding. A quick bell rang, and the dwarf's voice came through the megaphone. Chief, we've spotted a flying unit approaching rapidly from below. Gorkin immediately stretched his neck to look and indeed saw a black dot approaching rapidly. When he looked through the telescope, he found that it was a bird of prey with a wingspan of 20 meters. The raptor's wings carried thunder, and it flew at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the terror. Gorkin narrowed his eyes and gave the order coldly. Aim at the enemy, and all close-in weapon systems will begin warming up. If they get within 100 meters of the airship, attack directly. Yes, Chief. The dwarf operators immediately sprang into action. Two small doors at the bottom of the pod slowly opened, and two close-in defense guns extended from inside. This is designed to deal with enemies coming from directly below. It is said that Kolber is refining the blueprints and wants to install a close-in weapon system on the top of the airship's airbag. Perhaps sensing the threat, the Raptor flew around the Terror twice from a distance, then stopped about 200 meters in front of it, flapping its wings. Kylan's sharp eagle eyes met Gorkin's cold gaze. Although the opponent looked quite big, Gorkin dared to swear. He could definitely kill the opponent with just one jump. The moment Kylan saw Gorkin, he knew what was going on. Turn around and dive downwards. Gorkin looked down coldly and then raised the telescope. This guy's behavior was irrational, which aroused Gorkin's suspicion. Finally, Gorkin found a familiar pattern in the center of the city and saw an ogre. Those humans really didn't send all of their people back. Are you here to ask for help again? Gorkin grinned. He is getting more and more lively. Gorkin wasn't afraid either. In the dictionary of ogres, there is no such emotion as fear, except for submission to the strong ones of the same race. Let's return. Gorkin gave the order, and the dwarf operators began to control the terror to return. It seems that my preparations are still a little insufficient. Gorkin looked gloomy and had an idea in his mind. When Kylan returned to the ground, he transformed into a minotaur, walked over quickly, and picked up the marquee of the crazy sand fortress. His eyes were bloodshot. He was breathing heavily, and a terrifying aura emanated from his whole body. You! How dare you bring disaster upon Thunder Castle? How could he not know at this moment why these guys sent an ogre for no reason when it was not a trading day? Kylan thought back to the ogre he had just seen, and a chill ran through his heart. After he turned into an animal, his senses became much sharper. He could see the wisdom and brutality in the ogre's eyes, and he could also feel the ogre's power. The ogre even had 5 halos under his feet. 5 fucking dishes. Chief Kylan, what did you see? The Kwangsha Marquis felt a little uncomfortable as his neck was being strangled. The airships that block out the sun, the powerful ogres, the crazy sand fortress, Are you declaring war on us? Kylan was furious. Ha. The Marquis of Kwangsha suddenly burst into laughter, making the Tauren chieftain's expression even more ferocious. We were originally thinking about how to get you to join our crazy sand fortress in resisting those ogres, but we didn't expect. It really is effortless. The Mad Marquis laughed heartily. He never expected that he would be caught up by the ogre and happened to meet him inside Thunder Castle. Now the Minotaur is like mud falling into his crotch. It's shit at least. Chief Kalen, this is the outcome. You have no other choice but to cooperate with us and kill those ogres together. I can use your head to explain things to those guys. We at Thunder Castle will not get involved in your war. Kylan instantly tightened his grip on the Marquis neck. Explain? Chief, Kellen, that is an ogre. Explain? Ha. Although the crazy Marquis was almost out of breath, he still laughed heartily. Chill. Kylan let out a long breath and threw the human in his hand to the ground in hatred. Although he didn't want to admit it, he didn't think the ogre could be reasonable. Cough. The Marquis breathed the scorching air greedily, his eyes filled with the feeling of having survived a disaster. After a while, he recovered, stood up, and straightened his posture. Chief Kalen, now that things have come to this, there's no point getting angry. We can sort things out slowly after we kill those ogres, but the most important thing now is... The Marquis pointed to another blue spell cage. It's to drag those long-eared people from Silverpine Glade into the water as well. That way, we can kill those evil ogres without any risk of failure.